I was falsely accused of treason. My family was slaughtered, and I endured 5 years of torment in the black prison. Everyone thought I was dead for sure, but little did I know that I would encounter a mysterious master in prison, awakened the divine healing art and invincible martial arts. Today I returned, only to find my enemies had the audacity to desecrate my ancestral grave and insult my grandfather, still forcing me to marry my 7 widowed sisters-in-law? Seeking death. With a roar, my killing intent shook the heavens, instantly slaughtering 100 villains barehanded. Even a 4th-rank warrior was crushed with a single palm strike. The skies of Jiangdong are about to change, but the Zhao family in the provincial capital is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Their wedding is about to begin. How should I, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, rescue all my sisters-in-law, and make these enemies pay the ultimate price? Chapter 1, Return from the Black Prison. The God of Slaughter descends. Huaxia, Northern Frontier. The Black Prison. On the training ground, scorched earth mingled with blood as hundreds of prisoners lay scattered on the ground. Some with severed limbs, others with crushed chests. Their agonized screams rose and fell like a living hell. And amidst this chaos, there stood a solitary and proud figure. Chuyu's handsome face remained calm, his gaze steady, as if the bloody battle where he had fought alone against 100 had been nothing more than brushing off a speck of dust from his clothes. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the tallest guard tower at the far end of the field. At the top of the tower, an elderly man in a military coat, his hair and beard white as snow, stood facing the wind. Thud! Chuyu's knees hit the ground heavily as he knelt before the old man atop the tower, kowtowing 3 times with deep reverence. Each kowtow sent cracked spiderwebbing across the unyielding stone floor. Master, your disciple, has passed the final trial. His voice was hoarse, yet tinged with relief. 5 years, it's time for me to leave. The old man atop the tower remained silent for a moment, took a swig of strong liquor, then boomed with a voice like a tolling bell that echoed throughout the black prison. Go! Just as they destroyed your family 5 years ago, make them pay in blood. Go, take back everything that rightfully belongs to you. The words pay in blood exploded in Chuyu's mind like a thunderbolt. Boom! An overwhelming surge of killing intent erupted from him without warning. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed color, and the temperature of the entire black prison yard seemed to plummet to freezing point. The prisoners who had been wailing were so terrified by this overwhelming murderous aura that they abruptly fell silent, their bodies trembling like sieves. Before Chuyu's eyes, a surge of bloody scenes emerged. Those unbearable memories from 5 years ago resurfaced like nightmares. He was originally the youngest master of the Chu family, the leading clan among the 4 great noble families of Jiangdong province in the Dragon Kingdom. His father was a titan in the business world, his uncle wielded military power, and the family's influence was at its zenith. He also had 7 elder brothers, each a dragon among men, guarding the frontiers with illustrious achievements. Back then, he was brimming with ambition, the brightest prodigy in all of Jiangdong. Yet overnight, heaven descended into hell. His parents and uncle died mysteriously, their bodies never found. His 7 older brothers, stationed far in the northern war zone, were ambushed almost simultaneously. All of them perished in battle. And he was branded with the heinous crime of treason, condemned to the deepest depths of this sunless black prison, all to ensure he would rot away silently here. It was a conspiracy that shook the heavens and earth, a vast net that ensnared the entire Chu family. He hates. His hatred is overwhelming. If not for encountering his master in prison, that enigmatic old man suppressed beneath the black prison tower, he would have long been a pile of bones. It was his master who imparted him with peerless divine techniques and taught him heaven-defying medical skills. 5 years, a full 5 years. He channeled all his hatred and resentment into the drive for cultivation, reaching a level of strength that defies all reason. Boy, remember my words. The master's voice echoed in his ears once more. You possess the supreme yang body, unparalleled in its might, but for this very reason, the yang energy within you is excessively abundant. Without the balancing force of a supreme yang body, you will surely explode and perish within 3 months. After leaving, head straight to Western continent and find a woman from the Lin family. Marry her. Only then can your life be spared. Chuyu nodded solemnly, engraving his master's instructions into his very bones. Then he stood up and turned toward the massive iron door. That colossal steel gate, which had confined his youth and freedom for 5 long years, slowly began to creak open. The glaring sunlight spilled down, causing Chuyu to squint slightly. Outside the door, a figure both familiar and unfamiliar waited anxiously. The woman wore a coarse, yellowed homespun dress, her face covered with wrinkles that belied her age, her hands rough from years of toil. Chuyu's body jolted violently, her eyes instantly reddening. He recognized her. This was his aunt, Shenru. Once upon a time, the matriarch of the Chu family, adorned in jewels and pearls, traveling only in the finest luxury cars, exuding grace and nobility in every gesture, had now fallen to such destitution. Xiao Yu. Seeing Chuyu, Shenru's clouded eyes instantly welled up with tears. She hurried forward, grasping Chuyu's hands tightly, trembling as she spoke. You've suffered. It's good that you're back. It's so good that you're back. Aunt. Chuyu's throat tightened with emotion, countless words lodged in his chest, yet not a single one could he utter. The decline of the family could be seen clearly just from the state of my aunt alone. Let's go home. Shenru wiped her tears and forced a faint smile. Xiao you must remember, even though our Chu family has fallen, it hasn't perished. Over these 5 years, it's all thanks to your 7 betrothed sisters-in-law. They risked their lives to protect the last remnants of our family's assets. When we return, you must thank them properly and repay their kindness. 7 sisters-in-law? Chu Yu's heart trembled violently, a surge of warmth and sorrow intertwining within him. He had never met those 7 legendary sisters-in-law, only knowing they were the fiancés promised to his brothers. To my surprise, after the Chu family's downfall, they not only stayed but also shouldered the responsibility of holding together the remnants of the family. And, I understand, Yu nodded solemnly, his voice hoarse. Yu, swear to the heavens that I will never fail them in this lifetime. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. And, I'd like to pay my respects to my parents and uncle first. That's only right, Shenru nodded, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. Your grandfather, he's already waiting for you at the cemetery. Western Suburbs, Chu Family Cemetery. Before even getting close, the faint sounds of chaotic scuffles, cursing, and objects shattering could be heard. Yu and Shenru's expressions changed simultaneously, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts as they immediately quickened their pace. When they rushed into the cemetery, the scene before them made Yu's eyes nearly burst with rage. Before them, 10 brand new tombstones had all been smashed to pieces with sledgehammers. Rubble littered the ground, creating a scene of utter devastation. Meanwhile, his grandfather, the Chu family patriarch Chu Xiaotian, was being pinned to the ground by 2 black-suited bodyguards, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aged face filled with humiliation and fury. A young man wearing a floral shirt and earrings, exuding a thuggish demeanor, was stepping on Chu Xiaotian's head with his foot, his face full of mockery and arrogance. Old man, still so stubborn, huh? Let me ask you again, do you yield or not? Bah! Chu Xiaotian mustered all his strength and spat a bloody froth onto the young man's pant leg. You ungrateful of the Sun family. If it weren't for our Chu family back then, your Sun family would have gone bankrupt long ago. And now you dare to desecrate my Chu family's ancestral graves. Times change, the young man replied, laughing instead of getting angry. He wiped his pant leg, his gaze growing increasingly ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame your useless grandson Yu. It would have been better if he just died in prison clean and done with. But no, he had to get out. My father said, to pull weeds, you must uproot them. Since he insists on coming back, I'll just have to be merciful and send your whole family down, for a nice reunion. As he spoke, the young man's gaze happened to catch sight of Yu, who had just rushed in. He froze for a moment, and then the smile on his face grew even more cruel and excited. Well, speak of the devil. Yu, you're really hard to kill. Even the Black Prison couldn't finish you off? The young man was none other than the eldest son of the Sun family, another prominent clan in Jiangdong, Sun Chao. The Sun family was precisely the most treacherous wolf that betrayed the Chu family and kicked them when they were down during that earth-shattering conspiracy back then. Sun Chao relished Yu's eyes, which were nearly spitting fire, and the perverse pleasure thrilled him. He raised his foot and pressed it heavily onto Chu Xuantian's face, laughing maniacally. Yu, see that? This is the fate of your Chu family. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. He turned his head and issued an utterly inhumane order to the group of shovel-wielding bodyguards behind him. What are you waiting for? Dig, exhume the ancestral graves of the Chu family and scatter their ashes to the wind. Chapter 2, Bloodstained Ancestral Graves. The wrath of a god of war shakes heaven and earth. Clang! A sharp metallic screech rang out. The bodyguards who were about to swing their shovels suddenly froze mid-motion. To their horror, they discovered that their shovels had been cleanly severed by an invisible, powerful force. Do you think the Chu family has no one left to defend its honor? Sun Chao barely had time to blink before Yu appeared right in the center of the cemetery. His expression remained calm as ever, but his eyes had transformed into an unfathomable sea of blood, as if mountains of corpses and rivers of blood were churning within. You. Sun Chao's heart skipped a beat as an ominous premonition surged within him. Yu ignored him, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on his grandfather who lay trampled beneath his feet, face covered in blood. His grandfather, Chu Xiaotian. Throughout his life in military service, he guarded the nation's borders with unwavering resolve. With his iron fists, he struck fear into the hearts of foreign adversaries, earning the title of the undefeated war god of Dragon Country. Never before have I suffered such humiliation. His 7 elder brothers are all pillars of the nation, guarding the frontiers with illustrious achievements, securing this land's peace with their lives and blood. Now, even the peace after death is unattainable. His father and uncle, one a titan of commerce and the other a pillar of the military, had made tremendous contributions to the prosperity and stability of Jiangdong. This was the Chu family, a lineage of unwavering loyalty and generations of merit. Yet now, the head of the war god was trampled underfoot by petty villains, and the hero's tombstone was shattered by jackals. How ironic, how tragic. Yu let out a roar that had been suppressed to its limit, a sound that no longer resembled a human voice but rather the howl of a malevolent spirit from the depths of the underworld. Boom! The overwhelming murderous aura that had erupted from the Black Prison training ground surged forth once more, even more violent and frigid than before. The temperature in the entire cemetery plummeted to freezing point, as if even the air was about to solidify. Do it! Kill him! Sun Chao, terrified by this overwhelming presence, shrieked with a voice that was more bravado than courage. The bodyguard closest to Chuyu, relying on his tall and burly stature, mustered his courage and swung the broken shovel in his hand, viciously aiming for Chuyu's head. Chuyu didn't even bat an eyelid. At the very moment the broken shovel was about to strike, he moved like lightning, grabbing the bodyguard's neck and lifting him into the air with one hand as effortlessly as lifting a chick. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. The bodyguard's neck was snapped with a sickening crunch, his head lolling at an unnatural angle, eyes wide open in death, unable to close in eternal unrest. Chuyu casually flung the still warm corpse like trash in front of the ancestral tombstone of the Sun family. Bang! The corpse collided with the stone tablet with a dull thud. Grandfather, your grandson is unfilial, bringing shame upon you. Chuyu slowly turned around, knelt on both knees before Chu Xiaotian, and apologized in a hoarse voice. Chu Xiaotian looked at his grandson, who now seemed like a completely different person, decisive and ruthless, and could no longer suppress the turmoil and grief in his heart. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Grandpa! Chuyu and Shinru cried out simultaneously. You've actually become a martial artist? Sun Chao stared at the corpse on the ground, then at Chuyu, whose aura was overwhelming. The mockery and arrogance on his face finally faded, replaced by endless shock and intense killing intent. He had originally thought Chuyu was just a stray dog lucky enough to escape prison, someone he could trample at will. But now, this dog has grown fangs capable of killing. This brat must not be spared. Chuyu, how dare you kill someone from the Sun family? You're dead. Sun Chao's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Everyone, attack together. Kill him, and I'll give each of you 1,000,000. Under the lure of hefty rewards, the bodyguards stirred again, grabbing their weapons and closing in with menacing looks. Chuyu slowly stood up, handing her unconscious grandfather to the ant beside her, her eyes as cold as eternal ice. Sun Chao, do you know that 20 years ago, your Sun family offended a powerful outsider and were nearly wiped out when they were cornered at your doorstep? Sun Chao was stunned, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up. Chuyu's voice struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer, word by word. It was my grandfather who single-handedly forced back the enemy and saved the lives of your entire Sun family. 10 years ago, when the underground forces in Jiangdong were in chaos, who stepped forward to clear all obstacles for you, allowing your Sun family to rise swiftly and become a prominent household in Jiangdong? It was my uncle. Our Chu family has shown immense kindness to your Sun family. Not only have you failed to repay us, but you were also the first to kick us when we were down, seizing our family's assets, and now you even dare to desecrate my ancestors' graves. Chuyu took a step forward, cracking the ground beneath him. Pointing at Sun Chao, he demanded sharply, tell me, what role did your Sun family play in the massacre 5 years ago? Sun Chao was forced to retreat step by step under Chuyu's imposing aura, his face turning pale, a trace of barely noticeable panic flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a series of rapid and orderly footsteps echoed from outside the cemetery. Stop right there! A thunderous roar rang out. Dozens of burly men in black combat attire strode in with commanding presence, their movements swift and powerful. Their temples bulged prominently, their auras fierce and formidable, each with a golden thread embroidered eagle spreading its wings across their chests. Leading them was a nearly 2-meter-tall bald giant, his face marred by a vicious scar, exuding an overwhelming aura of iron will and bloodlust. His presence was no less intimidating than Chuyu's had been earlier. It's the Eagles gang. Shenru's face turned deathly pale the moment she recognized them, the largest underground faction in Jiangdong. Their leader, Golden Eagle, has come in person. She grabbed Chuyu's arm urgently, pleading in a frantic whisper, Xiaoyu, hurry, take your grandfather and go. I'll hold them off, they wouldn't dare harm me. When Sun Chao saw the newcomer, it was as if he had found his backbone. The fear on his face vanished instantly, replaced by arrogance once more. Pointing at Chuyu, he shouted at the bald, burly man, Master Diao, it's this kid. He killed my men and even tried to lay a hand on me. Cripple him for me. The bald, muscular man, Jin Diao, fixed his hawk-like gaze on Chuyu, scrutinizing him with an air of assessment. Chuyu gently patted his aunt's hand and shielded her behind him, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable force. Auntie, in the past, it was you and my brothers who protected me. From today onward, it's my turn to protect the Chu family. As the words fell, Chuyu moved. His figure left a faint afterimage in place as his entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Seeking death, the Golden Eagle's pupils contracted, never expecting Chuyu to dare attack him first. With an angry roar, veins bulged on his fist as large as a sandpot, inner force erupting, his punch tore through the air with a deafening crack. This single strike could shatter stone and split monuments. Yet, facing this thunderous punch, Chuyu neither dodged nor evaded, not even sparing it a glance. At the moment he brushed past the Golden Eagle, he merely raised his hand casually, fingers pointed like a sword, and lightly traced a line across the eagle's neck. Puck! A thin line of blood silently appeared on the Golden Eagle's neck. The Golden Eagle's powerful fist came to an abrupt halt just an inch away from Chuyu's face. The ferocious grin on his face froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only a hoarse, whistling sound escaped his throat. The next second, thud! A massive, bald head soared into the sky. Scalding blood gushed like a fountain from his severed neck, painting the sky crimson. The leader of the Eagle Gang, the Golden Eagle who once dominated the underworld of Jiangdong, was dead. A single move, an instant kill. The entire scene fell into deathly silence. Everyone was utterly terrified by this bloody and shocking spectacle, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. Sun Chao's grin froze on his face, while the once ferocious Eagle Gang members now trembled with fear, their legs giving way beneath them, barely able to grip their knives. Whoever kills my family, whoever desecrates my ancestors' graves. Chu Yu's voice, like a deathly whisper from hell, echoed in everyone's ears. Kill, kill, kill. With each utterance of the word kill, his figure flickered once. With every flicker, several members of the Eagle Gang or Sun family bodyguards clutched their throats, their eyes filled with terror and unwillingness, before collapsing to the ground. That wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Chu Yu moved like a god of death returned from hell, strolling leisurely through the crowd. Every strike he made inevitably claimed another vibrant life. Blood stained the ground, and severed limbs flew in all directions. In just over 10 seconds, within the graveyard, apart from Chu Yu, Shinru, and the unconscious Chu Xiaotian, only one last person remained standing. Sun Chao. His whole body trembled violently like a sieve, his crotch damp. He was so terrified that he actually pissed himself. He watched as the blood-drenched, demon-like man strode toward him step by step, his mental defenses utterly shattered. Devil! You're a devil! Sun Chao let out a piercing scream, turned and ran, mustering every ounce of strength as he frantically dashed toward the cemetery gate. He had never felt himself running so fast before. Just keep running, just escape from this living hell, and he could survive. As the cemetery gates grew closer, a wild joy of surviving a disaster appeared on Sun Chao's face. Yet, just as he was about to dash through the gates, a figure silently appeared before him as if teleporting, blocking all his paths. It's Chu Yu. The ecstasy on Sun Chao's face instantly froze. One strike shatters the master. My sister-in-law is in danger. You can't kill me. Facing this killing machine before him, Sun Chao's legs buckled. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. All traces of the arrogant young master from a wealthy family vanished. My Sun family is one of the 4 great families of Jiangdong. My father is in the closest terms with the commander-in-chief of the East China Theater. Kill me, and you make an enemy of the entire East China Theater. Heaven and earth will hold no place for you. He invoked his most powerful protector in a desperate last stand. The commander-in-chief of the East China Theater? That was a true military commander whose every move shook the entire East China region. Yet not a flicker of emotion rippled across Chu Yu's face. He looked at Sun Chao as if he were already dead, a sneer curling his lips. Commander-in-chief of the East China Theater? If he dares to stand in my way, I'll kill him too. His words were spoken calmly, yet they thundered like a bolt from the heavens in Sun Chao's ears. Madman. This guy is absolutely insane. He didn't even give a damn about a high-ranking provincial official. Chu Yu wasted no more words. Slowly, he raised his hand, fingers pressed together. Within his palm, a destructive force rapidly coalesced. Sun Chao's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks as the shadow of death enveloped him completely, more intensely than ever before. At that critical moment. Halt! Who dares to run amok in Jiangdong? A thunderous shout erupted from the cemetery entrance like a bolt from the blue. A blurred figure, moving at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly covered dozens of meters and blocked Sun Chao's path. The figure was a gaunt, elderly man in traditional Chinese attire, roughly 60 years old. His temples bulged prominently, and his hawk-like eyes flashed with piercing brilliance with every blink. He radiated an aura of power far surpassing that of the Golden Eagle earlier. Seeing this man, Sun Chao, who had already succumbed to despair, suddenly burst into wild joy, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Steward Zhao. How did you get here? Quickly kill this scum. He murdered the Eagle Lord and now wants to kill me. Zhao the steward? A member of the Zhao family from the provincial capital. Sun Chao's heart instantly settled back into his chest. He knew his life was saved. Useless. Steward Zhao shot a cold glance at Sun Chao, who was sobbing uncontrollably, his eyes filled with contempt. He turned his head, his hawk-like eyes scanning Chu Yu from head to toe as he declared haughtily, "Boy, do you know who I am? I am Zhao Fu, the chief steward of the Zhao family in the provincial capital. And I am a genuine 4th-rank martial artist." The martial path was divided into 9 ranks, ascending from lowest to highest. 1st rank, refining essence. 2nd rank, refining skin. 3rd rank, refining bone. These 3 realms belong to external force martial artists, men capable of lifting heavy weights and facing 10 foes alone. The 4th rank, however, is the Qi cultivation realm. Inner strength radiates outward, capable of injuring with a mere leaf or flower petal. Their speed is so swift they can even dodge a pistol bullet. Across all of Jiangdong, 4th-rank martial artists were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Such a master could command a region and found their own school. Zhao Fu stood with his hands behind his back, chin raised, gazing down at Chu Yu with an expression that treated him as mere vermin. His voice dripped with condescending judgment. For one so young to possess such prowess, you are indeed a prodigy. Yet it is a pity your character is so flawed you know neither heaven's height nor earth's depth. Now, kneel and sever your own arms. Then follow me back to the Zhao residence to await the young master's judgment. Perhaps I might spare your wretched life. His words sounded like a divine decree bestowed upon a mere mortal. In his eyes, with a fourth-rank martial artist speaking directly, this wild brat who'd crawled out of some godforsaken corner had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. Yet Chuyu merely gave him a faint glance. Enough. The moment the words fell, he moved. No flashy moves, no earth-shattering aura. He simply raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike toward Zhao Fu. How dare you overreach? A mere speck of dust, yet you presume to challenge. The scorn on Zhao Fu's face hadn't fully faded when his words abruptly halted. He realized with horror that an indescribable, terrifying force, like a tidal wave, had instantly sealed off all his escape routes. That force was domineering, colossal, and utterly unmatched. In his perception, it wasn't mere internal energy at all, it was an ocean. An endless ocean vast enough to swallow heaven and earth. No, this can't be. You're a grandmaster? For the first time, Zhao Fu's face twisted into sheer terror. He tried to flee, but his body felt pinned down by a towering mountain. Even moving a finger seemed impossible. He could only watch helplessly as that seemingly ordinary palm grew larger and larger in his pupils. The next second. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Before Sun Chao's utterly stunned gaze, the once arrogant fourth-rank martial artist Zhao Fu exploded like a smashed watermelon. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, bones reduced to pulp. Not even a complete corpse remained. Another strike. Instant kill. Sun Chao's mind buzzed, turning completely blank. A fourth-rank martial artist, just gone? What the hell kind of monster is this? Fear, like an endless tide, instantly drowned all his reason. He cared not for threats or pleas for mercy, turning to flee once more. But this time, a hand like an iron clamp seized his ankle with deadly grip. Ah! Sun Chao let out a piercing scream as his entire body was violently dragged back. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! He completely broke down, frantically kowtowing as Chuyu approached step by step. His forehead slammed against the ground, thudding with each impact. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please, spare my life. I'll tell you everything. What happened 5 years ago? It wasn't the Sun family. We were just following orders. Chuyu's footsteps faltered slightly. Whose orders? It was the Zhao family from the provincial capital. It was Zhao Jun, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Sun Chao clung to this last straw like a drowning man, spilling everything out like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Back then, it was Zhao Jun who set his sights on your Chu family. He hatched a poisonous plot, colluding with several major clans to overthrow you overnight. Our Sun family merely got a taste of the spoils. Oh, and your 7 sisters-in-law. Those 7 stunning beauties of yours, they're in Zhao Jun's clutches now too. Sun Chao seemed to recall something, a sickly smugness spreading across his face. Zhao Jun has set his sights on them. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, he's holding a grand wedding at the most luxurious hotel in Jiangdong, the Walling Grand Hotel. He intends to marry all 7 of your sisters-in-law in front of every prominent figure in Jiangdong. Ha 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 ha. Chuyu, aren't you the unbeatable fighter? The killing machine? Kill me now, and all 7 of your heavenly beautiful sisters-in-law will fall into Zhao Jun's hands. Their lives, along with your grandfathers and aunts, are now in my hands. Kneel down and beg me. Kowtow to me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll even plead with young Master Zhao to let you see them one last time. He thought he'd found Chuyu's weak spot and began to grow arrogant again. Yet what met his gaze was a pair of eyes cold as ice, devoid of even a shred of emotion. Snap! Chuyu stomped down, crushing Sun Chao's other leg into pulverized bone. Aya! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the entire cemetery. You! Sun Chao writhed in agony on the ground, his face frozen in utter disbelief. I warned you, those who defy the Chu family, those who dishonor my kin, shall die. Chuyu's voice held not a shred of warmth. As for the Zhao family, I shall pay them a visit myself. You! Sun Chao tried to protest. But Chuyu had lost all patience. He raised his foot and stomped down hard on Sun Chao's skull. Splat! Red and white splattered everywhere, and the sound abruptly ceased. The world finally fell silent. Little Yu. Shinru, standing nearby, stared at the bloody mess strewn across the floor and at her ruthlessly decisive nephew. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Yet her eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, they brimmed with boundless excitement and hope. The Chu family was saved. The great vengeance is done. Ignoring the sea of corpses and blood around him, Chuyu turned and walked to the 10 tombstones that had been smashed to pieces. He knelt down heavily on both knees. Father, mother, eldest uncle, brothers. Your unworthy son, younger brother, has returned too late. Rest in peace. From this day forward, all who dishonor the Chu family shall die by my hand. All who oppress the Chu family, I will annihilate. All who harm the Chu family, I shall make them perish along with their entire clan. He bowed 3 times with reverence before the shattered tombstone. Then, he carefully gathered the urns containing his parents' and eldest uncle's ashes, wrapped them in his own coat, and clutched them tightly to his chest. Only after completing these tasks did he slowly rise, helping his tear-streaked aunt and unconscious grandfather to their feet. "Aunt, let's go to the Hualing Hotel to bring the sisters-in-law home." But just as they reached the cemetery gates, dozens of piercing sirens wailed closer and closer. Several public security bureau vehicles executed a sharp spin, coming to a smooth halt at the cemetery entrance, completely blocking the exit. Doors flung open as dozens of armed security officers stormed out, swiftly setting up a perimeter. At the forefront stood a woman in uniform, radiating a commanding presence. Tall and stunningly beautiful, her short, sharp haircut added to her commanding presence. Yet at this moment, her lovely face was etched with unprecedented gravity and shock. Even she, accustomed to witnessing all manner of dramatic scenes, couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the carnage unfolding within the cemetery. Her gaze finally settled on the man clutching the urn, covered in blood yet standing perfectly straight. "Freeze!" Captain Zhao Ling suppressed the horror surging within her, drew the stun baton from her waist, pointed it at Chuyu from a distance, and barked harshly. "Hands behind your head. Get down on the ground now." The police officer kneels in submission. Citywide manhunt. Chuyu's footsteps finally halted. He slowly turned his head, those eyes stained with blood yet still as deep as an abyss, meeting Zhao Ling's gaze for the first time. "This matter is none of your concern," he said, his voice quiet yet carrying an authority that brooked no argument. The weakest among those who died here was a third-rank martial artist. There was also Golden Eagle, leader of the Eagle Gang, and Zhao Fu, a fourth-rank martial artist from the Zhao family of the provincial capital. Martial artists violating prohibitions fall under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Bureau. You lack the rank. Now, report this immediately. Then, get out of my sight. Every word was spoken with unparalleled arrogance. Zhao Ling's heart trembled violently. The Martial Arts Bureau. That was the mysterious institution that stood above all local security systems, specifically tasked with handling matters within the martial arts world. Ordinary people wouldn't even dream of encountering it, most had never even heard of its existence. And yet this young man before her dared to speak its name outright, even telling her, the criminal investigation captain of the Jiangdong Security Bureau, that she was insufficiently ranked. What horrified her even more was that in Chuyu's eyes, she saw no trace of provocation or bluff, only utter composure. As if what he said was simply an undeniable truth. Surveying the scattered corpses, especially the Golden Eagle and the mangled, unrecognizable mass of flesh, and recalling the news she'd just received, she had arrived too late. Ultimately, she was a step behind. "Captain, why waste words with him? This man is utterly depraved. Shoot him on the spot to set an example," a young security officer shouted indignantly from the side. "Shut up!" Zhao Ling snapped, whipping her head around with a cold rebuke. She drew a deep breath, her gaze complex as she looked at Chu Xiaotian, now unconscious and supported by Shenru. The once formidable face that had struck fear into the Dragon Nation was now covered in blood and humiliation. A flicker of pity crossed her heart. Finally, she slowly lowered the stun baton in her hand and issued an order to all her subordinates that left them utterly stunned. "Everyone, fall back. Seal off the scene. Everything that happened here today is classified as top secret. Not a single word is to be disclosed to the outside world. Anyone disobeying this order will be charged with leaking classified information. Captain, but carry out the order." Zhao Ling's voice was firm and decisive. Chuyu gave her a long, lingering look but said nothing more. Clutching the urn, he supported his grandfather and aunt as they brushed past the squad of officers and walked straight away. Only after Chuyu's figure vanished completely around the corner did a trusted subordinate approach Zhao Ling. "Captain," he asked, puzzled, "you just let him go? This is a major case. How are we going to explain this to the Sun and Zhao families?" Zhao Ling offered no reply, merely gazing in the direction Chuyu had departed. She murmured softly, her voice barely audible to herself. "Old war god, you once showed me kindness and guidance. Now, this is all I can do to repay you." Meanwhile, in Jiangdong City, at the Hualing Grand Hotel, the top-floor presidential suite had been transformed into an extravagantly luxurious wedding venue. Bright red double happiness characters and roses adorned every surface, creating an atmosphere that was festive and vibrant, yet tinged with an inexplicable sense of unease. Sun Zhenghai, the patriarch of the Sun family and father of Sun Chao, stood in a crisp suit, his face plastered with obsequiousness as he directed servants to arrange the venue, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To curry favor with the towering Zhao family from the provincial capital, he had poured his heart and soul into organizing this special wedding, hoping to win the favor of young Master Zhao Jun. Just then, a servant burst in, his face pale with panic. He stumbled and crawled his way to Sun Zhenghai's feet. "Master! Master! It's terrible! Something major has happened. What's the panic?" Sun Zhenghai frowned, his voice sharp with irritation. "Has the sky fallen? Can't you see I'm handling matters for young Master Zhao? If you delay the auspicious hour, do you think you can bear the consequences?" No, Master." The subordinate's voice trembled, choked with tears. "The young master, he's dead." "What? Sun Zhenghai's smile froze instantly. He yanked the subordinate by the collar, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Say it again. What happened to Chire? Young master, he was murdered. At the Chu family cemetery in the western suburbs. His head was crushed underfoot." Boom! Sun Zhenghai felt his mind go blank, the world spinning violently. He nearly collapsed to the ground. His only son, his most cherished child, was dead? Who did this? Sun Zhenghai roared like a wild beast. It was that remnant of the Chu family, Shu Yu. Shu Yu? Sun Zhenghai froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that good-for-nothing kill Chao? He was surrounded by the Eagle Gang. The subordinate was on the verge of tears. Master. It's absolutely true. Not only the young master, but also the Eagle Gang's leader, Golden Eagle, and Zhao Fu, the steward sent by the Zhao family, they're all dead. Killed in a single strike. What? If Sun Chao's death had plunged him into heart-wrenching grief, then Zhao Fu's demise sent waves of terror crashing over him like a tidal wave of doom. He was a Zhao family man. A fourth-rank martial artist. And he too had fallen at Chu Yu's hands? Madness. Utter madness. Sun Zhenghai's face drained of color as he stumbled backward. He knew the situation had spiraled completely beyond his control. He snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with venom and madness. Quick! Contact every remaining member of the Eagle Gang immediately. Then reach out to Commander Wang of the City Guard. Tell him the Sun family is willing to pay 100 million to buy the lives of every single member of the Chu family. I want to see Chu Yu, that old bastard Chu Xiaotian, that Shinru, the corpses of them all. Jiangdong Public Security Bureau, Director's Office. Commissioner Zhang Guodong had just hung up Zhao Ling's call, his face a mask of disbelief and incredulity. Shu Yu? A single man killed Sun Chao, Golden Eagle, and Zhao Fu, a fourth-rank martial artist from the Zhao family? Zhang Guodong scoffed, flinging the report onto his desk. Pure fairy tales. He paced back and forth in his office, hands behind his back, his eyes dripping with contempt. I've dealt with the Chu family for half my life. I know every detail about their 3 generations. Chu Xiaotian was a war god. His 8 sons were all exceptional talents. Only this grandson, Shu Yu, was a useless good-for-nothing since childhood. 5 years ago, he even caused a scandal involving treason and collusion with the enemy. Him? After 5 years in black prison, he's suddenly become a killing machine? He paused, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. I suspect it was the 7 sons of the Chu family who died on the battlefield. Their comrades from the Northern Frontier Theater of Operations struck. Only those elite soldiers who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood possess such prowess. Whoever did this, causing such a commotion on my turf, clearly doesn't hold me in any regard. Zhang Guodong picked up the phone on his desk and dialed an internal line. His voice was icy as he gave the order, deploy the Black Panther Special Forces immediately. Seal off the entire city and bring me the killer. Remember, I want him alive. In an instant, both the underworld and the authorities were thrown into turmoil. Thousands of Eagle Gang members swarmed the streets like mad dogs, searching everywhere for Chu Yu. The Public Security Bureau's elite special forces had also mobilized in full force. A vast net was silently closing in on Chu Yu. Meanwhile, in Jiangdong City, at the Jinwu Bureau branch office. In the bureau chief's office, a square-jawed, imposing middle-aged man stared intently at an urgent intelligence report in his hands. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes filled with shock. One palm strike killed 4th-rank martial artist Zhao Fu? Well done, Chu Yu. Well done, the prodigal son of the Chu family. Transmit my orders. The director slammed his fist on the desk, rising to his feet with a presence as imposing as a mountain. All active duty personnel of the Jinwu Bureau, assemble immediately. Follow me. I shall personally escort this god of death. West of the city, in a dilapidated dwelling. This had been Shenru's refuge for the past 5 years. Xiao Yu, it's no good. Your grandfather's injuries are too severe. We must get him to the hospital immediately. Shenru stared at Chu Xiaotian, lying on the bed with faint breaths and a face already turning dark. Her anxiety brought tears to her eyes. Auntie, there's no need. Shu Yu remained remarkably composed. He gently pressed his grandfather's wrist, channeling a pure stream of internal energy into him, safeguarding Chu Xiaotian's vital heart meridian. Turning his head, he spoke with unwavering composure, a hospital can't save grandfather, but I can. With that, he carefully retrieved an antique wooden box from his robe. Opening the box, 9 golden needles of varying lengths lay within, each radiating a faint golden glow as if alive. The moment the needles appeared, the entire room seemed to grow a touch warmer. These needles are called 9 transformations to restore vitality, he continued. They are the culmination of my master's life's work. Forged from celestial meteorite iron, infused with 9 divine metals, and tempered by the fire of the Earth's core, they were refined over 99 years, a total of 81 cycles. Shu Yu's voice carried a hint of reverie and profound respect. My master once said that this needle could reverse life and death, Yin and Yang. As long as a single breath remained, even the lord of the underworld couldn't claim the person. Golden needle saves the war god. 1 man against 1,000. With that, Chuyu hesitated no longer. His fingers flew like lightning. The 9 golden needles seemed to come alive, transforming into streaks of light. Following mystical trajectories too swift for the naked eye to follow, they pierced with pinpoint accuracy the 9 vital acupoints surrounding Chu Xiaotian. Hum. As the needles pierced his flesh, a faint humming sound echoed. The tips of the 9 needles began to vibrate rapidly and rhythmically, drawing upon some mysterious force from the heavens and earth. This force flowed ceaselessly into Chu Xiaotian's body. Shenru watched in horror as, with each vibration of the needles, strands of visible black death energy were forcibly expelled from her grandfather's 7 orifices, dissipating into thin air. Chu Xiaotian's complexion, which had been ashen as dead ashes, rapidly regained a healthy flush at an astonishing speed. His breath, once faint and nearly extinguished, gradually steadied and grew strong. This was no mere acupuncture. This was nothing short of a miracle. A divine intervention snatching life from the jaws of death. Moments later, Chuyu withdrew the golden needles. Chu Xiaotian's condition had completely stabilized. Though still unconscious, the deathly pallor that had enveloped him vanished entirely, replaced by a deep, concentrated vitality. Grandfather's life is saved, Chuyu said calmly as he carefully stored the golden needles. However, his old injuries were severe, and the profound humiliation he endured has caused significant damage to his heart meridians. To fully awaken him, we still need one more ingredient, a herb called dragon's blood grass, to serve as the catalyst. Dragon's blood grass. Shenru murmured, hope reigniting in her eyes. As long as he's alive, there's hope. Auntie, please stay here and tend to grandfather. Chuyu rose slowly, his deep eyes glancing toward the window, in the direction of the Hualing Grand Hotel, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. I'll go fetch my sisters-in-law home. Xiao Yu, don't go. Shenru's heart clenched violently as she grabbed his hand, her face etched with worry. The Sun and Zhao families suffered such heavy losses they won't let this rest. Jiangdong is now swarming with people hunting you down. Going out now is like walking into a trap. We can't possibly fight them. Though she had witnessed Chuyu's extraordinary abilities, their enemies were the entire Jiangdong region, even the colossal forces of the provincial capital. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. How could she not worry? We can't fight them? Chuyu slowly turned to face his aunt, her face etched with worry. His voice was quiet, yet it carried an authority powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers. Auntie, in the past, it was grandfather, father, my eldest uncle, and my brothers who upheld the Chu family. Now, they are gone. I, Chuyu, am the new sky of the Chu family. And no one shall pierce this sky. Whoever dares to reach out, I will sever their claws. Whoever dares to stand in my way, I will crush their bones. With that, he turned resolutely and pushed open the door. Xiao Yu. Shenru reached out, hoping to hold him back, but grasped only air. Watching that resolute and solitary figure retreat, her eyes welled up with tears she could no longer hold back. But this time, the tears flowing down her cheeks were tears of excitement. Tears of hope. The prodigal son of the Chu family had returned. The sky above the Chu family would not collapse. As Chuyu stepped out of the dilapidated apartment building, his footsteps faltered slightly. At the alley entrance, a familiar tall figure leaned against a public security bureau vehicle, seemingly having waited for quite some time. It was Zhao Ling, who had returned after leaving. You dare come back? Chuyu's eyes turned cold. Here to arrest me? If I wanted to arrest you, I wouldn't have come alone. The Black Panther Special Forces would be here by now. Zhao Ling straightened up with a complex expression upon seeing Chuyu and got straight to the point. I'm here to warn you. She took a deep breath, her voice urgent. Sun Zhanghai, the head of the Sun family, has gone mad. He's put 100 million bounty on your head and mobilized every remaining force of the Eagle Gang to hunt you down across the city. Our Public Security Bureau Chief Zhang has also ordered the deployment of our most elite Black Panther Special Forces. Beyond that, there's another force you need to be most wary of. The Martial Arts Bureau, right? Chuyu interjected calmly. Zhao Ling's pupils contracted, her face filled with disbelief. You, how do you know? Chuyu didn't answer, only fixed her with a scrutinizing gaze. Why are you helping me? Don't tell me it's because of my grandfather's favor. That debt was repaid long ago at the cemetery. Zhao Ling felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Clenching her teeth, she blurted out, I don't care who you really are or what your motives are. All I know is that old war god Chu is a hero of the Dragon Nation. Heroes shouldn't be disgraced. His family shouldn't bleed anymore. You must take your grandfather and aunt away from Jiangdong immediately, the farther, the better. If you delay any longer, it truly will be too late. Run? A cold curve touched Chuyu's lips. I'm not the one who should be running. He lifted his head, gazing toward the alley entrance, his voice flat. They're coming, but they're only coming to die. You're too arrogant. Zhao Ling was both furious and anxious. They're thousands of members of the Eagle Gang and the Special Operations Squad of the Public Security Bureau. Even if you're a skilled fighter, can you really take on 1,000 men alone? Before she could finish, a deafening screech of brakes and roar of engines echoed through the neighborhood, growing louder with every passing second. Dozens of black vans swarmed into the narrow street like sharks sensing blood, blocking the sole exit completely. Doors slammed open simultaneously. Over 100 men clad in black, their faces twisted in fury, wielding machetes and clubs, poured out like a tidal wave, completely surrounding the dilapidated residential building. At the forefront stood none other than Sun Zhanghai, the head of the Sun family. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted, as he fixed his gaze on the residential building, letting out a savage, venomous roar. Shu Yu glanced at Zhao Ling, whose face had turned deathly pale, and said calmly, "Hide. Don't let me drag you down." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Sun Zhanghai spotted Shu Yu in the alley. His face, already twisted by the grief of losing his son, contorted into an even more hideous grimace. "Shu Yu! You damned bastard! You finally showed your face!" Pointing at Shu Yu, Sun Zhanghai bellowed with every ounce of strength, "Attack! Kill him! I'll chop him into mincemeat for the dogs. Not a single member of the Chu family shall be spared. Kill them all! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Yes! Over 100 members of the Eagle Gang let out a deafening roar. Wielding their weapons, they surged forward like a bursting flood, charging madly toward Shu Yu. The overwhelming killing intent was enough to terrify any sane person to the point of paralysis. Yet, facing this terrifying charge of 100 men, Shu Yu merely raised his head slowly. He moved. With a single step, he strode toward the surging tide of men, as if taking a leisurely stroll through a garden. A trace of contemptuous mockery even played upon his face. "You worthless rabble think you have the right to lay a finger on anyone from the Chu family? Today, I shall show all of Jiangdong what it means to be a god whose might is like a prison." He crushed it with his bare hand. Boom! Killing intent and the surging crowd collided with thunderous force. The first to charge at Shu Yu were two burly men with ferocious expressions. Their cleavers whipped through the air, creating vicious gusts. Flanking him left and right, they sealed off all his escape routes, aiming straight for his head and neck. A cruel satisfaction spread across Sun Zhanghai's face. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Shu Yu was, facing this deadly combined attack, he was as good as dead. Yet Shu Yu didn't move an inch. Just as the blades were about to strike, he casually raised his left and right hands. Thud! Thud! Two dull thuds echoed, like iron hammers striking watermelons. The two burly men's heads were crushed to pulp by his hands, delivered with a delayed yet decisive strike. Red and white splattered across the faces of their horrified comrades behind them. Impossible! A collective gasp erupted from the crowd, halting their forward momentum. Shu Yu showed no sign of stopping. He stepped into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. His movements were devoid of excess, each strike simple, direct, and efficient to the extreme. One punch pierced through a man's chest. One kick snapped the necks of 3 men. A single finger shattered another's forehead. This wasn't combat, it was a one-sided slaughter. At first, the Eagle Gang members, relying on their numbers, charged forward with contemptuous sneers. But as comrades fell one by one in the most gruesome ways, as that figure strolled through the crowd like a garden walk, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake, their courage was utterly crushed. "A demon! He's a demon! Run! Run for your lives!" Fear spread like a plague. The 100-strong force that had been charging forward with such ferocity just a moment ago instantly collapsed. Everyone abandoned their armor and weapons, wailing and screaming as they turned and fled. The triumphant expression on Sun Zhanghai's face froze solid, replaced by sheer terror. He spun around, desperate to crawl back into the car. But Shu Yu's figure appeared before him like a ghostly apparition. "My son is dead. I'll fight you to the death." Sun Zhanghai went completely mad, pulling a pistol from his coat and aiming it at Shu Yu's head. Without even looking, Shu Yu flicked his finger. An invisible blast of air surged forward, striking first. Pop! Sun Zhanghai's wrist was pierced clean through, the pistol falling limply to the ground. Before he could utter a scream, a hand clamped around his throat, hoisting him into the air. "The Chu family? You think a worthless piece of trash like you can touch us?" Snap! A crisp snap echoed as Sun Zhanghai's neck snapped cleanly. His head drooped downward, eyes wide open in death. Shu Yu casually tossed the corpse to the ground, turning to face the fleeing gang members scattering in all directions. Slowly raising his right hand, he clenched it midair toward the crowd. "Coalesce." The single word escaped his lips softly. In an instant, every fleeing gang member stiffened, as if bound by invisible shackles, utterly immobilized. Terror and confusion etched themselves onto their faces as they helplessly watched their bodies slowly compress and contort under an irresistible force. "No!" Piercing screams rose in waves, yet they could not halt this terrifying spectacle. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of rapid explosions, over 100 gang members were violently crushed mid-air into clouds of blood mist, all at the same instant. The entire street was instantly engulfed in a thick, pungent stench of blood. Pools of blood pooled into streams, flowing slowly like a hell on earth. At the alley entrance, Zhao Ling, hiding behind a car, witnessed this demonic spectacle. Her entire body froze, her mind going blank. She clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Blood flowed like a river. Shu Yu had truly done it. When the dust finally settled, Shu Yu turned to leave. Zhao Ling finally couldn't hold back. She burst out from behind the car and blocked his path. Who are you? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. 5 years. What on earth did you go through? This transcended her understanding of martial arts, surpassed her comprehension of human limits. Xiu merely gave her a faint glance, offering no reply. Just then, a hoarse, chilling voice drifted slowly from the other end of the block, tinged with a hint of amused lament. What a misjudgment. Everyone misjudged him. Who could have imagined that the most useless little good-for-nothing of the Chu family, known to all in Jiangdong back then, would now become the most terrifying dragon crossing the river? Before the words faded, a gaunt old man clad in grey robes and clutching 2 iron balls emerged slowly from the shadows. With each step he took, his aura grew more formidable, the cold, murderous energy emanating from him more intense than that of the 100 dead bodies piled before him. Zhao Ling's face turned ashen as paper the moment she recognized the figure. The Punishment Hall elder of the Eagle Clan blood-handed butcher, Conceptual, she gasped. He's a 5th-rank martial artist. She grabbed Chu Yu's arm desperately, her voice urgent. Run! You can't defeat him. A 5th-rank martial artist possesses an endless flow of inner strength that's not something mere physical strength can match. Chu Yu gently brushed her hand away, not even glancing at the old man. 5th grade? Nothing but an insect. Arrogant. Shen Xiaolin didn't grow angry upon hearing this. Instead, he laughed. He halted his steps, twirling the iron dagger in his hand, its grinding sound piercingly sharp. Boy, you do have reason to be arrogant. To kill that good-for-nothing Zhao Fu with a single strike, your strength has likely already touched the threshold of 5th grade. His eyes turned cold, murderous intent flashing. But you're not worthy to fight me yet. He gave a grim smile and continued, Golden Eagle was trained by my own hand. You killed him, and now you must pay the price. With that, he hurled one of the iron balls in his hand at a nearby utility pole. Whoa! The iron ball sliced through the air, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. The next instant, the rooftops surrounding the block and the depths of the alleys echoed simultaneously with the sound of rapid footsteps. Shadowy figures surged forth like ghosts from every direction, once again sealing off the blood-soaked area without a single gap. This time, the numbers were greater. Hundreds of them. Each wielded standard-issue weapons, their aura heavy and brooding, eyes gleaming with savagery, clearly the true core elite of the Eagle Gang. Zhao Ling stared at the seemingly endless tide of enemies, at Chen Xiaolin standing calm and composed as if commanding everything. Her heart sank to the very depths. It's over. This time, it was truly over. Even if Chu Yu were a god, he couldn't kill them all. Yet when she turned to look at Chu Yu, she found his face still bore that same expressionless calm. Facing the encirclement of hundreds of elite soldiers, he merely lifted his head slowly, his gaze sweeping past the crowd toward the direction of the Hualing Grand Hotel. No time to play with you lot. He murmured softly, then took a single step forward. Boom! A shockwave 100 times more terrifying than any before erupted violently from his center. This was not internal energy. It was a physical force of the purest, most overwhelming kind. This was divine. This was demonic. Like an invisible bomb detonating beneath his feet. Dozens of elite Eagles gang members closest to him didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were instantly torn to shreds by the frenzied blast wave. And this was merely the beginning. Chu Yu's figure transformed into a streak of light too swift for the naked eye to follow, plunging directly into the densest crowd. He abandoned all techniques, resorting solely to barehanded combat. One punch erupted, instantly shattering the air ahead into a visible white channel of air pressure. Everything within that channel, whether flesh and blood bodies or steel weapons, was instantly reduced to dust. A sweeping kick sent a crescent-shaped leg tear through the earth, cleaving a dozen bodies in half along its path. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground. Zhao Ling had become utterly numb. She stared blankly at the carnage, at that godlike, demonic figure, her mind consumed by a single thought. 5 years. What kind of trials had he endured in that sunless black prison over these 5 years to gain such earth-shattering power? This was no longer a martial artist. This was a god. This was a demon. The battle concluded in a mere dozen breaths. Hundreds of the Eagle Gang's elite forces were annihilated. Even the arrogant 5th-rank elder Chen Xiaolin had his skull crushed by a single punch from Chu Yu, his body hanging from the power pole he himself had bent. The entire world fell silent once more. Chu Yu slowly withdrew his fist. His clothes remained spotless. He glanced at his watch, 1:45 p.m. Time's about right. He lifted his foot, ready to leave this battlefield of carnage. Zhao Ling watched his retreating figure, then surveyed the scattered limbs littering the ground. She could no longer suppress the shock and curiosity surging within her. A mad thought took root and sprouted uncontrollably in her mind. Perhaps only by following this man could she unravel all the mysteries and see the world as it truly was. Wait. Summoning every ounce of courage, she called out to Chu Yu once more, "Take me with you." Chu Yu halted, his gaze settling on Zhao Ling without a flicker of emotion. "You're too weak. You'll only be a burden." The words were blunt and cold, making Zhao Ling's face flush instantly, yet she found no way to refute them. She had witnessed his godlike prowess firsthand. She knew her own skills, which she had once prided herself on, were nothing more than an ants before Chuyu. Had big talk for such a cocky brat. That aged, icy voice echoed once more as Chen Xiaolin's gaunt figure emerged from the rubble. His grey robes lay in tatters, a trace of blood staining his lips, yet his gaze grew even more ruthless. He hadn't died. That earth-shattering strike had only inflicted minor injuries upon him. The vitality of a fifth-rank martial artist far exceeded imagination. Zhao Ling's heart leapt into her throat once more. Chen Xiaolin fixed a piercing stare on Chuyu, his eyes brimming with apprehension and confusion. You are no unknown entity. Who exactly are you? Where did you learn your skills? Chuyu finally looked him straight in the eye and spat out a few words. Beat me, and then you'll have the right to ask. Chen Xiaolin's pupils contracted sharply, the last shred of fighting spirit within him extinguished completely. He knew full well that he and this monster before him weren't even on the same level. A head-on confrontation would only lead to certain death. Fine. Very well. Chen Xiaolin's expression shifted several times before settling into a venomous sneer. Chu family brat, I remember you. The entire Eagle Gang, the entire Jiangdong underworld, none of US will let you off. We'll see about that. With that, he turned without hesitation, ready to vanish into a blur of motion. Did I say you could leave? A detached voice, like the Grim Reaper's verdict, rang out behind Chen Xiaolin's ear. Chen Xiaolin felt a terrifying sense of danger, enough to make his soul tremble, instantly enveloping his entire body from behind. He whipped his head around, his face etched with utter terror. Chuyu merely raised his hand, pointing in Chen Xiaolin's direction. From dozens of meters away, he pressed into the void. No earth-shattering roar. No world-ending shockwave. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Chen Xiaolin, the arrogant fifth-rank martial artist and elder of the punishment hall of the Eagle Gang, trembled violently. Then, like a balloon instantly drained of all moisture, his entire body exploded with a thunderous boom. No blood spattered. No severed limbs remained. His entire being dissolved into a mist of blood and bone dust, scattered by the wind, leaving not a single intact hair behind. Zhao Ling stared blankly at the scene, utterly unable to think. You killed him. This is a declaration of war against the entire Eagle Gang, against all the underground forces in Jiangdong, she blurted out instinctively, her voice trembling. So what? Chuyu countered, as if discussing a trivial matter. At that moment, a piercing siren once again split the sky, but this time, the sound was heavier, carrying a blood-curdling, ironclad aura. Several all-black, unmarked special-purpose SUVs, fitted with bulletproof glass, stormed in with brutal force, completely sealing off the area. Doors swung open as dozens of warriors in black combat fatigues, wielding specialized weapons and radiating fierce intensity, streamed out in perfect unison, their movements precise and their aura thick with lethal intent. At the forefront stood a square-jawed middle-aged man in a black trench coat, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. As he stepped forward, a mountain-like weight of authority descended upon the entire scene. Jiangdong Town Martial Bureau, Li Jianjun. Zhao Ling gasped in recognition. Li Jianjun's gaze, sharp as a sword, locked onto Chuyu. Chuyu! You defied national law, committed murder in broad daylight, slaughtered hundreds. Your crimes are heinous. His voice rang like clashing metal, piercing the eardrums. Now, in my capacity as chief of the Jiangdong Martial Bureau, I order your arrest. Surrender peacefully, or face execution on the spot. As the words fell, dozens of Town Martial Bureau soldiers raised their weapons in unison, their black muzzles trained squarely on Chuyu. Zhao Ling's heart sank to the depths. This was the true face of the state's violent apparatus. No matter how powerful Chuyu was, could he outrun a bullet? Yet, at this tense, hair-trigger moment. Whoosh! A red sports car bearing special license plates shot through the Jinmu Bureau's blockade like a bolt of lightning. With a screeching skid, it came to an abrupt halt between Chuyu and Li Jianjun. The door swung open. A young man in white training attire stepped out, his handsome features tinged with a sickly pallor. He descended with deliberate, measured steps. Without so much as a glance at the surrounding carnage, he pulled a pure gold token engraved with an ancient character for martial arts from his robe and tossed it casually to Li Jianjun. Li Jianjun, look closely at what this is. Li Jianjun caught the token and stared at it, his expression turning ashen. The Martial Alliance. What are you doing here? His voice carried a hint of shock and disbelief for the first time. This man is the commander-in-chief of the East China Theater. He's a wanted criminal specifically targeted for capture. Revered like a deity. He invoked his most formidable patron. East China Theater? The white-clad youth sneered, his face brimming with contempt. So impressive? When did a mere theater commander ever have the right to interfere with the Martial Alliance's affairs? He stepped forward and, in full view of everyone, gave Li Jianjun a slap on the face, his tone flippant. Li Jianjun, you're just a bureau chief. You don't even have the standing to speak to me. This man belongs to the Martial Alliance. Got a problem with that? Li Jianjun's face instantly turned the color of liver, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. His eyes burned with humiliation and resentment. But in the end, he slowly unclenched his fists and ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Fine. Take him away. The white-clad youth nodded with satisfaction before turning to appraise Chuyu with the scrutinizing gaze one might reserve for merchandise. Chuyu, is it? Your affairs are now under the jurisdiction of the Martial Alliance. Now, gather the remaining members of your Chu family and come with me. His tone carried the arrogance of an emperor issuing an edict. Chuyu didn't even lift an eyelid, merely uttering a single word softly from his lips. Get lost. The entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. Li Jianjun froze. Zhao Ling froze. Every warrior of the town martial bureau froze. The smile on the white-clad youth's face froze instantly, replaced by a surge of boundless rage and humiliation. He was a member of the Martial Alliance. Wherever he went, he was fawned over and revered like a god. Today, he was publicly berated by a prisoner. You're asking for death. The white-clad youth roared, his handsome features contorted with rage. What kind of trash are you? Think you're some big shot? Don't forget your Chu family is nothing but a bunch of traitors who collaborated with the enemy. Your father, your eldest uncle, your 7 brothers, all of them are the shame of the Dragon Nation. Trash begets trash. Before he could finish speaking, a blurred afterimage flashed past. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The young man in white's handsome face instantly contorted. His entire body seemed to have been struck by a speeding truck. Blood spurted from his mouth as he flew backward uncontrollably, tracing a harrowing arc through the air. Boom! The youth slammed into an SUV 10 meters away, his impact denting the hard roof into a massive human-shaped crater, shattering the glass completely. He struggled to rise, but with a gurgling sound, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails. His head lolled to the side, and he passed out instantly. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Li Jianjun and Zhao Ling's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Martial Alliance. That was a special department that stood above the Martial Arts Bureau, reporting directly to the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation, composed of a group of true martial arts prodigies. Those who entered the Martial Alliance were invariably individuals of extraordinary talent and peerless strength. This white-robed youth before them had already attained 6th-rank martial artist at such a young age, a force to be reckoned with anywhere he went. Yet now, he couldn't even withstand a single kick from Chuyu. Instantly killed with a single strike. How dare you? You dare lay a hand on our young master? The Martial Alliance subordinates who had followed the white-robed youth finally snapped out of their shock. Their eyes bulged with fury as they unleashed powerful auras, ready to strike. Yet their movements halted abruptly. For Chuyu's figure had already materialized like a ghostly apparition before the unconscious white-clad youth. One foot pressed lightly against the youth's throat. Those who insult my family shall die. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The Martial Alliance subordinates stiffened, their faces shifting from fury to sheer terror. They had no doubt that if they dared move another inch, Chuyu's foot would crush down without hesitation, grinding their young master's neck to powder. You can't kill him. He's the Martial Alliance leader's own nephew. Kill him, and no one in heaven or earth will save you, one of them shouted, his voice trembling with fear. The pressure beneath Chuyu's foot intensified slightly. The young man in white let out a choking gurgle from his throat, unable to bear the pressure. The faces of those Martial Alliance subordinates turned deathly pale, and not a single word more escaped their lips. Take him and get out. Chuyu withdrew his foot. The men felt as if they'd been granted a pardon. They scrambled to lift the unconscious youth, not daring to glance back at Chuyu once more. They scrambled and crawled into the car, fleeing in utter disarray. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. Li Jianjun watched the scene unfold, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes before it was swiftly replaced by a more intense, murderous intent. He slowly raised his hand, his voice as cold as ice from a 1,000-year glacier. Chuyu, I admit you're strong, far stronger than I ever imagined. But today, you will die without a doubt. Fire! At the command, dozens of Jinwu Bureau soldiers pulled the triggers without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The shrill crack of gunfire echoed down the long street. Dozens of tongues of fire erupted, weaving an impenetrable web of death that instantly engulfed Chuyu. No! Zhao Ling let out a desperate scream, instinctively closing her eyes, unable to bear witness. An endless wave of sorrow washed over her heart. The Chu family, a lineage of loyal martyrs today, their line would be extinguished here. Yet the expected scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere did not materialize. Instead, a series of rapid thud-thud sounds echoed. Zhao Ling trembled as she opened her eyes, only to witness a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. She saw Li Jianjun standing in place, a cruel and triumphant smile on his face. The dozens of specially designed bullets, powerful enough to tear through steel, seemed to have eyes of their own. They curved in an eerie arc, none striking Chuyu. Instead, every single one pierced his own body. The smile froze on Li Jianjun's face. He looked down at his own body, now riddled with holes like a sieve, his eyes filled with disbelief and endless terror. How could this be? Before the words left his lips, he fell backward, stiff as a board, dead as a doornail. Chuyu, however, hadn't so much as twitched a finger throughout the entire ordeal. He stood there silently, as if the hail of bullets had been nothing more than a farce that had nothing to do with him. Ghost! One of the Jinwu Bureau soldiers, unable to withstand the eerie and terrifying scene, finally lost his mind. His psychological defenses shattered completely. He let out a piercing scream, dropped his gun, and turned to flee. The others snapped out of their stupor, staring at the man who seemed like a demon god. All will to fight vanished, and they abandoned their armor and weapons, scattering like frightened birds and beasts. In an instant, the once deadly battlefield was reduced to utter chaos, leaving only a trail of destruction and a frozen Zhaoling. Her gaze fixed on Chuyu, all trace of contempt vanished from her heart, replaced by endless worry. You were too impulsive, she stepped forward, her voice thick with complexity. You've just been released from prison, and now you've offended the Sun family, the Eagle Gang, the Martial Arts Bureau, and the Martial Alliance. You've alienated everyone. How do you plan to survive in Jiangdong now? Chuyu merely gave her a faint glance. Why should I explain my actions to anyone? He strode straight to the relatively undamaged SUV, pulled open the door, and slid inside. The engine roared to life, and he sped away, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Zhaoling was left alone, her hair whipped wildly by the wind. She stared at the direction the SUV vanished, her face etched with disappointment. Her good intentions had been met with nothing but contempt. She had believed that Chuyu's emergence would clear the Chu family's wrongful accusations and bring a new order to Jiangdong. But now it seemed he was nothing more than a brute, powerful yet arrogant and reckless, incapable of restraint. With such a temperament, no matter how powerful he was, how long could he possibly last? Would the Zhao family still dare to act so brazenly? Hualing Grand Hotel. The most exclusive den of iniquity in Jiangdong, today it was heavily guarded, with luxury cars gathered in droves. A long red carpet stretched from the entrance, flanked by rows of bodyguards in black suits. Each exuded a fierce aura, their temples bulging prominently, clearly martial artists. Inside the banquet hall, the air was thick with the scent of perfume and the rustle of silk. Nearly every prominent figure in Jiangdong had gathered. Have you heard? Zhao Jun, the eldest son of the Zhao family, is marrying 7 wives in one go today. What a grand gesture. Shu, keep your voice down. Those 7 aren't ordinary women, they're the 7 brilliant daughters of the Chu family who died in battle, their brides-to-be. Each one is a breathtaking beauty. I heard these 7 women are fiercely defiant, refusing to submit even unto death. Is the Zhao family planning to force them? A well-connected merchant lowered his voice, a hint of schadenfreude on his face. Whether it's forced or not doesn't matter. Do you really think the Zhao family cares about these women? They're setting a trap. A trap to lure the snake out of its hole. The snake? You mean that remnant of the Chu family just released from prison, Chuyu? Who else could it be? Word's out that this morning, the entire Sun family, thousands of the Eagle Gang, were slaughtered by that Chuyu alone. Even Zhao Fu, the 4th-rank martial artist from the provincial Zhao family, was killed in one strike. That kid is a madman crawling straight out of hell. Whoa! That intense? And the Zhao family still dares to act so brazenly? That's where you're mistaken. The wealthy merchant sneered coldly, lifting his wine cup. The Zhao family craves this very spectacle. Zhao Jun intends to humiliate the Chu family's woman before the entire world. Do you think that Chuyu would dare not show up? If he dares show his face, this Hualing Hotel will be his final resting place. Word is the Zhao family has summoned genuine masters this time, laying a trap as vast as the heavens. At these words, everyone felt a chill run through them. Looking back at the festive decorations, they now sensed a coldness rising from their feet to the top of their heads. This wasn't a wedding at all, it was a banquet of treachery. A grand funeral prepared for the last bloodline of the Chu family. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a battered black SUV pulled up aggressively at the hotel entrance. The door swung open, and a young man, his face handsome yet stained with dried blood, stepped out slowly. He looked up at the grand calligraphy adorning the hotel's facade. Hualing Grand Hotel. This had once been the Chu family's property. 5 years ago, his 18th birthday banquet had been held here, filled with distinguished guests and radiant splendor. 5 years later, everything had changed. This place had become the execution ground where his enemies humiliated his sister-in-law. Chuyu withdrew his gaze. Beneath the calm surface of his eyes burned a murderous intent fierce enough to scorch the heavens. He stepped onto the red carpet, striding directly toward the gilded doors. The bodyguards at the entrance merely glanced at him. Seeing his plain clothes and blood-stained appearance, a flicker of contempt crossed their eyes, yet they offered no further obstruction. To them, he was just another lowly nobody who'd wandered in, hoping to get a glimpse of the high society. As Chuyu entered the banquet hall, the pungent scent of perfume and the cacophony of chatter assaulted his senses. Ignoring everyone, he strode straight toward the farthest corner of the banquet hall. Ouch! A shrill cry of pain rang out. Chuyu, absorbed in his own path, failed to notice and collided head-on with a young woman holding a glass of red wine, who was turning to chat with someone. The crimson liquid spilled entirely onto the woman's expensive white evening gown, leaving a large, glaring stain. The surrounding air instantly fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned toward Chuyu, filled with shock and pity. Are you blind? Do you have any idea how much this dress cost? Selling you wouldn't even cover the damage. The woman shrieked, her voice sharp and piercing. She was in her early 20s, with a pretty face, but now it was twisted with rage, her eyes filled with arrogance and cruelty. Miss Zhao. Those around her recognized her, their faces turning pale with fright as they stumbled backward. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Shui. Zhao Jun's own sister. In Jiangdong, this young miss was notorious for her tyranny and vindictiveness. Anyone who crossed her faced a miserable fate. Xu Yu didn't even glance at her, simply stepping around her and continuing onward. This blatant disregard enraged Zhao Shui completely. Stop right there. She lunged forward, blocking Xu Yu's path. Pointing her finger at his nose, her voice shrieked, "Did I say you could leave? You filthy dog. You've dirted my clothes and think you can just walk away? Now, on your knees. Lick my shoes clean. Or I'll have my men break your legs and throw you out of here today." Xu Yu's footsteps finally halted. He slowly turned his head, his usually unreadable eyes settling on Zhao Shui for the first time. An invisible aura of murderous intent quietly spread. "Zhao Shui, who upset you?" Just then, a young man in an Armani suit, his hair slicked back and face greasy with makeup, hurried over. He wrapped his arm around Zhao Shui's shoulder with exaggerated attentiveness, then glared down at Xu Yu with a condescending look. "Where did this bumpkin come from? Daring to confront Miss Zhao? Do you even know how to spell death?" The young man pointed at Xu Yu and barked, "Get down on your knees and apologize to Miss Zhao." He wanted to impress his beloved and win her favor. Snap! A crisp crack of breaking bone echoed through the air. The young man's tirade abruptly ended, replaced by a blood-curdling scream. The arm he'd raised to point at Xu Yu was seized by her in a split second. With a bizarre twist, she snapped it clean off. The stark white bone stub pierced through his expensive suit, exposed to the air. The entire crowd sucked in a collective gasp. It's young Master Wang. He's from the Wang family in the provincial capital, one of the top 5 families in the entire province. Has this kid lost his mind? How dare he lay a hand on young Master Wang? Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one had expected this seemingly unremarkable young man to be so audacious and ruthless. Zhao Shui froze, then a torrent of rage surged across her cheeks. To strike her suitor right before her eyes was tantamount to slapping her in the face. "Useless! You useless trash!" She screamed frantically at the stunned bodyguards, "What are you standing around for? Kill him! Chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs!" A dozen black-clad bodyguards snapped to attention, their eyes flashing with menace as they closed in on Xu Yu. Xu Yu didn't even glance at the bodyguards. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Zhao Shui's face contorted with rage. A cold curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough to echo through the deathly quiet banquet hall. "Do you know who I am? Who are you? I don't care who you are." Zhao Shui froze at the question, then screeched even more shrilly, forcing down the sudden chill that flashed through her heart. "In Jiangdong, in front of this lady, even a dragon would have to curl up before me. Dare to provoke the Zhao family, and you and your entire family will die without a proper burial." 5 deep gashes, cutting to the bone. The moment her words fell, Xu Yu's figure abruptly loomed larger in her pupils. Smack! A crisp slap echoed throughout the hall. 5 distinct fingerprints instantly appeared on Zhao Shui's face. The force of the blow spun her halfway around on the spot, her mind going completely blank. Never in her life had she endured such humiliation. Before she could react, a hand like an iron clamp seized her wrist with brutal force. "Ah! Let go of me! You lowly peasant!" Zhao Shui screamed in pain, struggling desperately. Xu Yu's expression remained impassive as he yanked her arm upward, then slammed it down hard across her delicate face. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing. Blood gushed instantly. 5 deep gashes, bone exposing, were carved into Zhao Shui's face by her own fingernails. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream made everyone's hearts skip a beat. "Madwoman! You madwoman! My father is Wang Tianlong. The Wang family won't let you off." Wang Xiao, his arm severed, watched Zhao Shui's disfigurement, terrified out of his wits, yet still raved with feigned ferocity. Xu Yu's gaze swept over him indifferently. One glance. All sound froze in Wang Xiao's throat. It felt as though an invisible hand had clamped down on his windpipe. His body grew ice cold, shaking like a sieve, unable to utter another word. Xu Yu casually tossed Zhao Shui aside as if discarding trash. Without a glance at the bodyguards who had rushed forward only to freeze in terror, he strode directly toward the elevator. Wherever he passed, the crowd parted like the Red Sea before Moses, retreating to both sides. Terror was written on every face, each person afraid of being caught in the crossfire of this demon. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Xu Yu stepped inside. Only when the doors slowly closed did the suffocating pressure finally dissipate. The entire banquet hall erupted with noise once more. Good heavens! Who is he? That was brutal. He beat up young Master Wang and disfigured Miss Zhao. Not even the heavens themselves could save him now. Quickly notify young Master Zhao. This is a major incident. Zhao Shui, her face disfigured, lay sprawled on the floor, letting out a savage, venomous growl. "Kill him! I will kill him! I'll have him cut into 1,000 pieces." Let him die without a whole body. Top floor, presidential suite dressing room. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a tomb. 7 women, each uniquely beautiful in their pristine white wedding gowns, stood like lifeless puppets as makeup artists applied layers to their faces. Their eyes held no spark of life, only a deathly stillness. Ms. Su, look at your flawless skin. Paired with this angel's tears ensemble, you'll look like a goddess descended from heaven, the makeup artist cooed obsequiously at the woman reflected in the mirror. The woman in the mirror was Chu family's eldest sister-in-law, Su Muqing. Once the most dazzling queen of the Jiangdong business world, the Muqing group she founded single-handedly nearly monopolized the entire province's cosmetics industry. At the height of the Chu family's power, her betrothal to the family's handsome heir was hailed as a match made in heaven. When the Chu family fell, everyone expected her to save herself. Instead, she squandered her fortune and poured everything she had into propping up the crumbling family empire. Beside her sat Qin Ruoshi, the second wife of the Chu family. Once the youngest surgical prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom, her skilled hands could wrestle life from the jaws of death. Now stripped of her medical license, she toils as a lowly assistant in a small clinic. Then there was the third sister-in-law, Lin Wan, heiress to a renowned ancient martial arts lineage, a prodigy celebrated across China. The fourth sister-in-law, Yi Qingcheng, was an international film queen with over 100 million fans. The fifth sister-in-law, Lu Ruyan, was the queen of the underworld, commanding a vast empire rivaling the might of the Eagle Gang. Sixth sister-in-law, Bai Shi, the last disciple of a master of traditional Chinese studies, excels in all arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The seventh sister-in-law, Xiao Wanqing, a legendary hacker known by the codename Stellar. Each of them once stood at the pinnacle of their respective fields. When disaster struck the Chu family, everyone fled in fear. Yet these 7 women, remembering the kindness and affection shown by the Chu brothers in years past, not only refused to renege on their marriages but instead shouldered the collapsing sky of the Chu family with their own fragile shoulders. Yet in the end, they were betrayed by those closest to them. Muqing, your mother knows how wronged you feel. A woman dressed in opulent finery, adorned with jewels and pearls, entered the room. She clasped Su Muqing's hand with feigned tenderness, squeezing out a few tears as her eyes instantly reddened. Muqing, I know how bitter this is for you, but we had no choice. The Zhao family's influence in the capital is all-encompassing. Our Su family can't afford to offend them. Your father's company is on the verge of being destroyed by them. She was Su Muqing's mother, Wang Huilan. Su Muqing slowly lifted her head. A flicker finally stirred in her lifeless eyes, an endless wave of scorn and icy coldness. Can't afford to offend them? She laughed softly, her voice tinged with bitter sorrow and sharpness. Back when the Su family was on the brink of bankruptcy, it was my fiancé, the eldest son of the Chu family, who didn't bat an eye before pulling out 10 billion yuan to save you. Why didn't you tell the Chu family back then that you couldn't afford to offend those debt collectors? The words left Wang Huilan's face turning ashen. Times change. She angrily shook off Su Muqing's hand. The Chu family is gone. What can a dead man give you? The Zhao family offers tangible benefits. Beside her, a pot-bellied middle-aged man, Qin Ruoshi's father-in-law, Qin Jiangwo, immediately chimed in with righteous indignation. Exactly. We must look forward. Are we all supposed to be buried alive with a dead man? Ruoshi marrying into the Zhao family is her fortune. Young Master Zhao has promised that if Ruoshi agrees, the Southern City land project will be ours. That brings endless benefits. Exactly. Uncle Lin Fugue, the uncle of third sister-in-law Lin Weiner, chimed in with a shrill, sarcastic tone. What good does it do you 7 beauties to mourn a dead man day after day? Do you want to live out your days as widows? Now you have a chance to leap to the top, marry into a top-tier family. That's a blessing you've earned over lifetimes. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Fourth sister-in-law Yi Qingcheng, who had remained silent, slowly set down her teacup. Her voice was as cold as ice. Following Uncle Lin's logic, since you're getting older and your value to the family is diminishing, shouldn't you also find a place to end your own lives? That way, you'd save the family some resources. Lin Fugue's face stiffened, and he erupted in fury. You little. What nonsense are you spouting? Pa! The fiercest of the sisters-in-law, fifth sister-in-law Lu Ruyan, could no longer contain herself. She leapt to her feet and kicked over the expensive rosewood dressing table before her. Crash! Expensive bottles and jars shattered across the floor, shattering with a deafening crash. She pointed a finger right at Lin Fugue's nose. Those once mesmerizingly beautiful eyes now held nothing but a murderous glare. You talk such sweet talk, but why not marry your own daughter off to that bastard Zhao Jun? Lu Ruyan's chest heaved violently as she took a step forward, forcing Lin Fugue to stumble backward. Who in the whole capital doesn't know what kind of scum Zhao Jun is? He's killed at least 8 women, if not 10. Is this how you marry off your daughter? You're pushing us into the fire pit, trading our lives and dignity for your own glory and wealth. Well said. Sister-in-law Bai Susu, who had been holding back, rose to her feet. Her voice trembled yet rang with unwavering resolve. When Brother Chu was alive, every one of you fawned over him like lapdogs, wagging your tails for scraps. Now his body isn't even cold, and you're already scrambling for his blood-soaked spoils. Your consciences have been devoured by dogs. In an instant, the room became tense as a bow strung tight, the atmosphere thick with oppressive tension. He lowered his head, choosing silence. Lu Ruyan's words struck like a resounding slap across the faces of all the elders. Wang Huilan's face instantly turned ashen. Pointing at Su Muqing, she screeched shrilly. How dare you? How dare you defy heaven itself? Su Muqing, mark my words, even if you don't care about the Su family, you must think of your father. If anything happens to him, you will be our family's scourge. Qin Jiangwo was even more direct. He shoved aside the table blocking his path and roared at Qin Ruoshi. If you dare say no today, I'll jump off the top floor of the Hualing Hotel tomorrow. I'll see who's tougher, you or my will to live. Threats. Barefaced threats. Lin Fugue and the others wore undisguised smirks of glee. That's right. Marrying young Master Zhao will let our Lin family re-establish our foothold in the provincial capital. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity for the Qin family. The elders of several families gleamed with greed in their eyes, already envisioning the glorious future of their clan's resurgence. Even the few who flashed a hint of guilt bowed their heads and chose silence in the face of such immense profit. Trading the lifelong happiness of 7 women for the entire family's meteoric rise in their eyes, this bargain was incredibly profitable. As the 7 women stared at the ugly faces of their own kin, the last flicker of hope in their hearts extinguished completely, leaving only endless coldness and despair. At that moment, the dressing room door swung open. A young man dressed in a white haute couture suit, handsome yet exuding an eerily effeminate aura, entered slowly, surrounded by a crowd of bodyguards. He surveyed the tense crowd, a playful smile curling his lips. Finally, his gaze settled on Su Muqing, who stood at the forefront. What's this? My 7 brides, are you sulking? The man who arrived was none other than Zhao Jun, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Su Muqing slowly raised her head. For the first time, her lifeless eyes met Zhao Jun's directly. Her voice was as cold as ice. I'll ask you just one thing. Was it your Zhao family who wiped out the Chu family 5 years ago? Zhao Jun's smile broadened. He stepped forward, extending a hand to gently lift Su Muqing's chin with his fingers, a gesture both flippant and deeply insulting. Do you think you have the right to ask me that question? He withdrew his hand and wiped his fingers with a silk handkerchief, as if he had touched something filthy. His gaze instantly turned cold and vicious. I offer you 2 paths. Either submit and become my woman, and your family shall rise to new heights. Or, he paused, the smile on his lips turning cruel, you shall follow your family into the grave, joining those damned ghosts of the Chu clan. Boom! Those words struck like a bolt of lightning, crashing down on the hearts of all the elders present. Young Master Zhao, spare us. Young Master Zhao, please calm your anger. Wang Huilan was the first to kneel, scrambling to cling to Zhao Jun's leg as she wailed, Muqing doesn't know any better. Please don't take it personally. She's willing. She'd be more than willing to marry you. Qin Jiangwo, Lin Fugue, and the others were terrified out of their wits. They rushed to their daughters, pleading and threatening in equal measure. Ruoshi. Just agree already. Do you want every last member of the Qin family to die? Wan I beg you as your uncle. Just nod your head. Seeing her parents kneeling on the ground, pleading desperately, and the elders around her, their faces frozen in terror, the 7th daughter's heart died completely. She closed her eyes as 2 clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. She accepted her fate. That's the spirit. Zhao Jun smiled with satisfaction. He spread his arms wide, pulling Su Muqing and Qin Ruoshi, the 2 closest to him, into his embrace. He planted a kiss on each of their pale cheeks. Come on, my beauties. The guests are all waiting impatiently. With one in each arm, he strode out of the dressing room with great confidence, surrounded by the fawning smiles of the family elders. In the banquet hall, when all the guests saw Zhao Jun appear with 2 stunning beauties on either arm, envious and jealous glances shot his way. 7 women trailed behind him like 7 walking corpses. They dared not resist, could not resist, for behind them hung the lives of dozens, even hundreds, of their loved ones. The wedding ceremony officially commenced. Zhao Jun ascended the platform with a radiant smile, took the microphone, and surveyed the crowd with the air of a victor. He laughed heartily. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my wedding. As you all know, Jiangdong province boasts 7 most beautiful golden flowers, some masters of commerce, some healers with miraculous hands, some of peerless grace. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. From this day forward, these 7 golden flowers will all be embraced by me, Zhao Jun. His words trailed off. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar, like thunder from a clear blue sky, erupted suddenly. The 2 massive, pure copper doors of the banquet hall weighing several tons were shattered to pieces by a brutal force from outside. Countless metal shards mixed with the shockwave swept back into the hall, sending the front row guests into a frenzy of screams as they scrambled backward in panic. The entire hall fell into an instant, deathly silence. All eyes turned toward the doorway in horror. Beyond the shattered doors, amidst billowing smoke and dust, stood a figure covered in blood, radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. He moved. 1 step, 2 steps. Treading over the scattered debris, he walked in step by step, slowly advancing under the terrified stares of everyone present. Dead silence filled the room. That blood-soaked figure seemed like a demon god crawling out of the 9 hells, each step crushing everyone's hearts. Shu Yu? Wasn't he dead? With the Sun family and the Eagle gang mounting such a massive operation, how could he possibly still be alive? He's insane. He actually dared to come here to die. After a brief, frozen silence, the crowd erupted in disbelieving shouts. Upon the high platform, the 7 women whose hearts had been as cold as death the moment they recognized the face of the approaching figure, a flicker of life suddenly burst forth from their lifeless eyes. It was Xiao Yu. It really was him. Surprise and shock gave way to overwhelming tension and worry. The smile on Zhao Jun's face froze completely, replaced by utter bewilderment and a darkening expression. He stared fixedly at the man who had just walked in. Impossible. The Sun family, the Eagle gang, the Jinwu Bureau, even the elite fighters sent by his own Zhao family had fallen. How could this good-for-nothing have made it here alive? Shu Yu! You damned son of a... A venomous roar erupted from the guest seats. An elderly man bearing a striking resemblance to Sun Zhenghai, though with a far more sinister aura, leapt to his feet. His eyes blazed crimson as he pointed at Shu Yu, his gaze ravenous enough to devour the man whole. He was Sun Zhenghai's elder brother, one of the Sun family's true leaders, Sun Zhengshan. You killed my brother, you killed my nephew, and you dare show your face here. Guards! Tear him limb from limb. At his command, dozens of Sun family assassins concealed among the guests drew their weapons simultaneously. With fierce killing intent, they surged toward Shu Yu from all directions. The crowd surged inward uncontrollably. Xiao Yu, be careful! Su Muqing and the others cried out in alarm, their hearts instantly leaping to their throats. Yet Shu Yu didn't even glance at the assailants closing in. He merely raised his hand lightly. Then, he grasped at the air. No sound. No shockwave. The dozens of Sun family assassins charging at high speed suddenly froze mid-air. Instantly, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had violently seized them, forcing them inward against their will. Bang! 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 Amidst a barrage of dense, flesh-shattering sounds, dozens of elite warriors were brutally crushed into clouds of blood mist mid-air before the horrified stares of all present. The entire crowd gasped in horror. Shu Yu's gaze finally settled on Sun Zhengshan, who had been utterly petrified by the horror. The Sun family has received 3 generations of favors from my Chu family, yet you repay kindness with ingratitude, kicking us while we're down. His voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of a death sentence. Today, starting with you, I shall exterminate every last member of the Sun family. You dare. Sun Zhengshan stumbled backward in terror, his voice a hollow threat. My Sun family has the backing of... His words trailed off. Shu Yu's figure flashed before him. When he reappeared, he was back where he had been. A tiny, bloody hole now pierced the center of Sun Zhengshan's forehead. Terror frozen on his face, he fell backward stiffly, life extinguished. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Shu Yu slowly turned, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena before finally settling on Zhao Jun, who stood on the high platform, his face ashen. Today, I shall kill the mastermind first. The moment the words fell, Zhao Jun's pupils contracted sharply. He lunged backward violently, bellowing fiercely, protect the emperor. But though he was fast, Shu Yu was faster. A blur streaked across dozens of meters of space, appearing before Zhao Jun almost the instant he spoke. Smack! A resounding slap struck Zhao Jun's face with brutal force. The terrifying force shattered the bones on one side of his cheek. He flew backward, crashing into the champagne tower. Amidst the shattering glass, he landed in a daze, spitting a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth onto the floor. Brother! A piercing scream erupted. Zhao Shui, her face disfigured and wounds barely tended to, charged forward like a madwoman. When she saw her brother's mangled, bloodied face, her eyes, filled with venomous hatred, locked onto Chu Yu. You bastard! You monster! My brother won't let you off. The Zhao family will grind your bones to dust. We'll make you. Put. Her curses abruptly ended. A silver dinner fork, appearing in Shu Yu's hand as if by magic, shot forward with a flick of his finger. A silver streak of light, faster than the eye could follow, pierced Zhao Shui's throat with deadly precision. Zhao Shui clutched her neck, eyes wide with disbelief. She struggled a few times before her life slipped away. Ah! Murder! The devil! He's the devil! Witnessing the Zhao siblings, one dead, the other gravely injured, all the guests present finally succumbed to the overwhelming terror. Their psychological defenses shattered completely. Wailing and screaming, they fled in all directions like madmen, desperate to escape this hellish scene. The entire wedding venue instantly descended into utter chaos. The 7 sisters-in-law watched this scene unfold, observing Chu Yu, that ruthless killer who treated human life as worthless grass. Shocked to their core, a deep sense of dread welled up within them. Could he be utterly consumed by hatred, descending into darkness and never returning? Zhao Jun struggled to his feet, staring at his sister's lifeless body, then at the killing god advancing step by step toward him. For the first time in his life, a feeling called fear surged within him. Run! He had to run. He cared nothing for the dignity of a wealthy young master anymore. He turned and tried to flee into the backstage area. But after taking just 2 steps, a foot descended from above, crushing down hard on his back. Snap! The crisp snap of his vertebrae shattering was distinctly audible. Ah! Zhao Jun let out a blood-curdling scream, utterly inhuman, pinned to the ground, unable to move. Yu looked down at him from above, his voice cold as ice. 5 years ago, the Chu family was wiped out. What is the truth? Ha! Ha ha! Blood froth bubbled from Zhao Jun's mouth, yet his face twisted into a sickening maniacal grin. You! Just kill me! You'll never know the truth. And you'll die here today too. You'll bury me with you. Is that so? Yu slowly raised her other foot, aiming it squarely at Zhao Jun's skull. Just as he was about to step down. Halt! A thunderous roar erupted from the banquet hall entrance. The voice carried an undeniable authority and an aura of iron-blooded resolve, instantly silencing the chaos throughout the hall. A middle-aged man strode in with the confident gait of a dragon and the powerful stride of a tiger. He wore a crisp military uniform, his shoulders bearing the insignia of a general, his face stern and commanding. With each step, the terrifying aura emanating from him forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood grew more potent, pressing down on everyone present until they could barely breathe. Recognizing the figure, Zhao Jun, currently pinned beneath his feet, felt a surge of wild joy, like a survivor emerging from the jaws of death. Summoning every ounce of strength, he let out a hoarse, maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha! Chu Yu! You're finished! Deputy Commander Li is here. The foremost warrior under the Commander-in-Chief of the East China Theater. He's here. You're finished. The guests who hadn't yet fled halted in their tracks, their faces twisted into expressions of schadenfreude. Now this was going to be entertaining. No matter how skilled you are, can you really take on an entire military command? The hearts of the 7 sisters-in-law instantly plummeted to the depths. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited was utterly extinguished the moment they saw the man bearing the stars of a general on his shoulders, transforming into endless despair. Xiao Yu! Run! You can't defeat them! Run now! Shin Ruashi screamed desperately, her voice filled with anguish and helplessness. Yu slowly raised her head, her unruffled eyes fixed directly on the menacing Deputy Li. Standing astride Zhao Jun, his voice was flat, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding through the deathly silent banquet hall. The entire Chu family, loyal and valiant, guarding the nation's borders for generations, was slaughtered 5 years ago, leaving not a single bone behind. You, the East China Theater Command, as guardians of this region, turned a blind eye. Now that I have come to settle the debt, you dare to stand in my way. Tell me, what role did your East China Theater play in those events? Lieutenant Li's pupils suddenly contracted. He never expected this young man before him facing the deputy commander of a powerful military region to show not a shred of fear, but instead dared to publicly confront him. This was sheer suicide. Insolent! Deputy Commander Li erupted in fury, unleashing his murderous intent without restraint. The Chu family's treason and collaboration with the enemy are proven facts, a disgrace to the Dragon Nation. As a remnant of the Chu clan, you show no remorse and dare to slaughter innocents here. Your crimes are compounded. Today, I stand here representing the East China Theater to purge our ranks. With that, he moved. Like a caged tiger unleashed, he charged forward with thunderous force, his fist hurtling toward Chu Yu's face. That punch was fast to the extreme, vicious to the extreme. The air itself screamed with a piercing crack. The 7 sisters-in-law paled in terror, their hearts leaping into their throats. Chapter 13, twisted like a pretzel. Yet, facing this earth-shattering punch, Chu Yu didn't even flinch. Just as the fist's momentum was about to strike him, he simply raised his hand. With one swift motion, he seized the fist of Lieutenant Li. Like iron pincers, it held firm. Li's thunderous strike, powerful enough to shatter stone, was casually parried. What? The savage grin on Li's face froze instantly. He tried to pull his fist back, only to find it welded in place. No matter how he channeled his inner strength, he couldn't budge it an inch. Is this all you've got? And you dare to stick your neck out for someone? A deeply mocking curve lifted at Chu Yu's lips. The hand gripping Li's fist twisted violently. Snap! A bone-chilling crack echoed throughout the entire arena. Li's entire arm was twisted into a twisted knot. Ah! Amidst the heart-wrenching scream, Chu Yu raised his foot and delivered a vicious kick to the deputy officer's chest. Thud! Like a Deputy Li flew backward, crashing heavily into a distant load-bearing pillar. The impact sent spiderweb-like cracks rippling across the solid stone column. He struggled to rise, but then gurgled, spewing a mouthful of blood before going utterly still. One move. Another effortless move. The deputy commander of the war zone defeated. A single move. Lieutenant Li flew backward like a. The entire arena fell deathly silent. A deathly silence so profound that even breathing seemed perilous. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the figure standing there, proud and unyielding. He did not turn back, nor did he spare a glance at the dying Li. It was as though he had merely swatted a fly. This utter indifference chilled the blood more than the most brutal slaughter. The worry and terror in the 7 sisters-in-law's beautiful eyes evaporated completely in that instant, replaced by volcanic eruptions of adoration and fervor. Their husbands, their fathers-in-law, their great vengeance had been fulfilled. Their younger brother-in-law, Chu Yu, had returned. From this day forward, the Chu family had a pillar to hold up the heavens. Cough, cough, cough. Deputy Commander Li coughed up large clots of blood. He struggled to lift his head, his face contorted in agony, yet etched with terror and venom far deeper than the pain itself. You dare cripple me? I am the first adjutant to Commander Wang Tianlong of the East China Theater. To harm me is to strike at Commander Wang's face. It is to declare war on the 300,000 soldiers of East China. You are digging your own grave. Every word dripped with endless menace, attempting to crush the demon before him with the weight of that towering mountain of a patron. Yet, Wang Tianlong? Chu Yu's foot lifted once more, then slammed down, crushing Zhao Jun's skull beneath his heel. Thud. The hard marble floor cracked like a spiderweb, radiating out from Zhao Jun's head. Zhao Jun's agonized scream was crushed back into his throat as blood gushed from his 7 orifices. Chu Yu stood towering above him, gazing down at the dying Deputy Li with eyes utterly devoid of emotion, as if passing judgment on the life of an insignificant insect. I said it before, no one connected to the Chu family massacre will be spared. He paused, his voice flat yet thunderous, reverberating like a bolt from the heavens in every ear. If he dares to stand in my way of vengeance, I will slaughter his entire family. The words fell. The entire crowd was utterly petrified. Madness. This man was a complete and utter madman, lawless, ruthless, and utterly without restraint. He was a provincial governor, the commander-in-chief of a military district. Second only to the emperor, he commanded millions of soldiers with absolute authority. Yet in his mouth, they were no better than stray cats and dogs to be killed or slaughtered at his whim. What utter arrogance! What sheer tyranny! You. The venom in Lieutenant Li's eyes gave way to boundless terror. He tried to spit out more vicious words, but found his vocal cords trembling, unable to form a single coherent syllable. Chu Yu's patience had run completely dry. He didn't even bother to walk over. From a distance of over 10 meters, he casually snapped his fingers in Li's direction. Whoosh! A barely perceptible whistling sound cut through the air. It wasn't a bullet, yet it was faster than a bullet. More sinister. Thud. All sound, all fear, all resentment froze within Deputy Li's body. A blood-soaked hole pierced his forehead, clean through front to back, so clear you could see the wall behind him. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death. His body slowly collapsed, crashing to the ground with a thud that felt like a heavy hammer striking each person's heart. A flick of the finger, a life taken. Zhao Jun, trampled beneath feet and already teetering on the edge of consciousness, witnessed this demonic spectacle. The thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. The shadow of death transformed into a cold, giant hand, clamping down on his throat and crushing his bladder. A foul-smelling liquid instantly soaked through his pants. I'll talk. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. He no longer cared about family honor or powerful backers. He screamed like a madman, his voice shrill and inhuman. What happened 5 years ago wasn't planned by our Zhao family. Our Zhao family didn't have the guts. We were just dogs following orders. Dogs. Chu Yu's foot, crushing his skull, paused slightly, yet the pressure didn't waver. Whose orders? It was the Su family of Yanjing. One of the 9 generals of Huaxia, that Su family whose power and influence are overwhelming. Zhao Jun bellowed everything out to save his life, each word choked with sobs. The Su family? Boom! Those 2 words struck like a thunderbolt of 10,000 Jun, crashing violently into the depths of Chu Yu's soul. For the first time, his usually unflappable figure trembled violently. The 9 generals of Huaxia, the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation's military hierarchy. His Chu family had once been among them, radiant with glory. And the Su family, that Su family, bound by 3 generations of friendship with the Chus, hailed as the twin stars of Yanjing. His father, Chu Zhenzhong, and the head of the Su family, Su Jinghua, were sworn brothers who would take a bullet for each other. As a child, he had lived with the Su family for 3 years. The Su family head's mother had knitted sweaters for him by hand, and the Su family head's father had taught him boxing. Yet it was this closest, most trusted family who stabbed them in the back, slaughtering every last member of the Chu clan? A murderous intent colder than the winds of hell erupted violently from Chu Yu's body. Besides the Su family, who else? Chu Yu's voice was hoarse and icy, each word ground out between clenched teeth. No one else. I only know the Su family. Zhao Jun shook his head frantically, yet beneath his face buried in the dirt, an utterly venomous sneer flashed in an unseen corner. He knew perfectly well. That the true mastermind behind everything in Jiangcheng was not only the Su family in distant Yanjing, but also the commander-in-chief of the East China Theater, Wang Tianlong, right under his nose. But he dared not speak. Betraying Wang Tianlong would mean instant annihilation for the Zhao family. Yet naming the Su family was a brilliant diversionary tactic. What kind of entity was the Su family? They were a towering tree, deeply rooted in the heart of the Dragon Nation, its branches spreading far and wide. You, Chu Yu, may be strong, you may be mad, but did you dare, with your own strength alone, to shake such a colossal entity? Go to Yanjing and meet your end. Once you, mad dog, are crushed to dust by the Su family, my Zhao family will be safe. I told you. I've already revealed my deepest secret. Zhao Jun felt the pressure on his head ease slightly, a glimmer of hope for survival flickering in his heart. Trembling, he pleaded, you can spare this dog now, can't you? He had gambled correctly. This earth-shattering secret was worth his worthless life. Yet when he lifted his head, he met a pair of eyes crimson as blood and a grin more devilish than any demon's. When did I ever agree to spare the dog? A horrifying, filthy sight. When did I ever agree to let the dog go? The icy retort, devoid of any human emotion, felt like a chill wind from the depths of hell, instantly extinguishing the last flicker of survival in Zhao Jun's eyes. No! Zhao Jun's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks as he mustered his last ounce of strength to emit the final, desperate howl of his life. Shu Yu's foot came crashing down. Splat! The once arrogant head, brimming with scheming and treachery, burst like a watermelon underfoot. Red and white splattered everywhere, staining the expensive handmade carpet with a horrifying, shocking mess. The sounds ceased abruptly. Zhao Jun, the eldest son of the Zhao family, was dead. The banquet hall fell deathly silent, so quiet one could hear the pounding of their own heart. Guests who hadn't yet fled stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, their bodies cold and trembling like sieves. They had witnessed the birth of a killing god, had seen the heir to the Jiangdong elite Zhao family crushed like an ant, his skull smashed open in public. The visual shock and psychological trauma would forever brand itself upon their souls, becoming a lifelong nightmare they could never escape. Upon the high platform, the seven sisters-in-law stared blankly at the scene. As they gazed upon the towering figure who stood tall to avenge the Chu family's blood debt, tears could no longer be contained. Like pearls severed from their string, they rolled down their cheeks in a torrent. But this time, the tears flowing were no longer tears of despair and humiliation. They were tears of excitement, of wild joy, of the exhilaration of seeing a wrong righted. Xiao Yu, the eldest sister-in-law, Su Muqing, was the first to react. Clutching the hem of her wedding gown, she rushed recklessly down the platform and threw herself at Chu Yu. Xiao Yu, where have you been these past 5 years? You've suffered so much. Second sister-in-law Qin Ruoshi followed closely behind. Her hands, stilled enough to wield a scalpel, trembled violently now. She longed to grasp Chu Yu, yet recoiled at the bloodstains on his clothes. The other 5 sisters-in-law gathered around as well. They looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar younger brother, their eyes filled with heartache, excitement, and endless dread. We failed you, little you. We couldn't protect you, third sister-in-law Lin Wanner choked out. You shouldn't have come back alone. It was far too dangerous. Lu Ruyan, the fiercest of the 5 sisters-in-law, now had tears welling in her eyes. Gazing at the 7 sisters-in-law who had sacrificed everything for the Chu family and endured every humiliation, Chu Yu's palpable, overwhelming killing intent finally began to subside. His blood-red eyes gradually regained their clarity. His voice was hoarse yet carried a soothing strength as he spoke softly, Sisters-in-law, I'm back. From now on, the Chu family has me. Those words sent the 7 women into another flood of tears. Yet this tender moment was brutally shattered by a shrill rebuke. Chu Yu! You unlucky star! You've brought down a colossal disaster. Wang Huilan, the mother of his eldest sister-in-law Su Muqing, scrambled to her feet. Pointing an accusing finger at Chu Yu, her face bore no trace of gratitude, only endless venom and terror. You killed Zhao Jun. You killed the Zhao family's daughter. You even killed the deputy commander of the military district. The Zhao family won't let you off. Commander Wang certainly won't let you off. You're dragging all of us down to be buried with your Chu family. Exactly. Qin Jiangwo, the father of the second sister-in-law Qin Ruoshi, also leaped forward. His face deathly pale, he pointed at Chu Yu and screamed hoarsely, You madman. Did you enjoy killing them? Who will clean up the mess you left behind? Our Qin family, our Su family, the Lin family, the Yi family, all of us will be dragged down with you. We'll all die without a proper burial. Lin Fugue and the other elders snapped back to their senses. They stared at Chu Yu as if he were a plague god reaping souls. You bastard. You're nothing but a bastard. We finally managed to climb onto the Zhao family's mighty tree, and you little bastard ruined it all. Each vicious curse pierced the hearts of the 7 sisters-in-law like the sharpest steel needles. The hope and warmth that had just begun to stir within them were instantly extinguished, replaced by endless coldness and utter absurdity. They couldn't believe it their own kin, after witnessing their enemy's death, felt not relief but hatred and fear toward the avenger. Shut up! Su Muqing spun around abruptly, shielding Chu Yu. Staring at her mother's hideous face, her heart froze completely. He avenged my fiancé. He avenged the entire loyal and martyred Chu family. What right do you have to condemn him? Revenge? Can revenge put food on the table? Wang Huilan raved like a madwoman. The dead are dead. To offend the living, all-powerful nobles over a few corpses, are you out of your mind? Mark my words, this was Chu Yu's doing alone. It has nothing to do with the Su family or Muqing. Go turn yourself in right now. Go kowtow to Commander Wang and beg for forgiveness. You're courting death on your own, don't drag us down with you. Right. Take all the blame yourself. Xin Jiangwo joined in the tirade. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll make your mother jump off the balcony. And your sister won't live either. At these words, the faces of the 7 sisters-in-law instantly turned as pale as paper. They weren't afraid of death, but they couldn't stand by and watch their parents be driven to suicide over this. In that moment, they were all trapped in an impossible dilemma, their faces etched with agony and struggle. Seeing the despair in his sisters-in-law's eyes, Chuyu's expression turned completely cold. He stepped forward slowly, shielding Su Muqing behind him. Selling your daughter for glory? You're worse than swine. His gaze fixed on Wang Huilan, Xin Jiangwo, and the others, his voice flat yet carrying the weight of a verdict. Smack! Before his words had fully faded, he moved. A blur of motion flashed past. Wang Huilan's sharp, spiteful face was struck by a resounding slap that sent her flying into the air. Mid-flight, she spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with 7 or 8 teeth before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. You! Xin Jiangwo was scared out of his wits. Just as he tried to retreat, a hand clamped around his throat, hoisting him into the air with one arm. Threaten me? Chuyu watched Xin Jiangwo struggling desperately in his grasp, a cruel curve forming on his lips. Think you're something special? With a flick of his arm, he tossed Xin Jiangwo like trash into the pile of broken glass shards. The sharp edges tore into his flesh, covering him in blood as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! My leg! Spare me! Spare me! The remaining men Lin Fugue and the others were so terrified their legs gave way, forcing them to their knees. A wet, warm stain spread across their crotches as a foul-smelling liquid pooled on the floor. Chuyu kicked each of these so-called elders, sending them sprawling. He stomped on their legs, breaking one or two, leaving them writhing in agony on the ground, unable to die. You all deserve to die. Chuyu looked down coldly at the writhing maggots on the ground, his voice icy and piercing. For the sake of my sisters-in-law, I'll spare your worthless lives. He turned to face the 7 sisters-in-law, who had long since been frozen in shock by the scene, his tone softening considerably. First sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, take your people now and bring out your respective parents. The blood-sucking clan is severed forever. You have half an hour. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the whimpering, useless bodies on the ground, his murderous intent reigniting. Half an hour from now, if they're not here, or if a single hair is missing. I, Chuyu, swear to heaven that I will uproot your entire family, leaving not a soul standing. The words fell. Lin Fugue and the others trembled in terror, forgetting their pain as they frantically pulled out their phones. They cried and barked orders, demanding their families bring those elders here unharmed, no matter what. The 7 sisters-in-law gazed at this ruthlessly decisive, supremely formidable man before them. All traces of worry vanished from their hearts, replaced by boundless emotion and pride. From this day forward, they would no longer be pawns at others' mercy. Behind them stood a god. A god capable of holding up the entire sky. They nodded firmly to Chuyu, their eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. Then, with unwavering resolve, they turned away for the first time, not once glancing back at those so-called relatives. They were going to rescue their parents and then sever all ties with these blood-sucking families once and for all. Watching his sisters-in-law's departing figures, Chuyu finished his instructions and turned to leave. He had another, far more crucial matter to attend to. To save grandfather. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Su Muqing couldn't help but call out as he turned back. The Huiling Hotel. Top floor medicine vault. To find a specific herb. Chuyu's figure didn't pause for a moment, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Only when that suffocating sense of pressure vanished completely did the entire banquet hall erupt like boiling water, instantly reaching a fever pitch. Heavens! The sky has fallen. The world of Jiangdong is about to change forever. A wealthy merchant slumped in his chair, muttering to himself. That Chuyu is a lawless madman. He's offended the Sun family, the Zhao family, the Eagle Gang, and the War Zone, every single one. He's courting his own destruction. Immediately, someone nearby retorted, seeking his own destruction? Didn't you see his methods just now? Killing with a snap of his fingers, exploding bodies mid-air. Is he even human? He's clearly a god. I say, it's Wang Tianlong who's in for trouble. Exactly. What was the Chu family's might back then? A clan of loyal martyrs, how could they produce a traitor? I say the massacre 5 years ago must have been a colossal injustice. Now that the prodigal son of the Chu family has returned, a torrent of bloodshed will sweep across Jiangdong, and indeed all of East China. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet regardless of their differing views, one conviction united them all. From this day forward, Jiangdong would no longer be ruled by the 4 great families or the military command. It belongs to him, Chuyu. One man could stand against an entire city. In a corner of the banquet hall, Wang Xiao, his arm broken and hastily slung with a suit jacket, showed no trace of pain. Instead, his face twisted into a sickly grimace of extreme excitement. The Su family. He had heard it. Chuyu's sworn enemy was none other than the Su family, that all-powerful dynasty that ruled Yanjing with an iron fist. The Zhao family was finished, and Wang Tianlong couldn't save himself either. The sky over Jiangdong was about to change hands. And if his Wang family could seize this opportunity to curry favor with a towering giant like the Su family. Mad greed flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he tremblingly fumbled for his phone with his remaining free hand and dialed a number. "Dad! It's me!" The moment the call connected, he lowered his voice, his urgency warping his tone into a hoarse shout. "Earth-shattering news! That remnant of the Chu family, Chu Yui's back. He's not human. He's a monster. He single-handedly slaughtered the Sun family and the Eagle Gang, killed Zhao Jun and his sister, and even instantly killed Commander Wang's trusted aide, Deputy Commander Li, with a flick of his finger. He just personally interrogated the mastermind behind it all. It's the Su family of Yanjing. Father, get this news to the Su family immediately through the fastest channels. Tell them Chu Yu's next target is them. This is our Wang family's chance to rise to the top overnight." Dead silence fell on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family's ancestral home. In the study, a middle-aged man bearing a faint resemblance to Zhao Jun, yet with a demeanor as dark and still as water, was quietly polishing an ancient Tang sword. He was Zhao Wuji, the current head of the Zhao family. A servant scrambled into the room, stumbling and falling to his knees with a thud. His voice trembling with emotion, he recounted every detail of the incident at the Hualing Hotel. Zhao Wuji's hand, still polishing the blade, did not pause for a moment. The study fell into a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. Only when the servant uttered his final word did the oppressive, deathly silence shatter with a sharp crack. Snap! The exquisite white jade in Zhao Wuji's hand was crushed into powder between his fingers, trickling through his knuckles. "Good." He spoke slowly, uttering only one word. "1. A remnant of the Chu family. 1. A worthless ex-convict. They killed my son, killed my daughter, and now dare to undermine the Zhao family's foundation in Jiangdong." He sprang to his feet, swinging his gleaming Tang sword in a single, decisive strike. Boom! The desk before him, carved from a single block of golden thread Nanmu wood, was cleaved clean in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. "Transmit my orders." Zhao Wuji's voice, devoid of emotion, swept through the Zhao household like a frigid wind from hell. "Activate the Zhao family's highest-level blood kill order. Mobilize all revered elders, all loyal warriors. Unite every faction we can unite. I will turn all of Jiangdong into a prison. That little bastard shall find no escape, no release." A storm was brewing over Jiangdong. Xiu left the hotel and headed straight for Huachuntang, the largest pharmacy in Jiangdong City. The moment he stepped inside, a potent medicinal fragrance hit him like a wave. The plump, greasy-haired proprietor, busy clicking an abacus behind the counter, glanced up at him before slamming his hand down on the counter with a thunderous clap. "We at Huachuntang don't do business with traitors. Get out." The owner's booming voice, full of vigor, instantly drew the attention of every customer in the store. In an instant, countless looks of contempt, disgust, and schadenfreude fell upon Chu Yu. Chu Yu's footsteps faltered slightly. He stared at the owner, whose face was flushed with righteous indignation, but his own eyes grew cold. 5 years in prison had transformed his appearance and physique beyond recognition, and his aura had undergone a complete metamorphosis. That an ordinary pharmacy owner could recognize him at a glance and dare to challenge him publicly. This was no coincidence. It was suicide. "Hey, kid! What are you staring at? Get lost." Seeing Chu Yu standing still, the shopkeeper grew even more arrogant. "Don't think learning a few half-baked martial arts moves gives you the right to run rampant in Jiangdong. You killed someone from the Zhao family and disgraced the military district. You're nothing but a fool. A reckless brute who doesn't know when to quit." He pointed right at Chu Yu's nose, spittle flying everywhere. "I say, your Chu family deserved to be wiped out precisely because it produced an arrogant fool like you. Serves you right. Well done." The words had barely left his mouth. Chu Yu moved. No, he didn't even move. He merely blew a soft breath in the direction of the shopkeeper. The savage grin on the boss's face froze instantly. The next second. Pop! Without warning, the massive head exploded like a rotten watermelon struck by a sledgehammer. A mixture of red and white matter, mixed with shattered bone fragments, splattered across the entire counter and even sprayed onto the wall behind it, where a plaque reading "Miraculous Healing Hands" hung. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the floor. A deafening scream erupted from the shop. Chapter 16, It's not that easy. Every customer and employee was terrified out of their wits, scrambling and crawling toward the exit in a panic, desperate to escape the reach of this merciless demon. The entire Huachuntang was suddenly deserted, leaving only Chu Yu and the young clerk, who had long since collapsed to the floor, trembling like a sieve. Without so much as a glance at the corpse on the floor, Chu Yu walked straight to the counter, her voice flat. 3 grams of dragon's blood grass. The young clerk shuddered violently, nearly fainting from terror. Yet the instinct for survival kept him from disobeying. Fumbling frantically, he pulled the herb from the cabinet, weighted with hands so trembling he could barely hold the scales, then wrapped it in oil paper and handed it over with utmost reverence. Chu Yu took the packet and turned to leave. He cared not who stood behind this shopkeeper, nor whether this was a trap. In the face of his absolute power, any scheme or trickery was nothing but a joke. Yet, the moment he reached the pharmacy entrance, his footsteps halted. 7 or 8 men clad in black, form-fitting garments had materialized at the doorway. Each exuded a heavy, brooding aura, their eyes gleaming with savagery, temples bulging prominently, clearly formidable martial artists. Leading them was a man with a scar across his face and eyes like venomous snakes. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning casually against the doorframe, blocking every possible path. The scarred man looked at Chuyu, a cruel, cold smile curling his lips as his voice came out hoarse. Kill someone and think you can just walk away? It's not that easy. Chuyu's footsteps didn't falter for a moment. He didn't even glance at the scarred man, striding forward as if the others were mere air. The cold smile froze on the scarred man's face, instantly replaced by a surge of unbridled fury. As the shadowy owner of Hua Chuntang and a long-established master in Jiangdong's underworld, known as Ghost Hand, he had never been so blatantly ignored. You're asking for death. The scarred man roared, his arms flying forward as his fingers curled into hooks. With a piercing whistle that tore through the air, he lunged for Chuyu's throat and heart. This move, vicious and deadly, was the signature technique that had made his name. Countless masters had met their end at the hands of those ghost hands. Yet, Chuyu still did not look at him. Only when the scarred man's claws were about to touch his skin did Chuyu simply raise his right hand. Not to block. Not to dodge. Instead, he struck first, seizing the scarred man's throat. Fast. Blindingly fast. So fast that the scarred man's pupils were still frozen in the previous second's savage grin, yet his body's reaction couldn't possibly keep pace with this unearthly speed. You. All the menacing words stuck in the scarred man's throat. He felt an irresistible force surge through his neck, lifting his body violently into the air. His feet left the ground, and though he struggled desperately, it was as futile as a flying insect pinned to a spider's web. Is this all you've got? And you dare block my path? Chuyu's voice was as flat as if he were appraising the life or death of a mere fly. The burly men in heavy armor behind the scarred man finally snapped out of their shock, their eyes bulging with fury as they unleashed a powerful aura. Let go of our boss. Dare you touch a single hair on his head, and the Martial Alliance will tear you limb from limb. One of them flashed a badge, its ancient character 4 martial gleaming in the sunlight. The Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance again. Seeing his subordinate reveal their trump card, the scarred man's eyes instantly reignited with hope. He mustered every ounce of strength, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. Kid. Scared now? My elder brother is the leader of the Jiangdong branch of the Martial Alliance. By harming me today, you've made enemies of the entire Martial Alliance. Kneel now, sever your own arms, and I might still. His words trailed off. Because Chuyu laughed. It was a cold, mocking sneer that treated all heroes of the world as nothing. The Martial Alliance? Is that supposed to be impressive? I just killed one. A few more dogs like you won't make a difference. The moment the words fell, his hand tightened around the scarred man's throat with brutal force. Snap. A crisp crack of snapping bone echoed through the street. The scarred man's neck snapped cleanly. His head drooped at an unnatural angle, eyes filled with disbelief and endless regret. Chuyu casually flung the still warm corpse like trash at the feet of the stunned martial arts masters. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. The once arrogant Martial Alliance masters stared at the corpse on the ground, then at the man who killed as casually as drinking water. The color drained from their faces, replaced by utter terror. He killed Ghost Hand? One strike. Another instant kill. What kind of monster is he? The helmsman's brother-in-law, just like that? After a brief, deathly silence, fear spread through them like a plague. They had no doubt that this man before them was truly capable of slaughtering every last one of them. Run! Someone shouted, snapping them out of their daze. Forgetting all about the Martial Alliance's dignity, they turned to scatter like birds and beasts. Yet the moment they turned, an invisible force of terror instantly enveloped them. That force was overbearing, colossal, and utterly unmatched. Their bodies felt as if lead had been poured into them, making even the slightest movement an impossible dream. Did I say you could leave? Chuyu's voice, devoid of any warmth, sounded like the Grim Reaper's verdict in their ears. He slowly raised his hand and made a fist in midair, aimed at the terrified Martial Arts Alliance masters who were already scared out of their wits. No screams. No struggle. Bang! 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 Amidst a barrage of flesh-shattering pops, those once arrogant Martial Alliance masters met the same fate as the Sun family's loyal guards before them. Crushed mid-air into clouds of blood mist, they stained the lintel of Hua Chuntang crimson. Chuyu withdrew his hand, not even glancing back at the carnage. He tucked away his medicine pouch and turned to leave. What he hated most was being threatened. Especially when it involved the lives of his family. He had taken only a few steps, about to call his aunt to inquire about his grandfather's condition. A call from an unknown number beat him to it. Chuyu frowned slightly and answered the call. On the other end, Zhao Ling's voice was frantic, strained, and filled with anxiety. Chuyu. It's bad. Something terrible has happened. Your grandfather and aunt have been taken away. Boom. The overwhelming killing intent that had just been restrained within Chuyu surged skyward once more, without warning. More frenzied, more icy cold than any time before. The temperature of the entire neighborhood seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. Who did this? Shuyu's voice was hoarse and icy, each word ground out through clenched teeth. It's the Eagle Gang. The remnants of their group. Zhao Ling's voice trembled with tears. They've captured the two elders and are holed up in the abandoned steel mill east of the city. They specifically demand you go alone. It's a trap. They've laid a trap, you can't go. Address. Shuyu's voice held not a shred of emotion. I can't tell you. Zhao Ling nearly shouted from the other end of the line. Shuyu, listen to me. I know you're powerful, but they have over 1,000 men. Heavy weapons too. Going alone is suicide. Trust me, I've already reported it. Her words trailed off. Because Chuyu hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Staring blankly at the phone, Zhao Ling froze. Then, an ominous foreboding swept through her entire body. Knowing Chuyu's temperament, he would never sit idly by and wait for disaster to strike. With Chuyu's resources, he had every capability to locate that abandoned steel mill in no time. And given his lawless approach to things, once he found it, the consequences. Zhao Ling dared not dwell on it. She leapt from her chair, snatched the other phone from the desk, and screamed into it with unprecedented urgency. Emergency assembly. Immediately. Right now. Mobilize every available resource within my authority. Rush full speed to the abandoned steel mill in the eastern part of the city. Hurry. If we delay any longer, it'll be a disaster of epic proportions. Chapter 17, Scattered Scrap Iron. Shuyu dialed her fifth sister-in-law, Lu Ruyan, directly. Fifth sister-in-law, where are the remnants of the Eagle Gang? Lu Ruyan on the other end of the line visibly paused, then her voice turned grave. Xiao Yu? Why are you asking this? Did they attack you? Just bring mom and dad back safely and wait for me at home. Shuyu's voice held no emotion, yet carried an unmistakable commanding tone. Lu Ruyan paused for 2 seconds before immediately giving an address, the abandoned steel mill east of the city. Xiao Yu, don't be rash. That's their stronghold, at least 1,000 men are still there. You? Shuyu hung up without another word. He started the battered SUV. The engine roared like a wounded beast as he barreled toward the eastern part of the city. Abandoned steel mill. Massive iron gates stood tightly shut, guarded by a dozen armed gang members idly smoking cigarettes. A black SUV charged straight toward them at suicidal speed. Halt! Eagle Gang headquarters, no unauthorized entry. The leader flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, stepped forward, and barked the warning, gun raised. The only response was the roar of the engine, growing even more frenzied. Boom! The SUV showed no sign of slowing, crashing into the gate like an uncontrolled steel beast. The dozen gang members, along with the heavy iron gate, were instantly reduced to a blur of flesh and shattered metal upon impact. The deafening crash alerted everyone within the factory grounds. Alarms blared as countless gang members wielding knives and clubs swarmed out from every corner like a swarm of ants. A dark, dense mass closed in, completely surrounding the SUV. Seated inside the driver's compartment, Chuyu observed the snarling faces outside without a flicker of emotion. He simply pressed the accelerator, his voice utterly devoid of emotion as he pronounced the death sentence for everyone present. Today, the Eagle Gang shall be destroyed. The SUV roared to life once more, charging into the crowd and initiating the most primal, bloodiest form of. Wherever its wheels passed, bones shattered and flesh flew. With every turn, dozens were either flung into the air or dragged beneath the vehicle. This was no longer a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Rocket launcher. Hit it with a rocket launcher, someone in the crowd roared in terror. Soon, a fiery projectile shot from the rooftop of a distant factory building, trailing a long plume of flame, striking the SUV's front end with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The deafening explosion sent the SUV flying into the air. It rolled twice before crashing heavily to the ground, reduced to a burning heap of scrap metal. He's dead. Ha 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 ha. He's dead. Drag him out of the car. Chop him into mincemeat. All the gang members erupted in maniacal laughter, their weapons raised as they closed in with savage grins. But just as they were about to close in, bang! The twisted car door was kicked open from the inside, flying like a cannonball into the crowd and instantly knocking down a large group. A figure emerged slowly from the roaring flames and thick smoke. His blood-soaked jacket had been reduced to ash in the explosion, revealing a muscular torso covered in old scars. He was unscathed. Shuyu emerged from the flames like a demon returned from hell, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene. The next instant, he moved. With a single stride, he left an afterimage behind as his body shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. He charged into the crowd, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake. He didn't even use any complex techniques, just the simplest fists, feet, fingers, and palms. One punch shattered the air ahead, collapsing the rib cages of a dozen men who flew backward. A sweeping kick traced a crimson line, cleaving every enemy who dared to stand in his path clean in two. He advanced, slaughtering relentlessly, from the factory gates all the way to the base of the deepest main building. Hundreds of gang members lay dead in his wake, leaving a 100-meter-long trail of blood. Severed limbs, shattered bones, and spilled entrails littered the entire path. When he finally halted, not a single soul remained standing within the entire factory grounds. The dozen or so surviving gang members, utterly petrified, had long since discarded their weapons. Kneeling on the ground, they frantically kowtowed to the blood-soaked god of slaughter, their cries of wailing and pleas for mercy rising and falling in waves. "Don't kill us! Please! Don't kill us! He's on the top floor! Your grandfather and aunt are both on the top floor!" Shuyu ignored their pleas and strode straight into the main building. As soon as he stepped onto the staircase, he faintly heard the muffled cries of his aunt, Shinru, from the top floor, accompanied by the unrestrained, maniacal laughter of a group of men. "Xiaoru! Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Our new boss has taken a liking to you. Consider yourself lucky. You're old enough to know better. Stop pretending to be some chaste maiden." Boom! The killing intent radiating from Chuyu surged to its peak. He stomped his foot down hard, propelling himself like a cannonball through several floors until he crashed through the ceiling and appeared on the top floor with a thunderous roar. The top floor hall was thick with smoke and chaos. Dozens of core members of the Eagle Gang were drinking and reveling. His grandfather, Chu Xiaotian, was bound to a pillar with ropes, his eyes tightly shut, unconscious. His aunt, Shinru, was pinned down on a table by a scar-faced brute with a brutish face. Her clothes were torn, her face streaked with tears and humiliation, struggling desperately. That scarred man's filthy hand was about to tear open the last barrier protecting her chest. Instead of intervening, the surrounding crowd pounded the table, cheering and jeering loudly. "Tear her apart! Ha 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 ha! Let us see the spectacle!" In that instant, Chuyu's eyes turned red. Without uttering a sound, he merely pointed a finger toward the scarred man. Put! The scarred man, frozen in a lecherous grin, froze solid in mid-motion. The next second, his body exploded like a punctured balloon, without warning, bursting into a sky-filling mist of blood that drenched his aunt Shinru beneath him and several others nearby, splattering them from head to face. Dead silence fell over the entire crowd. All laughter abruptly ceased. Their expressions froze, as if struck by a petrification spell. "Xiao Yu!" Shinru finally recognized the figure approaching. Her initial ecstasy was instantly replaced by overwhelming terror. "Run! Xiao Yu! It's a trap! They have guns! Run! Auntie, I'm here to vent." Xiu spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness that seemed to freeze the entire space. Step by step, he advanced toward the gang members, now frozen in terror. "I'm not leaving until I've vented my anger. You're asking for death." A man seated at the head of the table, who appeared to be the new gang leader, finally snapped out of his utter shock. He slammed his fist on the table, grabbed the submachine gun beside him, and was about to bark an order. Chapter 18, a clap of amused appreciation. Shuyu's figure flashed before him. The new leader's voice caught in his throat. He looked down at the gaping hole piercing through his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief as he fell backward, stiff as a board. "Boss! Shoot! Kill him!" The remaining men finally snapped into action, raising their weapons and preparing to pull the triggers. But Chuyu merely gave them a cold, dismissive glance. Just one glance. Every single one of them felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized their throats. Their bodies froze in place, unable to move even a finger. It felt like an impossible luxury. Fear spread wildly across their eyes. Just as Chuyu prepared to eliminate this entire group of scum. A sudden, almost playful clap of applause, tinged with amusement and appreciation, echoed slowly from the deepest shadows of the hall. Clap, clap, clap. A young man dressed in a white tang suit, handsome yet possessing an eerily effeminate and sinister aura, slowly emerged from the shadows. He didn't even glance at the corpses on the floor, instead studying Chuyu with keen interest, a wicked smile curling his lips. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The young man walked to the bar as if no one else existed, poured himself a glass of red wine, and gently swirled it. His movements were elegant, jarringly out of place in this blood-soaked environment. The god of death returns, staining Jiangdong red. "Chuyu, I've been waiting for you." The youth sipped his wine, the crimson liquid making his lips appear even more eerie. "My name is Night Owl, one of the world eradicators. The Eagle Gang has long been a juicy target I've wanted to devour, but I've always lacked a pretext. By clearing the field for me today, you've saved me a great deal of trouble." He set down his wine cup and addressed Chuyu as if bestowing a favor. "Now, I offer you a chance. Join World's End and become my second in command. I can cover for everything you've done today." Chuyu's gaze remained fixed on his bound grandfather the entire time. He didn't even glance back at the youth named Night Owl. "I've already slaughtered every last member of the Eagle Gang. It's nothing but an empty shell now. If you want it, take it." The smile on Yi Zhao's face faltered slightly. "Killed them all? Chuyu, I admit you're formidable, but don't get too cocky. My men saw nearly 3,000 gathered here today. Tell me, you killed every single one? You can see for yourself." Chuyu's voice held not a trace of emotion. A flicker of doubt crossed Night Owl's eyes. He walked to the window and looked down. One glance. The composure and elegance on his face vanished instantly, replaced by utter shock and a sickening frenzy. Below, the vast factory grounds had transformed into a crimson inferno. Bodies littered the ground, rivers of blood flowing everywhere. Not a single intact corpse could be found. This wasn't the aftermath of a battle, it was a slaughterhouse left behind after a one-sided massacre. Ha! Ha ha ha! Night Owl erupted into a maniacal laugh. He spun around, his gaze fixed on Chuyu as if she were a priceless treasure. Interesting. So very interesting. Chuyu, you're far more valuable than I ever imagined. The smile on his face turned greedy and domineering. I've changed my mind. Today, you won't join me, you'll become mine. You must come with me. Chuyu slowly turned to face him, finally meeting his gaze. You're not worthy. Before the words had fully left her lips, Chuyu moved. It was a speed beyond visual perception, one moment 10 meters away, the next standing directly before Night Owl. Night Owl's maniacal grin froze instantly. He tried to resist, tried to retreat, but discovered with horror that his body felt pinned down by an invisible mountain. He couldn't even twitch a finger. Chuyu grabbed Night Owl by the collar, lifting him into the air as easily as picking up a small chicken. Then, still holding him aloft, he walked over to the shattered window. No! You can't kill me! I'm the young master of World's End. My father is. Night Owl finally felt the terror of impending death, screaming frantically as he invoked his background. Chuyu flung him straight out the 20th floor window. A piercing scream tore through the sky, only to be abruptly silenced seconds later by a dull thud. Inside the hall, the few remaining World's End masters still standing watched the scene, their souls shattered. They turned and attempted to flee in another direction. Chuyu didn't even glance back. He merely reached out into the air toward their fleeing direction. Bang! 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 Several bursts of blood mist exploded silently within the hall, leaving no trace behind. The world finally fell silent. Xiao Yu. Shinru stared at her nephew before her, this ruthless, merciless killer who treated human life as worthless chaff, her expression a complex mix of emotions. She felt both relief that the great vengeance had been exacted and profound dread at Chuyu's overwhelming bloodlust. Chuyu walked to his grandfather, severed the ropes, and carefully lifted the unconscious Chu Xiaotian. Then he supported his aunt, whose body had long since gone limp. Auntie, let's go home. He carried his grandfather and supported his aunt, stepping out of this bloody hell one step at a time. The moment his front foot crossed the steel mill's gate, dozens of vehicles bearing special license plates screeched to a halt, their sirens wailing piercingly, instantly sealing off the entire factory grounds. Zhao Ling was the first to leap from the vehicle. Even with her mental preparation, the hellish scene within the factory grounds still made her stomach churn violently, her face turning deathly pale. Captain! This place is a slaughterhouse. A young member of the town defense bureau stared at the scattered limbs littering the ground, his voice trembling. Zhao Ling suppressed her horror, scanning the entire scene but finding no sign of Chuyu or the two elderly men. They might be in the main building. Everyone, follow me. She drew her weapon and charged toward the main building, leading the way. As they charged, she lowered her voice and urgently whispered to her deputy beside her, "Intelligence shows the Eagle Gang has long been in contact with the mysterious organization Doomsday. If Doomsday's people are here, Chuyu could be in grave danger. We must hurry." Her heart raced with anxiety. She wasn't afraid of Chuyu killing someone, she feared someone killing Chuyu. However, the moment she and her team reached the base of the main building, her feet halted abruptly, and she froze in place. Her team members halted as well, each staring wide-eyed as if witnessing something utterly impossible. Before them lay a corpse sprawled on the ground, mangled beyond recognition, its brain matter splattered across the floor. But that unmistakable white tang suit, and that face still faintly recognizable as eerily handsome despite its twisted, deformed features made Zhao Ling's pupils shrink to pinpricks. The young master of World's End. Night Owl? The mysterious organization World's End, which had unleashed countless waves of bloodshed in the underworld, striking fear into every faction, their eccentric, ruthless young master had been thrown from the upper floor, reduced to a pile of flesh. Chapter 19, even the World's End man was killed? Captain, this can't be possible. The deputy's voice trembled. Night Owl was a peak 6th rank martial artist, cunning and skilled in countless survival techniques. How could he? Zhao Ling offered no reply. She merely stared fixedly at the corpse as an absurd thought, one she herself found preposterous, surged uncontrollably from her heart. Could it be that Chuyu had killed even the one who wielded World's End? Had he lost his mind? He slaughtered the Sun family, wiped out the Eagle Gang, humiliated the military district, and now he provoked World's End, a mad organization 100 times more terrifying than the Eagle Gang. Was he determined to pierce a hole through the heavens before he'd stop? Captain, should we still go upstairs? One team member asked cautiously, his voice thick with fear. Are you kidding me? Even the young master of Doomsday met such a gruesome end. What survivors could possibly be left upstairs? Going up now would be nothing short of suicide. Up my ass, another timid member blurted out. That Chuyu is a cold-blooded devil. Who knows what traps he set upstairs? Exactly. It's too cruel. The Eagle Gang deserved to die, but did he really have to slaughter every last one? Over 3,000 people. He didn't even blink. Listening to the team's murmurs, an inexplicable rage surged within Zhao Ling's heart. She spun around abruptly, her usually spirited eyes now cold as ice as she swept them over every person present. Cruel? You think he's cruel? Her voice was quiet, yet it felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over everyone's heads. 5 years ago, the entire Chu family, loyal and valiant, was wiped out overnight, leaving not a single bone behind. Why didn't you call the killer cruel back then? His 7 elder brothers, defenders of the nation's borders with glorious military achievements, were ambushed and killed on the battlefield. Why didn't you think the enemy was cruel back then? An 18-year-old youth, branded a traitor, thrown into a dungeon never to see daylight. Today, his grandfather is disgraced, his ancestral graves desecrated, and even his 7 betrothed sisters are to be forcibly married to his enemies in public. Now, he merely seeks an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and you call him cruel? Zhao Ling's voice grew louder and more agitated until it nearly became a roar. I admit he shouldn't have killed so many. But these people provoked him first. It's this bastardly world that forced him into cruelty. Her words rang out with such force that every member of the town martial bureau present bowed their heads, speechless. Zhao Ling stared at Night Owl's corpse, her expression a tangled web of emotions. She knew that with this act, Yu had truly shattered the heavens. And she, this lowly security captain, felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in the face of the impending storm. All she could do now seemed to be pray. In the dilapidated house in the western part of the city, Yu carefully laid her grandfather on the bed, then turned and retrieved a rusty medicine pot from the kitchen. Ignoring the puzzled gaze of his aunt, Shenru, he tossed the dragon's blood grass purchased from Hua Chuntang into the pot, along with several unnamed herbs he had kept close to his heart. Then, he extended his right hand. A cluster of golden flames ignited in his palm, seemingly out of thin air. The flame carried no heat whatsoever, yet radiated a terrifying energy that made one's heart race. Xiao you. Shenru was utterly stunned by the sight. She instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a scream. Fire conjured from thin air? This defied everything she knew about the world. Yu offered no explanation, merely draping the golden flame over the bottom of the medicine pot. Sizzle! 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 Under the golden flame's scorching heat, the herbs inside the pot melted and purified at a visible pace. Finally, at the bottom of the pot, they condensed into a pill the size of a longan. It was blood red throughout, emitting a refreshingly fragrant aroma. The entire process took no more than a few minutes. Alchemist? Shenru stared at the pill, then at Chuyu's serene face, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Though she knew nothing of martial arts, as a former matriarch of a wealthy family, she understood all too well how revered and rare alchemists were in this world. A powerful martial artist might command respect in a region. But a powerful alchemist could command the allegiance of countless elite warriors. Chuyu's power had reached an unimaginably formidable level. If he also mastered alchemy, then nothing could ever stand in the way of the Chu family's future. The last shred of doubt in Shenru's heart vanished completely at that moment. Yu retrieved the pill from the cauldron, pried open his grandfather's mouth, and placed it inside. The pill melted instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into a powerful surge of warmth that instantly coursed through every limb and bone of Chu Xiaotian. Chu Xiaotian's once withered complexion rapidly regained its rosy hue. The latent injuries from years of warfare and the internal damage inflicted by this humiliation were healing at an astonishing pace. Cough, cough, cough. Several minutes later, a violent cough erupted, and Chu Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather. Shenru, witnessing this scene, wept with joy. Unable to contain herself any longer, she threw herself to the bedside and burst into loud sobs. Chu Xiaotian gazed at the grandson before him, both familiar and unfamiliar, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through his body. 2 hot tears streamed down his cloudy old eyes. Good boy. You're back. Yu helped his aunt to her feet and gave his grandfather on the bed a firm nod. Grandfather, your grandson has been unfilial and brought shame upon you. Without further words, he turned and walked into the simple living room. Before the ancestral tablets of the Chu family, he bowed 3 times with reverence. Father, mother, eldest uncle, brothers. I've healed grandfather's wounds. I've also brought back aunt and my sisters-in-law. Rest assured. I, Yu, swear here and now, from this day forward, every single humiliation inflicted upon the Chu family, I will repay 100-fold. Every person who has wronged the Chu family, I will make them pay 1,000-fold. I will never again allow a single family member to endure the slightest hardship or injustice. His voice echoed through the empty room, each word carrying the weight of blood and fire, like the most unbreakable oath, seared into the very fabric of this world. Yet, the moment his words fell, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate frantically. An unfamiliar number. Yu answered the call. Before he could speak, a voice came through, old and authoritative, yet tinged with an unmistakable tremor of excitement. Is this Xiao Yu? This is your master. Young man, come to the Lin family estate in Shizhou immediately. Your 7th sister-in-law, Lin Wan, or something has happened to her. Chapter 20. The news instantly swept through the entire hotel lobby. Hualing Hotel. The head of the Municipal Martial Arts Bureau, who had temporarily taken charge of the scene, was frantically wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. With each wipe, fresh beads of sweat immediately formed. Surveying the lobby, which resembled a battlefield of chaos, his legs trembled uncontrollably. It's over. Completely over. The Sun family, the Zhao family, the Eagle Gang, the deputy commander of the military district, the young master of the world-destroying clan. Virtually every prominent faction in Jiangdong had been offended by that madman named Chu Yu. The Zhao family's eldest son had his skull crushed underfoot. The Zhao family's young lady was disfigured before being stabbed through the throat. Their corpses lay sprawled on the floor, not even covered with a white sheet. This wasn't just a major scandal, it was like he'd stomped on the heavens themselves, grinding them into dust. He was merely a lowly bureau chief in this clash of titans, he wasn't even worthy of being cannon fodder. As he trembled in fear, calculating how to write this report that could cost him his life, an icy, overwhelming pressure like a Siberian cold front swept through the entire hotel lobby in an instant. At the entrance, a middle-aged man clad in a black traditional Chinese robe, his features bearing a faint resemblance to Zhao Jun, yet his aura as dark and deep as an abyss, strolled in, surrounded by a retinue of Zhao family priests whose formidable presence radiated power. His gaze did not linger on anyone present, but fixed directly upon the two corpses, already stiff and cold. When he recognized his son's head, now reduced to a pulp, and saw his daughter's face, a mangled, bloodied mess with eyes wide open in death, a crack finally appeared on his previously impassive face. He did not roar or scream. Instead, he slowly knelt down, extending his well-maintained hand with its meticulously trimmed nails. Gently, he closed his daughter's eyes, which refused to close in death. Zhao Wuji, head of the Zhao family. Behind him, dozens of black-clad figures stood like mountains, their overwhelming aura of killing intent thick enough to freeze the surrounding air. Master. The head of the town's martial bureau summoned his courage, about to step forward to speak. Zhao Wuji rose slowly, his blood-red eyes finally settling upon him. One glance. The head felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to his knees on the spot. A terrifying killing intent, enough to shatter his very soul, enveloped him completely. He had no doubt that if he uttered another word, he would become a cold corpse in the next second. Zhao Wuji paid no further attention to this worthless fool. He merely turned away and issued an order in a voice devoid of any human emotion. Seal off the entire city. In 3 minutes, I want the Chu family erased from this world. West of the city, within a dilapidated dwelling. With the aid of medicinal pills, Chu Xiaotian's spirits had largely recovered. Leaning against the headboard, he gazed at his grandson, a man now unrecognizable from his former self, his cloudy old eyes brimming with satisfaction and pride. Good. Very good. The Chu family has a worthy successor. Shenru wept with joy, clutching Chu Yu's hand as if to make up for a lifetime of heartache. Little Yu, you've finally grown up. My good son. A wave of warmth washed over Chu Yu as he opened his mouth to offer comfort. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, like thunder cracking beside their ears. The tender moment was ruthlessly shattered. The entire dilapidated dwelling shook violently. The already battered door was instantly blown to smithereens by an unstoppable force. Thud! The door was violently kicked open from the outside. Four women, each dressed differently yet equally stunning in their own way, rushed in one after another. Their faces were etched with anxiety and panic as they nearly shouted in unison to Chu Yu. Xiao Yu! Run! They were the 4 sisters-in-law who had left the hotel earlier to pick up their parents. The eldest sister-in-law, Su Muqing, barely catching her breath, blurted out urgently, the Su family has issued a decree. Whoever kills you will be the Su family's honored guest. Right now, every desperado in East China is probably hunting you down. And that's not all. Third sister-in-law Lin Wanner, the prodigy from an ancient martial arts lineage, now pale as death, added, we just got word that Zhao Wuji, head of the Zhao family, is heading here with all their revered masters and elite warriors. They'll be here in 10 minutes at most. Fourth sister-in-law Yi Qingqing and sixth sister-in-law Bai Shi nodded in agreement. Pointing toward the door, they spoke urgently, the car is ready. Xiao Yu, you must leave immediately. Any delay will be too late. The rest of us will go fetch mom and dad and join you as soon as possible. Though stunned by Chu Yu's prowess, their enemy was the entire Jiangdong faction, a colossal force among China's most formidable clans. Outnumbered, how could they not worry? Yet despite her sisters-in-law's frantic expressions, Chu Yu's face showed no trace of panic. Instead, a cold curve lifted at the corners of her lips. Run? I, Chu Yu, left prison for one reason, revenge. He turned slowly, his deep eyes sweeping over the 4 sisters-in-law. His voice was calm, yet carried a domineering aura powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers. They came to me. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Xiao Yu. What on earth are you thinking at a time like this? Su Muqing stamped her foot in frustration. Everyone, calm down. Shenru, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. She gently patted Su Muqing's hand and recounted everything that had just transpired at the abandoned steel mill. When they heard that Chu Yu, single-handedly, had slaughtered nearly 3,000 members of the Eagle Gang and the Apocalypse Organization, even hurling the Apocalypse young master from the upper floor to smash him into mincemeat, all four sisters-in-law froze in shock. Their cherry lips parted slightly, their beautiful eyes widened, their faces etched with horror beyond words. One man slaughtered 3,000? Was this even human? Just as they were still drowning in utter shock. Roar! 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 Outside the door, the deafening roar of car engines grew louder, approaching like a surging torrent of steel, instantly engulfing the dilapidated neighborhood. They're here! The Zhao family had arrived. Stay inside and take care of grandfather and auntie. Chu Yu rose slowly. He glanced out the window at the dark mass of people and vehicles, his face showing no trace of fear, but rather a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. I'll be back soon. With that, he turned away before his sisters-in-law could speak, striding alone toward the throng of people and vehicles, his gait defiantly confident. At the alley entrance, dozens of black vans formed an iron wall, completely sealing off the dilapidated neighborhood. Doors swung open simultaneously as hundreds of Zhao family loyalists clad in black combat gear and wielding standard-issue weapons poured out like a tidal wave. They encircled the solitary residential building in layers upon layers. A murderous aura surged skyward. Zhao Wuji stepped down from the carriage, surrounded by a retinue of revered elders whose presence was as deep and steadfast as mountains. Chapter 21, 100 death-dealing warriors, raging with murderous intent. He cast a glance at the dilapidated dwelling, his gaze colder than 10,000-year-old ice. In a voice devoid of any emotion, he issued the most brutal command. Enter. Kill everyone you see. Leave not a single member of the Chu family alive. He paused, a sickening gleam of satisfaction flickering in his blood-red eyes. But that scum named Chu, you capture him alive. I want him to witness his own family line being cut off. Yes. Dozens of Zhao family death-sworn warriors shouted in unison, ready to break down the door. Squeak. At that moment, the dilapidated wooden door creaked open from within. Chu Yu emerged alone. His expression remained serene, as if the hundreds of murderous loyalists before him were not an army of thousands, but merely a herd of sheep and pigs awaiting slaughter. He looked at Zhao Wuji, the leader, his voice flat. I'm out. Tell them to get lost. Zhao Wuji's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't expected that the murderer of his own children, faced with the inescapable trap he had laid, would show not a shred of fear but instead dare to be so brazen. Very well. Zhao Wuji laughed bitterly in rage. His gaze fixed on Chu Yu, venomous as the deadliest viper. Chu Yu, you murdered my beloved son and destroyed my beloved daughter. This enmity is as deep as the abyss. I won't let you die easily. I'll break every bone in your body, rip out your tongue, and then pour you over my children's graves. You'll kneel there for eternity, repenting for your crimes. He lashed out with a furious roar, his voice hoarse with rage. Seize him. Kill him. A dozen Zhao family death soldiers closest to Chu Yu let out a deafening battle cry, brandishing their weapons as they charged from all directions. A sneer of utter contempt curled at the corners of Chu Yu's mouth. He didn't even move. He merely blew a soft breath toward the charging figures. Boom! An invisible, terrifying shockwave erupted violently from his body. Those dozen or so elite Zhao family assassins, their bodies torn to shreds in an instant by the frenzied blast before they could even utter a scream. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, severed limbs and arms splattering the faces and heads of those behind them. Is this all you've got? You dare brag in front of me? Chu Yu looked at Zhao Wuji with contempt, as if he were watching a mere clown. The savage grin on Zhao Wuji's face froze instantly. But he quickly regained his composure, even wearing a hint of amusement. You've got some skill after all. No wonder you're so arrogant. He clapped his hands, his voice cold and menacing. But do you truly believe my Zhao family has stood tall in Jiangdong for decades relying solely on this crowd of useless nobodies? Today, I've brought every last one of the Zhao family's true trump cards. You are as good as dead. The moment the words fell, the four elders behind him simultaneously stepped forward. Boom! 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 Four distinct yet equally overwhelming auras erupted, like four colossal mountains crushing down upon the entire space. The air throughout the entire block seemed to freeze solid. One wielded a blade, its aura sharp enough to cleave through anything. One wielded a sword, its intent as icy as the winds of the underworld. One fought barehanded, veins bulging on his fists as internal energy surged, causing the air itself to crackle under the strain. The last one was the most unsettling. He stood there silently, shrouded in black mist. Wherever he passed, the ground itself emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. The four great elders of the Zhao clan. Each one a peak-tier powerhouse who had stepped into the realm of 6th-rank grandmasters. Their combined might could sweep across all of Jiangdong. Chu Yu, to die by the hands of the four revered elders of the Zhao clan, you should count yourself fortunate. Zhao Wuji's face once again twisted into a cruel smile of certain victory. Yet Chu Yu merely cast a faint glance at the four elders radiating overwhelming might, not even bothering to speak. He stood silently in place, gazing at the four as if they were already dead. Kill! The four great elders roared in unison, transforming into four streaks of light as they launched thunderous strikes from all directions simultaneously. Blades flashed, swords whirled, fists struck, and poisonous mist spread, instantly sealing off every possible escape route for Chuyu. At that critical moment, "Senior brother, you're picking on him again." "Exactly. Is this petty little scene really worth you getting your hands dirty?" Two crisp, melodious female voices, tinged with a hint of languor and amusement, rang out unexpectedly from midair. The next second, two breathtaking figures, like celestial maidens descended from the heavens, materialized silently on either side of Chuyu. The woman on the left wore a fiery red robe, her figure voluptuous and her eyes seductive as threads. Yet in her hands she held two uniquely shaped crimson curved blades. The woman on the right wore a white gown, her demeanor cold and ethereal, like a celestial maiden untouched by worldly affairs. Yet, at her fingertips, several silver needles as fine as cow hair glimmered with a faint blue light, barely visible. They didn't even glance at the four attacking reverends, instead fixing Chuyu with a gaze full of sorrowful longing. "Senior brother, haven't you missed us at all in these 5 years?" "Oomph. I'd say he's so caught up in his new life he's forgotten us both completely." Chuyu stared at the two women who had suddenly appeared before him. A flicker of genuine surprise finally crossed his perpetually icy expression. "How did you two get here?" The arrivals were none other than the other two disciples his master had taken in while he was imprisoned in the Black Prison: his third junior sister, Honglian, and his fourth junior sister, But the Zhao. "Of course we came to see you, senior brother." Honglian fluttered her eyelashes at Chuyu. Instantly, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashed through her soul-stealingly beautiful eyes. Turning her gaze to the four great reverends now within striking distance, the smile on her lips twisted into something cruel and bloodthirsty. "Perfect timing. Let's use these old fools to liven things up for you, senior brother." The moment the words fell, she moved. The crimson curved blades in her hands transformed into two streaks of blood-red light, moving with an eerie, almost imperceptible speed as they met the blade-wielding warrior and the fist-fighting master head-on. SSSH. SSSH. Blades flashed, blood spurted. The arrogant sword-wielding reverend hadn't even raised his blade when his arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. As for the fist master, he didn't even have time to scream before his throat was silently slit by the other's scimitar. One strike, two sixth-rank masters slain in an instant. At the same moment, But the Zhao moved. She merely flicked her finger toward the swordsman and poison master. Two imperceptibly thin silver needles transformed into streaks of blue light, arriving before they were even launched. The revered swordsman, his blade frozen mid-strike, froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. He collapsed stiffly, his life force extinguished. As for the most sinister poisoner, he didn't even have time to activate the poisonous mist enveloping his body. His entire body convulsed violently, white foam spewing from his mouth as black blood poured from his 7 orifices. He died instantly. 2 more moves, 2 instant kills. In the blink of an eye, the 4 revered masters who were the pride of the Zhao family were all wiped out. Chapter 22, turning to dash back to the car. The entire scene fell deathly silent. The smile on Zhao Wuji's face froze completely, replaced by boundless horror and a bone-chilling dread. These 2 monsters, where did they come from? He stared at the 2 women, beautiful beyond compare, yet their killing methods more brutal than demons, then shifted his gaze to Chuyu, whose face remained utterly calm, as if she'd seen it all before. The thread of reason within him snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. Run. He had to run. Family honor be damned. He spun around, desperate to dive back into the car. But the moment he turned, a figure materialized before him like a ghost, blocking every escape route. It was Chuyu. Did I say you could leave? You can't kill me. Zhao Wuji stared at the killing machine before him, his legs giving way. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, all traces of the aristocratic family head's authority vanishing. He played his final trump card, his voice trembling as he screamed with feigned ferocity. My Zhao family is the representative of the Su family in Jiangdong. My daughter, Zhao Shui, is the most favored mistress of Commander-in-Chief Wang Tianlong of the East China Theater. If you touch me, you offend both the Su family and Commander Wang. There will be no place for you left in this world. Smack! His words trailed off. Chuyu couldn't be bothered to listen to this nonsense. A resounding slap, delivered with lightning speed, struck his face with brutal force. The terrifying force sent his teeth flying out along with a spray of blood. Ah! Zhao Wuji let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded inhuman, his body flung violently across the ground, rolling several times. Before he could scramble to his feet, 2 stunning figures materialized on either side of him. Dare threaten my senior brother? You're asking for death. Honglian's seductive eyes flashed with murderous intent. The crimson curved blade in her hand flickered like a venomous snake, striking, swift as lightning, severing Zhao Wuji's right arm clean off. Enough noise. Bai Sha's voice was icy cold. A silver needle flashed from her fingertip, piercing Zhao Wuji's left arm tendons and crippling his other hand. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. Zhao Wuji writhed in agony on the ground. As he watched Chuyu advance step by step toward him, his eyes finally filled with utter terror and despair. He knew this madwoman had truly resolved to kill him. Shu Yu. Kill me, and Commander Wang will never spare the rest of your Chu family. Your grandfather, your aunt, your 7 beautiful sisters-in-law, and these 2 junior sisters of yours. Everyone will die. They'll all be buried with me. He mustered every ounce of strength for his final threat. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Shu Yu's eyes. He slowly raised his foot, aiming it squarely at Zhao Wuji's head. Just as he was about to crush down with his foot. Halt! A thunderous roar echoed from the alley entrance. A man in a crisp military uniform, his shoulders bearing the insignia of a general, strode in with the imposing presence of a tiger. He was accompanied by a middle-aged man whose face bore a grim, formidable expression. The man was none other than Deputy Commander Li, who had been severely injured at the Hualing Hotel earlier but now appeared fully recovered. And the man beside him was none other than Wang Xiao, the young master whose arm had been broken by Chu Yu at the hotel, and his father, Wang Tianlong, the head of the Wang family from the provincial capital. Upon seeing them, Zhao Wuji, who had been on the brink of despair, suddenly burst into wild joy, as if he had narrowly escaped death. He knew his life was saved. But the very next second. Put! A massive head shot skyward. Scorching blood gushed like a fountain from his severed neck, splattering Deputy Officer Li and Wang Tianlong, who had just arrived, covering their heads and faces. The one who struck was Honglian. Without even turning her head, she swung her blade backward, cleanly severing Zhao Wuji's head in one swift stroke. What use is a noisy dog? She flicked the blood from her blade with an elegant yet eerily unsettling grace. Lieutenant Li and Wang Tianlong froze in place, staring at the headless corpse, then at the 2 stunningly beautiful women who had dispatched their victims with the ease of slicing melons. The color drained from their faces. How dare you? Lieutenant Li finally snapped out of his shock. Pointing at Honglian and Baishao, he roared furiously, how dare you? Committing murder right before my eyes. He whipped around to face Chu Yu, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that erupted without restraint. Chu Yu. You enabled your accomplices in this crime. Your guilt is compounded. Today, on behalf of the East China Theater, I will execute you lawless outlaws right here. With that, he lunged forward. Kill us? Honglian sneered, her crimson curved blade once again emitting a bloodthirsty hum. You're asking for death. Silver needles glinted with a ghostly blue light at the tips of Baishao's fingers. Wait. Chu Yu raised his hand, halting the 2 sisters in arms poised to strike. He looked at the Deputy Officer Li, whose aura was thick with murderous intent, his voice calm. Who are you? Enraged by Chu Yu's dismissive attitude, Deputy Officer Li seethed with fury. Suppressing his anger, he spoke with an arrogant, judgmental tone. I am Li Tianba, First Deputy General under the Commander-in-Chief of the East China Theater. Today, acting on the Commander-in-Chief's orders, I have come to apprehend you, a remnant of the traitorous faction, and bring you to justice. A deeply mocking curve lifted at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. Capture me by order? More like here to back up the Zhao family, huh? Wang Tianlong stepped forward from the side, his gaze as venomous as a snake's as he fixed it on Chu Yu. Deputy General Li, why waste words on such an obstinate madman? His gaze flickered over the pile of shattered flesh from the Zhao family's loyalists on the ground, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes, though his voice remained filled with righteous indignation. This beast is utterly depraved, a murderous monster beyond redemption. I say we execute him on the spot to set an example. It would rid Jiangdong of a scourge. Well said. Honglian clapped her hands with a coquettish laugh, her eyes narrowing seductively as she looked at Wang Tianlong. Old man, I find you more of a pest than my senior brother. Why don't I send you on your way first? Who do you think you are, daring to challenge my senior brother? Baisha's voice was icy cold, the silver needle at her fingertip already aimed at Wang Tianlong's forehead. Insolent! You 2 reckless little brats! How dare you show disrespect to Wang Tianlong? Wang Tianlong roared with fury. As the head of the provincial capital's foremost aristocratic family, he had never endured such humiliation. Guards! Cut out these 2 little brats' tongues and slash their faces to pieces. At his command, the dozen or so elite fighters from the Wang family who had followed him stepped forward in unison. But before they could act, a voice older yet more commanding drifted slowly from the alley entrance. I'll be damned if anyone lays a finger on them today. Before the words faded, an elderly man clad in a military overcoat, his hair and beard entirely white, staggered out of the shadows, clutching a gourd flask. He looked like an ordinary old neighbor, but the moment Li Tianba and Wang Tianlong recognized his face, their expressions changed dramatically. Master? Chapter 23, Dragon War, Commander of the East China Region. Master. Master? Chu Yu stared at the swaying figure before him, clutching his wine gourd as if ready to be blown over by the wind at any moment. For the first time, the eternal ice-like expression on his face cracked. Li Tianba and Wang Tianlong looked as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. The arrogance and murderous intent on their faces vanished without a trace the instant they recognized the old man's face, replaced by fear and horror that seemed to come from the depths of their souls. See, Commander? Li Tianba's voice trembled. He instinctively took half a step back, his previously rigid posture instantly slumping. The man who had arrived was none other than the commander-in-chief of the East China region of the Martial Arts Bureau, Long Zhan. A terrifying figure who truly stood at the pinnacle of power in East China. Even the commander-in-chief of the East China Theater, Wang Tianlong, addressed him with reverence as Old Dragon. Long Zhan paid no attention to the two useless fools who had been scared into stupidity. Instead, he looked at Chuyu with a complex expression, then glanced at Honglian and Baishao beside him. "You two little girls still can't control your strength," he said, taking a swig of strong liquor and shaking his head. His tone carried an ambiguity that defied clear interpretation. Was it reproach or admiration? Honglian and Baishao playfully stuck out their tongues at the old man, as docile as two little kittens. Not a trace of their earlier demonic demeanor remained. "Master," they started picking on senior brother first. Long Zhan sighed, finally turning his gaze toward Li Tianba and Wang Tianlong. From those seemingly cloudy old eyes erupted a terrifying aura powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. "You dare lay a finger on my men?" he asked simply, just one sentence. Li Tianba and Wang Tianlong felt as though an invisible sledgehammer had struck their chests. Both spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces turning as white as paper. "Get out!" Long Zhan uttered the single word softly. Li Tianba and Wang Tianlong felt as if they'd been granted a reprieve, yet their hearts brimmed with endless resentment and venom. Daring not utter another word, they supported each other and turned to flee in disarray. Chuyu watched their retreating figures, his gaze flickering slightly. Honglian and Baishao immediately understood. "Think you can just leave?" A murderous glint flashed in Honglian's seductive eyes. "Dream on," Baishao's voice was as cold as ice. The two women transformed into streaks of light, poised to pursue and ensure those two were thoroughly detained. "Halt!" Long Zhan roared suddenly, halting them in their tracks. His gaze locked onto Chuyu, his voice tinged with anger for the first time. "Chuyu, you still want to kill them? Do you know who they are? One is the first deputy commander of the war zone, the other is the head of the most powerful family in the provincial capital. Kill them, and all of East China will be thrown into chaos. So what?" Chuyu's voice was calm, yet matter of fact. "If you don't uproot the weeds, the spring breeze will make them grow again. My Chu family has been burned once. We won't be burned twice. You." Long Zhan was so enraged by his lawless attitude that his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. "Do you think the Chu family is still the same as it was 5 years ago? Listen, kid, I'm telling you this, if you back down now and take your men back to Black Prison, I might spare the lives of the remaining members of your Chu family. Otherwise, you're courting your own destruction." A deeply mocking curve lifted at the corner of Chuyu's mouth. He couldn't be bothered to say another word. Seeing this, Long Zhan exploded with rage. "Fine. You arrogant little brat. Looks like you need a lesson to learn how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." He stomped the ground violently, his entire being erupting like a primordial beast awakening. His aura unleashed without restraint, exploding with overwhelming force. The force was overwhelming, capable of overturning mountains and overturning seas, destroying heaven and earth. Honglian and Baishao's expressions changed drastically. For the first time, they felt a terrifying pressure from a single person that threatened their very lives. Long Zhan struck out with a palm. The motion appeared slow, yet it seemed to channel the very power of heaven and earth. A colossal hand, formed from condensed energy, descended like a thunderous fist, crushing down toward Chuyu. Honglian and Baishao tried to move, only to discover with horror that their bodies were pinned to the spot by the terrifying palm force, utterly immobilized. Yet, facing this earth-shattering strike, Chuyu didn't even flinch. Just as the colossal palm was about to strike, he simply raised his hand. With one swift motion, he seized the palm formed from condensed chi. Then, he gave it a gentle squeeze. Crack! That terrifying palm, powerful enough to shatter mountains, shattered like fragile glass upon impact. It dispersed into the air, vanishing without a trace. "What?" The rage on Long Zhan's face froze instantly. He stared at the youth, whose expression remained utterly calm, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. For the first time, those seasoned eyes, which had weathered countless storms, revealed utter terror. He wanted to flee, to retreat, but discovered a force even more terrifying and overbearing than his own had instantly sealed off every escape route. The Chu family's chess game is unfathomably deep. They've deceived everyone. All trace of anger vanished from Long Zhan's face, replaced by endless dread and a complex sense of resignation. He reined in all his aura, gazing at Chuyu as his voice cracked. "Kid, take my advice. You absolutely must not reveal your cultivation. And you must never investigate that massacre 5 years ago again." He paused, his voice heavy as a mountain. "Take your people and find a place to hide. Never show your face again. Otherwise, what awaits your Chu family will be a true, utter annihilation." After speaking, he glanced at his two disciples, who were equally stunned into silence. Shaking his head, he turned and walked away, his figure desolate and gaunt, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Chuyu watched Long Zhan's retreating figure, his brow furrowing tightly for the very first time. What was Master hiding? Total annihilation? What could possibly be more catastrophic than the slaughter of an entire clan? "Senior brother, what was that old man babbling about?" Honglian leaned in, her face brimming with curiosity. He said we shouldn't investigate, so we'll investigate all the more. Baishao's voice remained icy, yet a flicker of excitement danced in her beautiful eyes. Shuyu snapped out of his reverie, the confusion in his eyes replaced by an even colder killing intent. He turned to face his two junior sisters, his voice flat yet carrying the weight of unquestionable command. Hong Lian, you investigate. 5 years ago, who was behind the attacks targeting my Chu family? Baisha, you go to the provincial capital. The Zhao family, the Wang family, I want every last one of them wiped out. He paused, then added. Deliver the heads of their family heads to the Su family in Yanjing as swiftly as possible. Tell them it's a gift from Chu Yu. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Yes, senior brother. The two women responded in unison, their faces showing no trace of surprise, only a bloodthirsty excitement. Chapter 24. Just as they were about to depart, they returned home. They had long grown tired of that bunch of reckless fools. One more thing. Shuyu pulled out his phone and dialed an encrypted number. Contact senior sister. I need reinforcements. Senior sister? A flicker of curiosity and apprehension crossed both Honglian and Baishao's faces simultaneously. This senior sister they'd never met was someone even their master praised endlessly, calling her a demonic prodigy. Who would have thought senior brother would summon her from seclusion? It seemed the waters in Yanjing ran far deeper than they had imagined. Without further hesitation, the two women bowed to Chuyu. In a flash, their figures vanished from the spot. After handling everything, Chuyu was about to set off for home. His footsteps abruptly halted. He slowly turned his head, his eyes deep as an abyss fixing on the rooftop of an abandoned building not far away. There, no one was present. Yet a cold curve touched the corner of Chuyu's mouth. After watching the show for so long, it's time to come out and meet me, isn't it? The rooftop of the abandoned building remained deserted. Yet the instant Chuyu's gaze swept over it, an aged figure darted out of the shadows like a startled nightbird. In a few swift leaps, it vanished into the horizon. What terrifying perception! To detect this old man's presence from nearly a kilometer away. Within mere breaths, the old man had fled several miles away. He glanced back toward that direction, his face still trembling with fear, yet also twisted with a sickening excitement. The sleeping young dragon of the Chu family has finally awakened. Certain people will likely find it hard to sleep now. He let out a cold, enigmatic chuckle before his figure completely vanished into the shadows of the city. At the alley entrance, Chuyu withdrew his gaze, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. The rats were beginning to emerge from their holes. He lingered no longer, turning instead to walk toward home. Inside the residence, lights blazed brightly. When Chuyu pushed open the door, the atmosphere inside was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. His grandfather, Zhu Xiaotian, had already retired for the night. But his aunt, Shenru, and his 4 sisters-in-law sat in the living room. None spoke, only staring at him with eyes filled with complexity, worry, and a hint of fear. Xiao Yu, you. Aunt Shenru finally spoke first, her voice trembling uncontrollably. What have you been through these past 5 years? Why have you become so formidable? This question was also what his 4 sisters-in-law most wanted to know. The Chuyu they saw now bore no resemblance to the boy of 5 years ago, a mischievous yet fundamentally kind-hearted youth. Now, he was ruthless and decisive, treating human life as worthless. Even when restrained, the palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him still made their hearts race. Chuyu fell silent for a moment before finally recounting, in brief, his encounter with his master in the Black Prison and the transmission of peerless divine skills. Of course, he omitted the most crucial part. He did not tell them that what his master had imparted was not ordinary martial arts at all, but a cultivation method that transcended all martial practitioners. He certainly didn't mention that his current realm had long transcended the so-called 9-rank martial artist system. Even those revered masters, worshipped as gods by the world, were nothing more than ants he could crush with a single finger. Even so, upon hearing how Chuyu had channeled every ounce of hatred and resentment into his cultivation in that sunless dungeon, enduring inhuman torment day after day, year after year, Shenru and the 4 sisters-in-law couldn't help but tear up. My dear child, you've suffered so much. Shenru could hold back no longer, pulling Chuyu into her arms and weeping openly. The 4 sisters-in-law rushed forward as well. Seeing the old wounds on Chuyu's body now healed yet still gruesome and terrifying, their hearts ached with both sorrow and pride. Not a single man of the Chu family was a coward. Auntie, sisters-in-law, it's all over now. Chuyu gently patted his aunt's back. His voice was hoarse, yet carried a soothing strength. From this day forward, no one will ever bully anyone from the Chu family again. Night deepened. But for the provincial capital of Jiangdong province, this night was destined to be sleepless. The Wang family mansion, the most prestigious estate in the provincial capital. In the brightly lit council hall, Wang Tianlong, the head of the Wang family, sat with a grim expression, listening to his subordinates report. Master, the Zhao family is finished. We just received word that all 371 members of the Zhao family, including every retainer, loyal guard, collateral relative, and even the guard dog, have been slaughtered. The entire Zhao estate runs red with blood. Not a single soul survived. Boom! Wang Tianlong felt his mind go blank. The purple clay teacup in his hand instantly crumbled to dust beneath his fingers. The Zhao family, that clan that had entrenched itself in the provincial capital for decades, engaging in open and covert struggles with his Wang family for half a lifetime, was gone like that? Who did this? His voice cracked with sheer terror. I don't know, his subordinate answered tremulously. Only that it was a woman in red, wielding a curved blade, who slaughtered her way in from the estate gates. A woman in red? In Wang Tianlong's mind, the image instantly flashed of that demonic woman from the alleyway earlier that day, her eyes seductive yet cold, killing without batting an eyelid. It was her. It's Chu Yu's people. He's here for revenge. Wang Tianlong's face instantly turned as white as paper. He leapt from his chair and bellowed hoarsely at his butler beside him. Quick! Quick! Activate all defenses. Summon every guard. Notify the Su family. Alert the military zone. Tell them that madman Chu Yu has come seeking vengeance. Hurry! But before his words had even finished echoing, too late. A voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, rang out unexpectedly from the entrance of the hall. Wang Tianlong whipped his head around to see a woman in a white dress standing there, serene and otherworldly, as if untouched by earthly concerns. Another demoness. You too. Wang Tianlong backed away in terror, pointing at Bai Xiao with a feigned ferocity that betrayed his inner fear. My Wang family has done you no wrong. Why must you seek our utter destruction? No grudge or enmity? A deeply mocking curve lifted at the corner of Bai Xiao's lips. She slowly raised her hand. At her fingertips, several silver needles as fine as cow hair glinted with a faint blue light under the lamp. Earlier today, weren't you shouting that you'd cut out my senior sister's tongue and slash her face to pieces? Now, I'm here. Are you ready? The northern frontier, where wind and snow raged ceaselessly. Within a secret base perched atop a snow-capped mountain, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in black combat gear, her figure voluptuous yet her face as cold as ice, studied the encrypted intelligence in her hands. She was Chu Yu's senior sister, the supreme commander of Dragon Tooth, the most enigmatic special forces unit in the Dragon Nation. Her name was Feng Wu. Chapter 25. Two stood out particularly. Senior brother, released from prison? A rare smile curved Feng Wu's lips, a smile potent enough to melt the frozen peaks in an instant. Interesting. 5 years apart, and your temper's still as explosive as ever. She set down the intelligence report and pressed the communicator on the table. Her voice was cold, yet carried an authority that brooked no refusal. Xuanwu, Jinglong, take your men and head to Jiangdong. Tell senior brother I'll be back in half a month. Join him in storming Yinjing and wiping out the Su family. The next morning, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the ancient capital of Yinjing. Yet today, the entrance to the Su family estate was utterly drowned in a deafening chorus of blood-curdling screams. Before the vermilion lacquered gates, symbols of supreme power and glory, a mountain of human heads had risen overnight. Hundreds of lifeless heads, men and women, young and old, each wearing a different expression, some frozen in terror, others twisted with venom, still others staring blankly. At the very top, two stood out most prominently. One belonged to Zhao Wuji, head of the Zhao family. The other belonged to Wang Tianlong, head of the Wang family. Before the mountain of heads, written in blood, were characters that were both elegant and filled with murderous intent. Jiangdong Chu Yu comes to collect what is owed. Su family, clean your necks and wait for me. The entire capital erupted in chaos. Countless aristocrats and powerful figures who rushed to the scene upon hearing the news stared at the blood-soaked execution mound and the arrogantly defiant blood-red characters, each of them gasping in horror, their scalps tingling with dread. Madman. A complete lunatic. The Jinwu Bureau arrived first, sealing off the scene completely. The head of the Yinjing Bureau, the director, stared at what was arguably the most heinous act of provocation since the founding of the nation. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Daring not to act on his own, he steeled himself and stepped forward, bowing respectfully before the closed vermilion lacquered gates to request an audience. Master Su, it's a major incident. Creak. The vermilion lacquered gate of the Su residence, symbolizing supreme authority, slowly swung open. An elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a scholarly demeanor but graying temples, stepped out slowly, supported by a middle-aged man of distinguished bearing. He was Su Jinghua, the current head of the Su family and one of the 9 generals of China. His gaze swept over the bloody mound at the entrance, then fixed on the arrogantly scrawled blood-red characters. Finally, a crack appeared on his usually impassive face. An invisible, terrifying pressure erupted from his body, instantly engulfing the entire street. All onlookers felt as if an invisible mountain had crushed them, simultaneously spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The faint-hearted among them were instantly knocked unconscious by the sheer force of his presence. Well done. Well done, Jiangdong Chu Yu. Su Jinghua's voice was not loud, yet it thundered like a clap of lightning, reverberating in everyone's ears. Back then, this old man spared his only heir, Chu Zhanyong, out of respect for his service to the nation. Yet, not only has he shown no remorse, but the moment he stepped out of prison, he dared to strut before the gates of the Su family with such audacity. He lashed out with his hand, roaring at the top of his lungs. I hadn't even sought him out, yet he dared come knocking at my door. Does he truly believe the Chu family remains what it was 5 years ago? The director of the Yanjing headquarters of the Jinwu Bureau, struggling to withstand the crushing pressure threatening to crush him, stepped forward and respectfully said, "Please calm your anger, Elder Su. This matter is of the utmost gravity. Our Jinwu Bureau will immediately dispatch personnel to Jiangdong to apprehend that madman and bring him to justice." "You?" Su Jingwa sneered, glancing at him with contempt as if surveying trash. "A mere Chuyu has thrown all of Jiangdong into chaos, even claiming the life of the young master of the extinction sect. Do you really think a bunch of useless fools like you are fit to touch him?" He paused, his voice as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. "This matter," he declared, "will be handled personally by the Su family." The head of the Jinwu Bureau felt as if he'd been granted a royal pardon. He knew his life was spared. "Father, why must you trouble yourself?" At that moment, the middle-aged man supporting Su Jinwa Su Jianjun, the eldest son of the Su family, stepped forward and volunteered. "A mere remnant of the Chu family? Leave it to me." A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in his eyes. "I guarantee that within 3 days, I will make sure the Chu family is completely wiped off the face of this earth." Su Jingguo looked at his most favored son and slowly nodded. "Go. Remember, I want them torn to pieces." Jiangdong, a residential area west of the city. Shuyu had just finished his call with his junior sisters, learning that matters on both fronts had been settled. His face showed not a flicker of emotion. To him, eliminating the Zhao and Wang families was no more than swatting 2 buzzing flies. The true enemy lay in Yanjing. Xiao Yu. His eldest sister-in-law, Su Muqing, approached carrying a cup of hot tea. She placed a thick stack of documents before Chu Yu. "These represent all the remaining assets of the Chu family, along with the wealth we 7 sisters have accumulated over the years. From today onward, all of this is entrusted to you." Chu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He looked at Su Muqing, puzzled. "Sister-in-law, haven't you always managed these businesses well? Why suddenly?" "Because we are women." A bitter smile touched Su Muqing's lips. "Before, with your brothers around, we could roam freely in the business world. But now they're gone. This world ultimately belongs to men. No matter how hard we 7 women try, we can't hold up the sky of the Chu family." Her gaze fell upon Shu Yu, and within those once lifeless eyes, a flame of hope reignited. "But you're back, Xiao Yu. You are the future hope of the Chu family, its true pillar of strength." Shu Yu gazed into his eldest sister-in-law's eyes, heavy with expectation, about to speak. His expression suddenly changed. A terrifying killing intent, powerful enough to suffocate, surged without warning from the distant horizon. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it swept madly toward the dilapidated dwelling. "Sister-in-law, stay inside the house. Don't go anywhere." Shu Yu set down his teacup and rose slowly, his deep eyes piercing through the window toward the source of the killing intent. "Xiao Yu, you." Su Muqing's heart leapt to her throat. "I'll be back soon." With those words, Shu Yu vanished from where he stood. Alleyway entrance. The moment Shu Yu came to a halt, an overwhelming, terrifying aura of murderous intent completely engulfed him. 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, crashed down before him like meteors falling from the heavens, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. The ground cracked like a spider web, radiating outward from where the 2 men stood. The man on the left was burly, with a rugged face, radiating a wild, domineering aura of iron and blood. The man on the right was lean and gaunt, his features soft and effeminate. His triangular eyes flashed with a cold, serpentine glint. Without so much as a glance at Shu Yu, they introduced themselves in a condescending, judgmental tone. "World's End, Left Guardian, Mad Lion. Doomsday, Right Guardian, Venomous Snake. Shu Yu, you killed our young master of World's End. You deserve death 1,000 times over. Today, we come by the Alliance leader's command to claim your worthless life. Prepare to die." Chapter 26, he finally looked them in the eye. World's End, Left Guardian, Mad Lion. World's End, Right Guardian, Venomous Serpent. Their introductions echoed like voices from hell, each word carrying the icy coldness of a death sentence. The terrifying pressure emanating from these 2 7th-rank grandmasters felt like 2 invisible mountains crushing down upon Shu Yu, threatening to grind him into dust on the spot. Yet Shu Yu's face remained frozen in an expression of calm so unsettling it was almost sickening. He didn't even lift an eyelid. "Kill me?" He spoke slowly, his voice flat, as if listening to the most absurd joke imaginable. Seeing his reckless demeanor, the Mad Lion's savage grin twisted into something even more vicious. "What? Scared? A worthless failure who killed our young master dares to put on airs before our 2 great guardians." Beside him, Poison Snake's triangular eyes flashed a cold, mocking glint. "Boy, considering how hard you've trained, we'll give you a chance. If you take your own life here now, we can ensure the rest of your Chu family is spared. Otherwise, this entire block will become your family's mass grave." Every word dripped with endless menace and the cruel amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. Chu Yu finally stirred. He slowly raised his head, his deep eyes meeting theirs directly for the first time. Then, he smiled. It was a cold, mocking sneer that treated all the world's mighty as nothing. "You 2 useless fools? You think you're worthy of my attention?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Two breathtaking figures materialized without warning, one on each side of Chuyu. One clad in crimson, her eyes narrowed like threads of silk. One in a white gown, cold as ice. Senior brother, is this trash even worth you speaking to personally? The crimson curved blade in Hong Lian's hand emitted a bloodthirsty hum. Noisy. Silver needles at Bai Sha's fingertips flickered with a ghostly blue glow. The pupils of the mad lion and the venomous snake suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. They hadn't even seen how these two women had appeared. Looking for death. Roaring with fury, Mad Lion unleashed his master's aura in a thunderous explosion. His fist slammed forward, the air itself cracking under the strain, aimed straight for Red Lotus's face. Red Lotus neither dodged nor retreated. Facing that fist powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, she extended a slender finger, white as jade. A light touch. Pop. The fury of Mad Lion's punch, upon contact with that finger, deflated like a punctured balloon, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. His thick arm, starting from the fist, shattered inch by inch, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Ah! The scream barely escaped his lips before Hong Lian's figure closed in like a ghostly apparition. Her crimson curved blade flashed like lightning. A massive head flew skyward. On the other side, Poison Snake, seeing this, was terrified out of his wits. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee like a wisp of black smoke. Yet the moment he turned, a cold, clear voice rang in his ear like death's verdict. Did I say you could leave? Bai Sha merely flicked her finger toward the direction he fled. An imperceptibly thin, ghostly blue light shot forth, arriving before its release, instantly piercing his back. The venomous snake's movements froze instantly. He struggled to lower his head, staring at the rapidly spreading black spot on his chest. His eyes filled with endless terror and regret as he fell straight to the ground. The instant his body hit the earth, it dissolved into a foul-smelling pool of black liquid. In the blink of an eye, both of the world-destroying sect's great protectors were annihilated. Shiyu surveyed the two corpses on the ground without so much as a flicker of emotion. He merely turned to his two junior sisters. Is the matter settled? Rest assured, senior brother. Hong Lian sheathed her curved blade, her tone tinged with triumph. The Zhao and Wang families, all 532 souls, along with their dogs, have been sent to keep their master's company. The heads were delivered to the Su family in Yanjing as you commanded. The Su family? A flicker of murderous intent crossed Bai Sha's icy face. Senior brother, is this the same Su family that wiped out your entire clan 5 years ago? Their handiwork, Chuyu replied flatly. Then what are we waiting for? Hong Lian's seductive eyes blazed with murderous intent. I'll head to Yanjing now and wring the heads off those old fools of the Su family to use as your chamber pot. I'll slit their tongues. Bai Sha's voice remained icy. Hold on. Chuyu stopped them. The two women turned back in confusion. The Su family alone doesn't have the guts to lay a finger on my Chu family. A deep, calculating gleam flashed in Chuyu's eyes. I'll use them as bait to reel in the real big fish lurking behind them. The two women understood at once. Master brother, you are wise. Bai Sha immediately pointed at the two corpses on the ground, warning, Senior brother, these two are from the World's End faction. With the young master dead and their two chief enforcers lost here, they won't let this rest. World's End? Chuyu's brow furrowed for the first time. Senior brother, don't underestimate this World's End. Hong Lian's expression grew unusually serious. The name sounds imposing, but their nickname in the underworld is Scabby Dogs. They don't have many elite fighters, but their network spans the entire country. They operate without any scruples and hold grudges like mad. Once they latch onto you, it's a fight to the death. They're more annoying than flies. Upon hearing this, the trace of gravity that had appeared on Chuyu's face vanished instantly. In its place emerged a chilling intent to kill, cold enough to freeze the very heavens and earth. If they're dogs, then we'll beat them to death. With a voice as flat as a board, he pronounced the death sentence on a massive organization. Then let's eliminate it first. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. His eldest sister-in-law, Su Muqing, hurried out. Glancing at the horrifying scene on the ground, she forced down her nausea and urgently said to Chuyu, Xiaoyu, hurry. Come with me to the airport. Your second sister-in-law and the others have already boarded the earliest flight with your parents. They'll be here any minute. All right. Chuyu nodded, readily agreeing. He turned, drew a jade token from his robe carved entirely from warm jade and engraved with the ancient character for Chu and presented it to Su Muqing. This was the token of the Chu family patriarch. Eldest sister-in-law, this. I'm returning it to you. Su Muqing froze in place. Staring at the token symbolizing the supreme authority of the Chu family, her face instantly filled with panic as she waved her hands frantically. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? I was only holding this for you temporarily. Now that you're back, it rightfully belongs to you. No. Chuyu cut her off, his expression solemn as never before. He looked at the woman before him, the one who had sacrificed everything for the Chu family, the one who had held everything together and spoke each word deliberate. The one who truly held this family together was you, sister-in-law. Su Muqing froze completely. She met Chuyu's unwavering gaze. Those words, you are the pillar, struck her heart like a thunderclap, leaving her utterly speechless. Chapter 27, My Closest Family. These past 5 years, you've guarded the Chu family's door, upheld filial piety for my brothers, and preserved a sliver of hope for me. The suffering you endured was no less than mine in that dark prison. Shu Yu's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable weight. From now on, household matters and business affairs will remain under your control, eldest sister-in-law. The task of vengeance that falls to me. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the sisters-in-law peeking out from the inner room, their faces equally stunned. His tone softened slightly. If you meet someone you love, pursue them boldly. The Chu family will never be your shackles. But no matter whom you marry or where you go, I, Chu Yu, will always recognize you as my dear sisters-in-law, the closest kin to me. Xiao Yu. Su Muqing could hold back no longer. 5 years of pent-up grievance, bitterness, and resentment now poured forth like a burst dam, tears streaming down her face. She had sacrificed her youth, her reputation, everything. Bearing the world's scorn and incomprehension, she stood like a stubborn lone wolf, fiercely guarding this crumbling home. She never expected anything in return. But these few words from Chu Yu made her feel that everything she had done was worth it. Worth it! She covered her mouth, choking back sobs. Chu Yu said no more, merely turning and striding purposefully toward the exit. Her 2 junior sisters immediately followed. Honglian summoned a black minivan from the alley entrance, and the 3 sped straight to the airport. The car was filled with a grim, tense atmosphere. No sooner had Chu Yu settled into her seat than Honglian's encrypted phone rang. After answering, she listened for only a few moments before her alluring face darkened with murderous intent. Senior brother, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Jianjun, has already boarded a private jet with the Su family's most elite dragon guards and is heading this way. He's expected to arrive in Jiangdong in 2 hours. Good timing. A cold, bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Chu Yu's eyes. Honglian hung up and dialed another number, this time connecting with Bai Xiao. Senior sister has uncovered a lead as well. Honglian's expression grew heavier than ever before. Senior brother, the deaths of your 7 brothers are suspicious. They weren't assassinated, they were poisoned by an ancient toxin called Immortal's Downfall. Colorless and odorless, once activated, it instantly destroys a martial artist's meridians. Not even immortals could save them. Whoever possesses such a poison is no ordinary foe. Boom! The temperature inside the carriage seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. A killing intent more violent and colder than any before erupted violently from Chu Yu's body. An ancient poison. His brothers hadn't fallen in battle, they'd been poisoned to death by such a vile and treacherous means. Investigate. Chu Yu's voice was hoarse and icy cold, each word ground out between clenched teeth. Drag the poisoner out of hell, inch by inch. I will make him wish he were dead. At the same time. In the southwest frontier, deep within the 10,000 mountains. Within a colossal palace built of massive stones and skulls, a figure cloaked in black robes, its face obscured, yet shrouded in terrifying black mist, sat enthroned upon a throne forged from white bones. He was the supreme ruler of World's End, the sovereign. Below the throne, a black-clad subordinate lay prostrate on the floor, trembling violently like a sieve, not daring to lift his head. Honored master. The life tokens of the young master, guardian lion, and guardian snake, all 3, shattered just moments ago. The entire hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. The next instant, a terrifying pressure capable of turning mountains and rivers pale and making ghosts and gods wail erupted from the throne. The black-clad subordinate on the ground didn't even have time to scream before this pressure crushed him into a pulp on the spot. Well done. How dare you? The sovereign's voice echoed through the hall like the howling of a billion vengeful spirits. Have mortals forgotten my methods of world annihilation? He rose slowly, his eyes hidden beneath the black robes like 2 blood-red moons, radiating a murderous glare that seemed to devour all who met it. Speak! Who did this? In another corner, a subordinate clad in black suppressed the terror that threatened to shatter his very soul, answering with trembling voice. Your Excellency, according to intelligence from Jiangdong, the perpetrators were members of the Chu family. The Chu family? The Lord's overwhelming fury faltered momentarily at the sound of those 2 words. His voice carried a hint of confusion and bewilderment. Which Chu family? Your Excellency, it is the Chu family of Jiangdong, the very one annihilated overnight 5 years ago by the Su family of Yinjing in alliance with several major factions. The black-clad subordinate answered tremulously, fearing that a single delayed syllable might seal his fate like his fallen comrade. The Chu family of Jiangdong? The Lord's voice held even greater bewilderment, and the overwhelming killing intent that had filled it seemed to wane slightly. Wasn't the Chu family wiped out? Chu Zhanxiong and his 7 sons all died in battle. Every last member of the clan perished save for one worthless scum framed for treason and thrown into the black prison. How could such a worthless scum possibly kill my young master, the world destroyer, and 2 of my guardian protectors? This subordinate does not know. The black-clad subordinate bowed his head even lower. This subordinate only discovered that the one who carried out the attack was indeed that remnant of the Chu family released from the black prison, Chu Yu. As for why he has become so formidable, this subordinate will immediately dispatch men to investigate. No need. The Lord waves dismissively, his voice resuming its haughty indifference. A worthless creature who crawled out of the black prison by sheer luck. Even if he stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune, what waves could he possibly stir? His casual commands sounded as though he were dispatching someone to crush an ant. Send men. Wipe that so-called Chu family, along with that worthless scum, off the face of this earth. Yes, master. The black-clad subordinate responded as if granted a pardon, yet hesitated slightly. But master, we've already dispatched Ghost Mask and Holy Maiden to handle this. Ghost Mask ranks among the top 5 masters in the organization, while Holy Maiden is our sole hope for world annihilation, a true cultivator. Sending her to deal with a worthless piece of trash, isn't that a bit perfect? The master's voice held not a shred of emotion. Let her gain some experience out there. She's been holed up in the mountains so long, she's nearly forgotten that the outside world speaks with blood and bones. Jiangdong International Airport. The air seemed to freeze within the VIP lounge. The moment Chu Yu and Su Muqing stepped inside, 7 pairs of aged yet piercing eyes instantly locked onto them like searchlights. These were the parents of the 7 sisters-in-law. Time had carved deep furrows across their faces, yet the authority radiating from their very bones, the iron discipline of soldiers, the resilience of business tycoons, the revered authority of medical masters remained undiminished. In those 7 pairs of cloudy yet piercing eyes, emotions suppressed for 5 years surged: excitement, relief, partake, and a hint of deeply buried guilt. Good boy. Good boy. We finally waited for you to come out. Chapter 28, You've suffered so much, child. A low growl, trembling with suppressed emotion, shattered the silence. At the forefront stood Qin Jinghua, the father of second sister-in-law Qin Ruoshi. A retired military doctor with a distinguished combat record, the stars of command he had once borne on his shoulders were enough to send tremors through the Jiangdong bureaucracy. He took 3 steps in 2, his fan-like hand clamping down on Chu Yu's arm with a force that could have crushed steel. His cloudy old eyes scanned Chu Yu from head to toe, as if trying to see through the past 5 years to see how much suffering and hardship he had endured. In that single glance, Qin Jinghua's eyes blazed crimson. You little brat, you've lost weight. And you've darkened. But your eyes, they're sharper than your father's ever were. His voice was hoarse as he slammed a fist into Chu Yu's chest, only to immediately smooth the creases in his shirt with his palm. The motion was filled with contradictory affection. Back then, on the battlefield, your father and I were brothers who'd trust each other with our lives. Damn it, I failed to protect his seed. Making you suffer all this hardship. The last 3 words were practically ground out between his teeth, brimming with endless self-reproach and bitter resentment. Uncle Qin. Chu Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. The weathered face before him overlapped with the memory of the soldier who used to hoist him onto his shoulders, laughing heartily. His heart, hardened beyond steel by 5 years of hellish trials, was suddenly struck hard by those 3 simple words. A long-forgotten warmth quietly stirred within him. Little you, it's good you're back. You're safe, that's what matters most. Child, these past 5 years we old fools have done you wrong. The father of third sister-in-law Lin Weiner, Lin Xiaotian, a towering figure in the martial arts world of Jiangdong, the father of fourth sister-in-law Lu Yan, Lu Qianfan, a financial titan who once shook Wall Street. 7 titans whose every move could shake their respective worlds now gathered around Chu Yu like ordinary neighbors, showering her with warm concern. That unadulterated, genuine concern was a warmth Chu Yu had never felt during those 5 years of cold, dark isolation. After a flurry of emotional greetings, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Qin Jinghua's expression turned solemn as he carefully retrieved a jet-black bank card from his inner pocket. It bore no logos, only a golden dragon motif. He pressed the card firmly into Chu Yu's hand. Child, listen to me. Qin Jinghua's voice was hushed, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. This is the seed money our 7 families pooled together for you. The password is your father's birthday. His piercing gaze swept over the 7 stunningly beautiful women beside him, their expressions equally complex. His tone grew unbearably heavy. Jiangdong today is not the Jiangdong of 5 years ago. That mad dog from the Wang family has turned this place into a veritable den of tigers and dragons. You can't stay here another moment. Right now. Immediately. Take your 7 sisters-in-law and leave. The tickets are ready, a private jet flying directly to Switzerland. Someone will meet you upon landing. Find a place where no one can find you, change your identities, and settle down first. Qin Jinghua paused, his large hand gripping Chu Yu's arm tightening once more. In a tone brooking no argument, he spoke each word deliberately. And one more thing, the most crucial point. Until you possess absolute power to crush the Wang family, never set foot in Yanxia again. Revenge can wait a decade. Your most crucial task now is to marry your 7 sisters-in-law. Then, have as many children as possible. The more, the better. For the sake of the Chu family, spread your branches, multiply your descendants, and carry on the family line. Boom! The moment those words left his lips, it was as if a bombshell had exploded over everyone's heads. The air instantly turned deathly silent. Not only Chu Yu, but all 7 of his sisters-in-law, including Su Muqing and Qin Ruoshi by his side, froze solid on the spot. Their 7 breathtakingly beautiful faces, already stunning enough to captivate a nation, flushed crimson from ear to neck in an instant. Shame, embarrassment, disbelief, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within them, making them wish they could vanish into thin air, unable to lift their heads. Uncle Chin! What are you saying? Shuyu was the first to snap out of the shock of this outrageous remark, her mind buzzing. She hurriedly tried to push the heavy black card back. They are my sisters-in-law. My eldest brother's fiancés. What sisters-in-law? Qin Jinghua's eyes flashed, unleashing a fierce, bloodthirsty aura that sent a chill through Chuyu. The wedding hasn't been held, their status isn't settled, and nothing is finalized. What kind of sisters-in-law are they? His tone shifted abruptly, his voice thick with unyielding reality and cruelty. Besides, what happened at Longting Manor yesterday has spread like wildfire throughout the entire Jiangdong high society. Those 7 girls stood up for you, completely severing ties with the Wang family. This filthy water has been thrown over them, utterly ruining their reputations. Who would dare take them now? Who could afford such a burden? Exactly, roared Lin Xiaotian, the fiercest martial arts master, his voice booming in agreement. Don't you know what kind of scum the Wang family are? If they can't have something, they'll find ways to destroy it. Rather than let those 7 good girls be targeted and harassed by lowlifes in the future, they might as well follow you. That's called keeping the good stuff in the family. Internal resource integration. Besides, Lin Xiaotian counted on his fingers, his logic unshakable. How are you going to carry on the family line alone? That's far too inefficient. 7 sisters-in-law each bearing you a healthy son. No. A pair. Your Chu family would flourish overnight, deep-rooted and flourishing. Right. Old Lin speaks rough but true. Xiaoyu, just listen to us. This is the only way out right now. You owe it to them, and you owe it to your father. The other elders chimed in, one after another, turning this scandalous proposition into a meticulously reasoned, logically sound argument. It felt less like arranging a marriage and more like strategizing for the very survival of the family. Shu Yu was utterly bewildered. He felt his worldview being ground into the dirt by this group of elders whose stomping could make the entire Jiangdong region tremble. He stared at the elders before him, more anxious than he was, practically ready to hold grandchildren any second now. Glancing sideways at the 7 sisters-in-law, who were blushing so fiercely they seemed ready to evaporate on the spot, he felt his head spinning. What the hell was going on here? Just as he was about to speak again, determined to refuse this absurd proposal outright, the black card in his hand was slammed back into his palm with an irresistible force by Qin Jinghua. Immediately, an unstoppable force converged from all sides. Elders like Qin Jinghua and Lin Xiaotian personally stepped in, shoving Chuyu forward without a word. Enough! It's settled. Military orders are as firm as mountains. Execute immediately. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, the Wang family's hounds will pick up the scent and catch up. Thud. A dull thud. Chuyu's entire body slammed solidly into a human wall formed by 7 soft, supple bodies. Soft, fragrant flesh filled his arms in an instant. 7 distinct yet equally intoxicating, soul-stirring fragrances flooded his nostrils simultaneously. Su Muqing's cool, medicinal scent, Qin Ruoshi's delicate orchid fragrance, Lin Wanner's crisp, sweaty aroma. In that instant, Chuyu's mind went completely blank. His entire body froze solid in place. Chapter 29, Better Than Growing Old Alone. The astonishing elasticity radiating from 7 supple, delicate bodies, combined with the overwhelming surge of 7 exquisite body scents blending into a divine elixir that instantly flooded his nostrils. Even Chuyu, whose mind was as hard as divine iron, experienced a half-second mental freeze. He froze in place, not daring to move an inch. The 7 women in his arms reacted like 7 cats whose tails had been stepped on. Their hair stood on end, bodies instantly tensing into rigid straight lines. No matter how open-minded or composed they were, when had any of them ever experienced such intimate contact with a man other than their own fiancé? And this man was their nominal younger brother-in-law. Shame. Awkward. And a tingle of something strange, something they wouldn't even admit to themselves. Those 7 breathtakingly beautiful faces, already stunning enough to take one's breath away, were instantly engulfed in a captivating blush, spreading from their ears down to their necks. The air seemed to freeze. Yet this frozen air was shattered by suppressed, rapid gasps. In the minds of all 7 women, Qin Jinghua's words, shocking yet undeniably true, echoed in unison. Their reputations were indeed ruined. Targeted by the Wang family's mad dog, who in all of China would dare marry them? Even if someone did, endless retaliation and oppression from the Wang clan awaited them, ultimately dragging their husbands' entire families down with them. Rather than face such a fate, surrendering in humiliation to their enemies or living out their days in solitude, it would be better to offer everything they had to the Chu family. To avenge their brothers. To perpetuate the indomitable bloodline of the Chu family. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire across the 7 sisters' hearts. The gaze they cast upon Chuyu gradually transformed. Within the affection and concern a sister-in-law held for her younger brother-in-law, there now lurked a hint of the fierce, burning resolve a woman directs toward her own man. Just as the atmosphere reached its most eerie peak, a frantic ringtone shattered the tension. It was the eldest sister-in-law, Su Muqing, calling. As if clutching at a lifeline, she hastily extricated herself from Chuyu's embrace, fumbling to answer the call. Her fair face remained flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Hello? What? After listening for less than 3 seconds, Sumuching's face instantly drained of color. The company's in trouble, she gasped, her voice trembling as she hung up. All our assets and stocks are being maliciously shorted. Our partners are unilaterally tearing up contracts en masse. The bank suddenly announced it's calling in the loans. We won't make it past today. It's definitely that bastard Wang Tianlong. Xin Jinghua slammed his fist into the wall, his eyes bloodshot. Those bastards. They're trying to drive you to ruin. Lin Xiaotian roared with fury. Kids. Forget it. Forget everything. Xin Jinghua grabbed Su Muqing's hand, his tone commanding and unyielding. You two now. Immediately. Go to Switzerland. Everything here, we old fools will risk our lives to hold down for you. But, no need to leave. Chuyu's voice was cold and calm, yet carried an absolute confidence strong enough to hold back the sky if it fell. Stepping out from among the ants who were already swayed, his gaze swept over the 7 anxious elders. I'm back. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. He offered no further explanation, letting his actions speak for his stance. Let's go home. Inside the stretched limousine, the atmosphere remained oppressive. Xin Jinghua and the others clearly remained uneasy, once again bringing up that matter of utmost importance. Xiaoyu, company matters can wait, but the Chu family line must not be cut off. You must listen to us on this. Uncle Qin, this matter. Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed. His mind was consumed by thoughts of revenge. How could he possibly focus on this now? He could only use work as an excuse. Let's handle the company matters first. We'll discuss the rest later. Seeing his firm stance, the others couldn't press him further and reluctantly dropped the subject for now. The car soon arrived at the Chu family's old residence in the city center. After settling his sisters-in-law and elders, Xiaoyu glanced at Su Muqing, who shared his deep concern. Big sister-in-law, let's go. We should check on the company. Xiaoyu. I told you, I'm here. Su Muqing gazed into Chuyu's deep, unfathomable eyes, and all the panic in her heart miraculously subsided. She nodded firmly. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of Chu Group. Gazing at the office building before him less than 10 stories tall, with outdated decor and peeling paint on the walls, Chuyu's fists clenched involuntarily. He remembered that 5 years ago, Chu Group's headquarters had been the tallest skyscraper in downtown Jiangdong City, a commercial landmark for the entire region. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Your sister-in-law was useless. I couldn't protect the empire your brothers built. Su Muqing's eyes instantly reddened, her voice filled with endless guilt. It's not your fault, Chuyu's voice remained calm, yet carried a force that pierced the soul. It is the Chu family who owes you. Starting today, everything we've lost, I will personally reclaim it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As they entered the main gate, a young secretary wearing black-rimmed glasses and looking very capable hurried over anxiously. Mr. Su. You're finally here. Just now, over a dozen more partners called to terminate our contracts. Our funding chain is about to snap. Su Muqing's face paled further. The secretary paused, then handed over a gold-embossed business card, her voice tinged with fear. They also said that the Skydome Chamber of Commerce is orchestrating everything behind the scenes. If you want to resolve this, they demand that you personally go to their Jiangdong branch and negotiate directly with their chairman. Su Muqing's hand trembled violently as she took the business card. Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce. Those 4 words felt like an invisible mountain crushing down on her heart. She knew this wasn't merely business pressure, it was a trap set for Chuyu, a treacherous banquet. Alright, I understand. She took a deep breath and unexpectedly agreed outright. Turning to Chuyu, she forced a strained smile. Xiaoyu, you go back and keep grandfather company. I can handle matters at the company. With that, she turned to leave, preparing to face the meeting alone. A strong, powerful hand suddenly seized her wrist, halting her in her tracks. It was Chuyu. He didn't look at Su Muqing, merely snatching the gold-embossed business card from her hand. His voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce? What's that? Xiaoyu, you. Su Muqing stared at Chuyu's unyielding profile, panic rising within her. Yet the moment her gaze fell upon the card in his hand, her voice trembled involuntarily, a quiver she hadn't even registered herself. Chapter 30, You Can't Go. The Skydome Chamber of Commerce. On the surface, it's a commercial alliance spanning all of East China. But in reality, it's more like an underground organization cloaked in legitimacy. Her voice was hushed, each word tinged with profound apprehension. Its chairman, Zhou Tianxiong, is a ruthless man with a background shrouded in extreme mystery. 3 years ago, the Tianqiong Chamber forcibly established itself in Jiangdong, swallowing up nearly all small and medium-sized enterprises that refused to submit. Their methods were exceptionally brutal. Su Muqing paused, a flash of humiliation and resentment crossing her face. At that time, our Chu group was already on its last legs. To save the company, I had no choice but to make a deal with him. He took a shipment of rare minerals worth nearly 10 billion from us, but the final payment has been delayed indefinitely. It was precisely because of this siphoned-off capital that we finally couldn't hold on any longer and were forced to vacate our headquarters building. Her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Chuyu. Now they're suddenly provoking us like this, specifically demanding that your sister-in-law come over. This is absolutely a plot targeting you can't go. I know. Chuyu's voice remained calm as he flicked the business card lightly between his fingers before tucking it into his pocket. Sister-in-law, you stay here? He turned to Su Muqing, his tone leaving no room for argument. Contact the moving company. Prepare to move back to our original place. He paused, his deep eyes seeming to pierce through the future. Everything the Chu family has lost starting today, I will reclaim it all, piece by piece. Without waiting for Su Muqing to respond, he turned and walked alone toward the door. Xiao Yu. Su Muqing instinctively wanted to chase after him, but her steps froze the moment she tried to move. Watching that solitary figure, whose back seemed capable of trampling an army, the heart that had been in turmoil for days over the company crisis miraculously settled completely in that moment. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her entirely. Uncontrollably, Xin Jingguo's shocking words resurfaced in her mind. Marry him? Bear his children, to expand the Chu family lineage? This thought broke through the surface once more intense and clearer than any time before. Her fair face flushed involuntarily once more. Skydome Chamber of Commerce, Jiangdong branch. A towering skyscraper, its entire structure clad in black reflective glass, radiated an intimidating coldness and dominance under the sunlight. As Chuyu stepped out of the taxi and prepared to enter, her peripheral vision was instantly drawn to another figure who had just alighted nearby. It was a woman. A woman whose beauty defied description. She wore a simple white gown, her aura as cool and pristine as a lotus blossom atop a snow-capped peak, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. Yet starkly contrasting her icy demeanor was the profoundly bitterly cold energy surging within her, an energy so potent it seemed poised to burst forth from her very body. The nine holy body. For the first time, Chuyu's eyes betrayed unmistakable shock. Such a peerless, once-in-a-lifetime alchemical vessel physique was an unparalleled treasure even in the world his master resided in. Countless supreme beings would fight tooth and nail to possess it. He never imagined encountering one on this mundane earth. Just as Chuyu was sizing up the woman, a female attendant clad in a provocative leather outfit, her figure equally alluring, yet her demeanor brimming with wildness and aggression, suddenly stepped forward, blocking the path before the woman in white. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. The attendant's phoenix-like eyes flashed with menace as she barked at Chuyu, her fierce demeanor resembling a mother leopard guarding her prey. The woman in white merely gave Chuyu a faint, dismissive glance before withdrawing her gaze. Her eyes were cold and haughty, like a deity surveying ants, utterly unruffled. The two turned and walked through the gates of the Sky Dome Merchants Guild. Chuyu composed himself and followed without hesitation. Hey! Did I say you could leave? How dare you follow our young mistress? The fiery attendant, seeing Chuyu enter, instantly shot up her eyebrows and blocked his path once more. I'm not following you, Chuyu replied flatly. I'm here to collect a debt. Collect a debt? The fiery bodyguard eyed Chuyu up and down, then let out a sneer dripping with contempt. You? Alone? Do you even know where you are? Do you know who you're dealing with? Kid, let me give you some advice. If you want to die, find somewhere else. Don't dirty our young mistress's path. The woman in the white dress behind her finally turned her head again, speaking in a tone tinged with pity. Take her advice. Go back. This isn't a place for you. With that, she dismissed Chuyu entirely, striding toward the private elevator with her fiery attendant. Chuyu ignored their advice and followed suit. What's wrong with you? Think you're too good for us? The fiery attendant, seeing this, was thoroughly enraged. She reached out to push Chuyu. Yet before her hand could touch the hem of Chuyu's robe, an invisible, terrifying force rendered her utterly immobile. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Chuyu walked straight in and pressed the button for the top floor. The woman in the white dress watched Chuyu. A flicker of emotion finally rippled through her cold, clear eyes, but she said nothing. Instead, she led her resentful attendant into the elevator. The elevator ascended steadily, reaching the top floor. The top floor housed an exquisitely luxurious penthouse club. A middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire, with a potbelly yet an aura of a tycoon, had been waiting there for quite some time. He was Zhou Tianxiong, the chairman of the Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce. The moment he spotted the woman in white, his face instantly contorted into an excessively deferential, even fawning smile as he hurried forward. Miss Lin! Your presence here truly graces this humble abode. The woman in white, addressed as Miss Lin, merely gave him a slight nod, her expression as cool and distant as ever. Chairman Zhou, have you brought what I requested? I have. Zhou Tianxiong hastily retrieved a brocade box crafted from rosewood from his robe, opening it with utmost reverence. Inside the box lay a palm-sized piece of ancient jade, a deep emerald green, with a natural dragon-shaped pattern etched into its surface. An aura of pure, crystalline energy emanated from the jade, refreshing the air throughout the entire clubhouse. When Miss Lin saw the ancient jade, a flicker of intense heat finally appeared in her previously still, well-like eyes. Name your price. Zhou Tianxiong rubbed his hands together, a look of reluctance crossing his face before he held up a single finger. Miss Lin, you know how rare and precious this dragon pattern chalcedony is. As for the price, well, it's at least this much. 10 billion? The fiery-tempered attendant behind Miss Lin raised an eyebrow. Chapter 31, You Dare Threaten Me? A smile that looked more like a grimace than a genuine expression spread across Zhou Tianxiong's face. No, not 10 billion. He paused, then uttered a figure in a voice bordering on a groan that made everyone present gasp in shock. 100 billion. 100 billion? The fiery attendant, known as Huofeng, instantly widened her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. Pointing an accusing finger at Zhou Tianxiong, she was about to unleash a torrent of curses. Are you out of your mind? A piece of junk jade, and you dare ask for 100 billion? I checked, this thing sold for a mere 3 million at Sotheby's auction 3 years ago. The fawning smile vanished instantly from Zhou Tianxiong's face. He carefully replaced the dragon pattern chalcedony under its cover, then sat back down on the sofa with leisurely composure. He fixed Miss Lin and her servant with a gaze as cold as death. Miss Lin, 3 million buys an ordinary piece of feng shui jade. But 100 billion buys your life. Boom! For the first time, Miss Lin's icy cold face showed a violent flicker of emotion. A bone-chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from her body. Zhou Tianxiong, you dare threaten me? Not a threat, a statement of fact. Zhou Tianxiong crossed his legs, a smug smile of certainty spreading across his face. I know, Miss Lin, you suffer from a rare affliction. Every full moon, the cold poison within you flares up, causing unbearable agony, correct? And this dragon pattern chalcedony is the only supremely young object capable of suppressing the cold poison within you. Without it, within 3 months, you'll freeze to death, turned into an ice sculpture. So, you have no choice. He paused, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over Miss Lin's flawless face and curvaceous figure, his eyes brimming with greed and lechery. Of course, the price, well, that's open to negotiation. He picked up a glass of red wine from the table, swirling it gently as a wicked smile curved his lips. Provided Miss Lin graces me with her company for a drink. You're dreaming. Huofeng erupted in fury, stepping forward to shield Miss Lin. Who in all of Shizhou doesn't know our young mistress is frail and never touches alcohol? You're forcing her to her death. Exactly. I am forcing her. Zhou Tianxiong's smile grew more smug. Not only do I hold her life in my hands, but now, I hold her body too. This feeling is truly exquisite. Miss Lin's delicate frame trembled violently with fury. She recalled the agony of each cold poison flare-up like plummeting into the frozen hells of the underworld, where even her soul felt frozen solid. She couldn't die. She still had blood feuds to settle. She clenched her teeth so hard her nails nearly dug into her palms. Finally, with immense effort, she forced a single word from between her teeth. Fine. She pushed away the fire phoenix, trembling as she reached out to take the cup of crimson wine. At that very moment, a calm voice sounded unexpectedly from the side. You cannot drink this wine. It was Chu Yu. From start to finish, he had stood quietly by like an outsider. Yet within his mind, a colossal wave surged. The Nine Holy Body. The Lin clan of the Western continent. These two pieces of information instantly connected with the arranged marriage his master had set for him in the Black Prison. His master had said his future wife was the pride of the Lin family of the Western continent, born with the Nine Holy Body. Yet, a deadly poison had been planted within her, leaving her with little time left. The only antidote lay in her union with a man possessing the supreme young sovereign body him. Could it be her? Shuyu stared at the white-robed woman preparing to drink the poison wine, his brows furrowing tightly for the first time. Who do you think you are? What business do you have speaking here? Fire Phoenix, already seething with pent-up fury, seized the moment to vent her rage at Chuyu the instant he interjected. Shut your mouth. Miss Lin turned back, her icy glare rebuking Chuyu. She didn't want to drag an innocent person into this. However, Zhou Tianxiong's patience seemed to have reached its limit. Seeing Miss Lin's defiant stance, his smile grew crueler. Miss Lin, it seems a single cup of wine is insufficient to express your sincerity. He rose slowly, advancing step by step toward Miss Lin. His lecherous eyes burned with unmasked desire. Why not stay tonight? We can talk by candlelight and discuss this business properly. What do you say? You're asking for death. Fire Phoenix was utterly enraged. She let out a fierce cry, her entire body transforming into a raging female panther as she launched her attack. Her speed was lightning fast. Her fists, carrying a fierce gust of wind, aimed straight for Zhou Tianxiong's face. Zhou Tianxiong seemed to have anticipated her move all along. A trace of disdain flashed across his face as he casually blocked the strike. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Fire Phoenix gained the upper hand, forcing Zhou Tianxiong to stumble back half a step. Not bad, Zhou Tianxiong muttered, rubbing his numb wrist. The smile on his face grew colder. But do you really think I'd dare touch anyone from your Lin family without being fully prepared? He clapped his hands sharply. Come out. As the words fell, hidden doors around the clubhouse opened simultaneously. Dozens of burly enforcers clad in black combat gear, weapons in hand, surged out like a tidal wave, surrounding the trio. Fire Phoenix's expression changed instantly. She needed to protect Miss Lin and couldn't afford to let her guard down. Zhou Tianxiong. Miss Lin stared at the scene, a flicker of panic finally appearing on her usually composed face. Have you thought this through? Do you think your Tianxiong trading company can bear the consequences of offending the Lin family of Shizhou? The Lin family? Zhou Tianxiong erupted in a maniacal laugh. Behind me stands the Su family. The Su family of Yinjing. Don't even mention you, a sickly weakling. Even if your Lin family patriarch himself came, he'd have to bow down to me. He swung his arm violently, roaring at the top of his lungs. Attack! Break the men's limbs and throw them out. Capture those two women. Tonight, I'll taste what this West Continent's double-barreled cannon is really like. Yes, sir. Dozens of thugs roared in unison, brandishing weapons as they charged forward with savage grins. Miss, flee now. Huo Feng's eyes blazed with fury. Shielding Miss Lin behind her, she prepared to fight to the death. It's too late. A resolute glint flashed in Miss Lin's eyes. She drew a blood-red pill from her bosom and swallowed it without hesitation. Boom! A fury of power erupted from her body. In an instant, her strength surged from that of an ordinary person to a level comparable to a fifth-rank martial artist. Blood-igniting pill? Shock flashed across Zhou Tianxiong's face, only to be replaced by an even more greedy, frenzied delight. Ha 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 ha! Excellent! Excellent! The fiercer, the better. However, just as Miss Lin prepared to strike, ready to destroy herself along with her enemy, the fire phoenix beside her suddenly went limp. An unnatural flush spread across her fair face, and her breathing grew ragged. Miss. I'm so hot. Miss Lin turned to look, her pupils instantly shrinking to pinpricks. She realized with horror that Fire Phoenix had been secretly dosed with an incredibly vicious aphrodisiac. And the one who had administered it was none other than Zhou Tianxiong, who had stood by coldly observing the entire scene from start to finish. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Tianxiong watched the scene unfold, his laughter growing more maniacal. Miss Lin, do you still intend to resist? Miss Lin's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. She watched the thugs closing in step by step, then glanced at Huo Feng beside her, now barely conscious. For the first time, her eyes revealed endless despair. At that critical moment, a calm voice, yet thunderous as a clap of lightning, boomed in everyone's ears. You dare touch my people? Shu Yu finally moved. He simply took a step forward. A terrifying, overbearing pressure descended more formidable than any before, as if capable of crushing the heavens and earth beneath his feet. Chapter 32, The Madness Begins. You dare touch my people? The 5 words were delivered with utter calmness, devoid of any emotion. Yet they carried the weight of a divine decree from the heavens, radiating an unquestionable, supreme authority that judged all beings. Boom! That overwhelmingly domineering pressure radiated outward from Chu Yu like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, instantly engulfing the entire top floor club. The brutal enforcers, who had been snarling and lunging forward, froze in mid-air, their expressions frozen in terror. The next instant, their bodies seemed seized by an invisible giant hand. Before they could even utter a scream, they exploded one after another mid-air with successive booms, turning into clouds of blood mist. No flesh scattered, no limbs torn apart. It was the most complete vanishing act imaginable. In the blink of an eye, dozens of elite thugs were annihilated. The entire luxurious club was instantly engulfed by a thick, pungent stench of blood. Dead silence. A deathly silence so profound it froze the very soul. The smug arrogance on Zhou Tianxiong's face froze solid. Staring at the blood-soaked floor, then shifting his gaze to the youth standing amidst the crimson mist, his expression as detached as a deity, his knees began to buckle violently. A warm liquid flowed uncontrollably down his trousers. Miss Lin was utterly frozen in place. Her once clear, cold eyes, now dimmed by despair, were filled with an indescribable horror. She stared fixedly at Chu Yu, her heart beating wildly against her will. Who exactly was this man? When he said my people, was he referring to himself? You. Zhou Tianxiong pointed at Chu Yu, his teeth chattering violently. He tried to invoke the Su family's name, but found his vocal cords clamped shut as if by an invisible hand, unable to form a single coherent syllable. I don't care who's backing you. Miss Lin was the first to recover. Suppressing the storm raging within her, she grabbed Huo Feng and shielded Chu Yu, barking at Zhou Tianxiong. The Lin family of Shizhou is not someone you can afford to provoke. The Lin family? Before Zhou Tianxiong could speak, a more flippant, more contemptuous cold laugh drifted lazily from the club entrance. The Lin family of Shizhou, on the brink of bankruptcy? And they dare to shout in my face? As the words faded, a young man dressed in a top-tier bespoke suit, handsome yet radiating an eerily effeminate aura, strolled in. He was accompanied by a gaunt, half-asleep elder whose eyes were barely open, as if ready to nod off at any moment. Zhou Tianxiong spotted the arrival as if he'd found a lifeline. He scrambled forward, tears and snot streaming down his face as he wailed, "Young Master Wei. You're finally here. It's this brat, he. Useless." The youth addressed as young Master Wei didn't even glance at him, merely uttering two impatient words. Zhou Tianxiong's voice cut off abruptly. As if doused with a bucket of ice water, he obediently shut his mouth, retreating to the side, not daring to breathe loudly. Young Master Wei's gaze swept past everyone, landing directly on Miss Lin. His eyes held the look of one admiring a prized possession that had long belonged to him. Lin Yanran, we meet again. Miss Lin Yanran. The moment she saw young Master Wei's face, her pupils suddenly contracted. Wei Ziong. How could it be you? Wei Ziong, the eldest grandson of the Wei family, one of Yanjing's most powerful clans. A notorious playboy known throughout high society for his ruthlessness and manipulation of women. He was also her most relentless and most despised suitor. Why shouldn't it be me? Wei Ziong strolled forward, each step feeling like he was trampling on Lin Yanran's heart. I heard you came to Jiangdong searching for medicine, so I thought I'd drop by. What's the matter? Not happy to see me? Zhou Tianxiong is your man? You orchestrated all this? Lin Yanran's expression darkened instantly. That's correct. Wei Ziong admitted without hesitation, spreading his hands and wearing an amused smile. Otherwise, did you think someone like Zhou Tianxiong would dare touch the eldest daughter of the Lin family from Shizhou? Lin Yanran's heart plummeted to the depths. Yet she stood tall, her voice cold. Wei Ziong, I don't care what agreement you've reached with certain members of my Lin family. But I can tell you this clearly, my father, Lin Zhan, will never consent to a marriage between us. Your father? At the mention of that name, Wei Ziong's smile twisted into something even more scornful, more cruel. You mean that good-for-nothing who lost nearly 100 billion yuan from the Lin family due to his failed investment in the Beihai oil field and is about to be ousted by the board? Boom! Those words struck Lin Yanran like a bolt of lightning from a clear blue sky. Struck as if by lightning, she staggered back half a step, all color draining from her lovely face. No! Impossible! My father! Nothing is impossible, Wei Ziong cruelly shattered her illusions. The Lin family no longer operates under your father's control. Your uncles would gladly package you and deliver you to my bed to secure the Wei family's investment, all to preserve their own wealth and prestige. Despair. Endless despair, like a cold tide, instantly engulfed Lin Yanran completely. Her last bastion of support had collapsed. You're asking for death. By the side, Wo Feng, witnessing her young mistress being so humiliated, could no longer hold back. Fighting against the searing heat within her that threatened to consume her sanity, she let out a fierce cry and lunged forward once more. Yet before she could draw near, the old man beside Wei Ziong, who had been observing with half-closed eyes, moved. Without even rising, the old man merely waved his hand impatiently. Boom! An invisible, terrifying force, though released later, struck first, slamming viciously into Huo Feng's chest. Fire Phoenix felt as if a speeding truck had plowed into her chest. A mouthful of blood spurted forth as her body flew backward like a refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine. Wei Ziong cast a contemptuous glance at the unconscious Fire Phoenix before turning his gaze, now brimming with lecherous lust and possessive desire, back to Lin Yanran. He advanced step by step, savoring the sight of his prey's final struggle. Yanran, now, no one in this entire world can save you. Submit to me, become my woman, and I promise you'll get everything you desire. He reached out, his hand poised to caress Lin Yanran's pale, exquisite face. Get away. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Yanran's eyes. She would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Just as she prepared to unleash her final reserves of vital energy to destroy herself and her enemy together. A hand reached out from the side, gently resting on her shoulder. A warm, commanding, supremely yang energy like the blazing sun itself flooded into her body. It instantly calmed the raging cold poison churning within her and the chaotic chi and blood surging from the burning blood pill. Run! Lin Yanran whipped her head around, her voice urgent and commanding as she addressed Chuyu. Go to the western continent. Find my father, Lin Zhan. Tell him everything that happened here. Hurry! That old man is a grandmaster. You can't defeat him. She still believed Chuyu was merely an ordinary martial artist with brute strength, utterly incapable of standing against a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Oh? Not from the Lin family? Zhou Tianxiong's face twisted into a cruel grin upon hearing this. Young Master Wei, this brat is trying to escape. We can't let him get away. Wei Ziong's brow furrowed as well. He glanced at Chuyu, who had maintained a calm expression throughout, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Some nobody who popped up out of nowhere, and he dares to play the hero? Uncle Fu, break his legs and toss him out. However, Chuyu paid them no mind whatsoever. Chapter 33, The Overconfident Blabbermouth. He merely looked up at Wei Ziong, who stood high above him, and spoke slowly in a tone that was utterly calm yet supremely arrogant. I'll give you 1 minute. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Every pair of eyes fixed on Chuyu. A cold, icy curve lifted at the corner of Chuyu's mouth, sealing the fate of everyone present. If you can't escape, you'll die. If you can't escape, you'll die. Madness. Madness pushed to its absolute limit. So mad that the air in the entire penthouse club froze solid in that instant. The playful smirk on Wei Xiong's face vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented darkness and fury. As the eldest grandson of the Wei family, one of Yanjing's most prestigious clans, who had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone? Even Lin Yanran, upon hearing Chu Yu's outrageously audacious words, saw the glimmer of hope that had just flickered in her eyes instantly replaced by endless regret and despair. It was over. How could she have pinned her hopes on such a reckless braggart who didn't know his place? Good. Very good. Wei Xiong laughed bitterly in rage. Pointing at Chu Yu, he issued the cruelest order to Zhou Tianxiong beside him. Zhou Tianxiong, I changed my mind. Don't break his legs yet. Tear that mouth of his to shreds. Yes, young Master Wei. Zhou Tianxiong let out a savage grin. He'd long despised this brat who dared to run wild on his turf. He lunged forward with a thunderous burst of energy, unleashing a vicious black tiger heart-piercing strike. The claws sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming straight for Chu Yu's heart. Yet, Chu Yu didn't even flinch. Only at the very instant Zhou Tianxiong's fist was about to strike his chest did he simply raise his hand. One swift motion and he seized Zhou Tianxiong's wrist. Then, with a gentle twist. Snap! A bone-chillingly crisp cracking sound reverberated throughout the entire arena. Zhou Tianxiong's thick arm twisted like a fragile pretzel, forced into an unnatural angle. The bones throughout his entire arm shattered, piece by piece. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky. The entire arena erupted in an instant. Lin Yanran's eyes, dimmed by despair, suddenly blazed with an unmistakable, incredulous light. As for Wei Xiong, the fury on his face was replaced by an even more sickening maniacal delight after a brief moment of shock. How fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. He clapped his hands, gazing at Zhou Tianxiong's tortured face, then at Chu Yu's serene expression, his eyes fixed on them as if they were priceless treasures. Boy, I admit it, you've got some skills. He spoke to Chu Yu with an air of condescending generosity, his voice brimming with arrogance. Now, I'm giving you a chance to live. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times to me, and then become my dog, Wei Xiong's dog. I'll pretend today's events never happened. His reply was a sharp crack. A blur of movement, fast beyond comprehension, flashed past. Wei Xiong's handsome face was sent flying by a resounding slap, spitting a mouthful of blood mixed with 7 or 8 teeth as he crashed to the ground, half his face swollen like a pig's head. A dog? You think you're worthy of my kneeling? Chu Yu's icy voice rang in Wei Xiong's ears like death's verdict. Wei Xiong was utterly stunned. Clutching his burning cheek, his eyes burned with disbelief and endless venom. You dare strike me? He snapped his head up, roaring at the old man who had been standing behind him, eyes closed in meditation, his voice hoarse with fury. Fu Bo! Kill him! Tear him to pieces! Fu Bo slowly opened his half-closed eyes. The terrifying aura of an 8th-ranked grandmaster descended like a thunderclap. The glass throughout the entire top-floor club creaked under the crushing weight of this overwhelming force. He stepped forward, leaving an afterimage in his wake. His palm struck out, shattering the air itself as it aimed straight for Chu Yu's crown. Chu Yu remained motionless. Facing that earth-shattering palm strike, he simply extended a single finger. A light touch. Pop! The terrifying palm force from Uncle Fu, powerful enough to shatter mountains, dissipated instantly upon contact with that finger, like a punctured balloon vanishing into nothingness. His withered arm, starting from the palm, shattered inch by inch, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. No! For the first time, sheer terror flashed in Uncle Fu's eyes. He tried to flee, to retreat, only to discover with horror that his body was pinned to the spot by a force even more terrifying and overpowering than his own, leaving him utterly immobilized. Chu Yu's figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. One hand clamped around his throat. Then, with a gentle squeeze. Snap! The Wei family's strongest guardian, the 8th-ranked grandmaster, Fu Bo, was dead. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. The savage grin on Wei Xiong's face froze completely. He stared at the headless corpse, then at the youth who killed as casually as drinking water. His legs began shaking violently, and his crotch grew damp once more. You can't kill me. He played his final trump card, his voice trembling as he screamed, his words a hollow threat. My grandfather is Wei Zhang, one of the 9 generals of Huaxia. My aunt is the matriarch of the Su family. If you touch me, you offend both the Wei and Su families. There will be no place for you left in this world or the next. Put. His words trailed off. A massive head shot skyward. Chu Yu couldn't be bothered to listen to this nonsense. With a single kick, he ripped the head clean off the neck. Lin Yanran stared at the bloody scene before her, utterly stunned. She knew how terrifying Wei Xiong's background was, but she never imagined this man would kill without a second thought. He was far too bold. Miss, save me. At that moment, a pained moan snapped Lin Yanran back to reality. Fire Phoenix lay on the ground, her fair face flushed with an unnatural, deepening crimson. Her body writhed incessantly, tearing at her own clothes as she emitted moans so explicit they made one blush. Chu Yu frowned, stepping forward. His fingers formed a sword-like point, poised to strike Huofeng's sleep acupoint. His hand moved like lightning, several silver needles instantly piercing key acupoints all over Huofeng's body, sealing the rampant drug effects within her. Yet, the instant his needles struck, a sudden, terrifying change occurred. Fire Phoenix suddenly opened her mouth wide. A jet-black stream shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring, carrying a foul, putrid stench as it hurtled straight toward Chuyu's face. A poisonous insect. This was no aphrodisiac, it was the long-lost mother-child love bug. A cold gleam flashed in Chuyu's eyes. He brought his fingers together, striking with lightning speed. Just as the insect was about to burrow into his skin, he pinched it firmly, a bizarre, jet-black creature with a pair of blood-red wings. Lin Yanran watched in stunned silence once more. This mother-child love bug was a secret art of the Miao tribes, utterly vicious. Once implanted, the victim became a puppet of the caster, their life and death hanging on the caster's whim. At that very moment, an even colder, more eerie aura of terror descended without warning from above Chuyu's head. A ghostly figure, wielding a black dagger drenched in deadly poison, materialized silently midair and thrust it straight toward Chuyu's back. A sneak attack. Lin Yanran's expression changed drastically in an instant. She could sense that this attacker's strength far surpassed that of the previous Fubo by several-fold. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited within her was instantly extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet, without turning his head, Chuyu simply swung his fist backward, unleashing a simple yet devastating blow. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the ghostly figure was violently sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily into the wall and punching a gaping hole through it. Chapter 34, Unprecedented Tension and Fear. Ghost Face. Are you okay? A cool, melodious yet utterly emotionless female voice echoed from behind the shattered wall. A woman dressed in a simple white gown, her demeanor as pure as a snow lotus, emerged slowly. She had briefly crossed paths with Chuyu downstairs earlier. She stepped forward, blocking Ghost Mask, who was about to strike again. She carried no aura whatsoever, appearing as ordinary as someone incapable of lifting a finger. Yet precisely because of this, Lin Yanran felt an unprecedented sense of tension and dread. Be careful. She's not right. Lin Yanran urgently warned Chuyu. Chuyu casually crushed the struggling bug into dust between his fingers. Rising slowly, his deep eyes fixed on the man and woman as his voice remained flat. The world-destroying ones? The world-destroying ones? Those four calm words struck the couple like thunderclaps. The black-clad assassin known as Ghost Mask's pupils suddenly contracted. And in the icy calm eyes of the white-dressed woman, true ripples finally stirred for the very first time. You know us? Her voice remained icy, yet now carried an imperceptible weight. She looked at Chuyu and spoke slowly, her voice echoing as if from the summit of a snow-capped mountain, carrying an air of lofty detachment that seemed to survey all below. Indeed, we come from World's End. My name is Bingpa. He is Ghost Mask. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the chaos on the ground. She seemed utterly indifferent to the deaths of Wei Xiang and the others, continuing in a matter-of-fact tone. Every trouble the Chu group has encountered, we did it. This is merely a minor punishment for daring to provoke my World's End. Now, kneel. Kowtow to my fallen young master and the two great guardians of World's End to beg forgiveness. Then, strip yourself of your cultivation and become a dog for World's End. I might consider sparing the remaining members of your Chu family. As her words fell, a chill more terrifying than any before erupted from her body. This aura was no longer the internal energy of a martial artist, but a more advanced, pure, terrifying energy imbued with the power of the laws of heaven and earth. A cultivator. She was a true cultivator. Lin Yanan's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Though she knew little of cultivation, she understood all too well what a cultivator represented. They stood above all martial artists, beings akin to gods. Chuyu was as good as dead. However, Chuyu smiled. He stared at the Ice Soul Saintess, her face aloof as if passing judgment on his life and death, and laughed with utter scorn and contempt. By you? Before the words had fully left his lips, he moved. His speed defied the limits of human vision. 1 second he was 10 meters away, the next, he materialized before the Ice Soul like a phantom. A fist erupted. Simple, direct, yet carrying an overwhelming aura powerful enough to shatter stars and crush the heavens. The haughty expression on Bingpa's face instantly gave way to boundless terror. She tried to resist, to dodge, but discovered with horror that her body was pinned to the spot by the terrifying force of that punch, unable to move. You're asking for death. Seeing this, Ghost Mask beside her glared with eyes bulging to the brink of bursting. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a swarm of countless black bugs, a black storm of death that swept toward Chuyu like a raging tempest. Watch out. He's a bug master. Lin Yanran cried out in alarm. Bug masters are far more troublesome than martial artists. Don't try to fight him head-on. Her words trailed off. Because Chuyu paid no heed to the swarm engulfing him. He merely blew a gentle breath toward the black storm of death. Boom! An invisible, terrifying shockwave erupted from him like a thunderclap. The tens of thousands of terrifying bugs capable of devouring an elephant to bare bones in an instant didn't even get within a meter of Chuyu's body. They were instantly crushed into dust by that violent shockwave. No! My precious! Ghost Mask let out a shrill, inhuman scream at the sight. Gazing at the youth whose face remained utterly serene, as if he'd merely swatted away a swarm of mosquitoes, the demon mask's eyes flickered with utter terror for the very first time. He panicked. He was utterly panicked. Pointing at the still unconscious fire phoenix, he screamed with all his might, his voice harsh yet trembling with fear. "You can't kill me. I've planted my life-bound bug inside that woman. If I die, she dies too. Her intestines will rot, her heart devoured by 10,000 bugs." However, Shuyu merely whistled softly at him. The next instant, the unconscious fire phoenix suddenly opened her mouth. A stream of black light shot out from her own mouth, obediently landing in Chuyu's palm. It was none other than the life-bound seed bug he had already tamed. Impossible, impossible. Witnessing this scene, the thread of reason within Ghost Mask snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. Forgetting all about the Holy Maiden and his mission, he spun around, ready to vanish into a cloud of black smoke and flee for his life. "Did I say you could leave?" Chuyu's icy voice rang in his ears like the Grim Reaper's verdict. With a flick of his finger, a golden streak of light shot forward, arriving before its target, instantly piercing Ghost Mask's back. All movement froze within Guamian. He struggled to lower his head, staring at the rapidly spreading golden flame on his chest. His eyes filled with endless terror and regret. The moment he hit the ground, his entire body turned to a handful of ashes. Even the poisonous insect he'd released as a final warning was consumed by the golden flames, reduced to nothingness. "Miss." At that moment, a faint moan echoed as the fire phoenix slowly regained consciousness. Surveying the chaos before her, then shifting her gaze to the youth standing in a pool of blood with an expression of detached calm, she momentarily struggled to discern whether this was reality or a dream. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Lin Yanran was the first to regain her senses. She curtsied gracefully to Chuyu, her cold eyes now devoid of any trace of arrogance, filled only with boundless gratitude and a complex emotion. She then approached Zhou Tianxiong, who had long since collapsed in terror, trembling like a leaf. Her voice was as cold as ice. "Speak. Which branch of the Lin family colluded with Wei Xiong to harm my father?" Zhou Tianxiong stared into those piercing eyes that seemed to see straight through his soul, then glanced at the demonic figure beside her, utterly ruthless and merciless. How could he dare conceal anything? He spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. It was your third uncle's son, young master Lin Yifan. It was him after all." A flash of understanding and endless icy coldness flickered in Lin Yanan's eyes. She paid no further attention to this worthless man. Instead, she reached out and took the dragon-patterned jadeite from Zhou Tianxiong's embrace. Then, she walked up to Chuyu and respectfully presented the priceless treasure worth tens of billions. "Young master, no thanks are needed for such a great favor. This token is but a small gesture from Yanran. I implore you to accompany me back to Shizhou. My Lin family shall surely reward you handsomely." However, Chuyu merely gave the jade a fleeting glance and did not accept it. "Keep it for yourself." He turned away, gazing out at the bustling cityscape beyond the window, his voice flat. "I have matters to attend to." He was referring to the crisis facing the Chu Group. The 100 billion yuan blood debt owed by the Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 35, It's not about the money. "You dare touch my people?" Chuyu's words struck like an invisible sledgehammer, smashing into the heart of every person in the clubhouse. He didn't spare another glance at the Ice Soul Saintess, who had been scared into stupor. Instead, he slowly turned, his eyes deep as an abyss, landing on Zhou Tianxiong, who was writhing in agony on the floor, his arm crippled. "You took goods from the Chu Group. When will you settle the payment?" "I'll pay. I'll pay immediately." Zhou Tianxiong clung to this last straw like a drowning man. Crawling and stumbling, he knelt before Chuyu, all traces of his former tycoon-like demeanor as the Chamber of Commerce president gone. His face was etched with utter terror and groveling submission. "Mr. Chu. No. Master Chu. I took 80 million worth of your goods. I'll give you 100 million now. No. 200 million. Please spare my wretched life." He banged his head frantically against the expensive marble floor, the dull thuds echoing as blood streamed down his forehead, yet he felt nothing. Yet, Chuyu merely watched him, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. 200 million? He shook his head lightly, his voice flat yet carrying the weight of a verdict. Because of this unpaid debt, Chu Group moved from the tallest building in Jiangdong to a dilapidated office building where even the plaster is peeling off the walls. "Do you really think 200 million could settle this debt?" Zhou Tianxiong's voice abruptly fell silent. The color drained from his face, replaced by despair deeper than death itself. The man before him wasn't after money at all. He wanted his life. He wanted the entire Tianxiong Business Association dead. "I don't want your money." Chuyu's voice held not a shred of warmth, yet it struck Zhou Tianxiong like a thunderbolt from a clear blue sky. "I want you to compensate me with the original headquarters building of the Chu Group." Boom! Zhou Tianxiong felt his mind go blank, his entire body collapsing to the ground. That building. It was a landmark building in Jiangdong. Even if he pooled every asset of the entire Tianxiong Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't afford half of that building. This wasn't just an outrageous demand, it was an attempt to devour him whole, skin and bones. Master Chu. I. He wanted to say he couldn't afford it, but when his gaze met Chu Yu's eyes that seemed to be looking at a dead man, all words were forcibly swallowed back. He knew that if he dared utter a single no, the next moment, he would meet the same fate as Wei Ziong and Fu Bo. I'll give you 3 days. Chu Yu couldn't be bothered to spare the worthless man another glance. Turning away, he addressed Lin Yanran, who stood utterly stunned by the unfolding scene, his voice calm and detached. Let's go. Lin Yanran snapped out of her daze. She glanced at Zhou Tianxiong, who lay on the ground, his eyes vacant with despair. Then she looked at this man decisive and ruthless, who treated Yanjing's top aristocratic families as if they were nothing. For the first time in years, her long-dormant heart began to beat wildly. Without another word, she silently supported the equally horrified Hua Feng and followed behind Chu Yu. At the same time, Jiangdong International Airport. Dozens of military vehicles bearing special license plates swept in like a torrent of black steel, instantly sealing off all exits and entrances. Armed soldiers on alert, guards stationed every 3 paces, sentries every 5, a chilling aura piercing the heavens. The entire airport was placed under complete martial law. All flights were grounded. Countless stranded passengers stared at this unprecedented spectacle, murmuring among themselves, speculating which powerful figure of immense influence was about to descend upon Jiangdong. At that moment, a jet painted entirely black, its fuselage emblazoned with a ferocious dragon's head, descended like a colossal beast from the heavens. Escorted by several fighter jets, it tore through the clouds and slowly touched down. On the tarmac, the heads of every prominent family in Jiangdong had been waiting for hours. Dressed in tailored suits, each one looking every inch the respectable gentleman, they now stood with heads bowed and backs bent, their faces etched with humility and flattery, not daring to breathe a word. The cabin door opened. A young man in a white training uniform stepped out, his handsome features framed by an aura of overwhelming dominance. He descended slowly, surrounded by the imposing, towering figures of the Su family's dragon guards. He was Su Jianjun, the eldest son of the Su family. The moment he stepped off the plane, he didn't even glance at the heads of the Jiangdong aristocratic families who had been waiting for hours. Instead, he swept his gaze across the entire crowd with a look that seemed to regard them as mere ants, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Where is that remnant of the Chu family now? A second-rate clan head who usually lorded over Jiangdong with arrogance immediately scrambled forward, bowing and scraping, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Reporting to young Master Su. That little bastard just went to cause trouble at the Sky Dome Merchants Guild. Our men have been keeping a close watch. Very well. Su Jianjun nodded. Slowly raising his hand, a dragon guard behind him immediately lit a specially supplied cigarette for him with reverent care. He drew a deep drag, exhaling slowly. Through the swirling smoke, his eyes flashed with a predatory glint, ready to devour his prey. Convey my words. Proclaim them throughout all of Jiangdong. His voice was not loud, yet it thundered like a clap of lightning, reverberating in everyone's ears. Before 6 o'clock this evening, I will publicly try Chu Yu, that remnant of treason, at the center of the Jiangdong Stadium. If the remaining members of the Chu family kneel before me before then, I may consider sparing them a proper burial. The words fell. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Then, an uncontrollable wave of ecstatic murmurs erupted. Holy crap! Young Master Su is serious about this. A public trial? That'll be so satisfying. I've never liked that Chu Yu. Ha 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 ha. That little bastard is finished. Let's see how arrogant he gets now. The patriarchs of Jiangdong's aristocratic families beamed with delight. They could already envision the lawless madman, crushed under young Master Su's thunderous justice, begging for mercy on his knees before facing a public execution. Chu Yu, your retribution has finally arrived. Just as Su Jianjun's arrogant declaration of judgment spread like wildfire through the Jiangdong elite families, causing an uproar throughout the region. Chu Yu had already arrived at Huachuntang, Jiangdong City's most prestigious traditional Chinese medicine clinic, accompanied by Lin Yanan and her maid. Of course, this was not the branch where he had slapped the owner to death, but the genuine flagship establishment, a traditional courtyard house spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, nestled by the lakeside in the city center. This was the true haven for the wealthy to squander their fortunes and the sanctuary where the powerful sought to prolong their lives. Young Master Chu, if not for you today, Yanran might have. In an elegant private room, Lin Yanran personally poured Chu Yu a cup of the finest pre-rain Longjing tea. Her exquisitely beautiful, aloof face bore not a trace of arrogance, only the relief of having survived a catastrophe and heartfelt gratitude. My Lin family possesses few holdings in Jiangdong. We can only offer this precious venue, Huachuntang, to host a banquet as a token of our gratitude. I hope young Master Chu will not look down upon it. Chapter 36, It must be his sister, Li Shui. Chu Yu remained silent, merely lifting his teacup and taking a gentle sip. He hadn't come for the banquet, but because Lin Yanran had told him that the main branch of Huachuntang housed a true master of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps this master could offer clues about the strange poison afflicting his brothers. Just then, a series of hurried, frantic footsteps echoed outside the door, accompanied by the desperate cries of a young man. Master Sun! Master Sun, save us! Please save my sister! The door to the side room was violently pushed open. A young man dressed in expensive clothes, his face etched with agony and despair, stumbled in, clutching a young woman who had long since fallen unconscious, her lips turning purple. Master's son. The young man fell to his knees with a thud before an elderly man seated in the room, who had been resting with his eyes closed, radiating an otherworldly aura. My sister, she's dying. We've sought out every renowned physician across Huaxia, but they all say she's been poisoned by an unprecedented toxin utterly incurable. They say only you can save her now. Lin Yanran's delicate brows furrowed slightly at the sight of the arrivals. Rising to her feet, she explained softly to Chuyu, young Master Chu, this is Li Hao, the young master of the Li family from Jiangdong. The one in his arms must be his sister, Li Shui. She paused, her gaze shifting to the venerable elder with an ethereal demeanor, her tone brimming with reverence. And this gentleman is the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine I mentioned to you, Sun Daoming, descendant of Sun Xingmiao, the divine physician. It is said his medical skills have reached divine heights. His supreme divine needle technique can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. He is truly a figure of extraordinary power. Shu Yu's gaze merely swept indifferently over Sun Shini before settling on the unconscious girl. At a single glance, his brow furrowed involuntarily. At that moment, Sun Daoming slowly opened his eyes. Ignoring Li Hao kneeling on the ground, he extended 2 fingers and gently placed them on the unconscious girl's wrist. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, and a trace of gravity appeared on his previously impassive face. A strange poison. Indeed, a strange poison. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet carrying an undeniable authority. This poison is called the 7-day soul-severing powder. It is utterly vicious. Within 7 days, the victim's internal organs will turn to pus and water. Not even a god could save them. That your sister has lasted this long is nothing short of a miracle. At these words, the last trace of color drained from Li Hao's face. He began frantically kowtowing, his voice breaking into sobs. Master's son. You must have a way, right? I beg you, save her. If you can save her, the Li family will give everything we have. Sun Daoming stroked his beard, a look of reluctance crossing his face. Yet, in the end, he nodded. Very well. A physician's heart is compassionate. This old man will make an exception this once. He turned to address a young female apprentice behind him, dressed in a white coat. She had delicate features, yet a hint of pride lingered between her brows. Xingyue, fetch my Tai golden needle. Though this poison is fierce, if we use my 9-turn revival needle technique to gradually expel the toxins from her body, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yes, master. The apprentice named Xingyue's face immediately lit up with pride. She turned to fetch the needles. Li Hao was overcome with joy, weeping as he repeatedly kowtowed to Sun Daoming. However, just as everyone believed the young girl might be saved, a calm voice, utterly without warning, echoed through the side room. She wasn't poisoned with the 7-day soul-severing powder. It was Chu Yu. He slowly set down his teacup, his deep eyes resting on the unconscious girl. His tone was calm, yet it felt like a boulder had been dropped into a tranquil lake. If you attempt that 9-turn resurrection needle technique, she will perish within 3 needles. Boom! The entire room fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes turned to fix upon Chu Yu. How dare you! Xingyue was the first to snap out of it. Pointing an accusing finger at Chu Yu, she roared with fury. Who do you think you are? How dare you question my master's diagnosis? My master has practiced medicine for 50 years, saved countless lives, and is hailed as the contemporary sage of medicine. You're just a wet-beard kid, what the hell do you know about medicine? Li Hao also snapped his head up, glaring at Chu Yu with a look that could kill. If looks could kill, Chu Yu would have been torn to shreds by now. Boy! I don't care who you are. If you dare utter another word of nonsense and delay my sister's treatment, I, Li Hao, swear to heaven I'll make you wish you were dead. Even Lin Yanran frowned deeply. She tugged at Chu Yu's sleeve and whispered urgently, Young Master Chu, Dr. Sun's medical skill is legendary throughout all of China. He couldn't possibly be wrong. Yet Chu Yu paid no heed to their doubts. His gaze fixed on Sun Daoming, whose face was equally grim, his voice remaining calm. The 7-day soul-severing powder causes the victim's forehead to darken and lips to turn purple, but the fingernails should retain their normal blood color. Yet hers have already turned an eerie bluish black. This is not the symptom of the 7-day soul-severing powder. Sun Daoming's eyebrows shot up at this. He glanced again at the girl's fingers, and his expression shifted slightly. What you say does hold some merit, he acknowledged with a nod, only to shake his head moments later. But that doesn't prove my diagnosis wrong. Perhaps it's merely a variant of the poison. If you don't trust me, then tell me what poison do you claim she's been poisoned with? Xingyue snorted derisively from the side. Exactly. Speak up. I'll see what kind of poison you've never heard of this arrogant youngster can make up. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Chu Yu's eyes. He rose slowly, his deep eyes like 2 unsheathed blades fixed on Sun Daoming. He uttered 3 words, each syllable deliberate. Divine. Immortal. Collapse. Boom. Those 3 words struck Sun Daoming like a thunderbolt of 10,000 June, crashing down upon his crown. All traces of composure and poise vanished instantly from his ethereal, otherworldly face. In its place surged an unprecedented, utter horror and a bone-chilling dread. He stared at Chuyu. His cloudy old eyes held not a trace of contempt anymore, only boundless shock and a reverence bordering on pilgrimage. You? How could you possibly know about the divine inversion? His voice trembled, and instinctively, he even addressed Chuyu with honorifics. Sir, how did you ascertain this? The entire crowd erupted in an instant. The mockery on Xingyue's face froze completely. Li Hao was utterly dumbfounded. Even Lin Yanran, gazing at Sun Shini, his face frozen in horror as if he'd seen a ghost, then shifting her gaze to Chuyu, whose expression remained serene as if he'd merely mentioned a trivial matter, felt her dormant heart begin to race wildly once more. What a reversal! Chapter 37, Deadly Silence. A poison so dreaded even Sun Shini feared it, and he recognized it at a glance. Then what about the cold poison within her? Could he have a cure for it too? How could you possibly know about divine fall? Sun Daoming's trembling voice, strained with utter horror, clamped down like an invisible iron vice, seizing the throats of everyone present. The entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence. The scorn and contempt frozen on Xingyue's face solidified completely. Staring at her master's face twisted by terror, her mind went blank. She couldn't comprehend what kind of poison's name could make her master, who remained unflappable even if a mountain collapsed before him, lose his composure to such an extent. As for Li Hao, he was utterly dumbfounded. Though he knew nothing of medicine, Sun Shini's reaction as if the sky itself had fallen made it clear to him, Chuyu was right. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Chuyu fixed his gaze on the unconscious girl. His voice was calm, yet carried a piercing intensity as he slowly explained. The 7-day soul-severing powder is a young poison that attacks the internal organs. The toxin spreads from the inside out, so the victim's skin shows few outward signs beyond pale lips and a darkened forehead. But divine collapse is a poison that directly corrodes a martial artist's meridians and spirit. The toxin works from the outside in, which is why her fingernails have turned this eerie dark blue. And look closely at her brow. Chuyu pointed at the girl's forehead. There isn't a fine, nearly invisible black thread spreading toward her crown? At his words, the others hurried closer. Sure enough, on the girl's smooth forehead, they saw a black thread finer than a strand of hair, slowly climbing upward at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. This. Sun Daoming's pupils suddenly contracted at the sight of the black line. He felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. What is that? Xingyue asked instinctively, her voice filled with confusion. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Chuyu's eyes. That is her lifeline. Once this thread is completely devoured by the black thread, her soul will be utterly consumed by the poison. By then, even a great immortal of the golden immortal realm couldn't save her. Nonsense. Alarmist nonsense. Xingyue finally snapped out of her shock. Though she too had been startled by that eerie black thread, her blind devotion to her master and jealousy toward Chuyu compelled her to retort once more. What fate line? I say you just made that up to scare people. If my master couldn't see it, how could you, a wet behind the ears kid? Smack! Her words trailed off. A blur of movement flashed by at extreme speed. Xingyue's delicate face was struck by a resounding slap, sending her spinning 3 full circles on the spot. Mid-air, she spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth before crashing heavily to the ground, half her face swollen like a pig's head. I don't appreciate dogs barking while I'm speaking. Chuyu's icy voice, like the Grim Reaper's verdict, rang in Xingyue's ears. Sun Daoming witnessed this scene, yet instead of anger, terror made him tremble. He hurried forward, bowing deeply and respectfully to Chuyu. Please calm your anger, sir. It is my fault for failing to discipline him properly. I beg your forgiveness. He then turned to Xingyue, who was dazed from the blow, and roared harshly, "Wicked disciple! Kneel and apologize to this gentleman at once." Xingyue was utterly dumbfounded. Clutching her stinging cheek, she stared at her master groveling before her, then at Chuyu's impassive face. The string of pride within her snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. Chuyu couldn't be bothered to spare this worthless fool another glance. He fixed his icy gaze solely on Sun Daoming. Now, do you still think you were right? This old man knows he was wrong. Sun Daoming's aged face flushed crimson. He stepped forward once more and re-examined the girl according to Chuyu's instructions. The longer he examined her, the more cold sweat beaded on his brow. Finally, he collapsed into his chair, his face etched with endless dread and shame. He knew that if he had actually performed the procedure just now, his entire life's reputation would have been utterly ruined. Your medical skills are so lacking you nearly cost a life. Do you even deserve the title Divine Physician? Chuyu's icy rebuke felt like a series of invisible slaps, stinging Sun Daoming's face and leaving him utterly humiliated and ashamed. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran, observing the man before her, one who had effortlessly made the renowned master physician bow to his authority, radiating supreme confidence and authority in every gesture, felt her clear, cool eyes sparkle with admiration. Her heart stirred, beating wildly. "Sir! I beg you! Please save my sister!" Li Hao finally snapped out of his stupor. He scrambled to his knees before Chu Yu, frantically kowtowing with a voice thick with regret and supplication. Chu Yu ignored him, merely turning to address everyone in the side room except Lin Yanran. His voice was calm and detached. All men, leave. Sun Daoming and Li Hao dared not disobey. They hurriedly retreated, dragging the still-dazed Qingyue out with them. Miss Lin, please remove her clothes. Boom! Lin Yanran felt a buzzing sensation in her head, her entire body stiffening in place. Take off her clothes? What was he planning to do? Yet, when her gaze met Chu Yu's eyes clear as water, utterly free of any ulterior motives, the last shred of doubt vanished instantly. She knew he truly intended to save her. She bit her silver teeth, a captivating blush spreading across her lovely face. Still, she stepped forward, trembling hands undoing the young girl's clothing. The instant the girl's jade-like, snow-white body was fully exposed to the air, Lin Yanran couldn't help but gasp in shock. Countless eerie, dark blue patterns covered the girl's body. Those patterns seemed alive, slowly writhing beneath her skin. Finally, they converged at her dantian, forming a hideous, demonic face. A flicker of understanding passed through Chu Yu's eyes. So it is. Without further hesitation, he drew a deep breath, formed his fingers into a sword-like shape, and prepared to use the supreme young true qi within his body to expel the toxins from the girl. Yet, the instant he channeled his energy, a sudden, terrifying change occurred. A fury of scorching heat erupted without warning from the depths of his own dantian. The force was overbearing and scorching, as if it intended to incinerate his entire being. No! Supreme young overlord body. Chu Yu's heart sank violently. His master had warned him, once fully activated, his supreme young overlord physique would unleash the most primal desires within him. Without a woman possessing the 9 yin holy physique to unite with him in union, balancing yin and yang, he would lose all reason and copulate with whoever was near him until death. His eyes instinctively darted to Lin Yanran beside him. Her exquisitely curved figure and her cold, peerlessly beautiful face caused the burning heat within him to surge even higher. Damn it! Chu Yu cursed inwardly, forcing down the wicked thoughts threatening to devour his sanity. His voice raspy to the extreme, he growled at Lin Yanran, who stood frozen in shock at the scene before her. Go! Bring his apprentice in! Have her fetch the finest set of silver needles. Quickly! Lin Yanran dared not delay and rushed out immediately. Soon, Qingyue returned, trembling as she carried the silver needles. Chu Yu snatched the needles, his forehead already covered in beads of sweat. Fighting against the agony that threatened to tear him apart, his hands moved with lightning speed. Dozens of needles instantly pierced the major acupoints all over the young girl's body. After completing this, he dared not linger even a moment longer. Turning, he became a blur as he dashed out of the side room, vanishing from everyone's sight. What's wrong with him? Qingyue stared at Chu Yu's retreating figure, which seemed to be fleeing for his life, her face etched with horror beyond words. She rushed out after him, only to find an empty corridor. Who, exactly is he? Chapter 38, that steady, powerful breath. Chu Yu paid no heed to Qingyue, who lay limp on the floor, nor did he glance back at the storm raging within the side room. He burst out of Huichun Hall, the overwhelmingly potent yang energy within him raging like a primordial beast unleashed. It violently collided with every bone and muscle in his body, a primal desire powerful enough to incinerate his very sanity, threatening to tear him apart. He dared not linger. His form blurred into a trail of afterimages, vanishing around the street corner in mere moments, leaving only stunned passers-by in his wake. Inside the side room, a deathly silence hung heavy. Li Hao and Sun Daoming burst through the door. When they saw Li Shui, who had been clinging to life by a thread, her breath barely discernible now with rosy cheeks and steady breathing, as if merely in a deep sleep, both men froze in place as if struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. She's better? Just like that? Li Hao's voice trembled as he rushed forward. His hands shook as he felt his sister's breath. The steady, strong rhythm brought tears of joy to his eyes. He was about to kowtow to the empty seat. Sun Daoming practically took 3 steps in 2. Forgetting all pretense of a divine physician's composure, he grabbed Li Shui's wrist and placed 2 fingers on her pulse. The next second, his entire body felt as if struck by lightning. His wrinkled old face was instantly flooded with boundless horror and wild joy. It's steady. The pulse is as steady as a mountain. That poisonous energy has been completely dispelled. How is this possible? He whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto Qingyue, who still sat slumped on the ground, her expression blank. His voice raspy with fury, he roared, "Speak! What technique did that gentleman use just now? Which acupoints did he target? Speak!" Qingyue jolted awake at the shout. Uncontrollably, the mind-blowing scene replayed in her mind, the lightning-fast technique leaving after images, the unimaginable sequence of needle placements. Stammering, she recounted everything she had witnessed, word for word. As Sun Daoming listened, the horror on his face deepened. By the end, his legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair, muttering 4 words over and over. The 13 needles of heaven and earth. It's the 13 needles of heaven and earth. The pride of a master of traditional Chinese medicine vanished from his eyes, replaced by a bone-deep reverence and a fervor bordering on religious devotion. "Master, what are the divine ghost 13 needles?" Qingyue asked, puzzled. It's a legendary medical art lost for over a century. A divine technique said to defy fate itself, capable of snatching lives from the king of hell. Back in my day, I didn't even have the privilege to lay eyes on it. Sun Daoming's voice was filled with endless regret and loss. Just then, Li Shui on the bed let out a soft moan and slowly stirred awake. Brother? Where am I? Schwerer. You're awake. You're really awake. Li Hao stammered excitedly, rushing through the events that had unfolded. After listening, a complex, unreadable expression flickered across Li Shui's delicate features. He saved me? Struggling to sit up, she recalled the last moments before losing consciousness. Her voice was weak but firm. I remember now. I was at the class reunion. I drank a glass of juice Wang Qian handed me, and then I passed out. Wang Qian? That again. Li Hao erupted in fury, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Which hotel was the reunion at? The Imperial International Hotel. Fine. I'll take men there now to tear that hotel apart. Drag that Wang Qian out and make her kneel before you to beg forgiveness. Li Hao roared, turning to lead his men on a quest for vengeance. But just then, Sun Daoming suddenly slapped his thigh. He remembered something, and his cloudy old eyes flashed with an unprecedented sharpness. He stared fixedly at the spot where Chu Yu had been sitting, his voice trembling as he muttered to himself, the 13 needles of heaven and earth. The ring! That black jade dragon-patterned ring! It can't be wrong. Absolutely not. Xingyue watched her master's near madness with growing confusion, yet her voice remained defiant as she muttered, so what if he knows a lost needle technique? What's so great about that? Look at him, acting like he's above everyone else, not even respecting you, master. How arrogant and rude. Shut up. Sun Daoming whipped his head around, glaring at his disciple with a look reserved for fools, his voice sharp and furious. What do you know? My meager skills today are merely the result of receiving a few words of guidance from the medical sage himself back in the day. That gentleman, however, is the medical sage's direct disciple. He is the only person in this world who has truly inherited the medical sage's teachings. Boom! These words exploded like a heavy bomb in Xingyue and Li Hao's minds. Xingyue was utterly dumbfounded. Her once proud master wasn't even worthy to tie his shoes? Sun Daoming paid no heed to the two stunned juniors. Fixing his gaze on Xingyue, he commanded in a tone that brooked no argument, each word deliberate and solemn. Mark my words. From this day forward, whenever you encounter that gentleman, you shall perform the disciple's ritual and address him with utmost respect as senior master. Outside Huichun Hall, by a secluded lakeside. Chu Yu forcibly suppressed the surging desire within his body with his true qi, his face still pale. He pulled out his phone and dialed Holian's number, his voice icy. Look up someone for me, Li Shui of the Li family from Jiangdong. Also, get all surveillance footage from the Imperial International Hotel tonight. After hanging up, he was about to leave when Lin Yanran's figure appeared behind him. She had already learned of Chu Yu's terrifying identity from Sun Daoming. Gazing at the man standing before her, his back turned, his posture as straight as a pine tree, all her reserve and pride vanished in that instant, replaced by a desperate longing to grasp at a lifeline. Taking a deep breath, she summoned the greatest courage she had ever mustered and hurried forward. Mr. Chu, please wait. Chu Yu turned, his brow slightly furrowed. Lin Yanran wasted no words. Looking into Chu Yu's cold, clear eyes, for the first time, a hint of near-pleading vulnerability flickered within them. She bowed slightly, her voice soft yet carrying an unwavering resolve that brooked no refusal. Yanran suffers from a chronic illness. I humbly beg you, Master Chu, to lend your aid. Yanran, too, suffers from an incurable illness. I implore you, young Master Chu, to lend your aid. Lin Yanran's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Her usually cool eyes were now filled with humble supplication and the last glimmer of hope. Chu Yu looked at her, and the overwhelmingly dominant energy within him, which he had just suppressed, began to stir restlessly once more. His brow furrowed deeper, his voice tinged with impatience and detachment. Your illness isn't so easily resolved. He dropped the words and turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. He was in dire straits himself now. He had to find a place quickly to completely dispel the young fire within his body. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young Master Chu. Lin Yanran watched the mercilessly departing figure, the last shred of hope in her heart extinguished as if by a ruthless cold wind. Chapter 39, I'm willing to pay any price. But she refused to give up. With every ounce of strength left in her, she shouted at the receding figure, no matter how long it takes, Yanran will wait for you. No matter the cost, Yanran is willing to pay. Chu Yu's footsteps faltered slightly, but he did not turn back. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Imperial International Hotel. En route, Honglian's encrypted call came through, her tone unusually grave. Senior brother, we've uncovered Li Shui's true identity. She's not some heiress from the Li family of Jiangdong, she's the current commander-in-chief of the East China Military District, the granddaughter of Li Jinggui himself. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Yu's eyes. Commander-in-chief of the East China Military District? Li Tianba's direct superior? And there's more, Honglian paused, her voice growing even stranger. This Li Shui is a formidable martial artist herself. Our sources confirm she came to Jiangdong with one purpose, to capture you and bring you back, acting on her grandfather's orders. Capture me? A deeply mocking curve formed at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. He had killed Li Jingguo's prize deputy general. Instead of coming himself, the old man sent his own granddaughter to her death? Interesting. But that's not the strangest part, Hong Lian continued. Just half an hour ago, a bounty suddenly appeared on the dark web for Li Shui $50 million for her life. The task was posted anonymously, and the reason remains unknown. A dark web bounty? Chu Yu's brow finally furrowed. Things seemed far more complicated than he'd imagined. Investigate. Dig that person out of the ground for me. He hung up the phone just as the taxi pulled up to the entrance of the Emperor International Hotel. Meanwhile, inside Huachuntang, a sealed top-secret file lay quietly in Li Shui's hands. Her fingertips slowly traced the slightly immature ID photo, yet her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. The bone-chilling poison that had made her wish for death had been purged by Chu Yu with a single needle. Now, not a trace of frailty remained. In its place stood the supreme authority and iron-blooded aura of the Dragon Nation's youngest theater commander. Chu Yu, age 23. Imprisoned 5 years ago for treason. Released from prison 3 days ago. When the words treason came into view, Li Shui's breath caught in her throat. The divine healer who had saved her life was actually a prisoner convicted of the grave crime of treason? These two diametrically opposed identities clashed violently in her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. A life-saving debt is as vast as heaven and earth. She slammed the file shut with a sharp snap, her icy voice carrying the military's bone-deep sense of duty and loyalty. I, Li Shui, grant you 12 hours. Within this time, if anyone in Jiangdong dares touch a single hair on your head, I will reduce them to ashes. But... Her tone shifted abruptly, her gaze as sharp as a blade. After 12 hours, gratitude is gratitude, and law is law. I will personally apprehend you and bring you to justice to uncover the truth of your treason. Yet a profound mystery lingered in her heart. Why are you so interested in Wang Qian, the one who poisoned me? That was the biggest mystery of all. Without further hesitation, she dialed an encrypted number, her voice instantly transforming into an unquestionable military order. Get on it immediately. A woman named Wang Qian. And at the Imperial International Hotel, track down everyone who came into contact with her tonight. Dig deep into the ground if you have to, but root out the mastermind behind her. I need to know who wants me dead. Meanwhile, at the top-floor presidential suite of the Emperor International Hotel, the opulence was suffocating. A man with soft, elegant features, dressed in an immaculate white suit, his nails manicured to perfection rivaling any woman's, reclined on the sofa. He gently swirled a crystal-stemmed glass. The crimson liquid within seemed, in his eyes, like the most exquisite work of art in the world. This man was the true mastermind behind Wang Qian, known in the underground dark web as White Ghost. He was the top-tier drug lord who struck fear into the hearts of countless tycoons, the masked ghost doctor. He casually glanced at the laptop screen. On the dark web mission interface, the status forward target, Li Shui, had already turned a vivid crimson, deceased. Tick. He elegantly moved the mouse and clicked the mission complete button. A sickly, intoxicated smile slowly spread across his lips, cold and arrogant. Next. My poison is the art of death. No one can counter it. There has never been an exception. $50 million, another payday. Business had been getting easier and easier lately. Especially since that fateful day 5 years ago, when he executed the legendary divine reversal maneuver. Without a soul noticing, he had poisoned the 7 legendary warriors of the Chu family, whose names echoed across all of China. Since then, his reputation within the assassin's underworld had soared to unprecedented heights. Countless contracts poured in like snowflakes from every corner of the globe, filling his coffers to overflowing. Just then, the communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. A frantic voice crackled through the device. Wu Cheng. Are you still in Jiangdong? Get out of there. That remnant of the Chu family has broken out of black prison. He's roaming Jiangdong seeking vengeance, killing anyone in sight. Like a madman. It was his partner, Black Wu Chang. Upon hearing this, White Wu Chang merely snorted in disdain. Just some worthless piece of trash crawling out of jail. What kind of trouble could he possibly stir up? What's the big deal? Useless? He slaughtered the young master of the world-destroying sect and their 2 great guardians like they were chickens. You still think he's useless? Black Wu Chang's voice was filled with unprecedented panic and fear. The smile on White Wu Chang's face finally faltered slightly. But it was quickly replaced by an even stronger confidence and disdain. So what? No matter how skilled he is, can he overcome my poison? He lifted his wine cup, took a light sip, and spoke slowly in a tone bordering on boastfulness. My divine overthrow is colorless and odorless, not even the gods can save you from it. Didn't those 7 so-called war gods of the Chu family die without even knowing how they perished? A sickly thrill lit up his face as if he'd just thought of something. Come to think of it, I'd love to see the look on that little good-for-nothing's face when he learns the truth about his brother's deaths. That should be quite entertaining, don't you think? However, before his words had fully faded, A voice cold as ice, as if from the depths of hell itself, drifted slowly from behind him without warning. I'd like to see that too. The smile on White Ghost's face froze instantly. Every hair on his body stood on end in that instant. He whipped his head around to find a figure standing silently behind him, its presence having slipped in unnoticed. The face was unremarkable, yet those eyes were deep as an abyss, as if they could swallow a person's soul whole. It was Chu Yu. You may look now. Chapter 40, he could think of no one else. Those 5 cold, emotionless words, like ice frozen for 10,000 years, instantly froze all of White Ghost's smugness and arrogance solid. He froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. The blood drained from his effeminate face, replaced by an unprecedented, utter terror. He could even sense the faint yet palpable killing intent emanating from the man behind him. It felt like a cold blade already pressed against his throat, the slightest movement, and his head would roll in the next instant. You're Chu Yu? He forced the words out through gritted teeth, his voice raspy as if sandpaper had ground it down. To appear silently behind him and expose the shocking secret of his poisoning of the 7 sons of the Chu family, there was only one person he could think of besides that avenger crawling back from hell. We need to talk somewhere else. Bai Wuchang forced down the fear that threatened to consume him, rising slowly to his feet. He knew this day had brought him face to face with the most terrifying enemy of his life. I have many questions for you. Chu Yu's voice remained unruffled. He had no desire to kill this man so quickly. You choose the place. A fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of ruthlessness flashed in Bai Wuchang's eyes. He nodded, turned, and led Chu Yu away from the hotel. Half an hour later, at an abandoned chemical plant in the western part of the city. We're here. Bai Wuchang halted before a rust-stained factory building. Turning back, the fear that had clouded his face had been replaced by a smug confidence of certain victory. Chu Yu, did you know? This place, I chose it especially for you as your final resting place. As the words fell, a towering, iron-like shadow emerged slowly from the shadows of the factory building, radiating a brutal aura. It was his partner, Black Ghost. That's right. Black Wuchang grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. His smile was filled with bloodthirsty cruelty. Back then, it was us brothers who joined forces to send your 7 brothers on their way. Today, we'll give you a final send-off so your family can reunite down below. White Wuchang raised his hand triumphantly, glancing at the expensive watch on his wrist. A cruel smile, like a cat toying with a mouse, curved his lips. From the moment you stepped into the car, you've been under the effects of my 3-step collapse spell. Now, judging by the time, it should be taking effect. 1 minute no, now only 10 seconds remain before your heart stops beating completely. He held up his fingers and began counting down. 10, 9, 8. Yet when the 10 seconds passed, Chu Yu remained standing there, unharmed and utterly calm, not even a flicker of emotion crossing his face. How is this possible? The smug expression on White Ghost's face froze instantly. He stared at Chu Yu, whose face remained utterly calm, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. His 3-step knockout poison could fell an elephant within 3 seconds. How could this man be completely unharmed? Noisy. Chu Yu couldn't be bothered to waste another word on these 2 useless fools. He moved. Black Wuchang felt only a blur before his eyes as an irresistible, terrifying force seized his throat. He tried to resist, tried to struggle, only to discover with horror that before this opponent, he was as weak as a newborn infant. Snap! A crisp crack of breaking bone echoed through the night sky. Black Wuchang's massive head was wrenched clean off his neck by Chu Yu, who tossed it aside like discarded trash. No! Witnessing this, the white impermanence felt the threat of his sanity snap with a sharp crack. Forgetting all dignity as a top-tier poison master, he turned and vanished into a white blur, fleeing for his life. Yet, barely 10 meters into his flight, a figure materialized like a ghostly apparition, blocking his path. It was Chu Yu. Did I give you permission to leave? Thud. Bai Wuchang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. He began frantically kowtowing to Chu Yu, his voice filled with endless terror and pleading. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I know who's after your Chu family. I'll give you his ID. It's the top-tier dark web ID Apocalypse. Apocalypse? Chu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He had heard his master mention that name once in the Black Prison. It was an incredibly mysterious and powerful organization. Even his master had spoken of it with a rare gravity in his voice. They say your Chu family hides a secret powerful enough to create gods. Bai Wuchang, desperate to save his life, spilled everything he knew like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. That's why Apocalypse is willing to stop at nothing to target your Chu family. The secret to creating gods? A deep confusion flickered in Chu Yu's eyes. If that's the case, why didn't they wipe out my entire family? That doesn't make sense. I have no idea. Bai Wuchang's voice trembled. Perhaps they already obtained what they wanted, so there was no need to exterminate us completely? Chu Yu didn't pursue the topic further. He changed the subject. Was the bounty on Li Shui also posted by them? No. White Ghost shook his head hastily. The person who posted that bounty used a disposable anonymous ID. I have no idea who it was. After speaking, he seemed to recall something. He abruptly looked up, his eyes fixed on Chu Yu with a gaze as though staring at a monster. You? How did you know Li Shui had been poisoned with divine reversal? And you cured her? Could it be? Could it be that you and the venerable sage of medicine? His words trailed off. Because Chu Yu had lost all patience. He grabbed Bai Wuchang by the throat, yanking him off the ground, his voice cold as ice. One last question. Where is the antidote for the divine fall? White Ghost felt suffocating agony surge through his entire body. With great effort, he fumbled from his robe for an antique porcelain bottle and handed it over, trembling. Chu Yu snatched the bottle without hesitation, turning to leave immediately. You promised not to kill me. Bai Wuchang watched the merciless retreating figure, mustering his last ounce of strength to scream. I never promised. Chu Yu didn't even glance back, merely pointing lightly behind him. A golden flame instantly erupted from beneath Bai Wuchang's feet, completely engulfing his entire body. A piercing, agonized scream echoed through the night sky, only to abruptly cease. Chu Yu walked back toward the city holding the antidote, yet his mind was churning with overwhelming turmoil. The apocalypse, the creation of gods, the massacre of an entire family. What earth-shattering conspiracy lay hidden behind all this? Just then, his phone vibrated again. It was Honglian. Senior brother, Su Jianjun, the eldest son of the Su family, has arrived in Jiangdong. He's announced that he'll publicly put you on trial at the Jiangdong gymnasium at 6 o'clock this evening. And... Honglian's voice paused, growing heavier than ever before. The parents of your 7 sisters-in-law, those 7 powerful figures whose every move in Jiangdong could cause an earthquake, have gone missing on their way to the stadium. Chapter 41, Utterly Destroyed. I didn't agree. Chu Yu didn't even turn his head, merely pointing lightly behind him. A golden flame instantly erupted from the White Ghost's feet, completely engulfing him. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the night sky, only to abruptly cease. Chu Yu didn't look back at the pile of ashes. He tucked away the porcelain bottle, turned, and instead of snapping the White Ghost's neck, he struck him with a backhand palm strike to the crown of his head. Put! Struck as if by lightning, the White Ghost spat forth a torrent of black blood. Every meridian in his body snapped, shattering his once proud venomous arts completely. Yet, Chu Yu flicked his finger again. A gentle stream of true chi flowed out, stabilizing and protecting the White Ghost's vital heart meridian. You! The white impermanence collapsed to the ground, utterly crippled. Feeling the excruciating agony within him worse than death itself, his eyes filled with endless terror and venomous hatred. Unable to live, unable to die. This was 10,000 times more cruel than killing him outright. Just then, Chu Yu's phone vibrated again. It was Honglian. Senior brother, Su Jianjun, the eldest son of the Su family, has arrived in Jiangdong. He demands that you bring everyone from the Chu family to Tianqiang Manor on your knees before 6 o'clock this evening. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. A murderous glint flared in Chu Yu's eyes. Sky Dome Manor? Protect grandfather and the others. Chu Yu's voice was as cold as ice. I'll go myself. Sky Dome Manor, perched atop Longsho Mountain on the outskirts of Jiangdong City, was the most exclusive private club in all of Jiangdong. At this moment, the estate was ablaze with lights, its grounds crowded with luxury vehicles. Every notable tycoon and power broker in Jiangdong, even several generals from the Jiangdong military district, had gathered here. Their faces plastered with obsequious smiles, they formed a circle around a young man in white training attire, surrounding him like stars clustering around the moon. None other than Su Jianjun, the eldest son of the Su family. Young Master Su, rest assured. Those remnants of the Chu family are nothing but grasshoppers. After autumn they won't be jumping around for much longer. Exactly. At your command, young Master Su, all the prominent families of Jiangdong will spare no effort to tear that madman limb from limb. In a corner of the banquet hall, a father and daughter with extraordinary presence observed it all with cold detachment. Dad, the Su family sure has some nerve. Even the military zone folks are bowing and scraping before them. The young woman pursed her lips, her tone tinged with disdain. The middle-aged man sipped his red wine, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. Our Hong Kong Chen family matches the Beijing Su family in wealth. But in recent years, the Su family's power has expanded too rapidly. There's definitely an external force backing them. We came here this time to uncover the true nature of that force. Just as the flattery reached its peak and the atmosphere grew intensely heated, a cold voice drifted in unexpectedly from the banquet hall entrance. Su Jianjun, come out and face your death. The entire room fell deathly silent. Every head whipped around to see a figure standing there silently, having appeared without anyone noticing. It was Chu Yu. He had walked in alone. How dare you? A second Ray clan head, eager to prove himself, leapt forward first, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Yu and bellowing, "Who do you think you are? Daring to address young Master Su by his given name? Get over here this instant. Kneel down and kowtow to young Master Su to apologize." Pop! Before his words had even finished echoing, a massive head shot skyward. Chu Yu hadn't even moved. A single invisible blast of energy had instantly killed the noisy fly. The entire crowd gasped in shock. Su Jianjun stared at the headless corpse on the ground, his disdain only deepening. Not bad, he murmured, lifting his wine cup for a sip. His gaze fixed on Chuyu like he was already dead. I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel. Otherwise, I won't mind letting you watch every member of your Chu family suffer a slow, agonizing death. 3 seconds? Killing you wouldn't take 3 seconds. As the words fell, a Su family dragon guard standing behind Su Jianjun, radiating an aura as deep as an abyss and as towering as a mountain, stepped forward abruptly. His masterly presence erupted with overwhelming force. Insolent fool! How dare you show disrespect to the young master? Pay with your life. His fist slammed forward, causing the air itself to crackle under the immense pressure. Yet Chuyu merely blew a gentle breath toward that earth-shattering fist. Boom! The formidable Su family dragon guard didn't even have time to scream before exploding mid-air into a cloud of blood mist. The entire scene once again fell into deathly silence. Chuyu stepped forward, walking through the mist of blood, advancing slowly toward Su Jianjun, whose expression finally showed a flicker of change. Terrified by the terrifying killing intent radiating from him, everyone instinctively stepped back, automatically clearing a path. Halt! Su Jianjun finally sensed something was amiss. A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he barked the order. You bastard, remnant of the Chu family. How dare you commit murder in my presence? Guards! Seize him! Shu Yu! You lawless bastard! A roar of even greater fury cut off Su Jianjun's words. A middle-aged man in a top-tier suit, his face stern and imposing, burst from the crowd. Pointing at Shu Yu, he roared with fierce indignation. I am Wei Zhenxiong, head of the Wei family of Yinjing. You murdered my beloved son, Wei Ziyang. Today, I shall grind your bones to dust to appease my son's spirit in the afterlife. Smack! The only response was a resounding slap. Shu Yu's figure appeared before him like a ghostly apparition, and with a single blow, sent him crashing to the ground. Then, a foot came down hard, crushing his face, twisted in rage. I killed your son. Shu Yu looked down at him from above, her voice cold as ice. Now you can go join him. The entire crowd was utterly stunned. The eldest son of the Wei family had also fallen by his hand? How many people has this madman killed? Dad! You! Su Jianjun stared at Wei Zhenxiong, who was pinned to the ground, struggling frantically, his pupils suddenly contracting. That's his future father-in-law. Shu Yu hitting his future father-in-law right in front of him? Yet Shu Yu paid no heed to the shock on their faces. He shifted his weight slightly, and Wei Zhenxiong's face made intimate contact with the expensive floorboards, producing a sickeningly dull thud. Now it's your turn. Shu Yu slowly raised his head, his deep, piercing gaze settling on Su Jianjun, whose face had darkened to the extreme. Just then, his phone vibrated again. It was Honglian. Senior brother, it's bad. For the first time, Honglian's voice on the other end carried unmistakable panic and alarm. The parents of your 7 sisters-in-law went missing on their way here. Senior brother, something terrible has happened. On the other end of the line, Honglian's voice, for the first time, carried an unmistakable sense of panic and alarm. The parents of your 7 sisters-in-law have gone missing on their way here. Boom! A surge of killing intent, more violent and more icy than any before, erupted from Chuyu's body. The temperature in the entire banquet hall seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. Impossible. My son couldn't be dead. Wei Zhenxiong, pinned beneath Chuyu's foot, let out a growl that sounded inhuman. He refused to believe his son, the one upon whom the entire family had pinned their hopes, could have perished at the hands of such a worthless remnant. Chapter 42, daring to target even the Wei family. The surrounding nobles sucked in sharp breaths, their murmurs rising like a tidal wave. He's gone mad. Absolutely mad. He dares to lay a hand on someone from the Wei family. The Wei family ranks among Yinjing's top 5 elite clans. He's digging his own grave. In a corner, the Hong Kong girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged her father's arm. Dad! He's even crazier than the rumors say. This is fascinating. The middle-aged man merely sighed, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. The Chu family once held such prestige. Alas, they've fallen into decline. Acting so rigidly, he'll only break himself. This path leads to self-destruction. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to a black-clad attendant behind him and murmured a few instructions. Investigate the Chu family's affairs from back then, and this Chu Yu. Also, prepare an escape route. The black-clad attendant nodded, his figure flickering as he vanished into the crowd. Release our master. In the banquet hall, a dozen or so Wei family experts who had accompanied Wei Zhenxiong finally snapped into action. Their eyes bulged with fury as they roared and charged toward Chu Yu. Enough noise. Chu Yu didn't even bother to glance at them. The foot-crushing Wei Zhenxiong's face suddenly exerted force. Snap. There, the Wei family patriarch, that formidable figure whose mere footsteps could trigger an earthquake in Jiangdong, Wei Zhenxiong. His head drooped limply at an utterly grotesque angle. Then, that head, once brimming with scheming and calculation, exploded like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. With a wet pop, it burst completely. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together, spattering violently outward, splattering the faces of the surrounding nobles and officials. The sickeningly thick stench of blood instantly ignited the entire scene. After a brief deathly silence, screams erupted like an avalanche. The patriarch. The Wei family's elite warriors instantly turned bloodshot-eyed, their reason utterly consumed by a raging inferno of fury. You little bastard. You're asking for death. I'll make you pay with your blood. Kill him. Chop him into mincemeat. Avenge our family head. They charged like rabid beasts, unleashing their full fury without restraint. Like a dozen enraged monsters, they surged from all directions toward the indifferent youth at the center of the battlefield, launching a deadly assault. Within 3 meters of him, an invisible yet impenetrable force field of death seemed to exist. The Wei family expert charging at the forefront unleashed a fist strike so fierce it nearly tore through the air. Yet, 2 meters from Chu Yu, his fist collided with an invisible mountain, sending him crashing backward as if struck by an invisible wall. Boom! A dull thud. Every single one of those dozen elite Wei family warriors, men who could walk tall anywhere in Jiangdong's martial arts circles, was reduced to a pile of flesh and bone fragments. Not a single intact corpse remained. The entire banquet hall was utterly transformed into a hellish bloodbath. Good, very good. The fleshy folds on Su Jianjun's face twitched violently with extreme fury and horror. He fixed his gaze on the youth who killed with the casualness of crushing an ant. The cold, dark eyes finally shed all trace of contempt and arrogance, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. It seems you truly don't know how many ways the word death can be written until you witness the true foundation that has kept the Su family standing strong in Jiangdong for a century. Su Jianjun's voice dripped with venom. He clapped his hands sharply, the crisp sound sliced through the air like a blade, carrying a murderous aura. Where is the Su family's guardian? Tear this beast to pieces. Present. The unified, low shout echoed like it came from the depths of hell itself. Before the words faded, a dozen shadowy figures clad in black materialized behind him. Kill. Without a word of hesitation, at Su Jianjun's command, the dozen death-sworn priests flickered into motion. Transforming into black bolts of lightning, they charged toward Chu Yu at a speed several times faster than the Wei family's elite had been moments before. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. They were fast, but the invisible force field before Chu Yu was faster. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions erupted. Those elite warriors, whose mere presence could strike terror into any second-rate clan, failed to even approach within 3 meters of Chu Yu. They met the same fate as the Wei family's experts, exploding mid-air into a sky-filling mist of blood that stained the pristine white floor in even deeper crimson. All dead? In one move? Is this even human? It's a demon. A demon crawling out of hell. Every noble present felt their livers and gallbladders shatter. They wanted to flee, but their legs felt like they were filled with lead. Under Su Jianjun's gaze, which had already begun to turn feral, they lacked even the courage to take a single step. They knew that whoever dared to run first today would be the first to die. Su Jianjun's expression finally shifted from grim to iron gray, then from iron gray to deathly pale. He fixed his gaze on Chu Yu, each word squeezed through clenched teeth, thick with the scent of blood. Master Huang, it seems you must personally intervene. As the words fell, the old man behind him, who had kept his eyes closed the entire time, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, appearing like an ordinary neighborly old man, finally, slowly, opened his cloudy, aged eyes. In that instant, 2 piercing beams of light, sharp enough to bore through one's soul, shot forth. A terrifying aura, heavier and more oppressive than any felt before, swept across the entire scene, as solid and unyielding as a mountain. Whoosh! Amidst the crowd, a wealthy man of considerable experience, upon recognizing the old man's face, sucked in a sharp breath and let out a blood-curdling shriek. It's him. Ghost Hand 3rd Master Huang. The renowned Grandmaster of the Yellow List among the 4 lists of heaven and earth. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? A Yellow List expert? That's a terrifying being who truly stands at the pinnacle of secular martial arts. Rumor has it every name on the Yellow List is a bloodthirsty monster who's slaughtered countless souls. The Su family actually managed to secure such a powerhouse as their patron? It's over. Completely over. No matter how strong Chu Yu is, could he possibly surpass a Grandmaster from the Yellow List? He's as good as dead today. In an instant, every gaze fixed upon Chu Yu brimmed with pity and schadenfreude. To them, Chu Yu's death was a foregone conclusion. Yet, as Chu Yu gazed upon the so-called Yellow List expert, a sneer of utter scorn and contempt curled his lips. Yellow List? He uttered the 2 words softly, his tone flat yet carrying what seemed like contempt for the entire secular martial world. In the Black Prison, so-called Yellow List experts aren't even worthy of tying my shoes. Those on the heavenly list? More than one has fallen by my hand. You? His gaze, like a deity surveying ants, slowly settled upon 3rd Master Huang. What are you, anyway? You insolent brat. You're courting death. How could 3rd Master Huang ever endure such humiliation? Completely enraged by Chu Yu's boundless arrogance, his entire body bristled with fury as he let out a thunderous roar. His entire being transformed into a primordial beast breaking free from its chains. His form surged forward, and those ordinary hands in midair visibly darkened to ink black, claws erupting outward. Emitting a nauseating stench of death, they lunged straight for Chu Yu's heart. Chapter 43, barely audible. The ghost hand strikes, and life ceases. This strike could shatter stone tablets and split boulders, sever gold and shatter jade. Yet, facing this earth-shattering blow that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, Chu Yu simply raised his hand. Then, facing the ferociously advancing third master Huang, he gave a light wave. As if swatting away an annoying fly. Put. No earth-shattering roar, only a faint, almost inaudible sound. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, Huang San's pitch-black demonic hands capable of rampaging without restraint along with his proud, imposing body, vanished as if erased from existence. They completely disintegrated into a handful of ashes, scattering in the wind. Not a single trace remained. The last trace of color drained from Su Jianjun's face. He was terrified. He, the towering figure who stood at the pinnacle of Jiangdong, whose word alone could decide life and death, had for the first time in his life truly, tangibly felt the shadow of death. He watched the youth stroll toward him with deliberate steps. That was no man, it was a demon god reaping lives, risen from the deepest depths of hell. Don't come any closer. He screamed in terror, stumbling backward, only to have a cold hand clamp around his throat. He was yanked off the ground like a small chicken, lifted up with brutal force. Is this how you treated my parents back then? Chu Yu's voice held not a shred of emotion, as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. Before Su Jianjun could answer. Snap. Without a flicker of emotion, he crushed Su Jianjun's right arm. Snap. The sound of shattering bones echoed again and again, like the drumbeat of death, pounding on everyone's heart. Ah! A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the entire estate. Just as Chu Yu prepared to crush his throat completely. Stop. A thunderous roar, like a bolt from the blue, erupted with unparalleled authority. Crash. The manor's massive steel gates were violently kicked to pieces. In the next instant, hundreds of soldiers in regulation combat uniforms, fully armed and radiating murderous intent, surged in like a black torrent of steel. The black muzzles of their rifles flashed with the cold, deathly glint of steel, surrounding the entire banquet hall in an instant, leaving no room to breathe. At the forefront, a middle-aged general bearing stars on his shoulders surveyed the hellish scene of corpses and blood before him. His gaze then fell upon Chu Yu, who stood like a demon god descended from the heavens, single-handedly dragging Su Jianjun. The battle-hardened pupils of the general suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpoints. He swung his arm violently, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a roar that was both hoarse and strained, yet carried an imperceptible tremor. The East China Theater is here on official duty. Everyone freeze. Chu Yu. You are suspected of multiple heinous murder cases. As deputy commander of the East China Theater, I order you to release the hostage immediately and surrender. Chu Yu. You are suspected of multiple heinous murder cases. I order you to immediately drop your weapon and surrender. The general's voice boomed like a great bell, making the entire mountain villa reverberate with a deep hum. As the crowd recognized the figure approaching, a deafening roar erupted once more. It's third master Su Jianjun's own uncle Su Jinshan. Heavens! Wasn't he stationed at the border? Why the sudden recall to East China? Look at the stars on his shoulders, he's already a one-star general. One more promotion and he'll be titled a war god. The Su family is truly terrifying. Third uncle. Save me. Third uncle. Kill him now. Su Jianjun, suspended midair by Chu Yu, clung to him as if he were a savior. Summoning every ounce of strength, he let out a piercing cry for help. Su Jinshan stared at his nephew's pitiful state, then scanned the blood-soaked ground. His square face instantly darkened, enveloped by an endless aura of iron-blooded ferocity. Damn it! Let go of my nephew! He roared with fury, charging like a mountain tiger unleashed. With a savage military punch that tore through the air with a piercing whistle, he aimed straight for Chu Yu's face. Yet facing this punch, Chu Yu merely casually raised his other hand. A light block. Thud. Su Jinshan felt as though his fist had struck an immovable primordial mountain. A violent, extreme counterforce surged back along his arm, whipping him backward. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. He staggered backward 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing. The arm that had thrown the punch hung limply at his side, its bones shattered into countless fragments. He snapped his head up, staring at Chu Yu with eyes like he was looking at a monster. His face was etched with horror beyond words. All units, fire. Punch him into a sieve. Su Jinshan had completely lost his composure. Pointing at Chu Yu, he roared at the top of his lungs. Hundreds of soldiers instantly raised their rifles, their black muzzles pointing in perfect unison at Chu Yu. At that critical moment, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. A jet-black private aircraft, devoid of any markings, defied all no-fly zones. Like a black hawk, it hovered directly above the estate. The cabin door opened, and 2 stunning figures clad in the distinctive uniforms of the northern frontier descended from the sky. Like 2 celestial maidens descended from the heavens, they landed steadily in the center of the banquet hall. Su Jinshan's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks when he saw those figures and the unique insignia on their shoulders. Star Chaser. Mooncatcher. What are you doing here? Among the crowd, those with keen eyes let out horrified screams. They are the two mightiest female war goddesses under the Lord of the North. Their military exploits would make any nation's leader tremble. Their master is a peerless tyrant who single-handedly subdues the entire North, keeping all nations too afraid to invade. Su Jinshan's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. He knew this was trouble, big trouble. Yet the scene that unfolded in the next instant would remain etched in his memory and in the memory of everyone present for the rest of their lives. The two fearsome female warriors, whose reputations struck terror into the hearts of commanders across every battlefield, walked directly before Chu Yu. Then, they knelt on one knee, their voices brimming with boundless reverence and fervor. Dragon Fong Black Tortoise. Dragon Fong Azure Dragon. By the Phoenix Sovereign's command, we come to await our senior master's orders. Boom! Su Jinshan felt his mind go blank with a buzzing sensation. Master? That god of slaughter in the north, he was actually his junior disciple? What on earth was his true identity? Su Jinshan forced down the storm raging within him and barked at Chu Yu, his voice harsh but trembling inside. I don't care who you are. Today, even if the Lord of the North himself came, he couldn't save you. If you insist on protecting him, you declare war on the Su family of Yanjing. Chu Yu laughed, a laugh dripping with scorn. He didn't even bother to speak further, merely uttering 5 words calmly to the 2 women kneeling before him. Execute every Su present. You dare! Su Jinshan roared in fury. Snap! The response was the crisp snap of Su Jianjun's other arm being crushed. Ah! Third uncle. Save me! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Su Jianjun completely broke down. Staring at the expressionless demon god, he mustered every ounce of strength to utter his most venomous threat. Chu Yu. You've touched me. My grandfather will never let you off. He'll make sure your entire Chu family is wiped off the face of this earth. Snap! Another sharp crack of breaking bone. Chu Yu mercilessly crushed Su Jianjun's other hand. That heart-wrenching scream struck like an invisible sledgehammer, pounding into everyone's hearts and plunging the entire mountain villa into deathly silence. Chapter 44, The Scent of Death. Yes, Master. Xuanwu and Xinglong responded in unison, their voices betraying not a shred of hesitation, only absolute obedience to the command. That icy killing intent, like 2 unsheathed, peerless blades, instantly locked onto the sole Su family member present, Su Jinshan. You dare! Su Jinshan erupted in fury. As the deputy commander of the East China Theater, commanding vast military forces, he had never been so openly defied by 2 girls from the north. I'll see who dares fire a gun in my presence today. With a sharp wave of his hand, the muzzles of hundreds of soldiers behind him instantly rose. The black muzzles radiated a deathly aura potent enough to tear everything apart. Anyone who dares move will be shot on the spot, regardless of rank. Yet beside Su Jinshan, a bodyguard captain seemingly eager to impress his master roared in anger. He drew his sidearm from his waistband and pointed the muzzle directly at Xinglong's forehead. Demonis! Drop your weapon. Or don't blame me for my bullets not being long enough. His words trailed off. A blindingly swift blue afterimage flickered and vanished. Xinglong materialized before the guard captain like a ghostly apparition. Without even drawing a weapon, she extended a jade-like hand and seized the guard captain by the throat. Snap! A crisp cracking sound of bone echoed throughout the entire arena. The formidable captain had no time to react before his neck snapped cleanly. His limp body collapsed to the ground. Xinglong casually discarded the corpse, licking the blood that had splattered onto her lips. Her already icy eyes were instantly consumed by a near-mad, bloodthirsty fervor. Like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage, she let out an inhuman shriek and charged headlong toward the hundreds of armed soldiers of the combat zone. Su Jinshan was utterly petrified by the sight. Was this woman insane? How could one person dare to charge a modern military formation of hundreds? Fire! Kill her! Kill this lunatic, he roared at the top of his lungs. Yet, just as the soldiers were about to pull the triggers, Chu Yu moved. He merely flicked his finger toward the green-clad figure, now consumed by madness. A golden streak of light, though released later, arrived first. Silently, it struck the blue dragon's forehead. Xinglong's every movement froze instantly. The frenzied killing intent in her crimson eyes receded like a tide, replaced by boundless clarity and dread. She whipped her head around, kneeling once more on one knee before Chu Yu, her voice brimming with profound shame. Xinglong has lost control. Please punish me, master. You! Su Jinshan pointed at Chu Yu, his square face contorted beyond recognition by extreme fury and horror. He knew that unless he played his true trump card today, there was absolutely no way to keep this demon god here. You little! You forced my hand! He roared, unleashing his full might without restraint. The terrifying pressure of a 1-star war general surged forth like a burst dam, sweeping madly toward Chu Yu. His entire body launched like a cannonball from the barrel. As he struck out with a fist, the air itself screamed under the unbearable pressure. He had chosen to strike personally, intent on slaying Chu Yu on the spot. Yet, facing this earth-shattering punch, Chu Yu merely casually raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike through the air. Boom! An invisible force, even more terrifying and overpowering than Su Jinshan's, arrived first despite being launched later. Su Jinshan's fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, crumbled like paper before this force, instantly pulverized. Before he could even utter a scream, his entire body exploded mid-air into a cloud of blood mist. Not a single intact bone remained. The entire arena fell deathly silent. An absolute stillness that froze even souls. In a corner of the banquet hall, the Hong Kong girl watched the scene that could only be described as miraculous. The beautiful, wide eyes that had once held a hint of detached amusement now held nothing but profound shock and an indescribable sense of regret. He was too impulsive. She instinctively clutched her father's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Dad, I've discovered it. Behind the Su family lies the shadow of apocalypse. He may have killed Su Jinshan, but how can he possibly stand against the entire Su clan? How can he fight that apocalypse that even our Hong Kong fears?" Yet Shu Yu paid no heed to the shock-washing over those around him. He slowly turned, his piercing gaze settling on Su Jianjun, who had long since collapsed in terror, soaked in his own filth. "Third uncle. Save me. Ah!" Su Jianjun had completely broken down. Staring at the demonic figure advancing toward him step by step, he let out a shrill, inhuman scream. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Money. Women. The Su family has it all. Just spare me." Snap. Shu Yu crushed his other leg with a single kick. The excruciating pain transformed his remaining words into nothing but bestial growls. Shu Yu spared him further torment. Instead, he reached into the man's pocket, pulled out the latest satellite phone, and dialed an encrypted video number in front of everyone. The video connected swiftly, revealing an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. His face radiated an innate authority, exuding the terrifying gravitas of one who had long occupied the highest echelons of power. He was the true helmsman of the Su family, one of the 9 generals of China's Suzhenghua. "Jianjun? What's going on? Over there." His words trailed off. Because Chu Yu had already aimed the camera at Su Jianjun, who lay on the ground twitching in agony like a dead dog. "Grandfather! Save me! Grandfather, save me!" On the other end of the screen, Su Zhenghua's usually impassive face finally showed a violent tremor for the first time. Seeing his most cherished grandson in such a pitiful state, then looking at Chu Yu, who wore an expression as indifferent as if she were crushing an ant, a terrifying killing intent, powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth, erupted from within him. "Chu Yu! Release my grandson! Whatever terms you demand, we can negotiate." His voice was hoarse and icy, each word ground out between clenched teeth. "If you release him, the Su family will forgive and forget what happened 5 years ago. I can even tell you that back then, it wasn't just my Su family who targeted your Chu family. I was acting under orders too." "Oh?" A cold curve lifted the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. "Name him. Who was it?" "I can't say." For the first time, Su Zhenghua's eyes revealed a bone-deep terror. "If I reveal it, my entire Su family will be utterly erased from this world. If you refuse to speak, I'll erase you now." Shu Yu's voice was flat, yet it sounded like a death sentence for the entire Su family. Without another word, he raised his foot before Su Zhenghua's eyes and slammed it down hard onto Su Jianjun's head. "No!" Su Zhenghua let out a shrill, inhuman scream. Splat! Su Jianjun's skull shattered like an overripe watermelon. Chapter 45, A Thunderous Explosion in the Heart. Red blood and white brain matter splattered across the entire phone screen. "Chu Yu! I, Su Zhenghua, swear to heaven. I will tear you limb from limb. I will leave not a soul of the Chu family alive." On the other end of the screen, Su Zhenghua had completely lost his mind. He raved like a madman, spewing the most venomous curse. Shu Yu merely smiled at the old face twisted with rage. "Clean your neck. Wait for me." With that, he hung up the video call. He rose slowly, his eyes deep as abysses, seemingly capable of sucking souls whole, sweeping across the banquet hall. There, the Jiangdong aristocrats lay cowering on the floor, trembling like sieves. His voice was not loud, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in the heart of every person present. Who else was involved in the Chu family massacre back then? The 10 hoarse words carried no hint of murderous intent, yet they felt like a judgment from hell, instantly sucking the air out of the entire banquet hall. Thud! 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 Every single Jiangdong elite present, whether tycoons of the business world or underground kingpins, could no longer maintain their haughty facades. Legs turned to jelly, they collapsed to the floor like boneless mud, utterly beyond control. I wasn't involved. Master Chu, spare my life. I swear I had nothing to do with what happened 5 years ago. I was overseas at the time. I swear to heaven. Master Chu. Our family and the Chu family were old friends back then. We're victims too." Cries for mercy, wails of despair, and shrieks of disassociation rose in waves, drowning out everything else. These powerful figures who usually commanded the winds and rains in Jiangdong, whose words alone could decide countless lives, now resembled a herd of pigs awaiting slaughter, ridiculous and utterly wretched. In the corner, a Hong Kong girl watched the scene resembling the apocalyptic judgment. The once amused gaze in her beautiful eyes vanished, replaced by endless shock and an indescribably complex emotion. Her voice trembled slightly as she clutched her father's hand. "Dad, let's go. This is no longer something we can get involved in." The middle-aged man cast a lingering glance at the youth standing amidst the sea of corpses and blood, his expression as detached as a deity. Finally, he sighed silently, took his daughter's hand, and slipped quietly out the back door, leaving this place of turmoil behind. Shiyu paid no heed to the pathetic fools groveling at his feet. He merely turned to the two stunningly beautiful warriors kneeling before him and said coolly, "Xuanwu, Qinglong, investigate everyone present. 5 years ago, anyone who participated in the siege against my Chu family or kicked us while we were down, leave not a single one alive." "Yes, master." The two women responded in unison, rising to their feet. Their icy gazes swept across the room like two unsheathed sides of death. Every soul their gaze touched trembled violently, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Shiyu cast no further glance at the doomed crowd. He turned and walked step by step down the mountain. The night wind swept past, lifting the hem of his robe and carrying with it the thick, indelible stench of blood. The lights were blazing inside the residence in the western part of the city. When Shiyu pushed open the door, the atmosphere in the living room was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Grandfather Chu Xiaotian, Aunt Shinru, and all 7 of his sisters-in-law were awake. Their faces were deathly pale, eyes filled with unmistakable worry and fear. "Xiao Yu! Are you all right?" Eldest sister-in-law Su Muqing rushed forward first, scanning Chuyu from head to toe as if searching for any signs of injury. "I'm fine." Chuyu gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax. "So glad you're safe, so glad." Su Muqing murmured, her heart finally settling after a night of dread. Just then, 2 stunning figures, one clad in azure, the other in deep black, appeared silently behind Chuyu. Who are these two? The others in the living room stared at the 2 stunningly beautiful women, their icy demeanor still carrying traces of lingering killing intent. Their eyes brimmed with caution and confusion. "Xuanwu. Qinglong." The women introduced themselves, their voices devoid of emotion. "I invited them to protect you," Chuyu explained calmly. "From today onward, they will remain here around the clock until all threats are neutralized." Hearing this, the others finally exhaled in relief, their gazes toward the women softening considerably. "Oh, right." Chuyu seemed to recall something. He glanced at his equally worried sister-in-law, Su Muqing, and said in a voice calm to the extreme, "Sis, you can contact the moving company tomorrow. The Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce will be returning the original headquarters building of our Chu group." Boom! This statement exploded like a heavy bomb over everyone's heads. Su Muqing froze, staring at Chuyu with utter disbelief in her eyes. That was a landmark building in Jiangdong, worth tens of billions. And now, it was being returned? Night deepened. Chuyu returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and was just about to begin his breathing exercises to suppress the overwhelmingly potent yang energy still surging within him. The figures of Honglian and Baishao appeared before him like ghostly apparitions. "Senior brother," Honglian said, holding a thick stack of documents. Her usually alluring face was now clouded with unprecedented gravity. "We've found it. Beyond the Zhao and Wang families you've already eliminated, and the Su and Wei families of Yanjing, for second-rate families from the western continent were also involved in orchestrating and directly participating in the campaign against the Chu clan 5 years ago. Additionally, the Sky Dome Merchants Guild and the Withered Lotus Society from the island nation were also secretly involved." Bai Shao added beside her, her voice as cold as ice. Within the East China Theater itself, someone was bribed to sever all external channels for the Chu family to seek aid at a critical moment. That person is highly likely to be Li Jinghua. Honglian nodded and continued, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg we've uncovered so far. After that night, numerous clues were erased by a mysterious force. We suspect even more terrifying powers lurk beneath the surface, yet to be exposed." Chuyu listened without a flicker of emotion. All of this was exactly as he had anticipated. He merely looked at his 2 junior sisters and posed a question that made both of them pale. "Tianqi, this organization. How much do you know about it?" "Tianqi?" A flash of terror and deep apprehension simultaneously crossed Honglian and Baishao's faces. "Senior brother. How do you know about this organization?" Honglian gasped in shock. "This group is the most mysterious and forbidden entity in the underworld. Even our venerable master speaks of them with utmost secrecy." Baisha's expression also turned unusually grave. "We know little about them, only that this organization's history may predate any nation. Their goals seem to be pursuing so-called immortality and world creation. In short, they're a group of madmen with unimaginable power and utterly boundless ethics." For the first time, Honglian's eyes betrayed unmistakable worry. "Senior brother, should we call master about this? He's seen it all perhaps." Chapter 46, The Death Sentence for All of Western Continent. "No need." Chuyu waved his hand, cutting her off. Rising slowly, his deep eyes gazed out at the endless night beyond the window. His voice was calm, yet carried an overwhelming aura of supreme dominance that could shake the heavens and earth. "He has his chessboard. I have my way of striking. I'll handle this myself." He paused, then turned. In those deep eyes, murderous intent flared like two unsheathed, peerless blades. He issued his first death sentence, one that would echo across the entire western continent, to his two junior sisters. Honglian, Bai Xiao. You are to depart for the western continent immediately. Eradicate those four families, root them out completely, leaving no one alive. Yes, senior brother. Honglian and Bai Xiao responded in unison, their faces betraying not a hint of surprise but rather a bloodthirsty excitement. They had long despised that bunch of reckless fools. Wiping out a few insignificant families was nothing more than an appetizer to aid their digestion. The apocalypse? Seeking immortality? A curve of utter scorn and cruelty twisted Chu Yu's lips. Gazing at the crimson blood moon outside the window, his voice was as cold as ice. Then I'll sever their roots first. Make sure none of them survive tonight. Night deepened, yet the lights of the Chu household shone brighter than ever. A vast round table was laden with sumptuous dishes as the family gathered around, savoring this hard-won reunion feast. Yet the atmosphere felt strangely off. Grandfather Chu Xiaotian took a sip of wine. His cloudy old eyes swept back and forth between his 7 granddaughters-in-law and Chu Yu. Finally, he set his wine cup down with a heavy thud. Xiao Yu. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Revenge can wait. Your most important task now is to arrange marriages for your 7 sisters-in-law. Boom. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere at the table froze solid. The already breathtakingly beautiful faces of the 7 sisters-in-law flushed crimson from ear to neck in an instant. They all lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in their bowls. Grandfather. What are you saying? Chu Yu felt his head spinning. Revenge consumed his thoughts. How could he possibly consider such matters now? What did I say? Chu Xiaotian glared, his eyes blazing with the authority of a seasoned veteran. I said I want you to bear children for the Chu family, to carry on our bloodline. These 7 girls have endured 5 years of living as widows for your brothers. Their reputations are already ruined. Who in all of China would dare marry them now, except you? Do you want them to grow old alone? I don't care. This matter is settled today. The first among you 7 to bear my Chu family's great-grandchild will receive the family heirloom I've treasured for 50 years. With that, the old patriarch resorted to sheer stubbornness. He raised his wine cup, downed it in one gulp, and refused to look at anyone else. Chu Yu was utterly dumbfounded. Staring at his 7 sisters-in-law, who were so mortified they seemed ready to vanish into thin air, he felt utterly uncomfortable. I'm full. The eldest sister-in-law, Su Muqing, was the first to react. She set down her chopsticks and bowl, her pretty face flushed crimson, and fled the table as if escaping. The other 6 sisters-in-law followed suit, each finding some excuse to slip away. Night fell, enveloping everything in utter stillness. Chu Yu returned to her room, just as she was about to begin her breathing exercises again to suppress the overwhelmingly potent yang energy within her, energy that had begun stirring restlessly once more due to the old master's words. The door creaked open silently, revealing a narrow crack. A stunning figure, clad in a sheer nightgown and possessing a fiercely alluring figure, slipped inside like a sly night cat, tiptoeing in. It was Lan Yue. She was neither Qinglong nor Xuanwu but the combined name of those 2 female war goddesses. Master. Lan Yu's voice carried a deliberately hushed allure as she inched closer to Chu Yu by the bedside. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an unabashed, searing flame. I'm cold. With that, she pulled back the covers and slipped inside, her soft, supple body pressing unapologetically against Chu Yu's back. Boom! Chu Yu felt an overwhelming surge of heat erupt from the depths of his dantian without warning. The overwhelmingly potent yang energy he had suppressed all night completely lost control in that instant. His reason was instantly consumed by the most primal desire. Get out! Gritting his teeth, he forced out the single word with his last ounce of strength, turning to hurl this reckless woman out. Yet, the instant he turned, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. A bone-chilling killing intent, without warning, locked onto his forehead from outside the window. Sniper! Chu Yu's heart sank violently. Without a moment to spare, he scooped up the dazed Lan Yue in his arms. His form flickered, leaving only an afterimage behind. Bang! A muffled gunshot echoed. A specially designed armor-piercing bullet, carrying terrifying force capable of tearing through anything, instantly tore through the wall, blasting a fist-sized hole where he had just stood. Simultaneously, another figure more agile and far more deadly plunged like a startled nightbird from the rooftop of the abandoned building across the street. In a series of swift leaps, it vanished into the night. It was Li Shui. A murderous intent flared in Chu Yu's eyes. This woman actually dared to come here to die. Lan Yue, protect them. He set down Lan Yue, who still looked utterly bewildered, in his arms, then vanished through the window in a flash. The rooftop of an abandoned building. Li Shui stared at the empty room. For the first time, her sharp eyes betrayed an unmistakable look of horror. Had she failed? She had personally taken action, coordinated with the most elite sniper in the war zone, and yet she had failed? Withdraw. She acted decisively, issuing the retreat order to the sniper through her earpiece. Turning, she prepared to escape in another direction. But the moment she turned, a figure materialized like a ghostly apparition, blocking her path. It was Chu Yu. "Where do you think you're going?" Chu Yu's icy voice, like the Grim Reaper's verdict, rang in Li Xue's ears. Li Xue's heart instantly plummeted to the depths of despair. Without a second thought, she drew the service pistol from her waist and aimed it at Chu Yu. But before her finger could touch the trigger, a fiercer, more explosive figure descended from above. With a single kick, the service pistol flew out of her hand. It was Lan Yue. "Dare to touch my master's disciple? You're asking for death." Lan Yu let out a fierce cry and lunged forward. In a few swift moves, she tore Li Xue's specially designed combat suit to shreds, leaving only a set of undergarments clinging to her body. "You!" Li Xue was both humiliated and furious. She glared at Lan Yu, who wore a wicked grin, then shifted her gaze to Chu Yu, whose expression remained utterly calm. Her beautiful face flushed crimson. "Chu Yu! You murderous devil! I came here today to avenge my uncle Wei Zhenxiong and all those you unjustly killed," she roared, drawing a sharp military dagger from her thigh holster. Instead of retreating, she lunged forward, driving the blade straight toward Chu Yu's heart. Yet Chu Yu merely sidestepped casually, effortlessly evading her deadly strike. Then, under Li Xue's stunned gaze, he reached out and seized her wrist. His other hand shot out like lightning, grabbing her legs and hoisting her entire body onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. "You, let me go! You bastard! What do you think you're doing?" Li Xue was utterly stunned. She struggled frantically, pounding at Chu Yu's back, but her feeble efforts were nothing more than a tickle to him. Ignoring her struggles, Chu Yu simply carried her step by step toward home. "What do I want?" A wicked smile curved his lips. "Didn't the old man tell me to spread my roots and branches? I think I'll start with you." Chapter 47, I saved your life. "I think I'll start with you." The voice, cold yet tinged with mockery, felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over Li Xue's head. Her entire body froze solid. The frantic struggles ceased as her limbs went limp, not from surrender, but from being utterly submerged in a bone-chilling terror unlike anything she'd ever known. Chu Yu couldn't be bothered with the woman on his shoulder, now petrified with fear. He hoisted her like a sack of rice and strode back to his courtyard in mere steps. Xuanwu and Xinglong had been waiting at the gate. Seeing their master's trophy in such a state, a strange flicker passed simultaneously across their eternally icy faces. Chu Yu strode straight into his room and unceremoniously tossed Li Xue onto the bed. Thrown with such force that she felt like her insides were jumbled, Li Xue gritted her teeth against the searing pain. Struggling to sit up, she clutched her torn clothes tightly over her exposed chest. Her piercing eyes were now filled with shame, fury, and terror. You monster! What do you want? What do I want?" Chu Yu slowly advanced, the scorching aura emanating from his body a result of his uncontrolled supreme yang dominance causing the room's temperature to spike. "I saved your life, yet you repay kindness with betrayal, trying to kill me. Tell me, how should this debt be settled?" He looked down at her, his voice flat yet carrying the weight of a verdict. "Since you're so eager to repay me with your body, I'll grant your wish. Besides, the fire within me needs somewhere to be quenched." Li Xue's face turned as white as paper in an instant. She bit her lip hard, her eyes blazing with fury. Summoning every ounce of strength, she screamed her most piercing accusation. "You slaughtered the innocent. Su Jianjun. Wei Zhenxiong. They were prominent figures in China. You slaughtered them like chickens. How are you any different from terrorists? You're a madman. A complete and utter devil." "Devil?" Chu Yu laughed, his smile dripping with utter scorn. "When the Su and Wei families joined forces to wipe out my entire Chu clan 5 years ago, why didn't you call them devils? When they sent men to poison you with divine collapse, turning you into a pool of pus and agony, why didn't you call them madmen?" With each word he spoke, Li Xue's face grew paler. Chu Yu's words struck like heavy hammers, pounding relentlessly at her heart and shattering the black and white worldview she had built since childhood. "Those I killed deserve to die. Yet you seek to kill your savior, the very person who saved your life for the sake of an enemy who nearly killed you." Chu Yu leaned closer, his bottomless eyes fixed intently on her. "Now tell me," he demanded, "which one of us is the devil?" Li Xue was rendered speechless by his words. She opened her mouth but no sound came out. Her fair face flushed red, then drained pale, finally settling into profound despondency. She realized she had no rebuttal. Seeing her acquiescence, Chu Yu saw no point in further argument. He sat down in the chair, his voice returning to its icy tone. "Tianqi. This organization. How much do you know about it?" A deep confusion flashed in Li Xue's eyes. "What apocalypse? I've never heard of it." A terrifying glint erupted in Chu Yu's eyes. An invisible, overwhelming pressure descended upon Li Xue like an ancient divine mountain crashing down upon her. Li Xue felt her breath catch, her heart clenched as if by an invisible giant hand. It was an extreme terror that threatened to crush her very soul. She had no doubt that if she dared utter a single lie, this force would crush her into dust in the next instant. I truly don't know," she managed to force out through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with boundless terror. She finally understood how foolish, how laughably foolish, her previous actions had been. This man's power completely surpassed her comprehension. Forget a single sniper, even an entire special forces brigade would be no different than a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered in his presence. Shu Yu stared into her eyes for several seconds, confirming she wasn't lying before slowly withdrawing his oppressive aura. He fell into deep thought. It seemed this lead had also come to an end. Just then, 2 faint footsteps sounded outside the door. Without lifting his head, Shu Yu said indifferently, "Come in." Xuanwu and Qinglong pushed open the door. They glanced at Li Shui on the bed, disheveled and her face frozen in terror, then looked at their master's younger brother. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity. "Master uncle, this woman wasn't lying?" Qinglong asked, seemingly privy to everything that had just transpired. Xuanwu was even more direct. "Shall we use some methods? We'll make sure she spills everything about her entire family tree." Li Shui shuddered at the words, waving her hands frantically. "Everything I said is true. Her words were cut off by the urgent ringing of a cell phone. It was hers. Shu Yu walked over and retrieved the still vibrating satellite phone from the pocket of her torn clothing. The caller ID displayed an encrypted number with no saved contact information. He pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. A voice, old, authoritative, yet strained with extreme urgency, boomed from the other end. "Schwer. Is that you, Schwer? How are you? Don't do anything foolish. Come back immediately." It was Li Zhenghua. Hearing her grandfather's voice, the pent-up sorrow and fear Li Shui had suppressed all night erupted instantly. She cried out desperately, "Grandpa! Save me! Grandpa!" On the other end of the line, a deathly silence fell instantly. Moments later, Li Zhenggua's voice, seething with fury yet forced into restraint, resounded once more, this time directed at Shu Yu. "Shu Yu! I know it's you. Release my granddaughter. Whatever conditions you have, we can negotiate. As long as you let her go, the East China Theater Command will treat the murders of Su Jianjun and Wei Jinxiang as if they never happened." "Oh?" A cold curve lifted at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. He walked to the bedside, grabbed the still struggling Li Shui, and spoke calmly into the phone. "The conditions are simple. Tomorrow, I'll take her to Binhai. If you want to save her, bring Tianqi's men and come find me." Without waiting for a response, he hung up. The room fell silent once more. Qinglong and Xuanwu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern. "Master, are you trying to lure the snake out of its hole?" Qinglong's brows knitted tightly. "But Binhai is the Su family's territory. If Li Zhenghua allies with them or worse, deploys military forces to set a trap there, then we." "So what?" Shu Yu cut her off. Rising slowly, his deep eyes gazed out the window at the night sky, a symbol of boundless danger. A curve of utter scorn and cruelty touched his lips. "What I fear is them not coming. The more of them come, the more thoroughly I'll enjoy slaughtering them." Li Shui listened to this declaration of madness, as if he were declaring war on the entire world. The beautiful eyes that had held hostility now contained nothing but boundless terror and an unfamiliar, strange light she hadn't even noticed before. What exactly did this man want? He wasn't merely seeking revenge. He was determined to overturn the heavens with his own strength. Inside the Jiangdong sub-command headquarters of the East China Theater, the atmosphere was so thick it felt like it could drip. Li Zhenghua hung up the phone. His weathered, square face darkened like the sky before a storm. He paced before the massive tactical map with his hands clasped behind his back, each step feeling like a stomp on the hearts of every general in the command center. "Commander, what does that brat think he's doing? He's openly provoking our entire East China Theater." A major general aide, his face flushed with fury, spoke with righteous indignation. Chapter 48, East China Theater 1 strike. "He wants us to send the Tianqi team to Binhai to meet him? That's clearly a trap. We absolutely cannot fall for it." "Shut up." Li Zhenghua whipped his head around, his thunderous roar unleashing a blood-soaked aura forged in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The officer paled instantly, unable to utter another word. Li Zhenghua ignored the fool, his gaze fixed intently on the words Binhai on the sand table. A fierce light flared in his cloudy old eyes, as if he were trying to pierce through every layer of conspiracy behind those two characters. "Tianqi," he uttered slowly, his voice hoarse, each syllable carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. He turned to the head of intelligence beside him and issued an order, his voice cold as ice. "Investigate. Dig to the depths of the earth if you must, but retrieve every single file from the Chu family massacre 5 years ago. I need to know who stabbed my East China Theater in the back all those years ago." "Yes, sir." The intelligence chief dared not delay, turning and striding away. Within half an hour, an electronic file marked top secret was transmitted to Li Zhenggua's personal computer. When he opened the file and read the shocking text, even his iron-hard resolve faltered. He sucked in a sharp breath, his hand gripping the mouse trembling uncontrollably. "Well done. Well done, the Su family of Yanjing. Well done, the East China headquarters." He slammed his fist hard onto the desk. The special alloy surface bore a clear imprint of his fist. "Commander, we've found it." The intelligence chief burst through the door once more, his face etched with horror and fury beyond words. 5 years ago, after news of the Chu family's 7 sons falling in battle at the northern frontier reached the homeland, the Apocalypse Organization posted a bounty on the dark web for the complete annihilation of the entire Chu family. The ones who accepted this mission were none other than the Su family of Yinjing, the Wei family, and several other family factions from Shizhou and the island nation. He paused, his voice growing hoarse and more furious. And at that time, the one who tacitly approved and even secretly aided their actions was none other than our Eastern China Theater's Supreme Commander Wang Tianlong. Boom! That name struck Li Jinghua like a bolt from the blue. Wang Tianlong. That old adversary who had always loomed over him, obstructing his every move. And more. The intelligence chief's voice grew shrill with fury. Our investigation reveals the Chu family's 7 sons did not die in battle. They were poisoned to death at their victory banquet with the ancient toxin Immortal's downfall. The master poisoner responsible, White Wu Chang, was personally brought into the military headquarters compound by Wang Tianlong himself. Enough! Li Jinghua abruptly waved his hand, cutting off his subordinate. He slowly closed his eyes. For the first time, his ashen face revealed boundless exhaustion and a sorrow that ran deep to the bone. He understood everything now. Xu Yu hadn't misunderstood him at all. She had misunderstood the entire East China Theater. The Chu family, a lineage of loyal martyrs. He let out a long, hollow sigh, his voice thick with desolation and sorrow. Fighting for the nation, dying on the battlefield, only to end up with their entire clan slaughtered and branded as traitors. What irony. What utter despair. He finally understood why Xu Yu had become so mad, so lawless. If it were him, he would be even madder, even more ruthless than Xu Yu. At that very moment, the red encrypted phone on his desk rang sharply and unexpectedly. Li Jinghua's pupils instantly contracted to the most dangerous pinpoint size upon seeing the caller ID. He drew a deep breath, composed his military bearing, and answered the call with an unprecedented, utterly deferential tone. Empress phone. From the other end came only a cold, yet undeniably authoritative female voice. Li Jinghua, my junior disciple is heading to Binhai tomorrow. I don't care what methods you use. I only want one result. If a single hair on his head is harmed while he's on your territory, I'll make the entire East China Theater pay with their lives. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Li Jinghua, however, felt drained of all strength, slumping limply in his chair as cold sweat poured down his forehead. His aide-de-camp and intelligence chief beside him had long since turned ashen-faced and gone weak in the knees from the terrifying killing intent emanating from that call. The Phoenix Lord. The god of death from the north. Xu Yu was actually her junior disciple? Did that mean Xu Yu's master was none other than the legendary figure who single-handedly suppressed the entire martial arts world of the Dragon Nation, striking fear into the hearts of countless petty criminals, that one? At this thought, Li Jinghua's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He was filled with dread. Endless dread. Thankfully he hadn't acted impulsively and actually killed Xu Yu. Otherwise, forget about him, a mere division commander. Even the entire East China Theater headquarters would be no more than paper under that figure's thunderous wrath. Transmit my orders. He leapt from his chair, roaring at the top of his lungs at the aide beside him, every ounce of strength in his body straining. Notify the Binhai Naval Command immediately. Inform every official department in Binhai City. Tomorrow, receive the distinguished guest with the highest honors and utmost courtesy. Anyone who shows the slightest negligence will be dealt with under military law. Executed on the spot. The next day, at dawn. At the highway interchange connecting Binhai City to Jiangdong, the most astonishing and awe-inspiring scene since the city's founding unfolded. The governor of Shanxiang province, the mayor of Binhai City, along with the heads of every department in Binhai City and the highest-ranking commander of the Binhai military sub-district, hundreds of influential figures whose every move could trigger a major upheaval across Shanxiang province, now stood in orderly rows like a group of elementary school students. Under the scorching sun at the toll booth entrance, each face bore an expression of humility and tension. Behind them stood hundreds of special forces soldiers, fully armed and radiating a menacing aura, flanked by dozens of military-grade mighty warriors bearing special license plates. The entire highway junction was completely sealed off. All passing vehicles were halted kilometers away, creating an unprecedented traffic jam. Countless stranded drivers and passengers stared at this imposing display, reminiscent of a state visit, murmuring among themselves and speculating which divine figure of immense power was about to descend upon Binhai. Holy cow! Who are they welcoming? Did the provincial governor come personally? Look at those soldiers. That's the elite Tiger Special Forces from the Binhai military region. The last time they were deployed was when an international terrorist organization infiltrated the country. Who could it be? Who has that kind of clout? Amidst the swirling whispers and endless speculation, a plain, even slightly chipped taxi slowly approached from the distance, finally coming to a stop before the gathering of dignitaries. The car door opened. A young man dressed in ordinary casual clothes stepped out of the vehicle. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, he reached out and roughly dragged a stunningly beautiful woman from the back seat. She was tightly bound and gagged with a cloth. The entire scene fell deathly silent. An absolute stillness so profound it seemed to halt even breathing. Hundreds of influential figures, men whose mere footsteps could trigger earthquakes across Jiangdong province, stared at the youth emerging from the taxi and the stunning woman he dragged out like a dead dog. In that instant, every mind present completely froze. Chapter 49, always stopping for half an hour. The provincial governor's face, etched with humility and tension, froze solid. The sycophantic grin on the mayor's lips froze stiff on his face. The highest-ranking commander of the Binhai military district, his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were filled with horror and absurdity beyond words. They had mobilized such a massive force, laid out this terrifying display, waited over an hour only to be met with this? What the hell kind of charade was this? Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu? The provincial governor was the first to snap out of it. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he tentatively addressed Chu Yu in a voice that was almost a whimper, his words carefully measured. Chu Yu didn't even glance at him. He simply tossed the still gurgling, struggling Li Shui onto the ground, then pulled a crumpled 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the taxi driver, who had long since been scared into stupor. Keep the change. With that, he turned and walked slowly toward downtown Binhai. Behind him, hundreds of top-tier bigwigs stood scattered in the wind. What do we do now? The mayor stared at the receding figure, then glanced at the stunning woman still writhing on the ground, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Follow him. Quickly, follow him. The provincial governor was sweating profusely. Commander Li's orders demand the highest protocol. The utmost courtesy. Now he's just walking away like this. If we lose track of him and he holds us accountable, none of us can bear the consequences. But before they could move, several military-plated mighty warrior SUVs streaked toward them like black lightning bolts, screeching to a halt before the group. Doors swung open, and two stunning figures clad in the distinctive uniforms of the northern frontier stepped out. My master dislikes being followed. Xuanwu's icy voice, devoid of emotion, poured over them like a bucket of ice water, dousing everyone's enthusiasm. You lot, go about your business. With that, she and Xinglong walked straight to Li Shui, who was still struggling on the ground. Taking her by the arms, they hoisted her into the vehicle and drove off without a second glance. 2 hours later, at a highway service area on the outskirts of Binhai City, Xu Yu sat in a fast food restaurant, idly sipping a cheap cola. Across from him, Xuanwu and Xinglong flanked Li Shui, who sat pale-faced yet still defiant and unwilling to yield. Master, we've stopped at 3 service areas already, each time for half an hour. What exactly are you waiting for? Xinglong finally couldn't hold back and asked curiously. Xu Yu didn't answer, merely giving Li Shui a faint glance as she emerged from the restroom. Li Shui's pretty face instantly flushed crimson. She glared fiercely at Chu Yu, her eyes seeming to devour him whole. She knew exactly what Chu Yu was waiting for. Although the residual poison from the divine reversal within her had been neutralized, the toxins had still corroded her internal organs, leaving her with some unspeakable aftereffects. Periodically, she had to visit the restroom to deal with certain physiological issues. The sheer shame of it made her wish she could sink through the floor. Xu Yu seemed to see through her discomfort. Sighing, he finally spoke. The poison in her body is the same as what my brothers were poisoned with. But the method of poisoning is slightly different. He was using this time to observe the residual poison's reactions within Li Shui's body, aiming to reverse engineer more details about how his brothers had been poisoned all those years ago. He was now certain that Li Shui had no connection whatsoever to the massacre of the Chu family. She truly knew nothing about the Tianqi organization. Just as he prepared to rise and leave the service area, an unexpected change occurred. Squay. A shrill, ear-piercing screech of tires echoed throughout the entire service area. A red Ferrari supercar, like an out-of-control steel beast, ignored every speed bump and warning sign, charging in at a near-insane speed. Look out! Chaos erupted instantly within the service area, screams and shouts rising in waves. But it was too late. The out-of-control supercar slammed straight into a young couple strolling along the roadside. Crash. A dull, thunderous crash. The young couple didn't even have time to react before being sent flying through the air. Blood spurted from their mouths as they crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Quick, help them! Li Shui was the first to react. Without a second thought, she rushed forward to help. But the red Ferrari, far from stopping after the collision, roared even more ferociously. With a wild drift, it spun around and barreled back toward the couple lying in a pool of blood, crushing them under its wheels. This was murder to silence witnesses. No! Li Shui's eyes widened in fury. She wanted to save them, but her body, still weakened by the lingering poison, was utterly powerless to act in time. She could only watch helplessly as the steel beast, bearing the shadow of death, mercilessly crushed those 2 vibrant lives beneath its wheels. For the first time, her sharp eyes revealed endless despair and utter helplessness. The couple lying in the pool of blood seemed to accept their fate. As the headlights grew closer, they slowly closed their eyes. At that critical moment, a figure appeared before the Ferrari like a ghostly apparition. It was Chu Yu. He watched the steel beast hurtling toward them at over 150 miles per hour, then simply raised his foot. Then, he kicked out. Boom! A deafening roar that shook the entire service area to its core. The multi-million-dollar supercar flew through the air like a soda can kicked by an adult, tracing an exaggerated arc before tumbling dozens of meters. It finally slammed into the grass outside the service area, crumpling into a twisted heap of scrap metal. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone was utterly stunned by the scene before them, comparable to a Hollywood blockbuster special effect, their minds going blank. Ignoring the shock around him, Chiyu strode over to the couple, crouched down, and began assessing their injuries. The man had 7 or 8 broken ribs and multiple ruptured internal organs, already in a deep coma. The woman was worse off. Both her legs were twisted into grotesque S-shapes, bones shattered beyond repair. She would likely spend the rest of her life confined to a wheelchair. Chuyu's brow furrowed slightly. He pulled out a box of gold needles he always carried and, with lightning-fast precision, swiftly inserted several needles into key acupoints around both bodies. This temporarily stabilized their vital signs. "Call 120, he said calmly to Li Shui, who stood frozen behind him. Just then, a violent cough erupted from the pile of wreckage. The car door kicked open, and a young man in a floral shirt, sporting smoky eye makeup, staggered out, swaying unsteadily. Immediately after, a woman dressed just as provocatively, her eyes wild with excitement, crawled out as well. Both appeared to be high as kites, their eyes glazed over and their minds unfocused. Drug-impaired driving. Damn it! Who the hell wrecked my car? The man in the floral shirt glared at his beloved vehicle, his rage boiling over. He pointed at the crowd of onlookers gathered in the service area and unleashed a torrent of curses. The seductive woman was even more direct. Spotting the couple lying in a pool of blood, her eyes flashed not with remorse but with a cold, ruthless glint. "Ah Biao, those two aren't quite dead yet. If they call the cops, we're screwed. What's there to fear?" The man in the flowery shirt, called Ah Biao, sneered dismissively. "You go over there and finish them off. If anything happens, I'll take the fall." "Got it." The seductive woman let out a vicious laugh. She actually pulled a blood-soaked baseball bat from the pile of scrap metal and strode menacingly toward the couple. "Stop. Have you no regard for the law?" A passerby, unable to bear the sight, mustered his courage and stepped forward to block her path. "Law?" Upon hearing this, Ah Biao erupted into a maniacal laugh. Pointing at his own nose, he declared with unbridled arrogance. "My father is Wang Tianba. In Binhai, the Wang family is the law." Chapter 50, intense to the extreme. Wang Tianba? At the sound of that name, every local in the service area turned as pale as ghosts. That was the Wang family. The top-tier powerhouse that no one dared provoke in all of Binhai City, no, in the entire Jiangdong province. And Wang Tianba was the current head of the Wang family, the top official in Jiangdong province's secretariat office. He was a terrifying figure standing at the very pinnacle of the power pyramid. His dad is actually Director Wang? Holy crap! We've really stepped on a landmine now. Get out of here. We can't afford to mess with this. The passersby who had been so indignant moments ago now scattered like birds and beasts, terrified of being implicated. The one who'd mustered the courage to confront the seductive woman was so terrified his legs gave way, and he scrambled away, practically crawling. "Did you get a good look?" Wang Biao watched the cowardly fool scattering in panic, his face radiating arrogance and triumph to the extreme. He scanned the scene with a gaze that looked down on ants, finally settling on Chuyu, the one who had kicked him flying. In this coastal city, the name of the Wang family holds more sway than the law itself. Even if I slaughtered every soul here today, no one would dare utter a word. He barked another order at the seductive woman, his voice sharp and ruthless. "What are you standing around for? Get over there. Beat those two blind dogs to death." "Yes, Brother Biao." The seductive woman let out a vicious laugh, raised her baseball bat once more, and strode menacingly toward the couple, now utterly consumed by despair. As the hideous grin drew nearer, the last glimmer of hope in their eyes flickered and died. But just as the blood-soaked bat was about to come crashing down upon their heads, a figure materialized like a ghostly apparition, blocking the path before them once more. The seductive woman saw only a flash before an irresistible, terrifying force erupted from her lower abdomen. Her entire body flew backward like a kicked soccer ball, propelled at a speed even faster than her approach. Mid-air, she coughed up a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily onto the wreckage of the Ferrari, instantly knocked unconscious. "You dare touch my people?" Wang Biao, witnessing this, was utterly enraged. He pointed his finger right at Chuyu's nose and screamed, "Do you know who I am? You're dead meat today. Not only will I kill you, but I'll make sure your entire family." Smack! His words trailed off. A blur of movement, fast beyond comprehension, flashed past. Chuyu's figure materialized before him, delivering a resounding slap that cracked against his arrogant face. Wang Biao spun 3 full circles from the force of the blow, spitting a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth as he crashed to the ground. Half his face was now swollen like a pig's head. "You little bastard! You dare hit me? F you! The Wang family won't let this slide." Wang Biao roared, his voice dripping with venom as he clutched his face. Chuyu merely stared at him coldly, as if looking at a corpse. "Keep making noise, and I swear I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun." An onlooker, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, whispered a warning to Chuyu. Young man, get out of here. We can't afford to cross his family. Can't afford to mess with them? Li Shui's icy voice cut through the air. She had broken free from Xuanwu's grip and was now walking toward them step by step. If you hit someone, you pay the price. That's the way of heaven. Divine justice? Wang Biao erupted into maniacal laughter. Climbing to his feet, he eyed Li Shui with contempt, as if she were an idiot. Sweetheart, who saw me hit someone? You? He scanned the room, his arrogant gaze like an invisible knife pressed against everyone's throat. Everyone whose gaze met his flinched inwardly, lowering their heads in unison, unable to meet his stare. You! Li Shui trembled with rage, pointing at the couple lying in a pool of blood. They're the witnesses. Oh? Is that so? A sneer twisted the corners of Wang Biao's mouth. He gave a subtle nod toward the unconscious, seductively dressed woman. The woman struggled to her feet and dragged a black suitcase from the mangled trunk of the Ferrari. Click! The suitcase opened, revealing stacks of crisp red bills, still faintly smelling of ink, piled like a small mountain before everyone. A full million. Take it. Wang Biao pointed at the man still moaning in pain, his tone condescending. This money is yours. Now, tell everyone, did I hit you? The service area instantly fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on the pile of cash, then shifted back to the injured man, filled with complex emotions. The injured man stared at the mountain of cash that could change his life forever. All the pain and anger in his eyes were instantly replaced by an uncontrollable greed. Struggling, he scrambled forward, grabbing the money in a heap and letting out a sickly, maniacal grin. He lifted his head and offered Wang Biao a smile that was more groveling than a cry. No! No! Young Master Wang, how could you have bumped into me? It was my own carelessness, I tripped. It had nothing to do with you. You, what did you say? The woman beside him, her leg bones shattered, was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. She stared at her boyfriend, his face twisted in sycophantic flattery, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. You bastard! My legs are broken. My whole life is ruined. And you're saying this for money? She trembled with rage, gasping for breath until she fainted on the spot. Serves you right. Who told you to be so blind? The man didn't even glance at her. Clutching the pile of cash, he bowed and scraped at Wang Biao, his face a mask of servility. Young Master Wang, you're so magnanimous. Please don't hold it against a poor schmuck like me. A wave of suppressed, regretful sighs rippled through the service area. In the face of money, so-called justice and so-called love proved utterly fragile. Did you hear that? A smug, cruel smile returned to Wang Biao's face. He looked at Li Shui, then glanced at Chu Yu, who had remained expressionless throughout. With the arrogance of a victor, he demanded. Now, the witness is gone too. What can you two possibly do to me? We too are the witnesses. Li Shui trembled with rage at Wang Biao's insolent expression. Pointing at him, her piercing eyes blazed with overwhelming fury. Witnesses? Wang Biao sneered contemptuously. He eyed Li Shui's fiery, provocative figure with the gaze reserved for the dead, his smile twisting into something utterly depraved. Kill both of you, find a place to bury you, and there won't be any witnesses left. Chapter 51, Vanishing on the Spot. He licked his lips, his voice dripping with unmasked lust. Before I let you die, I promise you'll have a good time. You're asking for death. Li Shui had never endured such humiliation. She roared in fury, ready to strike. But a hand gently rested on her shoulder, stopping her. It was Chu Yu. He didn't even glance at the ranting Wang Biao, his gaze fixed instead on the man on the ground, dazed by the barrage of money. His voice was calm, yet it felt like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake. $1 million for 2 legs? Seems like a bargain, huh? Of course it is. Wang Biao, thinking Chu Yu had been intimidated, wore an even broader smirk. What? You want to sell yourself too? But a piece of trash like you? I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. Very well. Chu Yu nodded. Finally, he turned his gaze toward Wang Biao. The next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. Wang Biao saw only a blur before an irresistible, terrifying force slammed into his knees. Snap! A bone-chillingly crisp crack, sending shivers down everyone's spine, echoed throughout the entire service area. Wang Biao's left leg bent backward at an unnatural angle. The stark white broken bone pierced through his pants, exposed to the air. Ah! A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from Wang Biao's mouth. But this was only the beginning. Chu Yu, expressionless, delivered another kick, this time to his other leg. Snap! The same spot, the same cracking sound. Next, it was the seductive woman who had just scrambled to her feet, about to help Wang Biao. Without even turning his head, Chu Yu swung his arm backward. An invisible surge of energy, like an intangible sledgehammer, slammed into her legs. Ah! 2 equally piercing screams rang out almost simultaneously. The seductive woman's legs, like 2 hemp ropes snapped clean through, went limp and dangled uselessly as her entire body collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. The entire scene fell deathly silent. A deathly silence so profound it froze the very soul. Everyone was petrified by the bloody, brutal scene unfolding before them, a vision straight from hell, their faces drained of color, legs trembling. Li Shui watched the two writhing, wailing lovers on the ground, then turned to Chuyu, whose face remained utterly calm, as if he had merely crushed two ants. An indescribable sense of satisfaction surged from the depths of her heart, shooting straight to the top of her head. What a thrill! So damn satisfying. Ignoring the two useless fools who were nearly unconscious from agony, Chuyu began walking. Step by step, he moved toward the injured man clutching the money, a man who had long since been scared into a stupor. The man saw the demon god approaching him and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His hand clutching the money began to shake violently beyond his control, his face etched with endless terror. Don't come any closer. I'll give you back the money. I don't want it. I don't want it. Chuyu stopped before him, towering over him with a cold gaze. Didn't you just say $1 million for 2 legs was a bargain? The man completely broke down. He frantically bowed his head, his voice filled with endless regret and pleading. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm not human. I'm not human. Please spare me. Snap. Chuyu stomped down hard on his leg. The leg, already fractured, was crushed into a pulp under that single blow. The man didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back and he passed out from the agony. Only after finishing this did Chuyu walk over to the woman, whose leg bones were also shattered and who was similarly unconscious. He lifted her off the ground and then spoke calmly to Li Shui, who was still staring blankly. Let's go. Think you can just walk away? You're dreaming. Wang Biao gritted his teeth against the excruciating agony, fumbled his phone from his pocket, and fixed Chuyu with a gaze so filled with venom it seemed to burn. He roared at the top of his lungs. My father is Wang Tianba. You're dead meat today. One phone call from me and your entire family will be buried with you. Is that so? Chuyu's lips curled into a cold smile. Then I'll be waiting. With that, he actually carried the woman back to the fast food restaurant, set her down on a chair, and sat across from her. He resembled a patient hunter, waiting for his prey to walk straight into the trap. In the service area, the few bystanders who hadn't wandered far yet watched the scene unfold, sweating profusely with anxiety. Young man! Get out of here! You can't take on the Wang family. They're from Binhai, they can really cover the sky with one hand. Yeah. Better safe than sorry. If you don't leave now, once their people show up, you won't be able to get out. Leave? Wang Biao let out a maniacal, savage laugh. If he walks out of this service area today, I'll spell my name backwards. Smack! His answer came in the form of Xuanwu's lightning-fast slap. The blow knocked out the last few teeth he had left. Completely cowed, Wang Biao clutched his face now swollen like a pig's head and dared not utter another word. He merely glared at Chuyu with a gaze so filled with venom it seemed to seethe, his mind racing with plans of how he would torture this arrogant brat to death once his father arrived. Chuyu ignored these noisy flies. He reached out and placed his hand on the unconscious woman's leg. A warm yet supremely commanding energy slowly flowed from his palm into her body. Li Shui stood nearby, clearly witnessing the woman's legs once utterly mangled, bones piercing through skin beginning to heal at a visible pace. The protruding broken bones retracted beneath the skin, while the twisted muscles and tendons, guided by an invisible force, returned to their original positions. This was beyond mere medical skill. This was a miracle. Li Shui stared at Chuyu, whose face remained serene as if performing a trivial task. For the first time, all the hostility and prejudice in her sharp eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by an unfamiliar, strange radiance she hadn't even noticed before. What kind of man was he? A devil who slaughtered the innocent, or a god who healed the dying? Just as her mind was in turmoil, unable to make sense of it all, Chuyu's phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed Honglian. Chuyu pressed the answer button and immediately heard Honglian's voice on the other end, tinged with excitement and a hint of bloodlust. Senior brother, those 4 blindly ambitious families in the Western continent have been utterly wiped from this world. She paused, her voice growing even colder. I've also sent the files on the Korinai Kai from the island nation to your encrypted email. With me and Baishao guarding the house, rest assured not even a fly can get in. Chapter 52, Surrounded Tightly. Very good. Chuyu responded indifferently before hanging up the call. Yet those few simple sentences sent Li Shui's heart racing and sent a chill down her spine. The 4 great families of Shizhou gone like that? What kind of terrifying power did this man wield? Just as her heart pounded in terror, a deafening roar of engines erupted outside the service area. Over a dozen black vans, like a pack of sharks sensing blood, charged in wildly. With a screeching halt, they surrounded the entire fast food restaurant, leaving no room to breathe. Doors slammed open simultaneously as nearly 100 burly men in black suits wielding cleavers and steel pipes, radiating savage aggression, leapt out. At the head of the group stood a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, bald with tattoos, and bearing a vicious scar across his face. The moment he stepped out, a palpable aura of savage menace instantly engulfed the entire service area. It's Crossing Dragon, the emperor of Binhai's underworld. The fiercest dog the Wang family keeps. We're done for. Completely finished. With Dragon Crossing here, that kid's gonna be chopped into mincemeat today. Those passers-by who hadn't yet wandered far were petrified by the sight of the bald brute. They scrambled and crawled, fleeing as far away as possible. Dragon brother! You finally made it! Wang Biao saw the bald man as if he were his savior. Pointing at Chu Yu, who was still treating the woman's leg, he roared at the top of his lungs with a voice dripping with venom. Kill him! Chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. If anything happens, my dad'll take the fall. Yes, young Master Wang. Wei Jianglong let out a savage laugh. Without even glancing at Chu Yu, he swung his arm dramatically at the gangsters behind him. Smash it! Beat that junk car into scrap metal. Drag the people inside out and break every bone in their limbs. Yes, Brother Long. Nearly 100 thugs roared in unison, charging toward Chu Yu's military-grade mighty warrior SUV with fierce momentum. Yet before they reached the doors, two stunning figures, one clad in azure, the other in black, materialized like ghostly apparitions, blocking their path. Get lost. Xuanwu's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Two little chicks think they can block our path? Brothers, charge together. Dragon brother rewards these two babes to you. A yellow-haired thug, eager to prove himself, grinned lewdly and charged forward first. Thud. His greeting was met by Qinglong's lightning-fast kick. The kick landed squarely in his groin. The yellow-haired thug's body flew backward at an absurd angle, letting out a blood-curdling scream that sounded nothing like a human voice mid-air. All of you, attack. The remaining thugs, enraged by the spectacle, roared and swarmed forward. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Qinglong and Xuanwu were like two female leopards charging into a herd of sheep. Every strike they landed was accompanied by the crisp crack of shattering bones and piercing screams. In less than a minute, nearly 100 elite enforcers, men who ruled the streets of Binhai with an iron fist, lay sprawled on the ground, limbs broken, their wails filling the air. How is this possible? The vicious grin on over the river dragon's face froze solid. Staring at the two women who looked like death incarnate, then glancing at his men sprawled on the ground, their fates unknown, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Young Master Wang. Who the hell did you piss off? He whipped his head around, roaring at Wang Biao with all his might. I don't care who she is. Brother Long. You're the high-priced bodyguard my father pays to protect me. I order you go now and kill them. Kill that man. Wang Biao was beside himself with rage. He couldn't accept losing to some unknown punk. A flicker of hesitation crossed Dragon's face, but ultimately, he nodded. He drew a deep breath, and his aura erupted violently. A powerful, intimidating presence far surpassing that of ordinary thugs and belonging to a true martial artist swept across the entire scene. Kid, state your name. I, Guo Jialong, don't kill nameless nobodies. Step by step, he advanced toward Chu Yu. His eyes, as large as copper bells, flashed with a predatory glint, ready to devour his prey. He could sense that this youth before him was the real deal, a formidable opponent. Yet Chu Yu didn't even lift his gaze. He merely turned to Xuanwu behind him and uttered a single word in a calm voice. Scrap. Yes. Xuanwu obeyed the command, his form flickering as he appeared before Gui Jianglong. You're asking for death. Gui Jianglong roared with fury, unleashing a thunderous cannon punch that tore through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed squarely at Xuanwu's face. Yet Xuanwu merely raised his hand casually, meeting the earth-shattering blow with a light palm strike. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. The dragon crossing the river felt his fist strike against an immovable primordial mountain. A force of extreme ferocity surged back along his arm with terrifying force. Before he could even utter a scream, his entire body exploded mid-air into a cloud of blood mist. Not a single intact bone remained. Wang Biao was utterly dumbfounded. Watching the mist of blood scatter in the wind, the thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack. He was terrified. He wanted to flee. But his two severed legs left him unable even to stand. He could only watch helplessly as that demon god approached him step by step once more. Don't kill me. He shook his head frantically, playing his final card. My father is Wang Tianba. If you touch me, he'll never let you off. Is that so? Chu Yu stopped before him, towering over him with contempt. Then call him. Bring him here. Wang Biao seized this as his last lifeline. His hands trembling, he pulled out his phone and dialed his father's number. But all that came through on the other end was a cold, persistent, busy tone. Not connecting? How could it be? He suddenly remembered his father had said before leaving that morning that a powerful provincial official was coming today, and he had to personally receive him, no interruptions allowed. He couldn't think about that now. Trembling, he dialed his mother's number. The call connected quickly. He poured every ounce of strength into his voice, sobbing as he recounted everything that had happened here. After hanging up, he collapsed onto the floor as if drained of all strength. Yet his face once again twisted into that same expression, a mix of venomous hatred and smug satisfaction. Kid. You're dead meat. My mom's already on her way with reinforcements. You won't get away. I wasn't planning on leaving. Chu Yu sneered dismissively. He turned and walked back to his car, opening the file on the tablet. Xuanwu had handed him the dossier on the Japanese Koreanized Society. As he studied the file, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Why would an underground organization entrenched in Japan travel thousands of miles to participate in the massacre targeting his Chu family 5 years ago? What could their purpose be? Could it be connected to that so-called apocalypse organization? Chapter 53, The Eldest Young Master of the Wang Family. At the exit of the Binhai City Expressway toll station, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. The provincial governor and the city mayor, a group of bigwigs whose every move could trigger an earthquake in Jiangdong province, had been standing here under the scorching sun for a full 2 hours. Their initial humility and tension had given way to deep confusion, and everyone's patience was nearly exhausted. What the hell is going on? Why hasn't Commander Li's distinguished guest arrived yet? The mayor wiped sweat from his forehead and muttered a complaint to the governor beside him. The governor remained silent, but his furrowed brow spoke volumes. Just then, a young man in a secretary's uniform scrambled over, his face betraying unmistakable panic. Governor! Trouble! Our people just reported a major incident at the Panlong Mountain service area in the suburbs. What is it that has you so flustered? The governor snapped impatiently. The secretary gasped for breath, his voice trembling slightly. That Mr. Chu seems to have gotten into a fight at the service area. The other party is Wang Biao, the eldest son of the Wang family. Boom! The words exploded like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Every face instantly turned grim. The Wang family. That was the Wang family of Wang Tianba. Li Shui's grandfather, Li Jinghua, whose already sullen square face turned instantly ashen. Without a word, he turned and strode toward his private car, unleashing the terrifying aura forged in seas of blood and corpses, holding nothing back. To the service area. The thunderous roar sent a chill through every influential figure present. They dared not delay, scrambling into their vehicles one after another. Over 100 luxury cars bearing special license plates surged forward like a torrent of black, roaring toward the Panlong Mountain service area. Inside the service area fast food restaurant, the atmosphere remained deathly still. Li Shui stared at Chu Yu, whose face remained serene as if awaiting something. Her sharp eyes brimmed with unprecedented complexity. Finally unable to hold back, she spoke. Wang Biao's father is Wang Tianba, director of the Secretariat Office of Jiangdong Province. The Wang family's influence in Binhai far exceeds your imagination. I know you're powerful, but if you truly intend to wipe out the entire Wang family, She took a deep breath, as if steeled by some resolve. I will stop you. Chu Yu finally lifted her head. She looked at this naive woman and asked a question that left her speechless. Of all the families I've wiped out, which one held a lower status than the Wang family? Li Shui froze completely. The righteous words she had prepared stuck in her throat, and she couldn't utter a single syllable. Yes. The Zhao family, the Wang family, the Su family, the Wei family. Which one wasn't a colossus capable of shaking an entire region with a single stump? Yet before him, they seemed as fragile as paper destroyed in an instant. At that very moment, outside the service area, a roar of engines erupted even more shrill and frenzied than before. Dozens of black Audi S6s, like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, charged in wildly. With a screech of brakes, they once again surrounded the entire service area, leaving no room to breathe. Ha 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 ha. My mom's here. Kid. You're dead meat. Wang Biao's face twisted into a sickening grin at the sight of the familiar convoy. Pointing at Chu Yu, he let out a venomous roar. But when he recognized the figure stepping out of the first car, the smile froze on his face. Li Shui froze in shock. She saw her grandfather, the provincial governor, the mayor. The entire elite clique at the pinnacle of Jiangdong province's power pyramid had all come? Wang Biao's father, Wang Tianba, a middle-aged man with scholarly features and gold-rimmed glasses, also stepped out of the vehicle. When he saw his son's pitiful state, he froze in shock. Then, a bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Dad! You finally made it! Wang Biao clung to him like a savior, pointing at Chu Yu, who remained utterly impassive. He screamed his accusation, "It's this bastard! He crippled my legs and killed Brother Long! Get someone to kill him! Now!" Wang Tianba stared at Chu Yu, who didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to his knees on the spot. He knew it was over. For him. For the entire Wang family. Kneel. He pointed at his son, summoning every ounce of strength to roar in utter despair. What? Wang Biao froze, then burst into a savage grin. Pointing at Chu Yu with the arrogance of a victor, he commanded, "Did you hear that, bastard? My dad told you to kneel. Get over here and kowtow." Smack. The response was a slap from Wang Tianba, delivered with every ounce of strength he possessed. I told you to kneel. Wang Tianba looked like a madman. Pointing at his own son, his usually refined face was utterly distorted by extreme fear and rage. Wang Biao was stunned by the blow, clutching his face as his eyes filled with boundless resentment and rage. He couldn't comprehend why his own father would side with an outsider. He pointed at Chu Yu, his mouth opening to unleash a torrent of curses. But the next moment, a scene unfolded that would remain etched in his memory and in the memory of everyone present for the rest of their lives. There stood Wang Tianba, a man whose influence could move mountains and whose power was unmatched throughout Jiangdong province, walking straight toward Chu Yu. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, his knees buckled. Thud! He knelt down, straight and stiff. The entire hall fell deathly silent. An absolute stillness so profound it seemed to halt even breathing. The wild joy and venomous hatred frozen on Wang Biao's face froze solid. Staring at his father, trembling like a sieve on the ground, his mind completely shut down in that instant. The world in his eyes collapsed. Dad? What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Unable to accept this utterly absurd scene, he pointed at his father and screamed, Get up! Get up right now! Why are you kneeling before him? He's the one who should be kneeling. Shut your mouth. Wang Tianba whipped his head around. His once refined face now bore only endless fear and despair. He glared at his son with the gaze of someone staring at a corpse. He was terrified. How could he not be afraid? The name Chu Yu had already spread throughout their circles long ago, back when the major families of Yinjing were uprooted. This was a man who dared to crush the skull of Su Jinggua's grandson, one of the 9 generals, right before his eyes. If he failed to secure forgiveness from this god of slaughter today, not only would his position as a lowly secretary office director be lost, but the entire Wang family would be utterly erased from existence. Chapter 54, A Phone Call to Li Jinghua. You worthless scum! Get over here and kneel before me! Wang Tianba roared at Wang Biao, his voice hoarse with fury. Wang Biao shuddered violently at the sight of his father's gaze, which seemed capable of devouring him whole. He finally realized he had provoked someone who was untouchable. The blood drained from his face. Staring at the cold, unyielding face mere inches from his own, then glancing at his father kneeling on the ground and the group of top-tier bigwigs frozen in terror nearby, an unprecedented wave of fear finally overwhelmed all his reason. He wanted to kneel, but his legs, now utterly useless, refused to obey even the simplest command. Dad! My legs are broken. I can't kneel. His voice cracked with tears, filled with endless sorrow and regret. Chu Yu watched this farce unfold before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He couldn't quite grasp the situation. He knew his reputation might have spread, but surely it hadn't reached the point where the entire power elite of Jiangdong province would come crawling to him on their knees? He had no idea that on his journey to Binhai, his formidable senior sister, a ruthless strategist stationed far in the northern frontier, had already placed a call to Li Jinghua. He was even less aware of the terrifying weight the titled medical sage, his master's moniker, carried in certain circles. The medical sage's disciple, let alone annihilating a mere Wang family, could replace the provincial governor before him with a single word from his master. Mr. Chu. The governor wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bracing himself against immense pressure as he cautiously approached. Adopting an almost submissive posture, he respectfully inquired, Has some misunderstanding occurred here? Chu Yu gave him a faint glance and countered, What brings so many of you here? To welcome me? The governor was rendered speechless by the question, but Li Jinghua stepped in beside him. He approached Chu Yu, his weathered square face etched with complexity. It was the Phoenix mistress herself who called. Chu Yu finally understood. So it was the senior sister. He nodded, no longer paying attention to the trembling bigwigs. His gaze returned to Wang Biao, who was scared nearly unconscious. Let him speak for himself. Those 4 cold words, like a final judgment, shattered every last shred of Wang Biao's resolve. Staring at the looming youth above him and the icy stares surrounding him, tears of regret finally burst forth. He dared not withhold a single detail. He confessed everything, how he'd driven under the influence of drugs and poison substances, how he'd acted with utter arrogance and tyranny, how he'd attempted murder to silence witnesses, and how he'd used money to bribe the victim into lying. He laid out the entire, twisted truth, piece by piece. When he finished, the entire service area fell into a deathly silence once more. Wang Tianba felt darkness envelop his vision, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. He knew his son was utterly finished. You bastard! I'll beat you to death, you bastard! He leapt to his feet like a madman, raining punches and kicks upon Wang Biao's face, now swollen like a pig's head. After venting his fury, he collapsed to his knees before Chu Yu with a thud. With every ounce of strength left in him, he began banging his head against the ground, his smooth forehead soon covered in blood. Mr. Chu! I failed to raise my son properly. It is my fault, Wang Tianba's fault. I beg you, spare his wretched life. My Wang family will give everything we have to make up for your losses. Li Shui watched this surreal scene unfold before her heart already overwhelmed by boundless shock. She couldn't help but tug at her grandfather's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, almost like a dream. Grandfather, who is he? Li Jinghua cast a deep, lingering glance at the youth who had remained expressionless throughout, then shifted his gaze to his granddaughter, her face etched with utter disbelief. A flicker of unprecedented relief passed through his eyes. He forced his voice down, each word seeming to be squeezed through clenched teeth. In a tone only audible to the two of them, filled with boundless reverence and trembling, he spoke slowly. His master is the sage of medicine. The sage of medicine. Boom! Those 2 words exploded in Li Shui's mind like 2 bolts of divine thunder from the heavens. In that instant, her pupils contracted to the most dangerous, minutest pinpricks. A chill 1,000 times more bitter than anything she'd ever felt before surged through her like a venom-laced ice serpent. It shot up from her tailbone with a sharp crack, racing straight to the crown of her head. It made every hair on her body stand on end, her limbs and bones turning to ice. In that instant, all doubts, all confusion, all lingering hope vanished into thin air. She finally understood. She finally understood why her grandfather, the mighty commander of the eastern frontier, a provincial governor whose mere stamping of his foot could send tremors through the coastal lands, displayed such near humiliating apprehension in the presence of this youth. What good was overwhelming power? Before the medical sage who held life and death in his hands, they were nothing but ordinary mortals. She also finally understood why he claimed that none of the families he had destroyed were of lower standing than the Wang clan. This wasn't arrogance, it was a statement. A statement of a cold, despair-inducing truth. But understanding brought with it an even deeper, more intense dread. Endless dread, like the most turbulent black tide, instantly engulfed her entirely. Her already pale, delicate face turned as white as paper in an instant. She had actually considered sending someone to assassinate him? Assassinate the sole disciple of a living god? How utterly absurd. How profoundly foolish. How utterly presumptuous. This wasn't merely an ant shaking a tree, it was like a tiny mayfly attempting to shatter the primordial divine mountain that supported heaven and earth. If he so desired, no, if his master uttered a single word, the Li family behind her would likely not even see the next morning's sun. Li Xinghua gazed at his granddaughter's ghostly pale, exquisite face, feeling the uncontrollable tremors coursing through her body. Far from reproach, his heart burned with an unprecedented fervor. Fear is right. Knowing fear is knowing reverence. Only through reverence do you learn who to provoke and who, even at the cost of everything the Li family possesses, must be courted. Perhaps keeping Shuer by his side to endure his punishment was the most perilous yet most correct decision he'd ever made outside the battlefield. How could this be a calamity? This was clearly a colossal opportunity for the Li family, a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Li Shuai looked up blankly, puzzled by the intense gleam in her grandfather's eyes. She couldn't comprehend why, with such calamity befalling their clan, he seemed almost excited. Li Xinghua offered no further explanation. Such heavenly secrets were meant to be seen, not spoken. Chapter 55, not massacre, but revenge. He merely reined in all emotion, adopting a solemn tone unprecedented even in his lifetime of military service. He spoke to her deliberately, enunciating each word. Shuer, remember this, from now on, set aside all your pride and temper. Find an opportunity, create an opportunity to sincerely and properly apologize to Mr. Chu. Grandfather. Let me finish. Li Xinghua cut her off, his tone brooking no argument. The 7 sons of the Chu family guarded our nation's borders and sacrificed their lives for the country. What an extraordinary achievement. Yet in the end, they were framed by treacherous men and met a tragic fate where their entire clan was slaughtered. The hatred in his heart is higher than the heavens and deeper than the seas. His killings today are not indiscriminate slaughter, they are vengeance. They are retribution. Hearing this long-buried, blood-soaked history of the Chu family, Li Shuai felt as though an invisible iron fist had clenched around her heart, squeezing it so tightly she could barely breathe. She finally understood. She fully grasped why this man named Chu Yu was perpetually shrouded in a sorrow and killing intent so thick that even sunlight couldn't dispel it. She finally grasped the reason behind his near-mad, rule-defying ways. Because in his world, rules had long since collapsed. The fast food restaurant was deathly silent. Chu Yu remained seated, utterly silent. He didn't even lift an eyelid as Wang Tianba pleaded for mercy, his face contorted with a mix of blood and tears. The deeper his silence grew, the more Wang Tianba's fear multiplied exponentially within him. The unknown judgment was the most terrifying. He knew that if he failed to earn forgiveness from this god of death before him today, all his power, all his wealth, the business empire he had spent his entire life building, it would all vanish overnight, reduced to nothing. His only path to survival was to appease Chu Yu. Use every means possible to appease him. You bastard. It's all your fault. You've ruined the entire Wang family. Wang Tianba whipped his head around. His eyes, bloodshot with fear and rage, held not a trace of the fatherly affection he'd once shown. Only the most primal, most frenzied hatred remained. Like a cornered beast, he let out a roar that wasn't quite human and lunged forward again. He unleashed an even more brutal, more savage beating upon Wang Biao, who was already barely clinging to life, lying there like a dead dog. He kicked off his expensive custom leather shoes and used the hard heels to strike, again and again, mercilessly and frantically, pounding Wang Biao's limbs and joints. Snap! Snap, crackle, pop. The crisp, shattering sounds of bones breaking echoed clearly and piercingly throughout the deathly quiet fast food restaurant, sending chills down the spines of the surrounding gang leaders, their hearts pounding in terror. They fell silent as if frozen by fear, not even daring to breathe loudly for fear of drawing the young man's attention. Was he beating his son? No! This was a sacrifice. Wang Tianba was crippling his only son with his own hands, offering him as a sacrifice to the demon god, all to secure a sliver of hope for the entire clan. In the face of absolute mortal terror, the so-called heir and the so-called blood ties all seemed so laughable, so utterly fragile. They marveled at Wang Tianba's ruthlessness, but more than that, they trembled with fear. It was a fear that rose from the depths of their souls, a fear of that young man who had sat motionless throughout, yet whose invisible pressure had driven a man of immense power and influence to utter madness. Mr. Chu, show mercy. Zhao Dihai, the provincial governor, could no longer bear to watch. His heart felt like it was leaping out of his throat. Steeling himself against the overwhelming pressure, he stepped forward once more, his voice dry as he pleaded. Wang Biao, he truly is near death. Even if his crimes are heinous, he should be dealt with by the law. Your actions make this situation extremely difficult for us. He wasn't pleading for the Wang family, he was pleading for his own official hat. He was terrified. He truly feared this god of death would execute him right here in public. If it came to that, the ensuing tidal wave of consequences would be enough to overwhelm even a provincial governor like him. It could even crush him flat on the beach. Wang Tianba seized these words like a final lifeline. He abruptly halted his movements, falling to his knees once more. With the hand still stained with his son's blood and flesh, he clutched desperately at his trouser leg. His face, a gruesome mess of blood and torn skin, was etched with utter supplication and pleading. Mr. Chu, I beg you. Have mercy and spare his wretched life. I swear. I, Wang Tianba, swear by the names of my Wang family ancestors that from this day forward, he will be locked away under strict supervision. He will never be allowed to roam free and cause harm again. As for all the damages incurred today, including the medical expenses, emotional distress compensation, and lost wages for those 2 innocent victims, my Wang family will compensate you 100-fold. At that moment, Chu Yu's treatment of the injured waitress was nearing completion. The last glimmer of light at his fingertips sank into the woman's wounds. The gruesome injuries began to heal and scab over at a visible pace. He withdrew his hand and rose slowly. Those eyes, deep and cold as a frozen pond, finally met Wang Tianba's gaze for the first time, the man kneeling on the ground, as lowly as dust. One glance. Wang Tianba felt as if he had been targeted by a grim reaper risen from the depths of hell itself, his blood freezing instantly throughout his entire body. Remember what you said. The 5 words were cold, devoid of even a trace of emotion. Yet to Wang Tianba, they sounded like celestial music descending from the heavens. His heart, which had been suspended in his throat, finally thudded heavily back into place. His entire body went limp as if drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground. He gasped for breath in ragged heaves, tears streaming down his face in wild joy at surviving the ordeal. He knew it now, the Wang family was saved. Mr. Chu. Seeing this, Li Jinghua seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and cautiously approached. His square face, naturally commanding on the battlefield, was now plastered with an expression of utmost humility. This place is crowded and chaotic, with the lingering scent of blood. It's not suitable for conversation. I've arranged for a modest meal at the finest restaurant in Binhai, the Riverview Pavilion. Would you honor us with your presence? The moment his words fell, every prominent figure present from Provincial Governor Zhao Dihai to Mayor Zhang Weiman held their breath, their hearts skipping a beat. Every pair of eyes, with an almost reverent gaze bordering on pilgrimage, focused with utmost respect on the young man who held the fate of all present, indeed, the entire future of Binhai in his hands, awaiting his final verdict. Yet Chu Yu didn't even glance at them. He walked straight past them all, approaching the young waiter who had cowered in the corner throughout the entire incident, also suffering minor injuries. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, he reached out, patted the boy's shoulder, and said calmly, You okay? The boy shuddered violently, stammering, I'm fine. Thank you. Chu Yu nodded, said no more, and turned to walk toward the fast food restaurant entrance. From start to finish, he had not once acknowledged Li Jinghua's invitation, as if both he and the provincial governor and mayor behind him were nothing but air. Li Jinghua and Zhao Dihai's expressions froze instantly. Just as everyone assumed Chu Yu was about to leave and the commotion was about to die down. Buzz. Chu Yu's phone in his pocket suddenly began to vibrate. He halted in his tracks, pulled out the phone, and glanced at the caller ID. For the first time, a subtle yet earth-shakingly chilling murderous intent flickered across his perpetually impassive face. 3 characters lit up clearly on the screen. Beijing, Mr. Qin. Chapter 56, The Volcano on the Verge of Eruption. Chu Yu tucked his phone away. The fleeting glint of murderous intent vanished from his perpetually impassive face, as if it had never been there. He paid no heed to the trembling bigwigs behind him, nor did he glance back at Wang Biao, who had collapsed into a heap of useless flesh. He simply turned and walked back to his military-grade Mighty Warrior SUV. Li Jinghua and Zhao Dihai exchanged glances, each seeing deep resignation and relief in the other's eyes. They dared not delay, immediately jogging to catch up. With voices bordering on supplication, they repeated their invitation. Mr. Chu, the vehicle is ready. Regarding Wang Jianglu. No need. Chu Yu settled into the vehicle, followed closely by Xuanwu and Qinglong. Without even rolling down the window, he uttered 3 words in a detached tone. Lead the way. 2 hours later, atop the highest floor of Wangjiang Tower, Binhai City, Xianjiang Province's most prestigious hotel within the exclusive Heavenly Suite No. 1, never opened to the public. Seated around an enormous rosewood round table, the atmosphere was as tense as a volcano on the verge of eruption. Governor Zhao Dihai, Mayor Zhang Weimin, and a host of Binhai City's powerful figures sat stiffly upright, not daring to breathe a word. Shuyu occupied the seat of honor. Before him on the table sat only a glass of plain water. He hadn't touched his chopsticks, nor had he glanced at the priceless delicacies spread across the table. Instead, his gaze settled on Li Jinghua beside him, who was equally restless. Where are the Tianqi people? His question was direct, his tone flat, yet it caused the temperature in the entire private room to plummet several degrees. A bitter smile, uglier than a cry, twisted across Li Jinghua's stern, square face. He shook his head helplessly, his voice dry. Mr. Chu, forgive my incompetence. This organization is too mysterious. Even with the resources of the East China Theater, we've only scratched the surface. Their specific hideouts. I truly have no idea. Before he could finish, Provincial Governor Zhao Dihai hastily interjected. Wiping the cold sweat beading on his forehead with a handkerchief, his voice betrayed an unmistakable edge of tension. Mr. Chu, our investigations confirm that Tianqi does indeed maintain a branch in Binhai. However, their operations are exceedingly covert, and their counter-surveillance capabilities are formidable. We've launched multiple crackdowns, only to be tipped off in advance each time, leaving us empty-handed. He took a deep breath and solemnly pledged, his tone bordering on a solemn oath. Rest assured, though. I've ordered all available resources to conduct a thorough search of Binhai. The moment any information surfaces, I guarantee you'll be the first to know. Shuyu listened, his expression unchanged. He merely lifted the glass of water before him, took a small sip, then rose slowly. His bottomless eyes swept across every person present. That icy gaze felt like two unsheathed sides of death poised at each person's throat. I care not who you are or what positions you hold. His voice was not loud, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in the hearts of everyone present. From this day forward, anyone who dares to have even the slightest connection with the Tianqi organization, I will slaughter their entire family. With that, he turned and strode toward the private room's entrance. Behind him, the group of top-tier figures stood frozen, their faces drained of color, bodies drenched in cold sweat. Only when Shuyu's figure vanished completely from the doorway did the terrifying pressure weighing on their hearts as immense as an ancient divine mountain slowly dissipate. Huff! The entire private room erupted in a chorus of heavy, relieved gasps, like survivors emerging from a catastrophe. Governor Zhao Dihai's legs buckled beneath him. Had the mayor beside him not caught him in time, he would have collapsed on the spot. Grandfather! Li Shui approached her grandfather. She looked at Li Jinghua, his face still pale with lingering fear, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Her sharp eyes were filled with unprecedented confusion and shock. What kind of power does he possess? You're a yellow list expert, how could this happen? The yellow list was an unwritten ranking within the martial arts world of Huaxia. Those who made it onto this list were martial arts masters whose very footsteps could shake an entire region. And her grandfather, Li Jinghua, ranked among the top 30 elite masters on the yellow list. Yet even he, in the presence of that youth, had behaved like a mouse encountering a cat. This was something she simply could not comprehend. Li Jinghua's face twisted into that bitter smile, uglier than a cry. He glanced at the surrounding elders, all ears, their faces brimming with curiosity. Slowly, he uttered a single sentence that plunged the entire private room back into deathly silence. Yellow list? He shook his head in self-mockery, his voice hoarse, each word weighing 1,000 pounds. Forget me. Even if you summoned every single person on the yellow list, he'd slaughter them all in no time. Boom! Those words exploded like a nuclear bomb in everyone's mind. Everyone present, no matter how powerful or knowledgeable, was rendered speechless by this statement, their minds going blank as their hearts seemed to stop beating. Slaughter the entire yellow list? What the hell is this, some kind of god? Impossible. Li Shui was the first to cry out in disbelief, unable to accept this absurd conclusion. He's only been practicing martial arts for 5 years. How could this be? Her voice trembled as she stared intently at her grandfather. With that kind of strength, forget the yellow list, even the elusive Xian list, where dragons show their heads but never their tails, would likely rank him in the top 50. This defies all logic. The other elders present nodded in agreement, their faces etched with disbelief. 5 years to transform from an ordinary person into a peerless powerhouse capable of dominating the rankings? This wasn't genius, it was monstrous. Yet Li Jinghua offered no further explanation. Some things were beyond their comprehension. He merely gave his granddaughter a deep, lingering look before turning and striding toward the exit of the private room. Schwerer, come out for a moment. I have something I need to discuss with you privately. Li Shui suppressed the storm raging within her heart and hurried after him. At the end of the corridor, Li Jinghua halted. He did not mention Chuyu again, but instead shifted the topic abruptly, posing a question that caught Li Shui off guard. What are your thoughts on that betrothal arrangement with the Wei family from Yanjing? At the question, Li Shui froze. Then, across her already pale, delicate face, flashed an unmistakable look of disgust and resistance. I refuse. Her answer was firm and decisive. Very well. Li Jinghua nodded, his weathered square face betraying no emotion. I will handle this matter for you. As of today, your betrothal to the Wei family is dissolved. With that, he said no more, turning to walk toward the elevator. Li Shui stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with endless bewilderment and confusion. Chapter 57, Casual Words. What did grandfather mean by that? Dissolved? Just like that, revoked? Li Shui froze completely, her mind going blank. For this marriage contract forcibly arranged by her family elders, she had fought back for an entire year, even severing ties with her clan and paying a tremendous price. Yet now, with a single, casually spoken sentence, grandfather had shattered the shackles that had bound her for a year? Watching the retreating figure head toward the elevator, her already pale, delicate face was etched with an indescribable sense of absurdity and unreality. At that moment, Li Jinghua halted his steps. He pulled out his phone and, right in front of Li Shui, dialed a number. It was Chu Yu's. The call connected quickly. Li Jinghua's square face, naturally commanding on the battlefield, instantly contorted into an expression of extreme humility. His tone was reverent, like a soldier reporting to a general. Mr. Chu, your accommodations have been arranged. It is the highest security compound, Compound 1, in Binhai. He paused, glancing at his granddaughter, who remained in a dazed state behind him. Then, in a tone bordering on negotiation, he spoke cautiously. My granddaughter, Shuer, is fairly familiar with Binhai. Over the next few days, I'd like her to accompany you and handle some minor tasks for you. It would be a way for our Li family to make amends. Would that be convenient? Li Shui's body jerked violently. She wasn't some little darling. She instantly grasped her grandfather's entire intention. Breaking off the engagement with the Wei family wasn't for her sake, it was for him. Grandfather intended to use her as a gifted tool to appease the demon god, personally delivering her to his bed. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and rage surged through her like the most violent black tide, crashing over her crown. She wanted to fight back, to scream, to demand of her grandfather why he would treat her so cruelly. But when she saw the face of her grandfather, etched with pleading and unwavering resolve, every word froze in her throat. Not a single syllable escaped her lips. She knew she had no choice. In the face of the family's survival, her personal will seemed utterly insignificant. Below the Wangjiang pavilion, Chu Yu had just stepped out the front gate when a black Rolls-Royce glided silently to a stop before him. The door swung open, and Wang Tianba scrambled out, practically crawling over himself. Behind him, several bodyguards followed, carrying a massive safe. Daring not to approach, he knelt with a thud from a distance. His refined features now bore only the most abject flattery. Mr. Chu. This is a token of my son's respect. It's nothing grand, but I hope you'll accept it. He waved his hand sharply at the bodyguards behind him. They hurriedly carried the safe forward, entered the password in front of everyone, and opened it. Whoosh! Bundles of crisp, ink-scented red bills erupted from the safe like a volcano, cascading out to instantly pile into a dazzling mountain of cash. Resting atop it all lay a sleek black bank card and a futuristic car key, its design straight out of science fiction. Holy crap! That's a Koenigsegg Agera RS key. Only 25 made worldwide, each costing over 200 million. The Wang family really went all out this time. That car alone is enough to drive anyone mad. Bystanders watched in awe as the ultimate supercar, a steel beast from the future, slowly emerged from the underground garage, eliciting waves of envious gasps. Yet Chu Yu merely gave it a casual glance. He didn't even touch the money, simply taking the car key from Wang Tianba's hand. Perfect timing. I needed a ride. Hearing this remark, Wang Tianba didn't grow angry. Instead, it was like music to his ears. His face instantly lit up with the wild joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped death. He knew his life was saved. He promptly bowed his head again, speaking in a tone bordering on obsequiousness. Mr. Chu, the head of the Sky Dome Merchants Guild, has been waiting for you downstairs for quite some time. He says he has urgent business to discuss. The Sky Dome Guild? Chu Yu's eyebrows arched slightly. He hadn't even sought them out, yet here they were, coming to him. He slid into the futuristic supercar, followed by Xuanwu and Qinglong. As the engine roared to life, its ferocious growl resembled an ancient beast awakened, instantly drawing every gaze in the vicinity. Just as he prepared to floor the accelerator to test this new toy's performance, two figures scrambled out of the hotel lobby, stumbling and rolling. Leading the way was an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, his hair streaked with gray yet radiating remarkable vitality. He was Qian Sihai, the true helmsman of the Sky Chamber of Commerce, a business titan whose influence could move mountains across all of East China. Following behind him was a haggard-looking middle-aged man with one arm missing. He was Lu Jin, head of the Sky Dome Chamber's coastal branch. At that moment, Lu Jin was filled with regret so deep it felt like his guts were turning green. Just yesterday, he had gloated over Chu Yu's provocation of the Su family in Jiangdong. He had even resolved to permanently seize the headquarters building that should have been returned to the Chu group. In his eyes, a reckless young upstart who had simultaneously offended several top-tier aristocratic families in Yanjing was as good as dead. But he never dreamed reality would play such a cruel joke on him. Su Jianjun of the Su family had his skull crushed in public. Su Jinshan, deputy commander of the East China Theater, was blasted into a bloody mist mid-air. And that fool in his eyes? Not only did he survive his arrival in Binhai, but he drew the collective attention of the entire Binhai power elite, indeed, the entire Xiangjiang province leadership, who mobilized en masse to greet him with the honors reserved for a head of state. When he learned of all this, he was utterly terrified, utterly despairing. He had no doubt that Chu Yu had come to Binhai specifically for their Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce. Once this killing god grew enraged, forget about him, a mere branch manager, the entire Sky Dome Commerce Association would likely be reduced to ashes overnight. He dared not delay for a moment. He immediately contacted Qian Sihai, the head honcho at headquarters, reporting every detail of what had transpired here. Upon hearing the news, Qian Sihai toppled from his chair. Without a moment's hesitation, he mobilized every connection he possessed, chartered a private jet at breakneck speed, and rushed to Binhai that very night. He knew this was the greatest existential crisis the Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce had faced since its founding. He didn't even have time to confront Lu Jin, that useless fool who could do no good but cause trouble. His sole thought now was to beg for mercy. To use every means possible to beg for forgiveness from that god of death. So when he saw the young man stepping out of that sci-fi supercar, he hesitated not a moment, skipping even the usual pleasantries. Under Lu Jin's horrified gaze and the speechless stares of every onlooker, this business titan who could command the winds and rains across all of East China collapsed to his knees. Thud. Just like that, he knelt straight and stiff before the 200 million yuan top-tier supercar. Chapter 58, A Pool of Eternal Ice. This kneeling act reverberated like a silent thunderclap across the small plaza before Wangjiang Tower. The onlookers, who had only just recovered from the shock of Wang Tianba's kneeling, now stared at the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire, trembling like a sieve before the supercar. Once again, they collectively fell silent. Qian Sihai of the Sky Chamber of Commerce. This is the business titan who commands respect even from provincial governors across all of East China. And now, he too has knelt? Kneeling before the same young man. Who exactly is this young man? Is he the top-tier princeling from Yanjing, or the sole heir to some reclusive tycoon family? Everyone's minds had completely shut down, overwhelmed by this surreal spectacle. Inside the car, Chu Yu watched Qian Sihai kneeling on the ground, his expression still utterly unruffled. Those deep, piercing eyes were as calm as a pool of ice that had never melted in 10,000 years. The more composed he appeared, the more intense the fear gripping Qian Sihai became. He whipped his head around, his cloudy old eyes blazing with terrifying intensity as he glared at Lu Jin, who had long since frozen in terror behind him. Lu Jin shuddered violently under that glare. His remaining good leg buckled, and he too fell to his knees with a thud. He began frantically banging his head against the floor, using every ounce of strength he had. Soon, his smooth forehead was covered in blood. Mr. Chu. I failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. Greed blinded me. I'm no human. Please spare my worthless life. I beg you. Qian Sihai stared at this useless fool who could only make things worse, his murderous intent reaching its peak. He knew that if he failed to satisfy this god of death today, not only Lu Jin, but even himself and the entire Sky Dome Merchants Guild would be utterly wiped from existence. Through his own channels, Qian Sihai had already uncovered every detail of Chu Yu's background. Disciple of the medical sage. Junior disciple of the Phoenix Sovereign of the North. These two identities alone were enough to make any so-called top-tier aristocratic family appear no different than ants before him. Mr. Chu. Qian Sihai spoke again, his voice brimming with unmasked ruthlessness and decisiveness. This matter stems from our Sky Dome Merchants Association's lax discipline and poor judgment in vetting personnel. At your word, I, Qian Sihai, will personally dispose of this scourge this very moment. I guarantee he will vanish without a trace, leaving not a shred of evidence behind. He wasn't joking. If Chu Yu gave the nod, he would twist Lu Jin's neck right before everyone's eyes without hesitation. Hearing this, Lu Jin completely broke down. Staring at the resolute leader before him, tears of regret mingled with the blood on his forehead, smearing his entire face. He regretted it. How could he not regret it? If he'd known this day would come, not even 100 times the courage would have made him dare to set his sights on that Chu group building. Yet Chu Yu seemed utterly indifferent to his fate. His gaze fixed on Qian Sihai, who knelt on the ground, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth as he posed a question that sent shivers down the spines of both Qian Sihai and Lu Jin. Who gave you the audacity to target my Chu family? Qian Sihai's heart sank violently. He knew the true judgment that would decide his fate had arrived. He dared not conceal anything. With a voice trembling almost beyond control, he forced out the words through gritted teeth. It was Yamamoto Kazuo, the head of the Kurenai Society's coastal branch in Japan. He said if the Sky Dome Merchants Guild doesn't assist them if we don't kick the Chu family while they're down, then we'll die. Oh? A flicker of amusement finally crossed Chu Yu's eyes. A Japanese organization dares to threaten local powerhouses like you on Chinese soil? A deep bitterness and helplessness spread across Qian Sihai's face. Mr. Chu, you don't understand. Qian Sihai's voice cracked with emotion. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his pallid temples, and his bulky frame shook uncontrollably. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he desperately tried to make the man before him, the one holding his life in his hands, understand the gravity of the situation. This Kirin society is merely a mad dog on the surface. Their true master is the century-old cancer entrenched in the island nation, the Black Dragon Society. Its terrifying power is far beyond what our small Sky Dome Merchants Association could ever hope to match. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple throbbing violently as his voice dropped even lower. Merely uttering that name seemed to drain every ounce of courage from his body. Moreover, rumors say the Black Dragon Society's current leader holds the nominal title of cabinet advisor. Their actions have always been tacitly approved by the government, operating freely across both legitimate and criminal spheres. Ruthless and merciless, they cut off the grass at its roots. To them, our Skydome Merchants Guild is no different from an ant they can crush underfoot whenever they please. Is that so? The icy, cruel curve of Chuyu's lips remained utterly unchanged. The Black Dragon Society? A flicker of profound contempt seemed to flash through the depths of his dark, unfathomable eyes. He recalled, years ago, in that top-secret prison codenamed Purgatory, a man who called himself the Black Dragon Society's crown prince had once knelt before him, banging his head on the floor like a pestle, begging for a scrap of food. Very well. He uttered the two words flatly, without a ripple or a rise in his voice. Yet they carried the weight of a judge's gavel striking down in the hall of the King of Hell, directly sentencing the entire Kulian Society and the Black Dragon Society lurking behind it to death. Since they're mere ants, we'll start at their nest and crush them one by one. Boom! Qian Sihai heard these words and felt an explosion in his mind. The nerves stretched to their absolute limits suddenly slackened, and his entire body nearly collapsed to the ground. His back was already soaked through with cold sweat, and the heart that had been lodged in his throat finally sank back into his thick, fatty chest. His life was saved. Grasping at what felt like his last lifeline, he scrambled forward on his knees, mustering his courage to speak in a trembling voice laced with near flattery. Mr. Chu, your divine might is unmatched. But the headquarters building of the Chu Group, that scoundrel secretly mortgaged it to the Kuliang Society. Now it's probably beyond recovery. This is my failure, a crime deserving death. To atone for my heinous offense, I have dared to prepare a humble gift for you. I beg you, for the sake of my loyalty, do not reject it. His hands trembled as he pulled a palm-sized, ancient-looking purple-black wooden box from his robe. The rosewood case still seemed to retain the warmth and dampness of cold sweat from his chest. He raised it high above his head, his posture bowed low to the dust. Chuyu had no intention of acknowledging him. A mere building? He could rebuild 10 with a flick of his wrist. Qian Sihai's life hung on his whim. But when his gaze inadvertently swept over the open lid and touched upon the object within. Buzz! The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Chuyu's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. That face, frozen in eternal ice since his release from prison, that impassive expression that regarded all things as worthless dogs for the first time, shattered inch by inch. Replaced by an extreme shock mixed with ecstasy, agony, and overwhelming murderous intent. This thing, how could it be here? Chapter 59, Unleashing Its True Value. Inside that palm-sized rosewood box lay a stone. A stone, uniformly deep blue throughout, its surface seemingly swirling with a starry river, emitting a faint, luminous glow. To others, it might appear merely as an unusual piece of jade. But the moment Chuyu laid eyes on it, the long-dormant supreme yang dominance within him stirred. Like a thousand-year starved beast sensing blood, it instantly roared with the most ravenous, primal craving. A spirit-gathering stone. And an exceptionally high-grade one at that. Even in the spirit-energy-abundant world of his sect, such a treasure was a once-in-a-century rarity. A sacred artifact for cultivation that countless cultivators would fight tooth and nail to obtain. A single one would be enough to catapult his strength through another earth-shattering transformation in the blink of an eye. How could such a thing appear on Earth, a barren wasteland devoid of spiritual energy? This is a strange stone I happened to acquire decades ago in the countryside. Seeing Chuyu remain silent for an extended period, Qian Sihai's heart leapt to his throat. His voice trembling, he cautiously explained. All I know is it stays warm in winter and cool in summer. Holding it feels refreshing, but what it truly is or how to use it I honestly have no clue. I think, Mr. Chu, with your extraordinary abilities, this thing might finally unlock its true potential in your hands. Chuyu withdrew his gaze. All emotion in those deep, piercing eyes was once again concealed beneath a pool of ice that seemed frozen for 10,000 years. He did not reach for the stone. Instead, he looked down at Qian Sihai, who knelt on the ground, humble to the dust, and spoke in a tone as matter-of-fact as stating a simple truth. You do possess some measure of fortune. He paused, then shifted his tone. Your current realm is at the peak of martial arts master. You've been stuck at this bottleneck for at least 10 years, haven't you? Qian Sihai's body trembled violently. He stared at the young man, his cloudy old eyes filled for the first time with boundless horror and wild elation. His deepest secret had been pierced through by this youth at a single glance. Rise. Chuyu finally reached out, taking the spirit-gathering stone into his hand. An essence of pure spiritual energy, gentle yet overwhelmingly potent, instantly surged through his palm, flooding every limb and bone. Gazing at Qian Sihai, who remained kneeling on the ground, too terrified to move, he spoke calmly, From now on, you will follow me. Within 3 months, I guarantee you entry into the martial sect. Boom! Those words struck Qian Sihai like a bolt of divine thunder from the heavens, crashing down upon his very crown. His entire body froze. In those cloudy old eyes, all fear and unease vanished in an instant. Replacing them was an unprecedented, overwhelming ecstasy and excitement. Martial sovereign. That was the legendary realm he had spent his entire life pursuing, consuming countless rare treasures, yet could never reach. Now, this young man claimed he could help him enter that realm one he dared not even dream of within 3 months? He had no doubt. For the man before him was the disciple of the sage of medicine. Master Xie Chu. Master Xie Chu, you have saved my life. Qian Sihai snapped back to reality. His aged heart pounded wildly with overwhelming emotion. Summoning every ounce of strength, he began banging his head against the ground again, blow after blow. This time, it was no longer a plea for survival, it was the most profound, soul-deep gratitude he could muster. Shuyu paid no heed to his fervor, merely tucking the spirit-gathering stone into his pocket. Those bottomless eyes grew icy and piercing once more. The location of the withered lotus society. Qian Sihai's body stiffened abruptly. The ecstatic joy that had filled his face was instantly replaced by deep apprehension and worry. He struggled to his feet, his voice dry as he pleaded, Mr. Chu, the withered lotus society is no ordinary foe. Their influence in Binhai is deeply entrenched, and their branch leader, Yamamoto Ichiro, is a ruthless martial arts master. Going there now would be like walking into a trap. He took a deep breath, lowering his voice further. Moreover, they are ultimately an island nation's forces, with a unique status. If you truly provoke them today, should matters escalate, it could very well reach an irreversible diplomatic level. Diplomatic level? A deeply mocking curve tugged at Chuyu's lips. He couldn't be bothered to say another word, merely giving him a dismissive glance. That single glance. Qian Sihai felt as if he'd been targeted by a grim reaper risen from the depths of hell itself. The blood in his veins froze instantly. He dared not hesitate a moment longer. The back he had just straightened bowed humbly once more. Yes. I'll show you the way immediately. He dared not let anyone else do it for him. He jogged over, pulled open the driver's door of the Koenigsegg Agera RS, and climbed inside with an almost fawning demeanor. The engine roared to life, and the steel beast from the future sped away, leaving behind countless stunned gazes. Binhai City, Embassy District. A building steeped in rich Japanese style stood quietly here. This was the Binhai branch of the Japanese Kurenai Society. Unlike the shadowy underground forces that lurked in the shadows, this branch of the Kurenai Society functioned more like an official headquarters under the guise of a merchant association. It served as a bridge for official communication between the island nation and Binhai, and even the entire Shangjiang province, holding a position of exceptional status. At this moment, in the top-floor tea room of the branch, a space decorated with simple elegance. The branch's leader, Yamamoto Kazuo, a middle-aged man clad in traditional samurai attire and sporting a goatee, kneels on the tatami mat, pouring tea with an expression of humility for the two men seated across from him. Yamamoto-kun, you handled this matter very well. Seated in the position of honor was a man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared refined and scholarly, yet his gaze was as cold and venomous as a snake's. He was Watanabe, one of the 2 vice presidents of the Kurenai headquarters. That Chinese Chu family dared to covet what His Excellency Apocalypse had set his sights on. Utterly reckless. By leveraging the Sky Dome Trading Company, you've now completely absorbed their last remaining assets, severing their final lifeline. Headquarters is highly satisfied with your performance. Beside him, another burly, bald-headed brute radiating savage brutality let out a savage chuckle. He was the other vice president, Ruji Onizuka. Yamamoto, keep up the good work. Once our Black Dragon Society fully controls China's underworld, I'll personally petition the chairman to free you from your lowly Chinese bloodline. You'll formally join our Oshima Empire as a true, noble citizen. Thank you, Vice President Watanabe. Thank you, Vice President Onizuka. Hearing this, Yamamoto Ichiro's already humble face instantly contorted with sickly ecstasy and fervor. Summoning every ounce of strength, he slammed his forehead repeatedly against the cold tatami mat, each impact echoing with a dull thud. I, Yamamoto Kazuo, am the Empire in life and its ghost in death. I shall devote every ounce of my being to the chairman, to the Black Dragon Society, and to our great island empire until my dying breath. Watanabe nodded with satisfaction. He lifted his teacup and took a small sip, then seemed to recall something and casually inquired. By the way, I heard that remnant of the Chu family got out of prison and caused quite a stir? Just some arrogant fool who doesn't know his place. Yamamoto Kazuo snorted with contempt, his face twisted with utter disdain. He should already be dead at the hands of those major families in Yanjing. Even if he somehow survived, dare he set foot in Binhai, I guarantee he and his 7 sisters-in-law will experience our Oshima Empire's finest artistry firsthand. Then we'll turn them into the most perfect human pigs. However, the moment his words fell. Boom! Chapter 60, a fierce, murderous aura radiated from his entire being. A terrifying explosion, powerful enough to make the entire building tremble, erupted without warning from below. The terrifying blast felt like a heavy bomb detonating below, causing the antique porcelain throughout the tea room to hum and rattle while tea splashed everywhere. What the hell? Watanabe Yu's refined face instantly turned ashen. He slammed his fist on the table and barked the question. Onizuka Ruji drew his katana from its scabbard at his waist. His eyes, as large as copper bells, flashed with terrifying ferocity, radiating a brutal killing intent. Yamamoto Kazuo, startled by the sudden crash, scrambled to his feet and rushed to the window, peering down. One glance was enough to turn his already humble face as white as paper. Before the building, the massive iron gate forged from special alloy and touted as rocket-proof now looked as if struck by an invisible colossus. It was inwardly caved and twisted at an exaggerated angle, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Before it, the 200 million yuan supercar stood motionless. Its door swung open, and a young man dressed in ordinary casual wear stepped out slowly. Following behind him were two stunningly beautiful women, their demeanor as cold as ice, resembling goddesses descended from the heavens. It's him! That remnant of the Chu family. Yamamoto Kazuo's body shook violently beyond his control. Pointing at the youth below, his voice brimmed with unmasked horror and dread. Upon hearing this, Watanabe Yu and Onizuka Ruji hurried to the window. When they saw Chuyu, his face serene as if nearly out for a stroll, a flicker of gravity simultaneously crossed their cold, dark eyes. That's Chuyu? Watanabe Yu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, a barely perceptible note of surprise in his voice. I heard that worthless grandson of the Su family in Yanjing he was the one who crushed his skull in public? And that deputy commander of the East China Theater, Su Jinshan, he died by his hand too? Yamamoto Kazuo nodded urgently, relaying every detail of the intelligence he'd just received from his informant. When he reached the part about Chuyu single-handedly forcing the entire power elite of Binhai City, indeed, the entire Xinjiang province to collectively bow in submission, the already grave expressions on Watanabe Yu and Onizuka Ruji's faces darkened completely. This kid's got some potential. Onizuka Ruji licked his parched lips, his copper bell eyes flashing with bloodthirsty excitement. His skills are impressive. Perfect. It's been ages since I tasted the blood of a Chinese martial arts master. Yamamoto Kazuo, however, remained shaken to the core. Staring at the youth descending the stairs toward the building, his voice raspy, he warned, Vice Presidents, this Chuyu is no ordinary man. Moreover, 5 years ago, our Kurenai society not only participated in the operation to wipe out the Chu family, but we also took that artifact from their home. Shut up! His words were cut short by Watanabe Yu's icy, sharp command. Watanabe Yu's eyes, like those of a venomous snake, fixed on him with unflinching intensity, his voice dripping with undisguised murderous intent. Yamamoto, there are things you shouldn't speak of. Otherwise, people will die. Yamamoto Kazuo's body jerked violently. Realizing his mistake instantly, he threw himself back to his knees and began banging his head frantically against the floor with all his strength. His deathly pale face was etched with endless terror. Hi! I spoke out of turn. I deserve death. Please punish me, Vice President. Oomph. Watanabe Yu snorted coldly, ignoring the fool. His gaze shifted back downstairs, a cruel and contemptuous curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Nothing but a brute with a bit of strength. Since he dared come today, let him come without return. He addressed Ruji Onizuka beside him in a detached tone. Onizuka-kun, the trash downstairs is yours to handle. Remember, keep him alive. I intend to question him personally about the apocalypse. Understood. Onizuka Ruji let out a savage laugh, hoisted his katana, and turned to head downstairs. Seeing the two vice presidents so confident, Yamamoto Kazuo's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He knew it today, Chuyu was as good as dead. Onizuka Ruji was one of the top 10 elite fighters in the Black Dragon Society. The number of elite fighters from various countries who had fallen beneath his blade was at least 80, if not 100. Taking down a wetbeard kid was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A humble, obsequious smile returned to his face. As if remembering something, he hurriedly added, oh, right, vice presidents. Although we haven't found the top-tier tribute the organization needs recently, I just acquired a batch of excellent goods from human traffickers a few days ago, all under 20, untouched and flawless. Perfect for the two vice presidents to sample and quench their desires. Oh? A lecherous gleam finally flashed in Watanabe Yu's eyes. Bring them in. Let me see. Yamamoto Kazuo nodded eagerly and turned to summon the men. But at that very moment, boom! An even deeper, more terrifying crash echoed through the air. The alloy door, already twisted and warped, collapsed with a thunderous crash as if struck head-on by a battering ram. A figure emerged, bathed in a cloud of dust, like a demon god stepping out of the depths of hell. Step by step, treading on the shattered door panels, it slowly walked inside. The fawning smile on Yamamoto Kazuo's face froze solid. Staring at the young man entering, his bloodshot eyes were filled with indescribable horror and terror. How did he get here so fast? Where are the guards downstairs? Where is Vice President Onizuka? Chuyu didn't even glance at Yamamoto Kazuo, who was already frozen in terror. His gaze settled solely on Watanabe Yu, whose face was dark with anger. His voice was flat, yet it sounded like a death sentence pronounced upon the entire Kurenai Kai. 5 years ago, why did you target my Chu family? A flicker of surprise crossed Watanabe-yu's eyes. He hadn't expected this youth to breach Onizuka Ruji's defenses so effortlessly. Yet he remained utterly composed, nearly sneering with disdain as he regarded Chuyu with the gaze reserved for the dead. Who do you think you are to deserve knowing? Bastard! Yamamoto Kazuo, emboldened by the support of the two vice presidents, pointed a finger at Chuyu's nose and erupted in a torrent of abuse. You bastard! How dare you trespass onto the territory of the Oshima Empire and cause trouble? You're asking for death. With a furious roar, he launched a preemptive strike, a savage karate chop that sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, aiming straight for Chuyu's throat. He intended to use this Chinese pig's head to prove his loyalty to the two vice presidents. Yet in the next instant, the savage grin on his face froze solid. Chuyu didn't even turn around. With a backhand flick. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air, landing with brutal force on his arrogant face. Yamamoto Kazuo was sent spinning 3 full circles on the spot by the blow. Mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth before crashing heavily to the ground, half his face swollen like a pig's head. You! He struggled to his feet, still trying to curse. But Chuyu's figure appeared before him like a ghostly apparition. Then, under the watchful gaze of Watanabe-yu's narrowed eyes, she raised her foot and stomped down hard on Yamamoto Kazuo's leg. Snap! A bone-shattering crack, so piercingly sharp it made Watanabe-yu's eyelids twitch involuntarily, echoed throughout the entire tea room. Yamamoto Kazuo's left leg bent backward at an unnatural angle. The stark white broken bone pierced through his pants, exposed to the air. Chapter 61, surrounded tightly. Ah! A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from Yamamoto Kazuo's mouth. Completely shattered, he stared at the expressionless demon god and summoned every ounce of strength to utter the most venomous, most desperate cry for help. Vice President Watanabe! Save me! Kill him! Kill him now! That piercing, inhuman scream, like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly sent shockwaves through the entire building. Thump! 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 A flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed from every direction. Dozens of Kurenai Society members in black suits, bulging holsters at their waists, swarmed in like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, surrounding the tea room so tightly not a pin could slip through. When they saw Yamamoto Kazuo lying on the floor, clutching his severed leg and writhing in agony, every face turned deathly pale. Shinsihai, who had just followed Chuyu into the building, witnessed this scene. The stone heart that had barely settled in his chest shot back up to his throat. Yet, overwhelmingly, he felt a relief that came from the depths of his soul. He had no doubt that if he had hesitated even a fraction of a second in his decision back then, the one lying on the floor with his leg crushed by that demonic god would have been him. Still got the nerve to talk back? Chuyu looked down at Yamamoto Kazuo, who was nearly unconscious from agony. His voice was flat, yet it felt like a boulder dropped into a calm lake. Chinks. Yamamoto Aikiru gritted his teeth against the excruciating agony, his eyes blazing with venom as he fixed Chuyu with a deathly glare, his mouth opening to unleash another torrent of abuse. Snap! The only response was the crisp snap of his other leg being brutally crushed. Ah! The excruciating agony of both legs shattered beyond use finally crushed every last shred of his will. He collapsed completely. Staring at the expressionless demon god, he dared not utter another word of defiance. Instead, he looked at Watanabe-yu, who had sat immovable as a mountain from start to finish with eyes that were almost pleading. Vice President! Save me! Save me! The surrounding members of the Kurenai Society, witnessing the ruthless youth who treated their president like a dog, were all terrified out of their wits. Not a single one dared to step forward. Enough! Watanabe-yu finally set down his teacup. Rising slowly, his serpentine eyes fixed intently on Chuyu as his voice grew icy. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. This is China, not your island nation. Chuyu gave him a dismissive glance, a deeply mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Times have changed. This isn't 100 years ago. Your old ways don't work anymore. With that, he raised his foot once more right in front of Watanabe-yu and slammed it down hard on Yamamoto Kazuo's arm. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp snaps of breaking bone rang out almost simultaneously. Yamamoto Ichiro's arms, already trembling violently with fear, were instantly crushed into 2 twisted, grotesque segments. You're asking for death. Watanabe-yu's refined face finally contorted completely. He roared with fury, unleashing his full aura without restraint. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing Yamamoto Kazuo's and even several times more formidable than the previous over-river dragon, swept across the entire arena. His entire body launched like a cannonball, his fists striking out so fiercely that the air itself screamed under the strain. He had chosen to strike personally, intent on killing Chuyu on the spot. Yet, facing this earth-shattering punch, Chuyu merely casually raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike through the air. Boom! An invisible force, even more terrifying and overpowering than Watanabe-yu's, arrived first despite being launched later. Watanabe-yu's fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, crumbled like paper before this force, instantly pulverized. Before he could even utter a scream, his entire body flew backward like a soccer ball struck head-on by a speeding truck. He hurtled through the wall behind him at a speed even faster than his original approach, crashing through it with a thud. Mid-air, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his fate unknown. The entire arena fell deathly silent. An absolute stillness that froze the very soul. Everyone present, whether members of the Kirin Association or Qianxihai trailing behind, could not comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Watanabe Yu, he was the vice president of the Black Dragon Society headquarters. A terrifying figure standing at the very pinnacle of the martial arts world. And now, he had been sent flying with a single slap from this youth? Ignoring the shock around him, Shiyu stepped forward, slowly advancing toward Yamamoto Kazuo, who was now utterly petrified. Now, can you tell me why you've been targeting my Chu family? Yamamoto Kazuo's body shook violently beyond his control. As he stared at the demon god approaching him, the thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack. He was terrified. He was truly terrified. He had no doubt that if he dared utter another word of refusal, the next second, this demon god would crush his skull underfoot. I'll talk. I'll talk. He screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice a shrill shriek. Because your Chu family possesses a treasure related to immortality. It's the very item Lord Apocalypse specifically demanded. Shut up. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an even more savage, more despairing roar thundered from the pile of rubble. It was the burly, bald brute radiating savage fury Kitsune Ruji. Struggling to his feet, his already hideous face now twisted with unmistakable horror and terror. He never imagined this youth's power could be so terrifying. He never imagined that Yamamoto Kazuo, that fool, would blurt out that colossal secret. He knew it today, they were finished. The entire Kirinai society was finished. A flicker of amusement finally crossed Chuyu's eyes. He turned his head to look at the frenzied Onizuka Ruji, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. You answer, or you die. Bastard. A samurai of the great Oshima Empire would never. Onizuka Ruji roared, lunging forward once more. Yet in the next instant, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. Chuyu's figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. Then, under his stunned gaze, she reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Snap. A crisp cracking sound echoed throughout the arena. Onizuka Ruji's arm, one strong enough to kill a bull, was torn clean off at the shoulder by Chuyu. Ah! A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from Onizuka Ruji's mouth. He stared at the demon god, whose face remained utterly serene, as if he were merely tearing apart a chicken leg. In that instant, all the savagery and madness in those bell-like eyes vanished without a trace. Replacing it was an unprecedented, overwhelming terror, thicker than thick. Business dealings. Our actions against the Chu family back then were purely business dealings. He dared not put up a single shred of resistance anymore, summoning every ounce of strength to utter the most shrill plea for mercy. Is that so? Chuyu's lips remained frozen in that icy curve, not the slightest shift. Without another word, he reached out with his other hand and seized the man's other arm. No! Kitsuzuka Ruji let out a piercing, inhuman howl. At that very moment, a violent coughing fit erupted once more from within the pile of rubble. Watanabe Yu, who should have been unconscious, struggled and crawled out from within. His venomous eyes flashed with bone-deep hatred and madness as he watched Ruji Onizuka being brutally slaughtered. He fumbled a black remote control from his chest pocket and, summoning his last ounce of strength, pressed the red button. Damn it! You're going down with me! He let out a maniacal, savage laugh, filled with the utter resolve of mutual destruction. Yet the anticipated explosion never came. The maniacal grin froze on his face. Staring at Chuyu, whose expression remained utterly calm, his eyes widened in disbelief and horror. You're looking for this? In Chuyu's hand, a tiny bomb had appeared at some point, beeping steadily. Watanabe Yu's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. Without a second thought, he spun to flee. Yet the moment he turned, dozens of shadowy figures surged out like ghosts from the darkness surrounding them. Clad in specialized night cloaks, their faces concealed by grotesque masks, they wielded samurai swords dipped in deadly poison, radiating an unearthly, deathly chill unlike any living being. Japanese ninjas. And these were death warriors, those who had forcibly unleashed their full potential through forbidden drugs, their strength rivaling that of martial arts masters. Watanabe Yu's pallid face finally twisted into a sickly grin of mania at the sight of these ninjas. Ha 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 ha. This is our Black Dragon Society's most elite ghost shadow unit. Kid. You're dead today. Chuyu stared at the ninjas closing in around him. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed his bottomless eyes. It wasn't their strength that startled him, but the scent he detected emanating from them, a familiar yet unfamiliar odor. It was the scent of the ancient poison Immortal's Fall, the very same toxin that had poisoned his 7 elder brothers to death years ago, leaving its mark at the scene. So this was the root of it all. Chapter 62, How Terrifying Must It Be? So that's how it was. The icy killing intent radiating from Chuyu could no longer be contained, erupting violently. He understood. The root cause of the deadly poison that had afflicted 7 of his brothers all those years ago, it had come from this pack of inhuman, ghostly Japanese scum. He also knew that through special drugs combined with secret techniques, one could forcibly cultivate death soldiers with strength rivaling martial arts masters in a short time. But this demanded vast quantities of rare treasures and resources. Even in the world where his sect originated, only the most profoundly established top-tier sects could barely muster a small squad. Yet the Kirin Society, a mere branch of an island nation entrenched within China, could produce dozens of such elite assassins at once. Then what terrifying power must lie behind them at the Black Dragon Society headquarters? Kill him! Watanabe's venomous roar echoed from the ruins, issuing the final attack command to the already fearless ninjas. The ninja closest to Chuyu flickered forward like a black lightning bolt. His katana sliced through the air, trailing a sinister blue glow of potent poison, aiming straight for Chuyu's throat. Yet Chuyu merely raised his hand casually. To the ninja's horrified gaze, he casually pinched the razor-sharp blade between two fingers. Snap! A crisp snap. The katana, forged from 100 refinements of steel, snapped clean in two by his bare fingers. In the next instant, Chuyu swung his hand backward. The broken blade shot forward like a meteor streaking across the night sky, piercing the ninja's forehead with even greater speed than its original strike. The ninja didn't even have time to utter a scream before collapsing backward, his life extinguished. Witnessing this, the already pallid faces of Watanabe and Onizuka Ruji drained of all color. They finally realized that today, they had provoked a monster that should never have existed in this world. Quick! Call President Sato. Request backup. Watanabe bellowed at Onizuka Ruji with the sharpest roar. Chuyu watched the two madmen, their faces contorted like clowns gone feral, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Call for help? Very well. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Today, every single one of you from the Kirinai Society will die. All together now. The remaining dozens of ninjas, seeing their leader's command, hesitated not a moment longer. With a unified, furious roar, they swarmed in from all directions. Dozens of sharp blade flashes formed a vast net woven from death, completely sealing off every possible retreat for Chuyu. The terrifying killing intent unleashed by dozens of martial arts masters combined was enough to instantly slay any yellow list expert. Yet before Chuyu, they resembled moths flocking to a raging inferno, utterly laughable, utterly reckless. Chuyu didn't even expend his true energy. He merely took a step forward, strolling through the deadly net with the ease of a garden walk. Each of his moves was stripped down to its purest form. A fist, a palm, a finger, a leg. Yet within these simplest of techniques lay a terrifying power, a return to the fundamental, a simplicity that embodied the ultimate truth. Thud! 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 The crisp crackling of shattering bones rang out, so clear, so jarring, echoing relentlessly through the deathly silent tea room. Those elite assassins, who in Watanabe's eyes could sweep away anything, were no match for Chuyu. They were like a pack of worthless dogs and chickens, utterly helpless. In less than half a minute, the dozens of ninjas cultivated at immense cost by the Black Dragon Society lay sprawled on the floor. Each bore a caved-in sternum, a snapped neck, and a gruesome death. Demon! You're a demon! Onizuka Ruji stared at the corpses strewn across the floor, at the youth who remained utterly calm throughout, as if he had merely crushed a swarm of ants. The thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. Consumed by utter terror and rage, he let out a roar that wasn't quite human and charged forward once more. Smack! Chuyu's lightning-fast slap answered him. The blow instantly reduced his already hideous face to a bloody mess, half his cheekbone caved in. As Onizuka Ruji was brutally slaughtered, the more cunning Watanabe flashed a look of utter resolve. He spun violently, charging headlong without a backward glance toward an inconspicuous antique cabinet in the tea room's corner. Over the years, the Kirinai Society's activities in China had earned them widespread hatred and enemies everywhere. To prevent being wiped out in one fell swoop, they had constructed top-tier escape routes and emergency shelters in every stronghold. He slammed open the display cabinet, revealing a thick, hidden door crafted from special alloy. Without hesitation, he darted inside. Behind him, 3 alloy doors slammed shut in rapid succession. Listening to the screams fading into the distance, Watanabe's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally settled. Leaning against the cold alloy door, he gasped for breath. The sheer ecstasy of surviving the ordeal twisted his normally refined features into a grimace. Damn it! What good is your strength now? This shelter uses the military's highest grade materials. Not even you could break through it, not even if you bombarded it with artillery. He let out a maniacal laugh and fished a specialized satellite phone from his pocket. I've already sent the coordinates here to Chairman Sato. In 20 minutes max. The chairman will arrive with the Black Dragon Society's most elite forces. Then, I'll turn you and those 2 women beside you into the most perfect human pigs. You'll beg for death but find no release. But before his words had fully faded. Boom! Without warning, the entire shelter shook violently. The savage grin on Watanabe's face froze instantly. He braced himself against the wall to steady his body, his eyes filled with unmistakable shock and disbelief. An earthquake? Impossible. Binhai isn't even in an earthquake zone. Just as he was reeling from the shock, the terrifying tremors struck again. Boom! Boom! This time, he heard it clearly. This wasn't an earthquake at all. Someone was pounding, again and again, frantically, with their fists against the alloy door outside the one touted as bulletproof. Watanabe's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. He whipped his head around, staring fixedly at the thick, heavy alloy door. Then, under the horrified, unforgettable gaze of others. On that alloy door, thick enough to make anyone despair, a clear, supremely domineering fist imprint slowly bulged outward at a visible speed. Boom! 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 The terrifying impact sounds echoed like massive siege hammers from the depths of hell, relentlessly pounding over and over again on Watanabe's already shattered nerves. Chapter 63, A Piercing Sound. He stared fixedly at the alloy door, watching the fist imprint deepen from a shallow dent to a profound gash. Even the door hinges groaned under the unbearable strain, the entire door shaking violently as if it would be torn apart by that inhuman, terrifying force at any moment. The gentle features of Watanabe's face were now consumed by endless terror. He was utterly hopeless. The final bastion he had prided himself on proved as fragile as a sheet of paper before this monstrous force. Just as his spirit was utterly crushed and he prepared to face death's judgment, the satellite phone in his pocket suddenly rang sharply, without warning. Watanabe's body jerked violently. He scrambled toward it, crawling and rolling. When he saw the words Chairman Sato on the screen, it was like a drowning man clutching his last lifeline. His face instantly contorted into a sickly, maniacal grin. His trembling hands pressed the answer button, and with every ounce of strength left in him, he let out the most piercing scream. Chairman! Save me! Hurry and save me! There's a monster here! Mr. Onizuka! I'm not in Binhai, came a steady male voice from the other end, carrying an undeniable authority. However, the eldest son of the Chang family happens to be nearby. I've already notified him. He'll bring people over immediately. The Chang family. The only top-tier aristocratic family in Binhai capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Wang family. A flame of hope reignited in Watanabe's already dim eyes. Hurry! Tell him to hurry. I can barely hold on here. But no sooner had the words left his mouth. A thunderous crash. The already precariously balanced alloy door could no longer withstand the devastating force. It shattered as if torn apart by an invisible colossus, collapsing inward with a deafening crash and the screech of warped metal. A figure emerged, bathed in a cloud of dust, like a demon god stepping out of the depths of hell. Step by step, treading on the shattered door panels, he slowly walked in. The ecstatic expression on Watanabe's face froze solid. Staring at the young man approaching, at that cold face mere inches away, the thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack. A warm liquid trickled down his pant leg, pooling on the cold floor in a pungent, musty yellow stain. He had literally pissed himself in terror. Shuyu didn't even glance at this utterly terrified, useless coward. He merely swept his gaze around the so-called refuge room. The walls hung with bizarrely shaped torture devices, all stained with dark brown blood. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a sickening blend of blood and depraved decay. The killing intent that had been restrained within Shuyu erupted once more with a thunderous roar. He reached out, grabbed Watanabe by the throat like a dead dog, dragged him out of the filthy chamber, and then tossed him heavily beside the already barely alive Onizuka Ruji. Two vice presidents who could have commanded the winds and rains at the Kurenai headquarters now lay sprawled on the floor like two stray dogs. Their eyes, already cold and sinister, held nothing but the purest, bone-chilling despair. The secret of immortality. Speak. Shuyu looked down at them from above, his voice flat yet carrying the weight of final judgment. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The more robust of the two, Onizuka Ruji, broke first. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of his severed arm, he frantically banged his head against the floor, his voice filled with endless regret and pleading. Spare my wretched life. If you release me, I swear. Bastard. Traitor. Watanabe, seeing this, found strength from somewhere unknown. Pointing at Onizuka Ruji, he roared with the most venomous hatred, a warrior of the great island empire, even in death, must never bow to the... Shut the up. Onizuka Ruji, now a raving madman, whipped his head around. His bloodied, mangled face was a mask of sheer madness. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. As the two men tore into each other like rabid dogs, Onizuka Ruji's uninjured hand slipped silently onto his own chest. Watanabe's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly grasped Onizuka Ruji's intent. A sickening madness flared once more across his deathly pale face. The Kurenai Society, or rather, the Black Dragon Society behind them, implanted a specially designed microvenom sac within every high-ranking member to prevent the leakage of core secrets. When facing life or death situations, they would crush the sac, releasing a potent toxin capable of instantly killing all living things within a 10-meter radius. This poison was colorless and odorless, instantly lethal upon contact with blood. No one but its bearer possessed the antidote. And both of them, coincidentally, possessed the antidote. Seeing that Watanabe had grasped his intent, Onizuka Ruji wasted no time. He turned to Chuyu and spilled everything like beans from a sack, revealing every secret. Legend has it that in ancient times, immortals imparted the secret of immortality. That secret lies hidden within an ancient ruin known as the Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb. Somehow, your Chu family obtained a fragmentary map bearing clues to locating the 9 Nether Dragon Tomb. That's why the Tianqi organization issued a bounty for your entire clan's extermination, ordering us factions to uproot the Chu family at any cost. But we never found that map. It seemed to be snatched away by a mysterious figure in the chaos. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the Apocalypse organization. After speaking, he summoned every ounce of strength left in his body, banging his head against the ground again and again with frenzied desperation. His bloodied, mangled face contorted with pleading and supplication. Mr. Chu, I've told you everything I know. I beg you, have mercy and spare my wretched life. Yet, just as his forehead was about to touch the ground once more, a terrifying gleam suddenly shot from his eyes, which had been filled with despair. Like a cornered beast, he let out a roar that wasn't quite human. Using the feigned act of prostration as cover, he lunged toward Chuyu, who stood mere inches away. Die, you bastard. He snarled savagely, tearing open the fabric across his chest. Exposed on his mangled chest was a bizarre, translucent tube. He opened his mouth wide, and a thick, deathly black poisonous mist surged forth like a black lightning bolt through the tube, hurtling straight toward Chuyu's face. Xianxihai, who had just entered the building behind him, witnessed this scene. The stone heart that had just settled in his chest instantly leapt back up to his throat. It's over. At such close range, and with such a vicious, rare poison, even a god would likely. The black poisonous mist, potent enough to instantly kill an elephant, engulfed Chuyu like a venomous black python opening its gaping maw, swallowing him whole in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Die. Die. Chapter 64, The Ultimate Weapon Developed. Watanabe Yu watched the poisonous mist completely envelop Chuyu, erupting into a maniacal, frenzied cackle. Struggling to his feet, he and Onizuka Ruji swiftly pulled small porcelain vials from their robes and swallowed the antidotes inside in one gulp. Fool! Did you really think we'd surrender so easily? On Onizuka Ruji's bloodied and mangled face, wild joy and venomous hatred mingled like survivors of a catastrophe. This black slaughter poison is the ultimate weapon our Black Dragon Society developed at immense cost, specifically targeting you Chinese martial artists. Not just you, even if that so-called number 1 on your yellow list showed up, a single touch would reduce them to a pool of pus and blood within 30 seconds. Xianxihai's heart plummeted to the depths. Though he knew nothing of poisons, the mere sight of the air itself hissing and crackling with corrosion wherever the toxic mist passed was enough to convey its overwhelming power and terror. It's over. The colossal opportunity he'd fought so hard to seize, was it all going to be lost here, in such a senseless way? Yet, just as everyone believed Chuyu was doomed beyond salvation, from within the black toxic mist that should have swallowed him whole, a distinct, terrifying sucking sound erupted like a giant whale gulping water. The thick, almost tangible black poison mist began to contract at a visible speed, frantically pulling inward toward its center. Finally, it was all sucked into a mouth. It vanished without a trace. Chuyu's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. He stood exactly where he had been, his posture unchanged. His expression remained as still as a well, yet it seemed to hold a hint of unsatisfied longing. The savage grins on Watanabe Yu and Onizuka Ruji's faces froze solid. Staring at the unscathed youth, their already icy eyes were filled for the first time with an emotion called absurdity. This couldn't be possible? Not bad, Chuyu murmured, a cold curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Just a bit off in vintage, and a few too many impurities. He looked at the two useless men, already terrified out of their wits, with a condescending gaze reserved for fools. In prison, he said disdainfully, the first lesson my master taught me was how to play with poison. Boom! Those words struck Watanabe Yu and Onizuka Ruji like two bolts of divine thunder, crashing down upon their skulls. Every shred of their hope, every sliver of their luck, vanished into thin air in that instant. No! The thread of sanity within Onizuka Ruji snapped with a sharp crack. Consumed by utter terror and despair, he let out a roar that wasn't quite human. With a sudden, violent turn of his head, he threw himself with his last ounce of strength against the wall behind him. He intended to kill himself. He would rather die than face this inhuman demon again. Yet the moment he turned, a hand like an invisible iron clamp seized his shoulder with iron grip. Want to die? Chuyu's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Did you get my permission? Snap. A crisp cracking sound of bone echoed throughout the entire arena. Ketsuzuka Ruji's sole remaining arm was brutally torn from his shoulder once more by Chuyu. Ah! A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from Onizuka Ruji's mouth. Ignoring his wails, Chuyu reached into his robe and drew the box of golden needles he always carried. With lightning-fast precision, several needles instantly pierced key acupoints all over Onizuka Ruji's body. No, don't. Onizuka Ruji's body convulsed violently. He felt every pain receptor in his body amplified 1,000-fold in that instant. The excruciating agony radiating from his severed arms felt like two erupting volcanoes, madly scorching every inch of his nerves. He wanted to pass out, but those eerie golden needles kept his consciousness sharper than ever. He could only endure this endless torture, comparable to the 18 levels of hell, with his own eyes wide open. Devil! You're a devil! He completely broke down. Staring at the expressionless youth, he mustered every ounce of strength to utter the most venomous, most despairing curse. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, he suddenly lowered his head and began violently smashing it against the hard concrete floor beneath him once, twice, again and again. Thud. 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 The dull thuds rang out, so clear, so piercing, that Watanabe, standing nearby, felt his heart and liver shatter. Finally, after a dull, cracking sound, Ruji Onizuka's body stiffened abruptly. All light vanished from his bloodshot eyes. He had chosen this most brutal way to end his own life, smashing himself to death. Watanabe stared at the corpse, its eyes wide open in death. His already cold heart was now utterly filled with endless terror. He dared not utter another word of defiance, merely glaring at Shuyu with the stare reserved for the dead, as if awaiting something. Shuyu ignored his gaze. He stepped forward, slowly advancing toward him, one step at a time. Just as he prepared to strike and finish off this last worthless scum, a cold command, brimming with the authority of a superior, boomed unexpectedly from outside the building. Halt! Dozens of bodyguards in black suits, radiating a fierce, professional aura, surrounded a young man in a white suit. His features were handsome, yet his eyes burned with extreme arrogance. They strode in through the doors in a grand procession. The moment Watanabe saw that young man, the flames of hope instantly reignited in his eyes, which had been filled with despair. As if he had seen a savior, he mustered every ounce of strength in his body and let out the sharpest, most desperate scream. "Young Master Chang! Save me! Quick, save me!" The man who arrived was none other than Chang Tianyu, the sole heir of the Chang family of Binhai. The status of the Chang family in Binhai was in no way inferior to that of the Wang family, and in some respects even surpassed it. Chang Tianyu, moreover, was a direct descendant of the Chang family of Suzhou. His background was profoundly deep, far beyond what a spoiled brat like Wang Biao could ever hope to match. Chang Tianyu paid no heed to Watanabe, who was foaming at the mouth like a mad dog. His gaze settled solely on Shu Yu, whose face remained utterly calm. The haughty eyes held nothing but undisguised contempt and disdain. "Is this you causing trouble here?" He spoke in a tone reminiscent of interrogating a criminal, looking down on Shu Yu with condescension. "Do you know where you are? Do you know who you've attacked? I'll give you 3 seconds. Kneel immediately and sever your own arms. Perhaps then, I might consider leaving you a whole corpse." Shu Yu didn't even lift his eyes to meet his gaze, merely uttering a single word in a detached tone. "Get lost." Chang Tianyu's already haughty face instantly turned ashen. What was his status? The eldest son of the Chang family of Suzhou. Throughout the entire coastal region, who wouldn't bow respectfully and address him as a young Master Chang? Now, this upstart punk, who knows where he crawled out from, dared to tell him to get lost. Very well. His rage twisted into a bitter laugh, his haughty eyes blazing with terrifying murderous intent. "It seems you truly don't know how to spell the word death." He swung his arm sharply toward the bodyguards behind him. "Attack! Break every bone in his body. If anything happens, the Chang family will take responsibility." Chapter 65, The Terror of a Single Kick. "Yes, young Master Chang." The bodyguards, already poised for action, roared in unison. Their eyes held not a shred of fear, only the coldest obedience. These men were hand-picked mercenaries, former elite soldiers from major battle zones, recruited at great expense by the Chang family. Each had seen countless battles, their hands stained with blood. Roaring like a pack of caged tigers unleashed, they charged at Shuyu from all directions. Yet Shuyu didn't even glance back. His gaze remained fixed on Watanabe, cowering on the ground, utterly terrified. With a simple, deliberate motion, he delivered a kick backward. Thud! A dull, thunderous impact. The first bodyguard to charge forward didn't even have time to react. His chest took the full impact as if struck head-on by a speeding heavy truck. His entire ribcage caved in grotesquely as he flew backward, knocking over 3 or 4 comrades along the way before crashing heavily into the wall, reduced to a pile of pulp. The sheer power of that single kick was terrifying. The remaining bodyguards were petrified by the sight, yet the Chang family's ironclad orders left them no room to retreat. They roared once more and swarmed forward. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Shuyu didn't even turn around. Within that confined space, he casually swung his fists and kicked. Each strike was accompanied by the crisp crack of shattering bones and the abrupt stifled groans of pain. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of elite soldiers, men capable of instilling despair in any opponent, lay sprawled on the ground, limbs broken, their fates unknown. The arrogance on Chang Tianyu's face froze solid. He stared at the scattered limbs littering the ground, then looked back at the youth who remained utterly calm throughout as if he'd merely crushed a swarm of ants. For the first time, those already icy eyes filled with boundless horror and furious rage. "Very well. You've succeeded in enraging me." His rage twisted into a bitter laugh as he clapped his hands sharply toward the shadows behind him. 2 ghostly figures, seemingly fused with the darkness itself, materialized silently behind him. One black, one white. The bone-chilling killing intent emanating from them was several times more intense than what had erupted from the combined efforts of dozens of ninjas earlier. Xianxihai, who had been following Chu Yu and was already scared out of his wits, saw these 2 figures and felt his numb heart instantly leap back into his throat. The black and white duo, he gasped, his voice thick with unmasked terror. They're the top-ranked assassins at numbers 38 and 39 on the yellow list. Ruthless killers who slaughter without mercy. Mr. Chu, we must leave immediately. These two, combined with the Chang family's backing, are far beyond our ability to handle. Leave? Watanabe, lying on the ground barely clinging to life, seized upon these words like a last lifeline. He fixed a venomous, savage grin upon Chu Yu. None of you are leaving today. Once young Master Chang finishes you off, I promise we'll capture your 7 sisters-in-law and these 2 women by your side. We'll drag them back to the Oshima Empire and make them taste a fate worse than death. The moment his words fell, Chu Yu moved. No one could even discern how he moved. 1 second he was standing there. The next, he materialized before Watanabe. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, he raised his foot and slammed it down with brutal force. Crack! A sound so crisp it echoed throughout the entire arena, like a watermelon being crushed underfoot. Watanabe's already mangled head was reduced to a pool of red and white matter under that single blow, splattering everywhere. Chang Tianyu's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. He was utterly enraged. Pointing his finger at Chu Yu's nose, he roared with the most venomous fury, drawing every ounce of strength from his body. Kill him. Tear him limb from limb. Yes, young Master Chang. The black and white duo responded in unison. Their figures flickered, one to the left, one to the right, like 2 bolts of black and white lightning, instantly sealing off all of Chu Yu's escape routes. The terrifying pressure they unleashed together made the very air around them feel thick and viscous. Xianxihai was utterly hopeless. It's over. This time, it was truly over. A combined strike from 2 experts ranked within the top 40 of the yellow list. Even at his peak, he had not a shred of chance of survival. Yet, facing this thunderous strike that would crush anyone's spirit, Chu Yu's lips curled into a sneer of utter contempt. Is that all? Without even turning his head, he swung his arm backward. 2 invisible streams of chi surged forth, striking first despite being launched later. The black-white duo didn't even know what had happened before they felt their throats clamped shut as if by 2 invisible iron pincers. Their earth-shattering assault vanished into thin air in an instant. They discovered in horror that all their internal energy had been completely sealed off in that instant by a force even more overpowering. In the next instant, Chu Yu swept his hand backward. The 2 men were like chicks seized by the neck, effortlessly yanked from midair and then slammed together with a thunderous crash. Thud. A dull thud. 2 top-tier masters who could command respect throughout the entire martial arts world of China were brutally slammed together by Chu Yu in the most humiliating manner, their heads split open and blood gushing, knocking them unconscious on the spot. Chang Tianyu was utterly dumbfounded. Xianxihai's heart, which had been filled with despair, was instantly flooded with boundless elation and reverence. Gazing at that figure standing with hands behind his back, as if a celestial being had descended, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. My father is Chang Wanli of the Chang family of Suzhou. Chang Tianyu played his final trump card, pointing at Chu Yu and roaring at the top of his lungs. Smack! The response was a resounding slap. The blow instantly reduced his already haughty face to a bloody mess, half his cheekbone caved in. Terrified beyond reason, Chang Tianyu watched the demon god approaching him. The thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. His legs buckled beneath him. With a thud, he fell to his knees, scraping his forehead against the ground with every ounce of strength he had left, banging his head against the floor in a frenzied frenzy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare my wretched life. Mr. Chu. Xianxihai, witnessing this, rushed forward. Bearing immense pressure, he cautiously pleaded, the Chang family is backed by a hidden aristocratic clan. We can't afford to antagonize them too completely. Chang Tianyu seized this like a last lifeline. He snapped his head up, his eyes burning with venom and triumph as he fixed Chu Yu with a deathly glare. Did you hear that? My godfather is a direct descendant of the reclusive Nangong family. If you dare touch me today, the Nangong family will never let you off the hook. Chu Yu ignored his ranting. He merely turned his head and gave Xianxihai, the one who had opened his mouth, a cold, dismissive glance. That single glance. Xianxihai felt as if he'd been targeted by a grim reaper risen from the depths of hell itself. Every drop of blood in his body froze instantly. Chapter 66, Humiliating Myself. He dared not hesitate a moment longer. His back, which had just straightened, bowed humbly once more. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. This old servant deserves death. I shall never again lift others' spirits at my own expense. Chu Yu sneered coldly, no longer glancing at him. Instead, his gaze fell once more upon Chang Tianyu, who believed himself saved. Seeing this, Chang Tianyu assumed Chu Yu had been intimidated. His arrogant smirk returned as he struggled to his feet, turning to leave. But the moment he turned his back, Chu Yu's icy voice, like the final judgment, echoed slowly behind him. Did I say you could leave? Chang Tianyu's body froze abruptly. He slowly turned his head, his bloodied and mangled face etched with indescribable horror and terror. Chu Yu extended a single finger and pointed it at him. An invisible blast of energy instantly pierced his forehead. Every expression on Chang Tianyu's face froze completely. He fell backward, stiff as a board. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Ignoring the body sprawled in a pool of blood, Chiyu slowly turned around. His bottomless eyes swept over every frozen Chang family bodyguard present. The killer is Chuyu of Jiangdong. His voice was flat, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in the hearts of everyone present. Those who wish to avenge him, come find me. He paused, his icy gaze like two unsheathed scythes of death poised at the throat of every person present. But dare anyone touch a single hair on those close to me, and I will wipe out their entire family. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a deathly silence. Accompanied by Qinglong and Xuanwu, and Xian Sihai, who was already trembling so violently his soul seemed to have fled his body, he departed with unhurried composure. Only when the roar of that futuristic supercar faded completely into the distance did the terrifying pressure weighing on everyone's hearts as immense as an ancient divine mountain slowly dissipate. Shu Yu. Is that really him? A surviving Chang family bodyguard, surveying the devastation strewn across the ground, finally snapped out of shock and cried out in disbelief. That name exploded through the crowd like a heavy bomb. The sole survivor of the Jiangdong Chu family. The peerless monster who crushed Su Jianjun's skull in public. The terrifying force that had forced the entire Binhai elite to bow in submission. All the fragmented, horrifying pieces of information finally connected into a complete, utterly despairing thread in that instant. This news swept through Binhai and indeed, the entire upper echelons of Chinese society like a Category 12 superstorm, moving at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. Meanwhile, at the Chang family estate in Suzhou, 1,000 miles away. Within the ancient and elegant ancestral hall, the atmosphere hung heavy like the sea before a storm. The patriarch of the Chang family, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard yet eyes still sharp as an eagle's, stared at the shattered jade talisman on the floor. His withered face bore not a trace of his usual benevolence, only the most primal, most frenzied rage. Well done. Well done, Jiangdong Chuyu. You reckless bastard. He slammed his palm onto the rosewood table beside him. The table, crafted from century-old wood, shattered into pieces under the force of his strike. Transmit my command. He pointed at the group of senior members of the Chang family already kneeling outside the ancestral hall, roaring with all his might, his voice filled with utter despair. From this day forward, whoever brings me that bastard's head, I, Cheng Xiaotian, will adopt him as my son. He shall inherit half of the Chang family's fortune. Cheng Tianyu's father, Cheng Wanli, a middle-aged man with scholarly features yet eyes of icy ferocity, rose slowly. He bowed respectfully to the old patriarch, his voice as cold as ice. Father, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Turning toward an inconspicuous corner outside the ancestral hall, he spoke indifferently, notify third brother. Have him lead men to Jiangdong. I want every last member of that bastard's family, leave not a soul standing. Island Nation, Korinai Society Headquarters. Current Grand Master Sato Kan stared at the battle damage report marked highest emergency transmitted from the coast. His already sullen face instantly turned ashen. Dead. All dead. The two vice presidents he had dispatched to reinforce the Binhai branch, along with dozens of elite ghost shadow ninjas, had been wiped out completely. Even the eldest son of the Chang family in Binhai had perished on his own turf. He was finished. Not only had he lost nearly half of the Kirin Association's elite combat strength, but he now faced the Chang family of Suzhou's overwhelming fury powerful enough to tear him to shreds. Bastards! He violently drew the katana at his waist, cleaving the computer screen before him in two. His contorted face was etched with boundless venom and madness. Shu Yu! I don't care what kind of monster you are. I, Sato Kan, swear. I will tear you and your entire family to pieces. Binhai, Compound 1. Within this top-tier luxury villa personally arranged by Li Jinghua, Shu Yu dismissed everyone. He sat cross-legged on the enormous cashmere rug in the center of the bedroom, slowly unfolding his palm. The stone he had taken from Qian Sihai, a deep, shimmering blue, as if a galaxy flowed within it, rested quietly in his palm. It's actually a high-grade spirit-gathering stone. Even with Chu Yu's composure, he couldn't help but utter a gasp of astonishment. He could distinctly sense the terrifyingly pure and colossal spiritual energy contained within this small stone. With this, breaking through his current bottleneck was a certainty. Even leaping straight into a new realm was no longer impossible. Yet, as he attempted to channel his cultivation technique to absorb that spiritual energy, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The true chi within his body, already at its peak, was like a bottle filled to the brim with water, utterly incapable of accepting even the slightest bit of external force. What a pity! He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of resignation passing through his deep, piercing gaze. His current cultivation had reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck had nothing to do with spiritual energy, but rather concerned his Tao heart, his understanding of the laws governing this world. There was only one way to break through it. Find Lin Wanner as soon as possible and marry her. Only by harnessing her 1 in a million Taiyin physique could he harmonize the overwhelmingly yang, supremely fierce true chi within himself. Through the mutual reinforcement of yin and yang, he could shatter the shackles and step into a brand new realm. But the problem was, he had never even laid eyes on this Lin Wanner, let alone built any emotional foundation with her. Should he simply go to her doorstep to propose? I'm afraid they'd only think I'm mad and beat me to death with sticks. Shuyu shook his head, temporarily suppressing that thought. He carefully stowed away the high-grade spirit-gathering stone, his mind already forming a new plan. Since he had no immediate use for it, why not use it to help his sisters-in-law step through the door of cultivation? Chapter 67, Overflowing with Curiosity. They were all ordinary people. Once he left, they would have no means to protect themselves in this perilous mortal world. Only by granting them power could he truly find peace of mind. Outside the villa, a crimson Maserati quattroporte glided silently to the entrance. The door opened and Li Shui stepped out of the driver's seat. Her already pale, delicate face now bore an unmistakable expression of irritation and resistance. Beside her, a stunning woman in Chanel's latest dress, her figure fiercely alluring, her beauty matching Li Shui, stepped out as well. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimmed with intense curiosity as she surveyed the heavily guarded villa, its security so tight it felt like every 3 steps had a sentry, every 5 a watchtower. Swear, you called me over in such a rush just to show me this shack? The woman's red lips parted, her voice dripping with seductive charm. I thought you were taking me to meet some young man who's been haunting your dreams. Li Shui shot her a disdainful look, her voice icy. Sume, I warn you, stop talking nonsense. I called you here to shield me from that bastard, so he won't lay a finger on me. She despised her grandfather's arrangement. Making her come here to entertain Shuyu, under the pretense of making amends for past mistakes, it was nothing more than treating her like a gift, packaged and delivered to that demon god's bed. She didn't dislike Shuyu. In fact, after witnessing his miraculous medical skills and decisive, ruthless style, she developed a subtle, almost unnoticed affection for him. But that didn't mean she was willing to surrender her first time so blindly. So that very night, she summoned her closest confidant Sume, the heiress of the Su family, one of Binhai's 4 great clans. Sume was renowned throughout Binhai as a social butterfly, a top-tier temptress who toyed with men like playthings. With her by her side, Sume would surely lighten the burden. Oh? Sume's mesmerizing almond-shaped eyes flashed with intense curiosity. A man who can give even Miss Li a headache? I'd be quite curious to see just how capable he is. The two chatted casually as they entered the villa. The moment they entered, they saw a man bare-chested, wrapped only in a towel around his waist, slowly descending the spiral staircase from the 2nd floor, holding a glass of water. His figure was tall and straight, his muscles flowing yet brimming with explosive power. Though not exaggeratedly bulky, every inch of his skin seemed to conceal terrifying strength capable of shattering the heavens and earth. What sent a chill through both of them even more was the aura of innate dominance that emanated from him without effort. It was an utter indifference that treated all things as worthless dogs and all living beings as insignificant ants. Li Shui's breath caught in her throat. Sume's already luminous peach blossom eyes instantly flashed with a terrifying brilliance. The ultimate specimen. This was undoubtedly the most exceptional specimen she had encountered in over a decade of navigating the dating scene. Hey, handsome. Almost instinctively, she flashed the man a seductive smile that could make any man lose his mind, her voice dripping with sweetness. Living alone in such a big place, don't you get lonely at night? Shuyu didn't even glance at her. He merely cast a faint look at Li Shui, whose face was flushed and whose eyes darted nervously, before turning and walking straight back to his room. Sume's smile froze completely. What was her status? The eldest daughter of the Su family of Binhai. From childhood onward, there was nothing she desired that she couldn't obtain. There was no man she wanted that she couldn't have. And now, this man dared to ignore her charms? An unprecedented surge of frustration and conquest flared up in her mind. Staring at the closed door, fierce determination ignited in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Li Shui, I've set my sights on this man. Inside the room, Shuyu paid no heed to the scheming of the 2 women outside. He opened the military-grade encrypted laptop handed to him by Xuanwu and began searching for every piece of information about the Apocalypse organization. However, the results left him deeply disappointed. Neither domestic search engines nor major international intelligence websites yielded any trace of this organization. It was like a phantom that didn't exist in this world, shrouded in extreme mystery. Shuyu's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that an organization of this caliber would never leave any traces in the open. There was only one place to find it. The dark web. That lawless realm existing beyond the jurisdiction of all nations, where the world's most elite assassins, mercenaries, intelligence brokers, and every manner of unsavory character converged. He dialed the number of his 3rd junior sister, Honglian. What do you need, senior brother? A voice came through the line, cool and detached, yet tinged with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Get me a top-tier access link to the dark web, along with an invitation code. Yes. Within a minute, an encrypted link arrived on his phone. Shuyu opened the link with practiced ease, entered the invitation code, and an interface pulsing with a crimson hue saturated with the scent of blood and savagery popped up instantly. Without hesitation, he typed 4 characters into the registration ID field. Execute the apocalypse. Then, he went straight to the search bar and typed in the 2 characters Tianqi once more. The result remained blank. A flicker of surprise crossed Shuyu's eyes. It seemed this organization's security clearance level was far higher than he had imagined. Just as he was about to give up and seek another approach, a constantly flashing bounty board in the lower right corner of the interface caught his attention. He casually tapped it open, and rows of bloody, violent bounty missions instantly filled his vision. Assassinate the oil tycoon of West Continent. Reward, $300 million. Steal M Nation's latest AI chip technology documents. Reward, $1 billion. Capture the Phoenix Lord of the North alive. Reward, beyond estimation. A hint of amusement flickered in Shu Yu's eyes. Just as he was about to close this tedious list, the top entry, freshly updated and marked with the highest difficulty rating of SSS class, made his bottomless eyes suddenly narrow into the most dangerous needle points. Target, Li Shui. Location, Huaxia Coastal Region. Mission requirement, alive or dead. Reward, $500 million US. 500 million USD to take the life of the granddaughter of a commander in the Huaxia theater? This is no simple assassination. This is provocation. A blatant provocation against all of China. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Shu Yu's eyes. He reached out, about to tap that accept mission button to find out who was bold enough to issue such a challenge. Yet the next instant, his finger, poised to press down, froze mid-air. He stared fixedly at the task issuer's column. For the first time, his eyes, usually as still as an ancient well, were filled with boundless horror and overwhelming murderous intent. Behind the ID, a distinct, blood-red emblem as if forged from the hellish flames of purgatory was clearly displayed. It was the totem of a black phoenix, its wings spread wide as if ready to take flight. Chapter 68, posting this task. The Black Phoenix Totem. Shu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. He recognized this emblem. It was the exclusive emblem of his elusive second senior sister, the Phoenix Sovereign of the North. How could she be involved with such a shadowy assassination mission? No! Shu Yu instantly dismissed this absurd notion. Given her status and power, she wouldn't need to go to such lengths to kill someone. This insignia was fake. Someone was impersonating the second senior sister to issue this mission. The motive was obvious. Framer, Sao Discord. They wanted to use Li Jinghua, and even the entire Huaxia war zone, to target second senior sister. What a vile tactic, using others as a weapon to kill. The icy killing intent radiating from Shu Yu could no longer be contained. It erupted with a thunderous roar. In an instant, he understood every intention behind Li Jinghua's actions. That old fox had likely caught wind of the plot long ago, knowing someone intended harm to his granddaughter. Yet he couldn't uncover the mastermind behind it, nor dare he provoke the all-powerful Phoenix Lord of the North. That was why he'd adopted that almost pleading posture, sending his granddaughter to me. This wasn't flattery at all, it was the most cunning cry for help. It was an attempt to use my hands to break this deadlock. Quite interesting. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Shu Yu's lips. He didn't expose Li Jinghua's scheme. This old fox wanted to use him, but didn't he also want to leverage the immense power behind Li Jinghua to investigate the true nature of Tianqi? Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door, followed by Li Shui's cool voice from outside. Mr. Chu, dinner is ready. Shu Yu closed his laptop, the murderous aura around him dissipating. He opened the door and stepped out. Downstairs in the dining room, Li Shui and Su Mei were already seated at a massive mahogany table. Su Mei seemed determined to win Shu Yu over, having changed into an even more revealing and provocative spaghetti strap nightgown. Her snow-white, long legs were exposed to the air without any concealment. Spotting Shu Yu descend the stairs, her already luminous peach blossom eyes flashed with a determined gleam. She even rose to her feet, swaying her serpentine waist as she cooed in a voice bordering on coquettishness. Mr. Chu, you're finally down. I'm starving to death. As she spoke, she extended her fair, delicate hand, making a move to take Shu Yu's arm. Shu Yu's brow instantly furrowed. The intense yang energy within him, already restless from his cultivation, ignited like gasoline poured onto a spark when he caught the scent of her perfume, thick with hormones. It erupted violently. A primal, overwhelming desire surged through him, racing to the top of his head. His breathing grew heavy. A terrifying crimson hue flashed in his eyes. Get away! He lashed out with his hand, unleashing an invisible force that violently hurled the reckless woman away. Su Mei stumbled backward from the sudden impact, her high heels catching on the ground as she teetered, about to fall flat on her back. Ah! She let out a terrified scream. Li Shui was also startled by this sudden turn of events. Just as she moved to help, a sudden clarity flashed through Shu Yu's bloodshot eyes. Killing intent. He snapped his head up, his icy gaze like two invisible blades instantly piercing through the thick walls, locking onto a dark figure on the rooftop of a high-rise building a kilometer away. A sniper. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer suppress the desire threatening to overwhelm him. His body flickered like an arrow released from its string, instantly darting behind Su Mei as she teetered on the edge. He swept her soft, delicate form into his arms. Simultaneously, clutching Su Mei, he rolled on the ground. Whoosh! A specially designed armor-piercing bullet, powerful enough to penetrate a tank, whizzed past the spot where he had been standing moments before, instantly burying itself deep into the wall behind him, leaving a gaping, bottomless hole. Li Shui and Su Mei were rendered speechless by this sudden, Hollywood movie-worthy spectacle, their minds going completely blank. Ignoring the woman in his arms, who was already petrified with fear, Chuyu abruptly rose to his feet. His crimson eyes regained their icy, ancient coldness. His form flickered again, and he crashed through the nearby floor-to-ceiling window, transforming into a blur too fast for the naked eye to follow as he streaked madly toward the direction of the building. Outside the villa, in the shadows of the meticulously manicured lawn, two assassins clad in black night attire, their faces concealed by demon masks, lurked silently. "Damn it! Which blind bastard is stealing our business?" The shorter assassin muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed on the fleeting flash of light atop the distant building. "Who cares who it is?" the taller assassin replied in a hoarse, metallic voice. "Our target is Li Shui alone. Anyone who gets in our way gets taken out. $500 million is enough to keep us living high for the rest of our lives." But no sooner had the words left his mouth. A cold voice, utterly unexpected, slowly echoed behind them. "Are you looking for me?" The bodies of the two elite assassins froze instantly. They whipped around. When they saw the young man who had appeared behind them without warning, the eyes hidden beneath their masks filled simultaneously with utter terror. How could this be? With their combined prowess, not even a mosquito could pass within 100 meters of them without triggering their senses. Was this youth a ghost? Before they could process the shock, their instincts honed by years of walking the razor's edge between life and death kicked in, driving them to react with lightning speed. The shorter assassin abruptly drew a dagger laced with deadly poison from his waist. Like a venomous snake skimming the ground, he lunged straight for Chuyu's lower body. The taller assassin crossed his hands, and instantly, 10 razor-thin blades sharp as cicada wings sprang from his fingertips. With a piercing whistle that tore through the air, they sealed off every possible escape route for Chuyu. Their coordination was flawless: one high, one low, one visible, one hidden. Even a top 20 yellow list expert would have no chance of survival against such a seamless, deadly combination. Yet Chuyu merely lifted his foot casually. Then, he brought it down. Thud! The short assassin who lunged like a venomous snake didn't even graze the hem of Chuyu's robe. That head, adorned with a demon mask, exploded like a watermelon struck squarely by an iron hammer. Red and white splattered across the floor. The tall assassin's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. Without a second thought, he spun to flee. But the moment he turned, a hand like a ghostly claw from the depths of hell silently landed on his shoulder. Chapter 69, The Extremely Covert Pinhole Camera. "You." He turned back with great difficulty, his face hidden beneath a mask, already consumed by endless terror. He finally realized what kind of being he had provoked today. This was no martial artist. This was a legendary cultivator long extinct in the mortal world, capable of wielding chi to harm others and walking on air. Snap! Chuyu didn't even bother listening to his nonsense. With a slight tightening of his fingers, he effortlessly crushed the man's entire shoulder blade. The towering figure collapsed limply to the ground, life extinguished. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open. He couldn't comprehend why a legendary cultivator would appear here. He knew even less that the entire sequence from the moment he and his partner launched their joint assault on Chuyu to the instant they were countered and killed. This brief, 3-second-long scene was being transmitted frame by frame, in real time, through an extremely hidden pinhole camera they had planted beforehand. It was being beamed to that lawless land where the world's most dangerous outlaws gathered. Everything that had just transpired was now being broadcast through a covert live stream channel, reaching every corner of the dark web. The entire dark web fell into an unprecedented deathly silence. Countless screens in the world's darkest corners, behind which lurked self-proclaimed death gods, elite assassins, mercenaries, and intelligence brokers, now collectively fell silent, like ducks with their throats clamped shut. Their eyes were glued to the screen, fixated on the headless corpse and the demon-masked figure who had crushed a shoulder blade with a single strike. Their long, numb hearts began to race uncontrollably. Shadow Snake and Ghost Hand. The 99th and 100th ranked entities on the dark web's assassin list. Even across the entire dark web, they were figures that struck terror into the hearts of countless powerful figures. And now, they had been instantly annihilated in a manner bordering on utter domination? After half a minute of deathly silence, the entire livestream chat exploded with a deluge of frantic bullet comments. Holy! What did I just witness? Shadow Snake and Ghost Hand teamed up, only to be taken down in one move? This can't be real. Which studio made these movie-quality effects? Way too realistic. Movie? What movie could possibly afford Shadow Snake and Ghost Hand as extras? Either one of these guys could buy a mid-sized film studio with their appearance fee alone. Then, who was that man? His movements were too fast. I couldn't even make him out. The forum erupted in chaos over the unexpected deaths of these two top-tier assassins. Countless curious onlookers began frantically analyzing and speculating about Chuyu's identity. In a futuristic surveillance room at Darknet headquarters, a man wearing a silver mask, codenamed the Executioner, stared at the combat footage on the screen. Even slowed down hundreds of times, the recording remained blurry. A hint of gravity flashed in the eyes hidden beneath the mask. He addressed his subordinate beside him with an unquestioning tone, "Activate the Heaven's Eye system." Restore this footage. I need every detail on this man within 10 minutes. At his command, the dark web's most advanced intelligence analysis system sprang into high gear. 10 minutes later, a restored image, still somewhat blurred but now revealing the faintly discernible features of an Asian face, was made public. Beside the photograph was a thermal imaging capture taken through the sniper scope of a building a kilometer away. In the image, Chuyu's figure blazed like a raging sun, radiating terrifying heat potent enough to incinerate everything in its vicinity. The moment this photograph and thermal image surfaced, the entire dark web fell into a deathly silence once more. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Wuchang, Suzhou, in an elegant yet eerily ominous study, a gaunt old man clad in traditional Chinese attire, his neck adorned with an eerie sun-shaped tattoo, stared at the latest intelligence transmitted to his tablet. His already cloudy old eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying brilliance. He was Lu Ziyuan, one of the regional leaders of the Tianqi organization in China. Xu Yu. It's actually him. He leapt from his armchair, his liver-spotted face contorted with an indescribable mix of fury and ecstasy. Excellent. Excellent, Xu Yu of Jiangdong. Truly, it was a long and arduous search, yet the reward came without effort. Staring at the photo of the young man standing beside Li Shui, his cloudy old eyes flashed with undisguised greed and murderous intent. Without hesitation, he dialed an encrypted line. Transmit my orders, mobilize all available forces and capture the Chuyu lad alive at the fastest possible speed. Remember, alive. A respectful reply came from the other end of the line. Hanging up, Lu Ziyuan's gaunt, aged face broke into a knowing smile. He slowly walked to the window, gazing at the setting sun beyond the glass. In a tone that seemed almost like a whisper to himself, he murmured softly. Everyone believes that fragmentary map is the only clue to finding the 9-nether dragon tomb. He shook his head with self-mockery, his cloudy old eyes flickering with a near-pathological fervor. But they overlooked the most crucial point. That map was merely a decoy. This boy bearing the Chu bloodline, he himself might be the true key to unlocking that ancient ruin. Inside the villa, Sumei's already luminous peach blossom eyes now sparkled with countless tiny, glittering stars. Clinging to Chuyu like a koala, her fiery, alluring body pressed against him without restraint, her voice dripping with sweetness. Hero. You saved my life. From this day forward, I'm yours. You have to take responsibility for me. Li Shui rolled her eyes at her best friend, who had completely lost her mind. She stepped forward, yanked Sumei off Chuyu, and snapped, enough with the flirting. Don't you see what time it is? She turned to face Chuyu, whose expression remained calm. His sharp eyes held an unprecedented gravity. Who were those people just now? Dark web assassins, Chuyu replied flatly. At the mention of dark web, Li Shui's already pale, delicate face instantly turned ashen. It was them after all, she hissed through clenched teeth, her beautiful eyes flashing with icy fury. Besides those despicable scoundrels from the Lu family in Suzhou, I can't think of anyone else who would resort to such low, dirty tricks. The Lu family? Xu Yu's eyebrows arched slightly. Our Li family and the Lu family are sworn enemies, Li Shui explained. We've fought for decades, and they've never won. Seeing our Li family grow stronger year after year, they're desperate now. They want to kill me to strike at my grandfather. Chapter 70, one of the highest bounties. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and deftly opened an encrypted app, entering the inner forum of the dark web. When she saw the pinned post about Xu Yu, her beautiful eyes instantly filled with utter horror. Xu Yu. You're also on the wanted list. Xu Yu remained utterly unruffled, seemingly unsurprised by this outcome. He merely glanced indifferently at his own photo on the screen and the blindingly long string of zeros beneath it, his brow involuntarily furrowing. $15 billion? Li Shui, observing his nonchalant demeanor, couldn't resist adding with a hint of schadenfreude, you're in deep trouble now. $15 billion. That's one of the highest bounties ever posted on the dark web. I guarantee that from today onward, assassins from all over the world will swarm to Binhai like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Yet Xu Yu seemed utterly unfazed by her warning. He merely stared at the blindingly large number, murmuring in a tone that sounded almost like a private monologue. I'm just a little surprised. Surprised by what? Li Shui asked instinctively. Xu Yu turned his head, his bottomless eyes calmly fixed on her, a cold curve lifting the corners of his mouth. My life is so cheap. Cheap? Li Shui and Sumei stared at the man with his deadpan expression, their minds instantly going blank. $15 billion, and he still thinks it's cheap? What kind of mind does this guy have? Li Shui snapped back to reality, about to launch into a tirade of mockery, when she accidentally clicked on the forum video showing Chu Yu's instant kills of Shadow Snake and Ghost Hand. The clip was brief, lasting less than 3 seconds. The footage was blurry, barely discernible beyond a vague outline. Yet within those fleeting 3 seconds, Li Shui's already powerful heart began pounding wildly out of control once more. What had she seen? One kick. Just one kick. Shadow Snake, ranked 100th on the dark web assassin list, didn't even have time to react. That head wearing the demon mask exploded like a watermelon struck squarely by an iron hammer. Next, the Ghost Hand, ranked 99th, didn't even get a chance to strike. The man casually crushed his shoulder blade with a single move. The entire sequence flowed like a river, clean and decisive, carrying a unique blend of brutal elegance and violent aesthetics. Li Shui froze solid in place. Staring at Chuyu's impassive face, for the first time, her sharp eyes filled with an emotion called awe. She finally understood why her grandfather had shown such almost servile respect toward this young man. She also finally grasped why this man considered $15 billion an insult. Just then, Li Shui's phone rang sharply and unexpectedly. It was her grandfather, Li Jinghua. Li Shui took a deep breath, suppressing the storm raging within her heart, and pressed the answer button. "Shui'er, are you all right over there?" A steady voice came from the other end, tinged with an unmistakable weight of concern and lingering fear. "I'm fine, Grandpa." Li Shui glanced at Chuyu beside her, his expression calm, her voice dry. "Mr. Chu." "I know," Li Jinghua cut her off immediately, his voice brimming with unhidden relief. "I'm aware of the dark web incident. Tell Mr. Chu I've identified the person who posted the bounty." He paused, his voice dropping lower, each word weighing like 1,000 pounds. "It was someone from Doomsday. World's End?" Chuyu's brow furrowed once more. The name stirred a vague memory. It seemed to be one of the 3 top-tier assassin organizations on the dark web, renowned alongside Purgatory and Divine Punishment. "Interesting," Chuyu murmured, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. It seemed this so-called top-tier assassin organization was inextricably linked to the apocalypse. He sneered inwardly. Sooner or later, he would root out these 2 shadowy organizations and wipe them out completely. "Additionally, I've uncovered some leads regarding the Apocalypse organization." Li Jinghua, seemingly aware Chuyu was nearby, cut to the chase without further preamble. He revealed the top-secret intelligence he'd obtained by pulling every string at his disposal. This organization operates under a strict hierarchical system. Every member bears a distinctive mark tattooed on their throat as a symbol of their status. The lowest-ranking followers bear the star totem. Ordinary members bear the moon totem. Core members and above bear the sun totem. Moreover, even within the same totem, extremely strict hierarchies are established based on subtle differences in detail. As for the legendary leader of the organization, who is said to be as elusive as a dragon seen only by its head, it is rumored that the mark on his throat depicts a deity, holding up the sun. A flicker of delight finally crossed Chuyu's eyes. With this clue, the difficulty of the investigation had undoubtedly diminished immeasurably. Additionally, I've issued instructions for a welcome banquet to be held tomorrow at noon at the Wangjiang Pavilion, Li Jinghua concluded. All the prominent families of Jiangdong province will be in attendance. It will serve as an official announcement to everyone of your arrival, Mr. Chu. Chuyu understood this was Li Jinghua extending goodwill toward him, while also signaling his allegiance to the province's powerful elite. He did not refuse. Very well. The next day, at noon, Chuyu stepped out of the villa wearing a bespoke suit that Xuanwu had prepared long ago, flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful women already dressed to the nines. Li Shui wore a crisp white business skirt suit today, perfectly accentuating her already tall and curvaceous figure. She radiated an icy, CEO-like aura that kept others at arm's length. Su Mei, meanwhile, had chosen a fiery red evening gown with a high slit, her snow-white legs teasingly visible beneath the hem. Paired with her already stunningly alluring face, she was nothing short of a walking hormone bomb. The moment the trio stepped outside, a flashy red Ferrari executed a smooth drift and came to a polished halt before them. The door swung open, revealing a young man in the latest Armani suit, his hair slicked back, his face etched with arrogance and disdain. It was none other than Wang Biao, the man who had been scared out of his wits by Chuyu at the Wangjiang Pavilion earlier. Following behind him was Wang Tianba, wearing the same obsequious expression. Wang Biao's already sinister eyes flashed with unmasked jealousy and venom when he saw Chuyu, surrounded by 2 stunning beauties like the moon surrounded by stars. But he quickly suppressed that emotion, replacing it with an excessively humble smile as he hurried forward. "Mr. Chu, you finally emerged. My father specifically instructed me to come and serve as your driver. It's also to make amends for my previous lack of understanding." As he spoke, he reached out to open the door of the Koenigsegg parked beside Chuyu. But at that very moment, a cry filled with surprise and adoration rang out unexpectedly from nearby. "Shui'er!" A young man, also dressed in a white suit, with handsome features but an air of refinement far surpassing Wang Biao's, was striding toward them, holding a large bouquet of vibrant roses. When he spotted Li Shui emerging from the villa early that morning alongside a stranger and another provocatively dressed woman, his normally refined features instantly contorted with shock and fury. Chapter 71, after all, it was arranged by the elders. His already refined and gentle face was instantly filled with boundless shock and fury. "Wei Zishuan?" Li Shui's sharp eyes flashed with undisguised disgust upon recognizing him. "What brings you here?" The young man called Wei Zishuan was none other than the eldest grandson of the prestigious Wei family of Yinjing, the very man previously betrothed to Li Shui. He forced down the jealousy burning within, plastering on what he considered a perfect smile as he offered the roses in his hand, his voice as gentle as the spring breeze of March. "Shui'er, I heard Grandfather Li was hosting an important guest at the Riverside Pavilion today. I figured you'd be here, so I came to see you." Li Shui didn't even glance at the vibrant bouquet. She merely sighed, her voice tinged with weariness. Wei Zixuan, I've made it perfectly clear. There's no possibility between us. Give up. The smile froze on Wei Zixuan's face. He looked at the cold-faced Li Shui, then at Chuyu beside her expression serene, yet instilling a fear that reached deep into his soul. His already proud heart was instantly filled with endless embarrassment and resentment. Shuer, he managed to say, struggling to salvage what little dignity he had left, I know you're still angry with me, but the marriage agreement between our families, it was arranged by our elders. Engagement? Li Shui snorted as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. Her cold words pierced Wei Zixuan's heart like the sharpest dagger. Back then, your Wei family begged my grandfather with shameless persistence, only because you coveted our Li family's military influence to climb higher. Now that my grandfather personally dissolved the engagement, what right do you have to even mention those two words in front of me? She paused, her piercing eyes scanning the youth whose face had long since drained of color. A curve of utter scorn lifted the corners of her mouth. Wei Zixuan, don't think too highly of yourself. Does your Wei family even deserve it? Boom! Those words exploded like a nuclear bomb in Wei Zixuan's mind. All his pretense, all his pride, shattered into pieces in that instant. His already pallid face instantly turned the color of liver, his fists clenched so tightly they trembled violently. The torrent of rage surging within him now directed itself at Chuyu, who had remained silent throughout. In his eyes, Li Shui's humiliation was entirely the fault of this unknown man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You pretty boy seduced Shuer, didn't you? He pointed a finger at Chuyu's nose, his voice dripping with venom. But before he could finish his sentence, Li Shui made a move that surprised everyone. She stepped forward of her own accord, naturally slipping her arm through Chuyu's. Her icy beautiful face flushed with just the right touch of girlish bashfulness. She gently rested her head on Chuyu's shoulder, fixing Wei Zixuan who was already trembling with rage with a possessive gaze. Her voice was icy. Got that? Now you can get lost. Wei Zixuan's body jerked violently. Watching the two of them so intimately entwined, the thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack. Li Shui! You just wait. He roared with all his might, a desperate cry echoing through the air. No one can take the woman I, Wei Zixuan, have set my sights on. With that, he flung himself into his car without a backward glance, slammed the gas pedal, and fled in a panic. Half an hour later, in front of Wangjiang Tower, Li Xinghua, who had been waiting there all along, stepped forward to greet him personally. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs as common as cabbages by the roadside here. The moment Chuyu stepped out of his car, a voice filled with surprise and delight called out from nearby. Chuyu? Is it really you, kid? Chuyu followed the sound and saw a young man dressed in a Versace suit, though his demeanor was somewhat carefree, running toward them with an excited expression. Beside him was a stunning woman in a white dress, her gentle demeanor and beauty rivaling that of Li Shui and Su Mei. A flicker of surprise crossed Chuyu's eyes. The visitors were none other than his high school classmate, Li Nuo, and his former class monitor in school beauty, Sun Yunyu. Long time no see, Chuyu nodded indifferently. Li Nuo excitedly gave Chuyu a bear hug, punching his chest playfully as he grinned. Where the hell have you been these past years? Not a single word. What brings you here today? Before Chuyu could answer, Sun Yunyu beside him extended her fair, delicate hand, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Chuyu, it's been a long time. Her smile was beautiful, but to Chuyu, it seemed slightly forced. Deep within those lovely eyes, a barely perceptible trace of worry seemed hidden. Chuyu and she weren't particularly close, and he had no interest in dissecting others' masks. He merely gave her a casual handshake before withdrawing his hand. In doing so, he missed the fleeting flash of anxiety and worry that flickered across the seemingly carefree eyes of Li Nuo beside him. Just then, an even flashier Lamborghini Venom executed a graceful drift and came to a smooth halt beside the group. The door opened, and Wei Zixuan, who had fled in panic moments before, emerged wearing a more polished suit. Flanked by a group of equally wealthy second-generation heirs, he stepped out slowly. He seemed to have recovered from the earlier blow, his refined face once again adorned with that confident smile, as if the one who had just lost his composure wasn't him at all. But when his gaze casually swept over Chuyu, who stood beside Li Shui like a golden boy and jade girl, a flash of venomous murderous intent flickered deep within the eyes hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Some nobody doctor who popped up out of nowhere, daring to steal my fiancée? Wei Zixuan stared at his own dark reflection in the rearview mirror, his voice thick with venom. Who does he think he is? A second-generation heir with dyed yellow hair immediately leaned in, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Calm down, young Master Wei. Don't waste your breath on trash like that. Just give the word, and I'll send men right now to break both his legs and toss him into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Exactly, chimed in another second-generation heir in a floral shirt. In Binhai, who dares disrespect you, young Master Wei? Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Wei Zixuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the riverside pavilion. Just then, Li Shui and Su Mei seemed to receive some notification. Exchanging a glance, they stepped ahead and walked through the entrance. Chapter 72, Relying on a Few Stinking Dollars. The moment had arrived. A terrifying gleam instantly flared in Wei Zixuan's already sinister eyes. He addressed the group of second-generation heirs, already itching for a fight, coldly. Go. Give that kid a proper welcome. Remember, don't kill him. I want him kneeling before me, barking like a dog. Got it. Just watch, young Master Wei. The second-generation scions roared in unison, their faces twisted into savage grins like a pack of hyenas smelling blood. They surged forward in a swarm, closing in on the isolated Chu Yu. Just as Chu Yu and Li Nuo were about to enter the door, the ill-intentioned second-generation group blocked their path. Leading them was a hulking man nearly 2 meters tall, his body a mass of bulging muscles like a human bear. His name was Zhou Meng. His family was in real estate, and he had always run rampant in Binhai, relying on his filthy lucre. He was also Wei Zishuan's most loyal trader. He eyed Chu Yu up and down, the man dressed in an ordinary suit. His eyes, as large as copper bells, brimmed with undisguised contempt and disdain. What kind of bumpkin are you? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Do you really think a place like this is fit for someone like you? Chu Yu didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned his head and gave the trembling host at the door a cold, dismissive look, his brow furrowing slightly. Has the threshold at Wanjian Tower fallen so low? Do they let just any Tom, Dick, and Harry in now? Zhou Meng's already swarthy face instantly turned the color of liver. The group of second-generation rich kids behind him erupted in fury. Kid, you're asking for it. Zhou Meng roared, his fist as big as a clay pot tearing through the air with a sharp whistle as it slammed toward Chu Yu's face. Li Nuo and Sun Yunyu were struck dumb by the sudden turn of events, their faces turning ashen. Just as that powerful punch was about to smash into Chu Yu's face, a cold command, filled with the authority of a superior, boomed out of nowhere from inside the building. Hold your fire. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, with stars on his shoulders and an aura of iron-blooded combat radiating from him, strode forward. It was none other than Chen Gang, Li Jingguo's deputy commander. Upon seeing him, Zhou Meng not only failed to back down but instead seized the moment as if spotting a savior. Playing the victim, he pointed an accusing finger at Chu Yu and bellowed, Deputy Commander Chen. You arrived just in time. This upstart punk, who knows where he crawled out from, dares to barge in without an invitation. And now he has the nerve to spout insolence and insult us. Li Nuo and Sun Yunyu's hearts instantly leapt into their throats. They had no doubt that in the next second, this demonic adjutant would order Chu Yu's immediate arrest. Yet what unfolded next stunned everyone. Shen Gang didn't even glance at Chu Yu. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the arrogantly smirking Zhou Meng. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick. Thud. A dull, thunderous crash. Zhou Meng's burly frame, weighing over 200 pounds, flew backward at an absurd angle like a soccer ball struck head-on by a speeding truck. He slammed into the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream that sounded inhuman. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, Chen Gang strode forward. He stood over Zhou Meng, who was writhing in agony, nearly unconscious. Lifting his military boot, he stomped down again and again, savagely trampling the man's already darkened face. You blind fool. May your eyes rot out. How dare you insult Mr. Chu? Who gave you the nerve? The dull thuds echoed with such clarity, so piercingly harsh, that the surrounding second-generation scions felt their livers and gallbladders shatter. Not far away, Wei Zishuan was utterly dumbfounded. He hurried forward, forcing down his shock, demanding, Deputy Commander Chen. What do you think you're doing? Only then did Chen Gang halt his footfall. He turned slowly, a fleeting, barely perceptible flash of annoyance flickering through his icy eyes. He instantly understood the commander's arrangement. But he hadn't anticipated that Wei Zishuan would prove such an utterly clueless fool. The commander had set this elaborate trap precisely to make him back down and stop harassing the young lady. Yet here he was, not only failing to grasp the hint but actually making a scene. The rage boiling within him could no longer be contained. He raised his foot once more and crushed it down hard onto Zhou Meng's already bloodied and mangled face. What's the meaning of this? This fool has insulted the commander's honored guest. I'm cleaning house on the commander's behalf. Got a problem with that? Li Nuo and Sun Yunyu stared at Chu Yu, whose expression remained utterly calm. For the first time, their eyes already filled with shock were now consumed by endless bewilderment. Hadn't the Chu family fallen into complete ruin? Why did this Chu Yu command such near-servile respect from Li Jingguo's deputy commander? Zhou Meng, already clinging to life on the ground, heard these words. His heart, already filled with despair, was instantly flooded with endless regret and venomous resentment. He finally understood he had been used as a pawn by that bastard Wei Zishuan. Struggling to his feet, he didn't bother to wipe the mixture of blood and tears streaming down his face. Instead, he scrambled forward, practically crawling, until he reached Chu Yu. His legs gave way, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. With every ounce of strength left in him, he banged his head against the ground again and again, his bloodied face now etched with nothing but the purest, bone-chilling terror. Mr. Chu. I failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. I deserve to die. Please spare my wretched life. Chu Yu looked down at him from above, his expressionless face as still as a deep well. He merely turned his head slowly, his bottomless eyes settling calmly upon Wei Zishuan, whose face had long since drained of color. That gaze was utterly serene, devoid of emotion, yet Wei Zishuan felt as if he'd been targeted by a grim reaper risen from the depths of hell itself. Every drop of blood in his body froze instantly. "Did he send you?" Shuyu asked casually, his voice flat yet carrying the weight of final judgment. Wei Zishuan's already arrogant heart was utterly consumed by endless terror. He wanted to deny it, but those bottomless eyes were like two invisible blades, instantly piercing through all his pretense. His legs buckled, and he stumbled backward 2 steps, unable to control himself. His already pallid face turned whiter than paper. Shuyu watched this unfold, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to spare the worthless fool another glance. Instead, he addressed Chen Gang, who stood before him with respectful deference, his voice cool and detached. "Enough noise. Throw him out." "Yes, sir." Chen Gang responded in unison, then waved his hand sharply at the group of soldiers behind him, who were already frozen in terror. "Throw these blind fools out." With that, he paid no heed to the wails of the second-generation scions. Turning back to Chuyu, he made a gesture of invitation, his posture bowed low to the dust. Chapter 73, The Most Fearsome Man in the World. "Mr. Chu, the commander and the other lords have been waiting for you inside for quite some time." Chuyu nodded. Amidst the deathly silence, he calmly departed, accompanied by Li Nuo and Sun Yunyu, both of whom had been utterly terrified out of their wits. Only when the heavy redwood doors slowly closed did Wei Zishuan begin to recover from his utter terror. Glaring at the icy-faced Chen Gang, his already haughty heart instantly filled with boundless humiliation and rage. "Chen Gang! Don't forget your place." He pointed a finger at Chen Gang's nose, roaring hoarsely, "You're nothing but a dog of the Li family. How dare you treat me like this?" At those words, a flash of undisguised murderous intent flickered in Chen Gang's icy eyes. He slowly turned, taking deliberate steps toward Wei Zishuan, who was foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog. "Young Master Wei, there's something I wish to remind you of." He stood directly before Wei Zishuan, his piercing gaze fixed intently on him, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. "That man just now, he's no mere doctor. He is Jiangdong Chuyu." Boom! That name exploded like a bomb in Wei Zishuan's mind. The sole survivor of the Chu family of Jiangdong. The ruthless monster who crushed Su Jianjun's skull in public. The terrifying presence that had the entire Binhai elite bowing in submission. All the fragmented, horrifying pieces of information finally connected into a complete, utterly despairing thread in that instant. Wei Zishuan's body shook violently beyond his control. Staring at the tightly shut door, his already sinister eyes were filled for the first time with boundless horror and dread. He thought of his recent actions, of his defiance and humiliation toward that demonic god. The thread of reason snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. He was finished. He had no doubt that, given that demon god's style, he wouldn't survive the night. He could no longer afford to engage with Chen Gang. Turning on his heel, he sprinted frantically toward the side entrance of the Riverside Pavilion. He must seek out Li Jinghua. Now, only that old fox could save his life. On the top floor of the Riverside Pavilion, within the lavishly gilded banquet hall, the air was thick with the scent of perfume and the clinking of wine glasses. Nearly every prominent family in the entire Xinjiang province had gathered. The moment Chuyu entered, a woman in Chanel's latest dress, her face heavily made up, hurried over in high heels. Without so much as a glance at Chuyu or Li Nuo, she fixed her heavily lined eyes on Sun Yunyu, who stood there looking apologetic. Her voice was sharp and biting. "Sun Yunyu, you finally show up? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting here? If you don't want this job, just get lost. There are plenty of people lining up to be my shoe shiner." The woman was none other than their former classmate, Lu Wenyan. Sun Yunyu's face flushed crimson under her scolding. She instinctively clutched the hem of her skirt, head bowed, murmuring an apology. "I'm sorry, Wenyan. There was traffic on the way. Traffic jam?" Lu Wenyan snorted as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. Her sharp, cutting words felt like poisoned daggers stabbing deep into Sun Yunyu's heart. "You're a penniless beggar who can't even afford a car, and you're telling me about traffic jams? What, did you ride here on your boyfriend's beat-up second-hand scooter?" Shu Yu's brow furrowed involuntarily. Out of respect for Li Nuo, he spoke calmly. "Sun Yunyu, if you're facing any difficulties, you can talk to me." Sun Yunyu froze at the words, then a flash of bitterness and helplessness flickered in her beautiful eyes. She glanced at Chuyu, dressed in an ordinary suit that probably cost less than 1,000 yuan total, and sighed inwardly. The Chu family had fallen. He could barely save himself, how could he possibly help her? She shook her head, forcing a strained smile. "Thank you, Chuyu. I'm fine." Only then did Lu Wenyan notice the unfamiliar man beside Sun Yunyu. She scrutinized Chuyu from head to toe. When she recognized that familiar face, her already sharp eyes instantly flashed with undisguised contempt and disgust. "So it was you convict." Her shrill voice echoed unabashedly throughout the corner, instantly drawing the attention of everyone nearby. "Convict? Is he that remnant of the Chu family who killed someone 5 years ago? What right does someone like him have to be here?" Glares brimming with contempt and disdain pierced Chuyu like invisible steel needles. Yet Chuyu's face remained utterly unruffled. He couldn't be bothered to spare the clown a single glance. Lu Wenyan, seeing him dare to ignore her, felt her already twisted heart instantly fill with boundless rage. She pointed her finger right at Chuyu's nose, ready to unleash another torrent of abuse. At that very moment, a voice even more seductive and domineering than hers rose slowly and unexpectedly from behind her. What ugly creature is barking like a dog here? Sume, dressed in a fiery red evening gown like a thorny rose, swayed her serpentine waist as she glided over, a glass of red wine in hand. She didn't even glance at Lu Wenyan, whose face had long since turned ashen with rage. Instead, she walked straight to Chuyu's side, naturally slipping her arm through his. Her mesmerizing peach blossom eyes brimmed with unabashed admiration and possessiveness. "Darling, what are you doing here? I've been searching everywhere for you." The surrounding guests, who had been watching the spectacle, stared in stunned silence at this scene straight out of a romantic drama. Then, a wave of suppressed giggles erupted. Lu Wenyan's heavily made-up face instantly turned the color of liver. Pointing an accusing finger at Sume, she mustered every ounce of strength to unleash a desperate roar. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Let me tell you. My man is Wang Biao from the Wang family. If you dare cross me today, I swear I'll make sure you can't survive in Binhai." No sooner had the words left her mouth. A voice even colder and more disdainful drifted slowly from the other side. "Wang Biao?" Li Shui, dressed in a crisp white business skirt suit and radiating the aura of an ice-cold CEO, walked over slowly. She didn't even glance at Lu Wenyan, who was foaming at the mouth like a mad dog. Instead, her sharp gaze settled on Chuyu, whose expression remained calm. A hint of amusement curved her lips. "Are you talking about that Wang Biao who was beaten half to death by Chuyu yesterday? The one still lying in the hospital, unable to even get out of bed?" Boom! Those words exploded like a nuclear bomb in everyone's minds. Chapter 74, the pieces finally fit together. Lu Wenyan's heavily made-up face instantly turned the color of liver, her already sharp eyes widening to their limits in extreme shock and fury. She pointed at Li Shui, her voice shrill and piercing, filled with incomprehensible madness. "You! What the hell are you talking about? How could young Master Wang possibly have his leg broken by some convict?" Sume, standing nearby, seemed to think the scene wasn't chaotic enough. Her mesmerizing almond-shaped eyes fluttered as she leaned in curiously to Li Shui's ear. In a voice neither loud nor soft, yet clear enough for everyone nearby to hear, she asked, "Wang Biao? Which Wang Biao? Is he famous?" Li Shui didn't even glance at Lu Wenyan, who was now foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog. She merely looked at her with contempt, dismissively stating, "Just that piece of trash who thinks he's hot stuff because his family has a few stinking bucks. The one Chuyu broke the legs of yesterday at the entrance to Wangjiang Tower." Those words landed like a silent slap, stinging the faces of everyone present. The crowd of onlookers, who had been reveling in the spectacle, saw their schadenfreude freeze solid. In its place surged a fear that seemed to crawl up from the depths of their souls. They finally connected the seemingly ordinary young man before them with the legendary figure who had publicly crushed Su Jianjun's skull, forcing the entire Binhai elite to bow in submission, the peerless monster. The color drained from Lu Wenyan's face in an instant. She refused to believe it. Her hand trembled as she instinctively pulled out her phone and dialed Wang Biao's number. No answer. She dialed several numbers belonging to Wang Biao's cronies, but the response was the same every time, unreachable. A bone-chilling coldness shot instantly from the base of her spine straight to the top of her head. She knew Li Shui hadn't lied. She dared not look at Chuyu, whose face remained calm. Her already twisted heart was instantly filled with endless fear and venomous hatred. If she couldn't take on Chuyu, surely she could handle these two penniless nobodies by his side? She whipped her head around, her eyes like poisoned daggers, fixing them on Sun Yunyu, whose face had already drained of color, leaving her utterly flustered. Her voice was as cold as ice. "Sun Yunyu! What are you standing there for? Get over here and pour me some wine." Lu Wenyan seemed to feel that mere verbal humiliation was nowhere near enough to extinguish the poisonous fire of jealousy burning within her heart. She deliberately took a step forward, the tip of her high heel nearly grazing the hem of Sun Yunyu's cheap dress. In a voice as icy and venomous as poison, audible only to the two of them, she hissed. "Didn't you adore him, harboring a secret crush for 8 whole years? From high school to college, who couldn't see through your little game?" She shot a contemptuous glance at Chuyu, who stood frozen like a statue in the distance, a cruel curve lifting the corners of her mouth. "Today, I'm going to make you see it with your own eyes. The man you cherish like a treasure is nothing but a worthless piece of trash who can't even fart in public. He watched you suffer humiliation without the ability or courage to stand up and protect you. Useless." The last two words were practically ground out between her teeth. With that, she tossed him aside like a piece of disgusting trash. Without another glance at Sun Yunyu, she swayed her hips, marching to the victor's drumbeat, and strode toward another corner of the banquet hall without looking back. Boom! Sun Yunyu's body jerked violently, as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt. All the light in her once clear, beautiful eyes shattered instantly, quickly clouded by a mist of despair. Her face turned as white as paper in an instant. Every word from Lu Wenyan felt like a poisoned dagger, piercing precisely into the softest, most vulnerable part of her heart, then twisting viciously. Yunyu, don't listen to her. Let's go. Li Nua seized her icy wrist. His usually earnest face flushed crimson with fury, veins bulging. We're done serving in this hellhole. Sun Yunyu, however, seemed drained of all strength. She shook her head bitterly. With her last ounce of energy, she reached back and gripped Li Nua's arm, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Her voice carried a plea that was almost broken. Li Nua, don't act rashly. My brother is still in the hospital waiting for the surgery fees. She couldn't continue. Each word seemed to drain her life away. Her brother's pale, understanding face, the doctor's grave expression, that astronomical bill. All of it weighed on her like mountains, crushing her until she could barely breathe. Dignity meant nothing in the face of survival. Slowly, she slipped free of Li Nua's grasp, bowing her head deeply, like a prisoner walking to the execution ground. Heavy, numb steps carried her forward. She would not let Chuyu witness this most wretched, most pitiful version of herself. She would rather the Sun Yunyu in his heart remained forever the girl with the ponytail and the pure smile, frozen in his memories. Chuyu didn't move, not even a flicker of his eyelids. He stood there, utterly still, watching the two figures walk away, one ahead, one behind, growing smaller and smaller. One walked with head held high, the other as lowly as dust. In those bottomless eyes, there was no anger, no pity, nor any emotion others might expect. It was an absolute indifference, towering above all others. As if the scene unfolding before him were merely a clumsy farce, utterly irrelevant to him. His gaze swept past the crowd, locking precisely onto their ultimate destination. Lu Wenyan led Sun Yunyu and Li Nua forward like sacrificial offerings before a man whose belly bulged with excess. His expensive bespoke suit stretched grotesquely over his obese frame. A thick, nouveau riche gold chain hung around his neck and a lecherous grin spread across his greasy face. Li Yun, one of the major figures in Binhai's underworld. He had built his empire on prostitution, gambling, and drugs, with more lives on his hands than he could count on two hands. When Li Yun's gaze fell upon Sun Yunyu's tear-streaked face, his already murky eyes instantly flashed with unmasked lust and greed. He was like a starving beast that had spotted its most desirable prey. Lu Wenyan leaned close to his ear, whispering softly with breath that smelled like orchids, occasionally gesturing towards Sun Yunyu. The smile on Li Yun's face grew even more brazen, accompanied by a satisfied, nauseating MHM. He lifted the expensive glass of red wine from the table and turned it towards Sun Yunyu, who was already trembling in fear. He flashed a smile he thought kind, but which was more hideous than any demon's. His gaze seemed to strip her naked and pin her beneath him. "Miss Sun, is it? I've long admired your reputation. My name is Li Yun. Pleased to meet you." He extended his thick hand, adorned with a massive gold ring. Sun Yunyu needed his favor. Though her heart was filled with disgust and resistance, she forced herself to extend her hand. Chapter 75, A Crack Appears. Yet, just as their hands were about to touch, Li Yun's thick palm suddenly flipped, snatching her delicate, boneless hand. His rough thumb, wielding an irresistible force, began to rub back and forth across the back of her hand with utter disregard. Sun Yunyu's body stiffened violently. She tried to pull away, but his hand was like an iron clamp, holding her completely immobile. She instinctively glanced back toward Chu Yu's direction. In her eyes, which had been filled with despair, a flicker of relief suddenly appeared. Thankfully, he hadn't seen. Yet she didn't know that in the instant she turned, within Chu Yu's perpetually still eyes that pool of ice frozen for millennia a crack had slowly, for the first time, begun to form. A wave of uncontrollable nausea surged from Sun Yunyu's stomach. She yanked her hand back violently, her already pale, delicate face etched with utter revulsion. "Mr. Li, Miss Sun, no need to refuse so hastily." Li Yun's smile grew even more greasy. He took a step closer, the foul stench of smoke and alcohol mingling in the air nearly making Sun Yunyu vomit. "I hear your Sun family's company has hit a cash flow crisis? Just nod your head. For me, Li Yun, a mere few tens of millions or even a few hundred million is nothing more than a drop in the bucket." Sun Yunyu's heart sank to the depths. She finally understood, Lu Wenyan, that venomous woman, hadn't introduced her to an investor at all but to a beast in human form. Desperate to save her family's failing business, she'd clutched at straws and fallen for Lu Wenyan's sweet talk. Now, it was too late for regrets. No need. Sun Yunyu took a deep breath, forcing down the fear and revulsion welling up inside her. She turned to leave. However, the moment she turned around, two bodyguards clad in black suits and radiating an aura of steely efficiency silently blocked her path like two iron walls. Li Yun's sinister chuckle drifted slowly from behind her. "Miss Sun, do you think this place is yours to come and go as you please?" He shed all pretense, his cloudy eyes now holding only the most primal, raw possessiveness. "I'm giving you one last chance. Become my woman, and I'll ensure the Sun family's prosperity for generations. Otherwise, I won't mind letting you witness firsthand how your frail younger brother and your elderly parents are slowly, bit by bit, erased from this world. You shameless bastard." Sun Yunyu's body shook violently with fury. She whipped her head around, raised her hand, and was about to slap him across the face. Li Yun seemed to have anticipated this. He seized her wrist with one hand, yanked her soft, delicate frame forcefully into his embrace. Amidst the struggle, the open collar of his suit jacket was fully exposed to the air. In that very instant, deep within the bottomless abyss of Chuyu's eyes, that pool of ice frozen for 10,000 years, which had remained utterly calm all along, began to shatter, piece by piece, for the very first time. His gaze locked onto Li Yun's thick throat, where a tattoo extremely discreet yet familiar to his very bones resided. A tiny star, emitting an eerie, ghostly glow. The apocalypse. A bone-chilling aura of murder erupted from him without warning. The temperature in the entire corner seemed to plummet several degrees in that instant. He stepped forward, inch by inch, slowly approaching Li Yun, who had long since been frozen in terror. When he saw the same inconspicuous star tattooed on the throats of the two bodyguards behind Li Yun, the murderous intent he had been suppressing erupted uncontrollably, shooting skyward. Li Yun was terrified out of his wits by this sudden, terrifying aura. He instinctively released Sun Yunyu and scrambled backward, his obese face drained of all color. Lu Wenyan was also startled by this sudden turn of events. But when she recognized the intruder as Chuyu, her already twisted heart instantly filled with boundless rage. Pointing her finger right at Chuyu's nose, she screamed, "You convict! What do you think you're doing? Do you even know who Mr. Li is? If you dare touch a single hair on his head, I swear." "Shut up!" Before she could finish, Li Yun beside her let out a desperate roar, straining every muscle in his body. He had heard of Chuyu's deeds. He had no doubt that this demonic god before him would truly dare to trample him to death in front of everyone. His legs buckled beneath him, and with a thud, he fell straight to his knees. With every ounce of strength left in him, he began banging his head against the ground, over and over, his massive body shaking like a sieve. "Mr. Chu! I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. I deserve to die. Please spare my wretched life." Lu Wenyan was utterly dumbfounded. Watching Li Yun kneel on the ground, reduced to utter humiliation, the thread of her sanity snapped with a sharp crack. "Mr. Li! Have you lost your mind? He's nothing but a worthless outcast from the Chu family. What are you afraid of?" Smack! Her question was answered by Li Yun's powerful, forceful slap. The blow sent her heavily made-up face crashing into a bloody mess, half her cheekbone caved in. "You want to die? Don't drag me down with you." Li Yun was like a raging demon. He dared not look at Chuyu, whose face remained calm. Instead, he fixed a near-pleading gaze on Sun Yunyu, who was already terrified out of her wits. "Miss Sun, I beg you. Please put in a good word for me with Mr. Chu." Cold sweat poured from his forehead like beads from a broken string, rolling down and quickly soaking the expensive carpet before him. Sun Yunyu and Li Nuo watched this surreal scene unfold, their minds completely frozen. Ignoring the clownish figure, Chuyu strode toward Li Yun. He towered over him, then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, reached out and seized his wrist. Snap! A bone-chillingly crisp crack echoed throughout the entire hall. Simultaneously, an imperceptible surge of supreme yang energy silently seeped through the fractured bone into his body, leaving an indelible mark. Ah! A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from Li Yun's mouth. He wanted to pass out, but that strange force burrowing into his body kept his consciousness sharper than ever. He could only endure this endless torture, comparable to the 18 layers of hell, helplessly. Yet even so, he dared not utter a single complaint. Instead, he forced a grimace uglier than tears through the excruciating agony, his voice trembling. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for showing mercy." Chuyu didn't even glance at him again, merely uttering a single word in a detached tone. "Get out." Li Yun felt as if he'd been granted a royal pardon. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling and crawling, paying no heed to Lu Wenyan, who had long since been petrified with fear. Dragging along the two bodyguards, who were equally frozen in terror, he fled the banquet hall in utter disarray, never once looking back. Yet the instant he turned to exit, that face etched with terror and submission suddenly contorted into a hideous grimace. Chapter 76, Whatever you need, just give the word. All the fear and unease that had clouded his already murky eyes vanished in that instant. Replacing them was an unprecedented, intensely concentrated venom and murderous intent. "Chuyu, thank you." Sun Yunyu stepped before him, her beautiful eyes brimming with relief and gratitude after narrowly escaping disaster. She stared at the man before her, both familiar and utterly foreign, her confusion thickening to an unbearable density. What on earth had happened to him in these 5 years? Why had the once introverted, taciturn youth transformed into this ruthless, decisive figure, a terrifying presence that even local thugs like Li Yun feared like a tiger? Chuyu shook his head. Seeing the worry etched on Sun Yunyu and Li Nuo's faces, he opened his mouth to ask what trouble they'd encountered. But his phone in his pocket rang at the worst possible moment. It was Li Jinghua. "Mr. Chu, the banquet is about to begin. Would you like to?" A respectful yet slightly urgent voice came from the other end of the line. Chuyu glanced at Lu Wenyan, who had long since collapsed in terror nearby, his brow furrowing slightly. He declined outright. "I have something to attend to. I won't be joining." Li Jinghua paused at the response, then seemed to recall something. He quickly replied, "Understood." Please attend to your matters first. Should you require anything, just give the word. Sun Yunyu and Li Nuo watched Chuyu, her expression serene as she ended the call, their minds once again going blank. Today's banquet gathered every prominent figure in Jiangdong province. Its scale was the most grand Binhai had seen in nearly a decade. Securing a single invitation was something one could brag about for half a lifetime. Yet Chuyu had simply decided not to attend? Before they could recover from their shock, Chuyu had already taken swift strides toward the banquet hall entrance. He was in such a hurry that he even forgot to ask Sun Yunyu about the trouble they had encountered. His sole thought now was to follow that mark to uncover the Tianqi organization's lair in Binhai and then uproot them completely. The moment Chuyu left, Li Jinghua slowly ascended the central podium in the banquet hall. Surveying the crowd of top-tier figures below him, all sitting stiffly with expectant expressions, he forced an apologetic smile. Ladies and gentlemen, my sincerest apologies. I've just received word that the distinguished guest has been called away on urgent business. Today's banquet is cancelled. With that, he said no more and calmly departed amid the deathly silence. The entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. No one had anticipated that this lavish banquet meticulously planned over days and costing immense resources would conclude so abruptly, ending in such an anticlimactic fashion. What was the true identity of this legendary figure? That even a heavyweight like Li Jinghua showed him such almost servile deference? Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation and conjecture, a wail filled with despair and regret suddenly pierced the air, echoing in from outside the main entrance. It was Wei Zishuan, the man Chen Gang had thrown out earlier. He had abandoned all dignity, scrambling and crawling his way through the entrance. His already pallid face now bore nothing but the purest, bone-chilling terror. He grabbed the nearest guest by the collar, his voice hoarse as he demanded, "Where is Mr. Chu? Where is Mr. Chuyu?" Startled by his frenzied, mad dog-like appearance, the guest instinctively pointed toward the entrance. He just left. Hearing this, Wei Zishuan's eyes, already filled with despair, flickered with a faint glimmer of hope. Without another word to anyone, he spun on his heel and dashed frantically toward the exit. Sun Yunyu and Li Nuo watched Wei Zishuan, who seemed possessed by madness. Recalling everything that had just transpired, an absurd notion, one so preposterous they couldn't believe it themselves, began to take root in their minds, growing wildly and uncontrollably. Could that legendary figure be Chuyu? In the suburbs of Binhai City, within a heavily guarded, luxurious estate spanning thousands of square meters, Chuyu's figure appeared outside the estate's perimeter wall like a ghostly specter gliding through the night, utterly silent. He didn't even bother with the main gate. With a light tap of his toes against the wall, his body soared like a falcon breaking free from gravity, silently scaling the 5-meter-high barrier topped with high-voltage electric fencing. Inside the compound, guards patrolled vigilantly every few steps, dozens of them clad in black suits with bulging holsters at their waists. Each of these men radiated a thick, pungent scent of blood. Clearly, they were all desperate criminals with blood on their hands. Yet before Chuyu, they were like a group of blind men, utterly oblivious to the grim reaper who had already slipped in. Chuyu didn't even bother to conceal his presence. He simply strode forward, strolling casually past those cold, impassive faces. Those bodyguards, passing right by him, seemed possessed, unable to see him. Thus, he proceeded unimpeded all the way to the deepest part of the estate, arriving before the main villa, a structure adorned in gilded splendor, resembling an imperial palace. Inside the villa, within a tea room steeped in classical elegance, Li Yun, who had just fled in disarray from the riverside pavilion, knelt on both knees. His plump face was etched with endless fear and humility. Before him, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. His hair was meticulously combed, and though he appeared barely over 40, his gaze was as cold and venomous as a snake's. He sipped his fragrant tea with an air of leisurely satisfaction. He was the highest-ranking leader of the Tianqi organization in Binhai, Li Yun's direct superior, and the terrifying figure known as Seventh Master. Above his throat, a moon totem tattooed with an eerie silver glow stood out starkly. Slowly setting down his teacup, his icy eyes settled calmly upon Li Yun, who was shaking like a leaf. His voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable authority. "What's going on?" Li Yun's body jerked violently. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his severed wrist, he recounted everything that had transpired at the Wangjiang pavilion, leaving out not a single detail. When he mentioned that the youth named Chuyu had instantly recognized their identities as members of the Tianqi organization and had left a strange mark within him, a hint of gravity finally flickered across the Seventh Master's face, for the first time a face that had always been as still as a deep well. He rose slowly, stepping before Li Yun. Two slender fingers extended, resting upon the wrist that had long since swollen and contorted. Moments later, he abruptly withdrew his hand. His already cold, dark eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying intensity. Supreme Yang True Qi. What a ruthless technique. He fixed his gaze on Li Yun, who was already terrified out of his wits, his voice cold as ice. "This Chuyu you mentioned, what exactly is his background?" Li Yun dared not withhold anything. He spilled everything he knew about Chuyu like beans from a bamboo tube. When he reached the part about Chuyu crushing Su Jianjun's skull in public and single-handedly forcing the entire Binhai High Command to bow before him, the solemn gaze of the seventh master was filled, for the first time, with boundless horror. He finally realized that today, he seemed to have provoked a monster that shouldn't even exist in this world. At that very moment, the heavy rosewood door of the tea room kicked open from the outside without warning. A figure bathed in the cold moonlight outside stepped through, like a demon god emerging from the depths of hell. Step by step, he walked over the shattered door panels and entered slowly. Chapter 77, Shattered into the finest powder. Seventh Master, that kid, he's appeared. Li Yun's plump face was etched with terror, the sheer terror of having narrowly escaped death. He recounted everything that had just transpired at the Wangzhong Pavilion, embellishing every detail as he spoke. After hearing his report, a cold curve finally touched the face of the seventh master, which had remained as still as a well until now. Sun Yunyu? He lifted the long cold cup of tea before him and took a small sip. His cold, dark eyes flashed with a venomous glint. I recall she seemed to have a rather close relationship with that young man named Chuyu. Setting down the cup, he spoke in a tone that seemed to state mere fact. Go. Have someone deal with that woman. Since he's come to us, it saves us the trouble of searching. But no sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom. A deep, thunderous crash. Boom. A deafening roar utterly unlike anything human could produce, like a siege hammer beating a war drum, exploded without warning within the fortress-like villa perched atop Yunshan Peak. The entire villa shook violently. Inside the tea room, the priceless purple clay teaware set, worth tens of millions, was shaken off the tray and sent flying through the air. Mid-flight, an invisible shockwave shattered it into the finest powder. The massive door, crafted from century-old golden thread Nanmu wood, reinforced with 3 layers of bulletproof steel plate, and sturdy enough to withstand a direct rocket-propelled grenade blast, was shattered into a cloud of dust from the outside, demolished by the most brutal, most senseless force imaginable. Amidst the snow-like flurry of wood shavings and choking smoke, a tall, slender figure, as straight as a spear, stepped through the devastation and walked in slowly. His footsteps were light yet steady, each landing like a drumbeat on the hearts of everyone present, bringing a suffocating sense of pressure. He paid no heed to Li Yun, who had long since been reduced to a trembling heap on the floor, his pants damp with warm, foul-smelling urine from the sheer terror of witnessing this world-shattering spectacle. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust, landing with pinpoint precision on the seventh master. Seated regally at the head of the table from start to finish, the seventh master wore a faint, amused smile. For the first time, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flickered in those bottomless eyes that seemed to hold an entire starry sky within them. This man, seemingly refined yet radiating an ancient, blood-soaked aura from head to toe, carried a faint yet palpable surge of true energy, a force several times more formidable than that of the black and white duo encountered earlier at the Jianhai junkyard. This was no ordinary martial arts master, he was in existence with one foot already stepping into a higher realm. Are you one of the heavenly awakening? Shuyu's voice was calm, without a ripple, yet it struck like an invisible sledgehammer, smashing hard against the seventh master's heart. Clunk! The already icy eyes of the seventh master suddenly narrowed into the most dangerous needle points. The composed, scholarly mask on his face finally cracked. He stared fixedly at the youth bathed in moonlight and dust, who seemed like a god or demon. His heart, long cultivated to be as still as an ancient well, unflinching even if a mountain collapsed before him, began to beat wildly, beyond his control. Tianqi. That codename was a taboo. For a full decade, no one outside the organization's innermost circle had dared utter those 2 words in his presence. Who exactly was this kid? How had he found this place? And how did he know this long-buried secret? In an instant, countless questions, like rampant weeds, flooded Seventh Master's mind. Meanwhile, Li Yun, collapsed on the ground nearby, had finally overcome his initial paralyzing terror. His primal instinct for survival had finally prevailed over everything else. He saw the fleeting terror in Seventh Master's eyes, and he saw the utter indifference in that young man's gaze, a look that treated all living things as worthless straw dogs. He knew that if he didn't fight for his life today, he would never survive. You bastard! Die! A frenzied roar erupted from Li Yun's throat. Without thinking, he drew a large-caliber Desert Eagle from his waist, a weapon already cocked and loaded, specifically designed for hunting elephants. Savage. Frenzied. This gun was the ultimate source of his confidence as the Seventh Master's most trusted confidant. Yet, the moment he raised his hand, before he could even release the safety, rip! A shrill sound erupted like fine silk being torn in two by a pair of massive hands. Li Yun felt a sudden chill on his right shoulder, followed by an indescribable agony like a burst dam that instantly overwhelmed every nerve in his body. His thick arm, clutching the Desert Eagle, along with half his shoulder, was torn clean off by an invisible force. The severed stump was a gruesome mess of flesh and bone, the white bone starkly exposed. Blood mixed with shredded flesh erupted like a fountain, staining the priceless Song Dynasty ink-wash landscape painting behind him into a vivid, hellish blood painting. A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from his throat. The shrieking pierced the air with such piercing intensity it felt as though it would rend the eardrums. Outside the villa, dozens of black-clad assassins had already sealed off the area, waiting for the order. Hearing this scream, they could no longer hold back. Protect 7th Master. Kill. The roar of battle erupted like thunder from a clear sky. Heavy, urgent footsteps thundered like a stampeding herd, surging madly from all directions. Their bodies radiated a bloodthirsty aura forged only by climbing out of piles of corpses. Each clutched heavy weapons capable of tearing an adult elephant apart in an instant. The intent to kill instantly engulfed the entire villa. Yet, within the tea room, Shu Yu remained utterly oblivious. He merely watched Li Yun clutching his severed arm as he rolled frantically on the floor, wailing in agony. His gaze was as calm as if he had merely crushed a noisy ant underfoot. Watching this scene, the 7th Master's cold, dark eyes finally, for the first time, filled with boundless gravity. Arms severed from a distance. This was the technique of projecting true chi outward, condensing energy into a formidable force. This youth was actually a Transcendence Realm Grandmaster? He rose slowly, adjusting his immaculately pressed tang suit. The well-preserved face bore not a trace of his usual scholarly grace and composure, only the most primal, bone-deep arrogance and murderous intent remained. I underestimated you. He scrutinized Shu Yu from head to toe, as if examining an intriguing collectible, murmuring his admiration with a series of tsk-tisk sounds. The worthless son-in-law of the Chu family, the one who was kicked out and became the laughingstock of Jianhai, has actually managed to cultivate to this level. A sneer of utter contempt and disdain slowly curled the corners of his mouth. It seems the thing I took from your ancestral home back then truly was a heaven-defying treasure. He seemed intent on provoking the young man before him, each word like a poison-tipped steel needle, piercing precisely into the softest spot in Shu Yu's heart. Chapter 78, a shrill scream of overwhelming burden. You stray dog returned to hunt for treasure? He slowly extended a finger toward the young man who had just entered. At its tip, a strand of condensed, tangible true energy swirled gently. It was a judgment from above, a tone that seemed to command a servant. Kneel. Answer my question. State your lineage. Explain the origin of your cultivation. Perhaps I might even spare you from being crushed to dust and leave you a whole corpse. Yet before his words had fully faded, in the eyes of that youth, who had remained as calm as still water, a torrent of murderous flame finally ignited, for the first time a flame fierce enough to consume the 8 corners of the world. You dare mention my Chu family? The instant the words fell, a blur too swift for the naked eye to grasp flashed past. The air seemed to tear apart violently, emitting a shrill screech as if strained beyond endurance. The 7th Master's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. No! That heart, arrogant to the extreme, was instantly enveloped by a chill of death. Without a moment's hesitation, the formidable true chi cultivated over 40 years erupted from his body, instantly cracking the granite floor beneath his feet. His entire being transformed into an arrow released from its string, turning to break through the window and flee. He couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. For the other's speed had completely surpassed his comprehension. Yet though he was fast, Shu Yu was faster still. He hadn't even seen how the other moved, only a blur before his eyes. A hand, a claw that seemed to reach out from the depths of the 9 hells, gripped his throat silently, carrying an irresistible aura of death. Time itself seemed to pause in that instant. The 7th Master's earth-shattering escape maneuver vanished in an instant. His entire body was yanked down from midair by that seemingly slender hand. His feet left the ground, and he writhed helplessly like a venomous snake seized at its vital point. The colossal true chi within him, powerful enough to shatter stone, was utterly suppressed by the opponent's even more tyrannical, more pure force, leaving him unable to muster even a shred of it. The entire tea house fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence. Only Li Yun's faint, weakening moans remained, along with the increasingly close, dense footsteps outside the door, filled with a murderous intent. The assassins who had just burst in stared dumbfounded at 7th Master, suspended midair by Chu Yu's single hand like a chicken with its throat clamped shut, struggling desperately. Not a single one dared take another step forward. Chu Yu didn't even glance at those ants beneath his feet. His icy gaze remained fixed solely on the man in his grasp, whose face had turned the color of liver. His voice was flat, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in the hearts of everyone present. Where is the headquarters of Tianqi? 5 years ago, what exactly did you take from my Chu family? Seer's body shook violently from extreme terror and humiliation. He ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Behind me stands the Su family of Yanjing. If you dare touch me today. Snap. A bone-chilling crack, sharp as a knife, echoed throughout the hall. Every expression on 7th Master's face froze solid. He fell backward, stiff as a board. Li Yun, already terrified out of his wits, saw this and abandoned his severed arm entirely. Crawling and scrambling, he lunged toward the door, desperate to escape. But the moment he turned, an invisible blast of force struck him first. It instantly pierced his forehead. Shu Yu paid no heed to the 2 bodies lying in pools of blood. He slowly turned, about to leave. At that very moment, the phone in 7th Master's pocket rang sharply and unexpectedly. Shu Yu's footsteps halted abruptly. He walked over slowly and retrieved the vibrating phone from the still warm corpse. The caller ID displayed no name, only a number. He pressed the answer button. From the other end came a voice, old yet resonant, brimming with the authority of a superior. Seventh Master, how did things go? He's dead. The voice on the other end fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Who are you? The one who took your life. Chuyu's voice was flat, yet it sounded like the final judgment from the depths of hell. Jiangdong, Chuyu. A heavy gasp erupted abruptly on the other end, followed by an uncontrollable rage, a torrent of fury like the eruption of a volcano. You insolent brat! Do you know who you're speaking to? A cold curve lifted at the corner of Chuyu's mouth. I don't care who you are. Within 7 days, clean your neck. I'll be coming for it. With that, he hung up abruptly. In the deathly silence that followed, he tossed the blood-stained phone into the nearby trash bin. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the Wen residence in Yanjing. In the elegant, antique study, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white yet his gaze still sharp as an eagle's, stared at the completely shattered jade token in his hand. The weathered face that usually radiated authority now bore only the most primal, most frenzied rage. He was Su Jinxiong, the pillar of stability for the Su family of Yanjing. He slammed the purple clay teacup in his hand onto the floor with a thunderous crash. The cup, handcrafted by a master artisan and worth enough to buy an entire house in Yanjing, shattered into pieces in an instant. Good. Good indeed, Jiangdong Chuyu. Pointing at the group of senior Su family members already kneeling outside his study, he roared with all his might, a cry of utter despair. Transmit my orders. Have blood slaughter, ranked 17th on the Xian list, depart for Binhai immediately. I want that bastard's head. A middle-aged man with scholarly features but eyes of unnerving ferocity rose slowly. He bowed respectfully to the old patriarch. Father, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? He turned and gave a casual order to an inconspicuous subordinate beside him. Contact the executioner on the dark web. He paused, a flash of unmasked madness and murderous intent flickering in those sinister eyes. Tell him the Su family doesn't want that $15 billion bounty. Furthermore, our Su family will add another $500 million. I want that bastard's head, delivered personally to me. This news struck like a Category 12 superstorm, sweeping across the entire dark web at an unprecedented terrifying speed. After half a minute of dead silence, the forums were instantly flooded with a deluge of frantic comments. Holy! $2 billion! Are they trying to break the bank? Insane! The Su family has completely lost their minds. To kill some nobody, they're willing to spend this much? This isn't a bounty anymore. It's an irresistible invitation to every assassin in the world. Enough talk. I've already booked my flight to China. In an instant, every assassin, mercenary, and outlaw lurking in the world's darkest corners felt their long numb eyes fill with boundless greed. Like sharks sensing blood, they surged from every corner of the globe toward that insignificant coastal city on the map. Chuyu had no idea he had become the target of every outlaw on the planet. He left the estate, already shrouded in the stench of blood, and headed straight for the city's largest traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. After purchasing all the herbs required for refining the gathering essence pill, he returned directly to Courtyard 1. The villa was deserted clearly. Li Shui and Su Mei were still handling the aftermath at the Riverside Pavilion. Chuyu welcomed the solitude. He headed straight to the kitchen and dumped all those rare, aged herbs into the seemingly ordinary iron cauldron. Chapter 79, An invisible force, late yet swift. As a thread of supreme yang true qi flowed from his fingertips into the pot, its base instantly glowed crimson. In less than half an hour, a refreshing herbal fragrance began to waft gently from the pot. A perfectly round pill, emitting a faint glow, lay quietly at the bottom of the pot. However, just as he prepared to retrieve the pill, the villa's heavy security door was kicked open from the outside without warning. A figure covered in blood, its aura utterly depleted, stumbled and crawled through the doorway. It was his sister-in-law, Qinglong. Behind her, dozens of figures radiating savagery and bloodlust like demons crawling out of hell silently blocked every escape route. A bone-chilling aura of murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire villa. Yet Chuyu didn't even turn around. He merely swung his arm casually behind him. An invisible, colossal force surged forth, striking first despite being released last. The elite assassins who had just burst in didn't even comprehend what had happened before their bodies felt as though struck head-on by an invisible primordial mountain. That earth-shattering assault vanished into thin air in an instant. They realized in horror that every ounce of power within them had been utterly sealed by a force even more tyrannical in an instant. Next, Chuyu swept his hand backward in a grab. Those dozens of elite assassins, whose presence alone could strike despair into any opponent, were now like a flock of chicks seized by the throat. With effortless ease, he yanked them from midair and slammed them together with a thunderous crash. Thud. A dull thud. Those dozens of elite masters, powerful enough to command respect across the entire dark web, were brutally slammed together by Chuyu in the most humiliating manner, their heads split open and blood gushing, knocking them unconscious on the spot. Chuyu walked up to Qinglong, whose face had long since drained of color, and handed him the freshly refined yuan gathering pill, his voice flat. Who did this? Qinglong stared at Chuyu's unflappable expression. For the first time, his eyes once filled with utter despair were now brimming with boundless ecstasy and reverence. She struggled to speak, her voice hoarse. The Chang family of Suzhou and the Kirin Association of the island nation. They posted a bounty for you on the dark web. Chuyu remained utterly unruffled, seemingly unsurprised by this outcome. He uttered only 2 words, his tone detached. Asking for death. Xinglong stared at the pill in his hand, emitting an unusual medicinal fragrance. His once dull eyes suddenly flashed with terrifying brilliance. Is this the gathering essence pill? Chuyu nodded. Take it. Xinglong's body trembled violently. She had no doubt that with this legendary pill, not only could she heal her injuries, but breaking through the bottleneck that had plagued her for years was no longer impossible. She no longer bothered with formalities toward Chuyu. Snatching the pill from his hand, she tossed it into her mouth without a second thought. The pill melted instantly upon contact with her tongue. A colossal, yet gentle and jade-like terror of potency exploded within her body. Her once parched dantian, in that instant, resembled parched earth receiving long-awaited rain, frantically absorbing that energy of utmost purity. Her injuries healed at a visible pace, rapidly closing. Her cultivation, stagnant for years, surged like a dragon freed from its chains, breaking through barriers with unstoppable momentum. Boom! A terrifying aura, several times more formidable than before, erupted from her body. Her legs buckled beneath her, and with a thud, she fell straight to her knees before Chuyu, who remained utterly composed. With every ounce of strength, she banged her head against the ground again and again. Her once imposing face now bore only the purest, bone-deep fervor and loyalty. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new lease on life. Rising slowly, a previously unseen gravity flickered in her piercing eyes. Master, there is one more matter. Something has happened to the 7 junior sisters. Master, the bounty on your head in the dark web has risen again. A cold, icy glint flickered in Xinglong's piercing eyes. The Chang and Su families of Suzhou have joined forces, driving your bounty to a staggering $20 billion. Not only that, they've issued another bounty, this time targeting every female companion by your side. Each head is worth $500 million. This news exploded like a nuclear bomb, setting the entire underground world ablaze. Now, assassins from across the globe are converging on Binhai. They're like a pack of rabid dogs for money, they'll do anything. She paused, her voice dropping even lower, each word weighing like 1,000 pounds. Master, those around you are in danger. Yet Chuyu's face remained utterly unruffled. He uttered only 4 words, his tone as calm as ever. One comes, one dies. At that very moment, a shrill roar of engines erupted outside the villa. Immediately after, a cold command, brimming with the authority of a superior, boomed from beyond the door without warning. Jiangdong Chuyu. Get your ass out here and face your death. A middle-aged man clad in a black tang suit entered, his features bearing a striking resemblance to Chang, only 7 parts alike, yet his demeanor was far more sinister and ruthless. He was surrounded by a group of equally formidable martial artists. He was Chang Wanhao, the 3rd master of the Chang family of Suzhou. Behind him stood 3 seemingly unremarkable elders. Yet the faint yet terrifying pressure emanating from them was enough to instill despair in any opponent. They were none other than the top 30 masters ranked on the yellow list. He scrutinized Chuyu, whose face remained impassive, his sinister eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and disdain. So it was you bastard, who killed my nephew Tianyu? An old man with a goatee beside him stepped forward, pointing a finger at Chuyu's nose and cursing him out. Boy! Seeing our 3rd master, you should kneel and kowtow immediately. But before his words had fully faded, an invisible blast of energy, delayed yet swift. It instantly pierced the center of his forehead. Every expression on the old man's face froze solid. He fell backward, stiff as a board. Chang Wanhao's already sinister face turned ashen in an instant. He glared fiercely at the calm-faced youth, his already proud heart instantly filled with boundless rage. Very well. Rage twisted his lips into a bitter laugh as he swept his arm toward the 3 yellow list masters poised behind him. Attack! Tear him to pieces. Yes, 3rd master. The 3 elders responded in unison. Their figures flickered as they formed a triangular formation, instantly sealing off every possible escape route for Chuyu. The terrifying pressure unleashed by their combined might made the very air around them feel thick and viscous. The leader, a towering elder as sturdy as an iron pillar, fixed his gaze on Chuyu's unflappable expression and let out a venomous, savage laugh. Boy! When you're on the road to the underworld, don't forget who sent you there. Your executioner is the 28th on the yellow list, Iron Arm Luo Tong. The gaunt, skeletal-looking elder beside him joined in with a sinister chuckle. The 29th on the yellow list, Ghost Claw Li Si. Finally, the last elder, who had kept his eyes closed the entire time, as if fused with the darkness, slowly opened his emotionless gaze. Number 30 on the yellow list, Shadow Slayer Hao Wuji. The 3 roared in unison. 3 distinct yet equally tyrannical and terrifying auras merged midair, coalescing into a torrent of death powerful enough to tear the heavens apart. It surged toward Chuyu's face, crashing down. Xinglong was terrified out of his wits by this terrifying pressure. It's over. This is the end. A combined strike from the top 30 masters on the yellow list, even at her peak, she'd have no chance of survival. Yet, facing this thunderous strike that would crush anyone's spirit, Chuyu's lips curled into a sneer of utter contempt. Is that all? Without even turning his head, he merely swung his arm backward. An invisible, colossal force surged forth, striking first despite being launched later. The death torrent powerful enough to tear apart the heavens dissolved like snow in the sun before this even more tyrannical force, vanishing into thin air in an instant. The three yellow list masters didn't even comprehend what had happened before feeling their throats clamped shut by three invisible iron pincers. They discovered in horror that all their internal energy had been completely sealed off in that instant by a force even more tyrannical. Then, Shuyu swept his hand backward. The three men were like chicks with their necks pinched, effortlessly yanked from midair and slammed together with a heavy thud. Thud. A dull thud. Three elite masters, each capable of commanding respect throughout the entire martial arts world of China, were brutally crushed by Chuyu in the most humiliating manner, their heads smashed open, blood spilling everywhere, dead on the spot. Chang Wanhao was utterly dumbfounded. Staring at the three lifeless bodies, then shifting his gaze to the youth who remained utterly composed throughout as if he'd merely crushed three ants. Chang Wanhao's already sinister eyes finally filled, for the first time, with boundless horror and fury. Yet he still couldn't believe Chuyu would dare kill him in front of so many witnesses. What was his status? The third young master of the Chang family of Suzhou. He pointed a finger at Chuyu's nose, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a desperate roar. You dare kill me? The Chang family will never let you off the hook. Snap. A bone-chilling crack, sharp as a knife, echoed throughout the entire hall. Every expression on Chang Wanhao's face froze solid. He fell backward, stiff as a board. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Chapter 80, What Kind of Being? The entire arena fell silent. The remaining members of the Chang family stared at the scattered fragments of corpses littering the ground. The thread of reason within them snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of revenge. Their hearts, consumed by endless terror, held only the most primal instinct. Run! Yet, the moment they turned to flee, Chuyu didn't even look back. He merely raised his hand casually. Pop! 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 A series of dull thuds, like watermelons being violently crushed, echoed one after another. The once arrogant elite of the Chang family didn't even have time to scream before they disintegrated mid-air into crimson clouds of blood mist. The thick stench of blood instantly enveloped the entire villa. Xinglong's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again filled with endless horror in that instant. Her legs buckled, and she fell to her knees once more, utterly beyond her control. She finally understood what kind of being she had sworn allegiance to. This was no human. This was a god. A demon. Chuyu paid no heed to her actions, merely extending the freshly refined gathering essence pill before her. At that very moment, a shrill ringtone erupted unexpectedly from the still warm corpse of Chang Wanhao. Chuyu's brow furrowed slightly. He reached out through the air, and the blood-stained phone flew toward him as if guided by an invisible hand, landing steadily in his palm. The caller ID displayed the word mother. He pressed the answer button. An aged female voice, thick with venom and urgency, immediately filled the line. Wanhao, is that bastard dead yet? Cut off his head. I want his skull as a pisspot. A cold curve formed at the corner of Chuyu's mouth. You mean him? The voice on the other end froze abruptly. Then, like a hen with its throat clamped shut, the aged voice became shrill and terrified. Who are you? Where's Wanhao? Chuyu cast a detached glance at the lifeless body lying on the floor. He's dead. You! A heavy gasp erupted from the other end, followed by an uncontrollable torrent of rage, like a volcano about to erupt. Bastard! You dare kill someone from the Chang family. I don't care who you are, I swear you'll die a miserable death. A very. Chuyu couldn't be bothered to listen to her rant and hung up immediately. Xinglong watched his calm demeanor, and a previously unseen gravity flickered in his sharp eyes. Master, the Chang family is likely not as simple as it seems. She took a deep breath and revealed a secret hidden for years. I've heard that the Chang Tianyu you killed wasn't the biological son of Chang Xiaotian, the head of the Chang family. He was actually the illegitimate son of the family matriarch, Lu Ruyan, and the powerful figure behind her. That's why Chang Xiaotian designated Cheng Tianyu as his heir, and why the entire Chang family indulged that good-for-nothing in every way. Now that both Cheng Tianyu and Chang Wanhao have fallen by your hand, that madwoman Lu Ruyan will never let this rest. Chuyu remained utterly unmoved upon hearing this. So what? Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, at the Chang family compound in Suzhou. Inside the ancestral hall, the air hung heavy as if filled with lead and mercury, suffocating those present. On the cold floor, 2 jade talismans representing the direct bloodline of the Cheng family lay shattered into dust. Snap! Cheng Xiaotian, the family patriarch, clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked with terrifying sharpness. His gaze fixed on the pile of powder, the face etched with the harshness of time and the lust for power stripped of its usual authority over life and death. In its place was the most primal, most savage fury, the kind that erupts just before a volcano blows its top. Good, very good. Well done, Jiangdong Chuyu. Each word was like a poisoned steel needle squeezed through gritted teeth. Crash! His thunderous fury erupted as he slammed his palm onto the rosewood table beside him. That table, crafted from century-old timber by master artisans, a piece worthy of passing down through generations, shattered under his blow. Countless splinters, mingled with his overwhelming killing intent, exploded outward in all directions. Within the ancestral hall, the high-ranking members of the Cheng family turned ashen-faced, frozen in terror. Only one man rose slowly. This man bore a faint resemblance to Cheng Wanli, yet his eyes were like ancient wells, utterly still and unruffled, his demeanor as steady as a mountain. Cheng Wanjun, the second master of the Cheng family. Father, please calm your anger. He bowed respectfully to the enraged Cheng Xiaotian, his voice steady to a frightening degree, yet radiating an absolute confidence that suggested he had already calculated everything. Third brother's temperament is ultimately too reckless. A brute like him, if he dies, he dies. His tone shifted abruptly, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. But he bears the Cheng name. Our family's honor cannot be trampled underfoot like this. I have already activated the Heaven's Punishment contingency plan. The Suanwei families of Yinjing have formed a death pact with our Cheng clan. The combined forces of our three families have cast an inescapable net across Jiangdong. A cruel curve lifted the corners of Cheng Wanjuan's mouth. His voice was measured, not loud, yet it sent a chill through the entire ancestral hall. What I want is not that bastard's life, but to erase every trace of his existence from this world, him, the so-called Chu family behind him, and everyone connected to him. Not a single speck of dust shall remain. Meanwhile, at Villa Number 1. When Li Shui and Su Mei finished cleaning up a mess at Wangjiang Tower and pushed open the door, the overwhelmingly pungent, almost tangible smell of rust instantly assaulted their nostrils, making their stomachs churn violently. The scene before them defied description as mere carnage. It was hell. Even Li Shui, who had seen death countless times, turned deathly pale at the sight of this battlefield-like scene, her heart convulsing wildly beyond her control. She fought back the urge to vomit, her gaze fixed on the man sitting on the sofa, Chuyu, his expression serene, as if he had merely crushed a few ants moments ago. His composure formed the most terrifying contrast to the blood-soaked room. In that moment, Li Shui's eyes, sharp as a falcon's, were filled for the first time with incomprehensible gravity and a hint of fear. Chuyu, have you lost your mind? She took a deep breath, her voice still dry and raspy. I know you're powerful, but you've killed so many people. This is declaring war on the entire Suzhou. It will only create endless enemies for you, for us. It solves nothing. At her words, Chuyu's lips curled into a mocking sneer. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Explanations were the most powerless thing in this world. He simply picked up his phone and flicked his finger. Whoosh! The phone traced a precise parabolic arc through the air, landing squarely on the coffee table before Li Shui with a crisp, light clink. Chapter 81, a blood-red glow blindingly bright. The screen glowed. It was an interface Li Shui knew all too well, yet dreaded intensely, a dark crimson hue saturated with brutality and bloodlust, an emblem representing the world's darkest corners. The dark web. The moment Li Shui recognized that emblem, her pupils instantly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. Her gaze shot upward, landing at the very top of the interface. The highest bounty section, revered as a deity by countless assassins, mercenaries, and outlaws, was now dominated by a single mission, radiating a blinding crimson glow. Mission level, SSS. This signified a declaration of war against the entire underground world. Target, Chuyu. Mission requirement, dead or alive. Reward, $20 billion. US dollars. Boom! Li Shui's mind exploded as if struck by a nuclear blast. $20 billion US dollars. That sum could drive a small nation mad, could mobilize the world's most elite assassin organizations to their fullest extent. But that wasn't the end of it. Her gaze trembled downward. Beneath the main objective, a row of secondary tasks was listed in the same blood-red font. Each name felt like a heavy hammer, striking her heart with brutal force. Target, Li Shui, core member of Chuyu team. Mission requirement, head. Bounty, $500 million US dollars. Target, Su Mei, core member of Chuyu team. Mission requirement, headshot. Bounty, $500 million US dollars. Target, Xinglong. Xuan Wu. At that moment, Li Shui's breath was choked off by an invisible hand, ceasing completely. Her eyes, usually sharp and composed, were instantly consumed by the terror and icy coldness of utter despair. Only now did she finally grasp that Chuyu's earlier frenzy of slaughter had never been about making enemies. Facing this death warrant woven by the entire underworld, he wasn't attacking. He was merely defending himself. He wasn't killing enemies, he was slaughtering the first wave of hunters sent for them. And they were offering bounties for the heads of every woman by his side. This was no longer a simple assassination. It was a declaration of all-out war. She finally understood why Chuyu had been so ruthlessly decisive. Facing a pack of mad dogs who would abandon their humanity for money, any mercy or retreat would only drag herself and those around her into an abyss of no return. There was no other path but to slaughter them until they were utterly terrified, until fear froze their very souls. I understand. Li Shui took a deep breath. Her already pale, delicate face held not a trace of the earlier hesitation or confusion, only the purest, bone-chilling coldness. She looked at Chuyu, whose face remained serene. For the first time, a flicker of something called dependence flickered in her sharp eyes. From this day forward, we're in this together. Whatever you plan to do, inform me beforehand. The Li family will be your most steadfast support. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Yu's eyes. He hadn't expected this seemingly aloof woman to possess such formidable resolve. How much do you know about the Su family? At those words, Li Shui's already solemn, beautiful face instantly darkened. The Yinjing Su family, like our Li family, is one of the 4 great families of Yinjing. But their roots run far deeper than ours. She paused, her voice dropping even lower, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Rumor has it they're backed by a reclusive sect. That's why they've grown increasingly brazen over the years, even daring to openly defy the military district. A hidden sect? A cold curve lifted at the corner of Chu Yu's lips. It seemed this so-called top-tier clan was inextricably linked to Tianqi. I'll be heading to Gusu in 6 days. Li Shui froze upon hearing this, then suddenly seemed to grasp something. A terrifying gleam instantly flared in her sharp eyes. I'm going with you. The words practically burst from her lips without conscious thought. Gusu was the very stronghold of the Su family. She had no doubt that Chu Yu's trip there was far from a simple sightseeing tour. Chu Yu observed her unwavering resolve, his brow furrowing slightly before he finally nodded. With the Li family's connections, it would indeed spare them much trouble. He handed the freshly refined gathering essence pill to Qinglong. Wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. For ordinary people like Li Shui and Su made a step through the door of cultivation, a single gathering essence pill was far from sufficient. He also needed several extremely rare auxiliary herbs to counteract the pill's overpowering properties. However, the moment he turned away, the phone in his pocket rang at the most inopportune moment. It was Li Nuo. Shu Yu. It's bad. Yunyu's in trouble. A voice filled with panic and dread cried out from the other end of the line. She went alone to see that bastard Zhou Yongming from the Zhou family to raise money for her brother's surgery. Now her phone is dead, and she's nowhere to be found. I'm afraid she. Shu Yu's brow instantly furrowed. He didn't even bother asking about Zhou Yongming's background, merely uttering 3 words flatly. Got it. Hanging up, he immediately dialed Xuanwu's number. Track down Sun Yunyu and Zhou Yongming. Find their current locations. Within a minute, an encrypted message arrived on his phone. White Swan Club, Imperial Hall. The White Swan Club, Binhai's most exclusive den of iniquity. At that moment, within the Imperial Hall lavishly decorated like an imperial palace, a scene unfolded that would make any man's blood boil. Sun Yunyu felt an unbearable heat coursing through her body. A bone-deep exhaustion robbed her of even the strength to lift a finger. As she watched the young man before her, his lecherous grin fixed on her face as he kept pouring wine into her glass, her eyes once filled with utter despair were now, for the first time, consumed by endless regret. She had been desperate, grasping at straws. After being humiliated by that beastly Yun, she had heeded the scheming words of that venomous woman, Lu Wenyan. Clinging to her last shred of hope, she had sought out Zhou Yongming, the notorious playboy of Binhai. But she never imagined that this man, who appeared so refined and courteous on the surface, would prove even more despicable and shameless than that local bully, Li Yun. He had drugged her drink. Young Master Zhou, I beg you. If you'll only lend a hand and help the Sun family weather this crisis, I'll do anything for you. Sun Yunyu's voice, thickened by the drug's effects, became dangerously seductive, dripping with a deadly allure. Zhou Yongming's smile grew even more smug at the words. He picked up the glass of wine before him already tampered with and brought it to Sun Yunyu's lips, his voice as gentle as a March breeze. Yunyu, rest assured. As long as you play along nicely, it's not just a few tens of millions, even hundreds of millions would be a mere drop in the bucket for the Zhou family. Chapter 82, What about my parents' company? He paused, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes flashed with unabashed lust and possessiveness. Drink this wine, and you'll be mine. Sun Yunyu's body trembled violently. Staring at the glass of wine glowing with an alluring hue, her already despairing heart sank to the very depths. She knew that once she drank this glass, her life would be utterly ruined. But if she refused, what would become of her brother's surgery fees and her parents' company? As she wavered, torn between heaven and earth, the other privileged second-generation heirs in the private room joined in the clamor. Miss Sun, don't be so coy. Being chosen by our young Master Zhou is a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes. Exactly. Once this chance is gone, it won't come back. Mark my words, not even a few $1,000 will be lent to you, let alone tens of millions. Each voice, dripping with sarcasm and mockery, felt like invisible steel needles piercing Sun Yunyu's heart. She finally surrendered. Her jade-like hands, trembling slightly from the drug's effects, slowly reached out to accept the poison wine that could ruin her entire life. She closed her eyes as 2 clear tears silently slid down her already pale, delicate face. Yet, just as the icy rim of the cup was about to touch her red lips, boom! A thunderous crash. The solid wood door of the private room worth enough to buy an apartment in Binhai was violently kicked to splinters from the outside in the most brutal, unreasonable manner. Amidst the snow like wood shavings and choking dust, a tall, slender figure, as straight as a spear, stepped over the mess and walked in slowly. The private room instantly fell into an unprecedented deathly silence. Zhou Yongming and the other second-generation heirs stared dumbfounded at the young man whose calm expression instilled a fear that seemed to seep from the depths of their souls. Sun Yunyu's eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly flashed with terrifying brilliance when she recognized the familiar face of the man approaching. It was Chu Yu. An indescribable wave of grievance and security surged through her. She could no longer contain the emotions welling within her. The tears that had long pooled in her eyes now spilled forth like a burst dam, surging forth in torrents. Chu Yu didn't even glance at the second-generation heirs, who were already frozen in terror. His bottomless gaze settled solely on Sun Yunyu, whose body was burning hot and whose breath was ragged. His brow furrowed involuntarily. He instantly recognized the unusual state within her. A potent aphrodisiac. He couldn't be bothered to investigate who was responsible. Instead, he strode directly to the woman, already delirious from the drug's effects, hoisted her limp, delicate body onto his shoulder, and turned to leave. Stop! Zhou Yongming finally snapped out of his shock. Staring at the young man who dared to ignore him and snatch his prey, his already haughty heart instantly filled with boundless fury. Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea where this is? Do you know who the person you're carrying is? He pointed his finger right at Chu Yu's nose, his tone dripping with contempt as he interrogated him from above. I'll give you 3 seconds. Drop that person immediately, kneel down, and kowtow to me 100 times. Maybe then I'll consider not tossing you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Smack! The only response was a resounding slap. Zhou Yongming didn't even see how the other man moved. His already pallid face seemed to be struck head-on by a speeding truck. His entire facial structure caved in grotesquely as he flew backward, knocking over 3 or 4 companions along the way before crashing heavily into the wall, reduced to a pile of pulp. Dead silence fell over the entire crowd. The remaining second-generation scions were petrified by the scene, yet the Zhou family's overwhelming presence froze them in place, unable to retreat an inch. They roared with fury and swarmed forward. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Chu Yu didn't even turn his head. Within that confined space, he casually threw punches and kicks. Each strike was accompanied by the crisp crack of shattering bones and the abrupt stifled groans of pain. In less than 10 seconds, those top-tier second-generation scions who could walk all over Binhai lay sprawled on the ground, limbs broken, their fates unknown. Chu Yu walked over to Zhou Yongming, who was already scared out of his wits. He looked down at him from above, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Now, kneel at the club entrance. Stay there until dawn breaks tomorrow. I might spare your life. Zhou Yongming heard this as if it were the most absurd joke imaginable. He struggled to his feet, his bloodied face twisted with endless venom and madness. Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to make me kneel? He pointed a finger at Chu Yu's nose, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a desperate roar. If you've got the guts, state your name. Chu Yu uttered 2 words calmly. Chu Yu. Zhou Yongming froze upon hearing it, then a sneer of even greater contempt twisted his face into a savage grin. Chu Yu? Never heard of him. He had no doubt that the youth before him was nothing more than a brute with a bit of skill. Just as he was about to launch into another round of mockery, the woman slumped over his shoulder who had been completely unconscious suddenly twisted her voluptuous, provocative body without warning. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, she planted a kiss squarely on his cheek. Boom! Chu Yu's body froze rigid. The intense yang energy within him, already restless from his cultivation, erupted like gasoline poured onto a burning ember. A primal, overwhelming desire surged to the crown of his head. His breathing grew heavy. His eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson hue. You're asking for it. Zhou Yongming stared at the 2 people standing so intimately together. The string called reason snapped with a loud crack, severed completely. He pointed at the equally terrified second-generation heir beside him, roaring at the top of his lungs. Zhao Cohen. Call your father. Tell him to bring men here. I'm going to cut this bastard into 1,000 pieces. The youth named Zhao Cohen, hearing this, felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to tend to his already shattered arm. Trembling, he fumbled for his phone. He stared at Chu Yu, whose eyes were bloodshot like a wild beast on the verge of losing control, and let out the most venomous, savage laugh. Kid. You're done for. My dad is Zhao Jiedao, vice president of the Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce. You're dead meat today. Get lost. The words had barely left his mouth when a roar, brimming with boundless savagery and murderous intent, erupted from Chu Yu's throat without warning. The sound struck like thunder from a clear sky, like the roar of a primordial god or demon. It sent Zhao Cohen, already terrified out of his wits, reeling in terror. His legs buckled beneath him, and with a thud, he collapsed to his knees. Forgetting all about Zhou Yongming, he spun and fled frantically toward the exit of the private room, his pitiful state no different from a stray dog. Chu Yu fought to suppress the desire threatening to overwhelm him. With one hand, he pinned the woman writhing on his shoulder, trying desperately to draw closer. With the other, he drew a silver needle from his robe. Without even looking for the acupoint, he relied solely on instinct. Lightning fast, he pierced a specific point at the back of Sun Yunyu's neck. The drug's effects, which had been ravaging her body, were instantly strangled as if by an invisible hand, vanishing into thin air. Sun Yunyu's previously dazed eyes suddenly regained a glimmer of clarity. Staring at the face mere inches from hers, yet feeling utterly unfamiliar, her heart, which had been filled with despair, was instantly flooded with endless shame and embarrassment. What had she just done? Outside the door, the second-generation scions, already scared out of their wits, watched Chuyu, whose face bore a calm expression as if she had just done something utterly insignificant. Their hearts, already numb, were once again filled with boundless rage in that instant. Zhao Kuan stared at Chuyu's unruffled expression. His already sinister eyes flashed with unprecedented venom and madness. He pulled out his phone and dialed an encrypted number, his voice cold as ice. "Hey, Dad, I got beaten up." He paused, his voice dropping even lower, each word weighing 1,000 pounds. "Bring our guild's strongest guardian. I want him dead." Chapter 83, You've disgraced us completely. When the phone rang, Zhao Jietao was in the largest traditional Chinese medicine market in Binhai, personally sourcing an extremely rare herb for the elusive leader of their guild. As he carefully wrapped a century-old wild ginseng root, his mind raced. The boss had personally ordered that no expense be spared to procure whatever herbs Mr. Chu required. Just who was this Mr. Chu? If he could seize this opportunity to connect with that Mr. Chu and secure one of the legendary gathering essence pills, Zhao Jietao's standing within the Sky Dome Merchants Guild would soar to new heights. A satisfied smile crept across his face at the thought. But before the smile could fully bloom, the shrill ring of his phone shattered his daydream. Seeing the caller ID display his good-for-nothing son, he frowned and pressed the answer button with impatience. "You good-for-nothing brat. What trouble have you gotten into now?" Zhao Kuan's tearful plea came through the phone. "Dad. I got beaten up. My hand's broken. Hurry and send someone to the White Swan Club to rescue me." Zhao Jietao's temper flared instantly. "Useless piece of trash. Can't even win a fight. You've brought nothing but shame to my name." He roared, about to unleash more curses, when Zhao Kuan on the other end screamed back in a voice thick with venom and terror. "Dad. The guy who hit me said his name is Chu Yu." "Chu Yu?" Zhao Jietao's body froze stiff. Those two words struck him like a thunderbolt from the heavens, crashing down on his skull. The century-old wild ginseng root in his hand clattered to the floor, yet he remained oblivious. His already pallid face turned as white as paper in that instant. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. What did you say his name was?" His voice trembled violently with sheer terror, stripped of any trace of the deputy chairman of the Sky Dome Merchants Guild's authority. Chu Yu of Jiangdong. Boom! Zhao Jietao's mind exploded. With every ounce of strength left in him, he let out a roar of utter despair. "You ungrateful son! If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Don't drag the entire Zhao family down with you. This is your last chance. Now! Immediately! Crawl over there and kowtow to Mr. Chu. Beg him to spare your worthless life. If he won't forgive you, don't bother coming back. I, Zhao Jietao, have no son like you." With that, he slammed the phone down. His bloated face drained of all color, leaving only the purest, bone-chilling terror. Day Swan Club, Imperial Hall. Zhao Kuan clutched the disconnected phone, his mind a blank. Zhou Yongming, observing his dazed and disoriented state, assumed his father had yelled at him over the phone. He sneered disdainfully. "What? Couldn't get your reinforcements?" He turned to face Chuyu, whose expression remained calm despite his bloodied, mangled face, which was etched with endless venom. "Kid, don't get cocky. Once my Zhou family arrives, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Yet Zhao Kuan seemed oblivious to his words. Ignoring everyone, he moved cautiously, step by step, under the stunned gazes of all present, until he reached the long-shattered door of the private room. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present. With a thud, he dropped to his knees, straight as an arrow. "Mr. Chu. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I deserve to die. Please, show mercy and spare my worthless life." Zhou Yongming and the remaining second-generation heirs watched this surreal scene unfold, their minds completely frozen. What the hell was going on? Chuyu didn't even glance at Zhao Kuan kneeling on the ground. He merely uttered a few words in a detached tone. "Get out. Kneel until dawn." Zhao Kuan's body jerked violently. A flicker of humiliation and struggle crossed his already pallid face. But the memory of his father's desperate roar over the phone left him with no room for hesitation. He slammed his forehead hard against the floor, then scrambled to his feet and scrambled toward the club's entrance. Zhou Yongming watched the disheveled figure flee. Though his proud heart was filled with confusion, he still held Chuyu in utter contempt. He dismissed it as Zhao Jietao's fear of Chuyu's connections in Binhai, choosing to smooth things over. But could the Zhou family possibly be matched by a mere Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce? "Binzi! Call your uncle." He barked the order coldly to another young man beside him, his limbs similarly broken. "Tell him there's trouble at the White Swan Club. Get him to bring men over. Grab that bastard, drag him inside, and interrogate him to death." At the command, the youth called Qianbin flashed a venomous glare. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he fumbled for his phone and dialed a number. Yu paid no attention to these clowns. Shouldering Sun Yunyu, whose breathing remained uneven, he turned to leave. But the moment his foot stepped out of the private room, Zhou Yongming's maniacal, triumphant cackle echoed from behind. Kid! Think you can just walk out? Too late. Xianbin hung up his call too. Staring at Chu Yu's retreating figure, he spat out the most venomous taunt. My uncle is Deputy Commissioner Sun Jincheng of the Binhai Public Security Bureau. Even if you sprouted wings today, you wouldn't fly out of here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a series of urgent, heavy footsteps thundered down the corridor. Immediately after, a thunderous roar, filled with the authority of a superior, echoed throughout the entire hall like a bolt from the blue. Who the hell has the guts to cause trouble at the White Swan? A pot-bellied middle-aged man in uniform, his face a mass of fleshy bulges, strode menacingly forward, surrounded by a group of equally armed Public Security Bureau officers. His gaze immediately fell upon Zhou Yongming, writhing on the floor in agony, and his nephew Qianbin. His already ugly face instantly turned ashen. Bin! What happened? Who did this? Qianbin and Zhou Yongming, seeing him as their savior, scrambled to their feet and pointed at the figure carrying Sun Yunyu, who was about to descend the stairs. They roared at the top of their lungs. Uncle! It was that bastard. Sun Jincheng's gaze instantly turned icy cold. He swung his hand violently, his cloudy eyes flashing with terrifying coldness. Seize him! But just as the security officers were about to charge forward, Chu Yu slowly turned around. Then, in the deathly silence, he calmly stepped forward. When Sun Jincheng saw that face, calm as a stagnant pool, it was as if an invisible thunderbolt had struck him on the spot. Boom! His mind went completely blank. All the arrogance and fury that had filled his already cloudy eyes vanished in that instant, replaced instead by an unprecedented, utterly overwhelming terror and dread. He remembered. Not long ago, at that grand banquet gathering all the top tycoons of Xiangdong province, he had been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of this master from afar. Chapter 84, My Zhou family bears the burden. At that time, even a figure of Li Jingguo's stature had behaved like a humble servant in this master's presence. He never dreamed his good-for-nothing nephew would be so blind as to provoke this living demon king who dared pierce holes in the heavens themselves. It's over. This was absolutely over. Zhou Yongming and Qianbin watched Sun Jincheng's ghostly expression, assuming he was enraged by Chu Yu's arrogance. Their smirks only grew more triumphant. Uncle! Don't waste your breath on him. Just cuff him and take him away. I'll make sure he rots in prison. Director Sun. If anything happens, the Zhou family will take responsibility. Smack! Their response was met with Sun Jincheng's thunderous slap, a blow delivered with every ounce of his strength. The blow landed squarely, smashing into the face of his own nephew, Qianbin. The sheer force of the blow instantly mangled his already pallid face into a bloody mess, one cheekbone caved in, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Zhou Yongming and the remaining second-generation heirs watched the sudden turn of events, their minds completely frozen. Before they could recover from their shock, Sun Jincheng doused the unconscious Qianbin with cold water to rouse him. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, he kicked him hard in the back of the knee, forcing him to his knees. You ungrateful son! Kneel and apologize to Mr. Chu. His bloated face had drained of all color, his voice shrill and piercing from sheer terror, sounding like a duck being choked by the throat. Zhou Yongming was utterly dumbfounded. Watching Sun Jincheng kneel on the ground, reduced to utter humiliation, the thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack. What the hell is going on here? Chu Yu ignored the two clowns, merely looking down at Sun Jincheng, who was shaking like a leaf, his voice flat. Get out! You and that Zhao guy. Kneel there until dawn. Sun Jincheng felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He knew his life was spared. He no longer cared about Zhou Yongming, who had long since been scared out of his wits. Grabbing his equally terrified nephew, he scrambled to his feet and banged his head hard on the ground 3 times. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for sparing my life. With that, he fled headlong toward the clubhouse entrance, his retreat as disheveled as his resolve. Zhou Yongming watched the two figures vanish into the doorway. His inherently proud heart, though filled with endless confusion, still held not a shred of fear. In his eyes, Chu Yu was nothing more than a newcomer with some connections. He might have made local powerhouses like Sun Jincheng and Zhao Jiedao bow their heads, but that didn't mean he could make the Zhou family take notice. Kid, you've got some guts. He slowly rose from the ground, smoothing out his expensive suit, now soaked through with blood. That same haughty, condescending expression returned to his bloodied, mangled face. But do you really think this is over? He pointed at his own nose, enunciating each word deliberately, his voice brimming with unmasked menace and madness. My cousin is Major General Li Shui of the Binhai Military District. And my cousin's maternal grandfather is none other than 3-star Commander Li Jinghua, who commands the entire Southeast Theater. By touching me today, you've slapped the entire Southeast Theater in the face. You're dead. At these words, Chu Yu's face, which had remained as still as a well, finally, for the first time, revealed a strange, faint smile. Li Shui? Li Jinghua? He recalled that woman so spirited and yet so conflicted toward him. He also recalled the elderly man who had bowed before him with the reverence of a schoolboy. He nearly burst out laughing. Zhou Yongming, seeing his carefree demeanor, assumed he'd been scared out of his wits. The smugness on his face only deepened. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, his voice brimming with undisguised resentment and grievance. "Cousin. I got beaten up. Right at the White Swan Club. Hurry over with some backup." Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated office within the Binhai military district, a young man in a crisp military uniform, bearing a single star on his shoulder, paced restlessly back and forth. Though barely in his early 30s, his brow bore an uncharacteristic weight of composure and authority. He was Li Jinggua's most cherished grandson and the youngest major general in the entire Southeast Theater of Operations Li Nuo. Before him, another young man in uniform, his demeanor more reserved yet sharp, reported the latest developments with a bitter expression. "Major General, we still haven't found any trace of that Mr. Chu. Our men combed through every surveillance feed in Binhai. The last confirmed sighting was near Yunshan Manor. After that, he vanished without a trace." At these words, Li Nuo's already irritated face darkened instantly. He scratched his head and pulled at his beard, pacing like a caged animal. Grandfather had issued a strict order: find Mr. Chu today at all costs and escort him to the military district with the highest honors. But nearly a full day had passed, and not only had he failed to invite the man, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. To make matters worse, he'd received news that made his heart sink. Zhao Jiedao of the Skydome Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Wanhao of the Cheng family of Suzhou, the 7th master of the Su family of Yinjing. These titans who could move mountains in their respective fields had all died in succession within a single day in Binhai. And all clues pointed to the same person. Xu Yu. The mere thought of racing against such a killing machine made Li Nuo's scalp tingle with dread. Just as he was flustered and at a loss, his phone rang in his pocket at the worst possible moment. Seeing the caller ID display his good-for-nothing cousin Zhou Yongming, he frowned and pressed the answer button with impatience. Zhou Yongming's voice immediately filled the line, wailing with a mix of grievance and venom. "Cousin. I got beaten up. Right at the White Swan Club. Hurry over with some backup. I'll tear him limb from limb." Hearing this, Li Nuo's already irritated heart was instantly filled with boundless rage. Perfect. Since he couldn't find that living devil, taking it out on this blindly arrogant scum wouldn't be so bad. He didn't even bother asking where the call came from. He just swung his arm sharply at the aide beside him. "Notify the security company." Within 5 minutes, fully armed, we're heading to the White Swan. With that, he slammed the phone shut. In the deathly silence that followed, he strode purposefully toward the door. 5 minutes later, a dozen military-plated mighty warrior SUVs roared out of the military compound like a pack of steel beasts, racing toward the White Swan Club and vanishing into the distance. When Li Nuo kicked open the doors to the Imperial Hall with his company of elite troops, a blood-soaked aura of iron and steel instantly engulfed the entire private room. He didn't even glance at Zhou Yongming, who had long since been petrified with fear. Instead, his eyes, sharp as a falcon's, slowly swept across the room. His voice was as cold as ice. "Who dared touch my brother?" Yet, when his gaze fell upon that tall, slender figure carrying a woman, back turned to him, his already haughty heart skipped a beat, utterly beyond his control. Chapter 85, Reduced to Dust. That silhouette. Why did it feel vaguely familiar? Just then, the youth who had been facing away slowly turned around. The moment Li Nuo recognized the face he'd longed to find in his dreams yet feared to his very core, he froze solid on the spot. Boom! Li Nuo's mind exploded like a 10,000-ton TNT blast, reducing all thought and reason to dust in an instant. It was him! It was him! The living devil he'd searched high and low for all day, the one he'd been chasing relentlessly, was right here. And judging by the situation, it seemed his own clueless cousin had thoroughly offended him. Zhou Yongming, seeing Li Nuo's ghost-stricken expression, mistakenly thought he was enraged by Chu Yu's arrogance. His face instantly lit up with the wild joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling and crawling, then pointed at Chu Yu, whose face remained utterly calm, screaming his accusation at the top of his lungs. "Cousin! It's this bastard! Not only did he break my legs, but he also threatened to wipe out our entire Zhou family. Give the order now! Have him shot to death!" Smack! The only response was Li Nuo's heavy military boot, driven by a torrent of rage. The kick landed squarely on Zhou Yongming's chest. The sheer force shattered several ribs instantly. His body flew backward like a cannonball, slamming into the wall. He coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood and collapsed unconscious. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. The elite soldiers of the company following Li Nuo stared in stunned silence at their brigadier general's sudden, explosive rage, frozen in place, daring not to move a muscle. Li Nuo didn't even glance back at the unconscious wreck. He took a deep breath, forcing down the fear and regret threatening to consume him. Under the horrified stares, he straightened his uniform and then, facing Chu Yu with his calm expression, stood perfectly straight and rendered a flawless military salute. Binhai Military District, Li Nuo reporting for duty to Mr. Chu. His voice trembled slightly from extreme tension. The face that had always been steady and commanding now bore only the purest, bone-deep reverence and dread. Within him surged both regret and relief. Regret that he had arrived a step too late, allowing his foolish cousin to offend this man whom even his grandfather treated with utmost caution. Relief that he had arrived in time. Had he been a moment later, the entire Zhou family might have been utterly erased from Binhai's map. Zhou Yongming's equally terrified cronies, witnessing this surreal spectacle, finally grasped the magnitude of the entity they had provoked today. That Li Nuo, a military district major general, would display such near humble deference. The seemingly ordinary young man's background and status must have far exceeded the limits of their imagination. Shuyu cast a cold glance at Li Nuo, who was already trembling in terror, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Yongming, who lay unconscious on the ground. Get out. Kneel for a day. Li Nuo felt as if he'd been granted a pardon upon hearing those words. He knew the Zhou family's life was saved. He had no time left to exchange another word with Chuyu. He bowed deeply to Chuyu, then hoisted the unconscious Zhou Yongming onto his shoulder. Leading the equally cowed security detail, he fled in disarray toward the clubhouse entrance without looking back. The Imperial Hall finally fell back into a deathly silence. Chuyu, carrying Sun Yunyu, whose body still felt slightly warm on his shoulder, turned and headed downstairs. No sooner had he stepped out of the White Swan Club than a military-plated mighty warrior SUV, like a black bolt of lightning, pulled up silently before him. Li Nuo leapt from the driver's seat and jogged over to Chuyu, forcing a smile uglier than crying onto his face. His voice dripped with undisguised flattery and obsequiousness. Mr. Chu, may I drive you back? As he spoke, he eagerly opened the rear door, his cautious demeanor indistinguishable from that of the most humble coachman. Mr. Chu, rest assured. I swear I'll never bother Li Shui again. Chuyu's footsteps halted abruptly. He turned back, fixing a deep, lingering gaze on the terrified young man. In those bottomless eyes, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of surprise flickered. Seems this kid isn't entirely stupid after all. Without refusal, he gently placed Sun Yunyu in the back seat before climbing in himself. Seeing this, Li Nuo felt the knot in his throat finally ease. He knew his own life was spared. Back at Villa Number 1. Chuyu dismissed Li Nuo, who was profusely thanking him, then carried Sun Yunyu into the house. In the living room, Li Shui and Su Mei had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing him carry back an unconscious woman, both women simultaneously wore a peculiar look on their faces. Especially Su Mei. As she looked at Sun Yunyu, disheveled and flushed, a flicker of something she didn't even recognize herself, jealousy, passed through her beautiful eyes. What happened to her? Li Shui, having seen more of the world, immediately noticed something was off with Sun Yunyu. She furrowed her brow slightly and asked. She was drugged. Nothing serious. Chuyu replied indifferently before hoisting Sun Yunyu onto his shoulder and carrying her straight to the guest room upstairs. Watching his practiced ease, Su Mei felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Yet curiosity got the better of her and she followed. She wanted to see what else this man was capable of beyond his fighting prowess. Inside the guest room, Chuyu laid Sun Yunyu flat on the bed before pulling out a set of silver needles from his robe. Without even unbuttoning her clothes, he moved with lightning speed, guided solely by instinct, driving needle after needle into the gracefully undulating curves of her body. Each needle landed with pinpoint accuracy at the corresponding acupoint. As the final needle sank in, a faint black mist began to seep slowly from Sun Yunyu's fingertips. Su Mei watched the scene unfold. Her eyes, already brimming with curiosity, were instantly filled with utter astonishment. Though she knew nothing of medicine, she could tell that Chuyu's technique was nothing short of legendary divine skill. This man actually knew medicine? Just as she stood in awe, Sun Yunyu on the bed slowly opened her dazed eyes. The unnatural flush on her fair face faded at a visible pace. Meanwhile, a fine sheen of sweat beaded on Chuyu's forehead. The supreme yang energy within him, which had only just been suppressed, had been stirred once more during the process of detoxifying Sun Yunyu. It threatened to shatter his very sanity. It seemed he must marry Lin Wanner as soon as possible. He thought to himself, preparing to withdraw the needles. But at that very moment, the corner of his eye caught sight of an extremely hidden yet bone-deeply familiar totem on Sun Yunyu's jade-like arm. A tiny star, emitting an eerie, ghostly glow. The heavenly revelation. Chuyu's pupils instantly contracted into the sharpest, most dangerous needles. But before he could recover from the shock, boom! Without warning, the villa's front door was kicked open from the outside. A figure covered in blood, its aura utterly depleted, stumbled and crawled through the doorway. It was none other than Li Shui, who had just left moments ago. Hurry up and leave. Before she could finish speaking, she collapsed, her vision darkening as she fainted completely. Su Mei stared at the gunshot wounds on her body, deep enough to expose bone, and the wounds oozing black blood. The string called Li Xian snapped with a sharp crack, shattering completely. Terrified, she burst into tears on the spot. Chuyu's expression darkened to the extreme. He darted to Li Shui's side, scooped her up, and rushed into another room. Without pausing to consider who was responsible, he shoved a healing pill into her mouth. Then, using both hands, he employed the most brutal yet effective method to forcefully extract the poison-laced bullets lodged within her body. After completing this, he fed her another pill before finally exhaling a slow breath of relief. Moments later, Li Shui's long lashes fluttered slightly as her sharp eyes slowly opened. Chapter 86, Kiss of the Underworld. Her piercing eyes slowly opened, the deep confusion in their depths swiftly replaced by the unique vigilance of a soldier. She looked down at the wounds on her body, already beginning to scab over yet still gruesome, a flicker of lingering fear crossing her face. It was black from the dark web. Li Shui's voice was hoarse from weakness, yet every word carried an undeniable certainty. She pulled a deformed bullet from beneath the blanket, its surface coated in an eerie, ghostly blue hue. This is his signature bullet, the kiss of the underworld. The poison on it is lethal upon contact with blood. Not even a god could save you. Sume and Sun Yunyu stared at the tiny bullet, their fair faces turning ashen, hearts pounding wildly beyond their control. Li Shui's face, however, revealed a deep look of confusion. What's strange is that he had plenty of chances to kill me outright, yet he only wounded me severely, leaving me just barely alive to return and report. She lifted her gaze to meet Chu Yu's calm expression. For the first time, a hint of inquiry flickered in his sharp eyes. It seems, he fears you. Thousands of miles away, within an ancient castle deep in the Alps. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with a vicious scar across his face sat back, leisurely swirling a glass of red wine. As he watched the newly added string of zeros in his Swiss bank account, the curve of his lips grew crueler. $500 million. In the bag. He drained the glass in one gulp, then fixed the bounty notice on his computer screen bathed in a crimson glow with the gaze of a predator sizing up its prey. Next target, 2 billion. Within the villa at Compound 1. Sun Yunyu watched Chu Yu, who had tended to Li Shui's wounds and now stood calm once more. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with relief and gratitude, as if she had survived a catastrophe. She stepped forward and bowed deeply. Chu Yu, thank you. Chu Yu didn't even glance at her. Instead, he casually pulled a black bank card from his pocket and handed it to her. The pin is 6/8. There's 200 million in there. Is that enough? Sun Yunyu's body stiffened abruptly. Staring at the card with its cold metallic sheen, the despair that had gripped her heart was instantly replaced by an indescribable warmth. She didn't refuse it with false modesty. She knew that any refusal in front of this man would seem hypocritical and laughable. Silently, she accepted the bank card that could alter her family's fate, clutching it tightly in her palm until her knuckles turned white. At worst, she could always repay him with herself later. She thought to herself, yet her mind couldn't help but flash back to that scene at the White Swan Club earlier that day when, under the influence of drugs, she had kissed him of her own accord. That vivid sensation, that scorching heat, made her already pale, delicate face flush brighter than a ripe apple, as if it might bleed. Just then, a shrill ringtone shattered the room's intimate atmosphere without warning. It was Qinglong's phone. Shu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He reached out, and the phone, abandoned in the corner of the living room, seemed guided by an invisible hand as it flew steadily into his palm. He pressed the answer button. On the other end came a voice he'd never heard before, deep and steady as a mountain, yet tinged with the icy coldness of a venomous snake. Shu Yu? Shu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Who are you? The voice on the other end emitted a mocking chuckle. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that your woman is in my hands now. Before 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, have the people outside your villa handcuff you and personally escort you to the abandoned steel mill in the western part of the city. 1 minute late, and I'll cut a piece of flesh from her body. For the first time, a cold, murderous intent capable of turning heaven and earth pale flashed across Chu Yu's perpetually impassive face. By Qinglong's side stood Zhu Kei, the 7th junior sister he had dispatched, providing covert protection. Across the entire world, those capable of silently snatching someone from under Zhu Chua's nose could be counted on one hand. Who exactly was this man? Before he could speak, the man's unhurried voice came through the phone once more. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my name is Cheng Wanjun. With that, he hung up the phone. Shu Yu gripped the phone, the bottomless depths of his eyes that pool of ice frozen for millennia shattering inch by inch. He sprang to his feet, his form flickering like a ghostly apparition through the night, appearing silently outside the villa's gates. Outside, a dozen bodyguards in black suits, radiating a fierce, alert aura, stood vigilantly on either side. When they saw the young man suddenly appear, each of them stared in astonishment, then bowed respectfully in unison. Mr. Chu. Shu Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. He recognized these men. They were Lin Wanner's personal bodyguards. What were they doing here? Before he could ask, the phone in his pocket rang sharply once more. It was 7th junior sister, Zhu Kei. The moment he answered, an urgent female voice filled with regret and self-reproach came through. Master. I'm so sorry. I was careless. I never imagined the Chang family would be so utterly depraved as to use the entire underground water network of Binhai City to threaten my sister-in-law. My momentary lapse allowed her to fall into the hands of that despicable scoundrel, Cheng Wanjun. Shu Yu's voice held not a hint of fluctuation, yet Zhu Kei on the other end felt a bone-chilling coldness as if emanating from the depths of hell itself. What about the others? Zhu Kei's voice brimmed with shame, on the verge of tears. The other sisters-in-law were also attacked, but fortunately, the two elders Star Chaser and Mooncatcher secretly protected them, so they were unharmed. Protect them. Shu Yu hung up the phone immediately after speaking. He turned, his icy gaze landing on the group of bodyguards outside the door. They had long since been frozen into silence by the terrifying killing intent radiating from him. "Where is Lin Wanner?" The lead bodyguard swallowed hard, his weathered face etched with endless guilt and terror. The young lady, she was also abducted by a skilled individual. Li Shui struggled to sit up in bed. Her already pale, delicate face shed all traces of its earlier composure, replaced by the purest, bone-deep gravity. "I'll contact grandfather immediately and have him mobilize the forces in the war zone." "No need." Chuyu cut her off, her voice flat yet carrying an unyielding resolve. "This time, I'll handle it myself." He didn't want to owe anyone any more favors. More importantly, he intended to use the most direct, most brutal means to send a message to every enemy lurking in the shadows. Anyone who dared touch those close to him would be uprooted and utterly annihilated. He looked at Li Shui, Su Mei, and Sun Yunyu, whose face was etched with worry, and said softly, "You three return to the Chu family's ancestral home first. It's safer there." With that, he paid no heed to the three women's reactions. Turning to the bodyguards, who were already scared out of their wits, he spat out two words. "Lead the way." East of Binhai City, within a massive, long-abandoned steel mill reeking of rust and decay. Three slender figures were brutally bound to three rust-stained steel pillars, mouths stuffed with rags. Their beautiful eyes were filled with endless terror and despair. Chapter 87, A Meticulously Prepared Death Trap. They were the abducted elder sister Qinglong, Lin Wanner, and Zhao Liang, the only daughter of Zhao Jiedao, vice president of the Sky Dome Chamber of Commerce. Surrounding them, dozens of figures radiated fierce auras, their eyes gleaming like those of wolves. They scrutinized the three stunning beauties, soon to become bait, with expressions of amusement. Each of these individuals was a formidable figure capable of commanding immense power within their respective spheres. The elite forces of the Cheng family from Suzhou, the revered masters of the Su family from Yanjing, and even the Korenai society from the island nation had dispatched their most elite ninjas. The hearts of the three women sank to the depths. They had no doubt these men were deliberately holding back their full strength all to lure the demonic figure Chuyu into this meticulously prepared death trap. Cheng Wanjun sat composed behind a makeshift table cobbled together from oil drums, methodically polishing an ancient-looking katana. His cold, dark eyes flickered with a serpentine glint. "To deal with Emir Chuyu, we've deployed our three families' ultimate reserves, even resorting to the Kerenkai's soul-devouring powder." "Isn't that a bit too much respect for him?" Beside him, an elderly man clad in the attire of the Su family of Yanjing, his aura as deep and steadfast as a mountain, let out a cold, disdainful laugh. "Second master, you speak in error. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Not only have we deployed the 9-turn soul-binding array throughout the entire steel mill, but we've also invited the esteemed Bloodslaughter, ranked 17th on the Xian list, to oversee the operation. This time, forget about Emir Chuyu, even a god would have to lie down obediently before us." A diminutive ninja clad in Japanese attire, his eyes cold and venomous as a snake's, joined in with a sinister chuckle. "Our Kirin society has also infused the steel mill's ventilation ducts with our newly developed bone-corroding soul-shattering incense. Colorless and odorless, once inhaled, it will cripple 90% of even a Transcendence Realm master's power." Qinglong, Lin Wanner, and Zhao Ling listened to these despair-inducing plans. Their hearts, already clutched in terror, were now utterly consumed by endless coldness. They struggled frantically, their throats emitting muffled cries of despair, desperate to warn the man about to step into the trap. But their mouths were tightly gagged. They could only watch helplessly as those demons wove an inescapable net around him. Cheng Wanjun nodded with satisfaction. Slowly raising the katana in his hand, he admired its cold, gleaming blade in the moonlight. "Very good. What I want isn't his life, but that he kneels before me, like a dog, and watches every single woman by his side be tortured to death by my hand." Just then, a subordinate scrambled in from outside, his face contorted with uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. "Second master. He's here." A cruel, twisted smile finally arched across Chang Wanjun's perpetually impassive face. He rose slowly, his cold eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. "How many men?" The subordinate paused, then his expression shifted to one of even greater contempt. "Just him. And he brought a woman." "A woman?" Chang Wanjun's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing, a more amused smile spreading across his face. "Interesting. Seems he's utterly confident in himself." Before he could finish speaking, the massive iron gate of the steel mill, long since rusted beyond recognition, was slowly pushed open from the outside. A tall, slender figure stepped inside, bathed in the cold moonlight outside the gate. Following behind him was a woman dressed in a professional suit, her demeanor sharp and capable, yet her pretty face etched with solemnity. It was Bai Lu, Lin Wanner's loyal personal bodyguard. The three women bound to the steel pillars, upon recognizing the calm, dead-still face of the newcomer, saw terrifying glints of desperation flare in their already hopeless eyes. They shook their heads frantically, their throats emitting muffled cries of anguish, desperately trying to convey with their eyes just how perilous this place was. Chang Wanjun observed the youth, whose expression remained serene as if attending an ordinary banquet. His cold, dark eyes brimmed with undisguised contempt and disdain. He slowly raised the katana in his hand, its tip pointing distantly at Chuyu. A cat-like smile, reminiscent of a predator toying with its prey, curved his lips. Shu Yu, your audacity exceeds even my wildest expectations. He tossed a pair of custom-made handcuffs, gleaming with an eerie black sheen, at Shu Yu's feet. Put them on. Then kneel down and crawl over here. Bai Lu stared at the oddly shaped handcuffs. A previously unseen gravity flickered in his piercing eyes. Mr. Chu. It's a trap. Shu Yu didn't even glance at her. He simply bent down, picked up the cold handcuffs, and without a moment's hesitation, snapped them onto his own wrists. Chang Wanjun and the old guardian from the Su family both wore triumphant, savage grins upon seeing this. Attached to those handcuffs was the heart-devouring bug, personally crafted by the Bug King they had invited from the Miao region. Once fastened, the poisonous insects would travel through the bloodstream, burrowing into the 8 extraordinary meridians to devour the host's entire inner strength, rendering them utterly powerless. Excellent. Chang Wanjun nodded with satisfaction. He then pulled a small porcelain bottle from his robe, pouring out a pill as black as ink, emitting a pungent, fishy stench. Take this too. Bai Lu stared at the pill, instantly recognizing it as nothing good. Her fair face turned deathly pale. Mr. Chu, don't. Shu Yu seemed oblivious to her plea. He took the so-called corpse-dissolving pill, swallowed it without a moment's hesitation, and let it slide down his throat. Whether it was the heart-devouring parasite or the corpse-dissolving pill, before his body long tempered by supreme yang energy to be immune to all poisons, they were nothing more than laughable toys. Yet to Qinglong, witnessing this scene felt like the final straw that broke her spirit, crushing her heart under its crushing weight. It was over. Completely over. An indescribable despair and regret instantly consumed all her reason. If this man were to die here saving her, what face would she have left to live in this world? A resolute glint of death flashed through her already dim eyes. Chang Wanjun watched the young man, handcuffed and poison swallowed, yet still wearing an expression of calm. His inherently proud heart, though filled with confusion, could no longer contain the murderous intent surging within. He could wait no longer. He would personally execute this bastard who had stripped him of all dignity piece by piece, through slow, agonizing torture. Bastard! Die! A frenzied roar erupted from his throat. The katana in his hand traced a chilling arc through the air, transforming into a deadly blade capable of splitting stone, hurtling straight toward Chu Yu's face. The old retainer of the Su family and the ninja of the Koreanai society both wore cruel, savage grins upon seeing this. To them, this boy poisoned by a curse and having consumed the corpse-melting pill was now no different from fish meat on a cutting board. Yet, at the very instant that icy blade was about to touch Chu Yu's forehead, the young man, whose expression had remained as still as water, finally ignited a flame of murderous intent in his eyes, a flame powerful enough to consume the entire world. Without even glancing at the earth-shattering blade, he casually raised his hand. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion. That deadly blade, powerful enough to cleave a main battle tank in two, vanished like snow in spring before Chu Yu's seemingly ordinary palm strike. As for Chang Wanjuan's treasured blade forged by a master craftsman, capable of slicing through iron like mud, it was shattered into a sky-filling cloud of dust by a terrifying force beyond description. Put! Chang Wanjun was struck as if by lightning. His body flew backward like a cannonball, knocking over 7 or 8 elite Cheng family guards along the way before crashing heavily into a steel pillar. He spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his already sinister face turning as white as paper in an instant. He stared fixedly at the young man, still shackled and utterly calm. For the first time, those cold, piercing eyes were filled with boundless horror and terror. Impossible. Impossible. You clearly. The only response was a fleeting afterimage, too swift for the naked eye to catch. Chapter 88, The String Called Reason. Snap. A bone-chilling crack, sharp as a knife, reverberated throughout the entire venue. Every expression on Chang Wanjuan's face froze solid. His throat was seized by a claw that seemed to reach out from the depths of hell itself. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. The old reverend of the Su family and the ninja of the Korean society watched Chang Wanjun, held aloft by Chu Yu's single hand like a struggling chick with its throat clamped shut. The thread of reason snapped with a sharp crack, severed completely. Kill the hostage. The Su family's old reverend reacted first. His form flickered like a hunting falcon, diving straight toward Lin Warner, who was bound to the steel pillar. But though he was fast, Chu Yu was faster still. Without even turning his head, he swung his arm backward. An invisible, colossal force surged forth, striking first despite being launched later. The master of the transformation realm, whose power could instill despair in any opponent, didn't even comprehend what had happened. His body felt as though it had been struck head-on by an invisible primordial mountain. The earth-shattering attack vanished in an instant. In the next instant, his body exploded mid-air without warning, turning into a crimson mist of blood. A torrential rain of blood, mingled with fragments of flesh, fell thick and fast, drenching the group of Su family elite troops poised behind him in a bone-chilling coldness. Chu Yu paid no heed to those already petrified ants. His icy gaze locked onto the man in his grasp, whose face had turned the color of liver. His voice was flat, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in the hearts of everyone present. Next life, don't mess with me. Snap. Another crisp crack of breaking bone. Chang Wanjuan's head drooped at an unnatural angle, utterly silent. Chuyu casually tossed the still warm corpse to the ground before slowly turning to face the group of enemies, their hearts already shattered and their will to fight utterly crushed. Next. Who's coming? His voice was soft and detached, yet it struck like an invisible sledgehammer, hammering into the hearts of everyone present. The ninjas of the Kirin society, having endured the initial peak of terror, finally let their survival instincts overwhelm everything else. Without a moment's hesitation, they formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Their bodies dissolved into wisps of black smoke before the very eyes of their comrades, scattering in all directions in a mad dash for escape. Yet the moment they moved, Chuyu didn't even turn his head. He merely snapped his fingers casually. Pop. 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 A series of dull thuds, like watermelons being violently crushed, echoed one after another. Those top-tier ninjas, who had been so arrogant moments before, didn't even have time to scream. Mid-air, they reformed into their original shapes before disintegrating into crimson clouds of blood mist. The thick stench of blood instantly engulfed the entire steel mill. The remaining members of the Su family, witnessing this godlike, demonic display, could no longer withstand the terror. Their already fragile hearts buckled, and one by one, their legs gave way. Uncontrollably, they fell to their knees. They pounded their heads against the ground with every ounce of strength, again and again, their plump bodies shaking like sieves. Spare us, Mr. Chu. We were only following orders. A cold smile curved the corners of Chuyu's lips. He couldn't be bothered with idle chatter from these insignificant ants. With a casual stomp of his foot. Boom! An invisible shockwave radiated outward from him like a thunderous explosion. The elite guards of the Su family, still kneeling on the ground, didn't even have time to utter a scream before they were torn apart mid-air, turning into crimson clouds of blood mist. The entire steel mill finally fell back into deathly silence. Only Su Wanshan, the second master of the Su family, remained the one who had stayed hidden in the shadows from start to finish, never lifting a finger. He surveyed the scattered remains strewn across the floor, then turned his gaze to the youth who had maintained an unflappable composure throughout as if he had merely crushed a swarm of ants. For the first time, the already sinister depths of his eyes filled with boundless horror and fury. Yet he still did not believe Chuyu would dare kill him in front of so many witnesses. What was his status? The second master of the Su family of Yanjing. Just as he was about to utter a threat, a series of urgent, powerful footsteps echoed from outside the steel mill, crashing in without warning. Immediately after, a cold command, resonating with the authority of a superior, thundered across the entire scene like a bolt from the blue. All inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons immediately and surrender. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, 2 stars on his shoulders, and a face bearing a 3-part resemblance to Li Shui, though his demeanor was far more iron-willed and sharp, stepped forward slowly, flanked by a group of equally armed elite soldiers. He was none other than Li Jiangguo, the deputy commander of the Southeast War Zone and the biological son of Li Zhanghua. The moment he saw the young man standing calmly in a pool of blood, it was as if an invisible thunderbolt had struck him. Boom! His mind went completely blank. Before he could recover from the shock, a deputy general beside him dressed in military uniform but with an even more sinister and ruthless gaze had already charged forward. His target was not the youth who had instilled a fear deep within his very soul. But it was the woman standing behind Chuyu Bailu, whose face had long since turned deathly pale at the sight of this hellish battlefield, leaving her frozen in place. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Capture this woman, and they would gain leverage to negotiate with that demonic god. Bai Lu watched the man pounce toward her like a cheetah. For the first time, her piercing eyes were filled with endless despair. She tried to dodge, but his speed was beyond compare. She watched helplessly as that massive hand, capable of crushing steel, closed in to seize her throat. Rip! A shrill sound, like fine silk being torn in two by a pair of powerful hands, suddenly rang out. The lieutenant felt a sudden chill on his right shoulder, followed by an indescribable agony that surged through him like a burst dam, overwhelming every nerve in an instant. The arm that had been about to seize Bai Lu, along with half his shoulder, was torn clean off by an invisible force. The severed stump was a gruesome mess of flesh and bone, the white bone starkly exposed. Blood and shredded flesh erupted like a fountain, spraying skyward and staining the rusted wall behind him into a vivid, hellish blood painting. A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from his mouth. His legs buckled beneath him, and with a thud, he fell straight to his knees before Chuyu, who remained utterly calm. He no longer cared about his severed arm, only staring at the godlike youth with eyes bordering on supplication. Mr. Chu, I failed to recognize your greatness. I deserve to die. His voice trembled as he pointed toward the dense mass of elite soldiers outside the steel mill, who had already surrounded the area so tightly that not a drop of water could escape. I brought 1,000 elite troops from the Southeast Theater. At your word, I'll withdraw them immediately. We'll mind our own business. At these words, Chuyu's lips curled into a cold, icy smile. He didn't even bother to glance at this clown again, merely stamping his foot casually. Boom! The concrete beneath his feet instantly cracked like a turtle's shell. Countless shards of rock, like arrows released from a bowstring, shot toward the dark mass of people outside the steel mill, carrying an irresistible aura of death. Thud! Thud. Thud. A series of dull thuds, like watermelons being crushed, echoed relentlessly. A torrential downpour of blood, mixed with shreds of flesh, fell from the sky. The deputy commander was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 89, Straight for Chu Yu's brow. Chu Yu's gaze didn't linger on the deputy general's corpse for even a second. He slowly turned his head, his emotionless eyes settling on Su Wanshan, the second master of the Su family, who had been hiding in the shadows and was now utterly drained of color. Su Wanshan felt as if he were being fixed in place by the gaze of a primordial beast from the ancient chaos. A chill rising from the depths of his soul instantly froze the blood in his veins. He tried to beg for mercy, but found his throat clamped shut as if by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single syllable. In that deathly silence. Bang! A muffled gunshot erupted without warning from a shadowy corner atop the steel mill. A spinning bullet, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtled straight toward Chu Yu's forehead. Watch out! Bai Lu's face paled. Without a second thought, she lunged forward to shield Chu Yu. But how could her speed possibly match Chu Yu's? Without even turning his head, Chu Yu casually reached out, pulling her behind him. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, that specially designed sniper bullet capable of piercing tank armor was casually caught between his two fingers, held steady with effortless ease. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Chu Yu gazed at the bullet still warm between his fingertips, a cold smile curling his lips. He flicked his finger. Whoosh! The bullet flew back at a speed several times more terrifying than its original trajectory. A dull thud echoed from the distant platform. Su Wanshan watched the scene unfold, his heart already clutched in his throat stopped beating entirely. But then, as if suddenly struck by an idea, a sickening, maniacal grin spread across his previously despairing face. Ha 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 ha! You think you've won? He pointed at Chu Yu, roaring at the top of his lungs. You've been infected by the heart-devouring bug. You've consumed the corpse-melting pill. Everything you're doing now is merely the last gasp of a dying man. A final burst of energy before death. Within 3 minutes, the poisonous insects will devour your heart meridians, and the pill's toxins will reduce you to a pool of blood. Not even a god could save you. He raved like a madman, already envisioning Chu Yu's gruesome demise, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he died in agony. At these words, Chu Yu's face twisted into an amused expression. He slowly opened his mouth. Put! A tiny, pitch-black bug, already lifeless, rolled onto the ground from his mouth. You mean this? He smacked his lips again, as if savoring some memory. As for that pill, it tasted decent enough, but the potency was a bit lacking. Boom! Su Wanshan's mind exploded. All the madness and smugness on his face froze solid in that instant, replaced by the purest, bone-chilling terror and utter bewilderment. Impossible, impossible. He staggered backward, repeating those 3 words over and over. But as he took a step back, a blurred afterimage flashed past. Snap! A sharp crack. Su Wanshan's arm, which had just been pointing at Chu Yu, snapped clean off. Chu Yu snatched up the phone that had fallen from his hand. Without even glancing at the contacts list, he precisely pressed the pinned number at the top. He initiated a video call. Soon, the video connected. An aged face appeared on the screen, radiating an air of authority and command without needing to raise a finger. It was none other than Su Zhenxiong, the rock of the Su family of Yanjing. Wanshan, how is the matter progressing? Su Zhenxiong's voice brimmed with confidence, as if he had already determined the outcome. Did you bring that bastard's head? Chu Yu remained silent, simply directing the camera toward Su Wanshan on the ground, clutching his severed arm and wailing in agony. Su Zhenxiong's smile froze abruptly on the other end of the video feed. Then, a rage powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble erupted from his already piercing eyes. You bastard! How dare you! He stared fixedly at the calm face on the screen, his heart long cultivated to be as still as an ancient well now filled with boundless murderous intent and terror. But he was, after all, a legendary tyrant. After the initial fury, he forced down the murderous intent in his heart, his voice cold as ice. Release my son! All grievances between my Su family and yours shall be wiped clean. I can also guarantee that the East China Theater, the Cheng family of Suzhou, and the Withered Lotus Society will never trouble you again. Chu Yu smiled at these words. Wiped clean. He refocused the camera on himself. Then, in the deathly silence, he slowly lowered his gaze to Su Wanshan, who lay trembling at his feet, utterly broken by fear. Your father seemed to care about you. Snap! A bone-chilling crack, sharp as a knife, echoed throughout the room. Chu Yu crushed Su Wanshan's throat with a single stump. On the other end of the video feed, Su Zhenxiong watched helplessly as his most trusted son turned into a cold corpse right before his eyes. His weathered face instantly turned the color of liver. Put! A torrent of scalding blood spurted from his mouth, staining the expensive golden thread Nanmu desk before him crimson. Chu Yu slowly picked up the phone from the floor, bringing his calm face close to the lens. His voice was soft and faint, yet it sounded like the final judgment from the depths of hell. 5 days. Within 5 days, I will personally arrive in Yanjing. With the blood of every one of the 1,300 members of your Su family, I shall honor the spirits of my parents and elder brother in heaven. With that, he abruptly ended the call, casually tossing the blood-soaked phone into the pool of blood beside him. The vast, abandoned steel mill lay strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing across the floor, resembling a hellish battlefield freshly ravaged by a brutal war. And Chu Yu, with unflappable calm, took one step after another, slowly advancing toward the 3 steel pillars bound with those stunning beauties. Chu Yu's footsteps did not falter. He reached the cold steel pillars without even glancing at the rusted ropes. He merely waved his hand casually. Snap! The 3 steel cables, strong enough to bind a wild bull, snapped like the most fragile spider silk. 3 supple, delicate bodies simultaneously lost their support and began to fall toward the ground. Chu Yu's form flickered, as if 3 clones had materialized, each catching one of the falling women. Lin Wanner and Zhao Ling, already petrified by this hellish spectacle, finally relaxed their taut nerves as Chu Yu caught them. Darkness flooded their vision, and they fainted instantly. Only Qinglong, in the instant Chu Yu caught her, saw an unprecedented brilliance burst forth from her previously dull eyes. She could no longer contain the flood of emotions surging within her. Clutching the man before her, she buried her face deep into his chest and wept uncontrollably. Her sobs carried the relief of surviving a catastrophe, the bone-deep guilt of self-reproach, and the boundless sorrow for the annihilation of her entire clan. Chu Yu said nothing, simply letting her vent. After a long while, the sobs gradually subsided. Chapter 90: The Sole Bloodline of the Chu Clan. Qinglong slowly raised her head. The delicate face, once streaked with tears like pear blossoms, bore not a trace of its former fragility. In its place was an unprecedented, rock-solid resolve. She looked at Chu Yu, the sole surviving bloodline of the Chu family, speaking slowly and deliberately. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried the weight of an eternal, unwavering vow. The Chu family must not be allowed to die out. I will marry you. I will bear you a child. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the Su family estate in Gusu. Inside the clan's ancestral hall, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the depths of the ocean. Su Jinxiong stared at the 2 cold corpses on the floor, transported back from Binhai by special aircraft. His heart, already brimming with rage and grief, was finally crushed by the last straw. 2 sons, 1 grandson all gone. He felt his world collapse. His already graying hair rapidly turned brittle and snow-white at a visible pace, as if all vitality had been drained from him in an instant. His trembling hands fumbled from his breast pocket for an antique-looking satellite phone, dialing a number hidden away for decades. The moment the call connected, he could no longer hold himself up. His legs buckled, and he fell straight to his knees. My lord! He summoned every ounce of strength to utter a wail of utter despair. The mission has failed. My Su family is finished. I beg you, my lord, avenge this blood debt for my Su family. Silence hung heavy on the line for a full 30 seconds. Then, a voice devoid of emotion, as if echoing from the heavens, slowly drifted through the line. Useless. Su Jinxiong's body jerked violently. His already aged face was etched with endless shame and terror. I will dispatch the Earth-themed twin stars to handle this. Additionally, the heavenly guardians will make a trip as well. If you fail again this time, your Su family will have no reason to exist. With that, the call was abruptly cut off. Su Jinxiong gripped the cold receiver, his mind going blank. Moments later, his already clouded eyes suddenly blazed with terrifying intensity. Earth rank experts. 2 of them. Even more terrifying was that it had even stirred the legendary Heavenly List Masters. It must be understood that Heaven rank Masters were as rare as phoenix feathers within the entire Tianqi organization. Each possessed near-divine, transcendent abilities. His heart, which had been filled with despair, was now flooded once more with boundless ecstasy and venomous hatred. Chu Yu. This time, I'll see how you die. A tidal wave of chaos had already erupted across the dark web. The bounty notice, already radiating a blinding crimson glow as it hung at the top of the rankings, now underwent a startling transformation. Following the original $20 billion bounty, a new line appeared, inscribed with deeper, more ancient runes. 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. The news sent the entire dark web into an absolute frenzy. If $20 billion could still be measured by mundane standards, then these 10 supreme spirit stones were priceless treasures to those who truly stood at the pinnacle of the world. They were the key to ascending to a higher realm. In an instant, the long-dulled eyes of ancient families and reclusive sects lurking in the world's darkest corners were simultaneously filled with boundless greed. Yet, just as everyone was itching to head to China and claim their share of the spoils, an inconspicuous piece of news poured a bucket of ice water over everyone's heads. Within a single day, over 100 names of the top-ranked assassins on the dark web's hit list had turned gray. This signified that they had been utterly erased from existence. While the rankings fluctuated constantly, such a massive collective disappearance was unprecedented. In an instant, the entire dark web fell into an unprecedented deathly silence. That deadly bounty notice, radiating lethal temptation, still hung prominently at the top of the list, yet no one dared to touch it anymore. Even the bounties targeting the women around Chu Yu lay untouched. Everyone's focus shifted from how to kill Chu Yu to a far more terrifying question. What kind of entity had this man named Chu Yu offended? What kind of mysterious power was so enraged that it would sacrifice 10 top-grade spirit stones to ensure his death? Shuyu returned to Villa Number 1 with the unconscious Lin Wanner and Zhao Ling, along with Qinglong, whose emotions had somewhat calmed. After settling the two women, he strode directly into his own room and locked the door behind him. The moment the door closed, a wave of agonized flushing instantly spread across his face, which had remained as calm as still water. A supremely domineering, scorching aura as if it could incinerate all existence erupted violently from the depths of his dantian, raging through every bone and muscle in his body. Supreme Yang True Qi. Shuyu grunted, veins bulging on his forehead as beads of sweat rolled down his face. Golden Crow Exorcism Record. His master had warned him this technique possessed unparalleled power and an extraordinary killing intent, a true double-edged sword. The more lives one took, the faster one's cultivation advanced, yet the supreme yang energy within would grow ever more frenzied. One misstep could lead to internal energy backlash, consuming the body in flames. Alright, leave it to me. Back then, driven by blood vengeance, he chose this fastest and most perilous path. Now, retribution had come. The bloody battle at the steel mill had completely ignited the latent supreme yang dragon energy within him. He felt like a volcano. A volcano on the verge of eruption. His bones screamed in agony, his meridians felt like red-hot iron wires snapping inch by inch. Scorching magma raged through his veins, threatening to reduce him to ashes at any moment. No way. If this continued, he'd explode from internal injuries before even reaching Yinjing. He must find Lin Wanner. That single thought consumed his mind. Only her frigid, indominant physique could extinguish this inferno of demonic fire consuming him. Outside the door. Lin Wanner paced back and forth outside Chuyu's door, her exquisite face etched with anguish. The cold affliction within her had flared up again. The sensation felt like countless ice needles repeatedly piercing her internal organs, freezing her very soul along with them. The entire Lin family had sought out the finest physicians in the land, yet none could offer a solution. She knew Chuyu was her only hope. But the thought of that man, who had just fought a bloody battle and must now be utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, made her legs feel like lead. She couldn't be so selfish. Just as she was torn between heaven and earth, her mind in utter turmoil. Roar! A sound erupted from the room, a primal, agonized roar, suppressed to the absolute limit, like the death throes of a trapped beast. Lin Wanner's heart felt as though an invisible giant hand had suddenly clenched it. Something's wrong. Something had happened to him. In that instant, all hesitation and reluctance vanished from her mind. Only one thought filled her mind. Save him. Without a second thought, she pushed the door open. Yet, the very instant her hand closed around the doorknob, a dark figure, like a ghost, vanished into the night. Chapter 91, like a walking mummy. He evaded every surveillance camera outside the villa, slipped past all the visible and hidden guards in the courtyard, and appeared silently outside Chuyu's window. The intruder was clad entirely in black, his gaunt frame resembling a walking desiccated corpse. His face was concealed by a demonic mask, green-skinned and fanged. The first guardian of the Wei clan of Suzhou. Xian list expert, Luo Jiao. A top-tier assassin whose name was carved upon countless tombstones of the fallen. Through the window's narrow slit, he fixed his gaze upon the youth seated cross-legged on the floor. Steam swirled around the youth's body, veins bulging, his face contorted with indescribable agony. He was clearly at the most critical and vulnerable juncture. Qigong backfired. The face hidden beneath Luo Jiao's mask twisted into a smug, cruel grin. Truly, heaven favors me. He couldn't be bothered to ponder why this man, whose name struck fear into the entire underworld, had fallen to such a state. The process didn't matter. He only cared about the outcome. Kill Chuyu, and the wealth and glory promised by the Wei family would be his for the taking. His heart, long since hollowed out by greed, held nothing but the coldest, purest intent to kill. Luo Jiao pushed open the window and drifted inside like a weightless, withered leaf, silent and unseen. The poison-coated dagger in his hand glowed with a sinister, deathly blue light under the moon. A venom potent enough to seal the throat upon contact. He was utterly confident he could drive this dagger precisely into his heart before the target even sensed it. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. Closer. Now. Luo Jiao's eyes blazed with savage intent as his arm muscles tensed instantly. The dagger transformed into a deadly, icy gleam, stabbing toward the defenseless back of the neck. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, the young man, who had kept his eyes tightly shut in agony, opened them without warning. What kind of eyes were those? Not a shred of human emotion. No reason, no clarity. Only a sea of crimson. In the depths of that crimson glare lay the most primal, most savage, most unbridled possessiveness. As if a peerless beast of terror, emerging from the primordial chaos, had awakened. Luo Jiao's body froze rigid. A terrifying sense of crisis, powerful enough to freeze his very soul into shards of ice, surged violently through his crown. No! This was a trap. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his waist violently, preparing to snap backward and retreat. But though he was fast, Chuyu was faster. He couldn't even make out the other's movements, only seeing a blur before his eyes. A hand hot as a red-hot branding iron tore through the air, carrying an irresistible aura of death as it clamped down on his throat. Pain and desire twisted together on Chuyu's handsome face. Reason? What was that? To Chuyu in this moment, it was nothing more than waste paper about to be burned to ashes. Within him, the primordial dragon energy inherited from the ancient dragon prison surged like the most violent molten lava, raging and roaring through every inch of his meridians and every bone in his body. His entire skin glowed in eerie crimson, while scalding steam seeped from his pores in wisps, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. Burn! His entire being resembled a living volcano on the verge of eruption. He needed an outlet. An outlet that could withstand his full power, an outlet that could extinguish the sky-scorching inferno. He stared intently at the struggling prey in his grasp. His eyes, utterly stained crimson by desire, flashed with a moment of pure, animalistic confusion. How, is it a man? No. This aura is wrong. Like a starving man who finally grasps a dry, hard stone. Dry and skinny, utterly unappealing, it only made his already raging insides churn with disgust. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. The volcano within him was about to erupt. He'd use this rock to grind away the molten lava threatening to burn through his skull. Luojiu felt the iron clamp hand gripping his throat, felt the face drawing ever closer, a face brimming with primal savagery and a thirst for destruction, felt the scorching breath washing over him, hot enough to set his eyebrows ablaze. The pride of a Xianlist master, a formidable force in his domain, was instantly crushed by endless terror and the humiliation of being ground into dust. Kill him. Or be killed by him. Luojiu, a man of his stature, would rather die than endure such utter disgrace. A death-defying resolve flashed in Luojiu's eyes. He tensed his tongue, preparing to bite through the poison sac hidden between his molars. He would defend his last shred of dignity with his very life. At that very moment. Boom! A deafening crash. The heavy solid wood door, as if struck by a raging giant elephant, shattered with a bone-chilling crack and burst open. A slender figure stumbled inside, her face etched with bone-deep anxiety and worry. When Lin Wanner took in the bizarre and utterly shocking scene unfolding within the room, she froze solid on the spot. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Her pupils contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks when she saw that figure, chest flaming crimson like a demon god, pinning another man to the ground. Her mind went completely blank. How could this be? How could this be happening? That thunderous crash struck like a bolt of lightning, violently splitting open the chaotic sea of consciousness within Chuyuan that was on the verge of being utterly consumed by desire, igniting the last faint spark of lucidity. He whipped his head around. Those blood-red eyes pierced the distorted air, instantly locking onto the woman at the doorway, a woman already frozen in terror. It was her. Boom! A fragrance of orchid, 1,000 times more potent than all the scents in the room combined, surged like a torrent across space, brutally invading Chuyu's nostrils and flooding his mind. This was the scent. The deadly scent that made his very soul yearn, that made every drop of his blood scream. If the previous young dragon Chi had been a volcano on the verge of eruption, then this fragrance was a ton of the most potent catalyst, poured directly into the crater. The ultimate temptation. The sole antidote capable of extinguishing the inferno raging within him. In an instant, the volcano of pent-up desire within Chuyu erupted completely. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the troublesome man in his grasp. The last shred of his sanity told him this rock was utterly useless. Casually, he crushed it. Snap! A bone-chillingly crisp crack echoed through the deathly silent room, piercingly jarring. Luojiu, the Xian list expert, hung his head at an unnatural angle, his eyes extinguished by terror and resentment. Chuyu released his grip, letting the still warm corpse fall limp like a rag. Then, with a casual kick, the corpse flew through the air like discarded trash, colliding with the wall with a dull thud before falling silent. Throughout the entire process, his eyes never once left Lin Wanner standing by the doorway. In that deathly silence, amidst the thick, suffocating atmosphere of terror, he turned, bare-chested, and stepped slowly toward the doorway, where Lin Wanner stood frozen, her soul shattered into 1,000 pieces. His breath came in heavy, ragged gasps like an old, broken blower, each exhalation carrying a scorching wave of heat. His gaze was no longer that of a wild wolf, but of a primordial dragon, a fearsome beast that had broken free from all chains, having spotted the one and only dragon pearl capable of transforming him. Lin Wanner wanted to run, to scream. But her legs felt as if they were encased in 1,000 tons of cement, nailed to the spot, utterly immobilized. Her throat felt as though an invisible hand had clamped down on it, choking her into utter silence. She could only watch helplessly as that figure, radiating boundless terror and oppressive force, drew closer and closer. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Chuyu halted before her, towering over her with a condescending gaze. He licked his parched lips, his voice raspy as 2 pieces of coarse sandpaper grinding together. Each word carried a soul-searing heat, searing into Lin Wanner's eardrums. The scent on you. It smells so good. Chapter 92. Let me go. Lin Wanner's blood nearly froze. A tremor originating from the depths of her soul made her want to flee, yet her legs, frozen by utter terror, felt as if filled with lead, heavy and unresponsive. The cold yin energy within her body, faced with Chu Yu's overwhelmingly dominant yang dragon energy, trembled like a sheep encountering its natural predator. Not even a flicker of resistance arose within her, leaving only endless submission and collapse. Chu Yu's large hand, radiating scorching heat, reached out without warning. Without a shred of tenderness, he seized her slender wrist with a force that nearly crushed her bones. Burning hot. The sensation felt like being clamped by a red-hot branding iron, searing pain instantly engulfing her entire body. Lin Wanner let out a stifled cry of agony. Her already pale, delicate face turned as white as paper, drained of all life. Let go of me. She mustered the last shred of strength in her body, her voice trembling like a mosquito's plea, shattered with despair. A fleeting flicker of struggle flickered in Chu Yu's blood-red eyes, the last shred of his sanity, about to be swallowed whole by the raging magma within him, like a candle flickering in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinction. Golden Crow exorcism record, Supreme Yang backlash. His voice was hoarse, inhuman, each word wrenched from the depths of his throat with agonizing strain. You are a body of profound yin. He fixed his gaze upon her, the crimson in his eyes growing ever more intense. Only one of us can live. He paused, his tone heavy and resolute. Or we die together. Lin Wanner's mind exploded with a thunderous crash. She finally understood why the bone-chilling cold within her, a cold that made life feel worse than death, proved utterly powerless before this man. Like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, it melted away in an instant. She also finally grasped the nature of the aura emanating from this man, one that filled her with dread yet compelled her to draw near against her will. It was a fatal attraction, and her only salvation. They were each other's poison, and each other's only antidote. It was a cruel truth, an inescapable fate. Chu Yu stared at her with eyes fixed and unyielding. His face, twisted by desire and agony, bore an expression of struggle beyond human comprehension. Sweat mingled with blood, making him resemble a demon on the edge of hell. Leave now. Go find Lan Yue. His voice came in ragged gasps, each word a race against death itself. She will protect you. As he spoke, the last glimmer of clarity in his eyes began to be swiftly swallowed by the overwhelming crimson, like a tidal wave drowning the last vestiges of light. He offered her a choice to survive at the cost of his life, a choice that nearly tore her apart. Lin Wanner felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched her heart, squeezing it so painfully she could barely breathe, as if it might stop beating at any moment. Leave? How could she leave? If she left, what would become of him? This man who had just rescued her from a sea of corpses and blood, was he to be burned alive right here, reduced to charcoal by the demonic fire within her? No! She couldn't bear it. Her heart screamed, resisted, roared. A flash of unprecedented resolve, like lightning splitting the darkness, shot through her eyes, already filled with despair, instantly reigniting her long-dormant courage. She watched the man whose body was already trembling uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of collapse. His agony sliced through her soul like a blade. Slowly, she closed her eyes, locking all fear and hesitation within the darkness. Then, in a voice so faint it was almost inaudible yet unshakably firm, she uttered a single word. I consent. Those 3 words exploded like thunder in the deathly still air. Boom! That single word was like the final ton of explosives tossed into a volcano, instantly igniting all the pent-up tension and struggle. The string of reason in Chu Yu's mind snapped with a deafening crack. He could no longer contain the primal desire burning within him, fierce enough to consume the world. With a low growl, like a wounded beast, he swept the supple, delicate form into his arms, his strength carrying an undeniable dominance. He slammed her down onto the large bed behind him. The plush mattress instantly caved under the weight, a dull thud echoing as if it too struggled to bear the sudden impact. The air thickened with tense, scorching heat. The gears of fate finally meshed completely in that moment, rumbling with a thunderous roar. Daylight streamed through the window panes, bathing the room in a soft, luminous glow. Chu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The bottomless depths held no trace of the earlier fury or crimson rage, only the purest clarity and profound depth, like an ancient well stripped of all artificiality. The supreme yang dragon energy and the profounding cold energy had fused perfectly within him, forming a delicate equilibrium. Like the 2 poles of yin and yang, they now existed in mutual dependence and nourishment. The long-standing, heart-wrenching torment that had plagued him was finally, temporarily lifted. It was a relief akin to surviving a catastrophe, a peace that came with the settling of dust. He lowered his gaze to the woman still slumbering in his arms, her delicate face streaked with 2 trails of tears. Her breath was soft and steady, like feathers brushing against the tip of his heart. A complex flicker crossed his eyes, a mix of tenderness and heartache for the sacrifices she had made. Guilt gnawed at her, self-reproach for her uncontrolled desires. But more than that, there was relief at having survived the ordeal, relief that they were both still alive, relief that she had chosen to stay. He reached into his robe and pulled out the freshly refined gathering essence pill. The pill emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, radiating a gentle spiritual energy. With the utmost care, as if handling a precious treasure, he gently parted her cherry lips and fed the pill into her mouth, hoping she would recover quickly. Each movement was gentle and deliberate, as if afraid to disturb her peaceful slumber. Sunlight bathed them, casting a golden halo over the tranquil scene. Everything seemed so serene and beautiful, as if all storms had receded, leaving only this moment of peace and warmth. The pill melted instantly upon contact with her tongue, transforming into a warm, soothing current that swiftly repaired her body, already pushed to the brink by the cold and the frenzied events of the previous night. Even so, Shuyu dared not let her guard down. The hidden dangers of the Golden Crow demon slaying record remained unresolved. This dual cultivation had merely suppressed the volcano on the verge of eruption. The next eruption would be even more violent. He gently tucked the blanket around Lin Wanner, then turned and left the room. The moment he descended the stairs, his keen senses detected an uneasy atmosphere in the living room. Li Shui, Sumei, Qinglong, Sun Yunyu, even Zhao Ling and Bai Lu were present. Every pair of eyes turned to him in unison. Chapter 93, A Touch of Envy? Their gazes were incredibly complex. Curiosity, scrutiny, gossip, and even a hint of envy? Even Shuyu, whose mind had long been cultivated to the state of a still ancient well, couldn't help but feel a tingle of unease at that moment. Just as the awkward atmosphere threatened to freeze solid, a respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Mr. Chu, Lu Jindo of the Sky Dome Merchants Guild requests an audience. Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief, uttering a single word in a detached tone. Enter. Lu Jindo, the head of the Sky Dome Merchants Guild, entered cautiously with two trusted aides. He dared not even lift his gaze toward the women in the parlor, instead bowing respectfully only to Chuyu. Mr. Chu, the medicinal herbs you requested have all been procured. He paused, a hint of eager anticipation flickering across his face. Additionally, while our men were investigating the Kuliang Society's base in Binhai, they unexpectedly discovered something. He gave a subtle nod to his men behind him. Two burly men with formidable auras immediately entered from outside, jointly carrying in a massive chest forged from black iron. As the chest opened, a bone-chilling aura so terrifying it seemed capable of freezing one's very soul swept through the entire living room. Inside lay a black long sword, its design ancient and simple, yet already snapped clean in two. Its broad blade was thick and rust-stained, bearing the marks of countless years. This blade weighs 980 jin. Lu Jindo's voice was filled with reverence. We had to use a crane just to haul it back here. Shuyu's gaze fell upon the broken blade. He could sense a terrifying power within the blade enough to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. He slowly stepped forward. Under the stunned gazes of those present, he casually lifted the nearly 1,000 jin broken blade with one hand. A fine blade. Even broken, its aura of lethality far surpassed that of ordinary blades. Shuyu casually flicked the blade in a flourish. The heavy blade felt as light as a feather in his hand. At that very moment, his gaze finally settled upon the blade near the hilt, where several blurred yet profoundly ancient characters were carved. The characters were bold and sweeping, each stroke radiating a domineering power that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. Kunwu. Shuyu's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. Kunwu blade. Legendary from ancient times, forged by the god of the western sea from red copper of Mount Kunlun, a divine weapon that cleaved gold and jade, sliced through iron like mud. How could such a thing appear in the hideout of a lowly assassin organization like the Withered Lotus Society? Could it be? A bold conjecture flashed through Chuyu's mind. He scrutinized the broken blade in his hand, his bottomless eyes blazing with intensity. There was only one way to verify its authenticity. To reforge this blade. Suppressing his shock, Chuyu placed the broken blade back into the box. He turned to Lu Jindo, who stood frozen in awe from witnessing his divine power. With a casual motion, Chuyu pulled a yellowed ancient text and a prescription covered in medicinal herbs from his pocket, handing them over. This is my token of gratitude. Lu Jindo instinctively took it. A single glance was enough to fill his already cloudy eyes with boundless ecstasy and terror. The Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Technique. The nourishing essence and fortifying foundation decoction. These were the legendary body-forging divine techniques and bone-tempering secret formulas long lost for hundreds of years. He never dreamed that delivering a useless broken blade could earn him such an unearthly opportunity. Combined with this formula, this technique will allow you to reach the martial ancestor realm within a month. Shuyu's voice was calm, yet it struck Lu Jindo like a thunderclap from the heavens, crashing down upon his crown. Martial sovereign. That was the pinnacle of martial arts, a height he could never hope to reach even in a lifetime. With a thud, Lu Jindo could no longer contain his excitement. He knelt straight before Chuyu and banged his head hard on the ground 3 times. Master Chu, for this life-saving grace, Lu Jindo shall never forget it. From this day forward, the Sky Dome Merchants Guild pledges absolute allegiance to you, Master Chu. We shall follow your lead through fire and water, without hesitation. Chuyu gave a faint nod in acknowledgement. After dismissing the profusely grateful Lu Jindo, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number of his 7th junior sister, Zhu Kei. Are all the items ready? On the other end, Zhu Kei's voice immediately came through, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Rest assured, Master. Everything is in the 3rd floor storage room. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chuyu hung up, turned, and headed upstairs. When he pushed open the warehouse door made of special alloy, even with his composure, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. The vast storage room had been transformed into a professional alchemy laboratory. At its center stood a colossal alchemy furnace, 2 meters tall and crafted entirely from purple gold, its surface engraved with countless mystical runes. Surrounding the furnace, rare medicinal herbs, some familiar, others unknown, were meticulously arranged by category. 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, 10,000-year-old bloodlingji, and even the legendary ice soul snow lotus said to exist only in the most frigid lands rested quietly in jade boxes, emitting a refreshingly cool aura. It seemed this girl had spared no effort in mobilizing her global intelligence network to gather these items for him. Shuyu nodded with satisfaction, then turned and closed the storeroom door. 3 days and 3 nights. The entire villa number 1 was enveloped in an intense, pervasive medicinal fragrance. During this time, no one dared disturb her except for Zhu, who occasionally brought in food. At dawn on the 4th day, when the alloy door that had remained sealed for 3 days slowly swung open once more, a figure emerged, slightly weary yet with eyes that shone with astonishing brilliance. "Have everyone come to the 3rd floor?" His voice, though not loud, carried clearly to every corner of the villa. Moments later, Li Shui, Sume, Qinglong, Sun Yunyu, Zhou Ling, Bai Lu, and even Lin Wanner, who had only recently awakened, her pretty face still bearing a sickly pallor, all entered the mysteriously shrouded storage room, filled with curiosity and confusion. The moment they entered, everyone was rendered speechless by the sight before them. The storeroom, once packed with rare medicinal herbs, now stood completely empty. In its place was a vast, intricate formation painted onto the floor with an unknown golden liquid, radiating an aura of profound mystery. At the center of the formation, 7 dragon's eye-sized pills floated silently. Crystal clear and translucent, they emitted an enticing, refreshing fragrance. "What is this?" Sume gazed at the 7 pills, which resembled works of art, and couldn't help but ask. "Marrow-cleansing pills," Shuyu explained calmly. "Take this pill, combined with the spirit-gathering array here, and it will purify your bones and marrow, transform your body, draw in the essence of heaven and earth, and open the door to cultivation." Chapter 94, everything became urgent. Cultivation. Those 2 words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the hearts of every woman present. Though they had long witnessed Chuyu's inhuman prowess, none had ever imagined they too could one day possess such legendary power. For a moment, everyone's breathing grew frantic. Only Lin Wanner, gazing at the man whose face remained utterly serene, held an indescribable complexity in her beautiful eyes. How many secrets did this man still conceal? What exactly was her relationship with him? As her mind wandered, Chuyu had already placed the 7 marrow-washing pills before each of them. "Take them. Then sit cross-legged at the array's focal point." The women dared not hesitate for a moment, each taking the pill and swallowing it in one gulp. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact with their tongues, transforming into a warm, soothing current that instantly surged through every limb and bone. Immediately afterward, an indescribable agony erupted from every corner of their bodies. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at their very marrow. As if countless steel needles repeatedly pierced their meridians. The women's faces instantly drained of color, cold sweat pouring down their brows as they teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as they were about to collapse, Shuyu's calm voice sounded again. "Guard your minds, embrace the primordial and return to unity. The formation is about to activate." Before his words faded, he formed seals with both hands, murmuring incantations. Without warning, the massive golden formation on the ground erupted in a blinding, dazzling burst of golden light. The dazzling golden light surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the 7 women. Shuyu remained composed as he drew from his robe a stone the size of a baby's fist. Crystal clear throughout, it radiated pure energy fluctuations. A supreme spirit stone. The treasure listed on the Darknet bounty notice, one powerful enough to drive every top-tier powerhouse in the world mad. He casually tossed it into the center of the formation. Boom! The moment the spirit stone struck the ground, a colossal surge of spiritual energy 100 times more potent than before erupted like a volcanic explosion. The pure essence condensed into visible white mist, surging madly into the bodies of the 7 women. Ah! The excruciating pain that had seared their very bones vanished instantly under the torrent of colossal spiritual energy. In its place came an unprecedented sense of ease and clarity. As if immersed in the warmest of springs, every cell in her body rejoiced and danced with delight. Shinu could no longer contain herself, and a bone-deep, seductive moan escaped her lips. In that moment, the entire storeroom was filled with an overwhelming sense of springtime. Even with Chuyu's composure, he felt a sudden dryness in his throat, silently acknowledging pain and pleasure intertwined. He forcibly suppressed the lingering desire in his heart, his voice resounding once more like a great bell, exploding within the 7th maiden's consciousness. Focus your mind, steady your breath, and direct your intent to the dantian. Channel spiritual energy into your chi-si and make it your own. This is the first step in cultivation, and the most crucial one. Success or failure hinges entirely on this moment. Hearing this, the 6 women dared not delay. They immediately followed Chuyu's guidance, attempting to channel the vast spiritual energy surging wildly within their bodies. Only Lin Wanner remained unable to fully calm her mind, her heart tangled with complex emotions. She watched the man sitting cross-legged nearby, his expression serene. Biting her red lips slightly, she mimicked the others and began to channel the spiritual energy. Yet, just as the energy was about to converge into her Dantian sea of qi, put! A mouthful of scalding blood erupted from her lips without warning, spraying onto the ground before her and staining it a blinding crimson. Her entire body felt as though struck head-on by an invisible hammer, her vitality instantly collapsing to its lowest ebb. Shu Yu's expression changed abruptly. His form flickered, appearing behind Lin Wanner as if teleported. He caught her swaying, delicate frame, 2 fingers lightning fast resting upon her slender wrist. Pure, refined true qi flowed through his fingertips, penetrating into Lin Wanner's body. The next instant, a look of horror capable of making heaven and earth pale appeared for the first time on Shu Yu's perpetually impassive face. Imprisonment. Deep within the core of her dantian, an incredibly powerful yet utterly concealed restriction had been placed upon her by an exceptionally skilled technique. This restriction normally caused her no harm whatsoever. But the moment she attempted to draw on the essence of heaven and earth, it would erupt instantly, obliterating her dantian qi along with her internal organs. What a vicious tactic! Shu Yu scooped Lin Wanner into his arms, darted out of the storeroom, and laid her gently on the living room sofa. His mind was filled with endless confusion. Even with his current strength, he hadn't detected this restriction's existence immediately. Unless the one who cast this binding was far more powerful than him. The mere thought sent a chill down Shu Yu's spine. Moments later, the golden light within the storeroom gradually faded. Li Shui and the other 5 women also gradually awoke from that profoundly mysterious state. Feeling the unprecedented surge of power within them, each flushed with excitement. But when they saw Lin Wanner on the sofa, her face deathly pale and her breath faint, the joy vanished instantly from their faces. What's wrong with her? Li Shui hurried forward, unable to contain her concern at Lin Wanner's appearance, which seemed as if she might pass away at any moment. She's been bound. Shu Yu's voice was as cold as ice. If she forcibly channels spirit energy into her body now, it will be certain death. Sealing? At those words, the 6 women's faces instantly drained of color. They had no doubt that if Shu Yu hadn't intervened in time, Lin Wanner would likely be nothing more than a cold corpse by now. Lin Wanner struggled to sit up on the sofa. She stared at her own jade-like hands, trembling slightly from weakness. For the first time, her already dim eyes filled with boundless resentment. I want to become a cultivator too. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an unyielding stubbornness. I want to stand beside you, not forever hide behind you, becoming your burden. Shu Yu watched her pitiable state, and his heart long as hard as rock softened uncontrollably. He slowly stepped before her, his voice still calm yet carrying a reassuring strength. Rest assured. With me here, no one can touch you. I'll find a way to break this shackle for you. He paused, a cold, murderous intent flickering in his bottomless eyes. Either that, or I'll wait until my power grows strong enough to shatter this bond. Or we find the one who bound you and make them release you themselves. He fixed his gaze on Lin Wanner's beautiful eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. His voice was not loud, yet it thundered like a clap of lightning, exploding in the hearts of everyone present. Tell me, who was it on the dark web who put a bounty on your virginity? Chapter 95, A Trip to Gusu. Lin Wanner's body trembled uncontrollably. A flicker of intensely complex struggle passed through her beautiful eyes, only to be utterly consumed by boundless terror. It was the Chang family of Suzhou. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet it struck like an invisible sledgehammer, smashing into the hearts of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Shu Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. The Chang family? It seems that so-called top-tier family is nothing more than a pawn pushed into the spotlight. He walked slowly toward Lin Wanner, his voice calm yet radiating a reassuring strength. Rest assured, I'm here. He turned to face Li Shui. I'm heading to Gusu tomorrow. Li Shui nodded. Given Lin Wanner's current state, a long journey was indeed inadvisable. Just then, a respectful announcement sounded from outside the villa. Mr. Chu, old Master Lin sent us to protect the young lady. 2 elderly men with profound, mountain-like presence and eyes as deep as ancient wells entered slowly, accompanied by Zhu Kei and another charming young woman Shu Yu had never seen before. They were none other than the Lin family's most mysterious trump cards, Star Chaser and Moon Grasper. Shu Yu surveyed the 2 elders, whose power had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, then glanced at his 2 junior sisters, their faces etched with reverence. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. With them present, the villa's security was impregnable. Alone, he walked to the simple memorial altar in the villa's backyard. His gaze fell upon the 2 yellowed photographs on the memorial altar. For the first time, his bottomless eyes flickered with a murderous intent so overwhelming it could have turned the heavens themselves. Father, mother, brother. Tomorrow, I will go to Gusu and take the head of that old dog from the Su family. Every single person involved back then, and that Tianqi lurking in the shadows, I won't spare a single one. With that, he turned on his heel and strode purposefully toward the door, his footsteps echoing in the deathly silence. Gusu International Airport. The moment Shu Yu stepped out of the VIP lounge, a melodious female voice, brimming with surprise and teasing, rang out unexpectedly from behind him. Well, if it isn't our little troublemaker of a junior disciple? Xu Yu's footsteps halted abruptly. He turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman in a perfectly tailored Chanel business suit, her figure fiercely alluring, a playful smile on her lovely face. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Yin Nanshuang. His second senior sister. She was also the president of Yin Group, one of China's 10 emerging enterprises, with a net worth long surpassing 100 billion. What are you doing here? Yin Nanshuang glided toward Xu Yu in her 10-centimeter red stilettos, swaying her waist in a way that would set any man's pulse racing. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration and teasing. What? Can't a senior sister come to Gusu to see if our little junior brother has grown up yet? As she spoke, she extended her jade-like index finger and gently hooked Xu Yu's chin. Senior sister is here to attend an auction. Yin Nanshuang's playful expression vanished, her demeanor turning solemn for the first time. There are several items I must acquire. Xu Yu observed her unwavering expression and spoke calmly. Do you need my help? Yin Nanshuang paused at the question, then a smile blossomed across her already captivatingly beautiful face, a radiance so dazzling it could outshine 100 blooming flowers. You go handle your important business first. Just accompany senior sister tomorrow night. Xu Yu observed her confident demeanor and finally nodded in agreement. Yet, the instant he nodded, a bone-chilling, murderous intent as if summoned from the depths of hell itself erupted without warning from a shadowy corner of the airport. It instantly locked onto him, completely pinning him in place. Xu Yu didn't even bother to turn around. Beside him, Yin Nanshuang, whose face was already stunningly beautiful, seductive to the core, saw all traces of her smile vanish instantly. Replacing it was a layer of icy killing intent thick enough to freeze the air within 3 feet. She didn't even spare a glance from the corner of her eye for the ambusher lurking in the shadows. Instead, she raised her slender wrist and flicked it backward with a single fluid motion. The entire motion flowed like clouds drifting across water, utterly devoid of any trace of mundane energy, yet embodying an extreme aesthetic of violence. The slender, fragile-looking 10-centimeter red stiletto heel on her foot, guided by a deft twist of her wrist, slipped off silently. The instant it detached, it shattered the sound barrier, transforming into a crimson afterimage too swift for the naked eye to follow. With a piercing, ear-splitting whistle, it shot forward, arriving before it had even been launched. This was no mere heel, it was a precision-calculated sniper bullet, fueled by boundless fury and lethal intent. Thud! A dull, viscous, teeth-grinding sound of metal piercing flesh echoed clearly through the silent night. A towering figure clad in a black trench coat, its face concealed by a deathly pale ghost mask, staggered out of the thick shadows as if struck squarely by an invisible sledgehammer. His entire body shook violently. A gruesome, gaping hole gaped at his right collarbone, the slender yet deadly red stiletto heel already sunk deep, driving itself through his bone. Scarlet, scalding blood gushed forth like a burst dam, instantly soaking through his heavy trench coat. It dripped steadily from the hem, splattering onto the ground and blooming into eerie, crimson blossoms. Tang Hong, I warned you my patience is finite. Yin Nanshuang's voice shed all trace of its former coquettish languor. Each word felt like ice shards dredged from the frozen abyss of hell, devoid of any human emotion, leaving only the purest, soul-shuddering coldness. The youth known as Tang Hong's body jerked violently. His trembling left hand tore the grotesque mask from his face, revealing features that could be called handsome, yet were now utterly contorted by excruciating pain, seething jealousy, and overwhelming resentment. His eyes blazed crimson, fixed intently on Xu Yu. The look in them was like that of a beast whose mate had been snatched away. Nanshuang, this pretty boy with barely any martial aura, who the hell is he? His accusation rang out, hoarse and desperate. Yet Yin Nanshuang seemed oblivious, gliding gracefully toward him with the lightness of a lotus step. Under the gaze of those eyes, filled with madness and possessiveness, she extended 2 fingers as white as jade. With precise movement, she pinched the exposed heel of his shoe and then yanked it out violently. SSSSH. A horrifying sound of flesh tearing echoed as a jet of blood spurted forth. Tang Hong let out a muffled groan he couldn't suppress, his body convulsing violently as cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Yin Nanshuang, however, didn't even glance at him. She merely flicked the blood droplets from the heel with her fingertip, her movements deliberate and unhurried. With calm composure, she slipped the heel which had just moments before served as a weapon back onto her foot. Chapter 96, a once-in-a-century genius. Only after completing this did she lift her breathtakingly beautiful face slightly. Her icy gaze, like 2 sharp blades, pierced deep into Tang Hong's soul. Next time, this heel will pierce your forehead. I guarantee it will shatter your skull. Xu Yu's gaze swept calmly over the young man. Though his breath was ragged from agony, his foundation was exceptionally solid, his chi and blood thick as a river within him. She understood. At just 30 years old, he had already reached the realm of martial sovereign, possessing a solid foundation and abundant combat experience. Ranked 108th on the heavenly list, he was hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy within the reclusive Tang family. It seemed his senior sister's captivating charm truly transcended gender boundaries, attracting endless trouble. As if sensing Xu Yu's slightly amused gaze, Yin Nanshuang turned her head. The glacial chill on her face instantly melted, replaced by a smile so enchanting it could make 100 flowers pale in comparison. Her eyes sparkled with alluring charm. What? Is my little junior brother jealous? Her breath was sweet as orchids, her voice returning to that bone-melting, coquettish tone. Rest assured, senior sister's eyes and heart hold only you. These words, dripping with intimacy, and her utterly oblivious demeanor, felt like a red-hot branding iron searing into Tang Hong's already supremely proud heart. Why? Why did this seemingly ordinary man deserve such favor from Yin Nanchuan? Endless jealousy and humiliation ignited into a primal, raging fury that instantly consumed all his reason. Boom! An unmasked, bone-chilling killing intent erupted from him like a volcano, materializing into a tangible shockwave that crashed down upon Shu Yu. Hide your pitiful little killing intent. Just as that killing intent was about to touch the hem of Chu Yu's robe, a voice as flat as stating a fact sounded without warning. The voice was soft, yet it functioned like an invisible barrier, instantly shattering and extinguishing the raging killing intent. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind slaughtering you first before heading to the Su family to consecrate this journey with your blood. Yin Nanchuan's smile vanished completely at Chu Yu's words. She whipped her head around, her stunningly beautiful eyes now filled only with a terrifying coldness capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Tang Hong, I warn you. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, I, Yin Nanchuan, swear by the way of heaven that neither heaven nor earth will offer your Tang family a place to stand. I will make good on my words. Her words poured over him like a bucket of ice water. Tang Hong's body stiffened abruptly, the boiling murderous intent and reason frozen in an instant. He knew Yin Nanchuan well. This woman never made empty threats. He forced down the murderous intent threatening to burst from his chest, his twisted face contorting into a smile uglier than a cry. Nanchuan, you misunderstand. I only wanted to spar with him. Before he could finish speaking, a blur flashed before his eyes. A blurred afterimage, imperceptible to the naked eye and nearly impossible for even divine perception to lock onto, seemed to traverse the distances of space and time before vanishing in an instant. In that instant, Tang Hong felt a terrifying sense of crisis surge through his crown, powerful enough to freeze his very soul into dust. It was a tremor and a wail from the deepest core of life itself. Death. The very essence of death. Without a second thought, without even time to think, his waist twisted violently backward. With a reaction that transcended human limits, almost instinctive, he rolled frantically to the side. SSSSHHH. A sound, faint yet unmistakably clear. Where he had stood moments before, the granite floor hard as iron now bore a deep, bottomless gash. Its edges were smooth as a mirror, shaped like the claws of 5 fingers. As if the solid ground were not stone, but a block of soft tofu. Tang Hongyuan's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the claw mark. For the first time, his already twisted face was filled with boundless horror and bone-chilling dread. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like a waterfall. He hadn't even seen how the other had moved. The seemingly unassuming youth, whose aura was restrained and ordinary, possessed strength terrifyingly beyond comprehension. His own martial sovereign cultivation, which he prided himself on, was likely no more than that of an ant before this man. Stop! Yin Nanchuan flashed forward like a graceful butterfly, blocking Chu Yu's path. Her exquisite, delicate face bore a look of helplessness and a barely perceptible trace of lingering fear. Chu Yu cast a cold glance at Tang Hong, who lay cowering on the ground, gasping for breath, his courage utterly shattered. Slowly, he withdrew his hand. Tang Hong felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He dared not meet Chu Yu's gaze again, fearing that another glance might draw his very soul into those piercing eyes to be crushed. He shot Yin Nanchuan a venomous glare, yet couldn't even muster a threatening retort. Crawling on all fours, he scrambled to his feet and vanished into the shadows of the crowd. Junior brother, the Tang family's roots run far deeper than you imagine. Their old patriarch isn't dead yet. Yin Nanchuan watched the retreating figure, her voice heavy with an unprecedented gravity. At this critical juncture, I don't want you creating unnecessary complications over such trash. She paused, then turned, a bone-chilling glint of murderous intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. But rest assured, senior sister will avenge this for you. Once the Su family matter is settled, I'll personally pay them a visit and make them and the entire Tang family pay the price. Shu Yu nodded non-committally, accepting the promise. Yet within his bottomless eyes, which seemed to hold an entire starry sky, a barely perceptible chill flickered. Shu Yu never needed others to avenge his enemies. After parting ways with Yin Nanchuan, he stepped directly into a Rolls-Royce Phantom that had been waiting by the roadside for some time. Its body was as black as ink, not a single ray of light penetrating its windows. The moment the door closed, all external noise was completely shut out, plunging the interior into deathly silence. In that suffocating stillness, the steel beast roared its engine, racing toward the outskirts of Gusu City. It sped away, leaving behind the vast estate spanning thousands of acres, heavily guarded, and resembling a fortress of steel. The Su residence. Su Family Manor, Council Hall. The hall's beams were carved from thousand-year-old ironwood, its pillars cast from dark, heavy bronze. Beneath the gilded splendor lay a cold, oppressive weight. A faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air, yet it could not mask the thick, indelible stench of blood and the palpable aura of grim resolve. Hundreds of the Su family's elite core warriors, clad in black combat attire, radiated fierce, solid auras with eyes like predatory beasts. Like emotionless sculptures, they stood in formation on either side. Their blades glinted with a bloodthirsty coldness under the lamps, transforming the entire hall into a demonic battlefield. At the center, upon a grand armchair carved from a single block of white marble, sat an elderly man. His hair and beard were snow white, yet his countenance commanded respect without a trace of anger. This was Su Zhenxiong, the current patriarch of the Su family and a titan of Gusu. Chapter 97, Death is Inevitable Today. His hands gripped the armrests with such ferocity that his knuckles turned white, the veins on his hands bulging like coiled venomous snakes. Beside him sat two mysterious figures whose aura was as deep and still as a mountain lake. Though their eyes appeared closed in meditation, their entire bodies radiated energy heightened to its peak. One man's aura twisted and warped around him, blending seamlessly with the darkness. The other stood like a block of ancient, frozen iron, radiating an unapproachable aloofness and razor-sharp edge. The Heavenly Awakening Organization, the twin stars of the Earth List. Two genuine Earth List masters, their hands stained with endless blood. Su Zhenxiong felt the overwhelming presence within the hall, a force potent enough to suffocate and crush any opponent. His heart, already torn by grief and rage over his grandson's death, was now filled once more with boundless venom and madness. That bastard of the Chu family, that remnant, he dies today. His voice was not loud, even somewhat hoarse, yet it carried an irrevocable, unyielding resolve, a determination to fight to the death. Yet, before his words had fully faded, a voice, utterly devoid of emotion yet seemingly traversing infinite void, resounded directly within the depths of every soul. It echoed like the final judgment from the 9 hells of hell, erupting without warning from beyond the estate gates. Su Zhenxiong, come out and face your death. Boom! That voice struck like an invisible hammer, smashing into the heart of every person present. The heavy, murderous atmosphere that had hung over the hall like a mountain was shattered in an instant. In an instant, the entire council chamber fell deathly silent. The entire assembly hall plunged into an unprecedented, bone-chilling silence. Immediately, a torrent of rage powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble erupted from every member of the Su family present. You're asking for death. Su Zhenxiong rose slowly, his already cloudy eyes flashing with terrifying coldness. Accompanied by the core members of the Su family, he slowly walked out of the hall amidst the deathly silence. At the estate gate, a tall, slender figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, watching them with an expression of utter calm. Bastard, you actually dared to show up. A direct descendant of the Su family pointed a finger at Chu Yu's nose, interrogating him with a tone that seemed to be questioning a criminal, looking down on him with contempt. Chu Yu didn't even glance at the clownish figure. Instead, he fixed his bottomless gaze upon Su Zhenxiong, who stood there with an unreadable expression. The 9-nether dragon tomb. How much does your Su family truly know? At those words, a fleeting, imperceptible flicker of something strange passed through Su Zhenxiong's already murky eyes. But he immediately let out a cold, dismissive snort. The dead have no need to know so much. He abruptly waved his hand toward the most imposing-looking attendant beside him. Kill him. That attendant, a top-tier powerhouse ranked 37th on the Xian list, possessed martial arts cultivated through relentless physical training that had long reached its pinnacle. He let out a savage grin and stomped his foot down. The hard blue stone pavement instantly cracked like a turtle's shell. Like a tiger bursting from its cage, he charged toward Chu Yu's face with terrifying force capable of shattering stone, his attack crashing forward. Yet Chu Yu didn't even move. Casually raising his hand, he met the attack with a single punch. Thud! A deep, thunderous crash echoed. Every expression on the attendant's face froze solid. His iron fist, powerful enough to shatter steel plates, shattered like a fragile egg before Chu Yu's seemingly ordinary punch, crumbling inch by inch. Immediately afterward, an indescribable, terrifying force surged through his arm, instantly engulfing his entire body. Put! Without warning, his entire body exploded mid-air into a crimson mist of blood. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Su Zhenxiong's already sullen face turned ashen in an instant. The remaining elite members of the Su family, having endured the initial peak of terror, finally let their survival instincts override everything else. They roared and swarmed forward. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Chu Yu didn't even turn his head. Within that confined space, he casually swung his fists and kicked. Each strike was accompanied by the crisp crack of shattering bones and the abrupt stifled groans of pain. In less than a minute, the hundreds of Su family elite men who could walk tall anywhere in Gusu lay sprawled on the ground, limbs broken, their fates unknown. Useless. Su Zhenxiong stared at his clan members writhing in agony across the floor. The murky depths of his eyes held no trace of their former composure, only the purest, bone-deep fury remained. He whipped his head around to face the two mysterious figures who had remained utterly composed throughout. Honored masters, we implore you to intervene. The Earth-themed twin stars exchanged a glance and rose slowly. Without a word, their figures flickered like ghostly specters cutting through the night. One to the left, one to the right, they closed in on Chu Yu, launching a pincer attack. Two distinct yet equally overwhelming auras of terror, each powerful enough to inspire utter despair, instantly enveloped the entire estate. Yet Chu Yu didn't even glance at the two Earthlist masters. He casually stamped his foot. Boom! An invisible shockwave radiated outward from him like an explosion. The The two Earthrealm experts, formidable enough to instill despair in any opponent, didn't even comprehend what had happened before their bodies felt as though struck head-on by two invisible primordial divine mountains. Their earth-shattering offensive vanished in an instant. In the next instant, their bodies exploded mid-air without warning, turning into two crimson clouds of blood mist. Su Zhenxiong was utterly dumbfounded. Staring at the youth whose face remained utterly serene, as if he'd merely crushed two ants underfoot, the thread of reason within Su Zhenxiong snapped with a sharp crack. All the fury and madness on his face vanished in that instant, replaced by an unprecedented, overwhelming terror and horror. Who are you? He staggered backward, his already aged face etched with endless bewilderment and terror. Shuyu slowly lifted his foot, taking deliberate steps toward the elderly man, whose courage had long since been shattered. Now, can you speak? Su Zhenxiong's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Staring at the youth who seemed like a god or a demon, a complex struggle flickered in his already cloudy eyes. Finally, as if resolving some inner conflict, a sickly, maniacal grin twisted his already despairing face. Want to know? Go to hell and ask the king of hell. Before his words had fully faded, his form erupted without warning. Simultaneously, a ghostly figure faster, fiercer, and deadlier than him emerged silently from the shadows behind him. Rank 97 of the heavenly list, Ghost Shadow. One before, one behind, one light, one shadow. Their coordination was seamless, instantly sealing off every possible escape route for Chu Yu. A triumphant, savage grin spread across Su Zhenxiong's face. He could already envision Chu Yu's pitiful demise, struck down on the spot by their combined assault. Yet, just as his palm powerful enough to shatter stone was about to strike Chu Yu's chest, every expression on his face froze solid. A ghostly claw, seemingly reaching out from the depths of the nine hells, arrived first despite its later departure. With effortless ease, it seized his wrist. Simultaneously, the elite assassin behind him already merged with the shadows didn't even have time to utter a scream before disintegrating mid-air into a crimson mist of blood. Chapter 98, The Wail of Utter Despair. Shuyu gazed at the aged face now utterly consumed by terror and horror, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Now, it's your turn. Su Zhenxiong's body began to shake violently, uncontrollably. It was a primal fear of death, stemming from the depths of his soul. His legs buckled beneath him, and he found himself kneeling straight before the youth who seemed like a god or a demon. Don't kill me. He summoned every ounce of strength to utter a wail of utter despair. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Shuyu remained expressionless, watching him silently as if observing a corpse. Su Zhenxiong, feeling that icy stare that seemed to freeze his very soul, dared not hesitate a moment longer. He spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. It was Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi from the Tianqi organization. The plan to destroy your Chu family back then, it was all orchestrated by him. Our Su family, the Cheng family, and all those others, we were nothing but pawns in his hands. Su Zhenxiong's voice was thick with endless fear and regret. Yuan Qi holds an extremely high position within the Tianqi organization, ranked 36th on the heavenly list. His power is unfathomable. He knows everything about your Chu family and the secrets of the Nine Nether Dragon Tomb. He also said the Nine Nether Dragon Tomb has 4 guardian families, and yours, the Chu family, is one of them. The strongest one at that. After speaking, he could no longer hold himself up. His entire body collapsed like a heap of mud, slumping to the ground. With a gaze bordering on supplication, he looked at the youth whose face remained utterly calm. I've told you everything I know. I beg you, spare my life. Spare our Su family. Su Zhenxiong, the veteran tycoon who had ruled the Gusu underworld for decades, whose word alone could decide life or death, now lay sobbing at Chu Yu's feet like the most wretched of dogs. With every ounce of strength left in him, he banged his forehead against the cold stone tiles, the dull thuds echoing as his skin and flesh were crushed into a bloody pulp. Chu Yu heard his plea and laughed. The laughter was low and hoarse, as if rising from the depths of hell itself, carrying a bitter coldness that seemed capable of withering all life. Within that smile lay not a shred of warmth, only a murderous intent vast enough to make heaven and earth itself turn pale. Spare you? Shu Yu's voice was soft, yet it struck like an invisible sledgehammer, hammering into the heart of every member of the Su family. He leaned closer, his dark pupils reflecting Su Zhenxiong's face, twisted by utter terror. He asked, enunciating each word deliberately. 5 years ago, when your Su family colluded with Yuan Qi to frame me, imprison me, seize my Chu family's legacy, and murder my parents, did you ever consider sparing them? When my father knelt before you, begging for mercy, did your heart soften? When my mother threatened to sacrifice her own life, did you feel even a shred of pity? Each word felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing deep into Su Zhenxiong's soul. He jerked his head up, his aged face streaked with blood and tears, now consumed only by primal terror and regret. I was wrong. Mr. Chu, I know I was wrong. It was Yuan Qi. That bastard Yuan Qi forced me to do it. I'll give you money. I'll give you every asset the Su family owns. I'll be your slave. I beg you. Too late. Shu Yu's voice extinguished his last shred of hope. Slowly, he lifted his foot. That pair of military boots, dusted with a hint of dirt, loomed larger and larger in Su Zhenxiong's despairing pupils. Finally, it transformed into the shadow of death, engulfing his entire world. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The entire Su family estate fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's breath caught in their throats, hearts clutched by an invisible hand, their very heartbeats becoming a luxury. In that deathly silence, Chuyu's foot came down with a heavy thud. Snap! A bone-chillingly crisp crack echoed throughout the hall. The sound was not loud, yet it shook the soul more profoundly than thunder from the heavens. Su Jinxiong's head exploded like a watermelon crushed by a colossal force, splattering red and white matter mixed with shattered bone fragments across the floor. The thick, pungent stench of blood instantly ignited the fear that had been building to a breaking point throughout the venue. A piercing scream, torn from the depths of someone's soul, rent the air. In an instant, the entire estate erupted into chaos. Cries of terror, pleas for mercy, and frantic footsteps echoed as people turned and fled, desperate to escape this hell on earth. Chuyu didn't even glance at the lifeless, headless corpse on the ground. He merely turned slowly, his emotionless eyes sweeping indifferently over the Su family members scattered throughout the estate, all of them petrified with terror, their fighting spirit utterly shattered. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, as if merely brushing dust from the hem of his robe, boom! An invisible force surged forth like a bursting dam, more like a mountain tiger charging down its slope, sweeping unstoppably toward the depths of the estate. The rockeries along the path were instantly crushed to dust. Exquisite pavilions snapped clean in half, crashing down in ruins. The scattered Su family guards, fleeing in panic, didn't even have time to utter a scream before their bodies were struck as if by a speeding train, instantly exploding into clouds of blood mist. The piercing screams abruptly ceased. Not a single soul remained alive within the entire Su manor. Chuyu picked up the lifeless head from the ground, its hair dripping with blood. Turning, he strode purposefully through the deathly silence toward the gate. Behind him, an inconspicuous flame flickered into life from the ruins. Soon, flames shot skyward, engulfing the entire Su family estate along with all its sins and bloodshed in a consuming inferno. Suzhou Hilton Hotel, presidential suite on the top floor. Yin Nanchuang reclined lazily on the sofa in a crimson silk robe, her two snow-white, slender legs casually crossed, tracing a breathtaking curve. She held a glass of 1982 Lafite in her hand, gently swirling it with an elegant and alluring grace. When Chuyu pushed open the door and casually tossed the still-dripping head onto the $1,000,000 Persian rug. Thud! The head rolled twice before coming to a halt, its eyes wide open and staring straight at the dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling. For the first time, Yin Nanchuang's hand holding the wine glass froze for a moment. She listened to Chuyu's matter-of-fact account as if he were merely remarking on something as trivial as, "The weather is nice today." All traces of languid charm vanished instantly from her already exquisite features. In its place was a layer of icy killing intent thick enough to freeze the air within 3 feet. Snap! The stemmed glass in her hand was instantly crushed to dust. Crimson wine mingled with shards of glass, trickling through her pale fingers, yet she seemed oblivious. Yuan Qi? She rose slowly, her loose nightgown no longer concealing the figure that could drive any man mad. Chapter 99, Such a Great Wrong. Yet now, emanating from her was no longer seductive charm, but a terrifying killing intent as deep and inescapable as a prison. Very well. Rest assured, little junior brother. Senior sister will look into this matter for you. She walked up to Chuyu, extending the hand still stained with wine and glass shards to gently smooth his rumpled collar. For the first time, her soul-captivating almond eyes shed all traces of seduction, revealing only bone-chilling coldness and a barely perceptible flicker of pain. I'll see just how many heads this so-called Yuan Qi has, daring to lay a finger on my junior brother, Yin Nanchuang. If our venerable master knew his most cherished disciple suffered such injustice, he'd personally descend from seclusion and tear the heavens apart. Meanwhile, news of the Su family's annihilation spread like a magnitude 12 earthquake, instantly shaking the entire underworld to its core. The dark web erupted into chaos. The forum, usually a gathering place for the world's most notorious outlaws, fell into an eerie silence before being drowned in a tidal wave of posts. Madman. This is a ing madman through and through. One man, one night, wiped out the entire Su family of Gusu. I was nearby and saw the flames shooting skyward. The entire estate burned to ashes, not a single intact brick remained. The kicker is, the Gusu Public Security Bureau hasn't uttered a single word. Not a single patrol car has approached the Su estate since the incident. That bounty notice is still up. Has the issuer lost their mind? Why hasn't it been revoked? Revoke? I think he's raising the bounty. But who'd dare take this job now? Ghost Shadow, ranked 97th on the heavenly list, vanished without a trace. The entire Su clan wiped from Gusu overnight. This is ing suicide. $100 billion? I'd rather assassinate the president of the Lighthouse Nation. At least there'd be a chance to survive. Everyone was horrified by the ruthless tactics of this man named Chuyu, their scalps prickling with dread. Yet strangely, the bounty notice hanging at the top of the list, already radiating a blinding crimson glow, remained utterly unchanged. It wasn't that they didn't want to raise the price. But even if it reached $100 billion, not a single assassin or organization dared accept this death warrant, one that would drag entire families into their graves. Just as the entire dark web descended into an unprecedented deathly silence, Xu Yu's phone rang without warning. He glanced at the caller ID, Su Xiao. The moment he answered, a crisp female voice, brimming with excitement and admiration, eagerly burst through the line. Mr. Chu. The heavenly list. Your name is on the heavenly list. 97th place. Replacing Ghost Shadow, who you just killed. On the other end, Su Xiaoxiao's voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement, as if she herself had made the list. Yet Xu Yu's face remained utterly unmoved. To him, this so-called heavenly rankings was nothing more than a trivial pastime among ants. He spoke only faintly, his voice flat yet carrying an undeniable authority. Have your grandfather look into someone named Yuan Qi. Su Xiaoxiao on the other end instantly grew displeased, pouting in complaint. Hey. Mr. Chu? That's all you've got? That's the 97th rank on the heavenly list. It's an honor countless global powerhouses would kill to attain. How can you not be excited at all? You're acting like a dummy. My grandfather just told me you're a true dragon descended from heaven and warned me never to offend you. But you're being so boring. The girl chattered on with her complaints, but quickly agreed nonetheless. Fine, I get it. Yuan Qi, right? I'll go find my grandfather right now. Hanging up. Xu Yu hung up and casually opened a pitch-black app on her phone, Skynet. He scanned the pyramid-shaped rankings, his gaze lingering briefly on several names. Tang Hong, 86th on the heavenly list. Yuan Qi, 36th on the heavenly rankings. Xu Yu's face remained utterly expressionless. As if these two names on his kill list were nothing more than insignificant numbers. He casually tapped the bounty section and drafted a new mission. Target, Yuan Qi Heavenly Rankings, 36th. Reward, 1 piece. Posted by, Execute Yuan Qi. After completing these actions, he tossed his phone aside. Yuan Qi, 36th on the Heavenly Rankings? In my eyes, your life is worth only 1 yuan in posting fees. Killing you isn't a mission, it's my gift to you. He rose, changed into clean clothes, and stepped out of the room. Yin Nanchuang had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing him emerge, her already enchantingly beautiful face instantly blossomed into a smile capable of making any man lose his senses, as if the murderous queen from moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. Well, has our great hero finally finished his business? She naturally slipped her arm through Chu Yu's, pressing her voluptuous curves against him without hesitation, her breath fragrant as she murmured, "Come on, accompany your senior sister on a shopping trip." The next morning, the atmosphere in Gusu City felt noticeably heavier than the day before. A palpable tension hung in the air, like the ominous calm before a storm. Armed security officers were stationed everywhere on the streets, with checkpoints every few steps, scrutinizing every suspicious vehicle and pedestrian. A Bentley Mulsanne bearing special license plates passed through thee without hindrance. Every officer who saw the plates snapped to attention from afar, saluting as the vehicle drove away. Inside the car, Yin Nanchuang observed the grim scene outside the window, a hint of amusement curling the corners of her mouth. Seems our little junior brother's methods have scared some people pretty badly. She turned to look at Chu Yu, who sat calmly with his eyes closed, resting. The playful expression on her face gradually faded, replaced for the first time by a look of solemnity. Junior brother, this underground auction in Gusu was no ordinary affair. I've been stuck at the peak of martial sovereign for 3 years now. If I don't break through soon, my vital energy will start to decline. One of the grand finale treasures at this auction is a 1,000-year-old phoenix blood nirvana lotus. It's the most crucial primary ingredient for refining the breakthrough pill. I must obtain it. Xu Yu slowly opened his eyes and gave a faint nod. Yin Nanchuang shot him a disapproving look at his unruffled demeanor before adding, "I've managed to suppress some of the rumors about the Su family for you. But don't let your guard down, the waters in Gusu run deeper than you imagine. That old tyrant ruled Suzhou with an iron fist, making countless enemies. Now that his entire family has been wiped out, who knows how many so-called noble clans secretly rejoiced at their downfall." Chapter 100, A fierce battle is inevitable. But it's not just local Gusu factions eyeing that phoenix blood nirvana lotus. Representatives have arrived from the capital, the metropolis, and even several reclusive clans. When the time comes, a fierce battle is inevitable. As the two chatted idly, the vehicle slowly entered a vast, heavily guarded, ancient-style estate. At the estate's entrance, 8 burly men clad in black stood like spears, their temples bulging and their aura as heavy as mountains. The moment they stepped out of the car, they collided head-on with a group of people. Leading them was none other than Tang Hong, the man who had fled in disarray from Chu Yu yesterday. Gone was yesterday's defeated demeanor. Now clad in a perfectly tailored Armani haute couture suit, he was surrounded by several men and women of extraordinary presence, their aura radiating like stars gathered around the moon. His face once again bore that haughty, arrogant expression reserved for the favored sons of heaven. His gaze shot straight past the alluring Yin Nanchuang, like 2 poisoned blades, fixing itself on Chu Yu. His eyes burned with venom, as if he wanted to devour Chu Yu alive. "Young Master Hong, is that the kid?" Beside Tang Hong, a youth dressed in luxurious robes, with a fair complexion yet an unnaturally effeminate demeanor, scrutinized Chuyu from head to toe with the appraising gaze of one inspecting merchandise, a trace of undisguised contempt playing at the corners of his mouth. This youth was none other than Qin Fei, the eldest grandson of the Qin family, one of the four great families of Gusu. Fingers curled like orchid petals, Qin Fei cackled in a shrill, high-pitched voice, "Young Master Tang, is this the fool who dared lay a hand on you? Doesn't look like much, does he? Skinny arms, skinny legs, I could crush him with one hand." He paused, his eyes greedily scanning Yin Nanchuan's voluptuous figure before turning back to Tang Hong. "But the chick beside him is top-notch. Young Master Tang, after we cripple this punk, let me get first dibs on tasting this woman." Tang Hong ignored Qin Fei, his gaze fixed intently on Chuyu, his eyes burning with a maddening mix of hatred and satisfaction. Yesterday, he had experienced unprecedented humiliation and terror. But today, this was Suzhou's most exclusive den of iniquity, the domain of the Tang family. He stepped forward, towering over Chuyu with a sickeningly cruel grin. His words came out deliberately, each syllable deliberate. "Kid, yesterday you got away by sheer luck. Today, I'll make you understand that there are some people you can never afford to provoke in this lifetime." He thrust a finger forward, nearly touching Chuyu's nose, and roared with supreme arrogance, his voice like a final judgment. "Kneel down and lick my shoes clean. I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. He doesn't look like much, does he? His aura is ordinary, just like any commoner. Is he really worth your attention?" Another woman, heavily made up and dressed provocatively, joined in with a sneer. "Maybe he's just some pretty boy living off his looks, charming Mr. with his face." Those around them erupted in derisive laughter. Tang Hong remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the calm-faced youth. His already sinister eyes now flickered with a venomous glint. After returning home yesterday, the more he thought about it, the more off it felt. With Yin Nanchuan's proud nature, how could she possibly risk alienating the Tang family behind him for some ordinary pretty boy? Unless this man possessed something that compelled her, indeed, the entire Yin group, to take him seriously. A mad thought surfaced unexpectedly from the depths of his mind. The Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb. The key! At that very moment, he saw Yin Nanchuan wrap her arm around Chuyu's with the utmost naturalness. That intimate gesture pierced his heart like a red-hot steel needle. Endless jealousy and murderous intent instantly consumed all his reason. He could no longer contain himself. Stepping forward, he blocked their path, his already handsome face twisted into a smile of utter falseness. "Nanchuan, what a coincidence! You're here for the auction too?" Yin Nanchuan didn't even glance at him. Instead, she simply kept her arm linked with Chuyu's and walked straight past him, her voice cold and utterly devoid of emotion. "Get lost." Tang Hong's smile froze abruptly. The effeminate youth beside him flew into a rage at the sight, pointing at Chuyu's retreating back and bellowing. "Kid! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to young Master Hong like that? Just because you've got Yin Nanchuan backing you up and wiped out some no-name Su family, you think you're invincible now? Let me tell you, our young Master Hong is a top-tier expert ranked 86th on the heavenly list. Your measly 97th place ranking isn't even worthy of tying his shoes." Yin Nanchuan's footsteps halted abruptly. She slowly turned around. All traces of the charming smile that had graced her already alluring eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a layer of icy, murderous intent thick enough to freeze the air within 3 feet. "When did it become your place to lecture my man?" Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a crisp female voice, brimming with arrogance and disdain, rang out unexpectedly from nearby. "Sister Yin sure is full of herself. What? Just because you're the CEO of Yin Group, you think you can bully people around here?" The crowd turned to see a young girl in a white princess dress, sweet and adorable in appearance, yet her eyes brimming with arrogance and willfulness. She walked slowly forward, surrounded by a group of people. Upon seeing her, Tang Hong's already sullen face instantly brightened like sunshine. He hurried forward with an obsequious smile plastered on his face. "Miss Chiu, what brings you here?" The wealthy young men around them all revealed expressions of respect, even fear, lowering their heads and daring not to breathe loudly. Yin Nanchuan's brows furrowed involuntarily. She leaned close to Chuyu's ear and whispered in explanation. "Behind the Cheng family of Suzhou lies the reclusive Chiu clan. This girl, Xiao Xiao, is the most cherished granddaughter of the Chiu patriarch. She's been spoiled rotten since childhood, running wild without restraint. Her father has been stuck at the peak of martial sovereign for years. This time, he's likely after the Phoenix Blood Nirvana Lotus too." Tang Hong watched the defiantly spoiled Xiao Xiao, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. This spoiled, foolish woman would be perfect for probing the depths of that Chu lad. The smile on his face grew even brighter. "Miss Chiu, you're here for that Phoenix Blood Nirvana Lotus as well, aren't you? Rest assured, with me here, no one but you will lay hands on this sacred herb today." At these words, a satisfied smile spread across Xiao Xiao's already haughty face. She shot a glance at Chuyu nearby, her beautiful eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and disdain. "Him? Does he even deserve to compete with me?" Chapter 101, with a touch of reassurance. She extended her slender, nail-polished index finger, pointing it at Chuyu from a distance, her tone carrying an unyielding command. "Kneel." Lick my shoes. If you lick them to my satisfaction, perhaps I might consider sparing your worthless life. For the first time, a cold, murderous intent finally flickered in Chu Yu's eyes. Yin Nanchuang sensed the man beside her suddenly radiate an aura as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Her heart skipped a beat and instinctively, she gently squeezed his arm. Her voice lowered, tinged with soothing reassurance. Little junior brother, don't stoop to this fool's level. Senior sister has important business to attend to today. Chu Yu slowly reined in the murderous intent that had nearly burst forth, his expression returning to its usual impassive calm. He took Yin Nanchuang's hand and turned, walking toward the estate. Passing the group of wealthy young men, already pale with fear from his aura, he didn't pause. He merely left a single, indifferent remark. If a dog bites you, you don't bite back. The words fell, and the entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at the receding figure with expressions reserved for the dead. He's lost his mind. This man must be insane. He actually dared to call Tang Hong and Xiao Xiao dogs in front of everyone. Stop! A shriek that sounded like madness burst from Qiu Zhao's throat. Her already sharp, defiant features twisted completely in fury, transforming her into a demonic specter. Get back here! Kneel! Apologize! A flash of malicious satisfaction flickered in Tang Hong's eyes as he stepped forward, deliberately provoking the crowd. Everyone heard that. This brat not only shows no respect for our Miss Qiu, but he's looking down on our entire Gusu high society. Yin Nanchuan's expression turned utterly cold. She abruptly shook off Chu Yu's hand and turned away. Her normally enchanting almond-shaped eyes held not a trace of warmth, only a bone-chilling coldness that could freeze the soul. Very well. Excellent. Little junior disciple, I'm done with you. Chu Yu watched the girl, now utterly consumed by rage, his voice flat yet carrying the weight of a final judgment from the depths of hell. I'm giving you one last chance. Get lost. Xiao Xiao, far from angered, laughed instead. The sound was shrill and piercing, filled with a sickening madness. A chance? You worthless piece of trash think you deserve to give me a chance? She pointed at Chu Yu's nose and screamed hysterically. Get him. Disable him. I'll make him understand the consequences of crossing Xiao Xiao. Her once pretty face, now twisted by extreme fury, radiated a sickening madness and venomous hatred. The burly bodyguards behind her, veins bulging at their temples, showed no hesitation. Their eyes were cold and emotionless, like killing machines devoid of feeling. With a sudden shift, they lunged forward like caged tigers unleashed, their terrifying momentum threatening to tear through everything in their path as they savagely attacked Chu Yu. A piercing sonic boom echoed through the air. Yet, they were fast. Yet someone was faster than them. No. That couldn't even be described as fast. Chu Yu didn't even bother to turn his head. He stood there silently, shielding Yin Nanchuan behind him. To the onlookers, his silhouette appeared as insignificant as an ant that could be crushed at any moment. But just as those iron fists capable of tearing tigers and leopards apart were about to strike him. Thud. Thud. Put. Several faint, muffled pops like balloons being punctured suddenly echoed through the deathly quiet estate entrance, utterly without warning. Those elite bodyguards, who to ordinary people were no different from human-shaped beasts, didn't even have time to utter a scream. The savage grins on their faces hadn't even faded yet. Their bodies, suspended mid-air, seemed to be violently seized by an invisible giant hand, then crushed into oblivion. One by one. Another. A crimson, viscous mist of blood exploded violently. Warm blood, mixed with stark white bone fragments and shredded flesh, poured down like a sudden downpour, drenching the surrounding onlookers from head to toe. The thick, pungent stench of blood instantly filled the air. Every expression on Xiao Zhao's face froze solid. Immediately, a rage more frenzied and hysterical than before erupted from the depths of her being. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Without even glancing at the chaos on the floor, she whipped her head around. Her eyes, bloodshot with fury, locked onto the middle-aged man standing behind her, his aura cold and venomous, like a poisonous snake. Ghost Uncle. Kill him. I want him dead. The man called Ghost Uncle slowly raised his head. His face, resembling dried orange peel, bore not a single flicker of emotion. Yet from his already cloudy eyes, a terrifyingly intense glint erupted. A terrifying aura erupted from his emaciated frame, as if it could be blown over by the wind at any moment. This pressure was tenfold, no, 100-fold more terrifying than all the bodyguards combined. Number 99 on the heavenly list, the blood-handed butcher, Ghost 3. That name alone represented death and terror throughout the entire underworld of Gusu. The wealthy young men surrounding him instinctively took steps backward. Their gazes fixed upon Chu Yu now regarded him as though he were already dead. Cruel, gloating grins spread across their already handsome or beautiful faces. In their eyes, this arrogant young upstart was utterly finished. Offending Miss Qiu was already a capital offense. And now, even Ghost Uncle, that very incarnation of death, had personally intervened. However, just as Ghost 3 shifted slightly, his protective aura poised to erupt from his body. Chu Yu still did not turn around. He didn't even bother to glance at the opponent. He merely flicked his finger casually. as though flicking away a speck of dust from his shoulder. Put. Another faint sound. That martial arts master, whose very name struck despair into any opponent, a top-tier expert ranked no lower than 80 on the heavenly list, if not 100. He didn't even know what had happened. A smooth, mirror-like hole pierced clean through his forehead. Every spark of life in his eyes, along with that terrifying aura capable of striking fear into 100 beasts, extinguished completely in that instant. His entire body, like a wooden stake stripped of all its bones, fell straight backward. Thud. A dull thud. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Time itself seemed to pause at that moment. Every breath ceased. Tang Hong stared fixedly at the corpse on the ground, still warm, yet utterly lifeless. For the first time, his heart, once arrogant beyond measure, was utterly filled with boundless horror and dread. A heavenly list expert. A heavenly rank expert. Not just in Gusu, but across the entire Dragon Nation, such figures were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Chapter 102, A Crackling Snap. And now, just like that, dead? His death was even more abrupt than an ant crushed underfoot. He snapped his head up, staring at the youth who had remained utterly calm throughout. Not even a flicker of emotion had crossed his face. For the first time, those already sinister eyes were filled with indescribable terror and horror. Just how powerful was this man? Who exactly was he? Xiao Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, growing colder by the second, then shifted her gaze to the youth whose expression remained utterly serene, as if he had merely crushed an ant underfoot. The thread of reason snapped with a sharp crack. You? Who the hell are you? Shuyu couldn't be bothered to spare this clown another glance. He simply grabbed Yin Nanshuang, who had been rendered speechless by his thunderous display, and strode straight into the estate. His stride was steady. His back was straight. Yet with every step he took forward, the wealthy young men surrounding him instinctively took a step back. Their gazes were as though they were witnessing a demonic fiend crawling forth from the depths of hell itself. Xiao Xiao watched that indifferent back, her already pallid, delicate face now utterly consumed by endless humiliation and venomous hatred. I'm calling someone. I'll have my father send people over. I'll mobilize the entire Chiu family's resources. I'll make sure he has no place to be buried. Frantic and frenzied, she pulled out her phone, ready to dial the number that would send shockwaves through all of Gusu. But her hand was seized and held fast by the sole remaining subordinate beside her. Miss. You mustn't. The subordinate's voice trembled with endless fear. He didn't even have the courage to lift his head and look at her back. Xiao Xiao, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. Let go. Too powerful to confront? In Gusu, is there anyone our Chiu family can't handle? The subordinate stared at the figure that had long vanished from the doorway, swallowing hard as his voice trembled into an almost inaudible whisper. Miss, consider this ghost uncle as the 99th ranked expert on the heavenly list. His protective aura is so formidable, even sniper bullets might not pierce it. Yet before that man, he couldn't even withstand a single move, no, not even a single breath. What does that tell us? It means that man's strength is so terrifying, even the monsters ranked in the top 50, or even the top 30 of the heavenly rankings, might not be his match. Boom! Xiao Xiao's mind exploded. The top 30 of the heavenly rankings. What did that even mean? They were peerless powerhouses capable of commanding entire regions, figures so formidable that even the machinery of the state would treat them with utmost respect. She stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, growing colder by the second. She recalled Uncle Ghost's protective aura, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, yet rendered as fragile as paper before that man. For the first time, her once proud heart was filled with endless terror. She was terrified. Miss, let's go. The subordinate couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at the sight of his mistress, utterly lost and disoriented. This man is the most terrifying being I have ever encountered in my life. His age appears to be even younger than ours. To possess such earth-shattering abilities at such a young age, his talent might even surpass that of the sacred sons and daughters hidden away for decades by those secluded clans. Miss, heed my warning, this is a man our Chiu family absolutely must not provoke. Under no circumstances should you provoke him further. At these words, a flicker of profoundly complex struggle crossed Xiao Zhao's already deathly pale, delicate face. She refused to accept it. Never in her life had she endured such utter humiliation. To be humiliated like this in front of so many people by some unknown upstart. You've misjudged him, haven't you? She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes flickering with a glimmer of unrealistic hope. At her words, the bitter smile on his face grew even more pronounced. He said no more. He knew his young mistress's temperament sheltered and unblemished by hardship since childhood. This hurdle today, she likely couldn't overcome. He merely stepped aside respectfully. Xiao Xiao watched the figure that had long since vanished. Her already beautiful eyes once again filled with endless venom. I won't let this go, she declared. With those words, she turned on her heel. In the deathly silence, she adjusted her expensive gown and strode into the estate on her high heels. She would see for herself. What gave this man the audacity to show such utter disregard for the Chiu family? From the shadows, Tang Hong watched the scene unfold. His already handsome face twisted into a triumphant, savage grin. A battle between two rivals, and the fisherman reaps the benefits. He was eager to see just how capable this young man named Chu truly was. How could he dare to offend both the Zhao family and his own Tang family at the same time? Inside the auction hall, gold and jade shimmered in opulent splendor. The moment Yin Nanchuang took her seat, she keenly sensed the gaze filled with venom and murderous intent directed at her from nearby. She leaned close to Chu Yu's ear and whispered a warning. That stupid woman still hasn't given up. Chu Yu didn't even turn his head. He merely lifted the glass of red wine from the table, gently swirling the crimson liquid within, and uttered two words with detached indifference. A mere clown. Soon, the auction commenced in earnest. One by one, rare treasures seldom seen in daily life were presented on the display platform by graceful maidservants dressed in cheongsams. Antique calligraphy and paintings from the previous dynasty. Prime real estate in the city center. Even rare natural treasures imbued with faint spiritual energy highly beneficial for martial cultivators drew fierce bidding from the crowd. The next item up for auction, the auctioneer declared, is one that I'm sure will pique the interest of everyone present. The auctioneer smiled mysteriously before lifting the red cloth covering the tray. A piece of wood, entirely jet black and emitting a faint, ethereal fragrance, appeared before the crowd. Soul-nurturing wood. Starting bid, 100 million. Bids must be in increments of 10 million. A thunderous roar erupted. The entire auction hall erupted in an instant. Soul-nurturing wood? It's actually soul-nurturing wood. This is the legendary priceless treasure said to nourish divine souls even capable of keeping a dying person clinging to life. Yin Nanchuan's breathing instantly grew ragged. She shot a look at Chu Yu, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement and pleading. Her grandfather had sacrificed his divine soul to save her years ago, leaving him bedridden ever since. Without countless rare treasures sustaining him, he would have passed away long ago. This soul-nurturing wood was the sole hope that could completely heal her grandfather. 110 million. 130 million. I'll give 200 million. The price was climbing at a terrifyingly rapid pace. Chapter 103, It fell upon Chu Yu. At that very moment, a cold, defiant voice echoed throughout the hall. 500 million. The voice belonged to Qiu Xiao. She didn't even glance at the so-called soul-nurturing wood. Her eyes, filled with venomous hatred, were fixed solely on Chu Yu. She refused to believe it. This street stall-clad upstart, who'd crawled out of some godforsaken backwater, couldn't possibly have 500 million. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Every pair of eyes turned toward Chu Yu. Yet, Chu Yu remained as calm and composed as ever. He didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely uttered a single word, his voice as calm as ever. 10. The auctioneer paused, instinctively asking, Sir, are you saying 10 billion? Chu Yu shook his head. He slowly lifted his head, and for the first time, those eyes deep as the starry sky met Xiao Zhao's gaze. I said, I'll take this item. Who's in favor? Who opposes? Chu Yu remained utterly impassive, showing little interest. Instead, it was Xiao Xiao, seated not far away, who consistently claimed each auction item with an extremely high-profile manner. After each successful bid, she never failed to shoot Chu Yu a defiant look. Chu Yu could only feel speechless. Finally, after a series of lengthy preliminaries, the auctioneer's passionate voice echoed through the hall once more. Next, we present the final and most precious piece of this auction, the grand finale. The Phoenix Blood Rebirth Lotus. Before the words had fully faded, a jade box crafted from thousand-year-old cold jade was carefully carried onto the display platform by two martial artists whose aura was as solid as mountains. The moment the box opened, an overwhelming surge of pure spiritual energy, mingled with a refreshingly soothing medicinal fragrance, instantly swept through the entire venue. Every breath in the room grew sharp and urgent. Within the box lay a single, crimson lotus. It appeared as though carved from the finest ruby, each petal radiating a magnificent, luminous glow. This lotus blossom originates from the molten lava of a 10,000-foot volcano in the land of extreme young. It takes 100 years to sprout, 1,000 years to bloom, and another 1,000 years nourished by phoenix blood to reach maturity. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with excitement and reverence. Consuming it can purify one's essence and marrow, rejuvenate the body, ward off all ailments, and even aid martial masters at the martial sovereign realm to shatter their limitations and ascend to the legendary martial saint realm. Boom! The entire hall erupted in chaos. Martial saint. That was the pinnacle of martial arts, existing only in legend. In an instant, unmasked greed and fervor flashed in every pair of eyes. Yin Nanchuan's already enchanting almond-shaped eyes blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. However, the auctioneer's next words poured a bucket of ice water over everyone's heads. The owner of this item has stated that this lotus shall not be exchanged for money, but only for goods in barter. Whoever offers the most valuable item shall claim this lotus. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Zhao's voice, brimming with arrogance and disdain, echoed throughout the hall once more. My Qiu family offers a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique, the Blazing Sun Incineration Art. She rose slowly, her already haughty face now twisted into a cat toying with a mouse smirk, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Yu not far away. And let me add one more thing. This lotus flower I, Xiao Xiao, claim it as mine. Earth-grade cultivation technique. The entire crowd erupted in commotion. It was a treasure capable of driving any second-rate family mad with desire. The wealthy merchants and tycoons who had been itching for a showdown now wore expressions of disappointment and resentment, yet dared not utter a word. Xiao Xiao watched the crowd's silent fury with satisfaction, her smugness growing thicker by the moment. Just as she was about to step onto the stage, a voice utterly devoid of emotion sounded unexpectedly from behind her. I bid 1 pill formula. The entire hall fell silent. Every pair of eyes instantly turned to the young man who had remained utterly composed throughout. Immediately, unrestrained laughter and scorn erupted. A pill formula? Is this kid out of his mind? Thinking a piece of paper could trade for the Phoenix Blood Nirvana Lotus? Exactly. Who does he think he is? The heir to Divine Physician Valley? Xiao Zhao's footsteps halted abruptly. She slowly turned around. All the smugness vanished from her already beautiful eyes, replaced by a chilling, soul-freezing murderous intent. Chu, are you challenging me? She couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. She pulled out her phone, swiftly typed a message, and sent it off. Only after completing this did she once again fix her venomous gaze upon Chuyu, a cruel curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Very well. You've succeeded in provoking me. I hope you'll still be sitting so comfortably later. On the auction podium, the seasoned auctioneer watched the calm young man, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Sir, what kind of pill formula are you referring to? The primordial unity pill. Chuyu uttered the 5 words with a faint tone. Boom. The entire venue erupted once more. If the Phoenix Blood Nirvana Lotus was the ultimate treasure coveted by all martial artists, then this primordial unity chi pill was the divine elixir that drove all cultivators mad. The former could only aid one in breaking through a major realm. The latter, however, could transform an ordinary person with no cultivation base into a cultivator within mere months, propelling them directly into the legendary chi refining realm. The value of the two was simply incomparable. After a brief, deathly silence, Xiao Zhao's sharp laughter, dripping with scorn and contempt, once again echoed throughout the hall. The primordial unity pill? Who do you think you are? As far as I know, that's the Divine Physician Valley's closely guarded secret. Even my grandfather was turned away when he personally went to ask for the formula years ago. And you? You think you're worthy of possessing the formula for such a divine elixir? The surrounding wealthy young nobles all wore expressions of schadenfreude, gazing at the calm-faced youth with looks reserved for fools. Only Yin Nanxuan, observing her composed junior apprentice beside her, couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. The sole heir of Divine Physician Valley? It is indeed this unassuming junior disciple before you. What's the big deal about a mere pill formula? On the auction platform, the auctioneer's brow furrowed even deeper. Sir, this is a matter of great importance. Might we request you to present the pill formula for verification? Shuyu didn't even glance at him, merely replying indifferently. The formula is in my mind. I'll write it now. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. For the first time, the auctioneer's face betrayed undisguised skepticism and displeasure. Sir, are you mocking us? The surrounding jeers grew increasingly shrill. Shuyu couldn't be bothered to waste words on these ants. He merely waved casually to the attendant beside him. Bring paper and pen. Authenticity will be proven with a single test. Chapter 104 revealed a mocking smile. Paper and brush were swiftly delivered. Shuyu picked up the brush, his expression serene. Xiao Xiao, witnessing this, burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke imaginable. She clutched her stomach, shaking with mirth. You think you can write a pill formula? She laughed so hard she was gasping for breath, tears nearly streaming down her face. If you can write it, I, Xiao Xiao, will change my surname to Chu on the spot. From now on, whenever I see you, I'll call you Father Chu. Shuyu didn't even glance at her. He simply took the paper and brush and began writing with ease. His strokes were vigorous and powerful, flowing like dancing dragons and serpents, as if each character contained some profound, mysterious rhythm. Xiao Xiao laughed even more unrestrainedly at the sight. The wealthy young men beside her all wore mocking grins. To them, Chuyu's actions were nothing more than the desperate, last-ditch efforts of a clown. Soon, Chuyu finished writing. He handed the paper to the attendant standing nearby and said indifferently, "Give this to them." The attendant, as if granted a reprieve, hastily took the paper and hurried toward the display stand. Xiao Xiao watched this unfold, her smile growing even more smug. She walked up to Chuyu, towering over him, her beautiful eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. "Mr. Chu," she said, pausing for dramatic effect, her voice dripping with venom and schadenfreude, "I suggest you start practicing how to bark like a dog. Otherwise, once I've had my fill of fun, I won't be so accommodating." Chuyu finally lifted his head to meet her gaze. His gaze was calm as still water, yet it seemed to hold a certain heart-stopping sharpness. "You are unworthy of defiling the Chu name." His voice was soft, yet every word rang clear to all present. "If this prescription is genuine, I demand you bark like a dog in public. Then, you will leave Gusu." Xiao Zhao's face instantly turned ashen. Had she ever endured such humiliation in her entire life? You! She pointed an accusing finger at Chuyu's nose, her voice rising to a shrill scream. You're asking for death. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the hall. Xiao Xiao didn't even see what happened. Everything blurred before her eyes, followed by a searing, stinging pain across her face. Covering her face, she stared in disbelief at Yin Nanchuang standing beside Chuyu. The woman's already twisted features contorted into a more ferocious grimace. You dare hit me? Her voice was shrill and piercing, filled with hysterical madness. Yin Nanchuang's gaze was icy, as if she were looking at an insignificant insect. So what if I hit you? She said coldly. If you dare speak disrespectfully to my people again, I won't mind shutting you up forever. Xiao Xiao glared at Yin Nanchuang, her beautiful eyes brimming with venom and resentment. She wanted to retort, to curse, to tear this who dared humiliate her in public to shreds. Yet when she met Yin Nanchuang's icy, knife-like gaze, a chill involuntarily ran down her spine. She knew she was no match for this woman. She could only grit her teeth, forcing all her rage and humiliation deep inside. Then, she pulled out her phone, swiftly typed a message, and sent it off. Only after completing this did she lift her head, glaring viciously at Chuyu. Her eyes were filled with venom and curses. You just wait, she hissed through clenched teeth. I'll make you regret ever being born. The sole remaining subordinate beside her watched his mistress's frenzied state, a look of despair involuntarily spreading across his face. Miss, we should leave, he whispered urgently. There's no need to risk everything for someone like her. Get lost. Xiao Xiao didn't even turn her head. With a backhand, she slapped the subordinate hard across the face. Her voice was sharp and piercing, like a razor blade stabbing deep into his pride. What the hell do you think you are? Daring to tell me what to do, she roared. I'm going to kill this piece of today. Anyone who tries to stop me, I'll kill them too. The subordinate clutched his face, frozen in place, his eyes hollow, as if all life had drained from him. He slowly lowered his head, staring at his trembling hands. An overwhelming wave of exhaustion and weariness washed over him. He knew it was over. The Zhao family was finished too. He sighed, turned, and quietly slipped away from the crowd. He had made up his mind, once this matter concluded, he would leave Gusu immediately and find a secluded place to quietly spend the rest of his days. Meanwhile, the auctioneer, clutching the pill formula written by Chuyu, hurried backstage. Backstage sat an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. He was Sun Miao, the alchemy master specially invited by the auction organizers to oversee the event. The auctioneer handed the formula to Sun Miao and respectfully asked, Master Sun, please examine this formula. Is it genuine? Sun Miao took the formula, his expression initially dismissive, convinced this was yet another fraudster trying to take advantage of the chaos. But the moment his gaze fell upon the alchemical formula, his expression changed instantly. First came shock, then confusion, and finally, overwhelming joy took hold. This. His voice trembled as he pointed at the characters on the formula, his words stumbling out incoherently. This is nothing short of divine inspiration. Brilliant! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! He abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the auctioneer, tears of emotion streaming down his aged face. This formula is genuine. And it's even more exquisite than the Hun Yuan Chi Dan formula I know. He took a deep breath, struggling to steady his agitated heart. If one could refine pills using this formula, their efficacy would increase by at least 30%. What? The auctioneer gasped in disbelief. A 30% increase? Didn't that mean a Hun Yuan Chi pill made with this new formula could transform an ordinary person with no cultivation base into someone rivaling a martial arts grandmaster within mere months? The value of this formula was simply beyond estimation. Forget a single Phoenix Blood Nirvana Lotus, even buying the entire city of Gusu might not be enough to secure it. Overjoyed, he hurriedly said, Master Sun, I'll relay this news to the gentleman immediately. Wait. Sun Miao grabbed his arm, hesitation etched on his face. This formula is worth a fortune. If other factions learn of it. He paused, lowering his voice. It could spell certain death. The auctioneer froze upon hearing this. Seeing Sun Miao's grave expression, he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. He understood Sun Miao's meaning all too well. The man is innocent, but the treasure makes him guilty. Should such a precious formula leak out, it would likely attract the covetous eyes of countless powerful figures. By then, even if that young man possessed extraordinary strength, he might not be able to protect the formula. Worse still, the entire auction house itself could face utter ruin. Chapter 105, We must plan carefully. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a wave of dread wash over him. Master Sun, what should we do now? He asked, his voice tinged with panic. Sun Miao pondered for a moment before replying slowly, this matter is of grave importance. We must deliberate carefully. Here's what we'll do, you return first and reassure that gentleman. Tell him the formula requires further verification and ask him to remain patient. Then, immediately send someone to consult the guild master and see what he says. The pharmacist's instructions carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The auctioneer dared not delay, nodding hastily in agreement. Yet as he turned to leave the backstage area, a cold, sinister smile gradually spread across his face, a face that had moments before been filled with deference. The Sage of Medicine, he sneered under his breath. What a grand title. Too bad that old codger has been missing for years, his fate unknown. How could a worthless man who spent 5 years in prison possibly be connected to the medical sage? Poof. Just some stolen pill formula, and he thinks he can pull the wool over our eyes? How laughable. His eyes flickered uncertainly, yet a bold notion gradually took root in his mind. This pill formula is worth a fortune. If I could present it to the higher-ups. A greedy curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Perhaps I could rise to the top in one fell swoop and achieve extraordinary success. Then, forget about some lowly auctioneer, wouldn't all of Gusu bow down to me in reverence? His thoughts raced, yet his face remained fixed in a respectful smile. This matter must be handled with great care, he murmured to himself, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. I absolutely cannot let anyone else take credit for my achievement. But, his brow furrowed slightly. This pill formula was created by the medical sage himself. And since it's been refined by this person, its value is beyond estimation. Whoever obtained this formula and even improved it is likely no less than the medical sage himself. This person is no ordinary individual. We must proceed with caution. His eyes flickered uncertainly, yet his mind had already made its decision. To secure this formula while ensuring absolute safety. A sinister smile curled his lips. It seems I must rely on their power. Youngster, no matter how skilled you are, how could you possibly stand against those secluded clans? In the end, the formula will be mine, the credit will be mine, and as for you, you'll become nothing more than an unidentified corpse. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and lowered his voice. Hello, this is Old Lee. I have some priceless information I wish to share with you. What? The information is confirmed? A deep, authoritative voice came from the other end. Good. Very good. Stand by. I'll send someone over immediately. After hanging up, a satisfied smile spread across Old Lee's face. He adjusted his collar, took a deep breath, then turned and walked out from backstage. Inside the auction hall, the clamor continued unabated. The wealthy merchants and tycoons were still buzzing with discussion, speculating on the authenticity of that alchemy formula. Most were convinced Chuyu was bluffing. After all, the title of medical sage carried immense weight. How could someone who had spent 5 years in prison possibly be connected to the medical sage? I say the kid is just putting on airs. Exactly. A worthless piece of paper, and he wants to trade it for Phoenix Blood Rebirth Lotus? That's pure fantasy. Still, you gotta hand it to him, that kid's got some nerve, publicly challenging Miss Chiu like that. He must be tired of living. Shu, keep your voice down. Miss Chiu isn't someone to mess with. Word is she's already contacted several reclusive factions allied with the Chiu family, planning to eliminate that kid. TSK. That kid's got it coming this time. Xiao Xiao sat in her seat, her face twisted with venom and murderous intent. She had already contacted several reclusive factions allied with the Chiu family. Once they arrived, she would make Chuyu beg for death. Shu, you just wait. When I catch you, I'll make you taste every torture this world has to offer, she thought viciously. I'll make you understand what happens when you cross Xiao Xiao. Just then, the auctioneer finally returned to the stage. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he announced in a solemn tone. Ladies and gentlemen, after our appraisal, the formula provided by this gentleman is authentic. Moreover, its value far surpasses that of the Phoenix Blood Nirvana Lotus. Therefore, we have decided to award this Phoenix Blood Nirvana Lotus to this gentleman. Boom! The moment the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected news. The pill formula, could it be genuine? That seemingly ordinary young man had actually produced the formula for the primordial unity pill? How could this be possible? Impossible. Xiao Xiao was the first to leap to his feet, pointing at the auctioneer and shrieking, "You must be mistaken. How could he possibly have the formula for the Han Yuan Yi Chi pill? It must be fake. You've definitely been tricked by him." The auctioneer frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Miss Chiu, please watch your language. The reputation of our auction house is not something you can question so casually. Besides, can't you determine for yourself whether this formula is genuine or not? If you don't believe it, you're welcome to come up and verify it yourself. Xiao Xiao was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. She knew full well that an auction house wouldn't joke about such matters. If they claimed the alchemy formula was genuine, then it must be genuine. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't accept this reality. How could a worthless man who'd spent 5 years in prison possibly produce the formula for the Han Yuan Yi Chi pill, a formula even her grandfather had been unable to obtain? This was utterly absurd. I don't believe it, she shook her head, screaming hysterically, there must be some mistake. I refuse to believe it. Chuyu watched her frantic, almost frenzied state, a mocking curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Now, you can bark like a dog, he said indifferently. At those words, Xiao Xiao's face instantly turned ashen. She glared at Chuyu with eyes that seemed ready to spit fire. You! Don't you dare. Chuyu ignored her, rising slowly and walking toward the display stand. He took the Phoenix Blood Nirvana Lotus, radiating an eerie glow, from the auctioneer's hands. Then, he turned and headed for the exit. Mr. Chu, please wait. The auctioneer hurried after him, his face plastered with a smile. Mr. Chu, please be extremely careful. This city of Gusu was far from peaceful. He paused, lowering his voice to warn, especially that Miss Chiu. She's arrogant and unforgiving. You killed her man, she won't let this go easily. Chapter 106, No Great Waves to Stir. Also, word of your extermination of the entire Su family has likely spread. Those connected to the Su family won't let you off either. Shuyu dismissed the auctioneer's warning with disdain. A mere Cho family? He didn't give them a second thought. No matter how many ants there were, they remained mere ants. They couldn't stir up much of a storm. He nodded to the auctioneer and said indifferently, "Thank you." With that, he turned and walked out of the auction hall with Yin Nanchuan, never looking back. Xiao Xiao watched Shuyu's unmasked contempt, her rage nearly consuming her entirely. "Follow them," she screamed hoarsely. "Today, I will make sure he has no place to be buried." The bodyguards behind her had long been cowed by Shuyu's terrifying power. Yet, faced with Xiao Xiao's near madness, they dared not disobey. Gritting their teeth, they set off in pursuit of Chuyu. "Miss, please reconsider." One subordinate, seeing Xiao Xiao's frenzied state, rushed forward to dissuade her. "That man, we can't possibly take him on. Get lost." Xiao Xiao shoved the subordinate aside, roaring, "If you're afraid of dying, then get the hell out of my way. Don't stand in my path." The subordinate's face twisted with bitter resignation. He knew Xiao Xiao had completely lost her mind, no one could dissuade her now. He sighed and silently retreated to the side, his eyes hollow, as if all hope had vanished. He understood, the Chiu family was finished. And he, too, needed to start making plans for himself. Shuyu led Yin Nanchuan out of the auction hall. He keenly sensed someone following them from behind. "Seems that Mad Dog still won't give up," Shuyu murmured, a cold curve forming on his lips. Yin Nanchuan's expression shifted slightly at his words. She immediately declared, "Little junior brother, let me handle this. I want to see what tricks the Chiu family is playing." Shuyu nodded. "Be careful." Yin Nanchuan started the car, a seductive smile playing on her lips. "Don't worry. Dealing with scum like that won't require your help." She slammed her foot on the accelerator. The Bentley Mulsanne roared with a deep growl, shooting forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Instead of leaving the city center directly, she deliberately steered the car onto a secluded country road. She intended to create an opening for her pursuers to make their move. Sure enough, it wasn't long before several black sedans closed in from all directions, completely surrounding the Bentley Mulsanne. Xiao Xiao stepped out of a black Mercedes-Benz, her normally striking face now contorted with twisted venom. "Shu! You chose hell over heaven," she screamed at Chuyu, her voice hoarse. "Today, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried." At her command, a group of men armed with clubs and looking like demons spewed out of the black cars. Their eyes blazed with savagery, their presence overwhelming clearly, these were hardened criminals who had tasted blood. Yet, just as these desperados were about to reach the Bentley Mulsanne, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang out. "Miss Chiu, what is this about?" An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, his hair and beard entirely white, slowly descended from a black Rolls-Royce Phantom. His face bore a faint trace of puzzlement, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp, as if capable of seeing straight through one's soul. At the sight of this elder, Xiao Xiao's arrogant and domineering demeanor instantly diminished. She hastily concealed her twisted expression, replacing it with a slightly respectful one as she said, "Grandfather Chang, how did you come here?" This elder was none other than Chang Hong, the patriarch of the Chang family, one of the four great families of Gusu. The Chang family's standing in Gusu was in no way inferior to that of the Chiu family. In certain respects, it even surpassed theirs. Therefore, no matter how arrogant and overbearing Xiao Xiao might be, she dared not act too presumptuously in front of Chang Hong. Chang Hong slowly approached the Bentley Mulsanne, his gaze calm as he looked at Chuyu and asked in a measured tone, "Young friend, what exactly is your issue with Miss Chiu?" He did not confront Chuyu directly, but instead used a tone tinged with inquiry, as if genuinely seeking the truth. Upon hearing Chang Heng's words, Xiao Xiao's rage boiled over. She immediately pointed at Chuyu and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Grandpa Chang, don't listen to his nonsense. This scumbag not only beat me up, but he also killed my bodyguard. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths." As Xiao Xiao's words echoed through the room, an uproar erupted. Everyone was stunned by this sudden revelation. He hit Xiao Xiao? And killed her bodyguard? How dare this kid be so brazen? After all, the Chiu family ruled Suzhou with an iron fist. They were the ones who bullied others when had they ever been bullied themselves. And behind the Chiu family stood the reclusive Chiu clan. Messing with the Chius is like poking the dragon's tail, you must be tired of living. That kid is dead meat. Daring to offend the Chiu family and kill one of their people? Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to die. Word is the Chiu family has already contacted the secluded Chiu clan. Masters will likely arrive soon. By then, this kid won't stand a chance even if he grew wings. The onlookers murmured among themselves, their gazes fixed on Chuyu with pity and schadenfreude. In their eyes, Chuyu was already a dead man. Xiao Xiao watched the gloating expressions on the onlookers' faces, a hint of smug satisfaction rising in her heart. Shu, now you know who you've offended, don't you? She fixed a vicious grin on Chuyu. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Chang Hung heard Xiao Xiao's words and furrowed his brow slightly. He turned his head to look at Chuyu and asked indifferently, young friend, is what Miss Chiu says true? Leaning back in his chair, Chuyu pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. If you don't want to die, he said indifferently, then get out. The words were utterly arrogant, brimming with audacity. It was as if he stood before not the heiress of a reclusive clan, but an insignificant insect. The entire scene froze in an instant. A suffocating tension hung heavy in the air. Xiao Xiao was utterly enraged by Chuyu's insolent attitude. She lunged forward, standing directly in front of the Bentley Mulsanne, pointing a finger at Chuyu's nose and screaming at the top of her lungs, "You! How dare you speak to me like that? Do you have any idea who I am?" Chuyu stared at the distorted face, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. He reached out, grabbed Xiao Xiao by the throat, and yanked her forcefully inside the car. Ah! Xiao Xiao let out a piercing scream, struggling desperately. Yet her feeble strength seemed laughably insignificant against Chuyu's grip. Stop it! Chang Heng's face turned pale at the sight. He roared in anger and lunged forward to rescue her. But his footsteps abruptly halted. He sensed an utterly terrifying aura locking onto him, rendering him utterly immobilized. Chapter 107, Your entire family will be buried with you. Xiao Xiao lay dying, her face turning purple from oxygen deprivation. She struggled desperately, her throaty minning hoarse gasps, each syllable dripping with terror and despair. Save me, whoever saves me, will be the savior of the Zhao family, the savior of the Zhao family. She gasped out each word with difficulty, as if squeezing them from the depths of her lungs, thick with the taste of blood. The moment she finished speaking, every face in the room shifted. The Zhao family, they were among the most prestigious aristocratic families in Gusu, backed by a reclusive clan. To become a benefactor of the Zhao family, such an opportunity was nothing short of a godsend. Kid, let go of Miss Chiu. A middle-aged man was the first to speak up, his face dark and his eyes flashing with menace. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Offend the Chiu family, and your entire family will pay the price. Oomph. A wet-beard brat, thinking a bit of martial prowess makes you so arrogant? Another elder snorted coldly, stroking his beard with a hint of contempt in his voice. You're courting death. If you know what's good for you, release Miss Chiu immediately, bind your own hands, and kneel to beg for mercy. Perhaps we'll spare you a whole corpse. Exactly. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Daring to lay a hand on a member of a hidden clan is nothing short of courting death. Let go now. Don't force our hand. If you push us, death won't be your only fate. Threats rose and fell in waves, crashing over Chuyu like a tidal surge. They were certain that Chuyu, a young man barely out of his 20s, would never truly harm Xiao Xiao. After all, the sheer intimidation of the hidden clan was enough to crush any thought of resistance in anyone who faced them. Xiao Xiao felt the collective protection directed at her, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossing her eyes. Though Chuyu's fingers dug into her throat, the sheer force of their united front scattered most of her fear. Her struggles weakened considerably as she glared at Chuyu with venom in her eyes, her words coming out in broken gasps. Let go, you wouldn't dare kill me. Chuyu's gaze remained as calm as still water. He ignored Xiao Xiao's shouts and paid no heed to the threats from those around him. His grip tightened slowly. Snap! The sharp crack of breaking bone echoed piercingly in the quiet countryside. Xiao Xiao's body stiffened violently. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief and despair. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth as her body went limp, slumping lifelessly to the ground. The entire scene plunged into deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbstruck at Chuyu's demon-like silhouette and Xiao Xiao's lifeless body, discarded carelessly on the ground. Their minds went blank. He actually killed Xiao Xiao? Killed someone from the reclusive Zhao family? This was madness. Chuyu slowly turned around, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if observing a group of corpses. He swept his eyes across every person present, a bloodthirsty curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Earlier, his voice was soft yet pierced every ear with chilling clarity. Every one of you threatened to kill me. Since that's the case, none of you will live. What? You dare? Don't come any closer. I'm. The crowd fell into utter terror. Some tried to protest, others attempted to invoke their backgrounds, only to find their voices utterly insignificant in the face of Chuyu's icy stare. A sharp-eyed middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Chuyu, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, You're Chuyu. The one who wiped out the entire Su family. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. Wiped out the entire Su family? The ruthless demon rumored to kill without blinking an eye? Fear surged to its peak within the crowd. They finally understood, Chuyu wasn't joking. He truly was capable of murder without batting an eye. Run! Someone shouted, and the crowd scattered like startled cats, fleeing in all directions. They abandoned their luxury cars, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 more legs as they scrambled to escape. But Chu Yu was faster. His figure flickered like a ghostly apparition, materializing instantly before a fleeing tycoon. Pop! A dull thud echoed as the merchant's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter that painted a bloody scene against the night sky. Ah! A demon! He's a demon! The remaining crowd grew even more terrified, screaming and stumbling as they fled into the distance. Yet the further they ran, the more intense Chu Yu's killing intent became. Like a killing machine, he swept through the crowd, leaving a trail of torn flesh and unceasing screams in his wake. Soon, the ground was littered with cold corpses, blood staining the earth crimson, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood. Yin Nanchuan watched the hellish scene unfold before her, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She understood the rage burning within her junior disciple and recognized his current state. But she couldn't stand by and watch him become utterly consumed by the madness of slaughter. Junior brother. Yin Nanchuan's voice cut through the chaos clear, firm, and carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Enough! Chu Yu's body stiffened abruptly. The bloodlust in his eyes slowly faded, his reason briefly returning at the sound of Yin Nanchuan's voice. He drew a deep breath, struggling to calm the surging energy within him. Then, his icy gaze swept over the remaining survivors. Get out, he said flatly, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Those who had narrowly escaped death scrambled away as if granted a pardon, crawling and rolling toward the distance, never daring to look back. Yet, at that very moment, a discordant voice suddenly cut through the air. Poof! How could a greenhorn in his early 20s possess such power? Li Feng, captain of the Woman Gusu division, stepped down from a police car with a grim expression. His eyes flickered with suspicion as he surveyed the corpses littering the ground. He must have had help to kill so many. Li Feng's arrival made the panicked, fleeing crowd feel as if they'd seen his savior. They halted in their tracks, hope flickering in their eyes. As the captain of the Woman Gusu branch, Li Feng was a prominent figure in Gusu. Though he knew Chu Yu had wiped out the entire Su family, he remained skeptical about Chu Yu's true capabilities. In his view, even if Chu Yu was a prodigy, a young man barely in his 20s couldn't possibly possess the strength to take on 100 opponents alone. He was convinced that Chu Yu's earlier slaughter must have involved hidden helpers. Now, witnessing Chu Yu's apparent youth with his own eyes, his doubts intensified. He scanned the surroundings but detected no concealed combatants. A cold smile tugged at his lips, yet a surge of wild elation welled up inside him. By killing Xiao Xiao and offending the reclusive clan, this brat was now a sitting duck. If he could eliminate Chu Yu now, he would not only avenge the Qiu family but also curry favor with the clans Chu Yu had offended. Then, his own standing within the martial alliance would inevitably soar. Greed and excitement flashed in his eyes as he addressed those who hadn't yet fled completely. Everyone! This brat murdered Miss Qiu and slaughtered so many innocent people. His crimes are heinous. Now he's isolated and outnumbered. With all of us attacking together, there's nothing to fear. Kill him and rid the people of this scourge, and you'll all be heroes of Gusu. Chapter 108, and gain immense wealth. His words acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly reigniting hope in those who had been gripped by fear. Indeed. No matter how strong this brat is, he's still just one man. With so many of them attacking together, how could they possibly fail to subdue him? Greed and murderous intent flared anew in their eyes. They exchanged glances, then turned as one toward Chu Yu, their gazes brimming with hatred and restless anticipation. Yin Nanchuan watched Li Feng's self-important air and the crowd blinded by greed, shaking her head before letting out a long sigh. Yin Nanchuan gazed at the crowd, their minds clouded by greed and foolishness, and sighed helplessly. She knew her junior brother's cultivation technique had flaws whenever he unleashed his killing moves, it stirred his inner demons. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want him to claim more lives. But now, these people were begging for death. She couldn't blame her junior brother. She stepped back several paces, leaving the battlefield to Chu Yu. Seeing Yin Nanchuan retreat, Li Feng grew even more certain that Chu Yu was a spent force. He roared with laughter, pointing at Chu Yu as he began listing his crimes. Chu Yu! You slaughtered the entire Su family, murdered Miss Qiu, and cruelly harmed the innocent. Your crimes are unforgivable. Li Feng's voice rang with righteous fury, as if he himself embodied justice. Now, the major clans of Gusu have jointly issued a warrant for your arrest. The reclusive Qiu family has even offered a sky-high bounty. To kill you is to rid the world of a menace and reap unimaginable riches. Li Feng grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, greed intensifying in his eyes. He seemed to already envision himself slaying Chu Yu, reaping both fame and fortune. Yet before he could finish, Chu Yu's figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. Thud! A burst of blood erupted. Li Feng's smile froze on his face. He stared down at the palm piercing his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. You! He managed to utter a few words before his body went limp and collapsed to the ground, dying with eyes wide open. The remaining crowd was utterly petrified. Staring at Li Feng's corpse, their minds went blank. The captain of the martial alliance had been killed with a single strike. Just who the hell was this kid? Run! Run now! A shrill scream erupted from someone, and the remaining men scattered in an instant. Gone was their earlier arrogance and greed, replaced only by endless terror. In the distance, a man who had been lurking in the shadows observing the scene was none other than Tang Hong, the auctioneer who had flashed the chilling smile at Chuyu earlier. Witnessing Li Feng's death, he cursed under his breath, useless. Seeing the situation was hopeless, he turned to leave. But then, a cold gleam flashed. Tang Hong's body froze stiffly. He looked down at the fresh hole in his chest, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. You. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. His body went limp and collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Chuyu withdrew his hand, his gaze cold and detached. It was as if he had done something utterly insignificant, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. Seeing Chuyu finally cease the slaughter, Yin Nanchuang hurried over. Her gaze swept over the corpses littering the ground, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Little junior brother, are you okay? She asked softly, her voice tinged with concern. Chuyu shook his head, about to speak, when his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see it was his aunt calling. Hello, Auntie, Chuyu answered, his voice returning to calm. Your grandfather. Auntie's voice carried a hint of panic and unease. He left a note and then disappeared. I can't get through to him at all. What? Chuyu's expression changed abruptly. Grandfather left a note and then disappeared? How could that be possible? He knew his grandfather's health condition, there was no way he could have left on his own. And why would grandfather hide from him? A wave of foreboding washed over Chuyu. Aunt, don't worry. I'll be right back, Chuyu said in a low voice before hanging up. He turned to Yin Nanchuang and said solemnly, second senior sister, I need to return to the capital immediately. Yin Nanchuang nodded. Watching Chuyu's anxious retreating figure, she sighed softly. The call of the nine-nether dragon tomb is the guardian's destiny. She murmured softly, her voice tinged with resignation and fatalism. It cannot be avoided, nor can it be escaped. Chuyu rushed to the airport at top speed and boarded the earliest flight back to the capital. On the plane, he pulled out the photo his aunt had sent, the note left by his grandfather. Little you, don't worry. Grandfather is safe. There are matters I will explain to you when you return. The handwriting on the note was vigorous and forceful, just like his grandfather's style. Yet, Chuyu sensed something unusual in it. It felt as though his grandfather was avoiding him. But why would he hide from him? And how could he evade the surveillance of star-chasing, moon-grasping and his two junior sisters? After all, these senior sisters by his side were all top-tier masters. It was utterly impossible for an ordinary person to vanish under their watchful eyes. Just as Chuyu was about to ask Yin Nanchuan, a sudden, violent tremor shook the air. Squay! The screech of brakes pierced the air as the vehicle jolted to an abrupt halt. Chuyu's brow furrowed, a flash of coldness darting through his eyes. How dare they? To force his car to stop here. He pushed open the door and stepped out slowly. Before his eyes lay over a dozen black sedans and a group of elite guards clad in black, radiating an intimidating aura. At the front of the group, an elderly man clad in brocade robes and bearing a sinister expression was gazing at him with a cold smile. A dozen black sedans were neatly parked along the roadside. Their doors opened simultaneously, and a dozen men in black suits stepped out. Each bore a stern expression and a lean, muscular build. The bulges at their waists made them instantly recognizable as highly trained bodyguards. The leader, a man in a well-tailored suit that barely contained his slightly overweight frame, wore an air of arrogant superiority. He glanced at Chuyu, his nose turned up in disdain, and snorted coldly, Kid, you're lucky. Some important people want to see you. Wait here. Don't try anything funny. A cold glint flashed in Yin Nanchuan's eyes as she prepared to act, but Chuyu raised a hand to stop her. His gaze was as calm as still water, as if he didn't even notice these petty thugs. Just then, another luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop beside the suited man. The door opened, and a young man of imposing stature, his muscles taut and defined, stepped out. His features were rugged, his gaze piercing, radiating an aura of authority. You are Chuyu? The muscular youth approached Chuyu, towering over him with a condescending gaze, his tone laced with unquestionable arrogance. I am Inoue Yute. I ask you, have you sold the formula for the Han Yuan Ichi pill? Yin Nanchuan's expression abruptly changed. She gasped, he's Inoue Pharmaceuticals Executive Vice President for China, Inoue Yute. She turned to Chuyu, her voice tinged with urgency. Inoue Pharmaceuticals is East Asia's most powerful pharmaceutical company. Their influence spans the globe. They're not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Yin Nanchuan's words, Inoue Yute's lips curled into a smug smile. He turned his gaze back to Chuyu, his eyes brimming with contempt and arrogance. Kid, Inoue Yuta declared with towering arrogance, his tone dripping with condescension, I hear you've got quite a few alchemical formulas on hand? Name your price. I'll take every single one you possess. His tone suggested he was purchasing a common commodity, not rare and precious alchemical formulas. Jue Xing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She despised bullies who preyed on the weak. Chuyu, however, remained utterly unmoved. His gaze grew icy as he countered, how did you track me down? Inagawa Yuta scoffed contemptuously. Oomph. Think you're some kind of mystery? A mere Huawei national? If we want to track you down, there's nothing we can't uncover. His tone was arrogant, as if he already held all of Chu Yu's secrets in his grasp. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. Yuta Inoue hadn't even seen what happened. His vision blurred, and then a searing pain erupted across his face. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. One cheek instantly swelled red, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. You dare hit me? Inoue Yuta clutched his face, his eyes filled with disbelief and seething fury. As the executive vice president of Inoue Pharmaceuticals China division, when had he ever suffered such utter humiliation? Before he could even rise, Zhu Xing's figure was already upon him like a shadow. Chapter 109, Heart-Rending Agony. Thud. 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as Zhu Xing's fists rained down on Yuta Inoue like a storm. Her blows were vicious and deadly, yet she skillfully avoided vital areas, ensuring he felt excruciating pain without killing him outright. Yuta Inoue let out piercing screams as he rolled on the ground, utterly unable to defend against Zhu Xing's assault. His body twisted on the ground, each roll accompanied by excruciating agony. Sweat mixed with dust formed streaks across his face, making him look even more wretched. A guttural sound escaped his throat, as if even breathing had become difficult. His eyes were filled with terror and despair, yet he was powerless to resist. Sis, don't kill him. I still want to play with him. Lan Yu watched the battered Yuti, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet carried a coldness unbecoming of her age. A playful curve lifted the corners of her mouth, as if witnessing not a brutal beating but an amusing spectacle. Her fingertips tapped lightly against her palm as she patiently awaited the arrival of her next toy. Exactly. That kid looked so cocky, but he couldn't take a beating. Zhu Weimeng pouted, her face full of disappointment. A hint of dissatisfaction flickered between her brows, as if she felt Yuta's performance fell far short of her expectations. She had anticipated a thrilling battle, but the outcome proved utterly dull. Her gaze swept over Inoue Yuta's gradually swelling face, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. The two junior sisters' words instantly snapped Inoue Yuta's men back to reality. Seeing their deputy boss beaten senseless, rage flared in their eyes as they drew the guns at their waists and aimed them at Chu Yu. A tense atmosphere instantly filled the air, the muzzles reflecting a cold, menacing glint in the dim light. Their breathing grew heavy, chests heaving violently as if flames might erupt from them at any moment. Halt! If you dare touch a single hair on Vice President Jingxia's head, we'll tear you limb from limb. The suited leader roared, his eyes flashing with savage intent, as if he already envisioned Chu Yu riddled with bullets. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness, yet it was thick with menace. His grip on the gun was so tight his knuckles turned white, as if he were summoning every ounce of strength to hold on to his wavering sanity. Hand over the formula and the woman, and you might live, another man shouted arrogantly. They believed that no matter how powerful Chu Yu was, he couldn't survive facing so many gun barrels. His tone was filled with contempt and confidence, as if victory were already assured. A cruel smile curled his lips, as if he already envisioned Chu Yu's humiliating surrender on bended knee. Their eyes scanned Chu Yu's body, searching for any hint of vulnerability to exploit. Chu Yu snorted coldly, a flicker of annoyance passing through her eyes. His gaze was as calm as an abyss, yet carried an unfathomable chill. To him, the surrounding clamor and threats were nothing more than a tedious farce. He didn't even deign to look directly at the gun-toting bodyguards, as if they weren't worthy of even a shred of his attention. The corners of his mouth turned down slightly, revealing his profound dissatisfaction with the situation. He glanced at chasing stars, grasping the moon and said flatly, "Kill them all." His voice was flat and unruffled, yet carried an unquestionable resolve. As if he were merely instructing someone on a trivial matter. The moment the words left his lips, an invisible aura of lethal intent instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to grow thick and heavy. His eyes held no trace of pity, only absolute punishment for the offenders. Yes. A sharp gleam flashed in star-chasing moon-grasping eyes as their forms instantly split into two ghostly figures, plunging into the crowd. Their movements were lightning fast, blurred after images flickering through the dim light. The earlier revelry vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, professional intent to kill. Each step they took was precise and powerful, without a single unnecessary movement. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, yet Star Chaser and Mooncatcher moved faster. Their figures weaved through the crowd like two phantoms. Bullets streaked through the air in fiery trails, yet never grazed the hem of their garments. Their movements were elusive and unpredictable, like fish gliding through water, evading every lethal strike. Each gunshot was met with their precise evasion. Every strike they delivered claimed a living soul. Their attacks were swift and decisive, ending lives with a single strike. A light touch of their fingertips sent bones crackling with a bone-chilling snap. A palm strike stopped hearts from beating. Their movements were elegant yet deadly, like the dance of death itself. The air thickened with the scent of blood, and life itself felt fragile in their hands. Screams, gunfire, and the cracking of bones mingled together, composing a bloody symphony. The once chaotic din now rang with unnatural clarity. Each note pulsed with the oppressive weight and brutal cruelty of death. Blood spread across the ground like spilled ink, swiftly staining the cold pavement a startling crimson. Fear and despair festered wildly in the air. In mere moments, over a dozen elite bodyguards lay fallen in pools of blood. Their eyes were wide with disbelief and unwillingness. Their bodies lay stiff on the ground, weapons scattered around them. They never dreamed they would meet their end at the hands of two seemingly fragile women. Life abruptly ended in that instant, leaving only eternal emptiness. Yuta Inoue watched his men slaughtered, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He instinctively tried to scream, but found his throat parched and unable to make a sound. His legs trembled uncontrollably, unable to support his weight. The scent of blood and death assaulted his senses, pushing him to the brink of collapse. He felt his very soul trembling. He tried to crawl away, only to discover his legs had ceased to obey him. Fear consumed him completely, draining him of all strength. He could only watch helplessly as chasing stars slowly approached him, utterly powerless. The shadow of death hung heavy over his heart, making even breathing feel painfully difficult. He could even smell the stench of urine emanating from his own body. Jueqing stomped down on his leg. Her movement showed no hesitation, decisive and cold. That single stomp carried the force of 1,000 pounds, crushing Yuta's last chance for survival. Her expression remained calm, her eyes showing no flicker of emotion, as if she were merely crushing an insignificant insect. A speck of dust rose from the ground, yet it failed to obscure the impending tragedy. Snap! A crisp cracking of bone echoed as Yuta Inoue let out a piercing scream. His legs shattered instantly, and his entire body collapsed limply to his knees before Chuyu. His screams tore through the air, echoing in the silent room. The excruciating pain in his legs felt like every bone in his body was shattering. Blood instantly soaked through his pants. Chuyu slowly approached Yuri, bending down with an icy, detached gaze. His gaze pierced Yoaka's heart like a sharp blade. It was an emotionless scrutiny, as if examining an object destined for disposal. His towering frame loomed over Yute, casting a vast shadow that intensified the oppressive weight bearing down on him. "Tell me," his voice was soft, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Each word pierced Yuta's eardrums like an ice spike, carrying boundless authority. He made no unnecessary movements, waiting calmly for an answer. His patience was finite, and Yuta Inoue could feel it keenly. Chapter 110, Cut the grass, uproot the roots. Chuyu's gaze pierced deep into the soul of Yuta Inoue like two swords forged from 10,000-year-old black ice. It was a pure, unadulterated indifference, as if scrutinizing an insect he could crush at will. Enveloped by that gaze, Yuri's blood nearly froze. Agonizing pain and terror wove themselves into a vast net, shattering his sanity completely. Yet the arrogance ingrained in his very bones refused to yield. You dare treat me this way. My father is Inoue Ryuichi. He gritted his teeth, forcing a growl from the depths of his throat, each word spattered with blood. He's an admiral of the Imperial Japanese Navy. You lay a finger on me, and you make enemies of the entire nation. You and everyone behind you will face my father's thunderous wrath. His threats rang hollow, his heart already consumed by regret and fear, a venomous snake gnawing at his mind. He couldn't comprehend how anyone on Chinese soil dared to so blatantly disregard the authority of the Jingxia family. Admiral? A faint, mocking curve touched Chuyu's lips. The air around him seemed to grow colder, a palpable aura of murderous intent spreading outward. Little junior brother, wait. Yin Nanchuang, who had stood silently by, stepped forward swiftly and blocked Chuyu's path. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she spoke in a solemn tone. His status is unique. He is, after all, a citizen of the island nation. Killing him here would involve diplomatic complications, leading to significant trouble down the line. Her words weren't born of fear, but rather the instinct of a leader commanding a vast commercial empire, a habit of considering issues from the most prudent, profit-maximizing perspective. Upon hearing Yin Nanchuang's words and seeing the gravity on her face, Yuta Inoue instantly misinterpreted it as fear. The terror of impending death was replaced in that moment by a sickening thrill. Ha, ha! Scared? Crawling on the ground, he emitted a raucous, bellows-like laugh, his swollen face contorted beyond human recognition. Scared now? Too late. His venomous gaze fixed on Chuyu, then greedily swept over Yin Nanchuang and the two women, Jueqing and Lanyue. He croaked hoarsely. Hand over the formula, and these 3 women by your side, all of them. Then, sever your own arms and kneel before me. I might consider sparing your worthless life. He seemed to already envision Chuyu kneeling in supplication while he feasted on his spoils, his eyes blazing with a sickening light. Yet before his words had fully faded, Yin Nanchuang sighed helplessly and silently stepped aside. She knew her junior disciple's patience had reached its limit. Chuyu's gaze turned utterly cold. It was the gaze one cast upon the dead. He didn't even bother to utter another word, merely lifting his foot slowly. Thud! A dull thud echoed, like a heavy hammer striking a torn sack. Yute's sickly grin froze forever on his face. His body flew backward like a crashing heavily into the body of a Rolls-Royce 7 or 8 meters away. The impact dented the sturdy door before he slumped limply to the ground, utterly silent. Blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices, staining the earth beneath him crimson. The entire scene fell into deathly silence. Juexing and Lanyue watched the scene unfold, their expressions utterly unruffled, as if they had merely crushed a noisy fly. Second senior sister, keeping such a person alive is nothing but trouble. Shuyu withdrew her foot and spoke to Yin Nanshuang in a flat tone, as if stating the most obvious fact. Even if we let him go today, given the Jingxia family's style, their retaliation will only be fiercer. Then, more people will be dragged into it. To uproot the weeds, one must cut them at the root. Yin Nanshuang gazed at Chuyu's serene profile, untroubled by the slightest ripple. 1,000 emotions surged within her, ultimately coalescing into a long, drawn-out sigh. True enough, but the Jingxia pharmaceutical empire is deeply entrenched. This spells trouble. Let's not dwell on that. Chuyu waved his hand lightly, cutting her off. Suddenly, he asked, I recall there was a pharmaceutical factory under the Chu group that was on the verge of collapse? Yin Nanshuang froze, puzzled by the sudden topic, but nodded nonetheless. Yes, there is an old brand called Jiangdong. It's been poorly managed for years, consistently operating at a loss. I was already preparing to spin it off from the group. Chuyu smiled faintly, his expression like sunlight piercing through clouds, instantly dispelling the bloodstained gloom that hung over the place. Keep it, he said. He gazed into Yin Nanshuang's beautiful eyes, slightly dimmed by worry, and spoke slowly, I still have a few formulae in my possession. Their effects surpass those of the Hun Yuan Shi Dan. What? Yin Nanshuang's slender frame jolted violently. Her intelligent, serene eyes instantly filled with disbelieving ecstasy. Better than the Hun Yuan Shi Dan? Good heavens! A single Hun Yuan Chi pill had already sent shockwaves through Gusu, sparking fierce competition among countless aristocratic families. If several even more potent pills were to appear, she could scarcely imagine the terrifying wealth storm it would unleash across the entire Huagua business world, indeed, the entire global marketplace. All her previous worries about offending the Jingxia family vanished in an instant, swept away by this overwhelming delight. Meanwhile, inside the conference room of the Gusu Martial Alliance branch office, the atmosphere was so thick it felt like it could drip with tension. Deputy Director Yu Feng, a middle-aged man with a grim expression, sat at the head of the table, his face ashen. Smack! His palm slammed down hard on the mahogany conference table, sending a thunderous clap that made every teacup on the table hum. This is outrageous! An utter disgrace! Yu Feng's forehead veins bulged as rage blazed in his eyes. Since our martial alliance was founded, have we ever suffered such humiliation? District Captain Li Feng was killed in a single strike before everyone's eyes. This Chuyu is slapping the entire Gusu Martial Alliance in the face. He doesn't hold the Huagua Martial Alliance in any regard. Chief Yu, the problem now is, how do we explain this to the Chiu family? A subordinate spoke with a worried frown. Xiao Shao died on our territory, yet we haven't even identified the killer. Before he could finish, another voice cut him off. Accountability? What's there to explain? The man abruptly stood, his face twisted with murderous intent. If we kill Chu Yu and present his head to the Chiu family, we won't just satisfy them, we'll restore our alliance's honor. 2 birds with 1 stone. Exactly. Director Yu, give the order. We must eliminate this madman. Only his blood can wash away the disgrace of our martial alliance. If this boy lives, our Gusu martial alliance will become a laughingstock across all of Huagua. The meeting room erupted in fury. One after another, the high-ranking members of the martial alliance seethed with righteous indignation, clamoring to tear Chuyu limb from limb. As Yu Feng listened to their words, the anger on his face transformed into a cold, murderous intent. Indeed, killing Chuyu would resolve all problems. He was about to order the mobilization of all elite forces from the branch bureau for a city-wide manhunt. At that moment, a faint, trembling voice came from a corner. But, Director Yu. The noisy conference room fell instantly silent. Every pair of eyes turned sharply toward the young clerk who had spoken. Under the collective stare, the young clerk felt his scalp tingle. He swallowed hard and spoke in a barely audible voice. According to intelligence from the scene, Captain Li was killed, Miss Chiu was killed, along with dozens of wealthy heirs and bodyguards. He seemed to be strolling through it all, from start to finish. He paused, his voice trembling more intensely as he uttered words that instantly froze the entire conference room. All of us, every single officer in this precinct combined, we probably aren't a match for him alone. The words hung heavy in the air, drowning the room in utter silence. The faces of those who had just moments ago been clamoring for vengeance drained of color at a visible pace, their expressions stiffening as if plunged into an ice cave. Chapter 111, Nan Guchuan's Wrath. The young clerk's voice was not loud, yet it struck like an invisible sledgehammer, pounding the heart of every person in the conference room. The space grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Observing the pallor on their faces, he summoned his courage and recounted the intelligence he possessed in full detail. Outside Gusu, the dead include not only Chiu Shao, but also the heirs of over a dozen second and third tier families from Gusu, along with more than 30 elite bodyguards surrounding them. These were no ordinary, unarmed civilians. And the Su family. Wiped out overnight, not even a pet dog left behind. The colleagues who investigated the scene said it wasn't a fight at all, it was a one-sided massacre. Not to mention Captain Li. He was one of the strongest fighters in our bureau, second only to the chief and you. Yet he couldn't even land a single blow against Chu Yu. With each sentence, the pallor deepened on the faces of those present. The young clerk scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Yu Feng. His voice trembled as he challenged, Chief Yu, everyone here, forgive my bluntness, but who among us dares claim they could stand against that Chu Yu? This cutting question struck each person like a resounding slap across the face. The crowd that had just been clamoring for revenge now hung their heads. Some picked up teacups pretending to drink, others stared vacantly at the ceiling. No one dared meet his gaze. Indeed, a match? Even Li Feng couldn't last a single move. For them to step forward would be nothing short of suicide. Yu Feng's face turned the color of liver, a mix of embarrassment, shame, and a hint of fear he couldn't hide. As the deputy director, he had been publicly silenced by a subordinate, his authority utterly shattered. Just as the awkward atmosphere threatened to freeze solid, the conference room door creaked open. Click! The crisp click of high heels on the floor broke the suffocating silence. A graceful figure entered, dressed in a perfectly tailored black business skirt suit that accentuated her mature, sultry figure. Her face bore delicate, subtle makeup, and every movement radiated a deadly allure. The visitor was none other than Ji Qin, Director Qin Xiaotian's mistress and chief secretary. Secretary Ji? Yu Feng frowned upon seeing her. Seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the conference room, Ji Qin placed a document gently on the table. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a hint of lazy magnetism. Everyone seems rather heated, gentlemen. Her gaze swept around the room before settling on Yu Feng. With a faint, ambiguous smile, she inquired, Commissioner Chen has only been away on business for a few days, yet our Gusa branch has already encountered such a major incident? Even Captain Li has sacrificed his life. Deputy Director Yu, perhaps you should offer an explanation? At her words, the room grew even more stiflingly hot, the awkwardness reaching a peak. An older senior official quickly tried to smooth things over. Secretary Ji, this is all because of that madman Shu Yu. He acted so arrogantly and recklessly, Shu Yu? Ji Qin sighed softly, a flicker of gravity crossing her languid eyes. I've heard of his capabilities. Before leaving, Director Chen specifically warned us, this man is like a dragon not to be provoked lightly. She paused, her tone turning stern. Commissioner Chen's instructions were clear, until he returns, no one is to make any rash moves. At these words, Yu Feng's expression darkened further. The chief's words implied he didn't trust Yu Feng's ability to handle this matter. Resentment simmered within him as he tentatively asked, Secretary Ji, does the director already have a plan in place? Ji Qin gave him a deep look, her gaze seemingly piercing through his soul. Instead of answering directly, she spoke slowly. Commissioner Chen was invited to Japan on this trip to visit the president of the Japanese Kendo Association, Master Minamiya So. Nangoku So? The name sent a collective gasp of awe through the room. Nangoku So, the sword saint of the island nation. His ikemanji technique was legendary, rumored to have severed a waterfall in a single stroke. He stood at the pinnacle of East Asian martial arts, a terrifying presence at the apex of the martial arts world. Just as everyone marveled at the chief's connections, Ji Qin shifted gears and dropped a true bombshell. We just received word that the man killed by Chu Yu outside Gusuyo aka Inoue was Master Nangucho's only son-in-law. Moreover, news of Inoue Yute's death has already reached the island nation. Boom! The entire conference room felt as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Everyone's scalps tingled with shock, their minds buzzing. Dead! That islander killed by Chu Yu's single kick was actually the son-in-law of the sword saint, Minamiya So? After a brief, deathly silence, the conference room erupted in uncontrollable jubilation. Heaven is on my side. Truly, heaven is on my side. Ha 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 ha. That Chu Yu is asking for death. Of all people he had to provoke Nan Gu Chuang. We won't even need to lift a finger now. Master Nangu's wrath alone will reduce him to ashes. The embarrassment and anger on Yu Feng's face vanished completely, replaced by a sickening excitement and smug satisfaction. He could already envision Chu Yu's miserable end sliced clean in two by Nan Gu Chuang's blade. Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, Chu Yu sat alone, quietly in his grandfather's study. The faint scent of ink that always lingered on his grandfather's clothes still hung in the air, yet that familiar figure was nowhere to be found. He couldn't understand. Given his grandfather's physical condition, it was impossible for him to have left alone. With Starchaser, Mooncatcher, and the two senior sisters present, even a top-tier expert couldn't have taken him away right under their noses. The only explanation was that grandfather had left of his own accord, using some method to evade everyone's notice. But why? Why hide from him? Chu Yu pondered for a long time, yet remained utterly baffled. He rubbed his temples, suppressing his inner turmoil, then pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lan Yu, instructing her to use every available resource to track down his grandfather's whereabouts. He knew that the more critical the situation, the more he had to keep his head clear. After calming himself, he rose from his desk and headed toward the living room to pour himself a glass of water. But when he reached the living room, he found it plunged into darkness, not a single light switched on. His uncle and aunt should have been asleep long ago. But his senior sisters were always vigilant. How could they? A flicker of suspicion stirred within Chu Yu. Instinctively, he reached out to feel for the wall switch. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the switch, a bone-chilling, murderous intent, sharp and ruthless, as if emanating from the depths of hell itself, erupted without warning from behind him. That killing intent was cold and vicious, like the deadliest serpent lurking in the darkness, baring its fangs at the most lethal moment. Faced with such a thunderous strike while utterly unprepared, even the most formidable martial arts master would likely meet his end. Chapter 112, Senior Sister, please control yourself. However, Chu Yu didn't even turn his head. At the very instant the icy killing intent was about to strike, his body shifted at an impossible angle. Whoosh! A blade sliced through the air, grazing his neck so closely that the sharp wind left a faint white mark on his skin. Simultaneously, Chu Yu's arm shot backward like a snake darting from its hole, lightning fast and unerringly seizing a slender yet explosively powerful wrist. His fingertips exerted pressure, a faint surge of true energy released. Ugh! A muffled groan echoed in the darkness. The blade in the attacker's hand clattered to the ground. Their entire body went limp, instantly drained of strength. Chu Yu seized the momentum, pulling them into his embrace and slamming them back against the cold wall. The entire sequence flowed like a river, swift as lightning. From the surge of killing intent to subduing the intruder, it happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Chu Yu flipped the switch, illuminating the living room. Click! Soft light spilled down, illuminating the stunningly beautiful face in his arms, a mix of playful scolding and delight. The intruder wore a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated every curve of her stunningly voluptuous figure. Her wine-red hair cascaded in wild waves, adding an air of untamed allure. At that moment, her soul-stealing almond-shaped eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Third senior sister? Recognizing the figure, Chu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, a wave of intense dread washing over him. Just a moment ago, the killing intent within him had been fully ignited. He had come so close to actually striking a fatal blow. Little junior brother, you. Trapped against the wall by Chu Yu in an extremely suggestive position, Qin snapped back to her senses. Feeling the terrifying grip on her wrist that she couldn't break free from, the shock in her beautiful eyes deepened. How did your strength improve so rapidly? She was the most skilled assassin among the 7 sisters. That strike had drawn upon 80% of her power. She was confident even the eldest sister would struggle to block it. Yet Chu Yu had deflected it with such effortless ease, even turning it back on her. Chu Yu released her grip, stepping back to create distance. The lingering chill of fear hadn't fully dissipated from her heart. Third senior sister, what were you doing? That was far too dangerous. Qin rubbed her reddened wrist, her alluring almond-shaped eyes appraising Chu Yu from head to toe as she murmured in admiration, Master truly didn't misjudge you. But I did this for your own good. The playful smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Junior brother, let's get down to business. Qin walked slowly to the sofa and sat down, crossing her long, straight legs to form a breathtaking curve. The 9 netherworld prison sealing technique you cultivate is supremely domineering, yet it carries endless consequences. Every time you unleash its killing moves, the murderous intent within you grows stronger, doesn't it? Chu Yu nodded silently. He understood this better than anyone. This killing intent, accumulated day after day, will eventually give birth to a killing demon. Qin's voice was hushed. Once the killing demon takes form, you will be utterly consumed by it, becoming a monster driven solely by slaughter. Not even immortals could save you then. I know, Chu Yu's voice was hoarse. Lin Qingshua's Taiyin physique can help suppress it. Suppress? Qin scoffed, her smile tinged with resignation. Little junior brother, you're too naive. The killing demon's growth far exceeds your imagination. How long could a mere Miss Lin possibly hold out? A month? 2 months? Sooner or later, the killing energy within you will backfire on her. When that happens, you'll both be finished. Chu Yu's heart sank abruptly. Didn't he know all this already? He had simply been deliberately avoiding it, unwilling to dwell on the truth. Seeing Chu Yu's silence, Qin sighed softly, rising from the sofa and stepping toward him. A mature, alluring fragrance instantly enveloped Chu Yu. Little junior disciple, she extended a slender jade-like finger, lightly touching Chu Yu's chest as her gaze grew hazy and intense. Truthfully, our venerable master has long since devised a solution for you. What? Chu Yu froze. Qin's crimson lips nearly brushed his ear as she whispered softly. All 7 of us sisters possess a unique constitution, 1 in 10,000. Boom! Chu Yu's mind felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, instantly going blank. When the old master took us in all those years ago, it wasn't just our talent he valued, it was our physical constitution that mattered most. Qin's voice carried a hint of enchantment, like a devil's whisper. He once said our very purpose is to help you when you lose control while slaying demons. I only ever saw you as my own sisters. Chu Yu's mind reeled violently. She instinctively tried to step back, only to discover her body had stiffened rigidly, as if frozen in place. Sisters? Qin let out a soft laugh, filled with endless allure. But we don't wish to be nearly your sisters. She wrapped her arms around Chuyu's neck like a water snake, her voluptuous, supple body pressing tightly against him. Moreover, all 7 of us have reached a bottleneck in our cultivation, unable to progress further. To break through, harmonizing yin and yang through dual cultivation is the best method. This, for you, for us, it's a tremendous blessing, isn't it? Feeling the astonishing softness and heat in his embrace, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance at his nose, Chiyu felt the primal flame long suppressed within him ignite instantly, erupting with a thunderous roar. Reason crumbled, piece by piece, in that instant. He growled lowly, scooping Qin into a horizontal embrace and striding purposefully toward his room. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, within an ancient mansion shrouded in mist deep within the mountains, the secluded Chiu family estate. Within the ancestral hall, flickering candlelight cast an icy chill over the atmosphere. Xiu Wanshan, the withered-faced patriarch of the Chiu family, stared intently at the shattered soul tablet before him. Etched upon it were the characters, Xiu Xiao. Xiao. Xiu Wanshan extended his withered hand, trembling as he stroked the shattered soul tablet. His aged eyes blazed with overwhelming hatred and murderous intent. Investigate. Investigate for me. No matter who he is, no matter what background he has. I want him dead. I want his entire family to bury themselves with my Xiao. He roared hysterically, his voice echoing through the empty ancestral hall like the howl of a vengeful specter. Master. A dark figure materialized like a specter at the shrine's entrance, kneeling on one knee. Reporting to the head of the family, the murderer of the young lady has been identified. His name is Chu Yu. Chu Yu? Xiu Wanshan whipped his head around, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Exterminate him. Wipe out the entire Chu family. Master, please calm your anger, the shadow said gravely. This man is extremely powerful. Even Captain Li Feng of the Gusu Martial Alliance branch couldn't last a single move against him. Useless. Xiu Wanshan roared, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. In that case. He slowly turned, gazing into the deepest recesses of the ancestral hall, a pitch-black void where one couldn't see their own hand. Transmit my command. Summon. Yen Xiao. Emerge from seclusion. Chapter 113, The Storm Approaches. The words Yen Xiao seemed to carry a forbidden, magical power. When Xiu Wanshan roared the name, even the flickering candles within the ancestral hall froze eerily for a moment. The kneeling shadow abruptly raised its head, a flash of terror deep within its soul piercing its eyes. Yen Xiao, the Chiu family's forbidden taboo, yet also their sharpest, bloodiest blade. A living demon king whose hands were drenched in blood, long exiled by the clan and even erased from the family registry. Summoning him from seclusion, the cost would be too great. Master, think twice. To disturb the ancient Yen Xiao for a mere Chu Yu. Trivial? Xiu Wanshan whipped around, his cloudy old eyes now bloodshot and demonic. My most cherished granddaughter is dead. The entire Chiu family's honor has been trampled underfoot. You call this trivial? Madness consumed him as his voice cracked with fury. I care not if Chu Yu is dragon or tiger, I want him dead. Let him die in agony, consumed by endless regret. Go! Go summon Yen Xiao at once. Yes. The shadowy figure trembled, daring not to utter another word. Upon receiving the order, it vanished in a flash, disappearing into the thick night. 1,000 miles away, in the capital city. Within a vast, heavily guarded estate, the atmosphere was equally oppressive and icy. In the study, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his face stern and commanding, slowly polished an ancient, rustic battle blade. He was Tang Jinye, head of the Tang family of the capital. Snap. On the desk before him lay a photograph. It depicted the arrogant and tyrannical face of Tang Hong, but now the photo was snapped cleanly in two. Have you found out? Tang Jinye asked without lifting his head, his voice flat yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. We've confirmed it, Master, the elderly steward standing by bowed respectfully. The one who murdered young Master Hong is indeed that Chu Yu. He was recently released from prison and acts with ruthless cruelty, completely lawless. Tang Jinye paused briefly in his motion of wiping his battle blade. Issue the order, mobilize every resource of the Tang family to seal off his every avenue. I want him to live in agony, unable to die. Yes, sir. The old steward acknowledged before hesitating. Master, should we inform the eldest miss, who is currently on assignment with the Soul Binding Bureau? The Soul Binding Bureau. An extraordinary entity, alongside the Martial Bureau and the Stellar Ruler, collectively known as the three major special organizations of Huagua. Among them, the Martial Bureau oversaw martial arts disputes, the Star Ruler was the most enigmatic and rarely revealed itself, while the Soul Sealing Bureau specialized in handling all extraordinary incidents. Its members were the elite of the elite, monsters among monsters. The eldest Miss Tang, Tang Ning, was a rising star within the Soul Binding Bureau. Not necessary. Tang Jinye let out a cold laugh, sheathing his battle blade with a clang. His eyes brimmed with utter arrogance and disdain. What Ninger handles are matters of national destiny. A mere ant fresh out of prison has no right to soil my daughter's hands. Gusu, the Chu residence. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtain slits, Chu Yu slowly opened his eyes. He felt refreshed and invigorated. The restless killing intent within him had been soothed into submission, and even his cultivation seemed to have advanced slightly. The spot beside him lay empty, leaving only a faint, intoxicatingly sweet fragrance lingering in the air. On the bedside table, a note lay pinned down by an exquisitely shaped lipstick. Shiyu picked it up to find a line of flowing, lazy, and teasing handwriting. Little junior brother, was it enjoyable? I'm off now, before certain people spot us. Oh, and if the senior sister finds out I beat you to it, she'll be furious enough to tip over the vinegar jar. You'd better watch your step. Seeing the playful red lipstick kiss at the end of the note, Shiyu couldn't help but let out a wry smile as he massaged his temples. Third senior sister was practically setting the fire and not putting it out. Eldest senior sister In Nanshuang, seemingly aloof and noble, was actually domineering and intensely possessive, a veritable jealousy monster. This was going to be trouble. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, her phone began to vibrate. Shiyu picked it up to see it was Li Nua calling. He pressed the answer button and casually asked, "Hello, Uncle Li, what's up so early?" On the other end, Li Nua's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and fury. "Mr. Chu. You must come to Sun Group immediately. Yunyu, she's being driven to the brink." Shuyu's previously lazy gaze instantly sharpened like a blade. Without further questions, he replied in a deep voice, "Send me the address. I'll be right there." After hanging up, the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. An unmasked, icy killing intent spread like a tidal wave. At the same time, the area below the Sun Group building was already packed tight with people. A young man dressed in Versace, his hair slicked back, stood with an arrogant smirk on his face, his foot pressed down on the hand of Sun Yunyu's father, Sun Dihai. He was none other than Luo Mingcheng, the eldest son of the Luo family of Gusu. "Uncle Sun, don't bite the hand that feeds you," Luo Mingcheng sneered, looking down at Sun Dihai, who was pinned to the ground by bodyguards. "I'm giving you one last chance. The contract, are you signing it or not?" "Luo Mingcheng. You're dreaming." Sun Yunyu's eyes blazed crimson as she shielded her father fiercely. "I'd burn this company to the ground before letting you bastard, have it." "Burn it?" Luo Mingcheng snorted as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. "Sun Yunyu, haven't you grasped the situation yet? I heard you secured investment from the Chu Group yesterday?" He paused, his smile turning more sinister. "Do you believe me when I say that even if Chu Group's money arrives today, I can have your company bankrupt and liquidated tomorrow? With a single word from me, the people helping you could end up behind bars for life on charges of illegal fundraising and commercial fraud." The moment these words left his mouth, the surrounding murmurs erupted into a frenzy. Good heavens! Young Master Luo is being outrageously domineering. He won't even give the Chu Group any face? What do you know? The Luo family's influence is leagues beyond Chu's. Word is young Master Luo's uncle-in-law is a top city official. It's over. The Sun family is finished this time. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Luo Mingcheng's smug expression grew even more pronounced. His eyes, filled with greed and possessiveness, swept unabashedly over Sun Yunyu's exquisitely curved figure. Finally, he extended a finger and sneered darkly. "Alright then, I'll give you a chance. 10 million yuan to acquire your Sun Group, valued at 100 million. Additionally, you come to my room tonight and serve me well. If you agree, your father and the entire Sun family will be safe and sound. You're pushing it too far." Sun Dihai trembled with rage, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Too much?" Luo Mingcheng's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of cold, ruthless determination. He slowly withdrew his foot, pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped his expensive leather shoes with disgust, as if he'd stepped in filth. "It seems you've chosen to drink the punishment wine instead of the courtesy wine." He flung the handkerchief onto Sun Dihai's face, his voice as cold as steel. "I'll give you 1 week to consider. After that, if you still refuse, I guarantee I'll destroy your entire Sun family." Chapter 114, Tang Family? Kill them all. Destroyed and wiped out. Those 4 words pierced Sun Dihai and Sun Yunyu's hearts like 4 poison ice picks. It was a threat utterly and completely without mercy. Sun Dihai felt his blood surge violently, darkness engulfing his vision as he nearly collapsed unconscious. Sun Yunyu supported her father, her fair face as pale as paper, her delicate frame trembling violently with rage and despair. She knew that if Luo Mingcheng could say it, he could certainly do it. The Luo family's influence in the Gusu region was absolute. Luo Mingcheng watched Sun Yunyu's helpless, tear-streaked face, the lecherous glint in his eyes growing more intense. His greatest pleasure lay in dragging proud swans into the mud and trampling them mercilessly. He reached out, intending to lift Sun Yunyu's smooth chin, his voice dripping with mocking amusement. "Little beauty, why bother? Look at that figure, that face. You were born to serve men. Just be a good girl, and you'll have wealth and glory." His words abruptly halted. Because a hand, like an iron clamp, seized his wrist. Who the hell? Luo Mingcheng whipped his head around in fury, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. What met him instead was a thunderous palm, rapidly expanding in his pupils. Smack! A crack so sharp it split the air, like thunder from a clear blue sky, reverberated across the plaza before the Sun Group headquarters. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Everyone watched in horror as the arrogant Luo family scion, Luo Mingcheng, was sent flying through the air like a battered punching bag by that single blow. He spun 720 degrees in midair, spitting out several blood-stained teeth before crashing with a thud onto the hood of a Mercedes-Benz 5 or 6 meters away. The impact left a human-shaped dent in the solid metal surface. The entire scene fell deathly silent. All onlookers, all Luo family bodyguards, everyone stared in stunned silence, their minds blank. Who dared to strike the Luo family's eldest son so viciously in broad daylight? All eyes converged on the tall, imposing figure who had appeared out of nowhere, now shielding Sun Yunyu behind him. Chu Yu! Mr. Chu! Mr. Chu! Sun Yunyu cried out, her voice trembling with shock and joy. Wah! Luo Mingcheng slid down from the hood, struggling. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered teeth. One side of his face swelled visibly, turning purplish black and looking grotesquely terrifying. You dare hit me? He clutched his face, snarling in disbelief, his eyes filled with maddened venom. Do you know who I am? My mother is from the reclusive Tang family of the capital. You attack me, and you attack the entire Tang family. He roared hysterically, now. Immediately. Kneel before me. Kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. The Tang family of the capital? Among the onlookers, those with broad knowledge gasped at the name, their gazes toward Chu Yu already treating him like a dead man. Yet not a flicker of emotion crossed Chu Yu's face. He simply took a step forward, walking slowly toward Luo Mingcheng. You, what do you think you're doing? Luo Mingcheng shrieked, his voice trembling with fear. Chu Yu offered no reply. Instead, his answer was another slap louder and more vicious than the first. Smack! The blow instantly reduced Luo Mingcheng's other, previously unblemished cheek to a bloody pulp. His body flew sideways once more, slamming heavily into the wall with a dull thud. He collapsed to the floor like a pile of slime, exhaling his last breath without drawing another. Chu Yu withdrew her hand, looking down coldly at the puddle of slime at her feet. Her voice was as icy as ice. The Tang family of the capital? Is that supposed to be impressive? Tang Hong of the Tang family? I've already killed him. I wouldn't mind adding another Tang bastard to the list. Boom! The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Every single person present felt their scalps tingle and their hearts shatter at the earth-shattering revelation contained within those words. He killed someone from the Tang family of Kyoto? Madman! This man is utterly and completely insane. You. Luo Mingcheng was so terrified he nearly lost his mind. Coughing up blood, he tremblingly pulled out his phone and dialed a number with every ounce of strength left in him. His voice cracked as he cried out, Dad! Save me! Someone's trying to kill me! He said he killed the Tang family's young master, Hong. Watching Luo Mingcheng make his desperate call, Chu Yu remained impassive. He pulled out his own phone and sent a message to Zhu Xing. Look into the Tang family in the capital. Also, get Sun Yunyu's birth date in time. Almost the instant the message was sent, Zhu Xing's reply came through, astonishingly efficient. Sir, the Tang family is a reclusive martial arts clan in the capital with formidable strength. The Tang Hong you killed is the second son of the current family head. Additionally, Miss Sun's destiny is highly unusual. She possesses the 9-star destiny, a configuration that occurs only once in a century and remains a virgin to this day. Our intelligence indicates the Tang family has been secretly gathering women with the 9-star destiny for years, seemingly plotting some form of dark martial arts practice. Sir, be cautious. Latest intelligence indicates the Tang family has dispatched a master-level expert to Gusu. The target is you. I see. A flicker of understanding passed through Chu Yu's eyes. No wonder Luo Mingcheng was so obsessed with the Sun family. The Tang family's involvement was undoubtedly behind it. Collecting virgins with the 9-star destiny? Plotting evil arts? A cold, grim curve formed at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth as murderous intent flared within him. He tucked his phone away and turned to see Sun Yunyu's lovely face still etched with fear and worry. He murmured softly, Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can touch you. At the same time, Luo Group Chairman's office. Luo Mingcheng's father, Luo Chang, was personally serving tea to a middle-aged man clad in gray martial arts attire, his temples visibly bulging, his face plastered with obsequious flattery. Mr. Tang, your personal visit to our Suzhou truly graces the Luo family with honor. But before the arrogant-looking Tang could speak. But Luo Chang's phone began ringing insistently at the worst possible moment. Luo Chang frowned, intending to hang up, but upon seeing his son's number, he answered. But after hearing just a few words, the smile on his face instantly froze, turning deathly pale as cold sweat poured down his forehead. What? Say that again. That Chu Yu not only beat you up, but also threatened to kill young Master Tang Hong? Luo Chang gasped in shock, his voice cracking. He stared at the butler Tang across from him in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, But, Butler Tang, how could this be? Young Master Hong is blessed with divine protection. How could he? Before he could finish, he noticed that the expression on the opposite side of the room had already darkened to the point where it seemed as though water could drip from it. A murderous intent as vast as the sea erupted from the hawk-like eyes. Chapter 115, Yan Xiao emerges, storms gather. Crack. The blue and white porcelain teacup in Steward Tang's hand shattered into pieces. Scalding tea mixed with shards of porcelain poured over his hands, yet he felt nothing. His usually impassive face was now clouded with fury. His hawk-like eyes fixed on Luo Chang as his voice rang out, cold as steel. What did you say? Young Master Hong is dead? Luo Chang was nearly crushed by the terrifying pressure, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to his knees. Only then did he recall with horror that the man before him, seemingly just a steward, was in fact one of the Tang family's most esteemed elders, Tang Zhenhai, the younger brother of the family head, Tang Zhenye. A venerable master who had long since reached the realm of Grandmaster decades ago, rarely venturing out into the world. That the Tang family had dispatched such a heavyweight figure for a mere Chuyu proved how seriously they took this matter and indirectly confirmed just how terrifying that Chuyu was. Tang. Honored guest. I can't believe it either. Luo Chang stammered, cold sweat pouring down his face. It was my good-for-nothing son who said it himself. He said that Chuyu. Before he could finish, Luo Mingcheng's intermittent wails erupted again from the other end of the line. Dad. He wants to take son Yunyu too. Hurry and save me. Son Yunyu? Hearing that name, Luo Chang clutched at it like a lifeline, his eyes suddenly blazing with frenzied delight. He immediately turned to Tang Zhenhai, eager to report his discovery. Master Tang. Good news. Tremendous news. Didn't you say the family head needed one last 9-star destiny vessel to complete his divine cultivation? That son Yunyu is it. I was about to send her to the capital right away, but that damn Chuyu. He ruined everything. What? At these words, murderous intent and greed flashed in Tang Zhenhai's eyes. 9-star destiny. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. With this girl in hand, the family head's divine skill would reach perfection, and the entire Tang family would soar to new heights. Useless. Tang Zhenhai roared, unable to sit still any longer. He sprang to his feet, unleashing a terrifying aura of master-level power that made the entire office hum with its intensity. You can't even handle this trivial matter. Prepare the car. Immediately. Right now. I'll see just which fool dares to lay a finger on someone the Tang family has set their sights on. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away from Gusu, in another city, Tianhai. At the VIP exit of Tianhai International Airport, a sea of people had gathered, the atmosphere solemn to the extreme. Scanning the crowd, every figure present was a prominent figure in Tianhai City. The mayor, business tycoons, martial arts luminaries. Nearly half of Tianhai's elite stood here with utmost reverence, as if awaiting the arrival of an emperor. At the very front of the crowd stood a woman clad in the Martial Alliance's specially tailored combat attire. She radiated a commanding presence, her features sharp and striking. She was none other than Fengru, director of the Tianhai City Martial Alliance branch. Good heavens! What's going on? Half of Tianhai City's bigwigs are here, aren't they? Who could possibly have such clout? Could it be some high-ranking figure from the capital paying an inspection visit? Shoo! Keep your voice down. I heard from inside sources that it's the living king of hell from the reclusive Chiu family, emerging from seclusion. Yan Xiao? Whoa! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. At that moment, an elderly man emerged slowly from the passageway entrance. Clad in a worn Zhongshan suit, his gaunt frame resembled someone crawling out of a coffin. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath involuntarily, a fear born from the depths of their souls gripping their throats. Fengru stepped forward briskly and bowed deeply to the old man. Fengru of Tianhai humbly welcomed Senior Yan Xiao. We welcome you, Elder Yan Xiao. Behind her, hundreds of Tianhai's elite bowed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Yan Zhao's cloudy eyes slowly swept over the crowd, emitting a hoarse, contemptuous snort. Poof. The martial arts world of Tianhai truly grows more pathetic by the day. Crushed into submission by a mere greenhorn fresh out of prison, unable to lift their heads. At these words, many representatives from families allied with Qiu Xiao flushed with shame and indignation, rushing forward to plead their case. Senior Yan Xiao. You must understand. That Chuyu is a vicious monster who treats human life as worthless. Yes, Senior. My son had his legs broken just for looking at him. We implore you, Senior, to vindicate us. As he listened to their wails, Yan Zhao's scorn deepened. He let out a sinister laugh, his voice shrill and piercing like the cry of a night owl. A bunch of useless fools. He stomped his foot violently, unleashing an invisible wave of terror that spread outward, silencing everyone instantly. From this day forward, every one of you shall swear allegiance to the Qiu family. As long as you obediently serve as my dogs, this old man will intervene and crush that ant named Chuyu for you. His arrogance reached its peak, as if he were a god wielding life and death, his tone brimming with unquestionable tyranny. If I move, that Chuyu won't survive a single strike. At these words, the expressions of the crowd shifted. They were all prominent families, the local tyrants of Tianhai City. Now they were being told to serve as dogs for the Qiu family? Though the Qiu family held immense power, who could accept such humiliation? Yet, when they met, Yan Zhao's gaze, a gaze devoid of any emotion, viewing all living things as worthless dogs. A bone-chilling coldness shot up their spines from the base of their skulls to the crown of their heads. They had no doubt that if they dared utter a single no, they would become corpses in the next instant. We, the Wang family, pledge allegiance to the Chiu family. We, the Li family, likewise submit. In the face of absolute mortal terror, dignity was worthless. Except for Fengru, who remained standing tall and straight, the rest bowed their proud heads one after another, choosing submission. Yan Zhao nodded with satisfaction, his cloudy gaze finally settling on Fengru with a hint of scrutiny. Fengru's expression remained unchanged as she stepped forward and asked in a solemn voice. Senior Yan Zhao, I wonder how you intend to deal with that Chuyu? Chapter 116, Yan Zhao's command: slow slaughter tomorrow. Fengru gazed at the withered-looking elder before her, a man who seemed capable of crushing an entire city single-handedly. A whirlwind of emotions churned within her. As the head of the Martial Alliance's branch bureau, her duty demanded she arrest a lawless fiend like Yan Zhao on the spot. Yet she knew all too well that with her own strength, she wouldn't last a single move against him. Moreover, Chuyu had become a grave threat to the entire Gusu Martial Alliance, one even Yufeng found impossible to handle. Utilizing Yan Zhao, the sharpest blade at their disposal, to eliminate Chuyu might prove advantageous for the alliance. With this thought, Fengru suppressed her apprehension, clasped her fists once more, and asked in a solemn voice, Senior Yan Zhao, Chuyu's strength is unfathomable, and his actions are utterly lawless. May I ask how you intend to deal with him? Yan Zhao's cloudy eyes slowly turned toward her. A grim smile spread across his lips, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, blackened teeth. His voice was as raspy as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Deal with him? Ha! Old man here never kills in the shadows. He extended a finger, withered and knotted like a chicken's claw, pointing toward the direction of Gusu. The sheer arrogance radiating from him sent a chill through every person present. Proclaim my decree, Yan Zhao. At noon tomorrow, in the central square of Gusu City, publicly execute that beast Chuyu. Not just him, every last member of the Chu clan, down to the last dog and chicken, shall be executed by Ling Qi. I will make the entire martial arts world of Huagua witness the fate that awaits those who oppose my Chiu family. Boom! These words exploded like thunder from the heavens, reverberating in everyone's ears. Public execution? And slow slicing of an entire family? What utter cruelty! What sheer tyranny! After a moment of stunned silence, the faces of the family representatives, those who had once been crushed under Chuyu's oppressive rule, suddenly contorted with sickening glee. They feared not Yan Zhao's cruelty, but rather that he might not be cruel enough. Elder Yan Zhao is mighty. This action is truly satisfying. Exactly. Only such thunderous measures can strike fear into these petty criminals. We've long despised the Chu family. A worthless scoundrel fresh out of prison dares to dream of rising in Gusu and encroaching on our interests? Utterly delusional. Ha 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 ha. I can't wait to see the entire Chu family torn limb from limb tomorrow. The crowd echoed in agreement, their words brimming with venom toward the Chu family and praise for Yan Zhao. To them, Chuyu's rise had already threatened their share of the pie. Now, using the Chiu family's hand to uproot him completely while also doing them a favor, it was killing two birds with one stone. Fengru listened to the sycophantic words echoing around her, staring at Yan Zhao's crazed, demonic face. Yet, inexplicably, a chill crept into her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that things were far from straightforward. Would that man named Chuyu truly lie like a lamb awaiting slaughter, meekly waiting for his slow execution at noon tomorrow? Chapter 117, A Warm Dinner, Murderous Intent returns. In stark contrast to the storm brewing outside, the Sun family villa was currently filled with warmth and harmony. Mr. and Mrs. Sun Dihai had prepared a lavish feast, warmly hosting Chuyu. Throughout the meal, Mrs. Sun Dihai's Sun Yunyu's mother could scarcely take her eyes off Chuyu. The more she looked, the more pleased she became, her mother-in-law's approval of her son-in-law unmistakable. Young Chu, we truly owe you this time. Otherwise, our Sun family, well, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sun Dihai raised his wineglass, his face radiant with gratitude. Uncle Sun, you're too kind. It was nothing more than a small favor, Chuyu replied with a smile. A mere favor? You saved our entire family's lives. Mrs. Sun enthusiastically served Chuyu another helping of food with her chopsticks. Then, shifting her focus, she smiled warmly at her daughter. Yunyu, look at yourself. You're grown up now, yet you didn't even think to serve little Chu some food. You have no sense of propriety at all. Sun Yunyu's pretty face flushed crimson. She lowered her head in embarrassment, stealing a glance at Chuyu out of the corner of her eye. Her heart beat wildly, refusing to obey her will. Mom! What are you saying? Watching this heartwarming scene, Chuyu felt a flicker of warmth, but mostly just awkwardness. He could tell the couple was dead set on treating him as their future son-in-law. Just as he was unsure how to handle this overwhelming enthusiasm, his phone suddenly vibrated. Chuyu picked it up to see it was his sister-in-law, Lu Menghan, calling. His brow furrowed slightly as he stood up and stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, sister-in-law. What is it? On the other end, Lu Menghan's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and tension, even tinged with a hint of tears. Chuyu. It's bad. Come back immediately. The Luo family brought a huge crowd and stormed into Chu group. They specifically asked for you by name, and now they're heading upstairs. The faint smile on Chu Yu's face instantly froze, replaced by a bone-chilling aura that radiated from him. I understand. Don't worry, I'll be right back. He offered a reassuringly calm tone before hanging up. Turning to Mr. and Mrs. Sun Desh, he apologized. Uncle, Auntie, there's an urgent matter at the company. I must leave immediately. Before the elderly couple could react, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Chu Yu raced back to the Chu group at full speed. As he stepped through the corporate gates, the lobby was in utter disarray. Several security guards lay sprawled on the floor, bruised and battered, moaning in pain. Lu Menghan waited anxiously by the elevator entrance. Dressed in a white office-style skirt suit today, her mature, curvaceous figure was breathtakingly accentuated. The moment Chu Yu appeared, her beautiful eyes, filled with panic, instantly overflowed with boundless reassurance and dependence. Somewhere along the way, this younger brother-in-law she once looked down upon had become the most steadfast and reliable harbor in her heart. Chu Yu, you're finally back. Lu Menghan hurried forward, her ample chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath. Luo Chang, the head of the Luo family, is waiting for you in the chairman's office on the top floor with two formidable elders. As she gazed at Chu Yu's face, calm as a still lake, the tension in her heart miraculously dissolved, replaced by an inexplicable flutter of admiration and awe. Chu Yu nodded and strode toward the elevator. As the elevator doors opened and he stepped out onto the top floor corridor, his pace faltered slightly. A powerful aura, faint yet palpable, emanated from the direction of the chairman's office. It was the imposing presence of a true master. Ordinary martial artists would likely struggle to stand steady in its presence. Sir. Chasing Star and Grasping Moon materialized behind Chu Yu like ghostly apparitions, their expressions grave. Stay outside, Chu Yu ordered without turning his head. He silently mused that though Star Chaser and Mooncatcher were utterly loyal and ruthlessly efficient, their cultivation levels were still too low. Facing a genuine master-level expert, they would likely be at a disadvantage. It seemed time to find a way to enhance their strength. With that settled, Chu Yu hesitated no longer and pushed open the office door. Bang! The moment he entered, he unleashed his immense true chi without the slightest courtesy. It erupted like a colossal wave, transforming into an invisible, terrifying pressure that swept through the office like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing down. Inside, Luo Chang sat arrogantly on the sofa, only to feel an overwhelming, catastrophic pressure descend upon him like a deluge. Before he could react, his mind went blank. His blood seemed to freeze, and he froze like a statue, struck dumb as if by lightning. Just as that pressure was about to crush him into pulp. Oomph! How dare you! Two cold snorts, each carrying boundless authority, rang out simultaneously. Seated beside Luo Chang, the two elders clad in gray martial arts robes who had been resting with eyes closed suddenly snapped them open. Two equally vast and colossal auras erupted like two awakening volcanoes, colliding fiercely with Chu Yu's air pressure. Chapter 117, The Might of a Grandmaster? Shattered by a single palm. Boom! An invisible thunderclap seemed to reverberate through the air. The glass throughout the entire office hummed mournfully under the collision of these opposing auras. Luo Chang, caught in the shockwave, finally snapped out of his deathly terror. His face drained of color as he gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on Chu Yu with a mix of post-traumatic dread and venomous hatred. You're Chu Yu? With the Tang family's two grandmasters standing by his side, Luo Chang's courage surged. Slamming his fist on the table, he pointed at Chu Yu's nose and bellowed, his voice harsh but trembling with fear. You have the audacity. How dare you injure my son Mingcheng? Today, you must give the Luo family an explanation. Chu Yu watched his display of bullying others under the guise of authority, a curve of utter contempt lifting the corners of his mouth. Slowly, he uttered three words. You're not worthy. What did you say? Those three words struck Luo Chang like three resounding slaps across the face, sending him into a furious rage. His face turned the color of liver. Luo Chang had lorded over Gusu for half his life when had he ever suffered such humiliation? You're asking for death. Luo Chang roared, slamming his palm hard onto the mahogany desk once more, trying to vent his fury. But before his hand could land, everything before his eyes blurred. A blurred afterimage shot toward him in an instant. Smack! Chapter 117, You insects dare to judge me? Two terrifying auras of killing intent, belonging to Grandmaster-level powerhouses, erupted like two dormant volcanoes that had lain silent for 10,000 years. The air in the entire top-floor office seemed to be sucked dry, the temperature plummeting to freezing. In the corner, Luo Chang, still reeling from the brutal slap that had sent him reeling, watched the scene unfold. His eyes instantly blazed with a mix of wild joy at surviving the ordeal and seething hatred. Struggling to his feet, clutching his swollen cheek, he snarled incoherently, Kill him. Master Tang. Kill him. I want him torn to pieces. In his mind, with two Tang family reverends, both masters steeped in decades of cultivation, striking simultaneously, this arrogant brat before them was as good as dead, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Yet, faced with this overwhelming killing intent enough to shatter the spirit of any ordinary martial artist, not a flicker of emotion crossed Chu Yu's face. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, merely letting the aura surrounding him sink slightly. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no mountain collapsing, sea tsunami-like might. It was as if a star, deep within the boundless cosmos, had gently pulsed. Yet in that instant, an indescribable, primordial terror descended, a pressure that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself, towering above all creation. If the killing intent emanating from the two Tang family reverence was like surging rivers, then the aura Chuyu now radiated was the abyss of the cosmos, boundless and profound, bearing countless starry rivers within it. The two were not even on the same plane. Thud. Thud. The two Tang family reverence, who moments before had radiated towering momentum and chilling murderous intent, turned ashen white as paper the instant this pressure descended. They felt as though an invisible primordial mountain had collided head-on with them. Their internal energy surged violently, their legs buckled, and they stumbled backward 3 or 4 steps, each stride leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the hard marble floor. How could this be? The two exchanged horrified glances, seeing only boundless shock and terror in each other's eyes. A chill originating from the depths of their souls surged madly up their spines, nearly freezing their thoughts. The intelligence was wrong. Dead wrong. This was no greenhorn novice. This was clearly a primordial beast lurking among mortals. Its power had long since surpassed anything they could comprehend. Forget teaming up, even 10 masters like themselves would be crushed to dust in an instant by this aura. In that instant, endless regret washed over them like a tidal wave. They regretted their arrogance, and they regretted even more that the Tang family had dared to provoke such an utterly unstoppable terror. Judge me? Shuyu finally lifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes sweeping over the two like a god surveying ants in the mortal world. You two worthless fools? You dare? His voice was not loud, yet it struck like invisible sledgehammers, hammering viciously into their chests. Their already churning blood surged backward once more, a metallic taste rising in their throats, nearly causing them to spit blood on the spot. If you don't want to die, crawl back and tell the Tang family. Shuyu's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Tang Hong sought his own death. He brought this upon himself. If your Tang family seeks vengeance, I, Shuyu, will gladly oblige. I'll be waiting. These words were arrogance personified, yet they carried an undeniable, absolute confidence. The two Tang family priests turned pale as they listened, their hearts churning with both shame and fear. Strike back? They dared not. They had no doubt that if they dared show even a hint of hostility, they would become cold corpses in the next instant. The older of the two priests swallowed hard, forcing down his fear. Through gritted teeth, he managed a hollow retort. Shuyu, don't get too cocky. No matter how strong you are, you're still just one man. The Tang family has stood in the capital for 100 years. Our depth of heritage is beyond your wildest imagination. After speaking, he dared not meet Shuyu's gaze again. He grabbed his companion, who was already trembling in terror, and turned to flee. Their steps were unsteady, as if escaping some dreadful, otherworldly place. Tang, the revered. Don't leave. Luo Chang, watching from the corner, was utterly stunned. He scrambled to his feet, trying to chase after them, but an invisible force pinned him to the spot, leaving him utterly immobilized. Watching helplessly as his greatest protector fled like a cornered dog, Luo Chang's last shred of resolve shattered completely. With a thud, his knees buckled, and he fell to his knees. He began banging his head against the ground before Chuyu like a pestle pounding garlic, snot and tears streaming down his face. Mr. Chu. Grandfather Chu. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. Please, in your magnanimity, just let me off like a fart. Chuyu looked down at him from above, his eyes devoid of any pity. 20 billion. He uttered the 3 words flatly. WH what? Luo Chang snapped his head up, utterly bewildered. 20 billion. For you. And that good-for-nothing's life. Shuyu's voice remained unruffled. If the money isn't in the Chu Group's account before sunset tomorrow. He paused, a grim smile curling his lips. You'll be on a bed at the funeral home. Luo Chang felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave, his entire body shaking violently. 20 billion. That was nearly half of the Luo family's entire fortune. Regret. Endless regret. He wanted to strangle his trouble-making son to death right then and there. Had he known Chuyu was such a terrifying force to be reckoned with, he would have worshipped the Sun family like gods and never dared to covet them. But now, it was too late. Faced with the absolute terror of death, what did money matter? I'll give it. I'll give it. I'll give it right now. Luo Chang scrambled to his feet, screaming with every ounce of strength, as if fearing that a single second's delay would cost him his head. He dared not linger another second, scrambling out of the office in a panic. His humiliated and disheveled appearance was a stark contrast to the arrogant and domineering man who had entered. The office finally fell silent. Lu Menghan, who had been hiding outside the door and witnessed everything, finally stepped inside with unsteady, weak legs. She gazed at the man standing with his hands behind his back, a man who, single-handedly, had crushed the arrogant Luo family and the mysterious, powerful Tang family beneath his feet. Her beautiful eyes were filled with utter shock and admiration. This was her younger brother-in-law? This was the man she had once dismissed as a good-for-nothing, the man she had despised in every way? Lu Menghan's heart was in turmoil. As she met Shu Yu's gaze, the words the old patriarch had spoken to her before his passing echoed involuntarily in her mind. He had held her hand earnestly and said, "Menghan, this boy, Shu Yu, is the true dragon of our Chu family. You must hold on to him tightly." Boom! Lu Menghan's fair face flushed crimson as if it might bleed. Her heart pounded wildly, and she dared not look at Shu Yu again. Frantically, she made an excuse. "Well, I should go check the damage downstairs at the company." With that, she bolted away as if escaping. Shu Yu watched her retreating figure. How could he not see through her thoughts? He shook his head helplessly, yet his mind involuntarily drifted to the enchanting, alluring figure of his third senior sister, Qin, and the peerless beauty of his other senior sisters, each possessing their own unique charm. For a moment, even his rock-solid composure faltered, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This debt of affection, it's hard to repay. Chapter 118, The Wind Rises in the Capital, the killing game begins. The Tang family manor, capital city. Within the heavily guarded ancestral hall, the atmosphere hung heavy as iron. The two grandmasters who had fled back in disarray knelt on both knees, reporting everything that had transpired in Gusu in meticulous detail to the family head, Tang Jinya, seated upon the grand armchair. They dared not withhold a single detail, especially the terrifying aura of Chu Yu, an aura so overwhelming that it crushed them both without a hint of resistance, leaving them utterly helpless. They described it in excruciating detail. Head of the clan, Chu Yu's strength is unfathomable. The elder of the two reverends spoke, his voice still trembling uncontrollably. Even with our combined efforts, we couldn't withstand a single threat of his aura. In my opinion, this youth's power is far beyond that of an ordinary grandmaster. He is likely, at least among the top 50 on the heavenly rankings. Top 50 of the heavenly rankings. Those 5 words fell like 5 mountains, crushing Tang Jinya's heart. His usually stern face had darkened to the point of dripping with menace. He understood all too well what the top 50 of the heavenly rankings signified. It meant standing at the pinnacle of the entire martial arts world of Huagua, a terrifying existence capable of dominating an entire region and even holding equal sway with the state apparatus. Though the Tang family was a secluded clan in the capital with profound heritage, the only ones who could reliably defeat a top 50 expert were likely the old patriarch, who had long secluded himself in meditation, his very survival unknown, and his daughter, Tang Ning, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Tang family, who had long since entered the Seoul Sealing Bureau for advanced training. Send more people? That would be nothing but a suicide mission, adding nothing but ridicule. Useless. Tang Jinya suppressed his rage, his voice low and sharp. He wasn't cursing the two revered elders before him, but his own good-for-nothing second son, Tang Hong. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had to go and provoke such a god of death. After a long moment, Tang Jinya slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they held only icy resolve. Transmit my orders. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Exercise the family's highest authority. Contact the Seoul Guarding Bureau. Summon Ninger back to the capital. Meanwhile, Chu Yu, at the very center of the storm, seemed oblivious to it all, having already returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, Lan Yu rushed to greet him like a young swallow returning to its nest. Yet her exquisitely delicate face bore a hint of shyness and awkwardness unlike her usual self. "Sir." Her pretty face flushed slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Her large, watery eyes stole glances at Chu Yu as she murmured, We all know now, sir. You want to help us advance our cultivation. Actually, the dual cultivation method is the fastest way. By the end, her voice was barely audible, her entire body nearly burying her head in the budding curves of her chest. Chu Yu stared at her bashful, endearing expression and was utterly speechless. What on earth was this nonsense? It had to be third senior sister, that mischievous little devil who loved stirring up trouble, spreading rumors behind his back again. He shook his head helplessly, offering no explanation. Instead, he ruffled Lan Yu's hair before striding into his own room and closing the door behind him. Boom! The next moment, a wave of scorching heat spilled through the door crack, accompanied by a rich, soothing medicinal fragrance that instantly filled the entire villa. Chu Yu had begun alchemy. He intended to refine a batch of elixirs powerful enough to transform his senior sister, Starchaser, Mooncatcher, and the others from the inside out. This time, he held nothing back. True chi surged through him like a mighty river, while within the alchemy furnace, the pill flame blazed fiercely. The potent essences of countless rare herbs were perfectly extracted and fused together. A full day and night passed. When Chu Yu pushed open the door once more, a hint of exhaustion lingered on his face, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. In his hands lay a dozen jade vials, each containing a single pill, a masterpiece of alchemy, radiant with flowing light and naturally formed. With these pills, senior sister and the others would be able to solidify their foundations and reach the martial sovereign realm within a month. By then, they would possess sufficient power to protect themselves. Having completed all this, Chu Yu was just about to sit down to meditate and regulate his breath when his phone abruptly rang. The caller ID displayed Xian Zihai, the head of the Sky Dome Merchants Guild. Mr. Chu, Chen Sihai's voice carried a hint of panic the moment the call connected. It's a major crisis. That ancient monster sent by the reclusive Cho family has arrived in Tianhai City. He has declared that at noon tomorrow, in the central square of Gusu City, he will publicly execute you and the entire Chu family by slow slicing. Right now, their men are traveling in a massive convoy of over a dozen vehicles, heading straight for Gusu. Faced with news that would send any Gusu aristocrat into a panic, Shuyu's only reaction was a calm, "Oh. I understand." His tone remained calm as he ordered, "Block him at the highway exit outside Gusu City." "What? Block? How can we block him?" Xian Sihai was nearly in tears. That man was a merciless demon who killed without blinking. "That's your problem." With that, Shuyu hung up the phone. Half an hour later. Outside Gusu City, on the main highway leading to Tianhai City. A major traffic accident capable of making national headlines erupted without warning. Dozens of heavily loaded freight trucks and luxury sedans of considerable value lay mangled in a gruesome and bizarre arrangement, completely blocking the entire highway and forming a steel barrier. Not far from the highway entrance, atop a small hill, Xian Sihai, the head of the Tianxiang Merchants Guild, watched the scene through binoculars. His face was deathly pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Heaven only knew how much power he had mobilized and what immense cost he had paid to fulfill Mr. Chu's orders. Just then, a detached voice sounded behind him. "Well done." Xian Sihai jolted upright, whirling around to find Chu Yu accompanied by Star Chaser and Mooncatcher had silently materialized behind him. "Mr. Chu! Mr. Chu!" Xian Sihai immediately bowed deeply, his reverence for this master deepening further. Chu Yu paid him no mind, his gaze fixed instead on the seemingly endless convoy of black vehicles blocked behind the steel barrier. Leading the convoy was an extended-length black Rolls-Royce. The door opened, and a gaunt figure slowly stepped out. Dressed in a worn Zhongshan suit, his hunched frame and gaunt features made him appear like an ordinary old man nearing the end of his days. Yet the moment he appeared, all sound seemed to be sucked from the surrounding space. A chilling, savage aura, one that regarded all living things as mere straw dogs, swept over the land like a tidal wave. He was Yen Xiao. Like a living demon king risen from hell, his mere presence was enough to make the very winds and clouds turn pale. Chapter 119, The Wrath of an Ant, a Moth Shaking a Tree. Yen Xiao. When that name appeared alongside the gaunt figure in everyone's sight, the entire highway, indeed, the whole world, seemed to sink into a deathly stillness. It was a fear born of primal instinct. It felt as though standing there was not a man, but an ancient demon god crawling out of the nine-nether blood sea. Even a single wisp of his aura was enough to make mountains and rivers lose their color, causing all living beings to tremble. Following Yen Xiao out of the car were Feng Ru, the head of the Tianhai Martial Alliance branch, along with over a dozen heads of Tianhai's prominent families, those who had greeted him at the airport and now chose submission. These individuals, who normally lorded over Tianhai with arrogance and self-importance, each a dragon among men, now trailed behind Yen Xiao like a pack of lowly servants, not daring to breathe a single breath, utterly cowed. Senior Yen Xiao, the Gusu territory lies just ahead. A shifty and high-ranking official from the Gusu Martial Alliance branch, who had been trailing beside Feng Ru, hurried forward. He bowed and scraped before Yen Xiao, his face plastered with a fawning smile. This man was Deputy Director Yu Feng's confidant, the very same who had shouted the loudest in the conference room earlier. He pointed distantly at Chu Yu on the hillside, his eyes blazing with venom as he shrieked in a shrill voice, "That reckless little that's Chu Yu." Feeling emboldened by Yen Xiao's presence, his audacity reached its peak. He dared to bark orders at Chu Yu right in front of her. "Chu Yu! You murderer! Get down here this instant! Kneel before Senior Yen Xiao and beg for death." Yet Chu Yu didn't even bother to glance at him. It was pure, utter disregard. In her eyes, this high-ranking Martial Alliance official, jumping about like a madman, was no different from a fly buzzing by the roadside. "You!" The Martial Alliance official's face flushed crimson with rage at such utter disregard, about to launch into another tirade of insults. Chu Yu moved. Casually, he flicked a finger through the air. Put! A surge of force, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, struck in an instant. The arrogance and venom frozen forever on the Martial Alliance official's face. The next instant, a blossom of blood suddenly bloomed between his eyebrows. His entire body collapsed backward like a boneless lump of mud, falling stiffly to the ground, utterly silent. One finger, instant kill. The entire venue fell deathly silent. Everyone was left with their scalps tingling from the shock of this sudden turn of events. "How dare you!" Feng Ru erupted in fury. Regardless, the deceased was a member of the Martial Alliance. For Chu Yu to kill someone right before her eyes as the head of the Martial Alliance's branch office was tantamount to trampling the Alliance's dignity underfoot. Yen Zhao's cloudy eyes finally turned toward the figure on the hillside, his voice raspy as two pieces of rotten wood scraping together. "Xiao Xiao, did you kill him?" Chu Yu finally reacted to the question. He seemed to ponder for a moment before a faint, almost imperceptible curve touched his lips, a curve brimming with endless scorn and indifference. "Too many ants killed. Can't remember." Boom! The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Insane. Too arrogant. This arrogance knows no bounds. The heads of the Tianhai aristocratic families who had followed him stared at Chu Yu as if he were a madman. He dares to talk tough even as death approaches. He's got no idea who he's messing with. Does he think he's some big shot in front of Elder Yin Xiao? Ha, nothing but a clown. Just watch, he'll soon pay for his arrogance with his life. One by one, they ducked behind Yin Xiao, as if he were the safest harbor in the world. With this god of death standing guard, not a trace of fear remained in their hearts. Their gazes toward Chu Yu once again brimmed with mockery and scorn. Chu Yu's gaze swept slowly across each of their faces. His gaze remained calm. So calm, it was as if he were looking at a group of dead men. The next moment, without warning, he moved. Swish! Only a faint afterimage remained where he had stood. His true form, like a ghostly apparition, had already plunged into the midst of those aristocratic family heads. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions erupted, as dense as festive firecrackers. Those dozen or so aristocratic patriarchs, who moments before had been smirking with arrogance and disdain, didn't even have time to utter a scream. Their bodies exploded like watermelons struck by a sledgehammer, one after another, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, the sky was stained crimson. The thick stench of blood instantly filled the air, transforming this world into a hellish realm. The entire arena fell into deathly silence once more. Even Yin Xiao, with his typically unruffled composure, couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his cloudy old eyes. Interesting. Truly fascinating. He slowly raised his head, those piercing eyes that seemed to see straight through a person's soul finally meeting the young man before him with genuine focus for the first time. Ha! What a ruthless move. Such decisive killing intent. Yin Xiao emitted a strange, owl-like chuckle, his voice tinged with a sickly admiration. I've roamed the martial arts world for 60 years, yet I've never encountered a junior with such a disposition before. As he spoke, he slowly extended a withered palm. A colossal, terrifying pressure erupted from his body, a force capable of crushing mountains. Pity you've only trained for 5 years. 5 years, no matter how gifted you are, how far could you possibly have progressed? Before me, you are nothing more than a slightly stronger insect. Boom! The moment his words fell, that oppressive force surged to its peak, like a river of heaven pouring down, crushing toward Chu Yu. Yet, confronting this terrifying pressure that would make even a grandmaster pale, Chu Yu remained standing with hands behind his back, his posture as straight as a pine tree. Not even the hem of his robe stirred. Yin Xiao's sinister grin froze slightly. Something felt off. Something was terribly wrong. Without hesitation, murderous intent blazed in his eyes. His gaunt frame surged forward, striking out with a palm. 9 Netherworld King Palm. The palm strike surged with overwhelming might. Before the palm wind even reached its target, the air ahead groaned under the unbearable pressure. The ground cracked inch by inch, as if the very fabric of space itself was about to be torn apart by this single blow. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Chu Yu finally moved. He simply raised his hand and met the strike with a palm of his own. Boom! At the instant the palms collided, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a sound of impact so profoundly muffled it seemed to echo with infinite depth. The next instant, a scene unfolded that nearly made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Yin Xiao, the arrogant living demon king of the Chiu family, saw all color drain from his withered, aged face. Snap! Snap! A series of sharp cracking sounds erupted from his arm. His entire arm twisted at an unnatural angle, snapping apart inch by inch. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth violently. Yin Xiao flew backward like a, crashing heavily into the Rolls-Royce body over 10 meters away, denting the sturdy roof. One move. In a single move, Yin Xiao, the living devil who had terrorized China for decades, was defeated. Impossible. This. Absolutely impossible. Yin Xiao struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with utter terror and utter disbelief. Chu Yu slowly withdrew his hand, looking down at him from above with the same cold indifference as before, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. Soon, you will die. His voice was flat, yet it sounded like a final verdict on Yin Xiao's fate. Just as he prepared to step forward and end the old demon's life once and for all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A piercing roar echoed across the sky, growing louder as it drew nearer. The crowd looked up in horror, only to see dozens of armed helicopters forming a massive formation in the distant sky, obscuring the sun as they descended. Simultaneously, on the ground, Yufeng, chief of the Gusu Martial Alliance branch, led hundreds of elite alliance warriors clad in black combat gear. They surrounded a group of martial artists dressed in traditional Japanese kendo uniforms, their aura even more fierce and imposing, rushing swiftly from another direction. At the forefront stood an elderly Japanese man clad in a white haori, wielding a katana, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's. He was none other than the president of the Island Nations Kendo Association, the Sword Saint, Minamiya Hideo. The winds of change converge. The killing field is upon us. Chapter 120, Divine Might Like Prison, Words Become Law. Seeing this overwhelming display, especially the legendary Sword Saint of the Island Nation, Minamiya So, arriving in person, Fengru's face instantly shifted from shock and anger to wild elation. Secure. This time, it's completely settled. No matter how powerful Chuyu might be, could he possibly stand alone against the entire sword world of the island nation? Those onlookers, who had been terrified out of their wits by Chuyu's earlier slaughter, now saw him as a savior. One after another, they scrambled and crawled away, fleeing as far as they could, terrified of becoming collateral damage in the impending clash of titans. Shen Sihai's aged face had turned as white as paper, his legs shaking like a sieve. He struggled forward to stand before Chuyu, using his trembling body as a shield. His voice raspy, he gasped, "Mr. Chu. You must leave. I'll hold them off for you." He knew his meager abilities were insignificant before these powerful figures, not even worthy of being cannon fodder. Yet he understood even more clearly that everything he possessed had been given to him by Chuyu. Today, even if it cost him his old life, he would repay him in some small way. Chuyu watched his loyal, devoted expression, yet a faint, indifferent smile touched the corners of his mouth. Block? With this bunch of nobodies? They're not even worthy. Yufeng strode over with his entourage, his arrogant demeanor unmistakable. His sinister face now wore the unbridled arrogance of a petty villain basking in his moment of triumph. Pointing to the elderly man beside him, he boasted to the crowd in a tone bordering on arrogance, "This is none other than the unrivaled master of the island nation's swordsmanship world, the sword saint who severed a waterfall with a single stroke, Master Nangoku-so." He then gestured toward the hundreds of warriors in kendo uniforms behind Nangoku-so, their auras sharp and their gazes like blades, his voice swelling with pride, "And these are all the absolute elite of the island nation's kendo association. Each possesses terrifying strength capable of taking on 100 foes." Feng Ru immediately stepped forward, joining in the taunts. Her gaze fixed on Chuyu, brimming with malicious delight and venomous hatred. "Chuyu! Your indiscriminate slaughter of our martial alliance members is unforgivable. With Grandmaster Nangechuang present today, we shall execute this madman on the spot to set an example." The martial alliance subordinates behind her echoed the cries, convinced that with Sword Saint Nangu Chuang and the entire island nation sword association intervening, Chuyu would surely meet his end today, his body left in pieces. Nangechuang stepped forward slowly. His hawk-like eyes, like two unsheathed blades, locked onto Chuyu with icy precision, devoid of any emotion. "You are the murderer of my son-in-law, Inoue Yute?" Chuyu didn't even bother answering the question, merely waving his hand impatiently. "Enough talk. Come at me all together. I'm in a hurry." The words fell like a bomb, silencing the entire crowd. Then, a torrent of rage erupted. "Bastard! Arrogant Chinaman! How dare you insult the chairman? Kill him! Wash away the dishonor of our great island nation's warriors with his blood." Hundreds of elite swordsmen from the island nation were instantly enraged. One by one, they drew their katana, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Like a pack of sharks sensing blood, they charged madly toward Chuyu. Yet, facing this charge that could make an entire army tremble, Chuyu didn't even lift an eyelid. Just as the first katana was about to touch his body, he moved. A blur of motion, gone in an instant. Thud. 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 Blood spattered. Severed limbs and arms flew skyward. No one could discern how you had struck. All they saw was a blurred shadow charging into the enemy ranks like a tiger among sheep, leaving nothing but a one-sided slaughter in its wake. Within mere breaths, hundreds of arrogant island nation swordsmanship elites lay cold and lifeless, strewn haphazardly in pools of blood. Hell on earth. The impassive face of Minamiya so finally shifted, replaced by boundless fury and murderous intent. "You brat! I'll wear you down to death with the most brutal attrition tactics." He roared with fury, about to strike personally. But before his words had even faded, a figure materialized before him like a ghost. An ordinary-looking fist rapidly expanded in his pupils. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Nangechuang felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge into his body like a raging storm, instantly shattering all his meridians and obliterating his Dantian Shihai. Crack! Something within him shattered. It was the martial foundation he had cultivated his entire life, the very source of his pride. Ruined! A legendary sword saint, his entire lifetime of cultivation destroyed by a single punch. No, this can't be. Nangu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with utter horror and utter disbelief. Chuyu paid no heed to his shock, merely withdrawing his fist slowly. His indifferent gaze swept over the surviving island warriors, already trembling in terror. From his lips came two words, spoken softly. "Kneel." Boom! Words spoken, law followed. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if emanating from a divine being of the heavens, descended abruptly. Divine might like a prison. Snap. Crack. Every Japanese warrior still standing felt as though two invisible primordial divine mountains crushed their shoulders. Their legs could no longer bear their weight, bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Unable to resist, they all knelt down in unison. In that instant, everyone's worldview collapsed. Shen Sihai trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by joy and astonishment. A trusted subordinate beside him stared fixedly at Chuyu's retreating figure, his voice trembling like a feverish whisper, filled with fervor and reverence, "A terrestrial immortal. This This is undoubtedly the legendary state of a terrestrial immortal where words become law, and divine might is as inescapable as a prison. Ecstatic joy. Infinite ecstasy. They had followed the right man. This time, they had truly chosen the right leader. Yufeng and Nan Guchuang stared at the scene unfolding before them, as if witnessing a miracle. Their minds had long since gone blank, their faces etched with utter disbelief. They couldn't fathom how things had escalated to this point. You can't kill me. Yufeng screamed, his voice trembling with fear despite his harsh tone, playing his last card. The man behind me is the Inspector General of the Martial Alliance headquarters in the capital. If you touch me, you'll be declaring war on the entire Martial Alliance of China. Nan Guchuang also struggled to shout, I am the president of the Sword Association of the Island Nation. Kill me, and our great island nation will never let you off. Their pleas met only Chu Yu's unflinching, indifferent gaze. And then, a casually raised foot. Thud. One kick, sweeping out horizontally. Yufeng and Nan Guchuang's bodies exploded midair like two bursting soccer balls, instantly turning into two clouds of blood mist. After finishing this, Chu Yu slowly turned around. His eyes, utterly unruffled, settled upon Yin Xiao, the living demon king who lay collapsed in a puddle of filth nearby, already so terrified he'd lost all bodily control. Chapter 121, One word decides the fate of 10,000 lives. Feeling that gaze, cold and detached as if appraising a lifeless object, Yin Xiao's heart, long hardened by blood and slaughter, shattered completely in that instant. Terror. Regret. Endless terror surged like a bursting river, instantly engulfing the last remnants of his sanity. He regretted heeding the clan leader's words and coming to Gusu to provoke such an utterly unstoppable young god demon. The living king of hell? Ha! Before this man standing before him, his own so-called fearsome reputation was nothing but a colossal joke. Yet Chu Yu couldn't be bothered to spare him a second glance. His form abruptly transformed into a streak of light, flashing past the kneeling Japanese warriors and remnants of the Martial Alliance men already trembling in terror, their livers and gallbladders shattered. Put. 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 Blood mist erupted once more. In the blink of an eye, every enemy was slain. Only after completing this did Chu Yu turn his gaze back toward the distance. His indifferent voice, clear as a divine decree, echoed in the ears of every survivor present. I, Chu Yu, have returned for one purpose alone. Revenge. Those forces unconnected to the annihilation of the Chu family back then would do well to keep their heads down. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to erase you and your backers from this world. As for those whose hands are stained with the blood of my Chu family. A grim smile curled at the corner of Chu Yu's lips, his voice echoing like a specter from the depths of hell. End your lives now, and perhaps you might retain a shred of dignity. Xian Sihai stood frozen beside him, his mind shattered by the demonic display before him, his brain a blank void. Before he could recover from this earth-shattering declaration, Chu Yu's voice echoed in his ear. Every single person present today and the families behind them, leave none standing. Wipe them all out. It's the perfect opportunity to make an example of them. At these words, Xian Sihai's body convulsed violently. A flash of terror, born from the depths of his soul, flickered in his eyes only to be instantly replaced by a tidal wave of exhilaration and fervor. This was not merely a task, it was a colossal opportunity. He had no doubt that if he accomplished this, his Sky Dome Merchants Guild would leap to become the sole underground ruler of all Gusu, and indeed the entire Jiangnan region. Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission's completion. He bowed his head heavily to the ground. When he rose, his eyes blazed with murderous intent. Without a backward glance, he turned and departed with his men. Not far away, in a small grove, an elderly man heavily paid by the Cheng family of Suzhou to sit back and reap the benefits watched the bloody scene unfold. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He felt immense relief, grateful he hadn't acted on impulse and rushed out earlier. Damn it! The Cheng family of Suzhou dares to betray an old man like me. He muttered through gritted teeth, then turned and hurried away without another moment's hesitation. Back to the city. They'll pay me over $1 billion in compensation for the mental anguish they've caused. Luo family. When Luo Chang learned of the events at the highway interchange, instead of fear, his eyes flashed with a sickening sense of satisfaction. Dead. All dead. The sword saint of the island nation, the Zhou family's Yin Xiao, and the members of the Martial Alliance, all of them had been killed by that Chu Yu. In his eyes, this was nothing short of a colossal stroke of luck. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yu, oh Chu Yu, you've truly courted your own demise. Luo Chang roared with maniacal laughter. The island nation holds grudges to the grave, and the supreme leader of the Martial Alliance is notoriously protective of his own. You've slaughtered so many of them and stirred up such a hornet's nest, let's see how you escape death this time. He could already envision Chu Yu's gruesome men torn to pieces by the combined fury of two great factions. And his own vengeance would finally be served. At the same time, in a deep, mysterious underground palace of unknown location, a mysterious man, shrouded in darkness with his features obscured, sat enthroned upon a throne, idly turning an ancient jade pendant in his hand. Ha! Interesting. Truly interesting. He emitted a low chuckle, his voice hoarse yet magnetic, as if imbued with some strange, enchanting power. The very pawn I once scorned most. In the end, it turns out to be the key I've sought for years. Fortunately I did not dispose of him back then. He slowly raised his head and spoke softly into the empty void. Go on a trip. Bring that key back to me. Remember, bring him back alive. The Hidden Realm, Zhou Clan. When news of Yan Zhao's death reached the clan's ancestral hall, Zhou Wanshan, the head of the Zhou family, whose already withered face twisted into an inhuman contortion. Put. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body seeming to age decades in an instant. Yan Zhao. He was the Zhou family's last trump card, the very pillar that held their clan's destiny together. And now, he was dead? Zhou Wanshan let out a howl like a vengeful ghost, his eyes blazing with overwhelming hatred and madness. Transmit my orders. He screamed hysterically, his piercing voice echoing throughout the entire ancestral home of the Zhou clan. Notify the 4 emperors. Have them rush to Gusu at top speed. I want that little named Chuyu to beg for death. Chapter 122, The Calm Before the Storm. The battle at the highway interchange had erupted like a magnitude 12 super earthquake, radiating from Gusu to instantly engulf the entire Jiangnan province. Yan Zhao was dead. The sword saint of the island nation, Nan Guchuang, is dead. Yu Feng, deputy director of the Gusu Martial Alliance, was dead. Along with hundreds of arrogant Japanese swordsmanship elites and over a dozen prominent clan heads from Tianhai City, all reduced to cold dust at the highway interchange. The news sent shockwaves throughout the province. Countless factions that had been lurking in the shadows, some even harboring ill intentions toward the Chu family, were plunged into an icy abyss overnight, frozen stiff with fear. Only then did they realize with horror that the Chu family, which they had jointly pushed into the abyss 5 years prior, had not only survived but returned triumphant. Now accompanied by a teenage god demon, they reigned supreme with an even more tyrannical, bloodier, and utterly unstoppable presence. That night, countless prominent families across the Jiangnan province lay awake. Emergency family meetings convened in countless heavily guarded chambers. The outcome was strikingly uniform. Transmit my command. From this day forward, Chuyu is declared the highest level taboo within our Wang family. No one within the clan is to mention him, much less provoke him. Violators will be expelled from the family and stripped of their cultivation. Prepare a lavish gift immediately. No. 3 gifts. Tomorrow morning, I will personally lead a delegation to the Chu residents to apologize. Whether they receive us or not, we must demonstrate our utmost deference. Summon that good-for-nothing grandson of mine. Wasn't he boasting just days ago about seeking trouble with the Chu family? Beat him. Break his legs. Let him understand that some people are beyond our reach, figures we can never afford to provoke. Fear was spreading. Awe was taking root. Everyone understood, the skies over Gusu had changed forever. The Chu family would reign supreme over this land once more, in a manner beyond anyone's reach. Amidst the fear and reverence, a rumor tinged with scandal began quietly circulating among the upper echelons. It was said that the venerable elder Lin of the provincial capital, a man whose word could determine a city's fate, upon hearing of Chuyu's exploits, clapped his hands in laughter and declared before all present, a young hero deserves a worthy partner. My granddaughter, it seems, would be most suited to Mr. Chu. The room erupted in astonishment at these words. Who was Miss Lin Qingxue, the granddaughter of the Lin family, hailed as the Pearl of Jiangnan? She was a heavenly blessed maiden, possessing beauty, talent, and noble lineage, the goddess of countless young men from distinguished families. And now, old Master Lin was considering bestowing this jewel of his family upon Chuyu? The Lin residence, provincial capital. Deep within an elegant and distinctive Jiangnan garden, Lin Qingxue stood motionless by the lotus pond in a white dress, listening to her best friend exaggerate the rumors circulating outside over the phone. 2 captivating blushes spread across her exquisitely beautiful face. Grandfather really has no shame. How dare he spread such things? She stamped her foot, her tone carrying 3 parts irritation and 7 parts embarrassment. Yet, against her will, the image of that solitary, towering figure surfaced in her mind, along with those deep, indifferent eyes that seemed to regard all things in the world with utter disdain. Were they a good match? Lin Qingxue's delicate hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt as a thought stirred within her. Perhaps it wasn't entirely impossible. But the thought of the stunningly beautiful senior sisters surrounding him, each radiating unique charm, and those 2 breathtaking maids who never left his side, stirred an inexplicable irritation and jealousy within her. Just how many women does that guy have around him? For a moment, the thoughts of this heavenly beauty became tangled and chaotic. Meanwhile, Chuyu, at the very center of this storm, remained utterly oblivious to the world around him. Locked in his room, he sat facing the computer, his brow furrowed. On the screen, a name appeared: Yuan Qi. This was the only clue grandfather had left behind before his disappearance. Yet no matter how he scoured the chasing stars and grasping the moon intelligence network, he could find no trace of this name. It was as if the name itself had never existed in this world. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded at the door. Come in, Chuyu said without looking up. The door opened, and his eldest sister-in-law, Lu Menghan, entered carrying a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Her mature, voluptuous figure was draped in a silk nightgown, perfectly accentuating her breathtaking curves. She placed the cup gently on the table, her beautiful eyes flickering with concern as she studied Chuyu's slightly weary profile. "Chuyu," she murmured softly, "there are many guests downstairs. They're all from prominent families in Jiangnan who wish to pay their respects. What do you think? Tell them to leave." Chuyu rubbed his temples, impatiently cutting her off. "Tell them all to get lost." Lately, the endless stream of people trying to curry favor and ingratiate themselves had become unbearably tiresome. "All right, understood." Lu Menghan flinched at the imperious aura that emanated from him without effort, her pretty face flushing slightly. She obediently responded before turning to leave. Just then, Chuyu's phone vibrated. It was Qian Sihai calling. Chuyu answered, and Qian Sihai's voice came through, respectful yet tinged with gravity. "Sir, I have 2 matters to report. First, according to reports from our informants embedded within major families, a mysterious faction has recently been covertly investigating your capabilities and background. Their methods are exceptionally sophisticated. Our agents attempted surveillance several times but were consistently shaken off. Their origins remain undetermined for now." Chuyu's eyes narrowed slightly at the news, though he didn't seem overly concerned. Countless people sought to investigate him. As long as they didn't come looking for trouble, he couldn't be bothered. "And the second matter?" "The second matter is, sir, the key medicinal ingredients you instructed me to find at all costs, we've located them." Qian Sihai's voice suddenly grew excited. "What?" Chuyu shot up from his chair, his eyes blazing with intense light. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the 4th layer of the 9 netherworld prison sealing technique, just a hair's breadth away from the 5th layer. Once he broke through, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. However, his current cultivation level was simply too high, and the killing intent within him had grown increasingly dense. Even dual cultivation with his senior sisters yielded only negligible results. The only path to breakthrough lay in refining higher-grade elixirs. And those few key ingredients were precisely the crux of refining the 9 transformations breakthrough pill. "Where?" Chuyu's voice carried a hint of urgency. "At Huichun Hall, a century-old herbal pharmacy south of Gusa City." Qian Sihai replied promptly. "Guichuntang?" A flicker of surprise crossed Chuyu's eyes. Wasn't that the pharmacy owned by Sun Yunyu's family? Without further hesitation, he hung up the phone and instructed Lu Menghan, who was still nearby, "Sister-in-law, prepare a car for me." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already vanished from the room, leaving only a blur in his wake. Chapter 123, The 3-leaf green racer who dares lay a finger on it. South of Gusa City, Huichuntang. This was a genuine century-old establishment. Its antique facade and the rich, mellow scent of herbs permeating the air spoke volumes of its profound heritage. The moment Chuyu stepped inside, Qian Sihai, who had been waiting for some time, immediately approached him, his face plastered with a respectful smile. "Sir, you've arrived." Beside him stood a young woman in a pale blue qipao, her demeanor gentle and serene, likely the manager of Huichun Hall. The woman in green did not dare delay. She promptly retrieved an exquisite jade box, crafted entirely from blood-red warm jade, from a specially designed temperature-controlled cabinet behind her. Qian Sihai personally accepted it and respectfully presented it before Chuyu. "Sir, the 3-leaf green racer you requested is inside." The moment the box opened, an intensely pure, soul-stirring aura of spiritual energy suddenly radiated out, making the entire pharmacy feel as though its temperature had risen several degrees. Within the jade box lay a spirit ginseng, emerald green throughout, as if carved from jade. 3 uniquely shaped leaves sprouted from it, radiating a dazzling, otherworldly glow. This was the most crucial ingredient for refining the 9 transformation breakthrough pill, the 3-leaf green lingji. A flicker of delight crossed Chuyu's eyes as he reached out to take it. At that moment, a hoarse voice with a northern accent, brimming with arrogance and disdain, abruptly echoed from the doorway. "This lingji mushroom belongs to us brothers." Before the words had fully faded, 2 burly middle-aged men, their temples bulging and radiating a fierce aura, strode in with deliberate swagger. The leader glanced at the 3-leaf green lingji in the jade box, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. Then, dismissing Qian Sihai like a beggar, he impatiently declared, "Whatever he offers, I'll pay double." "Who the hell do you think you are?" Qian Sihai erupted in fury, cursing loudly on the spot. Where did these stray dogs come from, daring to bark in front of Mr. Chu? Chuyu's gaze swept indifferently over the 2 men, his eyes narrowing slightly. These 2 possessed formidable strength, both already at the threshold of Grandmaster cultivation. In any other place, they would be considered formidable experts. He stopped Qian Sihai, who was about to explode, and spoke in a level tone. "I asked for this medicine first." "Ha! Claimed it first?" Hearing this, the pair burst into a shrill, derisive laugh as if they'd heard the most absurd joke. "Boy, in the martial world, there's no such thing as first come, first served. Whoever's fists are hardest gets what they want." With that, they didn't even bother glancing at Chuyu again. Instead, they turned to the woman in green robes, rattling off a list of dozens of rare medicinal herbs in a haughty tone. "Do you have any of these in your shop?" The green-robed woman stared in disbelief, then shook her head helplessly with a wry smile. Gentlemen, what you've listed are legendary treasures long extinct. That this shop possesses even a single 3-leaf green reishi mushroom is already a stroke of immense fortune. A hint of disappointment flashed across the two men's faces before their gaze shifted back to Qian Sihai, their eyes brimming with unspoken menace. Qian Sihai had never endured such indignity. Rage coursed through him, his body trembling as his qi surged, ready to strike. Hand over the medicine. Shu Yu's voice rang out again, as calm as before, yet carrying an icy coldness that brooked no argument. Kid, are you looking to die? Shu Yu's repeated provocations had finally pushed the two men over the edge. One of them let out a savage laugh, his fan-like hand lashing out toward Shu Yu's face. Yet before his hand reached halfway, his vision blurred. Smack! A blur, moving at least 10 times faster than him, struck with thunderous force, arriving before the blow itself. A crisp, shattering crack echoed throughout the entire Huichun Hall. The burly man who had struck out didn't even have time to react. His entire body was slammed head-on as if by an invisible giant hammer. Spitting out several blood-stained teeth, he flew backward, crashing heavily into the medicine cabinet 7 or 8 meters away, shattering the sturdy rosewood cabinet into pieces. Meanwhile, the box of 3-leaf green reishi had, at some unknown moment, settled securely into Chu Yu's hands. You dare strike me? The man who had been knocked flying struggled to his feet, clutching his half-swollen face in disbelief. He snarled, Do you know who I am? I am Yao Xiuwen, the grandson of the Grand Elder himself, from the headquarters of the Martial Alliance in the capital city. He pointed at Chu Yu with venom, roaring like a madman, You're dead. I'm telling you, you're dead. No one in heaven or earth can save you now. Yao Xiuwen? Qian Sihai froze at the name, then looked at him as if he were an idiot, sneering, So that's who you are from the Martial Alliance headquarters. But before you declare someone else doomed, shouldn't you first find out who stands before you? He stood tall, his face glowing with pride and fervor, enunciating each word deliberately. This is Mr. Chu Yu, the man who single-handedly slew the Chiu family's demon lord and crushed the sword association of the island nation. I'd say the one courting death is you. Chu Yu? Yao Xiuwen heard this unfamiliar name, yet his face twisted into an even more intense sneer of contempt and scorn. What kind of nobody dares to act so brazenly before Yao Xiuwen? Lately, he'd been utterly absorbed in cultivation and searching for spiritual herbs to break through to the Grandmaster realm, completely oblivious to the world outside. He hadn't heard a single whisper about the earth-shattering upheavals that had recently rocked the Jiangnan province. His visit to this humble Huichun Hall stemmed solely from a recommendation by that renowned Chinese medicine master, hailed as China's living Hua Tuo, who claimed this place might hold the opportunity he needed to break through. Brother! Don't waste your breath on him. Let's take him down together. Destroy him! Yao Xiuwen roared, exchanging a glance with his companion. Their auras erupted simultaneously like two tigers charging down a mountain, attacking Chu Yu from both sides with frenzied ferocity. Yet what met them was still that blindingly fast afterimage. Thud! Thud! Two dull thuds echoed as the Yao brothers flew backward like two broken sacks. This time, the impact was heavier and more brutal. Their bodies felt as if every bone had shattered, leaving them utterly unable to rise. Stunned, Yao Xiuwen was utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom how the two of them, fighting together, could have been defeated so decisively, so utterly. Chu Yu slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the long-suppressed killing intent within him stir once more. A fleeting, barely perceptible crimson glint flickered deep within his eyes. He didn't want to kill. At least, not before his breakthrough. He didn't want to stain himself with unnecessary bloodshed, lest it nurture inner demons and hinder his breakthrough. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and stared down at the two pools of mud on the ground. His voice was icy as he uttered a single word. Get out! Just then, an aged yet gentle voice, tinged with surprise and uncertainty, drifted in from the doorway. Chu? Young Master Chu? Why is it you? Chu Yu turned at the sound, seeing an elderly man with the demeanor of an immortal, dressed in traditional Tang attire, standing at the doorway alongside a young female disciple with a ponytail and bright, sparkling eyes. Both stared at him in utter shock. The visitors were none other than Qin Huishan, the legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine whom he had briefly met in prison and who had gifted him the divine needle of Tai. Chapter 124, The Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Seeking a Teacher Once More. Seeing Qin Huishan appear, Yao Xiuwen, still lying on the ground, instantly burst into wild joy as if he had survived a catastrophe. He felt as though a savior had descended from the heavens. Master Qin! You've arrived just in time. He struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe, and he fell back down in a heap. Qin Huishan surveyed the shop's utter devastation, then turned to Yao Xiuwen's pitiful state. His brows furrowed as he asked with concern, My dear nephew Xiuwen, did you find the 3-leaf green Ganoderma I recommended you seek? The herb was stolen. Yao Xiuwen's eyes burned with venom as he fixed them on Chu Yu, clinging to him like a last straw. He snarled at Qin Huishan, It's this reckless brat. Elder Qin. Cripple him for me, and the Yao family will owe you an immense debt. Qin Huishan's heart raced with shock and suspicion upon hearing this. Yao Xiuwen was the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder of the Martial Alliance headquarters, a figure of immense prestige. Who in the entire martial arts world of Huagua dared not show him respect? And yet someone had dared to snatch his belongings in broad daylight, leaving him beaten to a pulp? He followed Yao Shouwen's pointing finger and looked in the direction indicated. The moment he recognized that calm, indifferent face, he was struck as if by lightning, his pupils suddenly contracting. It was him. How could it be him? A chill shot up Qin Huishan's spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head, nearly freezing his blood. Old Master Qin, what are you waiting for? Step in. Yao Shouwen, seeing Qin Huishan's hesitation, couldn't help but urge him, his tone thick with impatience. Shu Yu, however, didn't even bother to glance at Qin Huishan. His indifferent gaze fixed on Yao Shouwen as he spoke slowly. Go back and tell your grandfather. If you dare send anyone to Jiangnan to stir up trouble again, I won't hesitate to personally travel to the capital and wipe out your martial alliance headquarters. Boom! The words fell, and the entire crowd fell deathly silent. Qian Sihai felt his blood boil with pride. Yao Shouwen, however, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted with unprecedented fury, his face turning the color of liver. Arrogant! Who do you think you are? He roared like a madman. You dare threaten to destroy my martial alliance? Mark my words, this isn't over. I'll make you regret it. Crossing me, Yao Shouwen, crossing the martial alliance of Huagui, it'll be the stupidest decision you ever make. Shouwen, my dear nephew. Stop this at once. Qin Huishan finally snapped out of his shock. His face drained of color as he shouted at Yao Shouwen to stop, his voice trembling slightly with fear. Do you know who he is? He is Chu Yu. The very Mr. Chu who, just days ago outside Gusu City, slew the demonic leader of the Qiu clan in the blink of an eye and razed the sword association of the island nation to the ground. Yao Shouwen scoffed at this, his face etched with disbelief. Impossible. How could someone so young possess such godlike prowess? I say it's just rumors spreading like wildfire. Seeing Qin Huishan's look of apprehension, the contempt in his eyes deepened. Old Qin, I'd say age has made you timid. Fine. If you won't act, I'll find my own way. With that, he shot Chu Yu a venomous glare, hurled a few parting threats, and then, supported by his companions, limped out of Huichun Hall. You wait, boy. I, Yao Shouwen, swear I'll tear you limb from limb before I rest. The moment he stepped out of Huichun Hall, Yao Shouwen immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. His voice was cold and ruthless as he ordered, look him up. Look up someone named Chu Yu. I want all his information. Send it to my phone within 3 minutes. In less than 3 minutes, an encrypted file arrived. Yao Shouwen opened the file and read only the first line. The savage, venomous expression on his face froze instantly, then visibly gave way to boundless horror and terror. His face turned as white as paper in an instant, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The hand gripping his phone shook violently. The document starkly detailed all of Chu Yu's recent achievements. Each entry was shocking, each one capable of shattering his worldview. Slaying Yan Xiao, the living Yama of the Qiu clan. Disabling the sword saint of the island nation, Nangu Chuang, with a single punch. His words carried the force of law, his divine might like a prison, forcing back 2 grandmasters of the Tang clan in the capital. Gulp! Yao Shouwen swallowed hard, his limbs numb with cold. A chill seeping from the depths of his soul enveloped him completely. Without hesitation, his trembling fingers dialed another number. The instant the call connected, he collapsed to his knees with a thud, his voice breaking into sobs, filled with boundless terror. Grandfather! Save me! I think I've provoked that Chu Yu. On the other end, silence stretched for over 10 seconds before an aged, authoritative voice bursting with furious rage finally cracked through. You fool! Who gave you permission to provoke him? After listening to Yao Shouwen's stammering account, the Grand Elder on the other end fell into an even longer silence. Finally, that rage dissolved into a weary, resigned sigh. Get your ass back here immediately. Now! As for the 3-leaf green racier, the family will find another way for you. And regarding that Chu Yu, the Martial Alliance Elders Council has already devised a strategy. You are forbidden to interfere further. Inside Huichun Hall. After Yao Shouwen departed, Qin Huishan could no longer contain his terror. He bowed deeply to Chu Yu, his posture extremely humble, his face etched with panic and apology. Mr. Chu. I was blind and failed to recognize your true worth, nearly causing a grave mistake. I humbly beg your magnanimity do not stoop to the level of that young upstart. The young female apprentice beside him, her hair tied in a ponytail, had long since turned pale with fright from the events unfolding. Now, she peered at Chu Yu with wide eyes, a mixture of reverence and fear. Chu Yu cast a faint glance at Qin Huishan but remained silent. Seeing this, Qin Huishan felt his unease deepen. Gritting his teeth, he bowed deeply to Chu Yu once more, his tone reaching the height of sincerity. Mr. Chu, I dare to speak once more. Would you perhaps be willing to reconsider taking this unworthy disciple of mine? Chapter 125, The Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine seeks a teacher once more. At these words, the female apprentice beside Qin Huishan, her hair tied in a ponytail, turned pale as a sheet. She stared at her master in utter disbelief. How could this be? She never imagined that her master, a figure revered like a deity in China's traditional medicine circles, one whom even the nation's most renowned practitioners bowed to with respect, would voluntarily suggest she seek apprenticeship under such a young man. Was this some kind of joke? Xu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. I have no interest in taking disciples. His voice was flat, his refusal sharp and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Huishan's face, but he did not give up. Instead, he spoke with even greater sincerity. Mr. Chu, I know this request is quite abrupt. He turned to look at his disciple, his eyes brimming with expectation and affection. But this unworthy disciple of mine, Su Qingwan, though still young, possesses a talent for medicine that is truly rare in this world. I have imparted all my knowledge to her, yet I feel it falls far short of unlocking her full potential. From childhood, she has held a grand ambition to use her medical skills to save the common people, to rid the world of incurable suffering. I believe that only by following a divine being like you, Master, will her aspirations ever truly come to fruition. Qin Huishan's words struck Su Qingwan's heart like heavy hammers. She gazed at her master's aged face, filled with hope, then turned her eyes to the young man standing with his hands behind his back, shrouded in an aura of mystery. A storm of emotions surged within her. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingwan's gaze suddenly hardened with unwavering resolve. Taking a deep breath, she slowly knelt before Chu Yu. Thud! Her knees collided with the ground, producing a crisp, dull thud. Junior disciple Su Qingwan humbly begs you, Master, to take me as your disciple. Xu Yu regarded the girl kneeling before him, his gaze as indifferent as ever. I've said it before, I do not take disciples. He turned to leave, but when he saw the pure, unwavering passion for the medical arts in Su Qingwan's clear eyes, not mere hunger for power, his heart stirred slightly. Relieving the suffering of all beings. Those 4 words reminded him of his senior sisters on the mountain. After a moment of silence, he finally relented. I do not take disciples. However, I can spare some time to compile a medical text for you. Should any questions arise in the future, you may come seek my guidance. At these words, Qin Huishan and Su Qingwan froze in surprise, then their faces simultaneously lit up with boundless elation. To receive personal guidance from such a divine being, wasn't that as good as becoming his disciples? Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Master and disciple hurriedly thanked Xu Yu repeatedly, overcome with emotion. Xu Yu paid them no further heed, clutching the 3-leaf green reishi mushroom as he turned and left Huichun Hall. When Xu Yu reached the entrance of the Chu family villa, his footsteps faltered slightly. A man dressed in a black suit, exuding a calm and steady presence, stood quietly waiting at the entrance. Noticing Xu Yu's arrival, the man stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke in a tone neither humble nor arrogant. Mr. Chu, my master requests your presence. His words were polite, yet his eyes held a hint of unwavering authority. He asked me to convey a message to you. If you do not go, he will have no choice but to come himself. Then, swords and blades have no eyes. Innocent lives may be lost. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Xu Yu's eyes. But he knew killing this messenger would serve no purpose. Lead the way. He uttered the 2 words in a flat tone. The man in the suit gestured invitingly, pulling open the door of a black sedan for Xu Yu. The vehicle sped along the road, finally coming to a halt before a heavily guarded resort villa in the suburbs. Xu Yu followed the man deep into the estate, into a villa. The moment he pushed open the door, an aura mingling arrogance and murderous intent washed over him. In the spacious living room, 4 men each radiating a distinct yet equally overwhelming aura sat solemnly on the sofa, their cold gazes fixed upon him. These 4 men were the Chiu family's trump cards, recruited at great expense from a mysterious organization, the so-called 4 Emperors. Behind them stood a dozen or so henchmen, their auras equally fierce. Yet Xu Yu's gaze cut straight through the arrogant 4 Emperors, landing instead on an inconspicuous corner behind them. There stood a middle-aged man. He was plain-looking, of average build, dressed in the most ordinary casual clothes. He blended into the crowd like a drop of water merging into the ocean, utterly unremarkable. In fact, not a single trace of martial energy fluctuated from his body. He seemed utterly ordinary. Yet the more ordinary he appeared, the higher Xu Yu's guard rose. From the moment he entered, Xu Yu had fixed his gaze on this middle-aged man, completely ignoring the 4 so-called emperors radiating terrifying pressure from the sofa. You're Xu Yu? Among the 4 emperors, the fiery-haired man with the most volatile temper, seeing himself so blatantly ignored, instantly flashed anger across his face and spoke first. His voice boomed like thunder, infused with such potent true qi that it could cause ordinary martial artists to bleed from their 7 orifices on the spot. Yet, the only response was a blur so fast it left only an afterimage. Smack! A crisp slap echoed throughout the entire living room. The arrogant red-haired emperor, caught completely off guard, was sent flying from the sofa by the force of the blow. He crashed into the wall in utter disarray, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You're asking for death. The remaining 3 emperors, seeing this, flew into a rage. They abruptly rose to their feet, unleashing the terrifying auras of 3 peak grandmasters simultaneously, poised to strike. Step back, all of you. At that moment, the unassuming middle-aged man who had stood quietly in the corner finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet it seemed to carry a peculiar, almost magical quality. The three emperors, consumed by rage, halted their movements abruptly. You are no match for him, the middle-aged man said slowly. The three emperors' faces flushed alternately pale and crimson. Though unwilling to concede, they ultimately refrained from further action. Among the four emperors, a man with a relatively gentle demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stepped forward and offered Chuyu a friendly smile. Mr. Chu, please do not misunderstand. We mean you no harm. I am the Northern Emperor. Acting on my commander's orders, I have come only to. Chuyu didn't even listen to his words. His gaze remained fixed, locked onto the middle-aged man. This man's strength was unfathomable, so profound that even Chuyu couldn't discern the slightest hint of it. Could this be the one he had been searching for all along, the clue left by his grandfather, Yuan Qi? Chuyu pondered silently, ignoring the others entirely as he addressed the middle-aged man directly. Who are you? Chapter 126, Insects Dare to Negotiate Terms. Chuyu's utter disregard left the three remaining emperors standing there feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Who were they? They were the elite commanders the Chiu family had summoned at the cost of half their fortune. In their world, they were the heavens, the gods. Their word alone could decide the fate of thousands. Yet now, an ant in their eyes dared to confront one of their subordinates right before them. To them, that middle-aged man was merely an ordinary clerk dispatched by the organization to monitor their mission progress, utterly unremarkable, lacking even a shred of cultivation. Chuyu's actions were tantamount to trampling their dignity underfoot. The man in gold-rimmed glasses, known as the Northern Emperor, had long since shed his benevolent smile. In its place now was a cold, dark expression. Chuyu, I advise you to get your facts straight. Right now, standing before you are us. We are the only ones qualified to speak with you. Are you trying to humiliate us? The middle-aged man in the corner never answered Chuyu's question, not even lifting an eyelid, as if everything unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Chuyu finally withdrew his gaze and fixed it once more on the four emperors. You came for the Chiu family. How do you intend to resolve this matter? The Northern Emperor, seeing him finally acknowledge his presence, wore an even more arrogant expression. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and spoke in a tone dripping with condescension. It's simple. Our commander values talent. Considering the hardships of your cultivation, he is willing to grant you a chance to live. From this day forward, submit to the Chiu family and swear allegiance to them. We guarantee the lives of your entire Chu clan will be spared. At these words, Chuyu's lips curved into an amused smile. Oh? If I submit, will the Chiu family then turn around and help me exact my revenge? This question left the four emperors momentarily speechless. Then, in unison, they erupted into a piercing, derisive snort, as if they had just heard the most laughable joke of the century. Revenge? The Northern Emperor stared at Chuyu as if he were an idiot, sneering. Chuyu, have you not woken up yet? Do you really think your enemies from back then were merely a minor aristocratic family from Gusu? I advise you to abandon this unrealistic notion. He paused, his eyes brimming with condescending pity. If you simply obey, the Chiu family can arrange a new identity for you. We'll provide reconstructive surgery, send you abroad, and ensure you live out your days in peace. You cannot afford to offend the Chiu family. The Emperor of the North's voice echoed through the deathly quiet villa living room, each word like an ice-hardened steel needle, carrying the weight of a judgment delivered from above. Leaning forward slightly, his hands braced on his knees, his face radiated arrogance. His eyes narrowed like a hawk that had locked onto its prey. Even less can you afford to offend the Lord Yuanqi behind us. He deliberately emphasized the words Lord Yuanqi, his tone brimming with near fanatical reverence and unabashedly riding on someone else's coattails. It was a twisted confidence and smugness born from tying one's fate to a greater power. He reveled in the atmosphere, savoring the thrill of cornering a once mighty foe with overwhelming superiority. I know you're powerful enough to have ended that madman Yan Shao with your own hands. The Northern Emperor straightened his posture, pacing as if surveying his domain. His words came measuredly, each one cutting to the bone. But so what? He abruptly halted, spinning to fix a piercing stare upon Chuyu. Yan Shao is but a lone figure. We, however, are four peak masters, bound as one, our hearts and minds in perfect harmony. His voice rose abruptly, thick with oppressive force. With the four of us joining forces, we could weave a net as vast as the heavens and as tight as the earth. Killing you would be as easy as turning our palms. He held up two fingers, waving them lightly before Chuyu's face, a gesture both flippant and cruel. Now, only two paths lie before you, paths as clear as day. Either kneel and accept all our terms. From this day forward, become the most loyal dog under the Chiu family and Lord Yuanqi. Live out your days as a dog, begging for scraps with your tail between your legs. He paused, the smile on his lips twisting into a savage, bloodthirsty grimace. Or, right here, right now, be torn to shreds by the four of us, your bones ground to dust. Die. The final ultimatum fell, and the air seemed to freeze solid. The suffocating pressure was enough to shatter the resolve of any weak-willed soul. Yet, faced with this choice between life and death, the playful expression on Chuyu's face rippled like stones cast into a lake, sending out ever-widening, intensifying waves. He didn't even glance at the arrogant Northern Emperor. Instead, he kept his head bowed, staring at his clean fingertips as if they held something more fascinating than the 4 peak grandmasters before him. Then, a faint, abrupt snort escaped from the depths of his throat. Poof. The sound was faint, yet it pierced like an invisible needle, precisely puncturing the self-assured sense of control the 4 emperors had painstakingly cultivated. Within that laugh lay no anger, no fear, not even solemnity, only a pure, bone-deep contempt. The kind of contempt one might feel when watching an ant attempt to shake a tree, a contempt bordering on pity. The Zhao family is nothing. Jiu finally lifted his eyes, his deep gaze calm as an abyss. His voice was clear as it reached every ear. I haven't even bothered to take notice. Boom. These words weren't a bomb, they were a thunderclap from the heavens. They didn't ignite fury, instead, they instantly shattered the dam of reason and pretense within the 4 emperors' hearts, reducing it to dust. Arrogant. That brat is courting death. Why waste words with him? Kill him. Crush him. The roars erupted almost simultaneously from their mouths. They could no longer maintain the composure of the mighty, tearing away the last shred of pretense. Murderous intent surged forth from them like a tangible black tide. In that instant, 4 terrifying auras, each belonging to masters at the pinnacle of their art, holding back nothing, erupted like 4 dormant volcanoes detonating simultaneously. They shot skyward, exploding with deafening force. Hum. The entire villa groaned under the unbearable strain. The air ceased to be air. Crushed and sucked dry by the 4 wills, it transformed into a viscous, suffocating quagmire. Solid load-bearing walls, as if gripped by invisible giant hands, instantly cracked like spiderwebs, plaster flaking off in showers. Heavy marble floors trembled violently, wailing with creaks and groans, as if ready to collapse into the abyss at any second. Those once proud subordinates standing behind the 4 emperors now bore no resemblance to human beings under this world-shattering pressure. Their faces were as white as paper, legs shaking uncontrollably, teeth chattering wildly, emitting a clack-clack sound. Their eyes held nothing but infinitely magnified terror, born from the depths of their very souls. They harbored no doubt they didn't even need to be attacked. The mere aftershocks of these 4 clashing auras were enough to grind every last one of them, soul and all, into the finest dust. Yet at the very epicenter of this tempest, Chuyu stood with his hands behind his back. The ground beneath his feet remained undisturbed. Not a single hem of his robe stirred. His expression remained as serene and detached as ever. It was as if the terrifying aura around him, capable of tearing steel and shattering mountains, were merely a gentle spring breeze brushing his face. Just as the Northern Emperor, who moments before had commanded with imperious arrogance, now surged forward with soul-freezing murderous intent, claws formed from his fingers, a piercing shriek tearing through the air, his palm smashed toward Chuyu's crown. Chuyu moved. No dodging, no blocking, no flashy opening moves. He simply raised his right hand as casually as brushing dust from his shoulder, then delivered a single, effortless punch forward. This punch was utterly ordinary. No earth-shattering roar, no dazzling radiance, not even the slightest ripple of wind. Plain and ordinary, returning to the essence. Like an ordinary person, when bored out of their mind, just swatting at thin air. Bang! The instant fist met palm, the entire world plunged into an eerie, deathly silence. Time seemed to be forcibly paused by an invisible hand. The North Emperor's face twisted with ferocity, arrogance, and absolute certainty froze forever in that instant. His pupils clearly reflected that ordinary-looking fist, and behind it, a pair of eyes so indifferent they held not a single flicker of emotion. The next instant, the stillness shattered. A terrifying force beyond description, transcending all earthly comprehension, as if emanating from another dimension, erupted from that fist with an absolute, devastating force that crushed everything in its path. Snap! That was the sound of the Northern Emperor's finger bones being crushed into powder. Snap, crackle, pop. That was the sound of his palm bones, wrist bones, and arm bones harder than steel being shattered inch by inch. That force tore through his arm like a bamboo shoot, brutally piercing his chest. Under the horrified, fear-filled stares of the other 3 emperors, their eyes nearly bulging from terror, the once arrogant Northern Emperor, whose formidable physique he prided himself on, capable of withstanding bullets, now resembled a sandbag filled with blood, struck head-on by a 10,000-ton siege hammer. It exploded with a thunderous boom. No scream. Not even a sound had time to escape. A sky-filling mist of blood, mingled with shattered organs and stark white bones, formed the most gruesome, terrifying tableau imaginable, staining the entire opulent living room into a harrowing hellscape. One punch. It couldn't even be called a punch. Merely a simple touch. A peak master, instantly obliterated, leaving not a trace of flesh or bone. Dead silence. Absolute deathly silence. The air held only the sound of warm blood dripping down in a steady patter and the sickeningly thick stench of blood. Chuyu slowly withdrew his fist, still as clean as before, as if he had merely performed an insignificant task. His indifferent eyes slowly turned toward the 3 stone statues, long since frozen in terror, their souls scattered, even forgetting to breathe. His thin lips parted, his voice calm yet carrying the weight of death's final verdict. Now. The brief pause felt like an eternity, nearly stopping the hearts of all 3. Do you wish to live, or die? Chapter 127, The Illusion Division's Journey, The War of Gods and Demons. Dead silence. Deadly silence. The 3 remaining emperors stared at the blurred mass of flesh on the ground, their minds blank. They hadn't even seen how you had struck. The Northern Emperor was dead. A peak grandmaster whose strength was on par with theirs had been shattered by a single punch. After a moment of stunned shock came endless humiliation and seething rage. Combined forces. Kill him. The most hot-tempered red-haired emperor let out a beastly roar, his muscles bulging as his true energy surged. He charged forward first. The other two instantly snapped into action, murderous intent blazing in their eyes. They closed in from opposite directions, forming a pincer movement as they simultaneously lunged at Chuyu. They refused to believe it. They refused to believe this youth before them could single-handedly withstand the combined assault of 3 of their top-tier commanders. Yet reality proved far crueler than they could have imagined. Facing the combined assault powerful enough to tear mountains apart, Chuyu's figure abruptly blurred into a faint afterimage. Bang! Boom! 2 thunderous explosions, muffled to the extreme, echoed almost simultaneously. The savage expressions on the faces of the red-haired emperor and the other emperor froze forever. Their bodies, struck head-on as if by an invisible battering ram, caved in at the chest before exploding outward with a thunderous roar. A mist of blood blossomed once more. Only the last emperor remained, his attack halted mid-strike, frozen in midair as if struck by lightning, standing rigid in place. Fear. Endless terror, like a cold tide, instantly engulfed his proud heart. The color drained from his face as his body shook violently. The look in his eyes as he stared at Chuyu was as though he had beheld a demon god crawling out of hell itself. You can't kill me. His voice cracked, a desperate, hollow scream. The Chiu family stands behind me. Kill us, and the Chiu family will never let you off. Chuyu didn't even bother to glance at him again. Those cold, indifferent eyes once again settled on the unremarkable middle-aged man in the corner. Have you had enough of the show? This seemingly random remark left all the survivors present utterly bewildered. They couldn't comprehend why Chuyu would show such concern for an ordinary man who seemed utterly harmless. Just then. Snap. Snap. Clap. The middle-aged man slowly began to clap. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. For the first time, a hint of approval flickered in his otherwise still, well-watered eyes. Brilliant. Truly splendid. The sole remaining sovereign watched this bizarre scene unfold before him, his bewilderment reaching its peak. No matter how he scrutinized the man before him, he could detect not a trace of martial energy fluctuations. Yet it was precisely this ordinary man who made him feel a chill running down his spine, a chill 100 times more dangerous than the one he had felt when facing Chuyu. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, his pupils contracted sharply to pinpricks, his face contorting with utter horror. You're one of the most mysterious members of the Illusion Division under Lord Yuan Qi. Only the legendary Illusion Division, those masters of disguise and concealment who walked in shadows, tasked with surveillance and elimination, possessed such unfathomable skills. The middle-aged man's smile grew even broader. Members of the Illusion Division are meant to remain unrecognizable. He murmured softly, his voice carrying a peculiar, almost magical quality. The moment his words fell, he casually waved his hand. Put. Puff. Pop. The sovereign who had just guessed his identity, along with every standing subordinate within the villa, collapsed backward without a sound. Before they could even utter a scream, a blossom of blood suddenly bloomed between their eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, the entire scene was cleared. Only after completing this did the middle-aged man truly turn his gaze toward Chuyu. Now, this place is quiet. He maintained that same nonchalant demeanor, as if he had merely crushed a few bothersome insects moments ago. Chuyu, I'll give you 2 choices. First, surrender peacefully and come with me. Second, I cripple you, then take you away. Chuyu responded with a cold laugh. I choose the third option. I'll cripple you, then slowly extract what I need to know. For the first time, a look of shock flashed across the middle-aged man's face. He seemed utterly unprepared for Chuyu to utter such audacious words under these circumstances. After a moment of stunned silence, his face twisted with provoked fury and an even more intense arrogance. Very well. You'll regret this. Before he could finish speaking, Chuyu had already moved. Without the slightest warning, his figure vanished from his original spot in an instant. A fist packed with earth-shattering power, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, slammed straight toward the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, clearly caught off guard by Chuyu's blinding speed. He held nothing back. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, one no less formidable than Chuyu's, yet even more sinister and chilling. He met the attack with a punch of his own. Boom! The moment the fists collided, a deafening roar erupted. A terrifying shockwave, visible to the naked eye, radiated outward from the 2 combatants like a violent explosion. Every window pane in the entire villa shattered into dust in an instant. The sturdy load-bearing walls cracked like they'd been hit by cannonballs, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Thud. 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 Amidst the smoke and dust, 2 figures simultaneously staggered back 3 steps. Each step left a deep footprint gouged into the hard ground. A stalemate. Chuyu steadied himself. For the first time, a trace of gravity flickered in his usually indifferent eyes. Across from him, the middle-aged man's previously serene expression had vanished, replaced by boundless shock and disbelief. The same thought surged through both minds simultaneously. They had underestimated each other. Chapter 128, The Apocalypse Invitation, The Soul-Binding Bureau. The terror in the middle-aged man's eyes nearly overflowed. He couldn't comprehend it. The other looked barely over 20. How could he possibly possess terrifying strength capable of standing toe-to-toe with him? This utterly shattered every belief he held about martial arts. A subtle ripple stirred within Shu Yu's heart as well. This was the first person he had encountered since descending the mountain who could withstand his direct punch without dying. Moreover, this person had caused his own chi and blood to surge violently. This man's strength was truly extraordinary. You're quite impressive. The middle-aged man spoke first, his voice hoarse as he forced down the metallic taste in his throat. The contempt in his gaze toward Shu Yu vanished, replaced by a mix of solemnity and strange admiration. You have earned the right to join us. Shu Yu's eyes turned cold as he stared at him indifferently. Join you? I formally extend this invitation on behalf of Tianqi. A trace of innate arrogance returned to the middle-aged man's face. By submitting to Lord Yuanqi, you shall attain unimaginable power and status. This would be the greatest honor of your life. His answer came in the form of Shu Yu's fist, once again crashing down. This time, there was no hint of testing. The power within Shu Yu erupted like a volcano dormant for 10,000 years. Golden vital energy surged from his body, enveloping him like a faint golden armor. His entire aura surged to a despair-inducing peak in an instant. The momentum of this punch was even more frenzied and ferocious than before. Where the fist's edge passed, even space itself seemed to warp and crease. The air itself ignited, erupting in a deafening roar. You don't know your place. The middle-aged man's expression darkened once more, his rage boiling over. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so decisive, striking again with lethal force without a moment's hesitation. Facing this earth-shattering punch, he held nothing back. Since you insist on courting death, I shall grant your wish. He roared with fury, unleashing the sinister, icy aura within him to its absolute limit. Black currents surged wildly from his body, coalescing into a constantly spinning black vortex at the tip of his fist. He charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision erupted. The earth beneath their feet could no longer bear the force, collapsing downward like a lake struck by a boulder. A colossal crater over 10 meters in diameter instantly formed. Spider-web-like cracks radiated outward from the crater's center, spreading frantically in all directions. Put! A thin line of blood trickled from Chu Yu's lips, dripping onto the dust below. Put! The middle-aged man across from him spat out a mouthful of blood as well, his face turning as pale as paper. Their fists locked together, neither able to advance another inch. A terrifying storm of energy raged wildly at the point of contact, tearing everything around them to shreds. They were locked in the purest stalemate of raw power. At that moment, a cold, clear female voice rang out unexpectedly from the ruins. Cease this at once. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. A woman clad in a black trench coat, her posture straight and imposing, had appeared atop the villa's crumbling walls. In her hand she held a narrow tang sword. Moonlight spilled over it, making the blade gleam cold as frost. Embroidered on the collar of her trench coat was an ancient bronze emblem, a fierce beast with bulging eyes, its mouth clenched around a sharp sword. The moment the emblem came into view, the middle-aged man's face, previously twisted with fury and shock, was suddenly replaced by utter terror. The Soul-Binding Bureau. He screamed, as if witnessing the most terrifying thing in existence. He abandoned his standoff with Chu Yu, erupting with all his strength to knock her back half a step. Using the recoil, his body transformed into a black streak of light, fleeing frantically into the distance without a backward glance. His speed reached an extreme, and in an instant, he was nothing but a fading black speck. A murderous intent flared in Chu Yu's eyes. Today, he would extract the whereabouts of Yuan Qi. Just as he prepared to pursue, the black figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. Get out of my way. Chu Yu's voice was bone-chillingly cold. This way is blocked. The woman held a long sword, refusing to budge an inch. Her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Chu Yu erupted in fury. Without another word, he flashed forward, his fist crashing toward the woman's face. He cared not who she was, anyone who stood in his way would die. Her pupils contracted sharply, knowing she couldn't withstand the terrifying force of that punch head-on. Her wrist flipped, and the tang sword in her hand traced a dazzling arc of light. With an impossibly angle, it slashed precisely toward Chu Yu's wrist. She aimed to strike at his most vulnerable point. Yet Chu Yu showed no intention of dodging. Clang! The crisp clang of metal against metal echoed through the ruins. The sound was piercingly sharp, sharp enough to shatter eardrums. A look of horror flashed across the woman's face. The scene she had envisioned, the opponent's wrist severed, did not materialize. Instead, she herself felt an overwhelming, terrifying force surge back from the blade. That force surged violently along the blade into her arm. Her palm trembled violently, nearly causing her to lose her grip on the battle blade. She looked down, her pupils suddenly contracting to pinpricks. Her specially forged battle blade crafted from extraterrestrial meteorite iron blended with a unique alloy, capable of piercing through any defense, had been seized by Chuyu's bare hand, its razor-sharp edge gripped with brutal force. His palm remained unscathed. Snap! Chuyu clenched his fingers. The indestructible blade shattered like a fragile cookie, instantly crushed into countless fragments. Metal shards scattered wildly. The woman staggered backward from the immense force. Before she could steady herself, a cold hand already gripped her slender neck. The suffocating pressure hit her instantly. Terrified beyond words, she realized she possessed not even a shred of strength to resist Chuyu. It was an absolute crushing of strength, making her feel the shadow of death. Who are you? Chuyu's voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell, utterly devoid of emotion. Why are you stopping me? Her face flushed crimson as she mustered every ounce of strength, forcing the words from her throat. Soul. Suppression. Bureau. At the sound of those three words, Chuyu's grip on her throat loosened slightly. Soul Binding Bureau. The name was not unfamiliar to him. It was the most mysterious and highest-ranking special agency in Huagua, standing above all other departments and reporting directly to the highest authorities. Legend had it that the Soul Binding Bureau specialized in handling all supernatural incidents, suppressing malevolent forces, and safeguarding the nation's destiny. Those who joined its ranks were invariably elite individuals, 1 in 10,000 the nation's sharpest blades. Back then, his greatest dream, shared with his brothers, was to pass the rigorous trials and join this legendary organization, truly serving the nation. Alas, the sudden upheaval that befell the Chu family shattered all those dreams. A faint, mocking sneer appeared at the corner of Chuyu's mouth. Produce the evidence. The woman coughed violently several times, her eyes flashing with humiliation and fury. She pulled a black credential from her bosom and, mustering all her strength, slammed it directly into Chuyu's face. Soul Binding Bureau, Squad 1 Captain, Tang Chang. I am here on official duty, apprehending a fugitive wanted by the Heavenly Awakening. Her voice trembled slightly with rage, yet remained authoritative and unquestionable. Kill me now, and you declare war on the entire nation of Huagua. Do you dare? Chapter 129, Settling Personal Scores, Where is the Law? Chuyu stared at the credentials in her hand. The bronze beast seal on the black cover was fierce and imposing. He tossed it back to Tang Chang without a second glance, the murderous intent in his eyes undiminished. State your mission. Tang Ching caught the badge, gasping for breath. His gaze toward Chuyu brimmed with both fear and fury. My mission is to clean up the mess you've created. Chuyu, since descending the mountain, your actions have been reckless and your bloodshed excessive. She forced back the searing pain in her neck, her voice regaining its icy detachment. In Gusu, you wiped out the entire He family. While they deserved it, your methods were excessively brutal. In Yuqing province, you killed Yen Xiao and Inoue Yutaka. Each and every one of these acts has severely disrupted the balance of the secular world. Especially Yo aka Inoue. Tang Qing's tone grew heavier than ever before. He is the only son of Japan's sword saint Inoue Taisher. Upon learning of this, Inoue Daichi flew into a rage. Yesterday, he personally led hundreds of elite warriors under his command to secretly infiltrate the territory of Huagua. This has escalated into an extremely grave diplomatic incident. The highest authorities are furious and have ordered our Soul Sealing Bureau to resolve this matter immediately. Therefore, my mission is to apprehend you and bring you to justice, to give Japan an explanation. After hearing this, Chuyu's face showed not a trace of tension, but instead a cold, mocking smile. Finished? Tang Chung frowned, baffled by his reaction. What are you laughing at? Chuyu's gaze pierced Tang Ching's heart like two sharp blades. Tang Chung. A member of the Tang family of Gusu. Am I correct? Tang Ching's expression shifted subtly. She hadn't expected the other party to know her family background so thoroughly. So what if I am? She forced herself to remain calm as she retorted. The curve of Chuyu's lips grew more mocking. Back then, my Chu family treated your Tang family quite generously, didn't we? You should know full well who propelled your Tang family from a second-rate clan to one of Gusu's foremost aristocratic houses. Now that my Chu family faces calamity, not only has your Tang family offered no aid whatsoever, but you've sent this captain of the Soul Binding Bureau to bring charges against me. Chuyu's voice turned abruptly cold, brimming with undisguised contempt. All this talk of diplomatic issues, of apprehending fugitives. I see it differently. You're using the Soul Binding Bureau as a cover to settle a personal grudge. You want to kill me to erase every trace of my connection to the Chu family for your Tang clan. These words struck Tang Cheng like a resounding slap across the face. Her face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, her breathing quickening noticeably. You're lying. Tang Cheng retorted sharply, her emotions visibly unsettled. I, Tang Cheng, have always kept my personal and professional affairs strictly separate. I honor this uniform I wear and the glory of the Soul Guarding Bureau. I represent the law of Huagua. You, Chuyu, slaughter the innocent indiscriminately, treating human life as worthless. As captain of the Soul Binding Bureau, it is my duty and obligation to bring you to justice. The law? Yu laughed as if he'd heard the most absurd joke in the world, his voice filled with bitter sorrow and rage as he let out a long, hollow laugh. When the laughter subsided, his eyes had turned a deep crimson. You dare speak of law to me? He fixed his gaze on Tang Cheng, his words deliberate and measured. Then I'd like to ask you something, Captain Tang. 5 years ago, over 300 members of my Chu family were slaughtered overnight. From the 80-year-old elders to the infants still in their cradles, not a single soul survived. Where was your so-called law back then? My father, Zhu Tianxiong, lived a life of unwavering loyalty and valor, defending our nation's borders and earning countless military merits. My brothers were all exceptional men, brimming with patriotic fervor, each eager to serve our nation. Yet in the end, they met a fate where not a single bone of theirs remains. Where was your Bureau of Soul Guarding back then? Every word from Chu Yu felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing into Tang Cheng's heart. Tang Cheng was rendered speechless, her face turning deathly pale. She opened her mouth, yet found herself utterly unable to utter a single word. The brutal massacre of the Chu family had once shocked the entire upper echelons of Huaguo. The Soul Binding Bureau had naturally been involved in the investigation. Yet in the end, all leads were forcibly severed and the case buried forever, due to its entanglement with a forbidden existence that reached the heavens. This incident remained a deeply buried shame and helplessness within the entire Soul Binding Bureau, and indeed throughout the highest echelons of Hua Nation. Just as the atmosphere at the scene froze solid, a piercing wail of sirens suddenly erupted, growing louder as it approached. Dozens of black SUVs bearing the emblem of the Bureau of Martial Affairs violently plowed through the rubble, encircling the area completely. The doors swung open, and over 100 members of the Jinwu Bureau, clad in black combat uniforms and wielding specialized weapons, swiftly disembarked. They formed a battle formation, their gun barrels uniformly trained on Chu Yu in the center of the field. A young man in a white suit, handsome yet with a slightly effeminate demeanor, walked slowly forward, surrounded by his subordinates. When he saw Tang Cheng being held by the throat by Chu Yu, his face instantly contorted with overwhelming fury and murderous intent. You audacious criminal! Release Captain Tang at once! Tang Cheng's heart sank upon recognizing the newcomer. The man was none other than Wu Jingshan, the team leader of the Yuqing Martial Arts Bureau. He was also the young master of the Wu family, one of Yuqing province's reclusive clans. Most crucially, this man had been relentlessly pursuing her, long since claiming her as his exclusive possession. Chu Yu, let go of her! Tang Cheng exclaimed urgently, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible panic. She knew all too well that Chu Yu harbored deep hatred and distrust toward law enforcement agencies. Now, Wu Jingshan had arrived with such a large force, guns pointed at him. This could only completely enrage the beast already teetering on the edge of a rampage. Yet Chu Yu paid no heed to the hundreds of black muzzles surrounding him. He didn't even glance at Wu Jingshan, his grip on Tang Cheng's throat remaining ironclad. Seeing this, Wu Jingshan's fury only intensified. He prided himself on his noble status throughout the entire Yu province, his word was law, and no one dared defy him. Now, his beloved woman was being humiliated right before his eyes by some unknown upstart who had appeared out of nowhere. It felt like his dignity had been trampled upon like never before. Kid, I don't care who you are. Wu Jingshan pointed at Chu Yu, his voice dripping with arrogance as he barked down at him. I give you 3 seconds. Kneel immediately, release Captain Tang, and then sever your own arms. Otherwise, I won't just leave you a bloody mess, I'll wipe out your entire clan. Tang Cheng nearly spat blood at the words. In her mind, she cursed Wu Jingshan's ancestors 18 generations back. This fool. Couldn't he see that the man before him was a terrifying force against whom even she herself was powerless to resist? By provoking him like this, he wasn't saving her, he was condemning her to death. Wu Jingshan, shut your mouth. Tang Cheng shouted furiously, summoning every ounce of strength. Wu Jingshan froze for a moment, then broke into a self-satisfied grin. He interpreted Tang Cheng's outburst as concern for his safety, fearing he might suffer at the hands of this madman. A fierce desire to prove himself surged within him to showcase his might and authority before the one he cherished. Xingxing, don't worry. He murmured soothingly, his expression darkening as he grew increasingly arrogant toward Chu Yu. Kid, did you hear that? Even Captain Tang has ordered you to stop. Seems you still don't know who stands before you. I am Wu Jingshan, head of the Yuqing Martial Arts Bureau and the eldest son of the reclusive Wu family. His henchmen behind him joined in, barking orders with borrowed authority. Kid, release Captain Tang this instant and kneel before young Master Wu. Dare to offend young Master Wu, and no one in heaven or earth will save you. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Chu Yu's face. It was a look of murderous intent, cold to the extreme. He slowly released his grip from Tang Cheng's throat. Wu Jingshan saw this and his smug expression grew even more pronounced, convinced the other man was intimidated by his status. But in the next instant, Chu Yu moved. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. His target, Wu Jingshan. Tang Cheng's expression changed drastically. She never imagined Chu Yu would actually dare to openly attempt murder in front of over 100 members of the Town Martial Bureau. No! She screamed in terror, reaching out to stop him, only to realize her speed couldn't possibly match Chu Yu's movements. In her desperation, Tang Cheng had no time to think. Her body reacted purely on instinct. She lunged from behind, wrapping her arms tightly around Chuyu's waist. Chapter 130, The Wrath of an Insect, 9 clans buried with it. The soft, warm sensation from behind momentarily halted the murderous intent surging within Chuyu. He frowned slightly, glancing down at the arms wrapped tightly around his waist. This sudden embrace sent Wu Jingshan, watching from a distance, into a complete frenzy. In his eyes, Tang Qing's action was tantamount to openly displaying intimacy with this wild man right before his very eyes. It was betrayal. The ultimate humiliation. Damn it! Wu Jingshan roared, consumed by jealous rage. Die! He unleashed his true energy without reserve, transforming into a blur as his palm slammed viciously toward Chuyu's back. Behind him, his men erupted in thunderous cheers at the sight of their young master taking action personally. Young Master Wu is mighty. Kill that insolent dog. Tang Qing felt the fierce palm wind bearing down on her back. All color drained from her face, leaving only endless despair. She tried to let go and dodge, but it was already too late. However, Chuyu's movements were far quicker than Wu Jingshan's. Just as that palm was about to touch his body, Chuyu's body twisted at an impossible angle. Not only did he break free from Tang Qing's embrace, but he also met Wu Jingshan's decisive palm head-on. Smack! A soft crack echoed. Without even glancing at him, Chuyu casually raised his hand and seized Wu Jingshan's wrist with pinpoint precision. The savage expression on Wu Jingshan's face froze instantly. He felt as though his wrist had been clamped by a red-hot iron vise. No matter how fiercely he channeled his chi, he couldn't budge an inch. An ominous foreboding began to grow wildly within him. You! He started to utter a threat. Snap! A bone-chillingly crisp crack echoed throughout the entire arena. Chuyu's wrist tensed, snapping Wu Jingshan's arm clean off. The stark white bone pierced through the skin, exposed to the air, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Wu Jingshan's throat. The excruciating pain instantly contorted his handsome face into a demonic grimace. Chuyu's face remained utterly expressionless. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this noisy insect. He lifted his foot and delivered a simple kick to Wu Jingshan's abdomen. Thud! Wu Jingshan's nearly 200-pound body flew through the air like a broken sack, sent flying over 10 meters away. He crashed onto the ground in a heap, curling into a ball like a dying shrimp, unable to utter anything but agonized screams. The entire crowd fell silent. The men who had been cheering for Wu Jingshan moments before now stood frozen, their mouths agape like ducks with their throats clamped shut, utterly speechless. Their faces bore only endless horror and terror. Tang Qing stood frozen in place, watching the scene unfold, his eyes filled with utter despair. It's over. Completely finished. In front of over 100 members of the Town Martial Bureau, Chuyu had crippled the Bureau's team leader. There was absolutely no room for compromise on this matter. Just then, Chuyu's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID. The icy glint in his eyes instantly softened. He answered the call. Senior brother, I've found it. A crisp, pleasant young woman's voice came through the line. That organization called Yuanqi has a branch in Yuqing province. It's located at Wuling Manor in the western part of the city. Chuyu's pupils contracted sharply. Got it. He hung up the phone, the terrifying killing intent radiating from his body slowly receding. Finding clues about Yuanqi was far more important than wasting time here. He turned to leave. Stop right there. A venomous growl erupted from behind him. Wu Jingshan struggled to his feet, supported by several subordinates. One arm twisted grotesquely, his face drenched in cold sweat and tears. The look he shot at Chuyu was pure, unrelenting hatred. You dare cripple me. I'll have you killed. I'll make your entire family pay with their lives. He pointed at his terrified subordinates, who had long since lost their nerve, and roared madly. What are you all standing around for? Attack him. Whoever kills him, my Wu family will guarantee him a lifetime of wealth and honor. Yet, faced with his command, the 100-plus members of the Jinwu Bureau merely looked at each other, not a single one daring to move. Are you kidding me? Even a master like Wu Jingshan was killed in a single strike. For them to charge in would be no different from walking to their deaths. A bunch of useless fools. Wu Jingshan trembled with rage. Tang Chang watched his frenzied state, and the rage in his heart could no longer be contained. Wu Jingshan, have you had enough of this nonsense? She hurled the words at him. For your own selfish reasons, you're willing to send your colleagues to their deaths for nothing. Tang Qing's words did nothing to calm Wu Jingshan. Instead, they only fueled his rage like pouring oil on a fire. Tang Chang! You treacherous! Even now, you're still defending this bastard. His eyes blazed crimson as he lost all reason. He abruptly drew a specially modified pistol from his waistband, its black muzzle trained on Chuyu. You weren't afraid to come up, were you? Fine. Today, if anyone doesn't fire, I'll shoot them first. Under his death threat, the faces of the Jinwu Bureau members simultaneously twisted with despair and struggle. Their hands trembled as they slowly raised their weapons. Seeing this, Tang Qing's heart sank to the bottom. She stepped in front of Chuyu and screamed at Wu Jingshan. Stop this. Wu Jingshan, have you lost your mind? Even I couldn't stand a single blow against him. Do you really think these guns could hurt him? Wu Jingshan's eyes blazed red, his expression frenzied. Xingqing, get out of my way. This is between him and me. Stay out of it. He barked at his men once more. Fire. Turn him into Swiss cheese. At that critical moment, Chu Yu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly let out a derisive snort. The sound was filled with undisguised contempt. Your plan is quite clever. Chu Yu spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough for every ear to catch. You deliberately provoked me, hoping I'd unleash a bloodbath here. Once I kill these men from the Martial Arts Bureau, I'll have the entire law enforcement system of Huagua roaring with fury. Then, even if you had 10 lives, you wouldn't escape death. Wu Jingshan's scheme was exposed on the spot, his face turning an ugly shade of grim. Chu Yu, however, seemed oblivious, continuing in an unflappable tone to state a truth chilling enough to make every soul tremble. Too bad you miscalculated one thing. Forget a mere Jinwu Bureau. Even among your entire Yucheng Martial Alliance branch, I've killed more than a few. Do you really think I'd care about adding a few more lives to my tally? The words sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Tang Qing's eyes widened in utter disbelief. The Martial Alliance. That colossal organization, renowned alongside the Soul Guarding Bureau, jointly safeguarding the martial arts order of Huagua. Chu Yu, she dared to kill someone from the Martial Alliance? She whipped her head around, fixing a deathly stare on Wu Jingshan, her voice trembling with fury. Wu Jingshan! Did you hear that? For your pathetic jealousy, are you really willing to endanger all your colleagues just to provoke such a demon? All color drained from Wu Jingshan's face. Shame, rage, and fear twisted together, transforming his once handsome features into a hideous grimace. He knew he had become a complete laughingstock today. In front of the woman he loved and over 100 subordinates, his hand had been broken and his dignity crushed underfoot. This humiliation he could not swallow. Kill. All rational thought abandoned him, leaving only one final, burning desire in his heart. To kill Chu Yu. At any cost. He was the first to pull the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. With that first shot, the remaining members of the Jinwu Bureau finally collapsed under the immense pressure. Bang! 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 A barrage of gunfire erupted suddenly. Hundreds of muzzles simultaneously spat out deadly tongues of fire. Countless bullets formed an impenetrable metallic storm, sweeping across the sky as they fired wildly at Chu Yu. Chapter 131, Special Bullets, The Might of the God of Death. Gunfire reverberated through the ruins. The impenetrable hail of bullets transformed into a torrent of steel, instantly engulfing Chu Yu's figure. Wu Jingshan's face twisted into a sickeningly feral grin of satisfaction. He could almost see Chu Yu torn apart by this terrifying metal storm, reduced to a pile of mangled flesh and bone. These bullets were no ordinary ammunition. They were specially developed by the Martial Arts Bureau at great expense, custom-made piercing bullets designed to target martial arts masters. Each bullet's projectile was engraved with microscopic runes, powerful enough to instantly pierce through the protective aura of a Grandmaster-level martial artist. Following the recent incidents involving the Martial Alliance in Yunchuan Province, the Martial Arts Bureau had long prepared comprehensive countermeasures. No matter how formidable one's martial arts or how resilient their physique, before the pinnacle of modern technology, they would ultimately be reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. Yet the next instant, the smile on his face froze solid. The dense hail of bullets, powerful enough to tear through tanks, halted eerily less than 3 inches from Chu Yu's body. Every bullet seemed to strike an invisible, transparent wall, suspended mid-air, unable to advance another inch. Clink, clink, clink. The crisp sounds rang out continuously. Those specially designed bullets, spinning at high speeds, had exhausted all their kinetic energy. Like useless scrap metal, they fell one after another, powerlessly crashing to the ground. This scene utterly shattered the perceptions of everyone present. Tang Qing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her red lips parted slightly, her mind filled with nothing but utter dread. The 100+ members of the Town Martial Bureau looked as if they had seen a ghost. The color drained from their faces, and even the fingers pulling the triggers began to shake violently beyond their control. Chu Yu stood unscathed. He hadn't even lifted an eyelid. In the very instant everyone froze in shock, his figure moved. Fast. Blindingly fast. A lingering afterimage slowly faded from where he had stood. By the time Wu Jingshan registered what was happening, an icy hand had already clamped down on his throat like an iron vice. Fear washed over him like a frigid tide, instantly drowning his heart. He could distinctly feel the terrifying power emanating from that palm, power sufficient to crush him into dust with ease. You can't kill me. Wu Jingshan's voice became shrill with sheer terror. My father is the head of the Wu family. My grandfather is the chief of the Yucheng Martial Arts Bureau. Dare you touch a single hair on my head, and no one in heaven or earth will be able to save you. Tang Qing snapped out of her shock, her face drained of color as she urgently tried to stop him. Chu Yu, don't act impulsively. Killing him means you'll be at odds with the entire Jinwu system. The consequences would be unimaginable. Members of the Martial Arts Bureau also plucked up their courage to speak up. Release young Master Wu at once. You've already caused a huge mess. Don't compound your mistakes. Seeing this, Wu Jingshan assumed Shu Yu had been intimidated by his background. The fear on his face instantly gave way to boundless arrogance. Glaring at Shu Yu mere inches away, he sneered with a hollow, menacing grin. Kid, you hear me? Kneel down this instant and kowtow to me 100 times. Then, if you destroy your own cultivation, I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Mark my words, if you kill me, you won't survive the consequences. Finally, an expression appeared on Shu Yu's face. It was a look of utter, icy scorn. Gazing at the face before him, twisted with arrogance, he uttered 2 words in a flat tone. Noisy. The words fell. Snap. A crisp crack of breaking bone echoed throughout the hall. Wu Jingshan's head jerked to the side, the arrogance and smugness in his eyes frozen forever. Even in death, he couldn't believe his opponent had dared to snap his neck so cleanly and decisively. The entire arena fell into deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed frozen in place, as if under a spell, their minds blank. As they watched Wu Jingshan's limp body collapse lifelessly to the ground, a chill rising from the depths of their souls surged upward with frenzied intensity. Madman. This man was a complete, utterly reckless madman. Shu Yu casually tossed Wu Jingshan's body to the ground like discarded trash. His cold, indifferent eyes swept slowly over the 100 or so terrified members of the town martial bureau present. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. With that, he paid no further attention to anyone, turning and walking step by step toward the edge of the ruins. Only when Shu Yu's figure vanished completely into the night did the suffocating, terrifying pressure slowly dissipate. Thud. Thud. Many members of the town martial bureau collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them. They gasped for breath, their bodies already drenched in cold sweat. Tang Qing stood frozen in place, her face deathly pale, her slender frame trembling slightly. Gazing at Wu Jingshan's lifeless body on the ground, her heart was filled with nothing but endless regret and lingering dread. She shouldn't have come. She certainly shouldn't have allowed that fool Wu Jingshan to provoke this god of slaughter. Now, everything was over. Captain, what do we do now? One of her subordinates asked, his voice trembling. Tang Qing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Take young Master Wu's body with us. We're heading back to Yucheng province. She massaged her aching temples, silently pondering how she would explain all this to the Wu family and the headquarters of the Jinwu Bureau. This was undoubtedly an earthquake powerful enough to shake the entire Yunchuan province political establishment to its core. Sigh. The subordinate sighed heavily, resignedly preparing to step forward and clean up the mess. But the instant he turned, his feet froze abruptly, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. As Sergeant. Look over there. Tang Qing followed the direction of his finger. The color drained from her pretty face in an instant. Amidst the wreckage of the nearby villa, 4 corpses lay motionless, their deaths gruesome and pitiful. Though 3 of the bodies were mangled beyond recognition, Tang Qing instantly identified them from the lingering, heart-stopping aura of terror emanating from their remains. These 4 were the Chiu family's trump cards, summoned at immense cost, the 4 peak grandmasters known as the 4 emperors. An indescribable wave of horror and dread washed over Tang Qing like a tsunami, engulfing her completely. She finally understood why Chu Yu had never once regarded them, the 100+ members of the Martial Arts Bureau, as anything more than insignificant. It turned out that before their arrival, 4 terrifying figures at the level of sect masters had already fallen here. Chu Yu returned to the Chu family villa. A young girl in a pink dress, with an innocent and adorable appearance, immediately came forward to greet him. "Senior brother, you're back." Chu Yu nodded and handed her his coat. "Junior sister, how did the investigation go?" The girl took the coat, a hint of gravity crossing her face. "We found something. According to the latest intelligence, members of that mysterious organization called Yuanxi have recently been active near the border of Yun province." She paused, then seemed to remember something and continued. "Oh, and senior brother, that bounty you posted on the dark web offering a single coin for information on any core member of Yuanxi? The entire dark web is practically laughing itself silly over it now. Everyone says you're humiliating Yuanxi, that colossal entity, in the most extreme way possible. But the strangest part is, given Yuanxi's notoriously vindictive nature, they haven't reacted at all after such a blatant provocation. That's highly unusual." A hint of amusement flashed in Chu Yu's eyes. "And then?" The girl's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "Then, just half an hour ago, someone actually took on your 1 yuan bounty. But they made 2 demands." Chapter 132, The Pu Family of Yun Province, 7-day deadline. Chu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. "What demands?" Her junior sister's expression turned serious. "The first demand is that they will only provide precise leads on Yuanxi organization members, but absolutely refuse to assist in any killings. The second demand is even stranger. The other party said that only after you agree to his first condition, which he hasn't even stated yet, and personally meet with him, will he reveal all the clues to you face to face." Chu Yu's brow furrowed. This bounty hunter sure had a lot of rules. "Where is he?" "At the border of Yun province, in a small town called Dianing." His junior sister replied. No sooner had she finished speaking than the villa door swung open. My eldest sister-in-law, Sujiruo, walked in accompanied by my sixth sister-in-law. Xiaoyu, I heard you're going to Yun province. Sujiruo's face bore a trace of concern. Sixth sister is originally from Dianing and knows the area well. Let her accompany you, it'll be safer for the journey. Xiaoyu glanced at sixth sister-in-law, who stood nearby looking somewhat uneasy. He nodded. All right. I'll leave the household in the care of my two junior sisters. Xiaoyu gave a brief instruction. He took Star Chaser and Moon Grasper along with sixth sister-in-law and set off immediately. Located in a remote area, Dianing had no direct airport access. The group had no choice but to take the high-speed rail to the provincial capital of Yun province before making further plans. Perhaps because it was a weekday, the business-class carriage of the high-speed train was not crowded. The moment Xiaoyu settled into his seat, his gaze was drawn to an elderly man and a young girl nearby. It was an elderly man in a wheelchair and a young girl, no more than 20, pushing it. The old man's eyes were half closed, his face gaunt and withered, radiating an aura of impending death. To the ordinary eye, nothing seemed amiss, but to Xiaoyu, a faint, lingering chill of cold energy coiled within the old man's body. At that moment, Xiaoyu's phone vibrated softly. His junior sister had sent over the details of the person who had accepted the 1 yuan bounty. Attached to the information was a photograph. The man in the photo was none other than the elderly man in the wheelchair from the train carriage. Pu Xiao, the current head of the Pu family in Dianing, Yun province. The information was sparse, but the Pu family reigned supreme in Dianing, undisputed local overlords. Xiaoyu observed the grandfather and granddaughter, though they clearly hadn't noticed him. He heard the granddaughter, Pu Daishue, gaze out the window at the rapidly receding scenery and sigh softly. Her voice carried a weariness and worry uncharacteristic of her age. Grandfather, please don't worry. This trip to the provincial capital will definitely find Dongsuan, the leader of the Kuliang society. His medical skills are divine. If he's willing to help, your health will surely recover. Xiaoyu's heart stirred slightly at the mention of the Withered Lotus Society. He had heard of this organization, a rather mysterious medical sect in Yun province, straddling the line between good and evil, acting entirely on whim. He tucked his phone away, stood up, and without a moment's hesitation, walked straight over. His footsteps were light, yet carried an intangible sense of pressure that made Pu Daishue, who had been about to say something, instinctively fall silent. Ignoring Pu Daishue's wary expression, his gaze fixed directly on Pu Xiao in the wheelchair. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through flesh and bone, penetrating every secret within his body. Your vital energy is depleted, and your life flame is about to extinguish. This is no illness. 20 years ago, during a fight, someone shattered your Dantian Shihai with the extreme power of the frost palm. All these years, you've forced your cultivation to suppress the injury, unaware that this is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. Now the cold chi has long since invaded your internal organs, seeping deep into your marrow. Even immortals could not save you. Your cultivation has plummeted from the threshold of the divine realm to the early stages of Grandmaster. Each word from Xiaoyu struck Pu Xiao's heart like a heavy hammer blow. He uttered the final words slowly, like the Grim Reaper's final verdict. Without treatment, you won't last 7 days. The air inside the carriage seemed to freeze upon hearing these words. What utter nonsense are you spouting? After a brief, deathly silence, Pu Daishue's face turned icy. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she instantly stood up, spreading her arms to shield her grandfather. Her eyes blazed with fury at Xiaoyu, the corners of her eyes reddening. Who are you? My grandfather is perfectly healthy. You have no right to spread such alarmist nonsense and curse him to death. Daishue, don't be rude. Just then, Pu Xiao's aged and frail voice sounded in timely intervention. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. He halted his granddaughter, who was about to erupt again. His eyes, once cloudy, now fixed intently on Xiaoyu, his face filled with disbelief, horror, and excitement. As if he had found a lifeline. He bowed slightly toward Xiaoyu with an apologetic gesture, the movement appearing somewhat laborious. Sir, it is my failing as a grandfather that my granddaughter has been disrespectful. Please forgive her. His voice trembled slightly from the intense emotional turmoil, all traces of his former composure gone. May I ask, sir, how did you discern my condition at a glance? Chapter 133, Heaven's Pursuit, The Pathmaker. Pu Xiao's heart was churning with shock, like a storm-tossed sea. This wound had been inflicted a full 20 years ago. Back then, he was already a powerhouse on the brink of the divine realm, a titan within the entire martial arts world of Huagua. Yet in that earth-shattering battle, a mysterious adversary shattered his dantian with palm strikes of extreme yin and frigid cold. For the past 2 decades, he had exhausted every connection and resource, consulting renowned physicians across the land, yet none could heal this wound. He could only rely on his once immense cultivation to forcibly suppress that frigid energy within his body. Outsiders knew only that the head of the Pu family lived in seclusion, unaware that he was already burning the last of his oil, his life nearing its end. This matter was the greatest secret of his life. Yet this young stranger before him had merely glanced at him and described his injury, its origin, and even the changes in his cultivation level with astonishing clarity. If this wasn't a divine being, what else could it be? Pu Zhao's heart pounded violently. He had consulted countless renowned physicians and sought guidance from numerous martial arts masters. Those men had either shaken their heads in regret or feigned profound mystery, yet not one had ever pierced the veil of truth as effortlessly as this youth before him. This was not merely medical skill, it was an absolute insight into martial arts and power. He knew he had encountered a true divine being. A hope unlike any he had ever known began to surge wildly within his long-dormant heart. Chuyu looked at him, his gaze still impassive, as if merely stating a trivial matter. Yucheng Province, Wudu City, 108, Linjiang Road. He gave the address of his sixth sister-in-law's family home in Yu Province. Come find me there within 7 days. With that, he turned and walked straight back to his seat without pausing for a moment. Pu Daishue watched her grandfather's agitated expression, her heart filled with both astonishment and delight, yet she found it hard to believe. She opened her mouth to ask something, but Pu Xiao silenced her with a single glance. Pu Xiao knew well that such a masterful figure always kept his word. To ask more questions would be the foolishness of ordinary mortals. His face brightened with even greater joy as he promptly bowed respectfully toward Chu Yu's retreating figure. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I shall arrive punctually. He wanted to ask more questions, at least to learn the master's name. But when he saw Chu Yu had already closed his eyes, feigning sleep to conserve his energy, he wisely kept silent. Such a master followed his own rhythm, he was not one to be disturbed at will. The high-speed train glided smoothly along its route. The carriage was quiet. Just as everyone was drifting off to sleep, 2 men in train attendant uniforms slowly pushed the dining car toward the seats. Their faces bore impeccably professional smiles. Their footsteps were light, making almost no sound. The dining car's wheels seemed specially treated, gliding silently through the smooth carriage. They nodded politely to the passengers around them, everything appearing perfectly normal. But the instant they reached Pu Zhao's side, a cold, murderous intent flashed simultaneously in both their eyes. In that instant, their smiles twisted into savage, murderous intent. One of them abruptly drew a dagger gleaming with a cold light from beneath the dining car. Utterly silent, it left only a chilling, icy glint in its wake. The angle was precise, the target clear, aimed directly at Pu Zhao's already weakened heart. The other kept watch, scanning the surroundings vigilantly to seal off every possible escape route. Their movements were crisp and precise, their coordination seamless, clearly professional assassins trained under the most rigorous conditions. Pu Daishue was utterly caught off guard. When she saw that glint of steel, her face contorted with nothing but endless terror and despair. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Pu Zhao's body, a hand appeared without warning, seizing the assassin's wrist with pinpoint precision. It was Chu Yu. He had opened his eyes at some unknown moment, his gaze calm as an abyss. The assassin's face twisted in horror, feeling as though his wrist had been seized by a steel-cast python. His chi surged wildly within him, desperate to break free, yet it vanished like a stone thrown into the sea, meeting no resistance whatsoever. A fear born of the soul instantly engulfed him. You're asking for death. The other assassin's pupils contracted sharply. He had never witnessed a comrade subdued so effortlessly. Shedding all pretense, he roared with fury, his dagger transforming into a venomous serpent as it lunged toward Chu Yu's temple. He aimed to strike where the enemy would be forced to defend. Yet Chu Yu didn't even bother to glance at him, as if he were nothing more than a buzzing fly. The hand gripping the first assassin's wrist tightened with sudden force, snapping like twisting a dry branch. Snap! The crisp crack of breaking bone echoed jarringly in the quiet carriage. The assassin let out a piercing scream as the dagger slipped limply from his grasp and fell to the floor. Simultaneously, Chu Yu's other hand shot out like lightning. Strike after the first. He seized the second assassin's throat with pinpoint precision. The assassin's forward momentum halted abruptly. The rage on his face instantly gave way to boundless terror. He hadn't even seen how his opponent had moved. Chu Yu's movements showed no pause whatsoever. The hand gripping the second assassin's throat tightened slightly. Snap! Another bone-shattering crack echoed. The assassin's head tilted to the side at an unnatural angle, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. Immediately after, Chu Yu delivered a kick to the first assassin's midsection. The assassin curled up and flew backward, slamming hard into the carriage wall. A torrent of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted from his mouth as he died instantly. In the blink of an eye, 2 highly trained assassins were killed instantly. The entire sequence was clean and decisive, not even drawing the attention of the other passengers in the carriage. Pu Xiao and his grandson stood frozen in place. They stared at the 2 corpses, then at Chu Yu, whose expression remained impassive, as if he had merely crushed 2 ants with a casual flick of his fingers. Their minds went blank. After a long moment, Pu Xiao finally swallowed hard and bowed deeply to Chu Yu. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. Pu Daishue snapped out of her shock and hurriedly echoed the thanks, her eyes filled with awe and gratitude as she looked at Chu Yu. Chu Yu paid them no mind. He walked over to the 2 bodies, crouched down, and began examining them closely. Soon, he gently tore at the skin behind one assassin's ear. A mask of human skin, thin as a cicada's wing, came away. Beneath the mask lay an unfamiliar face. And on the neck of that face, a bizarre tattoo composed of flames and a sword stood out starkly. Apocalypse. Shu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He rose to his feet, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Pu Zhao. How did you cross the people of the apocalypse? At the mention of those two words, Pu Zhao's already aged face instantly drained of color. Beside him, Pu Daixue could no longer hold back, her sobs breaking into a low whimper. It's all my fault. Grandfather, we should never have gotten involved in this mess. Pu Zhao sighed deeply, his eyes filled with bitterness and resignation. He looked at Chu Yu and spoke slowly. Sir, I presume you are the one who posted a 1 yuan bounty on the dark web for the lives of all core members of Tianqi. Chu Yu made no denial. A grim smile spread across Pu Zhao's face. I know full well that for someone of my stature, accepting this bounty would be like pitting an egg against a stone, a suicide mission. But I have no other choice. He turned his head, his eyes filled with love and guilt as he looked at his granddaughter. I'm poisoned by cold energy. My days are numbered. After I die, Daixue is just a girl, helpless and alone. She simply cannot hold on to the vast Pu family estate. What I fear most is that my enemies will harm her after I'm gone. Therefore, I must find her a sufficiently powerful protector while she is still safe. His voice grew increasingly resolute. To dare offer a single yuan as a bounty for the entire Tianqi organization, that's not arrogance, but absolute confidence in one's own strength. Across all of China, indeed the entire world, those possessing both such audacity and such power can be counted on one hand. This is Daixue's only chance. And it's the only path I, as her grandfather, can pave for her. As the words fell, Pu Daixue could no longer contain her emotions. She threw herself into her grandfather's arms and wept uncontrollably. Chapter 134, I Claim Your Life. Chu Yu looked at Pu Zhao, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. My name is Chu Yu. I placed the bounty. I can also save your life. Pu Zhao trembled violently upon hearing that name. A sickly flush suddenly spread across his deathly pale face. Chu Yu. It was none other than the legendary Chu Sashin, the one who single-handedly crushed the entire martial arts world of Yuqing province. He had bet correctly. He had truly gambled correctly. This master's power was infinitely more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Pu Zhao was so overcome with emotion his lips trembled, nearly causing him to kneel on the spot. Mr. Chu, I have failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. However, the organization I uncovered, the one called Yuan Shi, I cannot confirm whether it is the same Tianqi that attacked us. He forced himself to suppress his excitement and voiced the lingering doubt in his heart. Just then, Pu Zhao's phone abruptly rang. He answered, and the receiver instantly filled with his butler's terrified, high-pitched shriek. Master, it's terrible. The estate is under attack. Fire is everywhere, and many people are dead. It's the apocalypse cult. They're here to wipe out the entire family. The color drained from Pu Zhao's face in an instant. Struck as if by lightning, he froze in place, his eyes reflecting only endless despair and lifelessness. It's over. The Pu family was utterly finished. A hand reached out from the side, snatching the phone from his grasp with decisive precision. It was Chu Yu. He pressed the phone to his ear, his voice cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Find a place to hide. Send the address to this phone. Wait for me. With that, he hung up abruptly and tossed the phone back to Pu Zhao. He turned to look at Zhu Weixing and Lan Yue. You two stay here and take care of them. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already moving. Under the horrified stares of Pu Zhao and his grandfather, Chu Yu's figure blurred into a streak of motion, crashing directly into the high-speed train's thick, specially reinforced glass window. Boom! A deafening roar. The window, along with its outer layer of tempered glass, instantly shattered into a sky of shards. Violent gusts of air surged into the carriage. Chu Yu's figure had vanished from everyone's sight. Only the passengers in the entire business class cabin remained, trembling in terror amid screams and chaos. Pu Zhao and Pu Daixue stared blankly at the gaping hole where the window had been torn out, their minds going completely blank. Is this even human? Dianing, Pu family manor. Shooting flames dyed half the night sky crimson. The clamor of battle and piercing screams had long since ceased. The vast estate now lay silent as a tomb. Deep within the estate, in a secluded outhouse, several surviving members of the Pu family huddled together, their faces etched with terror and despair. Outside, they could clearly hear the steady, unhurried footsteps like the Grim Reaper's own. They knew they would be found sooner or later. A young man, his face covered in blood, could no longer endure this agonizing wait for death. He was Pu Daixue's younger brother, Pu Jun. Let's fight them. Pu Jun's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, ready to charge out. Don't go. The old steward beside him grabbed him tightly, his voice hoarse. Going out now would be nothing but a suicide mission. A man of the Pu family would rather die standing tall than live like a rat, cowering in shame here. Pu Jun's face was twisted with fury and resentment. Yet deep down, he knew the steward spoke the truth. The enemies outside were too powerful. So formidable that they couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. He slammed his fist into the wall, shattering knuckles and drawing blood, his face now etched with utter helplessness. The old master has been notified and is on his way back immediately. The butler offered words of comfort, yet his voice held not a shred of hope. Silence fell over the room. They knew that even if the old master returned now, it wouldn't change anything. The Pu family was finished. For generations, the Pu family had operated the largest spirit stone vein in Yun province, amassing wealth rivaling that of a nation. Yet this family seemed cursed by some malevolent spell. For hundreds of years, not a single member had managed to break through to the realm above Grandmaster. The one ancestor who possessed extraordinary talent and successfully entered the Golden Core realm died without warning, his body exploding on the very day of his breakthrough. Since then, the Pu family has been relegated to second-rate status. Their survival to this day hinges entirely on their unique spirit-seeking secret art and the relentless efforts of each generation's patriarch to lavishly bribe powerful figures from all corners as their backing. But now, they face Tianqi. That terrifying organization, feared even by the great nations of this age. Even the mightiest protectors were no more than worthless dogs and chickens before Tianqi. This time, the Pu family truly faced annihilation. Despair washed over them like a cold tide, engulfing every soul. Pu Jun gazed at his trembling nephew, barely 7 or 8 years old, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes faded completely. He slowly crouched down, joining the old steward in holding the orphan child tightly in their arms. 2 hot tears rolled silently down the corners of this resolute man's eyes. They were waiting for death. Chapter 135, He has arrived. The air in the lavatory was suffocatingly oppressive. Every second felt like an eternity. Pu Jun took a deep breath, a wry smile spreading across his face. He pulled out his phone, preparing to make one final call to his grandfather, who was still aboard the high-speed train. Butler, tell grandfather not to come back. Men of the Pu family die with dignity. We won't let ourselves be cornered and killed in a bathroom. Let them flee as far as they can. Leave him a message urging him to run as far away as possible. Don't even think about revenge. Pu Jun's voice carried a hint of relief. If death was inevitable, at least it could be met with dignity. The old steward opened his mouth, tears glistening in his cloudy old eyes, yet not a word came out. Pu Jun's decision was undoubtedly the wisest choice under the circumstances. Yet watching the last bloodline of the Pu family embark on this suicide mission tore at his heart. Just as Pu Jun was about to dial the number. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted suddenly. The wall they were hiding behind was violently shattered from the outside, as if someone had rammed it with unbridled fury. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, 2 figures, resembling demonic gods, slowly stepped inside. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire cramped space. Pu Jun, the old steward, and the others felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed them, making even breathing an agonizing struggle. Martial Sovereign. These were 2 genuine martial sovereign level powerhouses. The leader swept his gaze over the trembling crowd huddled in the corner, a cat-like smirk of amusement playing on his lips. Hiding here waiting for someone to rescue you? The other man snorted in derision, his voice dripping with contempt. A bunch of fools who don't know when to quit. To dare take on a bounty placed by our heavenly awakening sovereign, you must be tired of living. Lord! At the sound of those 2 words, the old steward's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. So it was the Lord of the Apocalypse who had attacked the old master and the young miss on the bullet train earlier. And here they were, the Pu family, recklessly issuing a bounty. This was nothing short of courting death. Forcing down his fear, the old butler stepped forward, shielding Pu Jun and the child behind him. He bowed deeply to the 2 of them. Honorable masters, this entire affair is the fault of the Pu family. We are willing to surrender all our spirit stones, begging only that you spare a single bloodline of the Pu family. He sought to buy as much time as possible. If he could delay long enough for Pu Jun to send out the message and allow the old master to escape, then their deaths would be worth it. The leader, a martial master of the martial sovereign realm, reacted as if he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Begging for mercy now? Too late. The Lord's command is clear, not a soul of the Pu family shall be spared. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he raised his hand, clawing down toward the old steward's head. The sheer force of that claw could crush the old steward's skull like a watermelon. The old steward closed his eyes in despair. Pu Jun's eyes bulged with fury as he tried to charge forward, but his body was held fast by that terrifying pressure, unable to move an inch. It's over. Everything was over. At the critical moment, a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, abruptly rang out from behind the 2 men. Is that so? The voice was soft. Yet it felt like a chill wind from the depths of hell, causing the temperature of the entire space to plummet to freezing point. The bodies of the 2 martial sovereign-level powerhouses froze stiff. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the intruder, yet an instinctive sense of mortal peril gripped them. The man who had lunged at the old steward reacted with lightning speed, instantly withdrawing his attack and spinning to deliver a punch. But his fist had barely reached halfway through its swing. A flash of icy light streaked past his vision at an extreme speed. Thud! A faint sound. His right arm, the one he'd swung forward, was cleanly severed at the elbow. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire estate. The other martial sovereign-level powerhouse watched, his soul nearly leaving his body. He looked up in horror and finally saw the figure's face. It was a young man with an icy gaze. The youth stood there motionless, his hands empty, as if the icy blade that had severed his comrade's arm moments ago had been nothing but a phantom. But the instant he recognized the face beneath that mask, a terror rising from the depths of his soul sent a chill through his entire being. Shu Yu. It's you, the god of slaughter. He screamed, his voice filled with endless terror. As martial lords of the apocalypse, they had, of course, studied Shu Yu's records. He was the terrifying force who had single-handedly crushed the entire martial arts world of Yuqing province. The kill order issued personally by the Supreme Master still hung on the Apocalypse's internal website. How could he be here? Shouldn't he have been on the bullet train, eliminated personally by the Sovereign? There was no time for further thought. Only one thought remained in the mind of this martial sovereign-level powerhouse. Escape. Without a second thought, he spun around and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing frantically toward the estate's exit. Trying to leave now? Don't you think it's a bit too late? Shu Yu's voice sounded like the Grim Reaper's verdict. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure vanished from where he stood. The next second, he materialized like a ghostly apparition before the one-armed martial sovereign. Under the man's horrified gaze, Shu Yu thrust out a finger, striking him squarely between the eyebrows. Boom! The armless martial sovereign's head exploded like an overripe watermelon. Red and white matter splattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the martial master who had already fled 100 meters away felt a sudden blur before his eyes. Shu Yu's figure had already blocked his path. No, don't kill me! He screamed in terror, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees, desperately kowtowing in supplication. Shu Yu didn't even glance at him. He raised his foot and crushed the man's limbs cleanly. Amidst the crisp snaps of shattering bones and piercing screams, Shu Yu looked down at him from above. Where is Yuan Qi? The martial master, stripped of his cultivation, writhed with limbs twisted into grotesque contortions. Agonizing pain surged like tidal waves, crashing relentlessly against his already shattered nerves. He dared not withhold a single detail, his throat emitting a rasping, bellows-like roar. I don't know. We truly have no idea where Lord Yuanqi is. Lord Yuanqi has always been elusive, never revealing his whereabouts to us. Shu Yu's gaze held not a flicker of emotion, as if he were observing a lifeless object. That utter indifference sent a chill deeper than any direct threat of death. He knew that if he didn't produce valuable intelligence immediately, he would become a corpse in the next second. Terrified out of his wits, he hastily added. But I know Lord Yuanqi came to Jiangdong this time to purchase a batch of top-grade spirit stones for breakthrough cultivation. This batch is exceptionally large, only your Pu family could possibly supply it. If we can find the whereabouts of those spirit stones, we'll definitely find Lord Yuanqi. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Shu Yu, his eyes filled with the desperate hope of a drowning man clutching at a last straw. Shu Yu, however, seemed to have heard nothing. His deep, piercing gaze slowly shifted toward the elderly steward standing nearby. At that moment, the old steward, who had just narrowly escaped death, finally regained his senses. He scrambled over to Chu Yu, tears streaming down his aged face. Mr. Chu, you finally arrived. He banged his head hard on the ground several times before lifting his tear-streaked face. Mr. Chu, he was right. Just days ago, a batch of our Pu family's finest spirit stones was stolen by a group of mysterious individuals. Our men couldn't fight them off and could only follow from a distance. We eventually discovered that the spirit stones were delivered to a hidden estate on the outskirts of the city. Our men also faintly overheard someone mention Lord Yuanqi's name inside. A barely perceptible gleam of sharpness flashed deep within Shu Yu's eyes. He grasped the crux of the butler's words. He turned his head, looked at the old steward, and spoke slowly. Your Pu family, you deal in spirit stones. The tone was matter of fact, yet to the old steward's ears it struck like thunder. The color drained from his face instantly, leaving him paler than a corpse. Moments ago, he had been overcome with gratitude for Chu Yu's rescue. Now, his heart was filled only with endless coldness and regret. It was over. How could he have forgotten? The person before him was no pious believer, but the merciless killer known as Chu Shashan. Tianqi wanted the Pu family dead. But if this secret were exposed, the entire Pu family would likely become caged livestock, doomed to eternal servitude. Such an end would be 10,000 times more terrifying than death itself. Chu Yu simply stared at him silently, neither pressing for answers nor making threats. Yet that calm gaze chilled the soul more than the sharpest blade in the world. Chapter 136, The Dawn of a New Era. The old steward turned ashen-faced the moment Chu Yu spoke. He had been so preoccupied with explaining the spirit stone's whereabouts that he'd forgotten just how terrifying the other party truly was. Too many words lead to mistakes. With a single sentence, he had exposed the Pu family's greatest secret to this god of death. The old steward regretted his words so deeply he could have kicked himself. Endless bitterness and despair welled up within him. They had barely rid themselves of the fierce tiger that was Tianqi, only to provoke the malevolent dragon crossing the river Chu Yu. Why must the Pu family suffer such misfortune? He dared not meet Chu Yu's gaze. Facing such an unpredictable, ruthlessly decisive powerhouse, even the slightest concealment could bring utter ruin upon the entire family. Tianqi sought their lives. But this man before him, if he were to covet the secrets of the Pu family, the consequences would be infinitely more terrifying than mere annihilation. The old steward collapsed with a thud, kneeling heavily on the ground. His forehead pressed hard against the cold stone floor as his voice trembled uncontrollably. In response to Mr. Chu's inquiry, it is true that our Pu family relies on spirit stones for our livelihood. This is not because we possess mining expertise, but because a unique spirit-seeking technique has been passed down through the direct bloodline of our Pu family. At this point, the old steward gritted his teeth fiercely, deciding to lay everything bare. This technique allows us to sense every undiscovered spirit stone vein within a 100-mile radius. It is precisely this innate gift that has allowed our Pu family to establish ourselves in Yun province for centuries. And it is precisely this gift that has brought upon us the calamity of our clan's annihilation today. After speaking, the old steward collapsed to the ground like a fish out of water, his back soaked through with cold sweat. He had revealed the family's greatest asset and its deadliest curse. Now, they could only leave their fate to the heavens. Yet, Shuyu's face bore none of the greed the old steward had anticipated. Not even a flicker of interest flickered in his eyes. As if the spirit-seeking secret art, a technique capable of driving the entire martial world mad, was no more significant to him than weeds by the roadside. Chuyu did not even glance at the old steward again. His gaze returned to the martial sovereign whose limbs he had crippled. Yuan Qi, when did you arrive at Dianing? The icy tone made the martial sovereign tremble violently. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of shattered bones, he mustered every ounce of strength to force a few words from his throat. I don't know. Lord Yuanqi's whereabouts are beyond our station to know. Feeling the increasingly icy killing intent emanating from Chu Yu, he was terrified out of his wits and hurriedly shouted again. But I know Lord Yuanqi came here specifically to use that batch of supreme spirit stones to break through to a higher realm. He even declared that once he succeeds in breaking through, he will personally come to claim your life. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. Is that so? He paid no further attention to the muddy puddle on the ground. He turned his gaze to the old steward. The location of the estate. The old steward jolted upright, scrambling to his feet in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly recited a detailed address. After listening, Shiyu grabbed the Wu Zun, who had long since lost the will to resist. His figure flickered, and he darted straight through the hole in the wall, vanishing instantly into the thick night. Only Pu Jun, the old butler, and the others remained, exchanging bewildered glances as their minds churned with turmoil. He was gone. He showed not the slightest interest in that soul-seeking technique capable of unleashing a bloodbath. The mind of this god of slaughter, Chu Yu, was becoming increasingly unfathomable to them. Suburban outskirts, a hidden estate. Chu Yu, carrying the half-dead martial sovereign, descended like a ghost, landing silently atop the estate's wall. His icy gaze swept over the grounds below. The entire estate was brightly lit, yet an eerie silence hung over it. Not a single guard patrolled the grounds. Without hesitation, Chu Yu leapt over the wall, the man still in his grasp. He made his way unimpeded to the main gate of the estate's main building. The heavy wooden doors stood ajar. Chu Yu kicked it open. The scene beyond the door made him frown slightly. The hall was completely empty. A faint, lingering trace of spiritual energy still hung in the air. The person had just departed. The martial sovereign he held in his hand also sensed something amiss. He lifted his head with effort, glancing at the empty hall. A flicker of I knew it crossed his eyes. It seems Lord Yuanqi has already departed. I knew it. He's inherently suspicious and always leaves no loose ends. After learning that even the Lord's personal intervention failed to keep you here, he would never risk staying any longer. Wu Zun's voice carried an inexplicable undertone. It seemed to mock Chu Yu for coming up empty-handed, yet also carried a hint of relief that he himself had escaped death for now. He gasped a few more times before continuing. Moreover, Lord Yuanqi's strength is actually far inferior to that commander from the Illusion Division who attacked you earlier. If even that commander failed, Lord Yuanqi wouldn't be foolish enough to confront your strengths with his own weaknesses. Chu Yu's gaze turned cold. The Illusion Division. He recalled the middle-aged man who could create illusions, the one who had nearly ensnared him. The martial sovereign sensed Chu Yu's murderous intent and dared not keep him in suspense any longer. That nobleman is the leader of our Tianqi Illusion Division, codenamed Sea Serpent. His strength ranks among the top 5 in the entire Tianqi organization. He is also one of the personal bodyguards to our highest leader, Lord Qishur. Among all bodyguards, his strength is second only to Lord Qishur himself. Qishur. A cold gleam flashed in Shuyu's eyes. This was the first time he had ever heard the title of the Apocalypse's supreme leader. What does he look like? What's his strength? Where is he? Shuyu fired off 3 questions in succession. A look of deep fear and reverence flashed across the martial sovereign's face. I don't know. I have never laid eyes on Lord Qishur. Not just me, even among the commanders of the 8 divisions of Tianqi, only a handful have ever laid eyes on Lord Qishur. Everything about him is the organization's highest level secret. All I know is that he is incredibly powerful beyond anyone's imagination. That's all I know. I'm not lying to you. After speaking, the martial sovereign looked at Chuyu with a pleading expression. He had revealed everything he knew. He could only hope that this god of death before him would spare his life, considering his cooperation. Yet what he saw rising slowly before him was Chuyu's palm. You're of no use to me anymore. The icy voice was the last words he heard in this world. Snap. Chuyu crushed his throat with a crisp snap. He casually tossed the body aside, as if discarding a piece of trash. His gaze began to sweep slowly across the lobby. Finally, it settled on an inconspicuous surveillance camera in the corner. A cold sneer spread across Chuyu's face. He knew that Yuan Qi, the one who had slipped through the net, was undoubtedly watching this very spot. He walked slowly to stand directly beneath the camera, lifting his head. His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable air of dominance and murderous intent, carrying clearly across the room. Hide well. Don't let me find you. Or else, I'll take your life. Chapter 137, His Ambition. In an unknown luxurious room. A massive surveillance screen clearly displayed everything happening at the estate. The image finally froze on Chuyu's cold, defiant face. A kindly-faced elder with snow-white hair and beard watched the screen in silence. Dressed in loose-fitting traditional Chinese attire, he rolled two smooth jade walnuts between his fingers, his gaze as serene as a neighborly grandfather. No one could possibly connect him to Yuan Qi, the ruthless killer from the Apocalypse Organization. A voluptuous, provocatively dressed woman glided silently behind him. Her delicate hands reached out, applying just the right amount of pressure as she massaged his shoulders. Sir, that was clearly the best opportunity just now. Her voice carried a hint of pouting and confusion. If you and Lord Shen had joined forces, not only would Emir Chuyu have been no match, even the Heavenly King himself would have met his end there. Not only could we seize Chuyu, the key, but we could also weaken the illusion department and even ensure that detestable fellow never returns. Yuan Qi's smile remained utterly unchanged. Yet deep within his eyes, a fleeting, barely perceptible sneer flickered. Do you really think Chuyu is so easy to kill? And why do you think that fool Shen lost so quickly? Yuan Qi snorted derisively, his tone dripping with contempt. That kid Chuyu is far more unpredictable than any file could ever show. Moreover, opening that place requires two keys. Until the other key appears, whoever makes the first move will become the target of everyone's attacks. The woman's expression faltered slightly. She clearly hadn't considered it that deeply. Yuan Qi slowly set down the jade walnut in his hand. His cloudy old eyes flashed with a piercing insight that seemed to see through everything. Besides, do you truly believe Lord Qishir spared Chuyu's life out of compassion? At these words, the woman trembled. This secret was news to her as well. A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Yuan Qi's mouth. It wasn't Lord Qishir's soft heart back then. Someone intervened to save him. The reason Chuyu spent 5 years in prison was also orchestrated by that person. That prison was nothing but a top-tier training ground, tailor-made for him. As Yuan Qi spoke these words, a hint of gravity and apprehension flickered in his eyes for the first time. Therefore, until the situation is fully clarified, we must hold our position. He turned to the woman beside him, his eyes flashing with unabashed ambition and greed. Once I use these premium spirit stones to break through. Then, whether it's that old fool Qishir's position or that hidden key, they'll all be mine. After leaving the estate, Chuyu returned directly to the Pu residence. At that moment, the fire at the Pu family estate had long been extinguished. The surviving members of the Pu family silently cleared the ruins, gathering the bodies of their loved ones. The entire estate was shrouded in an indelible sorrow and deathly stillness. Upon seeing Chuyu's figure, all the Pu family members instinctively paused their tasks. Their gazes were complex beyond measure. There was gratitude, there was reverence, but above all, there was fear that ran deep in their bones. Supported by the steward, Pu Shao hurried forward. He bowed deeply to Chuyu. Mr. Chu, words cannot express our gratitude for your great kindness. Should you ever require our service in the future, every member of the Pu household shall serve you to the death. Chuyu's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely gave a faint nod. Seeing this, Pu Shao felt even greater reverence and quickly spoke up. Mr. Chu, the estate is truly inconvenient at the moment. I've arranged accommodations for you and your friends at the finest hotel in Dianing. Please do move there to rest. Chuyu glanced at him and declined outright. It's unnecessary. He turned his gaze to Zhuoxing, Lanyue, and the sixth sister-in-law who had remained silent all along. We'll find our own place to stay. With that, he turned away from Pu Shao and walked toward the estate gates. Zhuoxing and Lanyue immediately followed. Sixth sister hesitated for a moment before silently taking her first step. Only Pu Shao and the rest of the Pu family were left standing there, staring at each other in stunned silence. Night. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in the heart of Dianing City. Chuyu, freshly bathed and clad in a bathrobe, stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. He gazed down at the city's dazzling lights below, his eyes deep and pensive, lost in thought. Just then, a faint knock sounded at the door. Chuyu's brow furrowed slightly. He assumed it was hotel service. He walked over and casually pulled the door open. The scene outside froze him in his tracks. There stood Juexing, Lanyu, and Lu Sa, the three of them side by side at the doorway. All three of them had changed into matching sexy lace nightgowns. Juexing maintained her usual icy demeanor, though a faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Lanyu, however, looked utterly bashful, her head bowed as she nervously clutched the hem of her nightgown, unable to meet Chuyu's gaze. What surprised Chuyu most was the sixth sister-in-law. This mature woman, usually gentle and virtuous with the grace of orchids, now had a flushed face and eyes sparkling with watery waves. She carried a hint of reckless determination and allure. Three utterly distinct charms collided in that single moment, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. Chuyu was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 138, Your Conditions. Chuyu stared at the three women at the doorway, each strikingly different yet equally captivating, and momentarily didn't know how to react. It was sixth sister-in-law who first couldn't bear the awkward atmosphere. She was never one for the martial arts world, possessing a gentle and reserved nature. Daring to dress like this and stand here was already pushing her limits. Now, under Chuyu's intense, unblinking stare, she felt as though her face were on fire. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. Mr. Chu, we're just a little scared. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz as she bowed her head in shame. Lanyu, however, appeared poised and composed. She stepped forward, her beautiful eyes meeting Chuyu's gaze without flinching, her tone carrying a hint of self-assuredness. The people of Tianqi appear and vanish like ghosts, and their methods are so bizarre. We're just a few vulnerable women living together, it's hard to feel at ease. Sleeping with you feels safer. Chuyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. He glanced at Juexing beside him, who'd maintained a cold expression throughout yet was dressed the most lightly, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He knew full well they were speaking the truth. Tianqi's power far exceeded his imagination. Especially that middle-aged man from the illusion division. Had his soul power not been sufficiently formidable, he likely would have fallen victim long ago. Leaving the three of them alone was indeed risky. Chuyu sighed and stepped aside to clear the doorway. Come in. He gestured toward the empty floor. Get your own blankets and pillows. You'll sleep on the floor. With that, he walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, ignoring them completely. The three women exchanged glances, a fleeting, barely perceptible disappointment flickering in their eyes. But they understood this was the utmost concession Chuyu could offer. Soon, hotel staff delivered several sets of fresh bedding. The three women spread out their makeshift beds on the floor. The room fell silent once more, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward again. It was Juexing who broke the silence first. Sitting cross-legged on the makeshift bed, she gazed at Chuyu's back and spoke in a cool tone. Tianqi is no pushover. Relying on just the few of us, we might not be able to handle it. You'd better ask one or two senior sisters to come help. Chuyu shook his head at her words. It's unnecessary. The senior sisters each have their own matters to attend to. This minor issue doesn't warrant disturbing them. His tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable confidence. He turned to face the fallen star on the ground. I have an 80% chance of killing that middle-aged man from the illusion department. That Yuan Chi fellow? His strength pales in comparison. Even if he somehow breaks through, it makes no difference to me. Early the next morning, Pu Daishua pulled up in a red Ferrari at the hotel entrance. She had clearly dressed up meticulously for the occasion. A well-tailored white gown perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her face bore delicate, subtle makeup, lending her an air of noble elegance tinged with a hint of vulnerable charm. Spotting Chuyu and the others emerging from the hotel, she immediately stepped forward. Good morning, Mr. Chu. Grandfather specifically asked me to come and escort you all. He has prepared a banquet at home to personally express his gratitude for saving his life. Her voice was as gentle as flowing water, yet her gaze lingered subtly on Chuyu. Juexing and Lanyu exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of understanding in the other's eyes. Such petty tricks were transparent to them. This wasn't about gratitude at all, it was clearly that old fox, Pu Shao, trying to hook his granddaughter onto Chuyu's tree to find a free patron. Just then, the sixth sister-in-law, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Mr. Chu, I won't be attending. With such a major incident at home, I need to return first. Her voice carried a hint of exhaustion and sorrow she couldn't quite hide. Upon hearing this, Juexing immediately nodded. I'll go with you. It's not safe on the road. With that, she took sixth sister-in-law by the arm, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Lanyu felt a pang of reluctance. She glanced at the charmingly smiling Pu Daishua beside her, then at the expressionless Chuyu, and whispered to Juexing. If we all leave, what about him? Juexing shot her a cold glance, then without another word, grabbed her arm and dragged her away forcefully. You'll only be a burden if you stay. Lanyu stumbled as she was yanked along, stomping her feet in frustration. Even as she was being dragged away, she turned back and shouted her complaints toward Chuyu. Hey! Don't let that fox spirit lure you away. Two flashes of crimson instantly spread across Pu Daishua's cheeks. She shot Chuyu an awkward glance before taking a deep breath, as if steeled by some resolve. She cut straight to the point. Mr. Chu, please save our Pooh family. Her voice carried a hint of pleading and unwavering resolve. Whatever conditions you set, Dai Shui is willing to agree to them as long as you're willing to help. Shu Yu's face remained impassive. He didn't even glance at Pu Daishui. He merely responded with a casual counter-question. What exactly has befallen your Pu family? Chapter 139, A Bunch of Clowns. Pu Daishui's beautiful eyes were now filled with humiliation and pleading. She lowered herself to the lowest possible position. She knew all too well that the man before her was the Pu family's only lifeline now. Shu Yu looked at her, a flicker of emotion finally stirring in his eyes. In Pu Daishui, he saw the reflection of the Chu family from years past. How strikingly similar. Both possessed priceless treasures that drew the covetous eyes of hungry wolves. Both met the same tragic end, their families destroyed and lives shattered. A fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Pu Daishui sensed that fleeting chill and couldn't help but shiver slightly. She couldn't understand why Chu Yu would suddenly reveal such an emotion. Chu Yu withdrew her gaze, her tone still unruffled. Go on. What trouble has your Pu family gotten into? Hearing these words, Pu Daishui clung to them as if they were her last lifeline. She dared not withhold a single detail, hastily recounting the entire sequence of events exactly as they had unfolded. Mr. Chu, you may not be aware. Our Pu family owes its current standing to a secret technique passed down through generations, a method for locating spirit stones. This technique allows us to locate spirit stone veins more easily than others. Precisely because of this, our Pu family has always been courted and sought as a partner by various factions. We handle the search and mining of spirit stones, then supply them to our allied factions as agreed. Pu Daishui paused here, a bitter expression flickering across her face. But last night, Yuan Qi from the Tianqi organization not only slaughtered countless people in our estate. He also plundered our Pu family treasury during the chaos, taking all our spirit stone reserves and liquid assets. This included the batches we had prepared for delivery to the reclusive Chiu family, the Wu family of Yun province, and the Yang family of Mountain City. Now, these three families have been cut off from their spirit stone supply. They've already sent representatives to Dianing, demanding our Pu family provide an explanation. Shu Yu's eyebrow arched slightly. Just an explanation? That's all? Pu Daishui gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Of course it's more than that. In the past, a mere delay in delivering a batch of spirit stones wouldn't have given them the audacity to threaten our Pu family. Because behind our Pu family, the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion has always stood as our backing. But 3 years ago, a major incident occurred within the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. The pavilion master suffered severe injuries and entered seclusion, and to this day, his fate remains unknown. With the pavilion preoccupied with its own crisis, it naturally has no time to spare for us. Over the years, the factions that once maintained friendly relations with us have grown increasingly ambiguous in their stance. They speak of cooperation, yet secretly covet our Pu family's secret spirit-seeking techniques for themselves. Now, not only have we suffered immense losses with so many of our people dead, our most vital spirit stone reserves have been completely plundered, leaving us unable to fulfill our agreements. This has provided them with the perfect excuse to make their move. They call it accountability, but it's a forced resignation. They aim to seize this opportunity to swallow our Pu family whole. Upon hearing this, Shu Yu understood everything. This was merely another instance of the tragedy of possessing a treasure. Everything he had endured years ago was now being replayed upon the Pu family. A flicker of pity stirred within him. He looked at the woman before him, who had pinned all her hopes on him, and spoke slowly. What do you need me to do? Upon hearing these words, Pu Daishui's eyes instantly burst with an overwhelming brilliance. She knew she had made the right bet. Stifling her inner excitement, her voice trembled slightly. Tonight, the Chiu family, the Wu family, and the Yang family will host a banquet together at the Dianing International Hotel. Officially, it's to discuss compensation for the delay in delivering the spirit stones. But their true purpose is to use this opportunity to propose marriage to my grandfather. They seek to legitimately control our Pu family through marriage alliances, thereby securing complete mastery of the spirit-seeking secret technique for themselves. Upon hearing this, Shu Yu's lips curved into an amused smile. Another marriage proposal. Another alliance through marriage. These so-called noble families truly lack any originality in their methods. Just as he was about to speak, something suddenly occurred to him. You mentioned earlier that one of the families is the reclusive Chiu clan. Pu Daishui nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Chu. The smile on Shu Yu's face instantly turned cold. Ha! He chuckled softly. The sound carried a hint of undisguised mockery and icy coldness. What a small world. She hadn't expected to cross paths with the Chiu family so soon. Pu Daishui was thrown off balance by his sudden laughter. She watched Shu Yu cautiously, not daring to speak. Shu Yu suppressed his amusement, his gaze calm as he looked at her. I'll go with you tonight. Receiving this definite answer, Pu Daishui's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled completely. Her entire body felt drained, her face radiating gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chu. She bowed deeply to Chu Yu once more. Shu Yu accepted the gesture with composure. As Pu Daishue straightened up, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly added. Mr. Chu, among these three families, the Chiu family is actually the weakest. The Yan Shao and the four emperors they sent to Dianing earlier all fell at your hands. They're currently in a period of transition. The ones you truly need to be wary of are the Hu family from Yun province and the Yang family from Shan City. These two families possess profound foundations, each boasting powerhouses ranked within the top 30 of the heavenly list. It's said that the young talents they've sent this time are the absolute cream of the crop from their respective families. We absolutely cannot afford to be complacent. She recounted everything she knew in meticulous detail. Her words were laced with worry. The top 30 on the heavenly rankings. These 6 words alone were enough to weigh heavily on any martial artist, no matter where they were spoken. Yet Shu Yu's expression remained as calm and composed as ever. He merely uttered a few words in a detached tone. Nothing but a bunch of clowns. With me here, you have nothing to worry about. Pu Daishue gazed at his calm, confident face. All her unease and fear miraculously vanished in that instant. She nodded firmly. Night fell. The top-tier international hotel in Dianing City had its penthouse banquet hall reserved by the Pu family long ago. Luxurious crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire hall as brightly as daylight. Elegantly dressed waiters carried trays, weaving through the crowd. Yet, the atmosphere within the hall felt strangely unsettling. 3 distinct groups occupied separate corners of the hall. The glances exchanged between them carried undisguised wariness and hostility. These individuals were the younger generations of the Chiu, Hu, and Yang families. Just then, the banquet hall doors swung open from the outside. A young man with an arrogant expression and a shadowed gaze strode in, surrounded by a retinue of attendants. He was Qiu Qian, the eldest grandson of the reclusive Qiu family. Spotting Qiu Qian's entrance, a young man nearby dressed in a flowery shirt and sporting a flashy, slick look immediately sneered. Well, if it isn't the Qiu family's golden boy. I thought no one from your Qiu family would dare show up this time. The young man's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to everyone present. His name was Hu Yi, the nephew of the head of the Hu family in Yun province. Beside him stood a burly man with a stern expression. Dressed in a black, form-fitting outfit, his arms were bulging with muscle, his temples high and prominent, and his entire being radiated a fierce, formidable aura. His name was Yang Chen, a direct descendant of the Yang family of Mountain City. At that moment, Yang Chen was also scrutinizing Qiu Qian with a gaze laced with disdain. Qiu Qian's expression darkened instantly. He halted, his eyes cold as ice as he fixed them on Hu Yi. Hu Yi, what do you mean by this? Hu Yi lifted a glass of red wine, swirling it gently, his smile brimming with mockery. Nothing much. I'm just a little curious. Didn't that Yan Shao of the Qiu family, the one who claimed to be unbeatable below the heavenly rankings, die? And what about those so-called 4 emperors? Didn't they get wiped out too? What's the matter? Is your Qiu family so depleted that you can only send out a useless piece of trash like you to save face? Every word Hu Yi spoke felt like a sharp blade, stabbing viciously into Qiu Qian's heart. The deaths of Yan Shao and the 4 emperors were an indelible disgrace for the entire Qiu clan. Now, Hu Yi had laid bare that wound in front of everyone, exposing it without mercy. Qiu Qian's face instantly turned the color of liver. His fists clenched so tightly his fingernails dug deep into his palms. A surge of rage shot straight to the top of his head. Hu Yi, you're asking for death. He growled low, his aura surging as he prepared to strike immediately. Seeing this, the scorn on Hu Ye's face only deepened. He didn't even move. Instead, Yang Chen, standing beside him, stepped forward. Boom! A terrifying aura, several times more powerful than Qiu Qian's, instantly surged skyward. That aura pressed down on Qiu Qian like an invisible mountain. Qiu Qian's body shook violently. His legs went weak, nearly causing him to collapse to his knees. The rage on his face instantly gave way to sheer terror. Gritting his teeth with all his might, he barely managed to steady himself. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Yang Chen watched his disheveled state, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. Qiu Qian, put away your ridiculous temper. This isn't your Qiu family estate. One more word, and I'll snap your neck. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Qiu Qian's body trembled even more violently. He could clearly sense the unmasked murderous intent in Yang Chen's words. He had no doubt that if he uttered another word, the man would kill him. Hu Yi approached slowly, holding his wine glass. He reached out and gave Qiu Qian's cheek a light pat. Tsk tisk. So this is the eldest son of the reclusive Qiu family. Truly, seeing is better than hearing about it. I advise you to behave yourself tonight. The Pu family is a prime target, not something a worthless piece of trash like you can even dream of touching. With that, he withdrew his hand as if he'd touched something filthy, wiping it on a handkerchief. Throughout the entire exchange, Qiu Qian remained frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. His face alternated between pale and flushed. Humiliation. Endless humiliation washed over him like a tidal wave, completely engulfing him. Never in his life had he endured such humiliation. Yet he dared not utter a single word of protest. For he knew he was no match for Yang Chen. Hu Yi and Yang Chen clearly couldn't be bothered with this defeated foe any longer. Exchanging a glance, they both saw a hint of triumphant satisfaction in each other's eyes. In their eyes, the only real competition tonight was each other. As for the Zhao family, they were nothing more than a toothless, defeated dog, left only to bark helplessly from the sidelines. They were utterly insignificant. Chapter 140, He's My Boyfriend. Xiao Qian's face turned the color of liver. Humiliation and rage, like two venomous snakes, gnawed furiously at his heart. Yet he dared not utter a single word. The Zhao family was already inferior to the Hu and Yang families. Now that both Yan Xiao and the four emperors had fallen, the gap between the two sides had widened to the heavens. The Hu and Yang families had always been two mountains crushing down upon the Zhao family. Now, with even the last few pillars propping up their facade shattered, the Zhao family had become nothing but a laughingstock. Moreover, Hu Yi was the Hu family's designated heir apparent. His every word and action represented the will of the entire Hu family. Yang Chen, too, is the most valued direct descendant of the Yang family. His future standing within the clan was equally boundless. As for Qiu Qian, he was merely the sixth son of the Zhou family patriarch, overshadowed by 5 elder brothers above him. Within the clan, he was a marginal figure who could be sacrificed at any moment. Their statuses were worlds apart. He dared not offend either of these men. Hu Yi watched Qiu Qian's pathetic expression filled with anger he dared not voice, and the contempt in his eyes deepened. He felt that speaking another word to such a worthless fool was a waste of his breath. He raised his wine glass, walked up to Qiu Qian, and spoke down at him. His posture was like that of a man looking down on a lapdog at his feet. I advise you to get out now. Hu Ye's voice carried an unquestionable command. Pu Daixue is the woman I've set my sights on, and the Pu family's fortune is the prize I've claimed. He paused, his eyes brimming with contempt. A worthless piece of trash like you has no right standing here competing with me. Just then, the banquet hall doors were violently pushed open from the outside. The heavy door slammed against the wall with a thunderous crash. The sudden commotion instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Pu Xiao, supported by the butler, entered first. The old man had deliberately changed into a crisp Zhongshan suit for the occasion. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, his gaze was unusually resolute. Following closely behind, a young figure stepped in, his arm wrapped around Pu Daixue's slender waist. It was Chu Yu. The moment Qiu Qian recognized Yu's calm face, his pupils contracted to pinpricks. The color drained from his face in an instant. An indescribable terror washed over him like a cold tide, instantly flooding his entire being. He froze in place, as if struck by lightning. It was him. It was him. This man who unleashed a torrent of bloodshed upon the Zhou family, this peerless god of slaughter who personally beheaded Yan Xiao and the 4 emperors. How could this demon be here? How could he be embracing Pu Daixue? Hu Yi didn't even know Chu Yu. Or rather, someone like Chu Yu and nobody with no background in his eyes wasn't even worthy of his memory. His gaze immediately fixed on Chu Yu's arm wrapped around Pu Daixue. That hand felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing his eyes. An unnamed rage flared up instantly. The woman he desired was being held in another man's embrace. It felt like a brutal slap across his face, delivered in front of everyone. Who the hell are you? Hu Ye's face darkened as he pointed a finger at Chu Yu and barked the question. His voice was sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Get your filthy hands off Miss Dai Shui. Yang Chen beside him frowned deeply, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Chu Yu. A powerful aura began to slowly gather around him. Yet, faced with Hu Ye's roar and Yang Chen's imposing pressure, Chu Yu seemed utterly oblivious. Chu Yu's gaze didn't linger on him for even a fraction of a second. It was as if he hadn't seen Hu Yi at all, let alone heard his shouts. As if Hu Ye's words had never reached his ears, Chu Yu's gaze swept calmly around the hall. His gaze was as indifferent as if he were observing a swarm of ants. Finally, his gaze settled on Qiu Qian, whose face was deathly pale and whose body shook like a sieve. Qiu family, Chu Yu spoke softly, who is in charge? Chu Yu spoke in a low, even tone. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear in the room with crystal clarity. It carried an authority that brooked no argument. Under the weight of his cold, unblinking gaze, Qiu Qian felt a chill run down his spine. His heart felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible giant hand, making even breathing difficult. He instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet Chu Yu's eyes, choosing instead to feign ignorance. Completely ignored, Hu Ye's expression instantly darkened. Never in his life had he been treated with such contempt. His rage twisted into a bitter laugh as he turned to Pu Xiao beside him. Old Master Pu, what do you mean by this? His voice now carried an unmistakable, icy cold murderous intent. You dare to bring some random nobody here and act so insolent in front of me? Do you think the blades of the Hu and Yang families aren't sharp enough? Old Master Pu, is this how your Pu family treats guests? You dare to be insolent in my presence, bringing in just any random cat or dog? Yet Pu Xiao felt an unprecedented calm within him. He knew full well the terrifying strength possessed by the young man standing beside him. With Chu Yu by his side, the Pu family had gained the strongest possible backing. Pu Xiao straightened his back, his aged voice carrying a hint of robust vigor. Young master, who is joking? This Mr. Chu is no ordinary person. He is my granddaughter Daishue's boyfriend. The words sent shockwaves through the entire gathering. Even Pu Daishue herself paused for a moment. But she quickly regained her composure. Far from protesting, a perfectly measured blush of coyness graced her cheeks. She took Chuyu's hand and led him to a nearby seat, gently pouring him a cup of tea. Mr. Chu, please have some tea. Her clingy, dependent demeanor solidified the title of boyfriend beyond any doubt. Hu Yi and Yang Chen's expressions darkened to the extreme. They had long regarded Pu Daishue and the entire Pu family as their own possessions. Now, a third party had suddenly emerged to disrupt their plans. Hu Yi fixed Pu Xiao with a deathly stare, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Old man, are you looking for death? Yang Chen's icy gaze also fixed on Pu Xiao, his tone as cold as ice. Pu Xiao, think carefully about the consequences of offending both our families. Chapter 141, The Pu Clan's Vassal. Faced with the unmasked murderous intent radiating from Yang Chen and Hu Yi, Pu Xiao's heart skipped a beat despite his best efforts. After all, he was just an ordinary man. Facing two martial arts masters radiating overwhelming pressure, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Yang Chen's gaze swept past Pu Xiao like a cold blade, fixing on Chuyu. You have 3 seconds to get the hell out of here. His tone carried an unquestionable command. Otherwise, die. Chuyu lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves. He didn't even bother to glance at Yang Chen. Yang Chen's face darkened so quickly it seemed as though water could drip from it. As the prodigal son of the Yang family of Mountain City, he had never endured such utter disregard. A violent aura erupted from his body. He took a step forward, his palm-sized hand reaching out to grab Chuyu by the head. This grab was executed with full force, his intent clear, to crush the skull of this arrogant upstart right before everyone's eyes. Yet, his hand had barely reached halfway. A blur appeared before him without warning. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the banquet hall. Yang Chen's massive frame was sent flying as if struck head-on by a speeding truck. He flew sideways through the air, spinning several times before crashing heavily onto a dining table over 10 meters away. Crash! The solid wood table shattered instantly. Struggling to his feet, Yang Chen felt one side of his cheek swelling visibly before his eyes. A vivid red handprint was clearly imprinted on his face. He opened his mouth, spitting out several broken teeth mixed with blood. The room fell deathly silent. The mocking smile on Hu Ye's face froze completely. His entourage behind him stared in stunned silence, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Even Xiao Qian, who had been standing in the corner all along, ready to watch the spectacle, felt his pupils suddenly contract. He knew Yang Chen's strength all too well. He was a force capable of going toe-to-toe with the strongest at the very bottom of the heavenly rankings. Yet now, he had been sent flying with a single slap. Hu Yi was the first to recover. His gaze fixed on Chuyu, his eyes blazing with terrifying murderous intent. You dare lay a hand on Yang Chen? You're asking for death. He roared furiously, his aura erupting as he flickered forward like a ghostly apparition, lunging toward Chuyu. Flanking Yang Chen on either side, they prepared to join forces and kill Chuyu on the spot. Chuyu set down his teacup and finally rose to his feet. His gaze remained utterly unruffled as he watched the two charging toward him. Just as the two were about to close in on each other, he moved. His movements weren't fast, in fact, they seemed almost casual. He simply lifted his foot and delivered a left-right kick to each of their chests. Thud! Thud! 2 dull thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Hu Yi and Yang Chen's bodies flew backward even faster than when they had approached. Both slammed into the marble wall behind them, letting out muffled groans of pain. Spider-web-like cracks instantly appeared on the wall. Sliding down the wall, they landed on the floor, each pale-faced with a streak of blood glistening at the corner of their mouths. The arrogance and bravado that had filled their eyes vanished, replaced by sheer terror and dread. One move. Just one move. The two of them, working together, couldn't even withstand a single move from their opponent. What kind of monster was this young man? Xiao Qian, watching from the corner, felt a moment of schadenfreude. Then, a vicious thought began to fester wildly within him. Fight well. The fiercer the better. This Chuyu has thoroughly offended both the Hu and Yang families. Once he returned to his clan, he would immediately report this matter. Then, the Qiu, Hu, and Yang families would unite. He wouldn't believe they couldn't kill this Chuyu. Yet, the thought had barely formed in his mind. A figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. Smack! Another crisp slap echoed. Xiao Qian was sent spinning 3 full turns on the spot before crashing down onto his backside. Clutching his rapidly swelling cheek, he stared blankly at Chuyu, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. Chuyu looked down at the 3 figures on the ground with a cold expression. My name is Chuyu. For simple words, yet they struck like 4 thunderbolts, crashing down hard on the hearts of Hu Yi, Yang Chen, and Xiao Qian. Chuyu. They had certainly heard that name before. Yan Xiao, the peerless demon lord beneath the Qiu clan's heavenly rankings, had fallen at this man's hands. Even the 4 emperors, the pride of the Qiu clan, had been slaughtered by him alone. All color drained from Hu Yi and Yang Chen's faces. They finally understood what kind of being they had provoked. An endless wave of regret surged from the depths of their souls. Simultaneously, they were overcome by profound bewilderment. How could this god of death suddenly appear in Dianing and become Pu Daishua's boyfriend? Without a moment's hesitation, they scrambled to their feet, too flustered to wipe the blood from their lips. They bowed deeply before Chuyu. Mr. Chu, we failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. We beg your magnanimity to spare us this time. Their sole thought now was to endure the moment and let the storm pass. Once today passed, they would immediately gather the top experts from their families to reclaim their honor. Pu Xiao and Pu Daishue, grandfather and granddaughter, watched the young masters of the three great families who had been so arrogant moments ago now groveling before Chuyu like three fawning lapdogs. A mix of satisfaction and awe filled their hearts. Pu Daishua's beautiful eyes fixed unblinkingly on Chuyu's upright figure, the light in them growing ever brighter. Her heart fluttered with sudden attraction. Chuyu couldn't be bothered to spare them another glance. The Pu family is now under my protection. Go back and tell whoever's pulling your strings to keep their hands off this place. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to pay you a personal visit. Hearing this, Hu Yi and his two companions felt as if they'd been granted a pardon. Without uttering another word, they stumbled out of the banquet hall, supporting each other as they fled. But as they turned to leave, a flash of unmasked venom and hatred flickered in each of their eyes. They would make them pay for this humiliation. The banquet hall finally fell silent. Pu Daishue could no longer hold back. Her eyes reddened and tears streamed down her cheeks. Thank you, Mr. Chu. She approached Chuyu, her voice trembling slightly. Pu Xiao trembled with emotion. He personally picked up the wine bottle and respectfully poured a glass for Chuyu. Then, he made a decision that even stunned Pu Daishue. Kneeling before Chuyu, his knees buckled as he prepared to bow down on the spot. Mr. Chu, please accept this vow from me, Pu Xiao. From this day forward, the Pu family pledges allegiance to you as our lord and becomes your vassal clan. We only ask that you accept us. Chapter 142, The Rulemaker. Chuyu reached out and steadied Pu Xiao's body as he was about to kneel. A gentle yet unyielding force steadied him. Old Master Pu, there's no need for such formalities. Chuyu's tone remained unruffled. I have no need for vassal families. At these words, a flash of disappointment and alarm crossed Pu Xiao's face. He had assumed Chuyu looked down upon the Pu family's crumbling legacy. Yet Chuyu's next words reignited his hope. But we can explore a different form of cooperation. Chuyu looked at Pu Xiao, his gaze deep and penetrating. Your Pu family can continue with your spirit stone business. I will ensure your safety. In exchange, I need you to keep an eye on something for me. Pu Xiao quickly interjected. Please tell us, Mr. Chu. Whatever the Pu family can do, we will do it without hesitation. Chuyu nodded. I need you to use your secret techniques and channels for locating spirits to search relentlessly for information about another key. A key identical to the one possessed by the Tianqi organization. Though Pu Xiao didn't understand what it was, he agreed without hesitation. Rest assured, Mr. Chu. I'll make arrangements immediately. Even if we have to turn the entire Dianing region upside down, we will find clues for you. With the matter settled, a heavy weight lifted from Pu Xiao's heart. A look of confusion and distress flashed across his face as if he'd remembered something. Mr. Chu, there's something I don't understand. I'd be grateful if you could enlighten me. Chuyu motioned for him to speak freely. Pu Xiao sighed and slowly revealed the puzzle that had troubled generations of the Pu family. Our Pu family possesses the secret technique of spirit seeking. Logically, we should be the least lacking in cultivation resources. Yet for some inexplicable reason, no matter how gifted or diligent our descendants have been in their cultivation, the highest cultivation level any of us has ever reached stops just short of the martial sovereign realm. I could never break through that final barrier. I once suspected the cultivation technique was flawed, but even after trying several top-tier methods, the result remained the same. It's as if an invisible curse has been cast upon the bloodline of our Pu family. Upon hearing this, Chuyu's eyes flickered with a hint of interest. Such a situation was indeed rare. He looked at Pu Xiao and spoke slowly. Once I'm settled, I'll help investigate the physical conditions of your clan members. Pu Xiao was overjoyed at the news and immediately began arranging for Chuyu to stay in the finest courtyard of the Pu family estate. Pu Daishue stepped in to stop him. Grandfather, the estate is in disarray right now, and it's not safe. Why not have Mr. Chu stay with me for now? Pu Xiao considered this and immediately agreed. Pu Daishue's residence was located in a top-tier luxury residential complex in the heart of Dianing City. It was a spacious, open-plan apartment spanning over 300 square meters. The entire home's decor leaned toward warm elegance, radiating a feminine touch of refinement throughout. Pu Daishue led Chuyu into the room, a faint blush coloring her pretty face. Mr. Chu, I usually live here alone. I hope you don't mind the simplicity. She spoke while introducing the layout of the rooms to Chuyu. When they reached a guest room door, she instinctively reached out to open a door beside it. This is the storage room. There are some things inside. Ah! Her words trailed off abruptly as a sharp gasp escaped her lips, freezing her in place. Behind the door was not a storage room at all. Instead, it was her walk-in closet and laundry room. In a pink laundry basket lay several pieces of her undergarments, freshly removed. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Pu Daishua's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. She never dreamed that a single mistake of hers would allow Chuyu to witness such an intimate scene. Her mind went blank as she frantically slammed the door shut. I got the wrong room. Your room is this one. She stammered incoherently, pointing to the guest room across the hall, then bolted into her own bedroom without looking back. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Chuyu watched her retreating figure with a faint, resigned smile. He stepped into the guest room, but before he could take in the furnishings, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Sister Lu calling. "Mr. Chu, we've had an unexpected issue here." Sister Lu's voice carried a hint of apology over the line. "My family has informed me that urgent matters within the clan require my immediate attention. Shuoxing and Lanyue are worried about me going alone, so they want to accompany me back." Chuyu raised an eyebrow at this. "Do you need any help?" Sister Lu hastily declined. No need. It's just some minor family matters. We'll be back to see you soon after we handle it." Chuyu didn't press further. "Alright, drive safely. If you run into trouble you can't handle, call me anytime." After hanging up with 6th sister-in-law, Chuyu paused for a moment before dialing 4th senior sister's number. The call connected quickly. "Little junior brother, missing your senior sister already?" The familiar voice of 4th senior sister, tinged with a hint of laziness and teasing, came through the receiver. Chuyu chuckled and briefly recounted the matter of subduing the Pu family. Then, his tone grew solemn. "4th senior sister, I feel like I've been making a bit too much of a splash lately. The Chanchi organization, the reclusive Chiu family, the Wu family of Yin province, and the Yang family of Shan City. I fear this might bring unnecessary trouble to Divine Physician Valley and Hidden Dragon Hall." A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Then, Senior Sister 4's usually languid voice abruptly turned sharp and commanding. "Trouble. Little junior brother, remember this. Behind you stands Divine Physician Valley, stands Hidden Dragon Hall. And us senior sisters. A few insignificant, second-rate families? They don't even deserve to be called trouble. Just do what you want to do. Live freely, live boldly. If the sky falls, your senior sisters will hold it up for you. If anyone so much as touches a hair on your head, we'll wipe out their entire clan. If anyone makes you unhappy, we'll make their entire family miserable." As he listened to 4th senior sister's unreasonable yet fiercely protective words, a wave of warmth washed over Chuyu's heart. Unbidden, the scene of the Chu family's annihilation years ago flashed through his mind. The Chu family had been so low-key back then. Yet in the end, they still couldn't escape the fate of having their family destroyed and their lives taken. In that moment, a sudden realization dawned upon him. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, endless endurance and retreat will never bring peace and tranquility. It only makes the wolves think you are weak and easy to bully. To truly protect oneself and those one cherishes, the only path is to become sufficiently powerful. Strong enough to disregard all rules. Strong enough to forge the rules yourself. An unprecedented ambition blazed within him like wildfire sweeping across the prairie. He drew a deep breath, and the confusion and hesitation in his eyes vanished completely, replaced instead by a piercing sharpness and unwavering resolve that saw through everything. 4th senior sister, I understand. After hanging up, Chuyu dialed another number without hesitation. The owner of this number was Su Qinghe, the most prized female disciple of the elderly master once hailed as the saint of traditional Chinese medicine. "Mr. Chu." A cool yet respectful voice answered from the other end. Chuyu cut straight to the point. "Drop everything you're doing and come meet me in Dianing immediately." Su Qinghe paused slightly but answered promptly. "Yes." A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Chuyu's mouth. "I'm giving you 1 month. Within that month, I want you to become the new acting leader of Divine Physician Valley." Chapter 143, He Won't Be a Son-in-Law. Chuyu temporarily settled into Pu Daishua's apartment. Meanwhile, at the secluded headquarters of the 3 great families, the atmosphere had grown tense to the extreme. Within a secret chamber, 3 massive screens displayed 3 somber faces. They belonged to the heads of the Chiu, Hu, and Yang families. A 3-way video conference commenced in silence. "Gentlemen, I trust you are both aware of the events unfolding in Dianing." The head of the Chiu family spoke first, his voice strained with seething fury. His face was blacker than the bottom of a pot. "My Chiu family's underworld lord and 4 emperors all fell at the hands of that upstart Chuyu. Now, even my good-for-nothing son has been publicly slapped by him, leaving me utterly disgraced. This brat is arrogant and tyrannical, his audacity knows no bounds. Not only did he slaughter members of my Chiu clan, but now he's openly seized the Pu family right before young Master Hu and young Master Yang. This is no longer just a slap in the face to our Chiu family. He is trampling the dignity of our 3 great families underfoot." The head of the Chiu family's words were like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil, instantly igniting the fury of the other 2. The Hu family patriarch, a hot-tempered giant of a man, slammed his palm onto the table with a thunderous crash. This is outrageous. Some upstart nobody dares touch what Hu Yi has set his sights on. Does he truly believe that slaying Yin Xiao and slaughtering a few worthless fools grants him free rein in Dianing? The head of the Yang family remained silent, his gaze icy as his fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Each tap felt like a blow to the heart. Seeing this, a barely perceptible gleam of sharpness flashed in the eyes of the Zhao family patriarch. This was precisely the reaction he sought. He continued to fan the flames. Brother Hu, Brother Yang, we all know how crucial that juicy piece of the Pu family is. That spirit-seeking secret technique, those nationwide spirit stone channels, they are the cornerstone of our three families' future development. Now, this prize has been snatched away by an outsider. If we don't act now, we risk becoming the laughingstock of the entire hidden world. I propose we unite our three families and immediately dispatch our most elite warriors to Dianing. At any cost, we must tear that Chuyu to pieces. Then we will redistribute the Pu family's assets anew. The Hu family patriarch was thoroughly enraged. He abruptly stood up. No need for such trouble. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Dealing with that scum doesn't require the three families joining forces. My Hu family will send men tomorrow. I'll see just how much he's worth daring to challenge my Hu family. He looked at the other two with an air of arrogance, his voice brimming with overwhelming confidence. Once I've dealt with that brat and reclaimed the Pu family, my Hu family will take 70% of the spirit stones inside. The head of the Zhao family felt a surge of secret delight, yet his expression remained deliberately hesitant. Brother Hu, this youth is no pushover. We mustn't underestimate him. 70% is too much. How about? The Hu family head waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off. It's settled. The one with the skill gets the lion's share. If you feel it's unfair, you may send your own men. The Hu family keeps its word. With that, he abruptly ended the video call. The screen went black instantly. The rage on the Zhao family patriarch's face vanished, replaced by a cold smile of scheming triumph. Beside him, the head of the Yang family spoke slowly, his voice tinged with mockery. That Hu Xiaotian remains as he always was, simple-minded and all muscle. The head of the Zhao family chuckled. Isn't that just perfect? Let the Hu family take the lead and test that youngster's depth for us. We'll sit back and watch the tigers fight. How delightful. The head of the Yang family nodded in deep agreement. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding needing no words. The next morning, a sliver of sunlight filtered through the curtains, spilling into the room. When Chuyu opened his eyes, he caught the faint scent of cooking. He stepped out of the room to find Pu Daixue, wearing a pink apron, bustling about in the open kitchen. The morning light gently enveloped her profile, bathing her in a halo of sacred radiance. That gentle, virtuous appearance inexplicably stirred something within Chuyu's heart. He suddenly thought, if the Chu family hadn't suffered that tragedy back then, perhaps he too would have married, started a family, and lived such a warm, ordinary life. Mr. Chu, you're awake. Pu Daixue heard the movement and turned her head, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Why don't you freshen up first? The dining table was set with an exquisite Chinese breakfast spread. Millet porridge, steamed buns, and several refreshing side dishes. As Chuyu ate his breakfast, the ripples stirred by his memories gradually subsided. Pu Daixue sat across from him, seeming hesitant to speak. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally gathered her courage to speak. Mr. Chu, there's something my grandfather asked me to tell you. Chuyu set down his chopsticks, gesturing for her to continue. Pu Daixue took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Grandfather said that to express our gratitude for saving his life and to show the sincerity of our Pu family, he has decided to teach you the secret art of spirit seeking passed down through generations of our Pu family. Chuyu's pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, shock flashed across his face. The secret art of spirit seeking. This was the very foundation upon which the Pu family depended for survival. Their greatest reliance for survival and livelihood. Pu Xiao actually intended to impart this core family secret to an outsider like him. Pu Daixue's emotions were equally complex. She understood better than anyone what grandfather's decision truly meant. It was tantamount to placing the entire fate of the Pu family squarely in Chuyu's hands. From this day forward, the rise or fall of the Pu family would rest entirely on Chuyu's whim. This was undoubtedly a gamble of monumental proportions. A gamble on Chuyu's character, a gamble on Chuyu's future. Watching Chuyu's stunned expression, Pu Daixue's heart tightened in anticipation. Yet Chuyu's next reaction caught her completely off guard. As if suddenly recalling something crucial, his brow furrowed slightly. He looked at Pu Daixue, his tone calm yet unusually firm. Go back and tell your grandfather. I appreciate the sentiment. But I will not become a son-in-law by marriage. Chapter 144, Heavenly Ranked Powerhouse. Pu Daixue froze in place upon hearing those words. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, like a ripe apple. A son-in-law. How could he have thought of that term? Could grandfather truly be considering this? The mere thought of this possibility made her heart pound wildly, beyond her control. Unbidden, the image of Chu Yu's calm yet resolute face surfaced in her mind. And last night, he single-handedly suppressed the three major families with his invincible prowess. Pu Daishue's cheeks grew even hotter. She abruptly stood up, her voice stuttering slightly. You're talking nonsense. My grandfather would never mean such a thing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She shook her head vigorously, as if to emphasize her words. Her desperate attempt to cover up only made her seem more guilty. She couldn't bear to meet Chu Yu's gaze any longer and turned to run toward her room. I'm going to change clothes. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Chu Yu watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in exasperation. After breakfast, Pu Daishue emerged with a changed outfit, her complexion restored to normal. Only the faint flush on her ears betrayed the turmoil still churning beneath the surface. Neither mentioned the awkward topic from earlier as they descended the stairs together, preparing to head to the Pu family's mining site. Chu Yu wanted to see for himself what the spirit stone vein that sustained the Pu family actually looked like. However, the moment they stepped out of the apartment building, a frail yet robust figure suddenly blocked their path without warning. It was an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, his hair streaked with gray yet his spirit sharp and alert. Standing there alone, he exuded an aura that felt like an impenetrable wall of 1,000 soldiers. An invisible pressure washed over them. The instant Pu Daishue saw the old man's face, her complexion drained instantly. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror. Hu Jing. How could you be here? She instinctively pulled Chu Yu behind her, her voice tinged with pleading. Grandfather Hu, our Pu family has already withdrawn. Please don't make things difficult for us. The elderly man called Hu Jing didn't even glance at Pu Daishue. His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, locked onto Chu Yu. Seeing this, Pu Daishue grew even more anxious. She leaned close to Chu Yu's ear and whispered urgently in a barely audible voice. He's Hu Ye's grandfather, the pillar of the Hu family. 10 years ago, he was a formidable powerhouse ranked among the top 50 in the heavenly list, renowned throughout the land. We must leave immediately. You cannot defeat him. At these words, Chu Yu's lips curved into a faint, dismissive smile. He gently patted Pu Daishue's hand, signaling her to stay calm. Then, he strode forward at a measured pace, coming to stand opposite Hu Jing. Hu Jing frowned slightly at Chu Yu's calm and composed demeanor. A terrifying aura erupted from his body like a burst dam. That oppressive force precisely bypassed Chu Yu, bearing down entirely upon Pu Daishue standing behind him. Pu Daishue felt as though an invisible mountain had suddenly crushed down upon her shoulders. This pressure was not merely physical weight. Within it surged a terrifying killing intent, like a sea of corpses and blood. It felt as though countless vengeful spirits were wailing piercingly in her ears. Her vision darkened, and the world lost all color. Her bones creaked and groaned, as if they would shatter into pieces at any moment. Her blood seemed to freeze, each heartbeat becoming an agonizing struggle. The shadow of death enveloped her with unprecedented clarity. She could even smell the stench of death emanating from her own body. Her consciousness began to blur, her very instinct for survival nearly extinguished by this overwhelming force. She desperately tried to cry out for help, yet not a single sound escaped her lips. Her legs buckled, knees buckling under her weight, threatening to send her crashing to her knees. A surge of blood rushed to her chest, a thick, metallic sweetness rising in her throat, threatening to make her vomit blood right then and there. Just as Pu Daishue was about to lose consciousness completely, Chu Yu emitted a faint, cold snort. The sound was faint, yet it reverberated like divine thunder cracking across the heavens. It felt like the first decree of creation itself. The instant the sound faded, the invisible mountain crushing Pu Daishue's body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The piercing wails of ghosts vanished into thin air. The frozen air began to flow once more. The pressure on Pu Daishue didn't merely vanish, it was utterly crushed by a force even more overpowering. Gasping for breath, her limp body regained its strength. Her gaze toward Chu Yu brimmed with indescribable shock and the relief of having survived a catastrophe. Hu Jing's body jerked violently. He felt an even more unreasonable force rebound upon him. His prideful aura crumbled like paper before that cold snort. He stumbled back 3 steps before barely regaining his footing. The contempt in his eyes toward Chu Yu vanished, replaced by a deep, profound terror. Hu Jing forced down the surging blood in his chest. He attributed his earlier setback to his own carelessness and underestimation of his opponent. He re-examined the young man before him, his tone tinged with condescension. You do possess some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But that's all you've got. Young man, you may have had some extraordinary encounters, but you fundamentally misunderstand the true meaning of a heavenly ranked powerhouse. That glory was built upon the blood and bones of generations of my Hu family. You, a rootless upstart, are nothing more than a slightly stronger insect before us, the true aristocratic families. He withdrew his imposing aura, clasping his hands behind his back as his posture regained its haughty bearing. Young man, the waters of Dianing are not for you to wade into. I'll give you one final chance. Sever one of your arms at once, then get out of here. I might spare your worthless life. His voice paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Otherwise, death. The Pu family is livestock long since penned up by my Hu clan. How and when we choose to devour this piece of meat is entirely up to the Hu family. It's none of your business, an outsider, to meddle here. Facing Hu Jing's murderous threat, Shu Yu's face showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. It was as if he hadn't heard Hu Jing's threats. Or perhaps, to his ears, Hu Jing's words sounded like summer cicadas chirping or winter winds whistling. Meaningless and weightless. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at Hu Jing. His gaze was as though he were observing a troublesome rock by the roadside. He spoke indifferently. Finished? Once you're done, move aside. We're in a hurry. Hu Jing's expression darkened instantly. In his decades of fame, no junior had ever dared speak to him in such a tone. A chilling intent to kill erupted from his eyes. It seems you've chosen to drink the punishment wine instead of the courtesy wine. Before the words had even left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next instant, a withered palm, accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air, slammed toward Chu Yu's chest. Yet, facing this thunderous strike, Chu Yu's face remained utterly unruffled. He casually raised his hand, moving with a delayed yet decisive motion. Meeting Hu Jing's palm, he gently tapped it away. Thud! The two palms collided, producing a deep, thunderous clap. A visible shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants. Hu Jing's body recoiled uncontrollably, staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he could barely steady himself. He felt an excruciating, piercing pain shoot through his entire arm as his blood surged violently. The look in his eyes as he stared at Chu Yu held none of the previous contempt or arrogance, only profound shock. Chu Yu withdrew his palm, his expression impassive. I have no desire to make enemies with the Hu family. This time, consider it a minor lesson. Go back and tell your Hu family that the Pu family is now under my protection. If you dare cause trouble again, next time, it won't be so simple. I'll see it through to the end. With that, he didn't spare Hu Jing another glance. He pulled Pu Daishue, still reeling in shock, and turned to leave. The two brushed past Hu Jing, who didn't dare move a muscle. Only when Chu Yu and Pu Daishue's figures vanished completely around the corner, Hu Jing's tense body finally relaxed abruptly. He could no longer suppress the surge of blood rising in his throat. His mouth opened, and with a gurgling sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared down at the vivid pool of blood on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, he screamed with every ounce of strength he had left. Immediately. Right now. Bring every spirit stone and precious medicine from the family treasury to me. I'm going into seclusion. I need to break through. Chapter 145, Are you all trying to die? Inside the car, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Pu Daishue's hands gripping the steering wheel still trembled slightly. Her heart continued to pound wildly, beyond her control. What had just happened had hit her like a ton of bricks. That was Hu Jing. A legendary master who had dominated the heavenly rankings for decades. A peerless master she'd only heard of in legends. Yet even such an existence couldn't withstand a single move before Chu Yu. She stole a glance at Chu Yu beside her, his expression serene. The shock in her heart gradually gave way to an emotion called admiration. Finally unable to contain herself, she broke the silence in the car. Mr. Chu, you're simply incredible. Her voice carried a hint of unmistakable excitement. That was Hu Jing. I always thought the heavenly ranked warriors were invincible. I never imagined you could repel him with a single palm strike. Chu Yu's face showed not a trace of pride. It seemed as though he had merely done something trivial. Pu Daishue watched his calm demeanor, her admiration deepening. As if remembering something, she spoke up with renewed curiosity. I saw posts about you on the dark web before. They all called you a merciless, peerless killing machine. I thought you'd kill him outright just now. Chu Yu glanced at her, speechless. I only kill those who deserve it. Pu Daishue froze for a moment, puzzled. Hu Jing came knocking on our door, doesn't that make him worthy of death? Chu Yu offered a calm explanation. When he came, there was no intent to kill in him, only arrogance. His intent was to teach me a lesson, to drive me out of Dianing, not to take my life. That's why I let him go. Pu Daishue nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the meaning. She could only sense that the man before her possessed not only unfathomable strength but also his own set of principles. He radiated an enigmatic charm. Chu Yu said no more, shifting his question. Where is the mining area located? Pu Daishue snapped back to attention and hurriedly replied. It's in a rather remote spot, on a barren mountain outside the city. It takes about 3 hours to drive there from here. Chu Yu frowned slightly. That's too slow. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he reached over and activated the hazard lights. Then, he yanked the handbrake up. Under Pu Daishue's stunned gaze, Chu Yu unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed open the door to get out. He walked around to the driver's side and opened the door. Get out. Pu Daishue was confused, but she obeyed and stepped out. She had barely steadied herself. Chu Yu wrapped his strong arms around her waist and lifted her effortlessly. Pu Daishue let out a short gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around Chuyu's neck. The next second, she felt only the howling wind rushing past her ears. The scenery before her eyes rapidly receded into blurry streaks of light. Chuyu, holding her close, charged down the highway like an arrow released from its bow. His speed surpassed even that of speeding cars by a fraction. 20 minutes later, Chuyu's footsteps came to a steady halt at the foot of a barren mountain. Pu Daishue was gently set down on the ground. The moment her feet touched the ground, her legs gave way, and she collapsed completely. Fortunately, Chuyu caught her in time. Leaning against his chest, her face pale, she gasped for breath. It took her a long while to regain her senses. A peculiar flush spread across her pale, delicate face. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. That was thrilling. Chuyu paid no heed to her reaction. His gaze settled upon the undeveloped mining area before him. At first glance, it appeared no different from any ordinary barren mountain. Yet Chuyu could distinctly sense faint, elusive fluctuations of spiritual energy permeating the air. Just then, several figures approached from the distance. Leading the group was a young man. He was pushing a wheelchair, and seated within it was none other than Pu Xiao. Following behind them were over a dozen core members of the Pu family. Chuyu's gaze swept across the faces of the Pu family members one by one. He clearly sensed the undisguised malice and hostility in their eyes. He understood perfectly well. These people clearly had no intention of allowing the Pu family to become a vassal clan under Chuyu. They likely believed he could not remain in Dianing forever. Once he departed, the Hu, Yang, and Xiao families would certainly not let the matter rest. Then, the Pu family would face even more frenzied retaliation from the three major clans. But Chuyu paid no heed to their thoughts. Pu Xiao was ushered forward, his face bearing a respectful smile. "Mr. Chu, you've arrived." He pointed to the barren mountain before them and began his introduction to Chuyu. "This is the newly discovered mining area of our Pu family. Preliminary surveys indicate a substantial reserve of spirit stones within. If we can mine it successfully, it will be enough to make our Pu family." Before he could finish his sentence, a sarcastic voice cut in from the crowd behind him. "What good is all this fancy talk? It'll just be working for someone else's benefit. Why should an outsider get to call the shots over a vein our Pu family worked so hard to find?" The speaker was a young man with an arrogant expression. His gaze toward Chuyu brimmed with defiance and contempt. Pu Zhao's expression darkened instantly. He whipped his head around and barked an angry rebuke at the young man. "Pu Yuan, shut your mouth. Do you think you have the right to speak here?" Apologize to Mr. Chu immediately. However, the young man named Pu Yuan showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he stiffened his neck, his face brimming with defiance. His peers standing nearby all wore expressions of eager anticipation. Pu Xiao was so enraged he trembled all over, his finger pointing at Pu Yuan shaking uncontrollably. You ungrateful son." Chuyu, however, seemed completely oblivious to Pu Zhao's fury. He didn't even glance at the defiant Pu Yuan. His gaze swept calmly over the crowd behind Pu Xiao as he spoke in a measured tone. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear present with crystal clarity. It carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Do you all wish to die?" Chapter 146, Who is he, after all? The moment those words left his lips, the temperature in the air seemed to plummet by over 10 degrees. A bone-chilling intent to kill instantly enveloped every member of the Pu family present. Those Pu family members who had been about to join in the taunts turned deathly pale in an instant. Only then did they abruptly recall the terrifying nature of this seemingly ordinary young man before them. This was the peerless fiend who had effortlessly annihilated the Qiu family's Yin Xiao and the four emperors. Pu Yuan, who had been the most vocal moments ago, now felt his legs give way, nearly collapsing to his knees. His mouth opened, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. The entire mining district fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, an elderly man leaning on a cane stepped out from behind Pu Xiao. He was Pu Minsheng, the grand elder of the Pu family. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Pu Minsheng lifted his head to meet Chuyu's gaze. "Mr. Chu, you certainly make quite an impression. But if we wish to die, it won't be so easy. After all, those who wish for your demise far outnumber those who wish for ours. The Qiu family, the Yang family, the Wu family each is a colossus in Dianing. You've offended all three of them. Who dies first? That's anyone's guess." His words restored a measure of courage to the previously terrified Pu clan members. Indeed. No matter how formidable this young man might be, could he truly stand against all three families at once? Seeing this, Pu Minsheng grew bolder. He turned to look at Pu Xiao in the wheelchair, his tone brimming with accusation. "Master, I truly don't understand. Even if our Pu family seeks a patron, we should choose a reliable one. Why did you choose a young man who's made enemies on all sides and can barely protect himself? Once he turns tail and leaves, how will our Pu family face the thunderous wrath of the three great clans? You're pushing our entire Pu family into the fire pit. The senior patriarch is correct. Master, please reconsider. We cannot stand against the three great families." Others chimed in agreement. Pu Zhao's face turned ashen with rage. Pointing at Pu Minsheng, he roared furiously. Silence. What do you know? Mr. Chu is a dragon among men. He will surely soar to great heights one day. It is a blessing earned over countless lifetimes for our Pu family to follow Mr. Chu. Pu Minsheng sneered coldly. Blessing. All I see is impending doom. In my view, the Yang family is our best option. At least the head of the Yang family acts with restraint, unlike certain individuals who only know how to stir up trouble everywhere. The young man named Pu Yuan mustered his courage once more and spoke up. Exactly. Making our Pu family submit isn't impossible. But you'll have to show us some real skill to win our respect. To mine this vein of or belonging to the Pu family, at least 10 billion in startup capital is required. Can you really come up with that? Can you guarantee you can withstand the retaliation from the three major families? If you can't, why should we stake our entire family's fate on you? Pu Xiao trembled with rage, about to retort. But Pu Daixue, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward. Her icy voice cut through the room as she addressed the skeptical clan members. Just this morning, Hu Jing of the Hu family came to see us. Hu Jing. The mere mention of that name sent shockwaves through the crowd. He was the Hu family's pillar of strength, a heavenly list powerhouse renowned for decades. Pu Minqing's heart skipped a beat as he urgently asked. What did he do to you? Pu Daixue's gaze shifted to Chu Yu beside her, her eyes brimming with admiration. Mr. Chu didn't even truly intervene. Just a cold snort and a casual palm strike. Hu Jing was defeated. And it was a crushing defeat. He scrambled away on all fours. The words exploded like a bombshell among the crowd. Everyone froze in place, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Hu Jing, a heavenly rank powerhouse. Defeated by a single cold snort and a palm strike. How could this be possible? This was completely beyond their comprehension. Even Pu Minsheng gaped in disbelief, speechless for a long moment. If what Pu Daixue said was true, then just how terrifying was the strength of this young man before them? While everyone was still reeling from the immense shock, Chu Yu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. Chu Yu spoke in a calm tone. Second senior sister, I need 100 billion. Upon hearing the figure, Pu Yuan couldn't help but snort derisively. Pretentious. 100 billion? Do you think 10 billion is just cabbage growing in the sky? You just blurted out like that. I'll be damned if I can't see who. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yu pressed the speakerphone button on her phone. A clear, cold, and commanding female voice came through the phone. Little junior brother, is 100 billion enough? If that's not enough, I'll add another 20 billion. The funds can be transferred at any time. Should it be transferred to your personal account or directly to the project company's account? The mocking expression on Pu Yuan's face froze instantly. Every member of the Pu family froze once more. That voice, that tone. 300 billion yuan spoken as casually as if it were 300 yuan. Pu Minqing forced down his shock and mustered his courage to ask. May I ask who is speaking on the other end of the line? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. Then, a voice even colder than before, tinged with displeasure, spoke. In Nanchuan, Tianxia Bank. And who might you be? You're not even worthy to ask my name. Boom. Tianxia Bank, in Nanchuan. Those 6 words struck like a thunderbolt from the heavens, crashing down upon every member of the Pu clan. Their minds went blank, utterly stripped of thought. She was the helm of Tianxia Bank. The empress who commanded the winds and rains of the entire Longhua financial world. A figure so high-ranking that the Pu family didn't even possess the qualifications to approach her. Yet now, this eminent figure addressed Chu Yu as little junior brother. And her words were brimming with affection. Who exactly was this young man named Chu Yu? Chapter 147, The Pu Family's High-Stakes Gamble. Pu Minqing froze in place as if struck by lightning. The color drained from his face at a visible pace. Tianxia Bank. In Nanshuang. Each of these 6 characters felt like a 1,000-pound hammer striking his heart. Behind him, every member of the Pu family stood frozen in place, as if struck by a spell, each one dumbstruck. Fear. Unparalleled terror instantly seized their souls. They had dared to question the junior disciple of a peerless master. They had even dared to demand that this junior disciple prove his worth with both strength and capital. It was like lighting a lamp in the latrine asking for death. Pu Yuan, who had been the most vocal, now lay with his eyes rolled back, his pants damp with sweat. He had fainted from sheer terror. Pu Xiao, confined to his wheelchair, flashed an unprecedented gleam of sharpness in his eyes. He had bet correctly. He had bet correctly. He whipped his head around and unleashed a thunderous roar at Pu Minsheng. Pu Minsheng! You blind old fool! Kneel down immediately and kowtow to Mr. Chu to apologize. Pu Minsheng's body trembled violently. He snapped out of his endless terror in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation. His knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell heavily to his knees before Chu Yu. The once arrogant expression on his aged face vanished completely, replaced by nothing but profound terror and fawning servility. He banged his head hard on the ground while pleading in a trembling voice. Spare my life, Mr. Chu. This old fool failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before him. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. This old fool deserves 1,000 deaths. I beg you, Mr. Chu, for the sake of the family head, spare this old dog's life. From this day forward, the entire Pu family pledges absolute allegiance to you, Mr. Chu. If you command us to go east, we shall never go west. We pledge to become your most loyal vassal clan. The Pu family members behind him quickly caught on, scrambling to kneel on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. Shuyu hung up the phone, his expression still calm. He did not even glance down at Pu Minsheng, who knelt on the ground, his forehead bloodied from repeated blows. Seeing Chuyu's silence, Pu Minsheng grew even more terrified. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his courage and spoke again in a tone bordering on ingratiation. Mr. Chu, regarding the investment you mentioned earlier, might you specify the exact amount? This old man would appreciate knowing in advance so I can arrange personnel and make proper plans. Pu Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of approval at these words. This Pu Minsheng, though short-sighted, certainly had a quick mind. Shuyu spoke indifferently. 100 billion. 100 billion. The Pu family members kneeling on the ground trembled collectively at the sound of that figure. Then, a wave of overwhelming elation instantly swept away the fear in their hearts. 100 billion. An astronomical sum beyond the reach of the Pu family's centuries of toil. Although Chu Yu's second senior sister had mentioned the funds wouldn't be dispersed all at once. Even if it was only the initial seed money, it would be more than enough to transform their family's strength beyond recognition. Pu Minsheng's breathing grew ragged. His face flushed crimson with excitement, his voice trembling. 100 billion. Enough is enough. With this money, we can not only fully develop this vein. We could even go to Myanmar, home to the world's largest spirit stone deposits, and get a piece of the action. Shu Yu remained non-committal. He merely looked at Pu Xiao and stated his condition. From now on, every spirit stone mined by your Pu family must first be selected by me. What I select, I will purchase directly at market price. The remainder you may dispose of as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Pu Xiao nodded without hesitation. Of course. Everything belonging to the Pu family has always been Mr. Chu's. Your willingness to purchase at market value is already an immense blessing. The kneeling members of the Pu family readily agreed, without a single objection. Are you kidding? Clinging to such an unimaginably powerful patron was already a tremendous stroke of luck. Never mind just priority selection rights, even if Chuyu demanded it for free, they'd hand it over with smiles. Many quick-witted clan members had already begun exchanging knowing glances. Their gazes all instinctively drifted toward Pu Daixue, who stood nearby. It seemed becoming an affiliated family alone wasn't enough security. If they could arrange for Daixue to marry Mr. Chu, then the Pu family would truly soar to new heights, free from all worries. Pu Daixue, sharp as ice, couldn't help but feel the heat of their gazes. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Her heart fluttered wildly, beating like a frightened deer. She stole a glance at the man whose expression remained impassive, yet seemed to possess the entire world. A sweet, inexplicable anticipation blossomed within her heart. Everything that followed unfolded as if it were meant to be. Pu Xiao personally took Chuyu aside and began teaching him the secret technique of spirit seeking passed down through generations of the Pu family. This so-called secret technique was not some profound cultivation method. Rather, it was a unique method that utilized one's own bloodline to resonate with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. As long as the reserves of a spirit stone vein reached a certain scale, the Pu family's bloodline could sense that unique fluctuation of spiritual energy. After hearing the explanation, Chuyu understood completely. This method presented almost no difficulty for him. He merely circulated the spiritual energy within his body slightly and instantly grasped its essence. In fact, he performed it even better than the Pu family members. After finishing the explanation, Pu Xiao dismissed his attendants. He looked at Chuyu, a complex expression of hesitation flickering across his face. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally seemed to make up his mind. Manipulating his wheelchair, he approached Chuyu and spoke solemnly. Mr. Chu, beyond the spirit-seeking secret technique and the spirit stone vein, my Pu family has one more request. This matter concerns the very survival of our entire Pu clan. Chuyu gestured for him to continue. Pu Xiao took a deep breath, his voice tinged with sorrow and resignation. Though our Pu clan possesses the innate talent for spirit seeking, but our bloodline seems cursed. No matter how hard we strive, we cannot break through to higher realms in martial cultivation. Not only that, but most of the male members of our Pu family do not live past 50. Take me, for instance. At only 48, I am already spent, my days numbered. We have tried countless methods, yet none have solved this dilemma. Therefore, I humbly implore you, Mr. Chu, to lend your hand and save our Pu family. Chapter 148, The Curse of the Bloodline. Upon hearing this, Chuyu's brow furrowed slightly. He reached out and placed his hand on Pu Zhao's emaciated wrist. A stream of pure spiritual energy slowly entered Pu Zhao's body, circulating through his meridians. Moments later, Chuyu withdrew his hand. A trace of confusion appeared on his face. Pu Zhao's physical condition was indeed dire. His internal organs had all begun to fail to varying degrees, his life force flickering weakly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet Chuyu detected no signs of external injury or poisoning within him. Nor did he find any trace of the so-called cursed power. It felt as though his life had been forcibly drained prematurely by some invisible force. I can't pinpoint the root cause at the moment. Chuyu spoke honestly. But rest assured, since your Pu family has pledged allegiance to me, I won't stand idly by. I'll do my utmost. Upon hearing the first part, the faint glimmer of hope that had just begun to rise in Pu Zhao's heart nearly shattered. But upon hearing the latter part, the flame within his dormant heart reignited. As long as Mr. Chu was willing to intervene, there was still hope. Pu Daixue, standing nearby, saw the troubled expression on Chuyu's face and immediately spoke up. Mr. Chu, if you need it, you can use me for experiments anytime. My body should be more representative than my grandfather's. Chuyu nodded. With the matter settled, Pu Zhao enthusiastically took Chuyu on a tour of the entire spirit stone mining area. He elaborated on the mining plans and future blueprints, his expression brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. As noon approached, the group prepared to return to the city. Pu Zhao had already arranged a convoy and respectfully invited Chuyu to board. However, Pu Daixue declined Pu Zhao's offer. She walked over to Chuyu, tilted her lovely face upward, and her eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Mr. Chu, shall we skip the car ride? Take me flying one more time. At these words, every member of the Pu family present froze in shock. Fly once more. What a bold request. The looks they shot at Pu Daixue instantly turned incredibly suggestive. Even Pu Zhao couldn't help but flush crimson, his heart surging with wild joy. Could it be that their most delicate young sprout had finally caught Mr. Chu's attention? This was truly a tremendous blessing. Pu Minsheng was so excited he nearly jumped out of his skin. He gazed at Pu Daixue, his eyes brimming with encouragement and approval. Good granddaughter, you have a bright future. You must seize this opportunity firmly. Yet the next moment, everyone's expressions froze in place. Chuyu nodded expressionlessly. Then, he reached out and swept Pu Daixue up in his arms. With a sudden burst of power from his legs. Like a bolt of lightning, he shot forward in an instant, vanishing from sight at the edge of everyone's vision. All that remained was a group of stunned, disappointed Pu family members, left standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. So that's who was flying. All for nothing. Meanwhile, inside a top-tier private club in Dianing City, Qiu Wanshan, head of the Qiu family, and Yang Tianchang, head of the Yang family, sat facing each other. The tea before them had long since grown cold, yet neither had the heart to take a sip. That fool Hu Xiaotian locked himself away the moment he returned. Qiu Wanshan spoke first, his voice strained with suppressed anger. Hu Jing, the man he sent out, returned early this morning. Word is he declared seclusion the moment he arrived and issued a strict order forbidding anyone from the Hu family to provoke the Chu brat or the Pu family again. Yang Tianchang's eyes grew icy as his fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Looks like Hu Jing lost. And he lost badly. Qiu Wanshan slammed his palm onto the table with a thunderous thud. Useless. A good-for-nothing who can't accomplish anything but only make things worse. His retreat has left both our families roasting over an open fire. Now the entire secluded circle of Dianing is laughing at the Qiu and Yang families. Yang Tianchang ignored his furious outburst, continuing his analysis unperturbed. Hu Jing's strength, though not highly ranked on the heavenly list, is that of a genuine, seasoned powerhouse. That Chuyu managed to defeat him in such a short time, leaving him without even the thought of retaliation. This youth's cultivation realm has likely far surpassed our expectations. Qiu Wanshan's expression darkened further upon hearing this. So what? No matter how strong he is, he's still just one man. With our two families united, what is there to fear? Brother Yang, at this point, we have no way out. We must seize the juicy piece of the Pu family. Yang Tiancheng slowly shook his head. He stood up, his gaze calm as he looked at Qiu Wanshan. Brother Qiu, you're too hasty. Before we fully understand the enemy's true capabilities, any impulsive action could bring utter ruin upon our Yang family. I advise you to exercise restraint as well. Don't think you can pit us against each other and use us as cannon fodder for your schemes. With that, he turned away from Qiu Wanshan, whose face had turned ashen, and walked straight out. Starting today, I too will enter seclusion. All matters concerning the Yang family shall be temporarily suspended until I emerge. Watching Yang Tianchang's retreating figure, Qiu Wanshan trembled with rage. You cowardly rat! He slammed the teacup on the table to the floor with a sharp clatter. At that moment, an elderly man who appeared to be a steward entered silently. He bowed deeply and whispered. Master, please calm your anger. If force won't work, perhaps we can try a softer approach. Qiu Wanshan whipped his head around, a flash of sharpness in his eyes. What do you suggest? The steward leaned close and whispered a few words into his ear. Qiu Wanshan's eyes grew increasingly bright. Finally, a cold smile both vicious and triumphant spread across his face. Very well. What a clever way to use someone else's knife. We'll proceed exactly as you suggested. I'll see if he, Shuyu, truly has 3 heads and 6 arms, impervious to blades and bullets.
Meanwhile, Shuyu carried Pu Daishue back to her apartment.
After setting her down, Shuyu spoke directly.
Sit on the couch. I'll examine your body right now.
Pu Daishue's face flushed slightly at his words, her heart beating wildly against her will. She obediently walked over to the sofa and sat down, her hands nervously resting on her knees like a schoolgirl waiting for her teacher to check her homework. Shuyu stepped in front of her, extending a finger to rest on her smooth wrist. The warm sensation from his fingertips sent an inexplicable shiver through her body.
A faint, pleasant masculine scent lingered at her nostrils.
Her cheeks grew even hotter. Shuyu, however, remained completely oblivious to her reaction.
His entire focus was immersed in examining Pu Daishue's body. Just like Pu Xiao. On the surface, Pu Daishue's body appeared perfectly healthy, showing no signs of trouble. Yet Shuyu could distinctly sense the vital essence within her body quietly ebbing away at an extremely slow yet irreversible pace. Shuyu's brow furrowed even deeper. He released her wrist and spoke in a low, solemn voice. Extend your palm. Pu Daishue obediently extended her jade-like right hand. Shuyu extended his index finger, its tip gathering a thread of pure spiritual energy, and gently touched it to the Laogong acupoint in the center of her palm. He began to channel the spiritual energy, gradually probing every meridian within her body. As Chuyu's finger moved, waves of warm energy flowed through Pu Daishue's body. The sensation was strange yet comforting. Yet it also made her feel more tense. She could even hear her own heartbeat pounding like a drum. Time ticked by second. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged. Just as Pu Daishue felt her nerves threatening to overwhelm her, Chuyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally discovered the root of the problem. Chapter 149, Settling 6-year-old Debts. Under his spiritual energy probe, a profoundly venomous and sinister energy lurked deep within Pu Daishue's bloodline. This energy was like venomous insects embedded in her bone marrow, ceaselessly devouring her vital essence. This is an ancient witch's curse. Shuyu withdrew his finger, his voice tinged with gravity. What? Pu Daishue's face was edged with utter bewilderment and confusion. Shuyu explained slowly. An ancient and vicious curse, specifically targeting bloodline inheritance. Your Pu family ancestors must have offended some powerful being who mastered this art. That being planted this malevolent curse at the very source of your bloodline. This curse will persist through generations as your bloodline continues. It will constantly devour your vitality to strengthen itself. Moreover, the higher your cultivation level and the more vigorous your chi and blood, the stronger the curse's backlash becomes, and the faster it consumes you. This explains why most male descendants of the Pu family rarely live past 50. Pu Daishue felt a chill run through her body, her fair face turning deathly pale in an instant. Her voice trembled as she asked. Then, is there still hope? Shuyu paused for a moment. There is a way, but the process will be extremely painful. I could use my spiritual energy to forcibly flush your bloodline, forcing that curse out. But your body might not withstand such an impact. At these words, Pu Daishue's eyes instantly blazed with an intense will to survive. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded firmly. I can endure it. Mr. Chu, I beg you save me. Save our Pu family. Shuyu looked into her resolute eyes and said no more. He retrieved an antique needle case from his person. Unfolding it, 9 gold needles of varying lengths gleamed with a cold, eerie sheen under the lamp. Lie down on the bed. Pu Daishue obediently walked to the bedroom and nervously lay down on the bed. Shuyu followed her in slowly. He pinched a golden needle between his fingers. As spiritual energy surged through his fingertips, the needle emitted a faint hum. The next instant, he flickered his wrist. The needle transformed into a streak of light, piercing with pinpoint accuracy into a major acupoint on Pu Daishue's body. Pu Daishue felt a surge of scorching energy erupt from the acupoint, instantly spreading throughout her limbs and bones. She couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Shuyu's movements showed no pause whatsoever. The second needle, the third needle, the fourth needle. In the blink of an eye, all 9 golden needles had pierced Pu Daishue's body, sealing off every possible escape route. After completing this, Shuyu took a deep breath. He extended both hands, pressing them against the area above her dantian. A colossal surge of spiritual energy, like a surging river, poured unreservedly into Pu Daishue's body. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Pu Daishue's mouth. It was a pain that pierced her very soul. It felt as though billions of steel needles were piercing every inch of her flesh and every meridian simultaneously. Her body convulsed violently, beyond her control. A fine layer of blood beads seeped from her skin's surface. Her entire being looked as though she had been hauled from a pool of blood. She struggled desperately, trying to escape this inhuman torment. Yet the 9 golden needles stood like immovable mountains, pinning her firmly to the spot. Her consciousness began to blur, darkness swirling before her eyes. She could feel it clearly, her body being torn apart inch by that overpowering force, only to be reassembled inch by inch. Mr. Chu, I can't take it anymore. Please, stop. Pu Daixue mustered her last ounce of strength to utter a faint plea. Her voice was filled with endless agony and despair. Shu Yu's brows furrowed deeply. He could sense that the ancient shamanic curse deep within her bloodline had begun to show the slightest, almost imperceptible crack under the assault of his spiritual energy. But Pu Daixue's body was truly on the brink of collapse. If he continued, she might perish before the curse was broken. Shu Yu sighed and slowly withdrew his spiritual energy. With a flick of his wrist, the 9 golden needles flew back into his hand. Without the support of spiritual energy, Pu Daixue's body went limp, collapsing onto the bed like a pile of mud. She gasped for breath, every inch of her body throbbing with excruciating pain. Her entire being felt utterly drained, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Her gaze fell upon Shu Yu, standing calmly by the bedside, yet a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Struggling, she managed to whisper, "Mr. Chu, I feel so dirty. Could you carry me to the bathroom?" Shu Yu looked at her pitiable state, and an inexplicable wave of emotion stirred within him. He stepped forward, bent down, and carefully lifted Pu Daixue in his arms. Her body felt astonishingly soft and scorching hot in his arms. Pu Daixue instinctively rested her head against Shu Yu's solid chest, her nose enveloped by the reassuring masculine scent that calmed her. A sickly flush spread across her cheeks. Shu Yu carried her step by step toward the bathroom. He could distinctly feel every slight tremor of the delicate body in his arms. Finally, he stopped at the bathroom door. He gently set Pu Daixue down on the floor, letting her steady herself against the doorframe. "Can you manage on your own?" Pu Daixue bit her lip and nodded faintly. Shu Yu said no more, turning to walk back into the living room. He closed the door and exhaled a long, heavy breath. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Thankfully, that issue within himself had been completely resolved. Otherwise, in that moment, he might not have been able to keep himself in check. The next morning, a series of urgent doorbell rings startled Shu Yu from his meditation. He opened the door to find a young girl dressed in a white training uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail, standing at the doorway with a spirited demeanor. Behind her followed several burly men with steady auras, each carrying a large briefcase. "Master!" The girl's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing Shu Yu, and she bowed respectfully. She was none other than Zhao Yanan, the disciple Shu Yu had taken in Jiangdong, renowned as the successor to the Divine Hand. Shu Yu nodded, gesturing for her to enter. "Did you bring everything?" Zhao Yanran patted the briefcase behind her. "Everything is here. All selected from our Zhao family treasury according to your instructions, the finest, most potent medicinal herbs of the highest quality." Shu Yu opened the case, glanced inside, and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Today, I'll teach you alchemy." Zhao Yanran's face instantly lit up with overwhelming excitement. For the next half day, Shu Yu personally guided Zhao Yanan through the fundamental techniques of alchemy. It must be said that Zhao Yanan's talent in medical arts was truly one in a million. Whether it was the techniques for controlling fire or the methods for purifying medicinal liquids, she grasped everything instantly, learning with remarkable ease. By afternoon, after ruining several batches of herbs, Zhao Yanran finally succeeded in refining her first batch of pills. Though merely the most basic Pei Yuan Dan, each pill exuded a rich, fragrant aroma and was of exceptional quality, reaching the level of a supreme-grade elixir. Shu Yu watched his diligent and gifted apprentice with deep satisfaction. He quietly calculated. With this batch of supreme-grade pills, coupled with the steady supply of spirit stones from the Pu family's mining district, he might soon be able to break through to the nascent soul stage in one decisive push. Just then, the bedroom door suddenly burst open. Pu Daixue stumbled out, her face deathly pale and her eyes red-rimmed. Her voice was thick with tears. "Mr. Chu, it's bad news. Something terrible has happened. The very first batch of spirit stones we mined from our site, they've all been stolen." Shu Yu's brows instantly furrowed. He immediately rushed to the mining area outside the city with Pu Daixue and Zhao Yanan. At the entrance to the mining area, more than a dozen guards from the Pu family lay scattered in disarray. Each bore broken limbs, their cries of agony filling the air. Pu Xiao, Pu Minsheng, and others huddled around the guard captain, a man clad in black, his mouth still stained with blood, their expressions grim. Spotting Shu Yu's arrival, Pu Xiao hurried forward. "Mr. Chu, you've arrived." Shu Yu surveyed the chaotic scene, his voice cold as ice. "What happened?" The guard captain struggled to speak, mustering every ounce of strength. "It was a young man. He defeated all of us with a single move. He took all the spirit stones and left a message. He said you must be at Deer Cry Manor by 6 o'clock tonight, kneeling before him. Otherwise, he intends to settle the score with you for what happened 6 years ago." Shu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. "What's his name?" The captain of the guards coughed up blood and spoke weakly. He said his name is Sun Tiance, the great-grandson of the war god Sun from the capital. Chapter 150, The Feud Between Two Families. Sun Tiance, the war god Sun of the capital. When these words clearly reached his ears, Shu Yu's face showed not a trace of anger. He even felt like laughing. It was a smile born of utter suppression, cold as ice. So it was them. No wonder. No wonder they'd been so arrogant and ruthless from the very start, leaving no room for mercy. Sun Boyuan, head of the Sun family. One of the 10 remaining war gods of present-day Huagua, wielding immense power. Back in the day, he was even the direct superior of my grandfather, Chu Zhonghua. The Chu family's sons had served in the military for generations, a lineage of loyal heroes. His 7 elder brothers were exceptional individuals, each having achieved remarkable military accomplishments. Yet it was this very Sun Boyuan who repeatedly abused his position to forcibly seize the military honors rightfully belonging to his brothers and transfer them to his own sons. The most egregious incident occurred when his eldest brother, Chu Qingsong, was executing a top-secret mission. Sun Boyuan forcibly altered the original plan. It was precisely this fatal alteration that led to the complete failure of the entire operation. That failure not only caused Huagui to lose face internationally but also inflicted immeasurable losses. Afterward, to evade responsibility, Sun Boyuan attempted to pin all the blame squarely on his eldest brother, Chu Qingsong. Had the Chu family not enjoyed immense prestige within the military, with deep-rooted influence and countless soldiers willing to vouch for them with their lives, his elder brother would likely have been wrongfully executed long ago. It was precisely this incident that severed all ties between the Chu and Sun families, cementing an irreconcilable feud. Now, barely out of prison, Chu Yu was immediately confronted by the Sun family. They certainly couldn't wait. A murderous intent surged within Chu Yu, yet outwardly, he remained eerily calm. Behind him, the Pu family members were tense to the extreme, each one pale as death, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The Sun family. That colossus was infinitely more terrifying than the Chiu, Hu, and Yang families combined. They were the true family standing at the pinnacle of Longgua's power pyramid. Pu Xiao forced down the fear in his heart, his voice dry as he spoke. Mr. Chu, what on earth are we to do? The Sun family is too powerful. We can't afford to provoke them. Pu Minqing's legs buckled, nearly collapsing him to the ground. We're finished. Completely finished. Our Pu family is truly finished this time. Even Zhao Yanan, who had just witnessed Chu Yu's extraordinary abilities, now had no color left in her fair face. Though she knew nothing of the feud between the Sun family and Chu Yu, the mere mention of the Sun the war god was enough to crush her spirit. Chu Yu paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. He merely turned his head to look at Pu Daishua, who stood beside him, her face equally drained of color, and spoke in a calm tone. Do you know where Luming Mountain Villa is? Pu Daishua paused slightly, then nodded instinctively. Yes. It's the most exclusive private estate in Dianing. Only the true elite and powerful have the privilege to enter. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. Very well. Pu Zhao's heart skipped a beat upon overhearing their exchange. He instantly understood Chu Yu's meaning. He was about to walk into a trap alone. A wave of overwhelming dread seized his heart. But as he gazed into Chu Yu's eyes, calm as still water, the words of caution that had formed on his lips refused to come out. He clenched his jaw, as if making some profound decision. He turned to face his granddaughter and spoke in a tone of unprecedented solemnity. Daishui. You. Personally guide Mr. Chu. Pu Daishue's body trembled violently. She looked at her grandfather, then at Chu Yu beside her, whose expression remained impassive. Finally, she nodded firmly. Yes. At the same time, within the opulent presidential suite of Luming Mountain Villa, a young man with an arrogant expression and a sinister gaze sat surrounded by 2 stunningly beautiful women, sipping from a glass of premium red wine. This was Sun Tiance, the great-grandson of the legendary Sun War god. One of the beauties, feeding him grapes, spoke with a hint of concern. Young Master Tiance, they say that Chu Yu isn't even a match for Hu Jing of the Hu family. Isn't this a bit too risky? Sun Tiance let out a cold, dismissive snort at her words. He grabbed the beauty's chin with one hand, his eyes darkening with malice as he spoke. He's nothing but a stray dog without his clan's protection. What could he possibly accomplish? That old fool Hu Jing is nothing but a hollow shell of his former self. As if recalling some unpleasant memory, his expression instantly twisted into fury. He shoved the 2 women in his arms aside and slammed the wineglass in his hand onto the floor. It's all that Chu Qingsong's fault. Back then, if he just handed over that monumental military achievement to my father, that mission would never have failed. My father wouldn't have lost to that damned uncle of mine in the family succession battle. Now my uncle has smoothly taken grandfather's place and become the new war god. But my father, because of that failure back then, never recovered and became a complete outcast within the family. Had that damned apocalypse organization not beaten us to it, my father would have personally taken action long ago and slaughtered every last member of the Chu family. His voice grew increasingly agitated as terrifying ferocity flared in his eyes. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew oppressively heavy. Seeing this, another beauty hurried forward, her voice trembling as she tried to calm him. Young Master Tiance, please don't be angry. But I still feel uneasy. After all, that Chu Yu is the ruthless killer who took down the Chiu family's demon lord and the 4 emperors. Sun Tiance's anger finally began to subside slightly. He pulled the beauty back into his embrace, a cruel smile curling his lips. What is there to fear? I didn't come to Dianing alone this time. I've brought the Sun family's strongest 36 heavenly warriors. Each one is a battle-hardened veteran, a top-tier warrior who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Forget about some nobody like Chu Yu. Even if that old bastard Hu Jing shows up, he'll be on his knees singing "Conquered" for me. Before the words had even finished echoing. Boom! A thunderous crash. The solid, thick door of the suite crafted from pure solid wood was kicked to pieces from the outside without warning. Amidst the flying splinters, a tall, slender figure, radiating an icy chill, slowly stepped inside. Following behind him was Pu Daixue, her face deathly pale yet unable to conceal her stunning beauty. Sun Tian's smile froze instantly. The next moment, as if witnessing the most absurd joke imaginable, he sprang to his feet. Chu Yu. You actually had the nerve to show up. He didn't even glance at Chu Yu, instead turning toward the empty room and clapping his hands. Looks like our guest has arrived. Come out and greet them. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Swish. 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 Shadowy figures materialized instantly from every corner of the room. Some dangled upside down from the ceiling, others burst through the carpet, and still others walked straight through walls. In the blink of an eye, 36 burly men clad in black combat gear, their faces concealed by demonic masks and reeking of blood, sealed off the entire room. A bone-chilling intent to kill instantly enveloped the entire space. The room's temperature seemed to plummet to freezing point. The two women, who had been so alluring moments before, now screamed in terror and fainted instantly. Pu Daixue's face turned deathly pale, her delicate body shaking violently beyond her control. She instinctively clutched at Chu Yu's sleeve, her eyes filled with endless terror. The entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence. The tension was almost suffocating. Chapter 151. You should also submit. Sun Yin watched this dramatic scene unfold before him. He paused for a moment, then let out a mocking snort. He didn't even bother to help the two fainted beauties, merely gazing at Chu Yu with a pitying look reserved for the dead. Should I call you brave or foolish? Heaven offered you a path, yet you refused to take it. Hell had no gates, yet you insisted on barging in. You actually think killing a worthless nobody gives you the right to disregard my Sun family? Chu Yu, oh Chu Yu. I've seen plenty of overconfident fools like you. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Chu Yu's face. He merely lifted his eyelids casually, casting a glance at Sun Yin. Then, he bent down and picked up a small splinter from the shattered door panel on the ground. Seeing his demeanor, Sun Yin's face grew even more scornful. What? Scared out of your wits? Planning to pick up a piece of wood and spend the rest of your life doing that? But before his words had fully faded, Chu Yu snapped his fingers. The seemingly ordinary wood shaving in his hand instantly transformed into a jet black streak too swift for the naked eye to follow. It tore through the air, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. A heavenly guardian standing to Sun Yin's left didn't even have time to react. Thud. A soft thud. The tiny splinter tore through his bulletproof protective aura like a raging storm, piercing his forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately after, a dull thud echoed. The entire head of the heavenly guardian guard exploded like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. Red and white splattered across the faces of several nearby comrades. The headless corpse swayed, then crashed heavily to the ground. The entire scene erupted in chaos. Dead silence. The entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Every face bore an indescribable mix of horror and disbelief. The remaining 35 heavenly guardian warriors stared at the twitching corpse on the floor, their eyes betraying an emotion called fear for the very first time. Each of them was a killing machine, hardened by the most brutal battlefields. Yet they had never witnessed such a terrifying method of killing. A flick of the finger, a flying leaf, a kill. This was beyond their comprehension. What horrified them most, however, was Chu Yu's demeanor. He actually dared to strike. And when he did, it was a thunderous, decisive strike. He actually dared to kill someone from the Sun family. The smile on Sun Yin's face froze solid. A bone-chilling coldness instantly shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Staring at Chu Yu, whose expression remained indifferent as if he'd merely crushed an ant, Sun Yin's body began to tremble uncontrollably. But after the peak of terror, what surged through his mind was an even more intense wave of humiliation and rage. He was the Sun family's Tian's young master. When had he ever endured such terror and provocation? Pointing at Chu Yu, he let out a hysterical roar. You dare kill someone from the Sun family. Chu Yu, do you even know what you're doing? I command you now, immediately, kneel before me and sever your own arms. Perhaps I might spare you a whole corpse. As if to bolster his own courage, his voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. Don't forget your so-called god of war grandfather was nothing but a lowly soldier begging for mercy before my great-grandfather. Even your ancestors had to bow their heads and pledge allegiance to my Sun family. You, a remnant of the Chu clan, should kneel before me and submit, just as your ancestors did. What are you waiting for? Attack! Seize him! I shall tear him limb from limb with my own hands. With Sun Yin's command, the 35 heavenly guardian warriors instantly snapped out of their shock. Fierce glints blazed in their eyes as they let out a unified roar, charging toward Chuyu from all directions. 35 figures moved with flawless coordination. They sealed off every possible escape route for Chuyu. Swords flashed, she surged, weaving an impenetrable net of death. Watching Chuyu completely submerged in the sea of attackers, Sun Yan's face once again twisted into a smug, triumphant grin. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Chuyu might be, there was absolutely no chance of survival against the combined assault of 35 Heavenly Guardian warriors. Yet the events of the next instant froze that grin on his face once more. A muffled thud echoed from within the crowd. Without warning, the body of one Heavenly Guardian guard flew backward through the air, already disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist mid-flight. Chuyu's figure reappeared. He remained standing in the exact same spot, not having moved a single step. The attacks launched by the Heavenly Guardian warriors, which had seemed certain to strike their target, halted abruptly an inch from his body, as if colliding with an invisible wall. No matter how fiercely they channeled their inner energy, their weapons could not advance another inch. A faint golden halo flickered on and off around Chuyu's body. What is this? One of the Heavenly Guardian warriors stared at his own blade, shattered into countless fragments, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Their attacks couldn't even pierce the opponent's protective aura. How could this be possible? The answer came in the form of Chuyu's seemingly ordinary fist. Chuyu's figure finally moved. With the ease of a man strolling through a garden, he moved casually amidst the encircling assault of over 30 elite warriors. With every raised hand, every thrown punch, every planted foot, inevitably sent one of the Heavenly Guardian warriors flying through the air like a ragdoll. This was not a battle at all. It was a one-sided, merciless slaughter. Chuyu resembled a god of death risen from hell, effortlessly reaping vibrant lives with every movement. In a mere span of 10 seconds, all 35 of the once arrogant Heavenly Guardian warriors lay scattered across the floor as mangled limbs and severed arms. The entire room was utterly engulfed in the thick stench of blood. It resembled a living hell. The only one still standing in the arena was the Tianshan guard captain, the strongest among them, who had always served as Sun Yan's final trump card. At this moment, the demonic mask on his face had long since vanished. Revealed was a face etched with endless terror and despair. As Chuyu approached step by step, his legs buckled beneath him, and even the will to fight vanished completely. Chuyu's figure appeared before him in an instant. A hand as powerful as an iron clamp seized his throat, lifting his entire body into the air. The suffocating terror instantly engulfed his soul. Struggling desperately, he mustered every ounce of strength to force a few words from his throat. Don't kill me. I'm willing to betray the Sun family and pledge my loyalty to you. I beg you, spare my life. The moment these words left his lips, Sun Yin, standing nearby, felt as though his face had been savagely lashed hundreds of times with the sole of a shoe. The stinging pain burned fiercely. His dignity was utterly shattered. This was his most prized trump card, his last remaining hope. Yet now, his last refuge was actually groveling before his enemy right before his eyes. Yet Chuyu merely gave the captain a faint glance. He didn't even utter a word. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed. The captain's head slumped limply, his eyes still filled with thick disbelief. Chuyu casually tossed the corpse to the ground like trash. Only after completing this did he slowly turn his head, fixing his cold, emotionless gaze upon Sun Yin, who was already scared out of his wits. Sun Yin's body jerked violently. All the arrogance and venom on his face were instantly replaced by endless regret and terror. He cared nothing for the Sun family's reputation or his own dignity as a young master. His voice trembled as he spoke, thick with the sound of tears. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. The spirit stones, I haven't touched a single one. They're all intact in the next room. I'll give them all back to you. I'll return every single one. Chuyu said nothing, merely stepping forward, slowly, deliberately, toward him. Each deliberate step sounded like a stomp on Sun Yin's heart. Sun Yin's mental defenses finally shattered completely. His knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell heavily to his knees before Chuyu. As he frantically bowed his head, he fumbled a black bank card from his pocket and presented it with both hands. Mr. Chu, please spare my life. There's 5 billion yuan in here, my entire savings. I offer it all to you. Please be magnanimous and treat me like a fart, just let me go. His forehead split open as he wept bitterly, his appearance utterly wretched. Yet deep within his heart, a torrent of hatred had long since filled him. Chuyu. You just wait. Once I escape today and return to the capital, I will mobilize every ounce of my family's power, summoning the true peerless masters, to carve you into 1,000 pieces. I will make you wish you were dead, yet unable to die. Chapter 152, The Sun Family's Dog. Chuyu looked down at him from above, her eyes devoid of pity, filled only with utter indifference. Do you admit defeat now? His voice was soft, yet it struck Sun Yin's heart like a heavy hammer. Sun Yin's body convulsed violently. He slammed his head harder against the floor, quickly leaving a pool of glaring blood on the ground. I admit it. I admit it wholeheartedly. Mr. Chu, I swear it. I, Sun Yin, swear it to heaven. If I leave here alive today, I will never harbor a single thought of revenge again. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. He swore his oath, his voice shrill and filled with what seemed like endless sincerity and remorse. Shuyu watched his tear-streaked face, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. Very well. To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. Admitting your mistake is enough. Hearing these words, the heavy weight that had been hanging over Sun Yin's heart finally lifted. A surge of wild joy, like surviving a catastrophe, instantly flooded his heart. He fought back the urge to laugh aloud, though his heart was already filled with endless contempt and venom. Fool. What a simple-minded fool. He believed my lies in just a few words. Shuyu, you just wait. Once I return to the capital today, I will make you pay 1,000-fold for what you've done. Yet, the thought hadn't fully formed in his mind. Shuyu's icy voice rang out above his head once more. Since you've admitted your mistake, rest easy on your journey. The moment the words fell, Shuyu raised her foot and stomped down hard on Sun Yin's head. Had that kick landed squarely, Sun Yin's skull would have exploded like a watermelon. The smug satisfaction on Sun Yin's face froze solid, replaced instead by thick disbelief and horror. How dare he? How could he still dare to act? Watching that foot, carrying the scent of death, loom larger and larger in his pupils. Sun Ying didn't even have time to utter a plea for mercy. But at that critical moment, a dazzling golden light erupted without warning from Sun Yin's chest. The light instantly formed an impenetrable circular shield, enveloping Sun Yin's body within its protective embrace. Thud! Shuyu's foot slammed down heavily onto the golden shield, producing a dull, thunderous sound. A powerful recoil surged upward through his feet. Shuyu's body was actually forced back half a step by the force. For the first time, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Beside him, Pu Daishue gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with concern. Mr. Chu, be careful! Sun Yin, who had narrowly escaped death, snapped out of his brief daze and reacted instantly. He scrambled to his feet, all traces of fear and terror vanishing in an instant, replaced by boundless arrogance and venom. Ha 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 ha! Shuyu, you didn't see this coming, did you? I still carry the protective talisman my grandfather personally crafted. He cackled triumphantly, reaching into his robe to pull out a smooth, white jade talisman. Engraved upon it were intricate, esoteric golden runes, emanating a terrifying energy fluctuation that sent shivers down the spine. This jade talisman can not only block a fatal blow, it can unleash terrifying power equivalent to my grandfather's full strength strike. No matter how powerful you are, you could never be a match for my grandfather. Now, it's your turn to kneel before me. Die. He let out a frenzied roar, channeling every last ounce of his remaining inner strength into the jade talisman. Hum. The jade talisman blazed with intense light. A thick pillar of golden light, carrying a terrifying aura of utter destruction, erupted from the jade talisman and slammed viciously toward Chuyu's chest. The sheer force was so immense it made the air in the entire room feel thick and viscous. Yet, faced with this fatal strike capable of instantly annihilating any heavenly list powerhouse, Chuyu's face showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. He didn't even attempt to dodge. He merely extended his right hand casually, reaching out to grasp the world-shattering golden beam as it approached. Seeing this, Sun Yin's savage grin grew even wider. Foolish creature. To think he dared to confront my grandfather's full power strike with his bare hands. It was like a grasshopper trying to stop a Carta suicide mission. Yet the next second, the smile froze on his face once more. As Chuyu's seemingly ordinary palm made contact with the golden pillar of light, it suddenly unleashed an even more overpowering and brutal suction force. The golden pillar of light, powerful enough to obliterate anything, was forcibly seized in his grasp, unable to advance even an inch. Then, under Sun Yin's horrified gaze, Chuyu flickered his wrist. The golden pillar of light was forcibly pulled out of the jade talisman. The jade talisman, deprived of its energy source, emitted a mournful whimper. Its light instantly dimmed, and with a soft thud, it fell to the ground. With a casual wave, Chuyu summoned the jade talisman, which flew back into his hand. He held it in his hand for a moment, examining it with a hint of approval in his eyes. Quite a fine treasure. The power of this full-strength strike is likely approaching the level of a nascent soul cultivator. The Sun family truly possesses vast resources and profound foundations. He murmured the words with a hint of admiration. Sun Yin's body, however, was already drenched in cold sweat. Gazing at the man wielding thunder like a god or demon, the last shred of hope in his heart turned to ashes. His final trump card, the one he had prided himself on, had been shattered so effortlessly by his opponent. Is this even human? Chuyu toyed with the jade talisman in his hand, as if suddenly remembering something. This item would be perfect as a gift for sixth sister-in-law to protect herself. He casually tucked the jade talisman into his pocket before turning his icy gaze back to Sun Yin, who had long since lost all sense of reality. Now, do you have any last words? This time, he gave Sun Yin no chance to speak. He raised his hand, index finger extended, its tip pulsing with golden spiritual energy that coalesced into an invisible blade poised to end Sun Yin's life on the spot. But at that very moment, A thunderous shout, resonant with authority and filled with supreme majesty, erupted from outside the door like a clap of thunder. "Halt! You have the audacity!" Before the words had fully faded, a dozen figures clad in black uniforms, their chests embroidered with a golden sword and shield, radiating an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, streamed in one after another. At their head stood a middle-aged man with a square jaw and eyes as sharp as a falcon's. He strode swiftly to Sun Yin's side, shielding him behind him before turning to fix Chu Yu with a scrutinizing stare. "I am Xiang Hui, commander of the Imperial Guard. By order of War God Sun, I have come to protect young Master Sunday. Chu Yu, the Sun family is a distinguished lineage that safeguards the security of our nation. Generations of loyal service, how dare you, a reckless upstart, act so brazenly here? I order you to drop your weapon immediately and surrender peacefully. Refuse, and you will be shot on sight." His voice was stern and commanding, each word carrying an authority that brooked no argument. The dozen or so members of the Imperial Guard behind him stepped forward in unison, an even more terrifying aura instantly enveloping the entire room. Pu Daishue's face drained of color the moment she recognized the uniforms they wore, her complexion turning deathly pale. She tugged at Chu Yu's sleeve, her voice trembling as she explained. "Mr. Chu, they are the Imperial Guard. The legendary final line of defense safeguarding the Dragon Nation's security. They report directly to the highest authorities and possess the power to act first and seek approval later. The Sun family's influence has grown so vast they can now command the Imperial Guard at will. We should just endure this for now." She was truly terrified. The people before her were no longer mere martial arts masters. They embodied the will of the entire nation. To oppose them was tantamount to opposing the entire nation. Yet, upon hearing her explanation, Chu Yu's face twisted into an unabashed sneer. He looked at Xiang Hui, who stood before him with righteous indignation, and spoke with contempt as if regarding trash. The Imperial Guard. More like a well-trained lapdog for the Sun family, if you ask me. The moment these words left his lips, Xiang Hui's expression darkened instantly. A chilling intent to kill erupted from his eyes. Yet he ultimately forced himself to suppress the rage boiling within. In his estimation, Chu Yu's strength was unfathomable. If it came to blows, he couldn't be entirely certain he could protect Sun Yin. The immediate priority was to rescue Sun Yin. He took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly. "Young man, don't ruin your future with a moment of impulsiveness. If you release young Master Sun now, I can pretend nothing ever happened." But inside, he sneered coldly. "You little bastard, just you wait. Once young Master Sun is safe, I will tear you limb from limb and make you pay the most painful price for your arrogance today." Chapter 153, The Dignity of the Imperial Guards. Chu Yu's casual remark felt like a resounding slap, stinging Xiang Hui's face. The members of the Imperial Guard behind him glared with eyes wide with fury, radiating murderous intent. Since its founding, the Imperial Guard had never endured such a humiliating insult. To be publicly denounced as someone else's lapdog. Xiang Hui's face darkened so profoundly it seemed ready to drip with venom. Yet he did not erupt immediately. He fixed his gaze on Chu Yu, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Young man, I'm giving you one final chance. Kneel immediately and kowtow to young Master Sun to admit your mistake. Then sever your own arms and return with me to face punishment. Only then might I, considering the hardship of your cultivation, spare your worthless life." His words sounded like he was offering Chu Yu a chance. But in truth, every word dripped with condescending charity and unquestionable command. He hadn't even considered the possibility that Chu Yu might refuse. For in his mind, no one in this world dared defy the will of the Imperial Guard. Pu Daishue nearly lost her mind upon hearing this. She gripped Chu Yu's arm tightly, her voice trembling with tears. "Mr. Chu, please stop. We can't fight them. We really can't. The Sun family's influence within the military runs deep and is inextricably intertwined. The Imperial Guard is the nation's sharpest blade, embodying supreme authority. Please, just listen to my advice. Hold back for now, will you?" She pleaded desperately, tears welling in her eyes. To her, this was a battle with no chance of victory. Chu Yu glanced down at her, a rare softness flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand and gently patted the back of Pu Daishue's hand. "Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you." After reassuring Pu Daishue, he lifted his head once more, fixing his gaze on Xiang Hui. The gentleness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an icy coldness as enduring as a 1,000-year-old glacier. "Noisy." He uttered the two words indifferently. Then, before everyone present, he slowly raised his right hand. Fingers splayed, it reached out through the air, aiming directly for Sun Yin, who was hiding behind Xiang Hui. Xiang Hui's pupils suddenly contracted. An unprecedented sense of danger instantly enveloped his entire body. "You dare!" He roared with earth-shattering fury, unleashing his inner energy without restraint. A formidable aura, like a mountain roaring and a sea raging, surged forward, crushingly bearing down on Chu Yu. Yet this force, enough to strike fear into any heavenly list expert, brushed against Chu Yu like a gentle breeze, stirring not a ripple. Chu Yu's face remained as serene as ever. His outstretched right hand moved with unabated speed. The next instant, under the horrified stares of everyone present, an invisible, immense force materialized out of thin air, gripping Sun Yin's body with an iron hold. Before Sun Yin could even utter a scream, his body flew uncontrollably from behind Xiang Hui, landing directly into Chu Yu's grasp. Chu Yu's hand clamped down like an iron vice, seizing Sun Yin's throat. "No, don't." Sun Yin's legs kicked wildly in the air, his face etched with endless terror and pleading. Xiang Hui's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "You bastard, you're asking for death." He was utterly enraged. To attempt to capture the person he was sworn to protect right before his eyes. This was no longer a provocation. It was outright contempt and humiliation. He roared in fury, stomping his foot down hard. The hard marble floor instantly cracked open, leaving behind a deep footprint. His body launched forward like a cannonball, carrying a terrifying, world-shattering momentum as he slammed a fist toward Chu Yu. "Release young master's son, or die." His voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating relentlessly throughout the entire room. Yet Chu Yu seemed utterly oblivious to the warning. He didn't even glance back at him. He merely kept his head bowed, gazing at Sun Yin's struggling form in his grasp with the cold, unflinching stare reserved for the dead. "I told you, today, you must die." The moment the words fell. Snap. A crisp cracking sound of bone fracture echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. Sun Yin's head slumped limply at an unnatural angle. The life in his eyes drained away like receding tide, leaving only a lifeless, ashen gray. The entire venue instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if struck by a spell of paralysis. He was dead. The eldest grandson of the Sun family, the future heir, was dead. Right before the eyes of the commander of the Imperial Guard, he had been crushed to death as easily as squashing an ant. Xiang Hui's fist, mid-swing, froze rigidly in midair. Staring at Sun Yin's lifeless body, his expression shifted from shock to disbelief, finally erupting into a torrent of rage and murderous intent. "You deserve to die." He ground out the words, one by one, through clenched teeth. The murderous intent radiating from him nearly solidified into tangible form. "I, Xiang Hui, swear to heaven, today, I will grind your bones to dust and extinguish your very soul." He let out a beastly roar. His fist, suspended midair, surged with even more frenzied power. Without any flourish, it slammed down with brutal force toward Chu Yu's back. This punch channeled 80% of his power. Where the fist's wind passed, the air itself screeched in protest, unable to bear the pressure. The members of the Imperial Guard behind him all wore cruel grins. In their eyes, Chu Yu was as good as dead. No one could survive the leader's furious strike. Pu Daixue, terrified, closed her eyes and let out a desperate scream. Boom! A deafening roar erupted within the room. A terrifying energy storm erupted from Xiang Hui's fist, violently sweeping out in all directions. Every piece of furniture and fixture in the room was instantly reduced to dust under the storm's impact. Yet, to everyone's utter astonishment, Xiang Hui's seemingly unstoppable punch struck nothing but air. In the split second before the fist descended, Chu Yu's figure vanished without warning from where she stood. Xiang Hui's punch missed its mark, and the immense force poured entirely into the ground. The entire floor shook violently. A terrifying fist imprint, half a meter deep, appeared before everyone's eyes. Xiang Hui slowly withdrew his fist, a trace of arrogance playing across his face. "You foolhardy creature, thinking you possess some extraordinary skill. Turns out you're just another ant with some twisted tricks up your sleeve, nothing more than a faster-moving insect." In his eyes, Chu Yu must have perished in the aftershock of that single punch, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. His henchmen immediately surrounded him, their faces plastered with flattery and adulation. "Our leader's might is peerless, unmatched under heaven. That punk dying by your hand was the best fortune he could ever hope for." Exactly. Didn't he know his place? How dare he challenge the authority of the Imperial Guard? Pu Daixue stared at the empty pit, utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. That man, powerful as a god or demon, was dead. A wave of overwhelming grief and despair instantly engulfed her. No, it can't be. She collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. A member of the Imperial Guard, seeing her state, wore a lecherous grin as he strolled over. "Hey, beautiful, stop crying. That reckless fool? He's dead and gone. Look at our leader now, that's a true hero who stands tall and proud. If you join our leader, we'll guarantee you a lifetime of unending wealth and glory." But before his words had fully faded, a cold voice rang out behind him, utterly without warning. "A mere member of the Imperial Guard dares to lay a hand on my man?" The National Guard member's body froze stiffly. He slowly turned his head and saw that face he would never forget, a face bearing a faint, mocking smile. Chu Yu had reappeared before them, unscathed. He walked slowly to Pu Daixue's side, reaching out to gently wipe away the tear streaks on her face with his fingertips. "Why are you crying? I told you, as long as I'm here, no one can touch you." The entire room once again fell into a deathly silence. Every face bore an expression of profound shock and horror. Especially Xiang Hui. Staring at Chu Yu, who stood unscathed, not even a wrinkle in her clothes, a tidal wave of disbelief crashed through his mind. How could this be possible? A punch unleashed with 80% of his power, even a peerless warrior of equal standing would never dare to take it head-on. How on earth had he dodged it? An unprecedented sense of apprehension surged wildly from the depths of his being. Forcing down his shock, he put on a calm facade and spoke coldly. You killed Sun In. Your crime is heinous. However, you did take my punch head-on. Consider it payment for your earlier arrogance. This matter ends here. Let's go. With that, he turned to leave with his men. This young man was far too strange. He had no desire to complicate matters further. Yet, the moment he turned away, Shu Yu's indifferent voice rang out once more. Did I give you permission to leave? Xiang Hui's footsteps halted abruptly. He whipped his head around, his gaze cold and piercing as he fixed it on Shu Yu. What do you mean? Do you still wish to fight the Imperial Guard to the death? A cruel curve lifted at the corner of Shu Yu's mouth. I have no interest in opposing the Imperial Guard. I just think it's better if every last one of the Sun family's dogs is dead. The moment the words fell, his figure vanished from the spot once more. Xiang Hui's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. His vision blurred. The next second, a seemingly ordinary fist materialized before him. There was not the slightest fluctuation of energy emanating from it. Yet Xiang Hui sensed a thick, soul-shaking aura of death emanating from it. He tried to dodge, only to discover with horror that his body felt pinned down by an invisible mountain, utterly immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the fist grew larger and larger in his pupils. Thud. A dull thud. Xiang Hui's towering, burly frame exploded like a punctured balloon, scattering into a sky-filling mist of blood. Chapter 154, The Japanese traitors must be executed. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. The dozen or so remaining members of the Imperial Guard were utterly stunned by the scene before them. Their leader, Xiang Hui, the supreme commander of the Imperial Guard, had been obliterated by a single punch. After a moment of deathly silence, a tidal wave of rage and humiliation surged forth. Kill him. Avenge our leader. Form ranks. Today, he shall pay for this blood debt with his own. They roared, their collective aura coalescing into an invisible net that descended upon Shu Yu. Yet, facing this mob's assault, Shu Yu's face bore only undisguised contempt and disgust. The Imperial Guards, the nation's sharp blade, should protect the homeland and suppress petty criminals. Yet you willingly serve as the lackeys of the powerful, aiding tyranny and oppressing the righteous. Your very existence only defile the honor of this uniform. His icy voice, like a frigid wind from the underworld, pierced the heart of every man present. The moment his words fell, he moved. His form dissolved into a phantom-like blur, too swift for mortal eyes to follow, as he plunged into the crowd. No earth-shattering techniques. No dazzling radiance. Only the simplest, purest form of slaughter remained. With every raised hand, the body of a Zhengguo Wei member would inevitably explode with a thunderous boom, scattering into a sky-filling mist of blood. In the blink of an eye. The dozen or so National Guard elite, brimming with murderous intent moments before, were now nothing but cold corpses. The entire room was utterly drenched in a blood-red hue that was truly shocking to behold. Shu Yu slowly withdrew his hand, his body spotless. He glanced at Pu Daixue, who had long since turned ashen-faced and was cowering in the corner, trembling violently. It's over now. Call someone to come handle this. Pu Daixue's body jerked violently at the words, snapping her out of her daze. Fighting back the churning in her stomach, she fumbled tremulously for her phone in her pocket. But just as she was about to press the dial button, whoosh! A barely perceptible whistling sound cut through the air without warning. A needle as thin as a cowhair, striking at an impossibly precise angle, instantly pierced Pu Daixue's pale neck. Shu Yu's expression changed abruptly. He lunged forward in a single stride, pulling Pu Dai into his arms. A dark spot, visible to the naked eye, had already appeared on her neck. The dark spot spread at a terrifying speed. In the mere blink of an eye, her entire face had transformed into an eerie, purplish-blue hue. Her breathing abruptly ceased. The unique pufferfish mustard toxin of the island nation. What a vicious method. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Shu Yu's eyes. This potent venom had no known antidote. The victim would immediately fall into a state of apparent death. Within a minute, their heart would cease to beat, and even a god could not save them. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his palm and pressed it firmly against Pu Daixue's chest. A pure, powerful surge of spiritual energy poured into her body, fiercely protecting the last, fading thread of her heart meridian. Next, he prepared to employ even more forceful means to expel the poisoned blood from her body. Protected by the spiritual energy, Pu Daixue slowly regained consciousness. The moment her eyes fluttered open, she felt the warm, powerful hand resting on her chest. An indescribable flush of embarrassment and heat instantly washed over her cheeks. Yet overwhelmingly, she felt profound relief at surviving the ordeal and deep gratitude. Before she could utter a word, another sudden change occurred. From every corner of the room, countless mysterious figures clad in black night attire, revealing only their eyes, suddenly appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of poison arrows, thick as rain, poured down like a sudden storm, overwhelmingly targeting Shu Yu and Pu Daixue. Shu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He gave a cold snort, clutching Pu Daishua's body without flinching or dodging. A faint golden light shield erupted from his body, forming a circular barrier that enveloped them both in solid protection. Clang! Clang! Countless poison arrows struck the golden barrier, producing a crisp clatter. Yet they failed to create even a ripple, all falling powerlessly to the ground. The hail of poison arrows ceased. Two figures slowly emerged from behind the black-clad men. At the forefront stood none other than Xiao Wanjun, the head of the Zhao family. Beside him stood a short, stocky middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed goatee and a sinister glint in his eyes. Shu Yu, we meet again. Xiao Wanjun watched Shu Yu, now surrounded by his men, a smug, savage grin spreading across his face. Shu Yu's gaze, however, nearly swept coldly over him before settling on the Japanese man beside him. His voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. The Zhao family colludes with Japanese traitors and persecutes their own people. It seems your Zhao family has grown tired of living. Today, I will wipe out your entire clan. Chapter 155, Slaying the Fiend. Xiao Wanjun watched Shu Yu's calm and composed demeanor, his smile growing increasingly arrogant and triumphant. Still talking tough as death approaches? Do you think only our Zhao family came today? He pointed at the man beside him, Shimo Daichi, his voice dripping with endless venom and delight. This gentleman here is Mr. Daichi Inoue from the island nation. His only son died at your hands. And there's two. He gestured toward several figures among the black-clad men, those whose aura was particularly formidable, their gazes cold and menacing. They are the top-tier assassins specially trained by the Kurenai Society. Shu Yu, you killed my Zhao family's prodigy, you caused the death of Mr. Inoue's beloved son, and you bear an irreconcilable enmity with the Kurenai Society. Today, our three factions have united, bringing every elite fighter we could muster. Even if we have to overwhelm you with sheer numbers or wear you down with relentless attacks, today we will ensure you remain here forever. Beside him, Jingxia Daji fixed Shu Yu with a venomous stare. Boy, the murder of my son is an unforgivable offense. Today, I will make you taste the most excruciating torment this world can offer. You shall die slowly, consumed by endless regret and wails of agony. Each of these three factions bore a blood feud against Shu Yu. This time, they had mobilized their entire forces, weaving an inescapable net, utterly confident that Shu Yu was trapped beyond escape. Xiao Wanjun surveyed Shu Yu, now completely surrounded and burdened by the dead weight in his arms, certain victory was his. His audacity grew accordingly. A lecherous gaze fell upon Shu Yu's face. Kid, I hear your sisters-in-law are all stunning beauties, gorgeous as flowers. Here's what we'll do. Call your most beautiful sixth sister-in-law right now and have her come over to keep me company. If you serve her well, I might show mercy today and let you keep your body intact. His words dripped with unmasked lechery and humiliation. Yet the moment his words fell silent, Shu Yu moved. 1 second ago, he had been standing there, holding Pu Daishue. The next, his figure materialized like a ghost before Xiao Wanjun. The smile on Xiao Wanjun's face froze instantly, replaced by thick disbelief and terror. He didn't even have a moment to react. A seemingly ordinary fist grew larger and larger in his pupils. Thud. A dull thud. Xiao Wanjun's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer. Red and white splattered across the faces of the surrounding Zhao family members. The headless corpse swayed, then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His eyes remained wide open in death. Until the very last moment, he couldn't believe that even within such a tightly woven net of encirclement, Shu Yu would dare to strike first. Moreover, the speed was so blindingly fast that he hadn't even had a chance to react. The surrounding Zhao family members, after a brief moment of shock, snapped back to reality. Master! Kill him! Avenge our head of the family! They let out a roar of grief and fury, charging at Shu Yu like madmen. Yet in Shu Yu's eyes, their speed was as sluggish as snails. Shu Yu's figure shot through the Zhao family members like a streak of blue smoke. Like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, he unleashed the most primal and bloodiest slaughter. With every strike, another Zhao family expert's body would explode into a mist of blood. Screams and wails rose and fell in waves. In the span of mere breaths, the dozens of elite fighters the Zhao family had brought were all lying in pools of blood, not a single one left alive. Jing Xiaoji stared at the hellish scene before him, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Yet he still felt little fear. In his eyes, the Zhao family's men were nothing more than a rabble. The real force lay in the elite troops he'd brought from the island nation and the top-tier assassins of the Kurenai Society. Bastards! Everyone, attack together. Kill him. He roared the order for the final assault. The 100+ black-clad figures behind him let out a unified battle cry, surging forward like a tidal wave toward Shu Yu. Yet what awaited them was an even more desperate slaughter. Instead of retreating, Shu Yu advanced. He unleashed a punch. An ordinary-looking punch unleashed a terrifying, overwhelming force. The dozen or so black-clad figures at the forefront didn't even have time to draw near Shu Yu before exploding mid-air, scattering into a sky filled with fragments of flesh. One punch instantly eliminating over a dozen men. This scene shattered the remaining black-clad men's psychological defenses completely. The madness and fearless defiance on their faces instantly gave way to boundless terror. The savage grin on Masashi's face froze solid. He finally realized the terrifying entity he had provoked today. Run! That single thought consumed his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and sprinted toward the door, fleeing like a madman. But he had barely taken 2 steps. A cold blade of energy flashed past him from behind. Thud! 2 jets of blood shot skyward. Jing Xiuji's legs were severed cleanly at the knees. He let out a piercing scream as his entire body crashed heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he turned to face the man who looked like a god of death, his face etched with terror and pleading. Spare me! Spare me! I'm sorry, I truly regret it. Please, don't kill me. Shuyu walked slowly toward him, towering over him with a condescending gaze. His gaze was cold, devoid of even a shred of human emotion. A killing intent more terrifying and savage than before surged wildly from his body. It felt as though a peerless killing demon, dormant for eons, was slowly awakening within him. I said it before. Japanese traitor, you deserve death. His voice echoed as if from the depths of hell itself, carrying the weight of an unquestionable judgment. Facing that terrifying killing intent that made his very soul tremble, the last shred of hope within Masayoshi Inoue turned to ashes. He knew that today, he would die without a doubt. A surge of bitter resentment and madness instantly engulfed his heart. You little! I'll drag you to hell with me even if I die. He let out a hysterical roar. Every last ounce of strength remaining within him ignited without reserve at that very moment. A terrifying, destructive aura erupted violently from his body. He intended to detonate himself, taking Chuyu down with him. Chapter 156, Dragon Soul. Facing the desperate, mutually destructive explosion of Jing Xiuji, not a single flicker of emotion crossed Chuyu's face. He casually raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and grasped at the impending wave of destructive energy mid-air. The entire space seemed to freeze in that instant. The terrifying energy within Jing Xiadaji, violent enough to level 100 meters around him, was forcibly compressed back by a force even more overbearing and brutal. The madness and unwillingness frozen on his face instantly solidified. Replacing it was a thick, ghostly horror and fear. He couldn't fathom how his desperate, all-or-nothing tactic, sacrificing everything for mutual destruction, could be so effortlessly nullified by his opponent. But Chuyu had no intention of giving him any more time to think. His hand closed into a fist. Boom! The body of the man beneath the well exploded violently, along with the energy that had been forcibly suppressed within him. This time, not even a trace of blood mist remained. His entire being dissolved into nothingness, erased from existence without a trace. With Daichi's death, the scene fell into a deathly silence once more. The thick, cloying stench of blood in the air was almost nauseating. Standing amidst the sea of corpses and blood, Chuyu's eyes glowed an increasingly intense crimson. An uncontrollable, savage killing intent surged within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption, raging violently through his body. His body began to tremble slightly, beyond his control. The arm holding Pu Daishue tightened in response. Pu Daishue sensed his unease and let out a pained groan. That muffled groan struck like a thunderclap in Chuyu's mind, jolting him back to a sliver of clarity as his sanity, nearly swallowed whole by the urge to kill, began to return. He glanced down at Pu Daishue, her face contorted in pain in his arms, and the crimson in his eyes finally began to fade slightly. Pu Daishue, too, keenly sensed his shift. Ignoring her own pain and the hellish scene around them, suppressing her fear, she spoke softly in a tone bordering on pleading. Mr. Chu, let's go home. Chuyu's body trembled violently. He drew a deep breath, struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to kill surging within him. All right. He ground out the word through clenched teeth. Pu Daishue dared not delay for a moment. She immediately supported him, stumbling toward the door. Once in the car, Pu Daishue slammed her foot on the accelerator, pushing the speed to its absolute limit. Through the rearview mirror, she watched Chuyu in the back seat, his eyes tightly shut and his brow furrowed. Her heart was filled with worry and fear. She could distinctly sense the murderous intent radiating from Chuyu. Far from diminishing with time, it grew thicker and more terrifying by the second. That aura made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, making even breathing difficult. After racing like the wind, they finally returned to the Pu family estate. The moment the car came to a stop, Chuyu violently pushed open the door and bolted out. He stumbled into the villa, bursting straight into the bathroom and flinging the cold water valve wide open. The bone-chilling water cascaded down from above, finally bringing a sliver of relief to his body, which felt as though it were burning with feverish heat. The frenzied killing intent was temporarily suppressed. Changing into clean clothes, he addressed Pu Daishue, who had followed him in. I'm fine. Just need to rest a bit. With that, he walked straight into his room and locked the door behind him. Pu Daishue stared at the closed door, her face etched with worry. After a moment's hesitation, she finally pulled out her phone and dialed her father, Pu Xiao. She recounted everything that had happened tonight to Pu Xiao in meticulous detail. A long silence fell on the other end of the line. After what felt like an eternity, Pu Zhao's voice finally came through, filled with shock and horror. The eldest son of the Sun family is dead. Xian Hui, the leader of the Imperial Guard, is also dead. The head of the Chiu family, along with the assassins from the island nation and the elite of the Kirin Association all wiped out. With each sentence Pu Xiao uttered, the tremor in his voice intensified. By the time Pu Daixue finished her report, the Pu family members on the other end of the line had frozen solid. They never dreamed Chu Yu's methods could be so terrifying, so ruthlessly dominant. After the shock came boundless elation and relief. They had bet correctly. The Pu family had truly latched onto a golden opportunity powerful enough to catapult them to new heights. Meanwhile, inside the room, Chu Yu pulled a pill emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed, circulating his cultivation technique, attempting to completely suppress the killing demon within him that was on the verge of breaking free. Yet this time, no matter how hard he tried, it proved futile. That savage killing intent, like maggots burrowing into bone, raced wildly through his limbs, meridians, and dantian. Just as his mind was about to collapse, a voice filled with endless temptation sounded in his mind without warning. Give up the struggle. Slaughter is the true essence of power. If you surrender your body and mind to me, you shall gain power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of your grandfather, Chu Qingsong? Don't you want to know what earth-shattering secrets lie hidden within the nine-nether dragon tomb? Kill. Slaughter every soul who dares defy you. Use their blood and screams to forge your supreme throne. That voice, brimming with demonic power, relentlessly battered Chu Yu's mental defenses, attempting to fully unleash the most primal savagery, greed, and rage within his heart. Chu Yu's resolve shook violently. He believed this was the killing demon within him, beginning to manifest as a tangible sign after losing all control. But just then, the voice spoke again. I am not your heart demon. I am one of the dragon souls dwelling within you, from the nine-nether dragon tomb. Chu Yu's body jerked violently. A dragon soul. He could never have imagined that such a thing was hidden within him. Just as Chu Yu's mind reeled in shock. Outside the room, a series of anxious footsteps echoed. Restless and uneasy, Pu Daixue couldn't shake her worries. She summoned the female apprentice of the master healer and approached Chu Yu's door together. Mr. Chu, are you alright? She raised her hand and knocked lightly on the door. Chapter 157, Out of Control. The soft inquiry from outside felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing fiercely against Chu Yu's nerves, already on the verge of collapse. Get out! That wasn't a human voice. It was the death-throes wail of a wild beast trapped in a cage, driven to the brink of madness. Get out of my body! This roar, filled with endless agony and struggle, struck Pu Daixue's heart like a heavy hammer. The color drained from her face in an instant, leaving her deathly pale. All propriety and decorum vanished from her mind in that instant. She spun around violently and charged downstairs like a madwoman. The key! Quick, give me the spare key! Her voice was shrill with sheer terror. The butler, utterly terrified by this sudden turn of events, hastily untied a large bunch of keys from his belt. Pu Daixue snatched it away. With hands trembling so violently she could barely hold anything, she fumbled several times before finally inserting the cold metal key into the lock. Click! A soft click sounded as the door swung open. The moment the door swung open, a chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell surged out. It wasn't merely low temperature. It was a deathly stillness capable of freezing the soul. Pu Daixue felt her blood freeze in that instant. Beside her, the butler and the female apprentice of the divine hand could not control the chattering of their teeth, emitting a rattling sound. The sight within the room caused their pupils to instantly shrink to pinpricks. On the walls, the furniture, the ceiling, every surface was coated with a layer of visible, eerie frost. This was no bedroom. This was an ice cellar. A tomb of utter despair. Chu Yu sat cross-legged in the center of the bed. His body shook violently at a terrifying frequency, as if it might fall apart completely at any moment. Each breath he took felt like pulling on a worn bellows, expelling thick clouds of white mist. The female apprentice of the divine hand wore an expression of uncontrollable terror and tension. Her duty was to watch over Chu Yu. Instinctively, she wanted to step forward to check on his body, which was on the verge of collapse. But the moment she took a step forward, not even a half step had passed. Chu Yu on the bed suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. What eyes they were! Crimson. A blood red so intense it seemed to burn. Not a trace of human reason or emotion remained within them. Only the most primal, most pure, most unadulterated savagery and bloodlust remained. That gaze did not belong to Chu Yu at all. It belonged to a peerless beast of terror, emerging from the primordial blood seas of ancient chaos, gazing down with cold indifference upon all the ants of the world. The two women's minds went blank in an instant. They didn't even have time to scream. A blur of movement, fast beyond comprehension, accompanied by a vicious wind that tore through the air, appeared before them in an instant. The next instant, an overwhelming, terrifying force slammed into them. Their bodies were like two fallen leaves tossed by a fierce wind, violently slammed onto the bone-chillingly cold ground. The frost on the floor instantly pierced through their clothing, causing their bodies to stiffen violently. Two hands, cold as death, pressed down on their hearts like red-hot iron pincers. Yet the excruciating agony of hearts crushed in an instant, as expected, never came. Those hands merely remained pressed there, motionless. Pu Daixue and the female apprentice could even distinctly feel the owner of those hands trembling violently, with a ferocity surpassing their own. He seemed to be straining every fiber of his being to contain the apocalyptic force threatening to erupt. Yet the terrifying killing intent radiating from his palms, a force potent enough to freeze and shatter their very souls, was utterly real, undeniable. The shadow of death spread like an endless net, enveloping them in an instant. "Mr. Chu, please, don't kill us." The female disciple's mental defenses shattered completely on the spot. Warm tears and snot smeared her face as her voice trembled uncontrollably, uttering only the most humble pleas. Pu Daixue's eyes, too, brimmed with crystalline tears. She stared fixedly at the face above her, both familiar and utterly alien, feeling that bone-chilling intent to kill, as if it sought to destroy her very soul. Her heart filled with endless terror and sorrow. At this very moment, an unprecedented, brutal battle raged within Chu Yu's body. The voice of that dragon soul had become the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing his already precarious mental state to collapse completely. This provided a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the murderous demon within him, which had long been stirring restlessly, and for that mysterious dragon soul. Like two deep-sea sharks sensing blood, they launched a frenzied, reckless assault on Chu Yu's last shred of consciousness. Both vied for ultimate control of this body. Two utterly distinct yet equally deadly voices exploded simultaneously within his mind. A majestic, ancient voice roared from the depths of his soul. "Surrender to me. I shall grant you the power to crush stars. All the laws of this world shall be written by your hand." Another voice, cold and shrill, whispered in his ear with endless allure. "Feel their fear. What exquisite nourishment. Their lives are the finest nourishment for your power. Kill them. Kill them, and you will break free from your chains forever. Kill them, and you will avenge all your enemies, reclaiming every shred of dignity you've lost. Kill them." The seductive voice, like demonic whispers from the depths of hell, pounded relentlessly into Chu Yu's ears, time and again, violently assaulting the last shaky thread of his sanity. The crimson in his eyes grew richer and deeper, as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were churning within them. His hands pressed against the women's chests finally began to tighten. It was a slow, agonizing tightening. His icy nails had already pierced their skin, delivering a subtle yet distinct sting. A palpable killing intent, 10 times more intense than before, erupted from his eyes. Pu Daixue and the female disciple were utterly consumed by despair in that instant. They could feel it clearly, the hand gripping their very lives was tightening. Inch by inch, inch by inch. Death's footsteps were now within inches, its icy breath audible. Resigned, they slowly closed their eyes, awaiting the final judgment. Their consciousness began to sink into endless darkness. In the very last moment, only one thought remained in Pu Daixue's mind. Chu Yu would never return. Chapter 158, Fifth Senior Sister. The shadow of death was so cold, so real. Yet Pu Daixue's heart grew strangely calm. So this was what death felt like. Yet to die at the hands of the one she loved, this feeling was truly complex. But just as she resigned herself to her fate and awaited death, a voice as cool as the moon, yet carrying an undeniable authority, suddenly echoed through the room. "Junior disciple, enough of this nonsense." Before the words had fully faded, a breathtakingly beautiful figure, clad in a purple gown and radiating unparalleled elegance, appeared behind Chu Yu as if by teleportation. She extended a slender jade-like finger, devoid of any worldly aura, and gently tapped it against Chu Yu's forehead. A soft purple halo rippled outward from her fingertip. The savagery and murderous intent in Chu Yu's eyes instantly cleared. The crimson red in his eyes receded like a tide. Immediately afterward, his body went limp and collapsed forward. The two hands that had gripped the lives of the two women loosened, powerless. Pu Daixue and the female disciple felt their bodies go limp, collapsing completely exhausted onto the ground. They gasped for breath, their bodies still trembling uncontrollably from the sheer relief of having survived. What just happened? Pu Daixue stared at the suddenly appearing woman in purple, her voice thick with lingering fear and confusion. That woman in purple was none other than Chu Yu's fifth senior sister, Yu Tingfeng. Yu Tingfeng glanced at Chu Yu, who lay unconscious on the ground, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes. Thankfully, she had arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She slowly withdrew her hand and explained in a calm tone. "He's killed too many people. The malevolent energy has seeped into his body, breeding a demon within his heart. Once that demon erupts, he loses all reason, consumed by the most primal urge to kill. From now on, after he kills someone, it's best to keep your distance from him." Her words were spoken with casual ease, yet to Pu Daixue and the female disciple, they struck like thunderclaps. Yu Tingfeng observed their horrified expressions, inwardly sighing. The demon of the heart was merely a surface manifestation. The true cause was far more complex than that. But that matter involved too many people, even her junior apprentice brother himself remained unaware. Naturally, she couldn't say more now. After their initial shock, Pu Daishuet and the female disciple were overcome by an endless wave of heartache. It turned out that after every killing, he had to endure such immense suffering. He had to face that heart-devouring demon alone. Is there any way we can help him? Pu Daishuet couldn't help but ask. Yu Tingfeng glanced at her, his eyes holding a hint of inexplicable meaning. There are two ways, actually. The eruption of a heart demon is the ultimate manifestation of the desire to kill. To vent it, either let him slaughter until the heavens turn upside down and rivers of blood flow. Or else, harmonize the yin and yang, use the ultimate yin, the softest force, to dissolve the ultimate yang, the most rigid energy within him. Put simply, it's dual cultivation. They could grasp the meaning of killing. But what did dual cultivation mean? The younger female disciple looked utterly bewildered. Pu Daishue's fair face flushed crimson in an instant. Though untouched by worldly affairs, she came from a prominent family and had heard whispers of such matters. Yu Tingfeng paid them no further attention. He bent down, picked up the unconscious Chuyu, and walked straight into the room, laying him gently on the bed. Outside the room, the female disciple watched Pu Daishue, her face flushed crimson, and finally, belatedly, it dawned on her. Senior sister, does dual cultivation mean that? A captivating blush spread across her own cheeks. Pu Daishue didn't answer, merely nodding softly, her heart pounding wildly. The female disciple gazed at the unconscious man on the bed, still strikingly handsome, her expression growing complex. After a moment of silence, as if suddenly remembering something, she blurted out the question. Sister Daishue, what if? Next time Mr. Chu has an episode, and Miss Yu happens to be unavailable. Would you offer yourself to help him? Chapter 159, The Secret of the Martial Sect. The disciple's nearly audacious question made Pu Daishue's already flushed face turn crimson, as if it might bleed. Her heart felt like a small lake into which a pebble had been tossed, sending ripples spreading out in layer upon layer. Uncontrollably, the image of Chu Yu's agonized struggle earlier surfaced in her mind. Those eyes, filled with savagery and bloodlust, that body, tortured by endless agony. The fear of having just walked the line between life and death was, at this moment, completely swept away by an even more intense emotion called heartache. He had saved his life, more than once. He shielded the Pu family from every storm. He bore it all alone, silently. If only his own body could bear even a fraction of that pain for him. What would that matter? Pu Daishue drew a deep breath. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, flashed with an unprecedented resolve. Meeting her apprentice's curious yet anxious gaze, she nodded solemnly. The apprentice was startled for a moment, then understood the meaning behind her nod. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Inside the room, Yu Tingfeng sat quietly by the bedside, his gaze tenderly fixed on the man sleeping soundly above. Even in unconsciousness, his brow remained tightly furrowed, as if engaged in an arduous battle within his dreams. She reached out, gently smoothing the crease between his brows with her fingertips. Silly junior apprentice, you always insist on shouldering everything alone. Her voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible mix of affection and heartache. The dragon soul has awakened after all. Everything has unfolded exactly as Master predicted all those years ago. This is your destiny, and the tribulation you must endure. I only hope that when you eventually learn the truth, you won't blame us senior sisters for keeping it from you all this time. Yu Tingfeng's gaze grew distant and complex. In that gaze lay affection, pity, and a resolute determination that could not be softened. She sighed softly, then slipped off her shoes and lay down beside Chu Yu. She extended her lotus stem-like jade arm, carefully cradling Chu Yu's head into her embrace. A stream of the purest, most pristine purple true chi flowed gently from her body, like a trickling brook. It enveloped Chu Yu's form with tender warmth, soothing the still turbulent, chaotic energies within him. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital, at the Sun family estate, the entire mansion was shrouded in an oppressive, terrifying atmosphere. In the brightly lit main hall, Sun Boyuan, the patriarch of the Sun family, sat motionless in the grand armchair symbolizing supreme authority, his expression dark and terrifying. Below him, a servant tasked with delivering news knelt on the floor, trembling like a leaf, not daring to lift his head. Young Master Yin, he, along with everyone else, including the commander of the Imperial Guard, Xiang Hui, they all died at the hands of Chu Yu. Not a single intact body was found at the scene. The servant's voice grew fainter with each word, the final syllables barely audible. Snap. A sharp crack echoed. The armrest of the antique armchair beneath Sun Boyuan, crafted from a century-old golden thread Nanmu wood, was crushed to dust beneath his fingers. Chu Yu. He ground the names out between clenched teeth, one syllable at a time. Each syllable carried an icy chill capable of freezing a person solid and a murderous intent that threatened to consume the heavens. Sun Yin was the grandson he cherished most, the one he valued above all others. He was the chosen heir to the Sun family's legacy. Now, he had died outside under such mysterious circumstances, his body never even recovered. For him, for the entire Sun family, this was more than just the grief of losing a grandson. It was a profound disgrace. A blatant trampling and provocation of the Sun family's authority. Transmit my orders. Sun Boyuan's voice was unnervingly calm, so Comet sent shivers down one's spine. Mobilize every resource and connection the Sun family possesses in Jiangbei. I don't care what methods you employ. Turn the entire Jiangbei upside down if you must spare no expense. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see that little bastard Chuyu kneeling alive before me. I will personally carve him into 1,000 pieces, leaving him begging for death yet unable to die, to honor the spirit of my grandson in heaven. The moment this order, dripping with bloodlust and murderous intent, was issued, a steward rushed in from outside, his expression urgent. Master, the head of the martial sect, Mr. Zhuge Hua, seeks an audience. Sun Boyuan's brow furrowed slightly. The martial sect had always kept to themselves, never interfering with the affairs of the great clans like theirs. Why would they suddenly come calling today? Let him in. Moments later, an elderly man entered the hall at a measured pace. He carried a dragon-headed walking stick, his hair and beard entirely white, giving him an otherworldly, sage-like appearance. Though advanced in years and walking with a slight stoop, a startling gleam of sharpness occasionally flashed in his cloudy old eyes. The aura emanating from him, faint yet palpable, was overwhelmingly powerful. Head of the Sun family, accept this sorrow and move forward. Zhuge Hua's voice carried not a trace of emotion. Master Zhuge, your late-night visit, what brings you here? Sun Boyuan suppressed the rage surging within him and asked coldly. I hear that the head of the Sun family is preparing to strike down a young man named Chuyu. Zhuge Hua cut straight to the chase, stating his purpose directly. Sun Boyuan's eyes instantly narrowed. I don't understand what you're referring to, Master Zhuge. My Sun family has no connection whatsoever with the long-extinct Chu family. He flatly denied it. The martial sect's power was unfathomable, and at this critical juncture, he wished to avoid further complications. Zhuge Hua, observing this, let out a dismissive snort. Sun family head, we're both intelligent men. Why pretend ignorance when you know the truth? I'll be frank with you, our Wu sect has some unresolved issues with that young man. Or rather, we have a bone to pick with the Pu family he represents. That juicy morsel, the Pu family, has long been coveted by our Wu sect. Unfortunately, that juicy morsel has now fallen into that brat's mouth. He stands in my way, and he's become a thorn in your side too. Therefore, our objectives align. Upon hearing this, Sun Boyuan's guard eased slightly. So you're saying the Wu sect also wants to kill him, joining forces with my Sun family? Kill him. A playful curve lifted at the corner of Zhuge Hua's mouth. Of course we must kill him. But not now. Sun Boyuan looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Killing that kid might vent my anger for a moment, but it would be such a waste. His true value lies in the secret he carries. Sun Boyuan was utterly stunned. Secret? What secret could a worthless jailbird like him possibly have? Zhuge Hua watched his bewildered expression, a flicker of greed and fervor dancing in his eyes. A secret that allowed a mere mortal to acquire terrifying power within mere years, power sufficient to instantly annihilate the commander of the Imperial Guard. Sun family head, aren't you even a little curious? Chapter 160, The Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb. Zhuge Hua's words, brimming with greed and fervor, struck like lightning, instantly piercing through the fog of grief that had shrouded Sun Boyuan's heart since his grandson's death. Yes. How had he not thought of it before? The Chu family had once enjoyed boundless glory. Yet in a single night, they were utterly obliterated by a mysterious organization called Tianqi, with thunderous force. Only Chuyu narrowly escaped the catastrophe, only to be locked away in the Nine Hells prison, a place reputed to be a death sentence. Everyone believed his life was utterly ruined. Yet who could have imagined that a mere 5 years later, he not only emerged alive from that hell on earth. His power had grown to an unimaginably terrifying level sufficient to instantly annihilate the leader of the Imperial Guard. This was utterly abnormal. Behind it all, there must be some earth-shattering secret. For the first time, a flame of greed flickered in Sun Boyuan's bloodshot eyes, seething with fury. That flame burned so fiercely it even suppressed the overwhelming grief that had consumed his heart moments before. The patriarch's meaning is. His voice grew hoarse. Sun family head, have you ever heard of the Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb? Zhuge Hua uttered these 4 words slowly. Each syllable felt like a hammer weighing 10,000 catties, striking Sun Boyuan's heart with brutal force. Sun Boyuan's body jerked violently. A blinding flash of disbelief erupted from his cloudy old eyes. The Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb. These 4 words were far from unfamiliar to any of Hua Nation's most prominent aristocratic clans. It was a legend passed down for over 1,000 years. It was the greatest secret hidden within the ancient lands of Huagua. Legend held that within the dragon tomb lay the remains of an ancient true dragon. Whoever claimed the tomb would gain the true dragon's power, ascending to the heavens in a single step and wielding the supreme might to reshape the world. Yet, this remains nothing more than an elusive legend. For centuries, countless individuals have devoted their entire lives to locating the dragon tomb, only to meet with failure. Over time, people came to regard it as nothing more than an unrealistic fantasy. Yet now, at this critical juncture, Zhuge Hua had brought up this nearly forgotten legend. You mean? Chuyu found the Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb? Sun Boyuan's breathing quickened. Not found. Zhuge Hua shook his head, the fervor in his eyes growing more intense. Rather. Otherwise, why do you think Tianqi would seek to exterminate the entire Chu family? What do you think gave him the power to amass such terrifying strength in just 5 short years? Sun Boyuan was utterly speechless, stunned by this earth-shattering revelation. If everything Zhuge Hua said was true, then Chu Yu's value would extend far beyond mere revenge for the murder of a son. He represented a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. A colossal opportunity that could elevate the Sun family above all other clans, even allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with colossal entities like Tianqi. Endless greed instantly drowned the last shred of reason in his heart. But he remained the seasoned fox who had long held the reins of the Sun family. He forced down the wild joy and excitement surging within, fixing Zhuge Hua with a piercing, appraising stare. Such an immense secret, Master Zhuge. Why would you be so kind as to share it with me? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If Zhuge Hua had chosen to reveal this secret, he must have ulterior motives. Zhuge Hua let out a bitter, resigned laugh upon hearing this. Master Sun, do you think I want this? Who wouldn't want to keep the secrets of the 9 nether dragon tomb all to themselves? Alas, though our Wu sect holds some standing in the martial world, we remain vastly inferior to colossal entities like Tianqi. And now there's the added threat of Chu Yu, whose power is unfathomable. For my Wu sect alone to attempt snatching food from the tiger's mouth is nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Therefore, I require an ally of sufficient strength. Looking across the entire capital, the only family with both the strength and the audacity to challenge Tianqi is yours, the Sun family. Upon hearing these words, the last trace of caution vanished from Sun Boyuan's face. In its place emerged unabashed arrogance and confidence. He let out a dismissive snort. Tianqi. If the secrets of the 9 nether dragon tomb are true, then forget about some mere Tianqi. Even a celestial deity descending to earth who dares stand before my Sun family. I, Sun Boyuan, shall ensure he never returns. His aura erupted violently in that instant. The domineering authority and majesty of a supreme ruler were laid bare. Zhuge Hua observed his utterly confident demeanor, a fleeting, barely perceptible sneer flickering across his cloudy old eyes. Yet the smile on his face grew ever more cordial. In that case, old man, I shall wish us a pleasant collaboration. Happy cooperation. Sun Boyuan rose to his feet and clasped his calloused hand firmly in response. The 2 old foxes, each harboring their own hidden agendas, exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. Meanwhile, at the Pu family manor, Chu Yu slowly opened his eyes. Consciousness returned to his mind like receding tide. His entire body ached and his head throbbed as if he'd just fought 300 rounds in a fierce battle. But immediately, something felt off. In his arms, he seemed to hold a body as warm and smooth as jade, soft and delicate. A faint, refreshingly sweet fragrance kept drifting into his nostrils. Startled, he looked down. There lay his 5th senior sister, Yu Tingfeng, curled up like a kitten in his arms, sleeping soundly. Her breathtakingly beautiful sleeping face, capable of captivating all who saw it, was mere inches away. Chu Yu's mind went blank in an instant. Fifth senior sister. He instinctively tried to push her away and sit up on the bed. But the moment he stirred, Yu Tingfeng in his arms stirred gently awake. Her eyes, as brilliant as stars, opened sleepily to meet his gaze, a captivating curve lifting the corners of her lips. Little junior brother, you're awake. Her voice carried a hint of sleepy languor and allure, making Chu Yu's heart skip a beat. Senior sister, what's going on? How did we end up like this? Yu Tingfeng couldn't help but chuckle softly at his flustered, awkward expression. She slowly sat up from Chu Yu's embrace, pulling the quilt up to cover the alluring expanse of snow-white skin. What? After taking advantage, you won't own up? You weren't like this last night. At those words, Chu Yu felt his soul nearly leap from his body in fright. Last night. Fragmented, bloody, and brutal images began to flood his mind uncontrollably. He remembered those 2 women he pinned to the ground, their faces twisted with terror and despair. He remembered the terrifying killing intent within him, nearly consuming him entirely. Did I lose control last night? His voice grew hoarse. Yu Tingfeng watched his expression of guilt and lingering fear, finally letting the playful look fade from his own face. She reached out and gently took hold of Chu Yu's cold hand. Don't worry, you didn't hurt them. But your condition is indeed growing more severe. At these words, Chu Yu's face twisted into a bitter smile. He knew all too well that the killing demon within him was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. But what could he possibly do? To expect him to surrender meekly and submit to being slaughtered? Absolutely impossible. Too many have dared to provoke me. I can't just stand here and let them kill me. I know. Yu Tingfeng's eyes brimmed with heartache. That's why senior sister you came to help you. Chu Yu looked at her in confusion. Help me? How? A charming blush suddenly spread across Yu Tingfeng's lovely face. She leaned close to Chu Yu's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. Silly junior disciple, have you forgotten what master taught you back then, the yin-yang union technique? Slaughter is the essence of supreme yang and ultimate force. To suppress it, besides forcible suppression, there's a more comfortable method. That is to completely neutralize it with the ultimate een and soft power. Her voice, brimming with endless temptation, sounded like a spell in Chuyu's ear. Chuyu felt his breathing instantly grow ragged. Blood surged uncontrollably throughout his body, rushing madly toward a single place. Just as the last shred of his sanity was about to be utterly submerged. Thump, thump, thump. A crisp knock sounded at the door, completely unexpected. Chapter 161, 10 seconds. That sharp knock felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head, instantly dousing the raging fire that had just ignited within Chuyu. The sultry, ambiguous atmosphere within the room vanished in that instant. Mr. Chu, miss you, dinner is ready. Pu Daishua's voice, tinged with a hint of shyness and concern, drifted in from outside the door. A flash of undisguised irritation crossed Yu Tingfeng's pretty face. Perfect timing. She shot Chuyu a disapproving look before responding to Pu Daishua outside. Got it. Wait a moment. We'll stay at a hotel tonight. After speaking, she deliberately leaned close to Chuyu's ear and added softly in a voice only the two of them could hear. Pu Daishua outside the door, of course, couldn't hear the second half of her words, which were dripping with provocation. The atmosphere at the dining table felt distinctly awkward. Pu Daishua and her female apprentice both kept their heads bowed, their cheeks still flushed with an unshakable blush, not daring to spare Chuyu another glance. The breathtaking and utterly humiliating scene from the previous night still lingered vividly in their minds. Seeing their demeanor, Chuyu felt a wave of guilt and lingering fear wash over him. He sighed softly and spoke up to break the awkward silence. I'm sorry about last night. If I ever lose control again, please stay away from me. His voice was filled with sincere remorse. Hearing this, both women trembled slightly. The last vestiges of fear in their hearts were completely replaced by concern. Just then, the television hanging on the restaurant wall suddenly interrupted its programming with a local emergency news bulletin. Breaking news, a massive fire broke out early this morning at Deersong Villa, located in the suburbs of our city. Preliminary estimates indicate nearly 1,000 fatalities, with no survivors found at the scene. The cause of the fire is currently under investigation, but preliminary findings indicate it was an act of arson. The news anchor delivered this city's shocking report with precise diction. Yet privately, among Dianing's elite circles, a starkly different version of events had already spread like wildfire. The local aristocratic families knew exactly what Looming Villa was. It served as a secret stronghold in Dianing for the Zhou family, the Sun family, and forces from the island nation. Every martial arts expert stationed there was top tier. Nearly 1,000 martial arts masters, how could they possibly have been burned alive in an ordinary fire? There was only one possible explanation. That it was all the work of Chuyu. Only that godlike, demon-like man possessed the power to slaughter nearly 1,000 masters in a single night. In an instant, countless clans were abuzz with discussion, each feeling their own peril. That Chuyu is nothing short of a madman, a complete and utter killing machine. The Sun family, the Zhou family, the island nation's forces, and the Imperial Guard, he's trying to tear the heavens apart. I hear Xiang Tungwen, the only son of Xiang Hui, the leader of the Imperial Guard, known as the Young Marshal of the Imperial Guard, has already led the elite forces of the Imperial Guard to rush to Dianing overnight. Xiang Tungwen is the rising star among the younger generation. His prowess has long surpassed his father's, rumored to be threefold stronger than Xiang Hui himself. This time, that Chuyu, he's as good as finished. Not necessarily. Chuyu could kill Xiang Hui in an instant. His power is unfathomable. Though Xiang Tungwen is formidable, he might not be a match for avenging his father. Rumors spread like wildfire across Dianing, engulfing the entire region. Even the legendary underground dark web was thrown into uproar over it. Countless assassins, mercenaries, and intelligence brokers were intensely debating this earth-shattering massacre. Amidst this uproar, Chuyu's ranking on the heavenly list skyrocketed like a rocket. He catapulted from obscurity to become the terrifying 25th ranked entity on the celestial list. Meanwhile, the bounty on Chuyu and the young woman by his side was abruptly cancelled overnight by its mysterious sponsor. Are you kidding me? To kill the leader of the Imperial Guard? To slaughter nearly 1,000 elite warriors? To provoke such a killing god again? That'd be like an old man hanging himself, begging for an early grave. Yet Chuyu remained utterly oblivious to the storm brewing outside, nor did he care in the slightest. That day, he was in his room, studying the mysterious dragon soul. Suddenly, his female disciple knocked on his door. Master Chu, you have a delivery. Chuyu's brow furrowed slightly. A package. Since arriving in Dianing, he had never purchased anything online. He took the palm-sized, tightly wrapped parcel, a hint of puzzlement rising in his heart. He weighed it in his hand, light as a feather, not a sound inside. Without giving it much thought, he tore open the packaging. But the moment the packaging was torn open, a red digital display from a precision electronic timer suddenly caught his eye. Displayed upon it was a vivid red number, rapidly ticking away. 10, 9, 8. It was, without a doubt, a ticking time bomb with only 10 seconds remaining. Chapter 162, The Soul Guarding Bureau. Those vivid red digits, rapidly counting down, pierced the eyes of everyone present like the Grim Reaper's summons. The female apprentice's mind went blank. Pu Daixue let out a sharp, startled scream. Even Yu Tingfeng's expression turned grave in that instant. However, Zhu Yu's reaction was lightning fast. The moment the number flashed 7, he was already moving. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his leg and delivered a crisp, decisive roundhouse kick, slamming it hard into the floor-to-ceiling window before him. Crash! The entire sheet of tempered glass shattered instantly. Immediately afterward, he flicked his toes, sending the delivery box containing the timed bomb hurtling like a black lightning bolt straight through the shattered window. Almost the very instant the parcel flew out of the villa. Boom! A terrifying explosion, loud enough to shatter eardrums, erupted. A destructive burst of fire and shockwave, like a deathflower blooming in an instant, swept wildly across the lawn outside the villa. The entire villa shook violently. Countless panes of glass shattered simultaneously under the terrifying force of the blast. Zhu Yu and Yu Tingfeng reacted with lightning speed. Acting almost simultaneously, each grabbed one of the terrified Pu Daixue and her female apprentice, shielding them tightly within their embrace. Their formidable true qi formed an impenetrable shield, blocking all flying glass shards and the raging air currents. Chapter 162, still in shock. The entire upscale villa district instantly descended into chaos. Countless windows across the neighborhood were shattered by the sudden explosion. The shrill wail of car alarms, the terrified screams of residents, and the urgent sirens of the property management blared across the skyline. Inside the room, Pu Daixue and her female apprentice remained huddled in each other's arms, still trembling with terror. Their bodies shook like leaves in the wind. Their faces bore the pale terror of survivors who had narrowly escaped disaster. Zhu Yu slowly released Pu Daixue from his embrace, the warmth in his eyes having plummeted to freezing point. A faint yet bone-chilling intent to kill slowly emanated from his body. The murderous demon he had just calmed down showed signs of stirring once more. But at that very moment, an urgent ringtone sounded, utterly out of place. Zhu Yu pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Tang Chung. He answered the call, his voice cold and utterly devoid of emotion. You're in Dianing right now. On the other end, Tang Qing's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Was that bomb just now your Tang family's welcome gift? Zhu Yu's voice was soft, yet it carried a murderous intent potent enough to drag the entire Tang family into an abyss. Tang Qing stiffened abruptly on the other end. She could feel it clearly, a terrifying killing intent that made her soul tremble, spreading madly through the phone line. No, it wasn't. Her voice instantly turned panicked and urgent. Mr. Chu, you've misunderstood. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with our Tang family. It's an official from the Soul Binding Bureau who wishes to see you. The Soul Binding Bureau. Zhu Yu let out a dismissive snort. The bomb exploded less than 10 seconds ago, and your call came through already. Tang Qing, do you really think I'd believe that? Tang Qing nearly lost her mind at those words. Her voice nearly breaking into tears, she frantically explained at the fastest pace she could muster. Mr. Chu, I swear every word is true. That official originally wanted me to contact you directly, but I didn't have your contact information. I could only locate your position through the Soul Binding Bureau's intelligence system. The system just showed your exact coordinates, and I called you immediately. Really, it was just a coincidence. She feared that if she delayed her explanation even a second longer, that god of death might fly into a rage, storm straight to the capital, and race her entire Tang family to the ground. Zhu Yu remained silent. His gaze suddenly pierced through the shattered window, settling on the rooftop of a distant high-rise. There, a vague figure seemed to flicker and vanish. What does the Soul Binding Bureau want with me? His voice remained icy. Yet the murderous intent, thick enough to be almost tangible, quietly retreated. Tang Qing on the other end of the line keenly sensed this shift, and the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted slightly. She hurriedly replied. That official holds a very high rank. As for the specifics of the matter, I'm not authorized to discuss it. He only said that he will personally come to Dianing at 3 o'clock this afternoon to meet with you. Understood. Zhu Yu responded indifferently before hanging up the phone. Capital City, Soul Binding Bureau Branch Office. Tang Qing's arms fell limply to her sides. The specially encrypted phone felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, slipping from her trembling grasp and landing on the carpet. Her entire body went limp as she slumped back into her office chair, gasping for breath. Only then did she realize her back was already soaked through with cold sweat. Her body still trembled slightly, beyond her control. Cousin, what's wrong? A young woman beside her, dressed in the same uniform, stood tall and poised, her features bearing a slight resemblance to Tang Qing. She approached with concern. She hurried over and steadied Tang Qing's shoulders. Is that Zhu Yu really as terrifying as the rumors say? He actually scared you this badly? This woman was Tang Qing's cousin, Luo Ying, also an elite member of the Soul Binding Bureau. Hearing this, Tang Qing's face twisted into a bitter smile. She lifted her head, looking at her sharp-eyed, righteous cousin, and shook her head gently. Terrifying. You can't even begin to imagine how terrifying he truly is. You've never faced him yourself, so you simply don't understand that feeling. It's a feeling of utter helplessness where your life, your soul, everything about you is completely beyond your control. Let me put it this way, with my current strength, I wouldn't even have the right to land a single blow against him. Luo Ying's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Her face was etched with utter disbelief. Impossible. Cousin, you're widely recognized as the top prodigy among the younger generation in our Soul Binding Bureau. Last year at the grand competition, you even defeated the deputy leader of the Dragon Group head-on. It must be noted that this cousin of hers was one of the most outstanding geniuses among the younger generation of the Soul Binding Bureau. Her prowess was such that she could hold her own against even those seasoned veterans who had long since made their names. Yet now, she claimed she couldn't even withstand a single move against that Shuyu. He's really that strong? Why did the higher-ups suddenly want to meet him? Could it be because of that incident where he killed the leader of the Imperial Guard? That lawless madman who slaughtered the nation's pillars without restraint. If the higher-ups aren't sending men to arrest him, why would they want to meet him? Tang Qing shook her head, her expression growing complex. She picked up the glass of water on the table, took a sip, and only then managed to suppress the fluttering in her heart. I don't know the exact reason either. But from what I gathered from the higher-ups, it seems they want to recruit him into our Soul Guarding Bureau. What? Luo Ying's ears perked up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with alarm. She straightened abruptly, her voice rising involuntarily. Recruit him? Are you kidding me? Why recruit a murderer who treats human life like grass and slaughters nearly 1,000 people at the drop of a hat? All 973 members of the Imperial Guard were our nation's most loyal warriors. He slaughtered every single one of them, not a single survivor, just because the leader spoke back to him. Such a man is nothing but a madman devoid of humanity. Our Soul Guard is the nation's sharpest weapon, safeguarding Huagua's peace, the most sacred sanctuary in every citizen's heart. How could we allow such scum to join our ranks and defile our honor? Luo Ying's righteous indignation and collective honor-driven questioning only elicited an even more helpless, bitter smile from Tang Qing. Looking at her cousin, she felt as though she were observing a child who hadn't yet grown up. Honor? Luo Ying, do you really think honor matters to those kinds of beings? But we can't just let it go like this. Luo Ying remained unconvinced. He committed such heinous crimes. He should be arrested, brought to justice, and punished to appease the spirits of those nearly 1,000 fallen soldiers. Arrest him. Chapter 163, every word was uttered with utter difficulty. Tang Qing countered with a hint of weariness in her voice. Luo Ying, you're being naive. Do you think those above haven't considered it? Luo Ying froze. Then why? Because it's impossible. Tang Qing cut her off, each word spoken with immense difficulty. Send who? Send me? Or send you? Or should we gather every single A-rank expert from the Soul Binding Bureau to hunt down just one man? Forget whether it would succeed. Even if it did, do you have any idea what the cost would be? The annihilation of the Imperial Guard. Do you think the higher-ups aren't furious? But you know nothing of the battle's details. 973 elite soldiers, including 3 Grandmaster-level deputy commanders, all perished within 3 minutes. The entire National Guard headquarters, that base forged from special alloy, was razed to the ground. And he himself? Not a hair on his head was harmed. Tang Qing rose to his feet, walked to the window, and gazed out at the bustling capital city. Luo Ying, that power is beyond our comprehension. It feels more like divine retribution. The reason the higher-ups chose to recruit him wasn't because they were cowards, nor because they had forgotten their hatred. But because it is the more rational choice, the only correct one. An entity possessing such terrifying power and acting without restraint, if we cannot make it our ally, we absolutely must not make it our enemy. Otherwise, should it ever stand against Huagua, it would unleash a catastrophe none of us could bear. Luo Ying fell completely silent. Though young and impetuous, she was not foolish. She understood the meaning behind her cousin's words. Yet, the barrier in her heart remained insurmountable. Then that official who went to meet him this time. Which one from headquarters? Tang Qing turned to face her, her gaze unusually solemn. Neither. The person meeting him this time isn't from our Soul Binding Bureau. But someone from that place, one of the few who truly stand at the pinnacle of power in this nation. Luo Ying's pupils suddenly contracted. She knew exactly which place her cousin referred to. Did that noble person go personally just to recruit him? No. Tang Qing shook her head slowly, her voice hushed as if sharing an earth-shattering secret. Recruiting him was merely the first step of the plan. The nobleman also carried a top-secret order on this mission. But the question is, who will capture him, and who will interrogate him? Xiang Hui, commander of the Imperial Guard and the 31st ranked expert on the heavenly list. No one can withstand a single move before him. Nearly 1,000 masters of the Deer Cry Manor were slaughtered by him overnight. How great a price do you think our Soul Sealing Bureau must pay to bring him down? Each of Tang Qing's rhetorical questions struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly at Luo Ying's heart. Yes. She had only seen Chuyu's brutality, unconsciously overlooking the terrifying power behind that cruelty, a power capable of overturning everything. But we can't just let him run free, or even try to recruit him. Luoying still protested, unwilling to concede. Because the one who stepped forward to meet him this time is none other than Lord Li Hunjiang, one of the 12 soul generals. Tang Cheng slowly uttered a name that would send shockwaves through the entire soul binding bureau. Luo Ying's body stiffened abruptly. Her beautiful eyes instantly filled with profound horror and utter disbelief. The 12 soul generals. Within the entire soul binding bureau, these 12 supreme beings held a status second only to the legendary commandant and deputy commandant. Each possessed power that pierced heaven and earth, serving as the cornerstone anchoring the nation's destiny. For ordinary members, merely hearing their names was a luxury, let alone ever laying eyes on them. Yet now, a soul general of unparalleled prestige was personally journeying thousands of miles to Dianing all for a single Chiyu. This was not merely a sign of importance. It was utterly beyond comprehension. In that moment, for the first time, Luoying felt a deep curiosity stir within her heart toward this man she had never met. Meanwhile, at the Pu family villa, Yu handed over the visibly shaken Pu Daishui and her female disciple to Yu Tingfeng. Fifth senior sister, I entrust their protection to you. His voice was cold and calm. I'll be back soon. With that, he didn't even bother to exit through the door. His entire body leapt directly through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. No! Pu Daishui and her female apprentice both let out terrified screams. They instinctively rushed toward the window. After all, this was over 30 stories high. Jumping from here would turn even the toughest person into a bloody pulp. Yet when they reached the window and looked down, the gruesome scene they'd imagined never materialized. Not only was Chuyu's body not falling. Instead, like a bird breaking free from gravity's chains, she soared toward the skyscraper across the street nearly 100 meters away in a manner that defied all laws of physics. That graceful, soaring figure left the two women gaping in astonishment, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. Across the street, on the 36th floor, two middle-aged men with deep, resonant voices and menacing gazes watched the scene through high-powered binoculars, cold smiles playing on their lips. Chuyu's reaction is surprisingly quick. Unfortunately, no matter how quick his reactions, he remains nothing more than a reckless fool with courage but no strategy. He dared to kill even the father of Xiang Tungwen, the young commander of the Imperial Guard. This time, he's as good as dead. We'll head over shortly and capture him alive first. As for those women, they're quite attractive. We might as well take them back and present them to the young marshal. The two men exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with unabashed greed and lechery. However, just as they lowered their binoculars and prepared to move, one of them suddenly saw something. He saw it. He saw the figure that should have remained inside the villa across the way. Now, like a ghostly apparition, it leapt from the window and was hurtling toward their position at breakneck speed. Oh no, he's coming. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spun to flee. But in the end, he was still a step too slow. Everything blurred before his eyes. A cold figure appeared silently before them. Two hands, like iron clamps, seized their throats from either side. Who sent you? Chuyu's voice carried not a shred of emotion. The man seized by his left hand, after an initial shock, quickly regained his composure. In fact, a hint of reckless arrogance crept into his expression. Kid, I advise you to let us go. We're members of the Xiang family. If you dare touch a single hair on our heads, young marshal. Snap. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp crack of breaking bone rang out clearly. His head, brimming with threats and arrogance, slumped limply at an unnatural angle. The life in his eyes drained away like receding tide. The other man, witnessing this, was terrified out of his wits. A foul, damp heat spread between his legs. Staring at the man who seemed like a demon god, he threatened in a trembling voice. You can't kill me. Those two little girls, Star Chaser and Mooncatcher, have already been taken by our men to the young marshal. If you want them to live, you'd better take Pu Daishui and the other women with you to kowtow and beg for forgiveness before the young marshal. Otherwise, those two will be left begging for death. Chapter 164, Watchin Pavilion. A bone-chilling smile slowly spread across Chuyu's face. That smile held not a shred of warmth, only an endless, bone-chilling coldness capable of freezing one's very soul. The killing demon within me has only just been pacified. I had no desire to commit further bloodshed. But it seems you insist on rushing forward to awaken it once more. His casual tone, however, sounded to the surviving man's ears like the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. Fear, like a rampant vine, instantly engulfed his heart. He opened his mouth, intending to threaten with the lives of Star Chaser and Sixth Sister once more. But Chuyu couldn't be bothered to listen to another word of his nonsense. Snap. Another crisp crack of breaking bone echoed. The second head drooped limply in an equally grotesque pose. Chuyu released his grip, letting the two still warm corpses collapse limply to the floor. He turned and walked to the shattered window. Without a moment's hesitation, his entire body leapt once more from the 36th floor. Like a cannonball fired from its barrel, he hurtled straight toward the distant, brightly lit building that loomed like a colossal beast in the city center. Huachan Pavilion. Dianing City's most exclusive private club, boasting the highest security clearance. Tonight, Watchful Pavilion was bustling beyond measure. The plaza before its entrance was already packed with every imaginable luxury vehicle. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs here, they were merely the most commonplace modes of transportation. The value of any single car was enough to sustain an ordinary person's entire lifetime of work. Countless tycoons and business magnates, the kind whose mere footsteps could shake the ground in Jiangdong, now stood outside the doors like the most humble of devotees, bearing meticulously prepared gifts and waiting with utmost reverence. Each face bore an unmistakable trace of nervousness and obsequiousness. All for the chance to seek an audience with the young nobleman who had just arrived in Jiangdong. Xiang Tungwen, the new commander of the Imperial Guard, known as the Young Marshal, the prodigal son of the Xiang family. The Xiang family's influence was already deeply entrenched, spanning both military and political spheres across the entire nation. They were undeniably a colossal power. Behind Xiang Tungwen loomed the legendary shadow of ancient martial arts sects. It was precisely because of this that he could so swiftly take control of the entire Imperial Guard after his father, Xiang Hui, passed away. This young man, wielding immense power and possessing unfathomable strength, drew the frenzied adulation and flattery of every faction in Jiangdong the moment he arrived. Everyone knew this young commander had come for one purpose alone: to avenge his father. To deliver the final blow to that arrogant fool who dared to challenge the entire Xiang family's authority. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Chu Yu's strength or how formidable his background, before Xiang Tungwen, the true prodigy of heaven, he would ultimately be reduced to a pile of bones. At this moment, within the presidential suite on the top floor of Watchful Pavilion, the atmosphere was starkly different from the chaos outside. Chasing stars, grasping the moon, and Chu Yu's sixth sister-in-law were bound tightly with special black ropes, kneeling in the center of the hall. Though their faces bore traces of humiliation and fury, their eyes showed not a shred of fear. Directly before them, a young man in a white suit sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping red wine. His features were handsome, yet his demeanor carried an unmistakable air of effeminate grace. He was Xiang Tungwen. His gaze, like that of a venomous snake, swept unabashedly over the three women's curvaceous bodies. The greed and lust in his eyes were utterly unmasked. He harbored a near-perverse obsession with power and influence. And when it came to beautiful women, his greed knew no bounds. He gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, a cruel, cold smile curling his lips. I must admit, Chu Yu has quite the eye for beauty. All three of you are truly peerless beauties. Too bad he made one fatal mistake: he shouldn't have killed my father. Soon, my men will drag him here like a dead dog. Then, right before his eyes, I'll let you all experience firsthand what it means to be a real man. One of his henchmen immediately flashed a fawning smile and chimed in smugly. The young marshal speaks the truth. That fool who doesn't know when to quit will be brought here by our men very soon. Put. Sixth sister suddenly spat a mouthful of blood in Xiang Tongwen's direction. Fierce anger blazed in her beautiful eyes as she cursed viciously. Spit. You bullying piece of trash, you're not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my Xiaoqi. You're not even worthy to tie his shoelaces. Xiang Tongwen's face darkened instantly. He extended his tongue, lightly licking the wine stain from the corner of his mouth. A cold, bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. He did not grow angry, but instead spoke slowly in a tone brimming with commanding authority, as if he were a deity presiding over all things in the world. Go ahead and curse me. Go ahead and curse. The fiercer your curses now, the more wretched your cries will be later. I relish at the sight of prey struggling in despair. His haughty demeanor, treating human life as worthless chaff, sent a chill through everyone present. Yet on Zhu Weixing's delicate, beautiful face, a cold, disdainful smile appeared. You won't get that chance. Mr. Chu's abilities far exceed your imagination. When he arrives, you'll understand what true despair feels like. Her words instantly drew a wave of derisive laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha, how naive. Facing certain death, and you still pin your hopes on that peasant to save you? The young marshal's authority is not something trash like that could ever shake. Xiang Tungwen raised his hand, silencing the mockery. His gaze settled on the sixth sister-in-law, who had just hurled insults. Such foul language. It seems you need a good cleaning. No sooner had the words left his mouth. One of his men standing nearby immediately understood the implication. He drew a whip studded with barbed spikes from his waist, grinning savagely as he lashed it viciously across sixth sister-in-law's body. Crack! A sharp crack echoed. A deep, bone-exposing gash instantly bloomed across sixth sister-in-law's back. She stifled a groan of pain, her body convulsing violently as beads of cold sweat instantly formed on her forehead. Yet her eyes remained filled with stubborn defiance. If you've got the guts, go ahead and kill me. Ah! Seeing this, Star Chaser and Moon Grasper's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Lan Yu let out a furious shriek and began struggling desperately. Yet the more she struggled, the tighter the black ropes binding her grew. As if possessed of a life of their own, the ropes dug deep into her flesh. Within mere seconds, every spot bound by the ropes began to ooze crimson blood. The sight was utterly horrifying. Chapter 165, Divine Punishment. A sickly, appreciative smile spread across Xiang Tongwen's face. He reveled in this sensation. The thrill of manipulating another's life and dignity as if they were mere playthings in his hands. He gave a slight wave to the subordinate. Continue. Don't stop. I'll see just how tough their bones really are. At those words, the henchman's face twisted into an even more savage grin. The leather whip in his hand rose high once more, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle before cracking down with brutal force. Crack! 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 The crisp yet brutal crack of the whip echoed relentlessly. The three women's bodies were already covered in torn clothing and mangled flesh, not a single patch of skin left intact. Their pitiful state caused every guest present to instinctively avert their gaze, unable to bear the sight. Yet despite this, the three women clenched their teeth tightly, not uttering a single moan of pain or plea for mercy. Their three pairs of eyes, burning with unyielding fire, glared at Xiang Tongwen on the sofa like the sharpest blades. The hatred and contempt in those gazes pierced Xiang Tongwen's proud ego like countless invisible steel needles. The smile on his face finally faded away. Replacing it was a chill so deep it could freeze a person solid. You ungrateful bastard. He rose slowly, his voice now tinged with undisguised fury. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Beat them to death. Beat those three to death. The two cold words rolled off his tongue. A chill gripped every guest present. They stared in horror at the young man, handsome yet now demonic, as the last shred of sympathy in their hearts was utterly replaced by fear and awe. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of this young master of the Xiang family far exceeded their wildest imaginings. The subordinate who received the order felt an even greater surge of excitement in his eyes. He swung the leather whip in his hand, bringing it down with brutal force toward sixth sister-in-law's head. A solid hit would surely shatter her skull. But at that very moment, boom! Without warning, the entire Huachan pavilion shook violently. It felt as though a meteorite had struck it head-on. The massive chandelier swung wildly, and countless wine glasses tumbled from the tables, shattering into pieces. Immediately after, the massive door to the presidential suite forged from a special alloy was violently smashed open from the outside with overwhelming force. A blood-soaked Xiang family guard, his body pierced by over a dozen shards of glass, scrambled and crawled inside. His face was etched with terror and dread unlike anything he had ever known. Young Marshal. He's broken in. He mustered his last ounce of strength to utter this desperate cry. Then, his body fell straight to the ground, dead on the spot. The entire hall fell into an instant, deathly silence. Immediately, a deafening uproar erupted. What's going on? Aren't there over 100 elite guards from our Xiang family stationed outside? How could anyone possibly break through? After a moment of stunned disbelief, Xiang Tongwen's face twisted into a savage, cold grin. He knew full well the capabilities of his father, Xiang Hui. That Shu Yu, having killed his father, possessed extraordinary strength. That was precisely why, this time, he had brought every available expert from the Xiang family, everyone except the essential personnel stationed at headquarters. His goal was to weave an inescapable net, trapping Chu Yu so he couldn't escape even if he had wings. What's the panic? His cold command instantly silenced all commotion in the room. All rank masters and above, get out there. I'll make him understand what true despair feels like. At his command, hundreds of figures radiating overwhelming power surged out from within the room and along the corridors. These were all elite warriors cultivated by the Xiang family at immense cost. Each one, if placed outside, was a terrifying presence capable of guarding an entire region. Now, these hundreds of elite warriors poured forth en masse. The overwhelming aura they generated together was enough to strike fear into the hearts of any grandmaster-level powerhouse. Yet the man approaching slowly outside the door seemed not to notice them at all. Not a flicker of emotion stirred in Shu Yu's eyes. He simply walked forward, step by step, toward the hundreds of powerful warriors. Wherever he passed, he resembled a god of slaughter walking among mortals. Anyone who stood in his path, regardless of who they were or how powerful they might be. The instant they touched his body, they dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, exploding outward. No screams. No struggle. Only the purest, most primal, most ruthless annihilation. It wasn't a battle at all. It was more like a one-sided, bloody massacre. In less than 10 breaths, the expansive corridor of Huachan Pavilion, comparable to a 5-star hotel lobby, was completely covered in blood and flesh. Nearly 100 renowned warriors of the Xiang family, celebrated far and wide, didn't even have the right to make Chu Yu pause for a single second. The moment Chu Yu's blood-stained leather shoes crossed the threshold and entered the presidential suite, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Before Xiang Tongwen, two middle-aged bodyguards clad in black combat gear, their temples bulging and their aura far surpassing ordinary men, abruptly stepped forward. One of them pointed at Chu Yu and barked harshly. "You insolent fool! How dare you not kneel before our young marshal?" Chu Yu didn't even glance at him. His gaze was fixed on the three figures in the center of the hall, bloodied, mangled, and barely clinging to life. Boom! A terrifying killing intent beyond description erupted from Chu Yu's body like a volcano suppressed for eons. The killing demon within him awoke completely in that instant. "You're asking for death." The guard who had spoken out in anger was furious at being so blatantly ignored. He roared, his chi surging violently as he unleashed a brutally powerful cannon punch, aiming it straight for Chuyu's face. But his fist had barely reached halfway. The man vanished from sight before his eyes. The next instant, a palm pressed silently against the crown of his head. Chuyu's voice was cold, devoid of any trace of human emotion. You deserve to die. Thud. A dull thud. The guard's head exploded like a watermelon struck by an iron hammer. Red and white splattered all over the face and head of another guard standing nearby. The surviving guard stiffened violently. Staring at the man who seemed like a demon god descended from the heavens, feeling the terrifying killing intent that made his very soul tremble, a look of sheer terror finally spread across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned every ounce of strength and let out a frenzied roar. Attack him together. Kill him. Chapter 166, Tianting Manor. The surviving guard's voice was filled with utter resolve. He knew full well that the man before them was no longer an adversary they could face alone. Their only chance of survival lay in pooling all their strength for a desperate last stand. At his command, the remaining 6 personal guards, along with himself 7 men in total, moved simultaneously. These 8 guards were not death-sworn warriors trained by the Xiang family itself. They were all inner disciples from the ancient martial arts sect behind Xiang Tungwen, specially dispatched by the sect to ensure his safety. Each had long since reached the pinnacle of their martial prowess, far surpassing any martial arts masters of the secular world. As the 7 joined forces, their overwhelming aura instantly turned the entire presidential suite upside down. The guests present watched in horror as 7 ghostly figures launched thunderous, lethal strikes at Chuyu from 7 different directions. A single thought surged through every mind present. Chuyu was as good as dead. The strength of these 7 was truly formidable to the extreme. Their coordination was seamless, leaving no room for error. Under normal circumstances, even Chuyu would have struggled against such a coordinated assault, perhaps even facing defeat. Alas, the Chuyu they faced today was not the one who still clung to a shred of humanity. Instead, they faced a primordial killing demon, fully awakened from its slumber. Chuyu's eyes had long since transformed into a bottomless abyss of blood red. The overwhelming killing intent had nearly solidified into tangible form, coalescing into a visible crimson gale swirling around him. Faint, imperceptible golden currents seeped slowly from the dragon's soul within his body, blending with the crimson killing intent. Yet he himself remained utterly oblivious to it all. Only one thought remained in his mind. Kill. Slaughter everything before him. Facing the 7 attacks powerful enough to shatter metal and stone, he neither dodged nor evaded. He simply unleashed a single punch. Boom. A deafening roar. The 3 bodyguards bearing the brunt of the blow didn't even graze the hem of Chuyu's robe. Instead, they were violently shattered by the fury of the fist's force, exploding mid-air into a mist of blood. Not a single intact corpse remained. The remaining 4 bodyguards' pupils contracted sharply, their faces betraying genuine terror for the first time. One of them reacted fastest. Realizing defeat was imminent, he spun violently, a sharp dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. He thrust it against the throat of the 6th sister, who stood closest to him. Stop! He snarled, his voice strained with fear. If you dare move another inch, I'll kill her instantly. Yet his threat was met only with a sneer growing colder on Chuyu's lips. A blur flashed before his eyes. A blurred afterimage appeared silently behind him. Snap! Snap! 4 crisp snaps of breaking bone echoed almost simultaneously. With brutal force, Chuyu snapped the limbs of this personal guard clean in 2. He let out a piercing scream and collapsed limply to the ground. But Chuyu did not finish him off. With one hand, he lifted the man into the air as easily as carrying a small chicken. With his other hand, he produced 3 translucent pills from somewhere, each radiating a potent medicinal fragrance. With a flick of his finger, the 3 pills transformed into streaks of light, flying with pinpoint accuracy into the mouths of 6th sister-in-law, Starchaser, and Moon Embrace. The pills melted instantly upon contact with their tongues, transforming into a warm torrent that swiftly repaired the damaged meridians and wounds within their bodies. At the same time, Chuyu's hand closed around a bloodstained dagger he had picked up from the ground. Gazing at the terrified guard who had long since lost his wits, Chuyu spoke in a bone-chilling tone. Didn't you want to kill her? Then I'll let you watch with your own eyes how every wound on their bodies is restored to its original state, bit by bit. As the words fell, the dagger in his hand transformed into countless blurred afterimages. Patches of flesh, thin as cicada wings, began to be swiftly peeled away from the body of the guard. That exquisite knife-work, those brutal methods, everyone present felt their scalps crawl and their stomachs churn violently. The 3 women gazed at the man who had transformed into a demon for their sake, their hearts aching with both sorrow and excitement. They could distinctly feel the searing pain in their bodies rapidly fading. Chuyu turned his head, observing their expressions. The icy killing intent on his face softened slightly. He sneered, his gaze like 2 sharp blades piercing Xiang Tungwen, who stood not far away. Today, I shall use his blood and flesh to vent your fury. Arrogant. Arrogant. His casual words sent a chill through every guest present, nearly making them bite their tongues in shock. This was Xiang Tungwen, after all. The young commander of the Imperial Guard, the prodigal son of the Xiang family, and a figure so prominent that even the sovereign ruling the capital had personally received him. This Chuyu truly had the audacity to defy heaven and earth, acting beyond the bounds of law and order. Xiang Tongwen's handsome face had long since turned ashen. He glared at the man who seemed like a god or a demon, his eyes brimming with venom and murderous intent. Slowly, he raised his hand and clapped. Good. Well done, Chuyu. I admit, I underestimated you. But do you think this is all I, Xiang Tongwen, have up my sleeve? He swept his hand dramatically, his voice as icy as a wind from the depths of hell. Fellow disciples of the Thunderclap Hall, show yourselves and aid me in slaying this beast. As his words fell, 7 auras, each several times more terrifying than those of the previous guards, surged up instantly from every corner of the room. Immediately, 7 young men and women clad in azure robes, wielding various weapons and bearing haughty expressions materialized like ghostly apparitions before the assembled crowd. The surrounding guests erupted in astonished murmurs once more. The Thunderclap Manor. They're disciples of the legendary ancient martial arts sect, the Thunderclap Manor. My goodness, the aura emanating from these 7 is terrifying. I once had the privilege of witnessing a peak martial sovereign-level expert in action, yet the oppressive pressure he exuded couldn't compare to even one of these 7. In other words, each of these 7 possesses terrifying strength sufficient to slay a peak martial sovereign-level powerhouse. Countless gasps of shock echoed in succession. The crowd gazed at the 7 young men and women, who seemed like gods descended from the heavens, then turned their eyes to Chuyu, standing alone. In their hearts, they couldn't help but sigh silently for him. This young man was undeniably a prodigy, strong beyond belief. Alas, he had provoked a colossal force beyond his wildest imagination. This time, it seemed he truly had no escape. Chapter 167, The Most Terrifying King. Xiang Tongwen watched the 7 figures, divine in their presence, and the terror and unease on his face were instantly replaced by an extreme sense of satisfaction and cruelty. He sank back into the sofa, even pouring himself a glass of wine. Chuyu, I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel, strip yourself of your cultivation, and then personally deliver these 3 women to my bed. I might consider sparing you a whole corpse. The 7 disciples of the Thunderclap Manor didn't even deign to glance at Chuyu. The sword-wielding youth at their head tapped the ground lightly with his scabbard, his voice dripping with unquestionable arrogance. You killed 8 outer disciples of our Tianting mansion. By our code, your entire clan should be executed. Considering the hardship of your cultivation, the young marshal has shown mercy. Sever your own limbs, then surrender your soul to serve as a mountain guard spirit slave for 10,000 years. Only then will your life be spared. His words carried the weight of a divine being delivering final judgment upon mortals. In the eyes of these disciples from ancient martial sects, who considered themselves celestial beings above the clouds, whether they were heavenly ranked powerhouses or secular nobles, they were nothing more than crawling ants on the ground. Life and death, reward and punishment all rested in his sole discretion. Chuyu smiled. His blood-red eyes held not a shred of human emotion, only an endless killing intent cold enough to freeze the 9 hells. He moved. Without warning, his figure transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning, materializing directly before the sword-wielding youth who had just spoken. The youth's pupils contracted violently, his face betraying terror for the first time. He tried to draw his sword, but his hand had barely grasped the hilt. A fist, shrouded in a crimson gale, had already struck his chest with effortless precision. Thud. A dull thud. The youth didn't even have time to utter a scream. His entire body shattered like porcelain struck by a colossal hammer, cracking inch by inch from his chest until it exploded into a sky-filling rain of blood. Dead as a doornail. The arrogance and contempt frozen on the faces of the remaining 6 Tianting Palace disciples instantly solidified. Replaced instead by utter, disbelieving horror. All together. One of them roared. They finally realized that the man before them was no mere mortal insect to be toyed with. He was a primordial beast capable of devouring every last one of them. 6 figures, wielding 6 distinct ancient martial arts techniques, unleashed their attacks without reservation from all directions, converging upon Chuyu. Chuyu didn't even glance their way. His form moved like a ghostly apparition, strolling effortlessly through the impenetrable barrage of attacks. With each evasive movement, he dodged every lethal strike at impossibly precise angles. Splat! Another sound of flesh being torn echoed through the air. As he passed by, a disciple of the Thunderclap Manor had his head cleanly severed, the head flying skyward. The headless corpse crashed to the floor. Blood stained the luxurious Persian carpet crimson. It also stained the faces of the remaining 5 disciples, twisted with terror. But at that very moment, Chuyu's back took the full force of another disciple's desperate, all-out palm strike. Thud! Chuyu's body swayed violently. A mouthful of blood slowly trickled from the corner of his lips. He was wounded. He's injured. He's not invincible. The disciple from Tianting Manor who had landed the surprise attack wore an expression of wild elation, as if he'd narrowly escaped death. The remaining 4 were also greatly encouraged. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Chuyu was, he was still just one man. Having taken that palm strike head-on, he must be severely wounded, his strength greatly diminished. Madman, you're spent. Kneel and accept your death. The five of them reformed their battle formation, encircling Chuyu once more.
Their faces regained that haughty, superior expression. Chuyu slowly raised his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth.
He lifted his head.
The murderous intent in his bloodshot eyes had not diminished due to his injuries.
Instead, it grew even more intense, more savage than before. Kneel? He laughed. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot once more.
The five disciples of the Tianting Palace, already on high alert, couldn't even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Then, a searing, excruciating pain erupted at his knees.
Snap! 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 5 crisp snaps of breaking bone echoed almost simultaneously.
Those 5 arrogant elites of the ancient martial arts sect simultaneously buckled at the knees, collapsing to their knees on the ground in unison. Their kneecaps had been shattered by Chuyu's brutally forceful strike, shattering them from a distance.
Ah! Heart-wrenching screams finally erupted from their throats.
Chuyu walked step by step toward the 5 men kneeling on the ground, their faces twisted with agony and humiliation. His gaze, however, passed right through them, settling upon the 3 figures covered in blood and mangled flesh. Starchaser, Mooncatcher. His voice regained a thread of clarity. The 2 women's bodies trembled violently. They struggled to lift their heads.
Mr. Chu.
A look of apologetic tenderness flashed across Chuyu's face.
I'm sorry. I came too late. I'm sorry for putting you through this.
He walked up to the 3 women, extended his hands, and gently untied the black ropes that had long since cut deep into their flesh. Then, he picked up the 2 bloodstained daggers from the ground and handed them to Zhuweixing and Lanue.
Go. How did they treat you just now? Repay them 1,000-fold, 100-fold.
Zhuweixing and Lanue stared at the daggers in their hands, then glanced at the 5 figures kneeling in the distance, writhing and wailing in agony. In an instant, their beautiful eyes filled with a searing hatred and a sense of satisfaction. Without a moment's hesitation, they dragged their scarred bodies forward, step by step. Every guest in the room instinctively held their breath. They watched the 2 figures, like furies risen from hell, and felt only a cold chill in their hearts. Zhuweixing approached the disciple who had earlier threatened Chuyu with a hostage. The dagger in her hand gently traced a line across his cheek. You were trying to use 6th sister-in-law to threaten the master, weren't you? Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it made the disciple tremble like a leaf.
No, it wasn't me, I. Thud.
The dagger plunged mercilessly into his thigh. Then it twisted viciously.
Ah!
The disciple let out a blood-curdling scream. A sickly, satisfied smile spread across Starchaser's face. She pulled the dagger free and plunged it in once more. Meanwhile, Moon Grasping approached the disciple who had earlier whipped them with a leather strap.
Her technique was more direct, more brutal.
With a single stroke, she sliced off one of his ears. Blood spurted forth.
You enjoyed that beating, didn't you?
She shoved the blood-soaked ear into the disciple's mouth.
Now it's our turn.
The most primitive, most brutal form of Lingqi began. They even retrieved several life-prolonging pills from Chuyu and forcibly shoved them into the mouths of the 5 men, keeping them clinging to their last breath, refusing to let them die easily.
The entire presidential suite had transformed into a living hell.
Apart from the 5 victims' heart-wrenching wails, not a single sound could be heard.
Everyone present was utterly petrified by the bloody, brutal spectacle unfolding before them.
They stared at the man standing quietly nearby, his face devoid of emotion as he silently guarded the 3 women. Their eyes held nothing but the purest terror.
Madman. Every single person in this room was a madman.
And that man was the most terrifying king among all the madmen.
Chapter 168, Gently Holding Him.
6th sister-in-law's body was already soaked through with blood. She gazed at the man who stood guard over them like a god of death, yet her eyes held no trace of fear, only unbearable heartache. Struggling, she rose from the ground, dragging her scarred body step by step until she reached behind Chuyu. With hands stained red yet still tender, she reached around and gently embraced him from behind.
Shaoqi, enough.
Her voice, hoarse with exhaustion, was like a clear spring flowing into Chuyu's heart, which had been filled with murderous intent.
We're safe now. Come back.
Chuyu's body, tense from slaughter, stiffened abruptly the moment he felt the soft warmth behind him. The raging fury and bloodlust churning within his bloodshot eyes slowly began to fade at that very moment. The killing demon within him, as if responding to its mistress's call, emitted a low, reluctant growl before finally sinking back into slumber. Chuyu slowly turned around, gazing at the woman whose face was deathly pale yet still held a gentle smile at the corners of her lips. A knife-like pain pierced his heart. He reached out, intending to wipe the blood from her face. But his own hands were equally stained with the thicker, sticky blood of others.
6th sister-in-law.
He opened his mouth, but only those 2 words escaped his throat. 6th sister-in-law shook her head, gently brushing her cheek against the palm of his hand.
I'm fine.
As long as you're still here, nothing else matters. Chuyu took a deep breath, forcing down the churning emotions within him. His gaze slowly shifted toward the mastermind behind it all, the one who had sat calmly on the sofa from start to finish, watching this bloody farce unfold with an amused expression.
Now. Shu Yu's voice regained its usual icy tone, yet it carried a chill more bone-chilling than the pure murderous intent before. Your turn. After a moment of surprise, Xiang Tongwen's expression showed not a trace of fear. He even clapped his hands with apparent interest. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. I must admit, your strength has surpassed my expectations. Among all the hidden sects and ancient martial arts clans I know, there isn't a single young disciple who can compare to you. He rose to his feet and walked slowly toward Shu Yu, a smile of admiration and enticement spreading across his face. Shu Yu, I offer you an opportunity. Submit to me. If you agree to become my right-hand man, from this day forward, we shall be equals. As for the matter of you killing my father, I can also let bygones be bygones. His words exploded like a heavy bomb within the already deathly silent presidential suite. Every guest present paled in horror. They stared at Xiang Tongwen with expressions reserved for madmen, utterly unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. The murder of one's father is an unforgivable offense. Yet this young commander of the Xiang family, in order to recruit an enemy, was willing to overlook even his own father's death. Just how terrifyingly powerful and valuable was this Shu Yu? Shu Yu laughed. He looked at the man before him, a face brimming with sincerity, yet eyes overflowing with control and possessiveness, and let out a reckless, unrestrained laugh. Ha 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 ha. You want me to be your dog? Do you think you're worthy? And besides. Shu Yu's laughter abruptly halted. Those eyes, which had just regained a flicker of clarity, were once again shrouded in icy murderous intent. You sent men to Dianan with explosives, trying to kill me. You captured my women and tortured them with the most despicable methods, humiliating them. You have touched my sore spot. He stared at Xiang Tongwen, pronouncing his final judgment, word by word. Today, you will die. The smile on Xiang Tongwen's face vanished completely. In its place was a twisted, ferocious expression born of utter fury. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine. He laughed bitterly in his rage. Do you truly believe that with your half-baked skills, you can do as you please in front of me? Today, I'll show you what true power looks like. As the words fell, he reached into his robe and pulled out a specially crafted vial. Without hesitation, he swallowed the blood-red pill inside in one gulp. Boom! The instant the pill entered his stomach, an indescribably terrifying aura erupted from Xiang Tongwen's body. His body began to swell at a visible pace. Blue veins, like twisted dragons, writhed frantically beneath his exposed skin. That frenzied aura swept through the entire presidential suite like a tsunami. Thud! Thud! Every guest present, along with the Xiang family guards who had long since been petrified with fear, buckled beneath this terrifying pressure. Their legs gave way, and involuntarily, they all knelt to the ground in unison. Their faces were etched with horror and dread, as if an invisible mountain of divine might had crushed down upon them, making even breathing an agonizing struggle. Within the entire room, the only one still standing was Shu Yu. Shu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He looked at Xiang Tongwen, whose physical form had undergone a tremendous transformation and whose aura had surged tenfold or more. For the first time, a serious expression flickered in his eyes. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it felt somewhat familiar. Back in Sakura country, the ninjas of the Kurenai society seemed to have used a similar secret technique, one that forcibly unleashed latent potential through drugs. Yet the power Xiang Tongwen unleashed now surpassed theirs by immeasurable degrees. Can you feel it? Xiang Tongwen's voice had grown hoarse, tinged with a metallic edge. As he sensed the world-shattering power surging within him, an utterly intoxicated smile spread across his face. This is the true foundation of my Tianting mansion. Shu Yu, dying by this strike is an honor for you. The moment the words fell, his entire form dissolved into a blur too swift for the naked eye to follow. A terrifying fist, powerful enough to shatter the very air itself, surged forward with world-shattering might, hurtling straight toward Shu Yu's face. Chapter 169, rising several inches. Facing that world-shattering punch, not a trace of fear flickered across Shu Yu's face. Instead, his icy eyes blazed with an even more frenzied, more intense, overwhelming fighting spirit. Boom! A crimson gale erupted from Shu Yu's body, its terror surpassing even the aura unleashed by Xiang Tongwen's drug by an immeasurable margin. His already towering frame seemed to grow several inches taller in that instant. Beneath the muscles tearing apart inch by inch, golden dragon scales seemed to flicker in and out of view. He, too, unleashed a punch. A simple, unremarkable punch. Yet as it struck out, the entire space of the presidential suite seemed to be instantly sucked dry. A deafening roar echoed in everyone's ears. Two fists, vastly mismatched in size, collided in midair. No flashy maneuvers, just a thunderous crash. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. Only a deathly silence. Xiang Tongwen's face, twisted with savage triumph, froze solid the instant the fists met. Replacing it was utter, disbelieving horror. He felt as though he had collided with a primordial divine mountain, hurled down from the heavens themselves. That indescribable, terrifying force swept through his defenses like a whirlwind, shattering them completely. His right arm, enhanced by drugs to shatter tanks, twisted and deformed inch by inch at a visible pace. The sharp crackling of shattering bones echoed incessantly. No! Xiang Tungwen let out a desperate roar. He tried to pull back, but Chu Yu's fist clung to him like a maggot attached to bone, holding him fast, leaving him unable to break free. That brutally overwhelming force surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam, threatening to tear him apart from the inside out. Thud! Xiang Tongwen's legs could no longer bear the terrifying pressure, buckling uncontrollably. His proud knees nearly buckled, threatening to kneel in humiliation before that ant-like figure in front of everyone. Xiang Tungwen was overcome with horror. Having consumed the Heavenly Thunder Manor's secret recipe Divine Power Pill, his strength had approached the legendary realm of a half-step Earth Immortal. He was confident that even among the younger generation of the entire ancient martial arts sect, no one could match him. Yet now, he was being utterly suppressed by this wild brat who had appeared out of nowhere. How could this be possible? At that very moment, a dense mist of blood suddenly erupted from Chu Yu's body. His formidable physique seemed unable to withstand the violent force, causing every capillary in his body to burst simultaneously. In an instant, he was transformed into a blood-soaked figure. Shaoqi. Upon witnessing this scene, the already pallid beauty of sixth sister-in-law's face drained of all color. She let out a blood-curdling scream, about to rush toward Chu Yu regardless of the consequences. But the moment she moved, two equally blood-stained hands seized her, holding her back with iron grip. It was Zhu Weixing and Lan Yue. Sixth sister-in-law, don't go. Zhu Weixing clenched his teeth, his voice trembling with uncontrollable emotion. Can't you feel it? Mr. Chu's aura is still rising. Upon hearing this, sixth sister froze in shock. Only then did she realize that the terrifying aura emanating from Chu Yu hadn't weakened at all despite his injuries. Instead, it was surging upward at an utterly terrifying speed. It felt like a primordial beast, utterly enraged, slowly baring its true fangs capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. The last vestiges of worry in the three women's eyes were completely replaced by a fervent, almost religious reverence. This man was their god. Kneel before me. A roar unlike any human voice erupted from Chu Yu's mouth. His arm, seemingly neither thick nor muscular, slammed forward with force. Boom! An even more terrifying force erupted violently. Xiang Tongwen's body convulsed violently. His already contorted face swelled to a liver-like hue, twisted by extreme agony and unwillingness. He frantically summoned every ounce of strength within him, desperately trying to resist the overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush him completely. But it was all futile. Snap! A sharp crack echoed. The kneecap of his left leg, the only remaining intact part, could no longer withstand the terrifying force and shattered instantly. With a thud, his entire body collapsed, kneeling before Chu Yu in utter humiliation. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. All the guests stared at the blood-soaked man with eyes like they were witnessing a deity, their minds going completely blank. Yet Chu Yu did not finish off Xiang Tungwen there. He slowly withdrew his fist. His icy gaze swept past Xiang Tungwen, who remained kneeling on the ground, and settled upon the group of terrified guests not far away. You've watched the show long enough. It's about time you came out. At his words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by the meaning behind his statement. At that very moment, a slow, mocking round of applause began to rise from the rear of the crowd. A middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, with an elegant, scholarly appearance that made him seem like an ordinary wealthy merchant, stepped out of the crowd at a leisurely pace. He walked while clapping his hands and chuckling softly. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Knowing full well I'm still here, you dared to fight to a standstill with that fool from the Xiang family. Chu Yu, should I call it confidence or sheer stupidity? That middle-aged man was none other than the commander of the Tianqi Illusion Division. Chasing Star and Grasping Moon's expressions changed drastically in an instant. They never imagined this persistent nuisance would be here too. And judging by his brazen demeanor, he had clearly been lying in wait here for quite some time. Mr. Chu, be careful. Zhu Weixing forced herself to utter a weak warning. The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Yu, covered in blood, then at the three women beside him, equally gravely wounded and barely capable of fighting. His smile grew even more smug. You're already badly injured, and now you're dragging three deadweights along. I'm curious to see what you have left to fight me with. His unmasked killing intent sent Zhu Weixing and Lan Yu's hearts plummeting to the depths. Instinctively, they dragged their scarred bodies forward, shielding Chu Yu with their own bodies. Sixth sister-in-law's face was pale, yet her eyes remained resolute. Without hesitation, she spread her arms wide, shielding the man firmly behind her back. Chapter 170, The Final Yellow Bird. Chu Yu gazed at the three figures standing resolutely before him. The icy killing intent in his heart was instantly enveloped by a wave of warmth. His eyes, which had just regained a glimmer of clarity, settled into complete stillness. The middle-aged man's face, however, wore an unmistakable sneer. What a deeply touching master-servant bond. He shook his head, his tone dripping with condescending pity. Pity, it's still just a worthless coward hiding behind a woman. His words instantly ignited a blaze of fury within Zhu Weixing and Lan Yue. Pa! Chasing Star's blood-stained, beautiful face was now etched with icy murderous intent. You cowardly scum who only strikes when others are down, you have no right to judge Mr. Chu. Lanue raised the dagger in her hand, pointing it menacingly at him from a distance. If you've got the guts, step over our dead bodies. The middle-aged man's smile grew even more contemptuous at her words. In his eyes, these women were nothing but spent arrows, utterly insignificant. Shuyu gently patted the shoulder of the sixth sister-in-law before him, signaling her to stay calm. He stepped past the three women and walked slowly to the very front. He looked at the smug middle-aged man, a cold curve slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. You're quite right. In my current state, I can't even muster 30% of my strength. However, a look of utter indifference, as if gazing upon a corpse, flashed in Chuyu's eyes. Even with only 30%, killing you would be no great feat. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted slightly. At that very moment, Xiang Tungwen, who had been kneeling on the ground, looking like a beaten dog, suddenly raised his head. His twisted face was filled with venom and madness. Sir! He stared at the middle-aged man, his voice hoarse and raspy. Disable him for me. Keep him alive, but leave him breathing. I'll handle the rest. My Xiang family will reward you handsomely. Even now, he clung to the faint hope of personally torturing Chuyu to vent his hatred. Yet the middle-aged man snorted as if he'd heard the most laughable joke imaginable. His gaze fell upon Xiang Tungwen as if he were looking at a complete fool. The Xiang family? What do you think the Xiang family is worth in the eyes of my Tianqi now? And what kind of status do you have that you dare to command me? The cold, contemptuous words struck Xiang Tungwen like two invisible slaps across the face. His entire body stiffened abruptly. The venomous expression on his face instantly gave way to utter humiliation and disbelief. Xiang Tungwen, the young commander of the Imperial Guard, the Xiang family's golden child, had he ever endured such humiliation in his entire life? First, he'd been beaten into submission by that wild brat Chuyu, begging for mercy in front of everyone. Now, this unknown upstart was berating him like a dog. Put! A surge of rage shot straight to his heart. Xiang Tungwen could no longer suppress the injuries within his body. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious on the spot. The middle-aged man didn't even glance at him again. All his attention was focused on the man who, despite appearing gravely wounded, still radiated an intense sense of danger. Shuyu spoke softly to the three women behind him. Protect sixth sister-in-law. Retreat to the side. Juexing and Lanue, though filled with worry, obeyed his command without hesitation. Supporting sixth sister-in-law, they swiftly retreated to a corner of the room. In the vast, empty hall, only Chuyu and the middle-aged man remained, facing each other across the distance. Chuyu gave the middle-aged man a subtle beckoning gesture with his finger. That provocative gesture instantly darkened the man's expression. He knew this young man before him was far more dangerous than he had imagined. But now, the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. He was convinced the other was merely bluffing. Having absorbed the full force of Xiang Tongwen's divine power pill strike and endured the backlash of his own power, there was no way he could still retain much fighting strength. Looking for trouble. The middle-aged man roared in fury, holding nothing back. The true energy within his body surged wildly. A terrifying aura, no less formidable than the one Xiang Tungwen had unleashed earlier, erupted from his body with a thunderous roar. His entire form blurred into a mere afterimage, his hand blade striking with such ferocity it could shatter stone, slashing viciously toward Chuyu's throat. He poured every ounce of his power into this strike. He intended to kill with a single strike, leaving his opponent no chance to turn the tide. Yet, facing this thunderous, deadly strike, not a flicker of emotion crossed Chuyu's face. He didn't even attempt to dodge. He stood perfectly still, allowing the handblade capable of cleaving steel to draw ever closer. A smug, savage grin flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. But the next second, his smile froze solid on his face. A palm, stained with blood yet steady as a mountain, had silently seized his wrist at some unknown moment. No matter how he channeled his inner energy, he could not advance even an inch. Impossible. A tidal wave of shock crashed through the middle-aged man's mind. In that very instant of distraction, an irresistible, terrifying force erupted from the other's hand. Boom! The middle-aged man's body flew backward like a discarded sack of trash. He slammed violently into the wall behind him, constructed from a special material, and the impact alone was enough to crack the surface into a spiderweb pattern of fractures. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted violently from his lips. He struggled to rise from the ground, but before he could make a move, a ghostly figure appeared silently before him. A foot, heavy as a mountain, crushed down on his skull, forcing his head, which had just begun to rise back into the dirt. A cold, murderous voice echoed down from above. The location of the Apocalypse headquarters. Or die. Feeling the terrifying force above his head enough to crush his entire skull, the middle-aged man finally let out a despairing, bitter laugh. Ha! He let out a hoarse, forced laugh. Clever move. You deliberately feigned weakness to lure me in, making me think I had an opening. I admit, I truly underestimated you. But... A flash of resolute madness flickered in his eyes. Don't expect to get anything out of me. The moment the words fell, a surge of energy, violent to the extreme, erupted from his body. Chapter 171, A Wave of Helpless Frustration. Shuyu's brows shot up in alarm. Without hesitation, he drew back. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar echoed. The middle-aged man's body exploded into a mist of blood on the spot, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Shuyu stared at the scattered mist of blood, his brow furrowing deeply. This was no simple self-detonation. It was a restriction etched deep into his soul. Should anyone attempt to probe the secrets within his mind through soul-searching or similar methods, the restriction would automatically activate, obliterating both his spirit and physical form. Shuyu's face turned ashen, and a wave of helpless frustration surged within him. Such a restriction, directly targeting the soul, could only be stopped if he completely subdued the target the instant they harbored the intent. Otherwise, it was utterly unstoppable. The lead he had worked so hard to uncover was snatched away once more. He slowly turned around, his eyes, now icy cold with rage, settling on Xiang Tongwen, who lay unconscious in the center of the hall. As if sensing the terrifying killing intent potent enough to freeze his soul, Xiang Tongwen, who had been unconscious, was jolted awake. Staring at the man approaching him step by step, like a demon god, Xiang Tongwen's face was etched with terror and dread unlike anything he had ever known. You can't kill me. Xiang Tongwen struggled backward with his soul remaining intact arm, his voice a desperate, hoarse cry. My master's sect is the Heavenly Thunder Mansion. Even the current sovereign has personally received me. Killing me means declaring war on the entire Tianting Palace. It means declaring war on the entire nation of Hua. He invoked every powerful connection he could think of, attempting to intimidate this lawless madman before him. Yet Shuyu's footsteps did not falter even an inch. A killing intent tenfold more intense than before surged forth like an invisible tidal wave, instantly engulfing Xiang Tongwen entirely. Xiang Tongwen felt as though his body had been pierced by countless invisible steel needles. Every inch of skin, every bone in his frame, screamed in agony under the unbearable pressure. Shuyu looked down at him from above, her voice cold and utterly devoid of human emotion. From the moment you sent men to kidnap them, your fate was sealed. The invisible killing intent began to tighten slowly. Xiang Tongwen felt as though his internal organs were about to be violently crushed and burst by that terrifying pressure. No one in this world can save you. Anyone who dares defy me will be killed. If the Tianting Manor dares utter a single word of resistance, I shall personally ascend your mountain gates and annihilate your entire Tianting Manor. Arrogant. Overbearing. Those casually spoken words struck like thunderbolts from the heavens, crashing down upon the hearts of everyone present. They stared in horror at the man who treated the legendary ancient martial sects as nothing, feeling their entire worldview shattered in that instant. Xiang Tongwen's eyes, filled with bloodshot veins from extreme agony and terror. A hoarse, wailing cry escaped his lips as despair, like a rampant vine, consumed every shred of his sanity. But just as Chuyu was about to crush his throat, a thunderous voice, filled with supreme authority, boomed from outside the door like a clap of thunder. Halt! You have the audacity. Immediately, a middle-aged man clad in dark green military attire, his shoulders bearing the insignia of a general, strode in with the confident gait of a dragon and the powerful stride of a tiger. Behind him followed over 100 elite guards clad in combat fatigues, radiating an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. Every guest present instantly revealed expressions of awe and reverence upon seeing the newcomer. It's Marshal Su Jinlong, commander of the Yunzhou Theater. Commander Su has personally arrived. The crowd bowed in unison, holding their breath in silence. Xiang Tongwen, who had been utterly despairing moments before, felt a surge of wild joy at the sight of Su Jinlong, a feeling akin to surviving a catastrophe. Uncle Su, save me. He mustered his last ounce of strength to utter this desperate cry for help. Inside, he screamed wildly. Shuyu, no matter how arrogant or formidable you are, what difference does it make? This is a high-ranking official commanding an entire theater of war. If you dare kill me in front of him, it would be an open provocation against the military authority of the entire Huagui, equivalent to treason. This time, I'll see how you die. The rest of the guests, too, watched the young man who had finally met his match with a look of schadenfreude. In their eyes, Shuyu's time was up. Yet Shuyu didn't even glance at the furious Su Jinlong. The hand that gripped Xiang Tongwen's throat not only failed to loosen its hold but tightened further. He slowly raised his head, his icy eyes meeting Su Jinlong's gaze with unyielding defiance. Today, he dies. Whoever stands in my way, I will kill. The entire venue instantly fell into a deathly silence. Then, a deafening uproar erupted. Everyone stared at Chuyu as if he were a madman, utterly unable to believe their ears. He dared to disregard even the commander of the theater's authority. Su Jinlong's stern face was instantly consumed by a wave of rage. Insolent! He roared, his voice now dripping with undisguised, chilling murderous intent. Seize him! At his command. The 100-strong contingent of personal guards behind him stepped forward in unison. Boom! A colossal, overwhelming aura, the combined killing intent of 100 battle-hardened elites, swept through the presidential suite like a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave crashing. Every guest present buckled beneath this terrifying pressure, their legs giving way as they involuntarily fell to their knees in unison. Their faces were etched with horror and dread, as if an invisible mountain of divine might had crushed down upon them, making even breathing an agonizing struggle. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Su Jinlong's eyes. In his eyes, this arrogant fool who didn't know his place was as good as dead today. But at that very moment, a cool, yet faintly amused female voice slowly rose from the rear of the crowd. "General Su, what an imposing display of authority." The instant he heard that voice, Su Jinlong's face, contorted with rage, froze abruptly. His expression shifted multiple times within a single second, ultimately settling into an unmistakable look of astonishment and apprehension. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. A woman emerged from the crowd, clad in a black trench coat. Her bearing was exceptional, and her beauty was so breathtaking it could make heaven and earth pale in comparison. The moment he saw her, Xiang Tungwen, who had been wearing a smug expression just moments before froze in place, his face turning ashen as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 172. None are easy opponents. You Tingfeng. He gasped in horror. How could you be here? Xiang Tongwen's heart plummeted to the depths of despair in that instant. Yu Tingfeng. Within their elite inner circle, this woman's name represented an absolute taboo. Her power was unfathomable, and her actions utterly reckless. Most terrifying of all, her fellow disciples were no pushovers either, each a peerless master capable of stirring up storms in their own right. Their master, moreover, was none other than the former head of the legendary, shadowy organization known as the Hidden Dragon Hall. It was a terrifying entity that even the Thunderclap Manor dared not provoke lightly. Su Jinlong clearly had no clue about Yu Tingfeng's true background, dismissing her as just another privileged young noble with some connections. Pointing at Chu Yu, he solemnly listed her alleged crimes. This man committed murder in public, slaughtering over 100 guards of the Xiang family. He even attempted to assassinate the young commander of the Imperial Guard, showing utter contempt for the law. Miss Yu, I advise you not to meddle in matters that are none of your concern. You'll only bring trouble upon yourself. Upon hearing this, Yu Tingfeng let out a soft chuckle. Her beautiful eyes scanned Chu Yu with keen interest. Then, in a tone as intimate as if speaking to her own younger brother, she spoke slowly. Junior brother, you've certainly made quite a commotion. Junior brother. Those two simple words exploded like a nuclear bomb within the already deathly silent presidential suite. The entire room instantly fell into an even more profound, complete silence than before. Everyone stared at Chu Yu with expressions like they'd seen a ghost, their minds completely frozen. No one could fathom that this man, who seemed like a god of death incarnate, could possibly be Yu Tingfeng's junior brother. Xiang Tongwen's already pallid face turned completely ashen in that instant. The last shred of hope clinging to his heart was mercilessly crushed by those two words. He collapsed. No, impossible. He screamed in panic, clutching at his last desperate straw. I am deeply trusted by the sovereign. You cannot touch me. Yu Tingfeng's expression grew increasingly amused. She actually did it. She pulled a red document bearing the sovereign's imperial seal from her trench coat pocket. Is this what you meant? She casually tossed the document onto Xiang Tongwen's desk. The sovereign has issued an order. Xiang Tongwen, abusing his power to bully others, forcibly abducting a commoner's daughter, and committing corruption and perverting justice. His crimes are heinous and unforgivable. Effective immediately, he is stripped of his position as junior commander of the Imperial Guard and all privileges of the Xiang family. He shall be handed over to the relevant authorities for severe punishment without leniency. Ah! A shrill, inhuman scream instantly shattered the deathly silence of the presidential suite. Xiang Tongwen's already contorted face swelled to a horrifying liver-like hue from the extreme agony. Staring at his own limp, mangled right hand where bone and flesh had become one, his eyes held nothing but boundless venom and madness. Every guest present felt as though an invisible giant hand had clamped down on their hearts. They stared at the man who had dared to strike down Xiang Tongwen, rendering him utterly useless in front of the commander of the war zone. Their eyes held nothing but the purest, bone-chilling terror. Madman. This man was a complete, lawless madman. Su Jinlong's usually stern face had turned ashen. He glared at Chu Yu, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidifying into tangible form. He never imagined that even after laying everything on the line, staking the lives of every person in Dianing City on the gambling table, the other man would still dare to act with such utter recklessness. This was beyond arrogance. He thought to himself. Young man, what good is your fighting skill now? I'm staking the lives of every dignitary in this room against you. Do you really think crippling Xiang Tongwen's arm will scare me off? I'll see if you dare persist in your stubborn ways. The guests, already terrified out of their wits, erupted in chaos after a brief, deathly silence. Forgetting all sense of dignity or decorum, they scrambled and crawled toward Chu Yu, one after another, throwing themselves to their knees. Mr. Chu, we beg you. Please relent. A patriarch whose mere stamp of the foot in Dianing could shake the ground 3 times over wept uncontrollably, reduced to a pitiful, dog-like state. We have elderly parents and young children to care for. We truly don't want to die. Yes, sir. Please show mercy and spare young Marshal Xiang this once. If you spare young Marshal Xiang, we'll sell everything we own to make amends. Wails and pleas for mercy rose and fell in waves, echoing throughout the top floor of Huachin Pavilion. A barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corner of Su Jinlong's mouth. This was precisely the effect he sought. He wanted everyone to see that it was Chu Yu who was driving them to their doom. He intended to make this madman stand completely opposed to everyone. Chu Yu, however, did not even glance at the guests kneeling on the ground, pleading desperately. His gaze, cold and dripping with scorn, slowly swept across the faces twisted with fear. 1 hour ago. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. You too, with these same pathetic faces, were here, fawning and groveling, waiting to see him. When he tortured my woman beyond recognition, you watched like spectators. When his men humiliated them with the most brutal methods, you were still watching. Now it's your own lives that are threatened. Yet you dare demand that I, the victim, be the one to back down. Shu Yu smiled. That smile held not a shred of warmth, only an endless, bone-chilling coldness that could freeze a soul. Your lives matter. But the lives of those around me, are they not lives? The icy words pierced the hearts of everyone present like the sharpest blades. The guests, who had been wailing and lamenting moments before, fell instantly silent. Their faces flushed crimson, then drained pale, ashamed, humiliated, yet too terrified to utter a single word of protest. Shu Yu paid them no further attention. He cut off Su Jinlong's self-righteous threat, his voice cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. If you want to save him, die with him. If you don't want to die, then take your people and get out. Su Jinlong was utterly enraged. He felt his lungs were about to burst from the rage this madman had stirred within him. Pointing at Chu Yu, he shouted to the crowd around him, inciting them. Everyone saw it. It's not me, Su Jinlong, who wants to kill you all. It's this madman, driven by his own selfish desires, who couldn't care less about your lives. His words instantly ignited a wave of outrage among the crowd. The most selfish and ugly aspects of human nature were fully unleashed under the threat of death. Countless venomous, furious glances converged on the lone man. As if he alone were the demon dragging them all into hell. Yet Chu Yu's face twisted into a cold, mocking sneer. Using such low-down tactics to morally blackmail me. Do you really think it'll work? The moment the words fell. Snap. Another crisp crack of breaking bone echoed. Xiong Tongwen's sole remaining, intact right hand was mercilessly crushed to powder by Chu Yu right before everyone's eyes. Chapter 173, Divine Might Like a Prison. Ah! A piercing scream, inhuman in its intensity, instantly shattered the deathly silence of the presidential suite. Xiong Tongwen's only remaining, intact left hand was mercilessly crushed to pieces by Chu Yu, right before everyone's eyes. Chu Yu slowly released his grip. His cold, mocking gaze drifted towards Su Jinlong's face, now a mask of utter pallor. Now! What can you possibly do to me now? Su Jinlong felt his lungs were about to burst from the rage this madman had ignited within him. He pointed at Chu Yu and let out a hysterical roar. Attack him. Execute this madman who openly defies the law and plots rebellion on the spot. Hearing this, the 100-strong contingent of personal guards behind him stepped forward in unison. The overwhelming aura of killing intent, concentrated from over 100 battle-hardened elite soldiers, swept through the presidential suite like a mountain collapse or a tidal wave. But in the very instant they were about to pull the triggers, a ghostly afterimage appeared silently before Su Jinlong. Su Jinlong's eyes, blazing with fury, instantly narrowed to pinpricks. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of the opponent's movements. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended upon him like an invisible primordial mountain, crushing him completely. Thud. A dull thud. This provincial governor, who commanded the entire Yunzhou war zone and whose mere stamp of the foot could shake the earth 3 times over, suddenly felt his legs give way. Unable to control himself, he fell to his knees before Chu Yu in utter humiliation. Every trace of anger and authority on his face vanished in that instant, replaced by a fear so profound it seeped into his very bones. I swear allegiance to you. Su Jinlong's voice trembled violently beyond his control, every trace of his earlier arrogance and stubbornness vanished. Please spare my life. The entire scene instantly fell into a deathly silence even more profound than before. Everyone stared at the once imposing war zone commander with expressions reserved for madmen, their minds completely frozen. They couldn't fathom how events had spiraled into such a mind-bending reversal. Xiang Tongwen, whose hands had long been crippled and who was writhing in agony, saw the scene. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes was utterly swallowed by despair. He let out a howl filled with venomous hatred. Su Jinlong, you worthless piece of trash. Fire. Damn it, fire. Kill him. Hearing this, Su Jinlong, already terrified out of his wits, turned deathly pale. He whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with a look that seemed to want to devour the fool alive. Xiang Tongwen, I'll curse your ancestors 18 generations back. It's all your fault, you son of a. You've ruined me. Chu Yu's face, however, remained utterly expressionless. He looked down from above at the man kneeling at his feet, a pathetic sight, his voice cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. You are unworthy. The moment the words fell, he raised his foot and without hesitation stomped down on Su Jinlong's head. Snap. A sharp crack of breaking bone echoed. Su Jinlong's eyes burned with endless regret and resentment. His entire skull was brutally crushed into the hard floor, killing him instantly. Yu slowly withdrew his foot, his icy gaze once again settling on Xiang Tongwen, who was already scared out of his wits. Any last words? Xiang Tongwen's body shook violently as a foul-smelling liquid slowly seeped out from beneath his crotch. He was utterly broken. Tears streamed down his face as his voice trembled with utter despair. Kill me, and the Tianting mansion will never let you off the hook. A sneer of contempt curled at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. The next second, he extended his hand, his fingers like steel claws, pressing directly onto Xiang Tongwen's crown. A visible crimson energy surged from his palm like a living serpent, burrowing directly into Xiang Tongwen's body. Xiang Tongwen's body began to wither and shrivel at a terrifyingly rapid pace. He let out the most piercing, agonizing scream of his life. It felt as though every ounce of his vitality and spirit was being forcibly drained by an irresistible, terrifying force. In less than 10 breaths, the piercing scream abruptly ceased. The once arrogant and ruthless heir of the Xiang family, who treated human life as worthless, had now completely transformed into a skin and bones corpse. The entire presidential suite was so quiet that even the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Yu slowly released his grip, letting the withered husk long since unrecognizable as human slump limply to the floor. He turned and walked step by step toward the three figures frozen in the corner, their eyes wide with shock. Those elite special forces bodyguards, who had moments before surrounded the presidential suite with fierce intensity, were now utterly petrified by the sight of their commander's horrifyingly mutilated corpse. They dared not linger a moment longer. A few of the more daring ones frantically hoisted Su Jinlong's still warm corpse and scrambled away, crawling and stumbling, from this place that had become a hellish abyss. The remaining guests finally snapped out of their paralyzing terror. Shrieks of terror erupted as they scrambled frantically toward the exit, fearing that if they lagged behind, they would be the next to die. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Qian and Hu Tianyu exchanged glances, seeing only endless dread and relief in each other's eyes. We must return immediately and inform the family head. Xiao Qian's voice trembled uncontrollably. From this day forward, our Qiu family know, the entire Dianing clan must never, ever provoke this man again. Hu Tianyu nodded firmly, his expensive suit long soaked through with cold sweat clinging tightly to his back. Meanwhile, Yu Tingfeng hurried over to Chu Yu's side, his handsome eyes betraying an unmistakable hint of concern. Junior brother, your killing intent is too strong. She gazed into Chu Yu's eyes, still tinged with a faint crimson hue, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. The power of the dragon's soul inherently conflicts with the demonic killing energy within you. If you continue to wield this power without restraint, your sanity will be utterly consumed sooner or later. She extended a slender jade-like finger and gently tapped her own delicate collarbone. A soft, warm white light slowly glowed from her fingertip. The next instant, that light, as if possessed of life itself, transformed into a stream of radiance and shot straight into the center of Chu Yu's forehead. Chu Yu felt an indescribable coolness instantly spread throughout his entire body. The turbulent, murderous intent churning within his mind gradually subsided under the soothing influence of this force. The blood-red tint in his eyes finally faded completely, restoring a glimmer of his former clarity. A look of unmistakable astonishment spread across Chu Yu's face. Yu Tingfeng withdrew her hand, a faint, weary smile touching her exquisite features. This isn't the place to talk. I'll explain everything later. She glanced at the three women beside them, equally gravely wounded and already at the end of their strength. We'll take them away first and find a place to tend to their injuries. Chu Yu nodded, asking no further questions. He walked over and carefully lifted the sixth sister-in-law, who was already extremely weak, into his arms. Yu Tingfeng supported the equally unsteady Star Chaser in Moon Embrace, following closely behind him. The five of them slowly made their way out of Huachan Pavilion, stepping over the scattered debris and corpses littering the floor. Only the guests who hadn't managed to flee remained, gazing at their retreating figures with reverent eyes, as if watching deities. A single thought echoed in every heart. From this night onward, the skies over Dianing City would change forever. And that man's name would become a taboo, forever looming over everyone's heads, impossible to shake off. Chapter 174, Warmth in His Arms. The group soon arrived at a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city, arranged in advance by Pu Daixue. Sixth sister stared at her own reflection in the mirror, a face now covered in vicious, bloodied scars, its original features almost unrecognizable. The light in her eyes dimmed, bit by bit. Juexing approached her side, gently clasping her icy hand as she offered soft reassurance. Sixth sister-in-law, don't worry. With Mr. Chu here, these minor injuries are nothing. I guarantee not a single scar will remain. Upon hearing this, sixth sister-in-law managed only a forced smile, uglier than crying, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Her injuries were simply too severe. Some wounds were so deep they exposed bone it would be no exaggeration to call them disfiguring. Chu Yu stepped into the room, holding a pill that glowed emerald green and radiated a potent life force. He had intended to ask Pu Daixue or Yu Tingfeng to assist in applying the medicine to the three women. But before his words could leave his mouth, Lan Yu, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Mr. Chu, if this flesh-regenerating pill is dissolved using your spiritual energy, its efficacy will increase tenfold. As she spoke, she began unabashedly undoing the blood-soaked, tattered garment she wore. Seeing this, Star Chaser helplessly pressed his hand to his forehead. The already pale, delicate face of Sixth Sister flushed crimson in an instant. Shuyu sighed softly, a barely perceptible hoarseness in his voice. Take it all off. When the three bodies, covered in whip marks and bloodstains, were laid bare before him without reservation, Shuyu felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart in a brutal grip. An indescribable wave of heartache self-reproach instantly engulfed his entire being. He slowly dissolved the flesh-regenerating pill with his spiritual energy, then carefully applied it to their wounds. The warm, soothing potency of the medicine, blended with Chuyu's pure spiritual energy, flowed like the gentlest spring water, swiftly nourishing their parched, damaged skin. Feeling the tingling, soothing sensation spreading from her back, Sixth Sister-in-law's heart, which had sunk to the lowest depths, began to beat wildly and uncontrollably once more. Unbidden, memories surfaced in her mind, the marriage arranged by her grandfather in the family shrine before his death, binding her to this man. Her heart instantly became incredibly complicated. In less than a quarter of an hour, the once hideous, terrifying wounds on the third daughter's body had completely healed at a visible pace. The newly regenerated skin appeared even fairer, smoother, and more delicate than before, so flawless it seemed it could be pierced by a mere breath. Sixth Sister-in-law stared at her reflection in the mirror, perfectly restored, even more radiant and captivating than before, and her eyes instantly burst with an overwhelming, disbelieving joy. Overwhelmed with emotion, she spun around and, without a second thought, threw her arms around the man who had given her this new life. But the moment their bodies touched, she suddenly realized. She was completely naked. Boom! A wave of heat rushed to her head. The fair face of Sixth Sister-in-law, which had only just regained its color, instantly flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Lanyue, standing nearby, let out a sigh filled with quiet resentment. Ah, Sixth Sister-in-law beat us to it again. Shuyu's face flushed crimson all the way to his ears. He practically fled the room in a panic, rushing out as fast as he could. Back in his own room, Shuyu's heart still pounded wildly, beyond his control. His mind relentlessly replayed the soft, warm embrace he'd just experienced, along with Sixth Sister-in-law's flawless, captivating silhouette. He let out a bitter laugh, then rushed into the bathroom, forcing himself to subdue the relentless heat surging within him with icy cold water. But when he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, he found Yu Tingfeng sitting cross-legged on his bed, a playful expression on his face. Junior brother, you're so hot-headed. Shuyu's old face flushed instantly, and he quickly changed the subject. Senior sister, what exactly was that beam of light you channeled into my body back at Huachan Pavilion? Hearing this, the playful expression on Yu Tingfeng's face finally faded slightly. She slowly channeled the spiritual energy within her body. A vivid golden lion tattoo slowly emerged from her fair collarbone. The tattoo radiated a gentle yet majestic golden glow. This is the life-bound mark our master left within us disciples all those years ago. Each of us sisters in arms has a different tattoo design, and they appear in different places on our bodies. Doubts filled Chuyu's mind. But before he could press further, ding dong! The villa's doorbell suddenly rang without warning. Immediately afterward, an indescribable, terrifying aura swept through the entire villa like an invisible tidal wave. Chapter 175, The Earth-Shattering Scheme. A powerful sense of danger instantly surged within Chuyu's heart. Without hesitation, he shielded Sixth Sister-in-law behind him. His eyes, which had just regained their clarity, instantly turned cold and alert. Yu Tingfeng, however, wore a thoughtful expression. She gently patted Chuyu's shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Chuyu walked to the door and slowly opened the villa's entrance. Outside, three figures stood silently. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in a black zhongshan suit, his scholarly demeanor giving him the air of a university professor. Yet, he radiated an aura of terrifying presence, as deep and imposing as a mountain. The middle-aged man looked at Chuyu, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he extended his hand. Mr. Chu, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shui Yangzi, one of the 12 soul generals of the Soul Binding Bureau. His voice was like a gentle spring breeze, instantly putting people at ease. I have matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Sixth Sister, Star Chaser, and Moon Embrace all wore expressions of unmistakable concern. The Soul Binding Bureau. The name felt utterly unfamiliar and shrouded in mystery to them. Yet Yu Tingfeng strode over with light steps, a playful smile playing on his lips. So it's Xuehan who graces us with his presence. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. She turned to the three tense women behind her and murmured softly. They're our own. No need to fear. Chuyu cast a deep look at the middle-aged man with a gentle smile, and finally nodded. The two walked out of the villa, one ahead and one behind, stepping onto the lawn in the courtyard. Shui Yangzi gazed at the bright moon hanging over the horizon and let out a slow sigh. Back then, the matters concerning the Chu family our Soul Binding Bureau was not entirely unaware. His voice carried an indescribable mix of complexity and resignation. But by the time the higher-ups truly learned of it, everything had already been decided. A cold, mocking glint flashed in Chu Yu's eyes. A grim curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Behind that scorn lay a murderous intent as vast as a sea of corpses and blood. So this is your justification for standing by, utterly indifferent, while my entire Chu family was slaughtered? He let out a cold laugh, his voice filled with an unyielding resolve that brooked no argument. You needn't explain any of this to me. The grudge from that year, I must avenge. With their blood, I shall honor the souls of the hundreds of wronged members of my Chu family. Whoever dares to stand in my way, I will kill them. If gods stand in my way, I will slay them. If a Buddha stands in my way, I will slay the Buddha. Upon hearing this, Shui Yangzi turned his head and fixed him with a gaze brimming with profound meaning. That gaze seemed capable of piercing straight through one's soul. Mr. Chu, have you ever considered? In your situation back then, family destroyed, imprisoned, you were nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Do you truly believe that being taken under that master's wing was merely a matter of luck? The words exploded in Chu Yu's mind like a thunderclap from the heavens. Chu Yu's body stiffened abruptly. A torrential storm surged within his icy eyes. The sole belief that had sustained him through hell now showed signs of crumbling. An uncontrollable rage erupted from the depths of his being. That rage was directed not only at his enemies but also at his own laughable fate. Was everything he had endured, his struggles, his blood and tears, nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated play? You mean to say that my imprisonment, my apprenticeship, everything was orchestrated by the head of state? He stared intently at the man before him, each word seeming to be forced out through gritted teeth. His voice carried a tremor he himself didn't notice. It was the fear that comes before the collapse of faith. A bitter smile touched Shui Yangzi's lips. He shook his head slowly, his voice growing heavy with gravity. The head of state doesn't wield the kind of power you imagine. He couldn't possibly scheme against that gentleman. All he can do is play by the rules, painstakingly placing each piece on that rotten chessboard. In fact, more often than not, he doesn't even possess the power to choose where to place them. Once more, he let out a sigh filled with helplessness. Mr. Chu, do you realize that Huawei is now a sick nation? Terminally ill. In many places, the rot has already set in at the very roots. Those deeply entrenched aristocratic families, those financial tycoons lurking in the shadows, they are the true masters of this nation. Like woodworms, they voraciously devour the flesh and blood of this nation. His Excellency the head of state, though seated in high office and seemingly bathed in glory, is in truth bound by countless constraints and helplessness. He's more like a plasterer, straining every muscle to preserve the last semblance of dignity in this crumbling edifice. Shu Yu fell silent. Every word from Shui Yangzi felt like a heavy hammer, striking his heart with brutal force. Truth be told, he had never been entirely free of doubt regarding the circumstances of his imprisonment and initiation into the sect all those years ago. It all felt too coincidental. So coincidental it felt like an invisible hand had meticulously paved a path for him, a path leading to the pinnacle of power and to vengeance. Especially those 9 senior sisters of his. Uncontrollably, their 9 peerless figures surfaced in his mind. The eldest sister, peerlessly radiant, guarded the northern frontier. Her word alone could turn back 1,000,000 soldiers. The second elder sister, cold and frosty, commanded the dragon guards, overseeing the realm with authority to act first and report later. The third sister was a master strategist whose wealth rivaled nations, controlling nearly half of Huagua's economic lifeline. The fourth sister healed the sick with her medical skills, yet could also poison the masses. One hand gave life, the other took it. The fifth sister, the sixth sister, all the way to the ninth sister. Each of them occupied lofty positions, wielding terrifying power capable of swaying the entire course of Huagua. And without exception, each of their identities is inextricably linked to the head of state presiding over the capital. Some were his disciples, others daughters of old associates, and even one was his adopted daughter. He never believed the world could hold so many coincidences and strokes of luck. Now, the veil had finally been lifted. The truth was both brutally cruel and laughably absurd. Shuiyanzi watched the shifting expressions on Chu Yu's face, a barely perceptible gleam flashing deep in his eyes. He knew the moment had arrived. At that very moment, Shuiyanzi's gentle voice rose once more. Our Soul Binding Bureau has just uncovered a piece of information. Information concerning the massacre of the Chu family all those years ago. The whereabouts of the other mastermind behind the Chu family massacre, Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi. The instant that name reached his ears, Chu Yu's eyes, which had just been clouded with confusion, suddenly turned bloodshot. Overwhelming hatred instantly drowned out all confusion and shock. For he could never forget. Back then, it was this very man named Yuan Qi who had personally severed his father's head. Chapter 176, The Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb. That overwhelming hatred surged like a bursting dam, instantly drowning Chu Yu's reason. In that instant, his eyes transformed into a sea of crimson, devoid of any trace of human emotion. Shuiyanzi watched him like this, a bitter smile of understanding spreading across his face. He knew his purpose in coming today had been fulfilled. Yuan Qi is a cunning man by nature, and his actions are flawless. After the incident back then, he vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Our Soul Sealing Bureau paid a tremendous price to finally track him down. He's currently hiding in Myanmar, in a lawless territory called Blackwater Village. He looked at Chu Yu, his voice brimming with sincerity. That place is a melting pot of all sorts of people, with deeply entrenched factions and numerous notorious international fugitives entrenched there. If you trust us, Mr. Chu, our bureau is prepared to provide you with all necessary assistance. Yet Chu Yu only responded with a cold, mocking laugh. His blood-red eyes slowly regained a flicker of clarity, yet the murderous intent lurking in their depths grew even more intense and icy than before. Not necessary. He shook his head slowly, his voice raspy as two rusty iron plates scraping against each other. I don't need your help. This information alone is sufficient for me. He lifted his head, his icy eyes flashing with a venomous, serpentine coldness. Not only will I not kill him now, I will make sure this news spreads far and wide. I will make sure everyone involved in that incident back then knows Yuan Qi is still alive. Shui Yang's pupils contracted slightly, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. He instantly understood Chu Yu's plan. This man intended to use his own father's murderer as bait. He intended to lure out every rat hiding in the shadows, one by one. What a ruthless tactic, what a deep scheme. A mocking curve lifted at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. General Xue Huan, we're both intelligent men. There's no need to put on this charade of false sentiment before me. Be it the Soul Binding Bureau or the head of state behind you. You schemed tirelessly to push me into the spotlight, didn't you? Just so I could eliminate the cancerous tumors you couldn't touch yourselves, right? I don't trust you. Because I don't even trust myself. His merciless sarcasm finally erased the gentle smile from Shui Yang's face. In its place emerged a look of bitter complexity and resignation. He sighed slowly. Since Mr. Chu has made his position so clear, I shall stop beating around the bush. Our latest intelligence indicates that the Wu family of Yuqing province has already dispatched representatives to make contact with Yuan Qi. They intend to join forces to deal with you. Hearing this, Chu Yu's face betrayed not a hint of surprise. He even let out a dismissive snort. The Wu family. Nothing but a bunch of clowns. Ever since I killed that Wu Jingshan fellow, I knew they'd come for me sooner or later. If they want to come, let them come. His casual tone, his arrogant demeanor that treated the most powerful family in Yu province as nothing, stirred a deep sense of helplessness within Shui Yangzi once more. Gazing at this youth before him, who seemed utterly devoid of fear, Shui Yangzi sighed helplessly for the third time. Mr. Chu, you're still too reckless. You've grown too fast, and your actions show no restraint. The secrets you carry are being exposed to everyone's gaze at a speed beyond your imagination. Right now, you're like a piece of fat meat tossed into a pack of starving wolves, already drawing the covetous eyes of countless jackals, tigers, and leopards. If you continue down this path, sooner or later, you will bring utter ruin upon those around you. He gazed at Chu Yu, his tone solemn and grave as he spoke slowly. Mr. Chu, do you recall what your master left behind for you? The Hidden Dragon Hall and the Divine Physician Valley. These two forces are the final trump cards your master left for you. It is time for them to see the light of day once more. Chu Yu's brows shot up in sudden tension. He stared intently at the man before him, his voice instantly turning as cold as ice. What exactly are you trying to say? What secret do I carry? Shui Yangzi didn't answer his questions. Instead, he pulled a simple, old-fashioned phone from his pocket, played a pre-recorded video, and handed it to Chu Yu. The video showed an elderly man with the graceful bearing of an immortal, his hair as white as a crane's yet his face as youthful as a child's. It was none other than Chu Yu's long-lost master, who had disappeared years ago. Little 7, by the time you see this video, your master may already be gone from this world. That familiar, tender voice sent a sudden tremor through Chu Yu's long-frozen heart. A complex emotion, impossible to conceal, instantly flickered in his icy eyes. The old man in the video sighed slowly, his voice growing heavy with gravity. I know you must have many questions weighing on your heart. I can now reveal to you the greatest secret within you. Within your body lies a dragon soul. A dragon soul that belongs to an ancient divine dragon. And this dragon soul is the sole key to unlocking the legendary 9-nether dragon tomb. Boom! These few simple sentences struck like thunderclaps from the heavens, exploding within Chu Yu's mind. Dragon soul. The 9-nether dragon tomb. These things, existing only in myths and legends, were somehow connected to him. The old man in the video wore a look of deep concern on his face. This secret is no longer a secret. Whether it be the ancient martial sects hidden beneath the mundane world, or the reclusive forces lurking overseas. They have all become aware of your existence. They will stop at nothing to seize the dragon soul within you. Therefore, you must grow stronger as quickly as possible. Grow so powerful that all who covet you will tremble and cower in fear. The old man's voice grew increasingly solemn. Everything concerning the dragon tomb, the true secrets of your origins, only by stepping into that tomb yourself will you uncover them. At that moment, Chu Yu's heart was utterly thrown into chaos. He stared intently at the familiar face on the screen, his voice trembling violently beyond his control. Where exactly is the dragon tomb? The old man in the video, however, wore a mysterious smile brimming with amusement. When you've managed to take down all 9 of your senior sisters. you will naturally come to know the location of the Dragon Tomb. Chapter 177, The Nine Sons of the Dragon. Shu Yu never imagined that his master, with his ethereal and otherworldly demeanor, could be so unreliable. The location of the Dragon Tomb, which held the key to his origins, could only be discovered through such a method. It was practically pushing him into the fire. The old man's voice continued in the video, his mocking smile growing ever more pronounced. Truth be told, many years ago, the markings on your senior sisters' bodies began to awaken gradually. Those marks are the 9 keys to unlock the first gate of the 9-nether Dragon Tomb. The sole condition for unlocking them is for them to gain the recognition of the dragon's soul within you to willingly become the dragon's consorts. For the images imprinted upon them are none other than the legendary forms of the 9 sons of the dragon. The video ended abruptly at this point. The entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Shui Yanzi watched Shu Yu's face, now a kaleidoscope of emotions, and finally couldn't hold back. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. He rose slowly, adjusting his clothes. Regarding Yuan Qi's whereabouts, Tang Cheng and Luo Ying will keep you informed at all times and provide any necessary assistance. Mr. Chu, I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, he led the 2 men behind him out of the villa without looking back. Shu Yu sat alone on the sofa, dazed and disoriented, his mind a chaotic jumble. He felt like a puppet programmed by someone else, bound by invisible strings. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape the fate already written for him. In a daze, he returned to his room and immediately dialed Yu Tingfeng's number. When Yu Tingfeng reappeared before him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern at his distraught state. Junior brother, what happened? Shu Yu remained silent, silently replaying the video once more. Yu Tingfeng watched quietly. The light from the screen cast a glow upon her pale face. That exquisite face now bore not a trace of color. Finally, only a void of deathly silence remained. In her mind, it felt as though countless bombs had detonated simultaneously. The deafening roar drowned out all other sounds. It also robbed her of the ability to think. The video had finished playing. Yet her gaze remained fixed, hollow and vacant, upon the darkened screen. Her entire being resembled an exquisite sculpture, its soul utterly drained. Senior sister. Shu Yu's voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper had ground it down. The content in this video. Do you really have no idea about it at all? He lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes, like 2 poison blades, fixed on her face. He craved to see even the slightest trace of pretense on that face. The slightest flaw. Even a momentary flicker of panic would suffice. That would at least prove it was all a deception. Yet he was disappointed. On Yu Tingfeng's face, besides bewilderment, there was only endless agony. She slowly, mechanically shook her head. A bitter self-mockery spread across her exquisite face like a vine. I don't know. Her voice was light and airy, as if it might be carried away by the wind at any moment. I don't know if this is real or not. I don't even know who I truly am. She raised her hand to cover her face, her shoulders beginning to shake violently. I only remember. Our master once told us. The 9 of us sisters. None of us were his biological children. We were all pawns. Cold, lifeless pieces placed by others at his side. Each of us was suddenly brought to him at a very young age, by different people, in different ways. Each word of this statement struck Shu Yu's heart like a heavy hammer blow. A tidal wave of shock, powerful enough to swallow everything whole, surged within him. He had always believed his master's abilities were already unparalleled, profoundly unfathomable. It was a height he could only look up to, one he might never reach in a lifetime. But now it seemed, the one who could deliver himself and his 9 senior sisters these 10 so-called Dragon Tomb keys to his master's side without anyone noticing. The one who treated even the master as a pawn. His power. Their scheming. Had likely long since reached a terrifying realm beyond his wildest imagination, a realm he didn't even have the right to look up to. An even more terrifying, colder thought coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, instantly constricting it until he could scarcely breathe. All of this decades-long scheme. It was highly probable that it had been conceived long before any of them were even born. Their lives. Their destinies. From the very beginning, their scripts had been written by others. What earth-shattering conspiracy lay hidden behind it all? That mysterious figure lurking behind the scenes, like a god manipulating everything. What exactly is his purpose? Could it be? Is it truly just for that elusive, so-called 9-nether Dragon Tomb? He couldn't fathom it. He dared not think. He dared not continue down that path of thought. Because he feared he would lose his mind. He feared he would shatter completely within this boundless despair. Seeing his face contorted in agony, Yu Tingfeng felt a searing, heart-wrenching pain in her own chest. She could bear to watch no longer. She slowly walked over to his side. Sat down. She extended her delicate hand, smooth as jade. That hand, usually untouched by dust as it played the zither and painted, now trembled ever so slightly. She gently took hold of his cold, trembling hand. His hand was cold as iron. Her hand, warm and smooth as jade. The instant their hands touched, Shuyu's wildly racing heart miraculously calmed a little. Junior brother. Stop thinking about it. Her voice was as soft as the clouds on the horizon. No. Gentler than the clouds. Like a ray of light piercing through endless darkness, it instantly soothed his heart, which had been churning with turmoil to the point of bursting. Perhaps. The old master was right. We are but pawns. The fate of a pawn is to traverse the board. Once we open that 9-nether dragon tomb, all answers will be revealed. She slowly drew closer. Her watery eyes shimmered with star-like brilliance. And they held a resolve he had never seen before. Her warm breath, carrying a subtle fragrance like orchids and musk, gently brushed his face. The scent seemed to carry a deadly enchantment, sending his heart racing and his head spinning. Junior brother. Her voice trembled slightly, yet remained unwaveringly firm. Since it is so, we are destined to become what they call the dragon's wife. Since this is a fate we cannot resist. Chapter 178, The Last Thread of Reason. Then let me be the first to do it. Before the words had fully left her lips, her soft, cool red lips gently pressed against his. In that instant, Shuyu felt the last thread of reason in his mind snap. Had snapped. Snapped. It wasn't a kiss. It was a brand. A vow. It was molten lava, forcibly fusing two shattered souls together. He could no longer suppress the emotions raging within him. Like a volcano, emotions pent up for years erupted violently in that instant. He stretched out his arms, gathering every ounce of strength, and pulled the woman before him, the one who haunted his dreams, the one for whom he would gladly die, tightly into his embrace. The moonlight outside the window had faded away unnoticed. The world was plunged into utter darkness. The entire world seemed to fall utterly silent in that instant. Inside the room, only two souls remained, already intertwined, burning hot. They knew nothing. They knew nothing. While they were lost in each other's embrace, the outside world had already been turned upside down. The dark web. This lawless realm where the world's underground forces converged was now engulfed in unprecedented frenzy. Xiang Tongwen's death detonated like a nuclear bomb, sending shockwaves throughout the entire dark web. Everyone was frantically discussing the origins of this mysterious man who dared to openly defy the authority of the Tianting Mansion. Hot thread, shocking revelation. Tianting Mansion agent Xiang Tongwen confirmed dead. Posted by Anonymous. Below the post, tens of thousands of comments flooded in. Holy, is this real? Xiang Tongwen is dead. The Xiang Tongwen who was hailed as the top young talent of the Tianting Mansion. The face of the Tianting Manor has been thoroughly humiliated now. Who did it? Does anyone know the inside story? Rumor has it was some kid named Shu Yu. Nobody knows where he came from, like he just appeared out of thin air. Shu Yu? Never heard of him. Whoever he is, he's dead meat. No one can withstand the wrath of the Thunderclap Manor. They whispered among themselves. They speculated. They concluded that given the Tianting Mansion's vindictive nature, it was absolutely impossible for them to simply let this go. A cataclysmic battle, a river of blood, it seemed inevitable. 1,000 miles away. Tianting Manor headquarters. A roar, choked with boundless fury, nearly shattered the heavens. Investigate. Investigate for me. That brat Shuyu and every last one of his associates, make sure they have no place to be buried. Kill. A single word, brimming with boundless murderous intent, caused the temperature within the entire hall to plummet to freezing point. Meanwhile, upon the heavenly list, that symbol of the pinnacle of martial arts in this age, a name that had been utterly unknown, one that had never even appeared before, was now skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. The heavenly rankings. That list symbolizing the pinnacle of martial arts in the present age. At this very moment, an unprecedented upheaval was unfolding. A name utterly unfamiliar to everyone. Shu Yu. He was like a comet trailing a long, fiery tail. With an unstoppable momentum, he sliced through the night sky of the rankings. Number 100. 50th place. 30th. 20th. Finally. His name, under the gaze of countless eyes, was firmly nailed to that 10th seat. On the list, the name that once belonged to Xiang Tongwen had faded into a dull gray. Yet the characters Chuyu blazed with a dazzling golden light. The entire underground world fell utterly silent. After a deathly silence, a thunderous roar erupted, the world boiling over. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtains and fell upon the bed, Yu Tingfeng slowly opened her eyes, those captivatingly beautiful eyes still tinged with a hint of languid sleepiness. Gazing at the man beside her, still fast asleep, a tender smile brimming with happiness spread across her face. She extended her delicate jade-like fingers and gently tickled his nose. Junior brother, it's time to wake up. Shuyu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the exquisite, beautiful face mere inches away. A smile brimming with affection curved his lips. He reached out, drawing her soft, delicate form back into his embrace. Senior sister, sleep a little longer. Yu Tingfeng gently pushed away his wandering hand, her face flushing with a helpless pout. Enough, stop teasing me. Her expression suddenly turned serious. Junior brother, there's something I must remind you of. The hidden dragon hall that our venerable master left for you, it truly is time to reactivate it. The hidden dragon hall comprises 36 halls in total, each scattered and concealed across the globe. Whether it's restarting or integrating, both require immense time and effort. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. At these words, the languid expression on Chu Yu's face vanished instantly. He slowly sat up and nodded. Senior sister, you're right. Once I deal with that traitor Yuan Shi, I'll immediately begin handling this matter. He dressed and prepared to depart, intending to find Tang Qing and Luo Ying to set off together for Myanmar. But just then, Yu Tingfeng suddenly called out to him. She retrieved an ancient, pitch-black blade from her bedside table, its surface radiating a chilling aura, and handed it to him. Junior brother, take this with you. Better safe than sorry. Chu Yu stared at the blade in her hand, his pupils abruptly contracting. The divine blade, Kunwu. This was the blade his venerable master had treasured most dearly, a personal weapon that sliced through iron like mud and severed hair with a breath, a true ancient divine weapon. He never imagined his venerable master would pass this blade down to second senior sister. An indescribable wave of emotion surged through him. Gazing at the woman before him, who had always silently sacrificed everything for him, his heart overflowed with boundless tenderness. Senior sister, I. Just as he was about to speak, his phone in his pocket suddenly began to vibrate violently. It was Tang Qing calling. The moment he answered, Tang Qing's anxious voice came through immediately. Mr. Chu, it's bad news. The Tianting mansion people are already downstairs at your building. You'd better find a place to hide first. Yet upon hearing this, Chu Yu's face twisted into a cold, contemptuous sneer. Hide? That word has never existed in my vocabulary. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already lunged toward the window. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped directly from the third-floor window. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed as Chu Yu's form, like a cannonball leaving the barrel, slammed heavily onto the lawn in front of the villa. Below, a dozen or so Tianting mansion experts clad in black combat gear, radiating a fierce killing intent, were preparing to force their way in. They were startled by this sudden scene. When they recognized the figure, cruel, savage grins instantly spread across their faces. The scarred giant at the front stepped forward, eyeing Chu Yu up and down with utter contempt. So you're Chu Yu, the one who killed our steward Xiang? His voice dripped with unmasked arrogance and provocation. Kid, you've got some nerve. You actually didn't run when you saw us from the Tianting manor. Chu Yu slowly raised his head, his icy eyes flashing with a predatory, wolf-like coldness. He looked at the scarred man before him, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Run? With a bunch of good-for-nothings like you? You're not even fit to tie my shoelaces. You think you can stop me? You're asking for death. The scarred giant roared with fury at the words. He roared, unleashing the terrifying aura within him already at the peak of the transformation realm in a thunderous explosion. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, forming a web of fine, spider-like fissures. The next second, his fan-like palm, accompanied by a terrifying wind that tore through the air, slammed viciously toward Chu Yu's head. Chapter 179, The Master's Might. Facing that earth-shattering palm strike, not a single flicker of emotion crossed Chu Yu's face. He didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply raised his right hand. Then, he gently pushed forward. There was no earth-shattering roar. Not even the slightest ripple of energy. The savage expression on the scarred giant's face froze solid the instant it touched Chu Yu's palm. His body, like ice thrown into molten lava. At a speed defying the laws of physics, he began to melt, decompose, and ultimately evaporate without a sound. Not a single drop of blood, not a single strand of hair, remained. He vanished from this world as though he had never existed. As if he had never existed at all. The lawn in front of the villa instantly fell into a deathly silence. The dozen or so Tianting mansion experts who remained stood frozen in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. The arrogance and cruelty on their faces had been replaced by utter, disbelieving horror. They stared fixedly at the man still poised in his palm-pushing stance, their minds completely blank. Deep within the dense forest in the distance, Luo Ying's hand, clutching the binoculars, shook violently beyond her control. Her once vibrant, spirited face was now drained of all color, leaving only endless terror. She finally understood. She finally understood the bone-chilling fear that had filled Tang Qing's eyes whenever he spoke of this man. This was no longer a matter of strength. This was not a power any human should possess. It was godly. It was demonic. On the lawn, the dozen or so elite warriors of the Thunderclap Mansion finally snapped out of their utter shock. Fear was instantly replaced by a more savage rage. Kill him. The middle-aged man at their head let out a hysterical roar. Avenge third steward. They were the elite of the Thunderclap Manor. They possessed their own pride. They would never tolerate anyone daring to act so brazenly under the very nose of the Tianting Manor. Over a dozen overwhelming auras erupted violently in that instant. The true chi within their bodies surged wildly, coalescing into a battle formation poised to utterly annihilate the madman before them. Yet Chu Yu did not even glance their way. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from his body. That pressure was formless and intangible, yet felt heavier than Mount Tai itself. Thud. 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 A series of dull thuds sounded almost simultaneously. Those dozen or so arrogant elite warriors of the Tianting mansion suddenly lost all strength in their legs. In that instant, they knelt down on the ground, unable to control themselves. The hard cement beneath their feet was violently pounded into deep, gouged-out craters by their uncontrollable knees. Far away, Luoying also let out a muffled groan. Her entire body recoiled uncontrollably, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before she could barely steady herself. She stared in horror at the man who, with sheer presence alone, had pinned over a dozen transformation realm experts to the spot. Her heart was filled with nothing but a cold, icy chill. Shuyu slowly turned, his icy eyes looking down from above at the crowd kneeling on the ground, their faces twisted with humiliation and unwillingness. "What do you want with me?" His casual tone, however, sounded to the others like the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. The middle-aged man at the head of the group gritted his teeth, struggling to rise from the ground. Yet that terrifying pressure, as immovable as a divine mountain, pinned him down, making even the slightest movement of a finger an agonizing struggle. The utter humiliation robbed him of all reason. Summoning every ounce of strength, he let out a howl filled with venomous hatred. "You bastard, don't you dare gloat! When our sect leader arrives, he'll tear you limb from limb and leave you with no place to bury your remains." The others joined in, hurling curses and insults. They tried to vent their fear and preserve their pathetic dignity through this. Shuyu's brow furrowed slightly. A terrifying pressure, tenfold more intense than before, crashed down once more. This time, the pressure carried a hint of murderous intent so chilling it could freeze souls solid. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream instantly echoed throughout the entire villa district. The dozen or so elite warriors of the Thunderclap mansion felt as though their skulls were being forcibly crushed by an invisible force. Crimson blood seeped from every orifice. The last glimmer of madness and defiance in their eyes was utterly consumed by despair. Not a single one dared utter another word of nonsense. The entire world fell silent. Only then did Chuyu nod in satisfaction. His gaze fell upon the middle-aged man who had been the most vocal in his earlier defiance. "Call your sect leader." The middle-aged man froze upon hearing the order. Then, in his eyes already consumed by terror, a wild, overjoyed light flared, the ecstasy of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Inside, he screamed wildly. "Go crazy. Go ahead and keep your damn frenzy. When our leader arrives in person, I'll see how you die then." Without a moment's hesitation, he fumbled with his barely functional hand, trembling as he pulled a specialized satellite phone from his pocket and swiftly dialed a number. The call was answered almost the instant it rang. The middle-aged man spoke rapidly, his voice choked with tears, filled with grievance and fury, recounting everything that had transpired here. A brief, dead silence fell on the other end. Then, a thunderous voice, brimming with supreme authority, boomed through the line like a clap of thunder. "Hand him the phone." The voice carried a fury powerful enough to make the very winds and clouds change color. The middle-aged man, overjoyed at the command, promptly handed the phone to Chuyu with utmost respect. Chuyu casually took the phone and held it to his ear. "You are Chuyu, the one who killed Xiang Tongwen." The voice of Shui Yang, the master of Tianting Manor, came through cold and devoid of any human emotion. "You have the audacity. I care not what your origins are, nor what connections you hold. From this day forward, Tianting Manor will pursue you and everyone around you with relentless, merciless pursuit. I will make you and everyone around you pay the most painful price for your foolishness today." Upon hearing this, Shuyu let out a sneer filled with utter contempt. "With you?" He slowly raised his head, his icy eyes flashing with a godlike arrogance. "I'll make my position clear today. If the Tianting Manor dares to send anyone to provoke me again, I shall personally come to your mountain gates and wipe out your entire Tianting Manor." Chapter 180, Waiting at Your Convenience. On the other end of the line, Shuiyang fell into an eerie silence after hearing Chuyu's outrageously bold declaration. Moments later, his voice, now imbued with supreme authority, slowly echoed once more. "Young man, it seems you truly have no idea what my Tianting Manor truly represents. Our Tianting Manor is a secluded sect that has been passed down for hundreds of years. The depth of our heritage, the weight of our authority, how could a mere mortal like you even begin to comprehend it? I am giving you one final chance. Release my men immediately. Then sever your own limbs, kneel where you stand, and await the judgment of the Tianting Manor. Otherwise, I, Shuiyang, swear to heaven that I will make you wish you were dead." His voice carried the unquestionable arrogance of one long accustomed to power. It seemed as though every word he spoke was a golden rule, a divine decree from the heavens. Upon hearing this, Chuyu's face grew even more contemptuous. He couldn't be bothered to waste another word on the fool on the other end of the line. He simply took a step forward, slowly approaching the middle-aged man who had handed him the phone. Then, under the other man's terrified gaze, he raised his right foot. He brought it down gently. Snap! A bone-chillingly crisp crack echoed through the phone, reaching Shui Yang's ears with crystal clarity. Immediately after, a piercing, muffled groan, forcibly suppressed in the throat, followed. Shui Yang, on the other end of the line, froze in shock. What did you do? His voice turned icy cold in an instant. Shu Yu did not answer him. He simply took a step forward, moving toward the next disciple of the Tianting manor kneeling on the ground. His hand rose. His palm struck. Pop. The sound of a head exploding, like a watermelon being crushed. Ah! This time, Shui Yang finally heard it clearly. The death cry, filled with despair and agony. His once serene composure shattered completely in that instant. You dare! A roar filled with overwhelming fury erupted from the phone like a thunderclap. You dare touch anyone from my Tianting mansion. A cruel, icy smile curled the corners of Chu Yu's mouth. He moved toward the next person. Snap. Stop. Shui Yang's voice carried an unmistakable edge of shock and fury. I said stop. Do you hear me? Put. Another muffled explosion echoed, accompanied by a sudden, wrenching scream of despair. No! Shui Yang let out a growl like a wild beast. Stop it, damn it, stop it right now. What do you want? If you just stop, we'll negotiate any terms. He was scared. He was truly terrified. He never imagined anyone in this world could be driven to such madness. Daring to slaughter his elite disciples one after another right before his eyes, the head of the Tianting manor. Yet Chu Yu seemed utterly oblivious to his words. His pace remained steady and unhurried. His movements were crisp and decisive. Snap. Splatter. Snap. Each bone-chilling death rattle felt like a heavy hammer striking Shui Yang's heart, blow after blow. When the final sound faded, the entire world fell silent. Chu Yu slowly raised the satellite phone, still connected to the call, back to his ear. His voice remained as calm and composed as ever. I'll be waiting. As the words faded, his right hand, gripping the phone, tightened slightly. Snap. The custom phone, crafted from a special alloy capable of withstanding bullet fire, instantly crumbled into a pile of cold powder in his hand. He slowly raised his head. His eyes, cold and devoid of any human emotion, pierced through the thick space, landing with pinpoint accuracy on a specific point deep within the dense forest. Deep within the forest. Luo Ying's hand, clutching the binoculars, had long since frozen mid-air. Her body shook violently, beyond her control. The instant Chu Yu's icy gaze fell upon her, she felt as though every drop of blood in her body had frozen solid in that instant. An indescribable terror, rising from the depths of her soul, instantly consumed her entirely. Her scalp tingled with numbness. Her mind went blank. She couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance or escape. She only instinctively lowered the binoculars in her hands, then stepped out of the dense jungle, her face ashen, her movements stiff and deliberate, one step at a time. At the same moment, within a mist-shrouded temple deep in the mountains, thousands of miles away, Shui Yang, clad in a purple Taoist robe, suddenly let out a roar filled with boundless fury and murderous intent. Ah! A terrifying aura erupted from his body with a thunderous roar. Beneath him, the massive throne forged from thousand-year-old cold iron shattered into a sky-filling cloud of dust in that instant, crushed by the sheer force of that terrifying aura. Gonsun Tua. His voice, brimming with murderous intent, echoed throughout the entire mountain gate. Come to me, you bastard. I want that bastard dead. And every soul by his side shall bury him in death. Make him wish he were dead. On the other side. On the villa's lawn. Luo Ying stood before Chu Yu, her entire body shaking violently beyond her control. She dared not even lift her head. The Soul Binding Bureau has been relentlessly hunting Yuan Qi. Her voice trembled, thick with fear and the distinct sound of tears. It wasn't until recently that we finally tracked him down again. Chu Yu turned away expressionlessly and walked straight toward the black sedan parked nearby. He pulled open the door and slid into the passenger seat. Luo Ying, seeing this, exhaled a long sigh of relief as if granted a reprieve. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung open the rear door and scrambled inside like a frightened rabbit, pressing herself tightly against the door and curling her small frame into a ball. In the driver's seat, Tang Qing, who had been silently observing the entire scene, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh filled with complex emotions. Glancing at her former colleague in the rearview mirror, now pale as a ghost from fright, she thought to herself, this fearless little girl has finally met her match. She withdrew her gaze and started the car. We're going to find him now. The car slowly pulled away from the villa district, now shrouded in blood and death. Shu Yu slowly turned her gaze to the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. Deep within his eyes, a fleeting glint of bloodthirsty, frenzied anticipation flickered. Chapter 181, Deadly Threat in the Wilderness. Deep within an untouched jungle in Myanmar. Before a crude wooden hut. Yuan Qi's slightly pale face was clouded with gloom. He stared coldly at the young man before him, dressed in an expensive suit and wearing a phony smile, demanding, Wu Jingyuan, what exactly do you and your Wu family come here for? Across from him, Wu Jingyuan, the third young master of the Wu family, slowly adjusted his tie, his face still plastered with that nauseatingly fake smile. Behind him stood 10 burly, imposing figures clad in black. Each radiated an aura of power that would strike fear into the hearts of ordinary martial artists, the terrifying presence of martial sovereign-level experts. Wu Jingyuan looked at Yuan Qi. Beneath the surface of his seemingly respectful eyes, a thick layer of contempt and disdain was unmistakably visible. "Brother Yuan Qi, why such a fiery temper?" he said with a light chuckle. "I've come here to help you, after all. As far as I know, that Chuyu has been searching the entire world for you. So, how about it? Would you like the Wu family to step in and eliminate this nuisance for you?" Yuan Qi's pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately, an uncontrollable torrent of rage surged across his face. "State your terms." He glared at Wu Jingyuan, his voice strained as he ground out each word through clenched teeth. Wu Jingyuan's smile grew even brighter. "Talking to a smart man is so much easier. My terms are simple. Once the deal is done, the Wu family wants a share of the spoils from that secret of yours, the Chu family." "You!" A savage, murderous intent erupted from Yuan Qi's body in an instant. His cold, dark eyes had long been replaced by a mad, blood-red glare. Yet Wu Jingyuan remained utterly unfazed, his expression as calm and self-assured as ever. He merely clapped his hands lightly. Behind him, 10 burly men in black uniforms simultaneously drew long, black rectangular boxes from their backs. The boxes opened. 10 custom sniper rifles entirely black, with menacing designs radiating death and destruction suddenly appeared within Yuan Qi's field of vision. "Brother Yuan Qi, I advise you to keep your cool." The smile on Wu Jingyuan's face slowly faded, replaced by a threat brimming with icy cruelty. "The 10 men I brought with me are all fairly skilled marksmen. The toys in their hands, along with those specially designed anti-hardening bullets crafted for experts like you, their potency is quite respectable. I trust you wouldn't want to experience them firsthand. After all, if it comes to blows and ends in mutual destruction, neither side stands to gain anything. Wouldn't you agree?" Yuan Qi's face, contorted with rage, froze solid in that instant. He stared fixedly at the 10 menacing weapons radiating a deathly aura, his eyes filled with utter dread. The raging fire in his chest seemed to be instantly doused by a bucket of ice water. After a long silence, he slowly closed his eyes, his voice hoarse with endless humiliation and unwillingness. "Fine. I accept your terms." A triumphant smile spread across Wu Jingyuan's face once more. "That's more like it. Brother Yuan Qi, please." He gestured invitingly, preparing to enter the simple wooden hut with Yuan Qi to discuss the details of their upcoming collaboration. But just as he took his first step, boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion erupted without warning. The wooden hut, which had seemed indestructible to them, was torn apart in an instant by an indescribable, terrifying force. It shattered completely, scattering into a sky-filling cloud of debris. Yuan Qi and Wu Jingyuan's expressions froze instantly. Staring in horror at the towering figure emerging slowly from the explosion's dust, a being that seemed both divine and demonic, their minds went completely blank. They never dreamed in their wildest dreams Shuyu would appear before them in such an utterly domineering manner. "Surrender." Shuyu's voice rang out, cold and utterly devoid of human emotion. "Or die." Those 3 casually spoken words instantly snapped the 2 men out of their utter shock and back into reality. In that instant, boundless humiliation and rage erupted violently. Especially within Wu Jingyuan. His handsome face had long since contorted into a hideous grimace of fury. Inside, he roared with fury. "Damned bastard. If not for that secret you hold, our Wu family would have sent men to tear you limb from limb long ago. How could we possibly tolerate your arrogance here?" Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a roar filled with boundless murderous intent toward the 10 black-clad thugs behind him. "Kill him." Bang! 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 A deafening barrage of gunfire erupted, echoing across the entire primeval forest in near unison. 10 menacing weapons simultaneously spat out deathly tongues of flame capable of tearing through steel. A terrifying hail of bullets, dense enough to level a small mountain in an instant, poured down upon Chuyu at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound. Deep within the distant jungle, the sisters Tang Cheng and Luo Ing, tasked with providing backup, turned deathly pale the instant they witnessed this scene. Their eyes brimmed with unmasked horror and dread. Yet, facing a hail of bullets and shells that would drive any master of the transformation realm to despair, Shuyu's face showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Hum. Accompanied by a strange humming sound, as if originating from the primordial chaos of ancient times. The golden crow demon slaying record within his body began to surge with frenzied energy. A golden barrier, condensed from pure, unadulterated true energy, instantly materialized around his body. Clink, 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 clink. A series of crisp sounds, like rain beating on banana leaves, rang out in rapid succession. The specialized anti-armor bullets, powerful enough to pierce tanks, collided with the golden barrier. In that instant, they struck as if against an invisible wall, losing all kinetic energy. One after another, they were forcibly embedded into the seemingly thin, golden barrier. The savage grin on Wu Jingyuan's face froze solid in that instant. He stared fixedly at the man strolling through the hail of bullets with the ease of a garden stroll, and at the golden barrier that had blocked every single bullet. His eyes held nothing but endless, disbelieving horror. Chapter 182, Fragile as Glass. This couldn't be possible. Wu Jingyuan stared fixedly at the golden barrier that had blocked every single bullet, his mind screaming in fury. The firearms he brought were the pinnacle of China's military technology. The specially designed piercing bullets they carried were developed specifically to counter martial arts masters, even those at the martial sovereign realm. Forget mere protective chi barriers. Even the thick armor of a tank would be as flimsy as paper against these bullets. Yet now, this terrifying weapon capable of threatening martial reverence couldn't even pierce that man's protective chi. Wu Jingyuan couldn't comprehend it. He simply couldn't fathom what was happening. He didn't know, and he could never possibly know. The golden barrier Chuyu had condensed was not martial chi at all. It was a defensive divine ability forged from cultivation chi refined to its absolute purest essence. Its solidity was far beyond what mere mortal iron could possibly shake. Under Wu Jingyuan's horrified gaze, Chuyu, strolling with effortless grace, let a cold, disdainful curve lift the corners of his mouth. His towering frame nearly trembled once. Hum. Accompanied by a faint hum. The dozens of specially designed projectiles embedded in the golden barrier suddenly shot back at a terrifying speed 10 times faster than their initial trajectory. Thud. Put. Thud. A series of dull, flesh-tearing sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The 10 black-clad gunmen in the distance, before they could react, had their bodies instantly reduced to 10 blurry clouds of blood by the bullets that had ricocheted back. Wu Jingyuan's expression froze completely. The martial sovereign experts behind him were equally horrified. Standing not far away, Yuan Qi witnessed the scene. His sullen face suddenly erupted with uncontrollable elation. He knew exactly why Chuyu was so powerful. That bastard harbored within him a fragment of the dragon soul that rightfully belonged to their Chu family ancestors. Merely relying on that fragment of a broken dragon soul, he had cultivated such terrifying power within the mere 5 years of his imprisonment. Imagine if he obtained the complete dragon soul. Or even the full power of that legendary dragon tomb? Immortality would cease to be a mere fantasy. Yuan Qi suppressed the raging greed within his heart. He had made his decision. Once that fool Wu Jingyuan had further depleted Chuyu's strength, he would seize his chance to strike. By then, regardless of the outcome, he would be the ultimate victor. On the lawn, Chuyu's gaze once again fell upon Wu Jingyuan, who had long since been reduced to a pale, terrified shadow. I'll say this one last time. Either surrender. Or die. That voice, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, instantly snapped Wu Jingyuan from his state of utter shock back to reality. Endless humiliation and rage instantly shattered the last shred of his sanity. You bastard, don't get too cocky. He let out a hysterical roar. Attack! Tear this bastard to pieces. His shrieking voice was filled with madness and venom. The 10 martial sovereign-level experts behind him, who had remained inactive until now, let out a unified, beast-like growl. Without a moment's hesitation, they each drew a small porcelain vial from their robes and swallowed every pill inside. Boom! A surge of frenzied energy erupted from their bodies. Their already imposing, towering frames swelled another size in that instant. Fierce, twisted veins now bulged across their exposed skin. Their eyes had long since been replaced by a crazed, blood-red glare. The terrifying pressure of martial sovereign-level powers now crushed down upon Chuyu without restraint. The next second, those 10 figures, resembling demonic gods, transformed into 10 bolts of black lightning. From every direction, they shot toward Chuyu at terrifying speeds that defied the laws of physics. Wu Jingyuan watched the 10 elite warriors, their power multiplied several-fold under the drug's influence, and once again, a savage, triumphant grin spread across his face. You bastard! This time, I'll see how you die. The 10 martial sovereign-level experts were already formidable beyond measure. Now, bolstered by the forbidden drugs, they approached the legendary realm of Martial Saint. The speed they unleashed had long since surpassed the speed of sound. Yet, in Chuyu's eyes, their so-called peak speed was no different from a snail crawling. He didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely took a step forward, advancing slowly. The expressions on the faces of those 10 martial sovereign-level experts, who had charged in from all directions with frenzied ferocity, froze instantly. Their fatal strikes, delivered with absolute certainty, all missed their mark in the same instant. The man who should have been torn to shreds in their eyes vanished like a phantom from their encirclement. How could this be? An indescribable, profound horror surged through every one of them. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of Chuyu's figure. The first one. A cold voice rang out without warning, abruptly echoing in the ear of a burly man clad in black. The man's pupils contracted violently. Before he could react, a long, powerful hand had already landed silently on his back. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed. The burly man's body stiffened abruptly, the last glimmer of life in his eyes vanishing instantly. Number 2. The voice, as relentless as death's own summons, echoed once more. Another burly man in black flew backward uncontrollably, his life already extinguished mid-air. The third. Fourth. The fifth. That icy voice echoed like the pendulum of death. Each chime signified the end of a vibrant life. In the span of mere breaths, Those 10 elite warriors, whose power had been pushed to near martial saint levels by forbidden drugs, now lay scattered across the blood-soaked ground, all cold corpses. The entire world fell silent. Whether it was Wu Jingyuan or Yuan Qi, lurking in the shadows, waiting to reap the benefits of others' struggles. Upon witnessing this scene, their minds had long since gone blank. They stared fixedly at the man whose body bore not a speck of dust, their eyes filled with nothing but endless, disbelieving horror. Wu Jingyuan finally grasped the terrifying nature of the being he had provoked. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and began to flee frantically into the depths of the dense forest. Yet, the moment he took his first step, a ghostly figure materialized silently before him, blocking every path of escape. Shu Yu's icy eyes looked down from above at the third young master of the Wu family, who was already terrified out of his wits. Then, under the other's utterly terrified gaze, he slowly raised his right hand. Gently, he pressed it against the man's lower abdomen. Put! A faint, muffled thud. Wu Jingyuan's handsome face instantly contorted. He felt as though his Dantian Shihai had been utterly shattered by an irresistible, terrifying force. Chapter 183, The Secret of the Dragon Tomb. You dare cripple my cultivation. Wu Jingyuan let out a howl filled with endless venom and utter disbelief. His gaze locked onto Chu Yu, his pain-twisted face now consumed by madness. You bastard! Do you even know who I am? I am a member of the Wu family. Our Wu family is a hidden aristocratic clan with a lineage spanning hundreds of years. If you dare touch me today, the Wu family will tear you limb from limb and leave you with no place to bury your remains. Yet Chu Yu didn't even glance at him again. He merely withdrew his hand slowly. Then, with a backhand flick. Snap. A faint, crisp sound. Wu Jingyuan's roar, filled with madness and venomous hatred, erupted abruptly. His head, once so vital, exploded into a mist of blood as if struck by an invisible hammer. The headless corpse slowly collapsed to the ground. Deep within the dense forest. The instant Yuan Qi witnessed this scene, the blood in his entire body seemed to freeze solid. Any lingering desire to sit back and watch the two fight vanished completely. Fear instantly consumed him entirely. Almost instinctively, he channeled his inner energy to its peak, spun around, and prepared to flee frantically deeper into the forest. Yet, the moment he turned, a ghostly figure materialized silently before him, blocking every path of escape. Yuan Qi's body stiffened abruptly. Staring at the man before him, a being that seemed both god and demon, he forced a grimace onto his face, already consumed by terror. It was a smile uglier than any cry. Don't kill me. He trembled as he spoke, his voice thick with fear and a distinct edge of weeping. Just spare my life. I can reveal every secret of the Tianqi organization to you. Yet, upon hearing this, Chu Yu responded with a sneer dripping with contempt. Anyone from the Apocalypse organization. I won't spare a single one of them. The moment the words fell, his right hand, still smeared with Wu Jingyuan's brain matter, blurred into a streak of motion. Carrying a terrifying gust powerful enough to tear through the air, it struck Yuan Qi's face with brutal force. Smack! A deafening crack echoed through the air. Yuan Qi's body flew backward like a broken sack, crashing uncontrollably into and snapping more than a dozen thick trees before finally coming to a halt. Half his face was already a mangled mess from Chu Yu's seemingly casual blow. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged madly along his cheek into his body, nearly shattering every meridian within him. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream instantly echoed throughout the entire primeval forest. Yuan Qi felt as though billions of ants were frantically gnawing at his flesh and soul. The bone-deep agony robbed him of all reason. All dignity and pride abandoned him as he used what remained of his half-face to utter a plea filled with endless terror and despair. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Please, just put me out of my misery. The Chu family incident back then, it truly had nothing to do with me. I joined the Apocalypse organization solely to seek the path to immortality, to break through to that legendary realm of Earth immortals. Blame the guilty, seek repayment from the debtor. Please, spare me. Shu Yu walked slowly toward him, his icy eyes devoid of any human emotion. He looked down from above at his former enemy, now barely human from excruciating pain and terror. Slowly, he raised his right foot. He brought it down gently. Squish! A dull, explosive crack. Yuan Qi's piercing scream erupted abruptly. His head exploded like a watermelon crushed underfoot, sending splatters of red and white flying everywhere. In the distance, Tang Cheng and Luo Ying, the two sisters, turned deathly pale upon witnessing this utterly bloody scene. Their eyes brimmed with unmasked shock and terror. Chu Yu, however, remained expressionless as he crouched down and began meticulously searching Yuan Qi's still warm corpse. Moments later, he retrieved a black token from Yuan Qi's chest, crafted entirely from an unknown metal. Engraved on its front in elegant, flowing characters were two ancient seal script characters. Soul binding. The moment Tang Cheng and Luo Ying saw the token, their pupils contracted sharply in unison. Their faces instantly contorted with utter horror. The soul binding token. Luo Ying instinctively let out a gasp, filled with disbelief. This soul binding token was the highest symbol of status within the Soul Binding Bureau. Within the entire Soul Binding Bureau, the number of individuals qualified to wear this token could be counted on one hand. Yet now, this emblem representing the Soul Binding Bureau's supreme authority appeared on Yuan Qi, a core member of the Tianqi organization. The implications were enough to send a chill down the spine of anyone privy to the truth. After a moment of shock, Tang Qing quickly regained her composure. Staring at the man holding the token with an icy glare, she hurriedly began her explanation. We sisters truly knew nothing about this matter. Shu Yu remained silent. He merely stared silently at the token in his hand, his eyes flickering with a heart-stoppingly cold glint. Seeing this, Tang Qing grew anxious and hurriedly spoke again. Hand over the token. 1 day. Just give me 1 day. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Shu Yu lifted his head, his icy eyes meeting Tang Qing's in a silent stare that lasted several seconds. After a long pause, he slowly extended the soul-binding token in his hand toward Tang Qing. Seeing this, Tang Qing breathed a long sigh of relief, as if granted a pardon. However, just as Chu Yu prepared to turn and leave, a frantic ringtone suddenly erupted without warning from the headless corpse of Wu Jingyuan. Shu Yu's footsteps faltered slightly. He slowly turned back and fished a satellite phone, still vibrating, from the corpse's pocket. On the screen, a caller ID labeled Uncle flashed repeatedly. A hint of amused coldness flashed in Shu Yu's eyes. He pressed the answer button casually. Immediately, a voice filled with supreme authority came through from the other end. Jingyuan, how's the job going? Remember, you must find a way to extract the secrets of the dragon tomb from that Yuan Qi. Once you've extracted the secrets, kill him immediately. Leave absolutely no survivors. On the other end, sensing the eerie silence on his end, the voice asked curiously. Jingyuan, why aren't you speaking? A cruel, icy curve lifted at the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. He slowly raised the phone to his mouth. Wu Jingyuan is already dead. Chapter 184, The Wujia Clan's Wrath. An eerie silence descended on the other end of the line. Moments later, a roar filled with boundless fury and disbelief erupted from the phone like a thunderclap. What did you say? Thousands of miles away in Chongqing province, within an elegantly antique-styled luxurious study. Wearing a traditional Chinese robe, Wu Ping, whose entire being radiated the imposing aura of one long accustomed to power, jerked upright from his armchair. His naturally imposing face had been replaced by an expression of utter ferocity. Who the hell are you? How dare you lay a finger on my Wu family? On the other end of the line, Qiyu let out a contemptuous snort. I had no desire to shed more blood. But it's a pity that your Wu family keeps coming to provoke me time and again. You even dared to covet the secrets I hold. Therefore, the lives of your Wu family. I have already claimed them. Those casually spoken words struck Wu Peng's ears like thunder from the heavens. The rage within him erupted violently in that instant. You bastard, you're asking for it. He was about to unleash a roar filled with endless murderous intent. But on the other end of the line, all he heard was the cold, steady tone of a busy signal. Beep. 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 Wu Peng froze in place, listening to the relentless beeps. He couldn't believe it that madman actually dared to hang up on him. The next second, an indescribable, terrifying rage instantly consumed him entirely. Snap. The satellite phone in his hand, crafted from a special alloy, shattered into countless fragments at his merciless grip. Ah! He let out a frenzied roar, like a wounded beast. The study door burst open. A woman of enduring grace and regal bearing, her face etched with concern, hurried inside. Husband, what happened? Wu Peng clenched his teeth, his eyes already bloodshot, blazing with a rage intense enough to reduce anyone to ashes. Jingyuan is dead. All the elite fighters we sent to Myanmar are dead too. His words were squeezed out, one by one, through gritted teeth. At these words, the color drained from the well-preserved, elegant face of the noblewoman. How could this happen? Her body recoiled uncontrollably, stumbling backward several steps. Her eyes widened in disbelief and horror. How could that Chu Yu possibly possess such formidable strength? Could it be that someone from the Tianqi organization stabbed us in the back? Wu Peng's chest, heaving violently with rage, slowly settled. The madness in his eyes gradually gave way to a colder, more sinister glare. It's highly likely. A deep look of concern flashed across the elegant lady's face. If it truly was the Apocalypse organization behind this, then things would become truly troublesome. If they find out we're also after that dragon tomb, they won't let it go easily. What's more, that Chu Yu might very well have already joined forces with the Apocalypse organization. Wu Peng's expression darkened further. He knew full well the gravity of the situation. The Apocalypse organization was a malignant tumor that plagued the entire nation of Huagua. Its ranks were teeming with elite fighters, a veritable breeding ground for formidable warriors. If they truly uncovered the secrets of the dragon tomb, the Wu family would have no chance of survival. A deathly silence descended upon the study. Both husband and wife frowned deeply, their expressions darkening to the extreme. After a long, drawn-out silence, a flicker of venomous fury and madness finally shot through Wu Peng's eyes. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. He turned to face his wife, his voice thick with icy coldness as he spoke each word deliberately. Contact the Jinwu Bureau immediately. Tell them that Chu Yu has openly colluded with the Tianqi organization, slaughtering our Wu family members abroad. Even the death of that former theater commander is inextricably linked to him. His current actions amount to treason. The Tianqi organization is openly colluding with a traitor. It is both the responsibility and the duty of your martial bureau to purge this corruption from within. The noblewoman froze upon hearing this. Immediately, an intensely bright light flared in her eyes. I understand. Without another moment's hesitation, she turned and strode swiftly out of the study. Meanwhile, on a highway within Myanmar, leading toward the border with China, a black SUV raced along at breakneck speed. Inside the vehicle, Chu Yu closed her eyes to rest. Tang Qing focused intently on driving. In the back seat, Luo Ying occasionally stole glances at the man seated in the passenger seat, her eyes brimming with awe and curiosity. However, just as the vehicle was about to emerge from the primeval forest, a terrifying killing intent, cold to the extreme, descended without warning. That intent was formless and intangible, yet it seemed to solidify into substance, instantly enveloping the entire SUV. Tang Qing and Luo Ying felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed them, making even the slightest movement unbearably difficult. Their faces were already frozen in utter terror. Chu Yu's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. A flash of impatient, icy killing intent flickered in his eyes. The next second, his towering figure materialized behind Tang Qing and Luo Ying like a specter. He reached out, grabbed both of their shoulders, and flung them violently. The sisters' bodies flew uncontrollably through the shattered car window. At that very instant, two razor-sharp black blades, one on each side, sliced through the air with terrifying force capable of cleaving mountains in an instant. They struck the speeding SUV with brutal precision. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion erupted. The SUV, forged from a special alloy, was cleaved clean in two by those two terrifying blade streaks in that instant. It then exploded completely, becoming a towering fireball. Two figures clad in black nightcloaks, their faces concealed by demonic masks, emerged slowly from the flames. Yet, the moment they appeared, a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any human emotion, suddenly echoed silently in their ears. Impressive sword technique. At those words, both figures' pupils contracted sharply. Before they could react, two slender yet powerful palms had already pressed silently against their backs. Thud! Thud! Two muffled explosions echoed. Those two elite masters, each at least at the peak of the martial sovereign realm, were instantly shattered into two clouds of blood mist by an irresistible, terrifying force. Chu Yu casually brushed the blood from his hands and slowly raised his head. His gaze fell upon the dense jungle ahead. There! Over 40 figures, clad in identical black nightcloaks and wearing demonic masks, emerged slowly from the thicket. They formed an extremely intricate formation, encircling Chu Yu tightly at its center. Chu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Slowly, he drew the long blade at his waist. His icy eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam that sent shivers down the spine. A dazzling blade light, powerful enough to tear the heavens apart, shot skyward. A torrent of flesh and blood exploded violently. The seemingly impenetrable battle formation instantly tore open, revealing a gaping, monstrous wound. Chu Yu's voice, cold and devoid of any human emotion, echoed slowly. Who are you? Chapter 185, The Dragon Slayer's Guard. The leader of the black-clad figures surveyed the scattered remains. His mask-concealed face betrayed no emotion, only his voice cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. When did the martial arts world of Huagua produce someone like you? Chu Yu surveyed the 40-plus figures closing in around him. Amidst their identical, bone-chilling aura, he detected a faint, familiar scent. You are from the Sun family. At those words, the leader stiffened visibly. So it seems you do know things you shouldn't. His voice carried an unmistakable, unmasked chill of murderous intent. I am Sun Mia, commander of the Sun family's dragon slaying guard. Today, by the family head's command, I come to take your head. The moment his words fell, he abruptly drew a blood-red porcelain vial from his robe, tilted his head back, and swallowed every pill inside. Form the formation. Accompanied by his frenzied, savage roar, the 40-odd dragon slayers behind him simultaneously produced identical porcelain vials and swallowed their contents. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, 10 times more ferocious than that of the two ambushers before. Their bodies swelled visibly at a rapid pace, their black night cloaks straining to the point of bursting against the bulging, monstrous muscles. Their eyes had long since been replaced by an inhuman, blood-red madness. Dragon binding rope. Sun Mia let out a frenzied roar like a wild beast. Over 40 black chains, forged from an unknown metal, shot out from their sleeves with terrifying gusts of wind powerful enough to tear through the air. In midair, the chains swiftly intertwined, transforming in an instant into a deadly net. It spread across 100 zhang radius, shimmering with an eerie, deep blue glow. Watch out! Tang Qing, who had just landed in the distance, saw the net and instantly drained of color, her already pale face turning deathly pale. That's the Sun family's dragon binding rope, specifically designed to subdue martial saint-level powerhouses. Those chains are coated in a deadly poison. Once entangled, even the protective aura of a martial saint would be instantly corroded. Not even a god could save you. The moment Shu Yu heard the word Sun family, his already icy eyes were instantly replaced by a terrifying killing intent cold enough to freeze the heavens and earth. He didn't even bother to glance at the deadly net descending upon him. He merely slowly channeled the true chi within him already boiling to its absolute limit into the divine blade Kunwu in his hand. Hum. A clear, piercing blade's cry suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. On the once plain and unadorned blade, intricate golden dragon patterns suddenly ignited with light. A domineering blade aura, as if born from primordial chaos, surged skyward from the blade's surface. The next second, Shu Yu moved. His towering form transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, advancing instead of retreating. He charged headlong into the deadly net of force potent enough to annihilate a martial saint rushing straight into its heart. A dazzling blade light, beyond description, poured forth from his hand. Rip! The indestructible net, forged from a special metal and known as the dragon binding net, tore apart like fragile paper the instant it touched that golden blade light. Immediately after, the overwhelmingly domineering blade energy erupted with a thunderous roar. Snap! 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 A series of crisp snapping sounds echoed across the heavens. That deadly net, formidable enough to give even martial saints headaches, was torn apart in an instant by the raging blade energy, shredded into countless fragments filling the sky. For the first time, Sun Mia's eyes, long filled with bloodlust, flickered with disbelief. How could this be? The dragon binding rope, powerful enough to trap and slay a martial saint, had been shattered so easily. Blood fiends, how much longer do you intend to watch? He let out a frenzied roar, filled with shock, rage, and unwillingness. The very instant his words fell silent, a series of piercing, shattering sounds erupted from the deepest recesses of the dense forest. Immediately after, 20 figures clad in blood-red robes, each radiating the terrifying aura of grandmasters, materialized on the battlefield like specters. Behind them followed 10 elite warriors whose auras had already reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Leading them all was a figure clad in a blood-red, gold-embroidered robe. Every inch of his being radiated a terrifying aura powerful enough to make the heavens and earth tremble. Half-step earth immortal. But this was not the end. After the blood-robed figures appeared, several more figures were violently tossed out of the dense forest like discarded trash and slammed onto the ground. It was Pu Xiao, Pu Jun, and the others already beaten to a pulp, barely clinging to life. When Pu Xiao caught sight of that godlike, demonic figure, a blinding light suddenly flared within his eyes, already filled with utter despair. Yet that light was swiftly replaced by an even deeper despair. Run! He mustered every ounce of strength left in his body to utter a shrill, anguished cry filled with reluctance. They're from the martial sect. Run! At those words, Shu Yu's eyes, already cold as ice, narrowed instantly into dangerous slits. He slowly turned to face the crimson-robed commander who had trampled Pu Xiao and the others beneath his feet like dead dogs, letting out a sneer dripping with contempt. Wu Zone. Very well. Today, let anyone dare touch a single hair on their heads. In time, I shall make your entire martial sect pay with their lives. Sun Mia, the once arrogant commander of the Dragon Slayer Guard, saw the blood-robed commander and instantly replaced his expression with a savage grin of utter triumph. Boy, you still dare to talk tough when death is upon you. I'll see how arrogant you can be in front of the blood slaughter commander and these hostages. Far away, Tang Qing's already deathly pale face drained of all color the moment she heard the words blood slaughter. Her body began to shake violently beyond her control, her eyes filled with an indescribable, utter horror and dread. Blood Fiend Commander is a martial sovereign, the supreme leader of the Blood Division. His power has long reached the peak of the half-step Earth immortal realm. The number of martial saint realm experts who have fallen by his hand is no less than 80, if not 100. What's even more terrifying is that if he consumes the martial master's specially concocted forbidden potion, it unleashes the blood demon power within him. For a brief period, he can attain power comparable to that of a terrestrial immortal. Her words plunged everyone present into a deathly despair. The blood demon commander, resembling a god-demon hybrid, slowly raised his head. His blood-red eyes, devoid of any human emotion, looked down with utter contempt upon the man they had driven to the brink of destruction. Kneel. Kneel and beg for mercy. I may consider sparing you a whole corpse. Chapter 186, The Destruction of the Martial Sect. Shu Yu gazed at that face, radiating supreme arrogance and authority, and let out a soft, amused chuckle. The sound was faint, yet it rang clearly in every ear present. Shueisha's blood-red eyes, already dark and sinister, instantly narrowed into dangerous slits. He couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. He merely raised his right foot slowly and brought it down with crushing force onto the unconscious Pu Xiao beneath him. Yet, in the very instant his foot was about to descend, a golden streak of light flashed before his eyes without warning. Shueisha's pupils contracted violently. He didn't even have time to react. An indescribable, terrifying force slammed violently into his chest. Bang! A deep, muffled explosion. Shueisha's towering, godlike figure suddenly flew backward like a. The dozen or so martial sovereign experts behind him, unable to react in time, were brutally crushed by his raging body into a blurred mist of blood. The entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence at that moment. Whether it was the once arrogant Dragon Slayer Guard Commander Sun Mie or the group of martial sovereign experts, already terrified out of their wits, their minds went completely blank upon witnessing this scene. They stared fixedly at the towering figure that had appeared before Pu Xiao and the others, their eyes filled with nothing but endless, disbelieving horror. Blood Slaughter struggled to his feet from the rubble, rising slowly. He glanced down at his own chest, now caved in, then looked up at the man standing with his back to him, focused on unlocking the shackles from Pu Xiao and the others. The man's already sullen face instantly contorted into a look of utter savagery. Not bad. He let out a cold laugh filled with endless chill. Too bad, before this commander, your petty skills amount to nothing. Shu Yu didn't even bother to glance back at him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he crushed the shackles forged from a special metal into countless shards that scattered through the air. Once I've dealt with matters here, I'll return to claim your worthless life. That casual tone, however, sounded to Shueisha like nothing less than the most vicious insult imaginable. You bastard, you're asking for death. He let out a frenzied roar, like a wounded beast. Do you know how utterly transcendent our martial sect is in this Huaxia nation? And do you know what a miserable fate awaits those who dare to offend us? Shu Yu rose slowly to his feet. He gently guided the already barely conscious Pu Xiao to the side before turning slowly. His icy eyes held not a shred of human emotion. I couldn't care less about how exalted your martial sect claims to be. All I know is that today, you dared to lay a hand on my people. I will make your entire martial sect vanish into oblivion. Shueisha's chest heaving violently with rage nearly exploded on the spot. He could no longer contain the murderous intent that had long since boiled to its absolute limit within him. Fine. Very well. Since you wish to die so badly, this commander shall grant your wish today. Slowly, he drew the blood-red blade from his waist, a strange, eerie long sword radiating an endless aura of malevolence. He regarded the ancient, dull blade in Shu Yu's hand with a gaze brimming with contempt and pity. With that broken blade in your hand, one whose very blade spirit has long since shattered, you dare to spout such nonsense before this commander's blood demon blade? Die! The moment his words fell, his towering form transformed into a crimson lightning bolt. Wielding a terrifying blade aura potent enough to cleave mountains, he struck viciously toward Shu Yu. Far away, both Sun Mie and Tang Chan watched the scene unfold, their hearts instantly leaping into their throats. Yet, facing this fatal strike, one capable of making even martial saints pale with terror. Shu Yu's face betrayed not the slightest flicker of emotion. He merely raised the long sword in his hand with deliberate slowness. Then, facing the raging crimson blade aura hurtling toward him, he simply brought it down with a single, decisive strike. Clang! A deafening clang of metal colliding echoed through the air. A terrifying energy storm, beyond description, erupted from the two combatants and swept wildly outward in all directions. Blood Fiend's face, twisted with savagery and smugness, froze in an instant. It was swiftly replaced by utter terror and disbelief. Snap! A crisp snapping sound suddenly echoed. The blood demon blade in his hand, forged from celestial meteorite iron, a weapon that could shatter any defense, was severed cleanly at the moment it touched that golden blade's glow. It shattered like fragile glass, torn apart with brutal force. Without pausing, the overwhelming golden blade slash continued its momentum, striking viciously against his right arm, the one wielding the blade. Splatter! A dull, guttural sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. Blood Demon's thick right arm, along with the severed half of the blade, shot skyward uncontrollably. The entire world fell silent. Every face was frozen in an indescribable, utter horror. Blood Demon stared blankly at his empty right shoulder, then shifted his gaze to the man standing there, expressionless, blade in hand. For the first time, fear flickered in those eyes, already crimson as blood. This can't be possible. What kind of blade is that in your hand? Shu Yu couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. His towering form once more transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, carrying a terrifying blade aura potent enough to tear the heavens apart. He charged forward again, unleashing a devastating strike toward the already gravely wounded Blood Fiend. The terror that had gripped Shueisha's face was instantly replaced by utter madness. All sense of dignity and pride abandoned him. He spun and fled madly deeper into the dense forest. Behind him, the martial masters, already terrified out of their wits, stared blankly at the scene, their minds completely blank. What are you standing around for? Block him for this commander. Blood Slaughter's roar, filled with fury and terror, instantly snapped the group of disoriented martial masters back to reality. Gritting their teeth, they let out a frenzied, beast-like roar and charged headlong toward that golden figure, which seemed like a god or demon incarnate, utterly fearless of death. Yet what awaited them was a death sentence, cold and utterly devoid of human emotion. Thud! 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 The dull, wet sounds of flesh tearing echoed repeatedly. Those martial masters, formidable enough to dominate a region in the outside world, were no different from lambs awaiting slaughter before Chu Yu. In the span of mere breaths, they had all become cold corpses, strewn haphazardly in pools of blood. The Dragon Slayer guards, who had intended to step forward and claim their share of the spoils, witnessed this utterly bloody scene. They could no longer suppress the terror that had long since shattered within their hearts. They flung aside their weapons and turned, scrambling to flee in every direction. Shueisha, who had already fled over 100 meters away, watched this unfold. His already icy heart sank to its lowest depths. He knew he had truly hit a brick wall today. Halt! He roared, his voice filled with terror and refusal to accept defeat. If you dare kill me, you will have sworn an unbreakable blood feud with my entire martial sect. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of such an act. Chapter 187, The Heart Demon's Backlash. Blood Demon stared at the figure approaching him step by step, like a god or demon. His already icy heart was instantly consumed by an indescribable, utter terror. All sense of dignity and pride abandoned him. His voice trembled, thick with fear and a distinct edge of weeping as he pleaded. Don't kill me. Just spare my life. I can help you negotiate. I swear, our martial sect will never trouble you again. Yet what met him was a death sentence, cold and utterly devoid of human emotion. Splat. A dull, guttural sound of flesh tearing suddenly echoed. Blood Demon's roar, filled with terror and unwillingness, abruptly ceased. His once proud head flew uncontrollably skyward. The headless corpse slowly collapsed to the ground. The Dragon Slayer guards, already terrified out of their wits in the distance, could no longer contain the terror that had long since shattered their hearts upon witnessing this scene. They couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. Turning, they fled in all directions, madly scattering in every direction. However, how could Chuyu possibly give them this chance? As dazzling golden blade glints shot skyward, cold corpses lay scattered haphazardly in pools of blood. The entire world fell silent. Pu Xiao, Pu Jun, and the others stared blankly at that towering figure, as majestic as a god or a demon. Their eyes brimmed with an indescribable, profound reverence and fervor. In their eyes, Chuyu was no longer a mere mortal. He was a true deity walking among mortals. The sisters Tang Cheng and Luoying, too, gazed at the man whose body bore not a speck of dust, their faces equally etched with reverence. Their hearts were utterly filled with a profound sense of relief. Thankfully, they had not chosen to oppose this man back then. Pu Xiao struggled to his feet from the pool of blood, rising slowly. Surveying the scattered remains, a deep concern flickered across his already pallid face. The martial sect has run rampant for nearly a century. Its ranks are teeming with masters, and powerful figures emerge in every generation. Now, add to that the equally profoundly rooted Sun family. You must be extremely cautious from now on. Chuyu slowly sheathed the long blade in his hand. A flicker of contemptuous coldness passed through his already icy eyes. I'm aware. Though he spoke lightly, his heart was weighed down by an unprecedented heaviness. Had he not arrived in time this time, the fate of Pu Xiao and the others would have been all too clear. The enemies were growing in number. Those around him would face ever greater peril. It seemed the time had come to reactivate the hidden Dragon Hall. Only by reclaiming that terrifying power sufficient to make the entire world tremble could he truly safeguard everyone around him. Without a moment's hesitation, the group immediately set off, returning to Dianing. Pu family manor. Pu Daishue, her female apprentice and sixth sister-in-law, who had been waiting for a long time, finally let out a sigh of relief when they saw the SUV slowly pulling into the estate. However, when they saw the man slowly stepping out of the vehicle, their expressions froze instantly. Chuyu now stood before them, his entire body completely covered in a layer of dried blood. His already icy eyes now flickered with a blood-red glow that sent shivers down the spine. An icy, terrifying killing intent surged uncontrollably from his body, spreading wildly. Pu Daishue, her female apprentice and sixth sister-in-law, felt that terror, a killing intent potent enough to freeze one's very soul, and the color drained from their already pale, delicate faces. In their minds, they instinctively recalled that day at the Pu family estate, the scene of unimaginable bloodshed. Chuyu forcibly suppressed the dragon's soul power within him, already boiling to its absolute limit, along with the terrifying inner demon that threatened to backfire due to the sheer weight of his slaughter. A deep weariness spread across his already icy features. Listen to Feng. Pu Daishue stifled her fear, her voice trembling noticeably as she whispered the reply. Miss Yu said she had urgent matters to attend to. She left ahead of time with the two girls, Jueixing and Lanyue. Upon hearing this, Chuyu exhaled a long, relieved sigh as if granted a reprieve. Thankfully, they weren't here. He could no longer contain the terrifying power raging within him, now reaching its peak. Turning, he strode swiftly toward his room. Do not let anyone disturb me until I emerge. That voice, cold and devoid of any human emotion, drifted slowly toward them. Pu Daishue, the female apprentice and sixth sister, stood frozen, staring at the figure that had vanished into the room, their eyes filled with unmistakable worry and heartache. Yet, just as they hesitated, wondering whether to approach and check on him, a series of suppressed, agonized howls filled with endless torment and madness erupted suddenly and without warning from behind the tightly shut door. At the sound, the already deathly pale faces of the three women drained of every last trace of color. Their hearts felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing them so tightly that even breathing became an agonizing struggle. They wanted to rush in, to help that man, to share some of his pain. Yet the memory of his earlier icy warning weighed on them like lead, making their feet feel heavy as lead. Chapter 188, I want to help you. Inside the room, the suppressed growls grew increasingly agonized. It felt like a primordial beast, trapped in a cage, was making its final desperate struggle to break free. Pu Daixue and the other two women stood outside the door. Their already pale, delicate faces were now replaced by an expression of utter worry. What should we do? The sixth sister-in-law's voice carried a hint of unmistakable tears. Mr. Chu, he seems to be in terrible pain. The female disciple's eyes were equally filled with deep concern. Master, perhaps we should go in and see? Pu Daixue bit her lip hard, her eyes filled with inner conflict. She desperately wanted to go in. But the memory of Chu Yu's icy warning filled her heart with hesitation. Inside the room, the agonized screams grew clearer and more frenzied by the moment. Pu Daixue could no longer suppress the overwhelming worry and affection that had long since flooded her heart. She drew a deep breath, as if resolving herself to some decision. You wait outside. I'll go in and see. Upon hearing this, both sixth sister-in-law and the female apprentice flushed with an unmistakable blush that couldn't be concealed. They knew exactly what entering at this moment implied. Pu Daixue paid them no further attention. She fished a spare key from her bosom and gently unlocked the door. A wave of scorching heat, thick with the pungent stench of blood, washed over them. Inside, Chu Yu knelt on the floor, veins bulging across his body. His eyes, now a sickly crimson, were consumed by a madness unlike anything human. His body shook violently, beyond his control. His already icy face contorted into a hideous grimace, twisted by the most excruciating agony. Get out! He sensed Pu Daixue's approach and ground out two words through clenched teeth, words as cold and devoid of human emotion as ice. Pu Daixue watched his agonized form, her heart feeling as though it had been seized by an invisible giant hand. Yet her eyes held not a trace of fear, only an unwavering gaze of deep affection and heartache. She slowly walked up to Chu Yu. Then, under his gaze filled with madness and savagery, she slowly began to shed her clothes. I want to help you. Her voice, soft as a whisper in a dream, echoed softly. The last shred of Chu Yu's sanity shattered in that instant. He let out a frenzied, inhuman roar, leaping to his feet and pinning the terrified, pale figure beneath him onto the large bed. At that very instant, in another villa not far from the estate, a stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a form-fitting black bodysuit, her figure breathtakingly voluptuous and her face so radiant it could make the heavens pale in comparison, slowly opened her eyes. Listening to the faint, frenzied, savage growls drifting from next door, along with the woman's suppressed cries of pain, a cold sneer filled with disgust and contempt instantly appeared on her already icy, beautiful face. Men. Not a single one of them is any good. Gong Sun Tuo rose slowly from the sofa. Unbidden, her mind flashed back to the blood-soaked scene she had witnessed earlier in that primeval forest. With a single, simple punch, that man had sent the blood fiend whose power had long reached the threshold of the earth immortal realm flying through the air. Even the indestructible blood demon blade had been cleaved clean in two by his seemingly ordinary, ancient-looking long sword. That terrifying power, enough to make gods and demons tremble, had shattered every ounce of her pride and confidence into dust. That bastard Shui Yang. He doesn't have the guts to come himself, yet he sends me to kill this monster that can't even stand up to a blood fiend. Does he really think we hidden killers aren't human? She let out a cold snort, filled with contempt. Her decision was made. Upon returning, she would immediately report to her superiors. She refused this mission. Let whoever wanted it take it. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled a satellite phone from her pocket and dialed a number she never wanted to contact again. Moments later, she vanished like a ghost from the villa, now completely deserted. She had barely left. Three equally ghostly figures appeared silently in the villa's living room. It was Yu Tingfeng who had returned, along with the sisters Zhuixing and Lanhua. Yu Tingfeng watched the figure vanish into the night. A hint of amused smile flickered across her coldly beautiful face. Good for her to know when to quit. It's better she left. At least we won't have to take action ourselves. Upon hearing this, Lanhua let out a sigh filled with endless regret. If we'd known this woman was so useless, why did we even bother coming back? We might as well have stayed home. Maybe then, at this very moment, we could have gotten nice and cozy with that bastard Chu Yu. Yu Tingfeng listened to her words dripping with predatory intent. Her already icy, beautiful face instantly flashed an unmistakable look of utter speechlessness. She couldn't be bothered to waste another word on this brainless fool. Enough. Since the threat here has been neutralized, then we should get down to business. She slowly drew the jet black soul sealing token from her bosom. Next, we'll investigate the origins of this token. Chapter 189, Incurable Illness. Tianting Mansion. Within a lavishly decorated hall radiating futuristic technology, Shui Yang stared intently at the massive electronic screen before him. His already sullen face was now utterly consumed by utter disbelief. The screen vividly replayed the bloody battle that had unfolded not long ago within the primeval forest. Whether it was the dragon-binding rope, powerful enough to ensnare and slay a martial saint, or the blood fiend commander whose strength had long reached the threshold of the earth immortal realm. Faced with that man's terrifying power, akin to that of a god or demon, they had not mustered even the slightest resistance. How could this be possible? The combined might of the Sun Clan and the martial sect was sufficient to effortlessly annihilate any so-called top-tier powerhouse in this world. Yet now, these two forces terrifying enough to make the entire martial world of Huagua tremble had been defeated. And they had been defeated so decisively, so utterly. Shui Yang's shock had long since reached an unimaginable peak. Suddenly, he recalled the phone call Gong Sun Tua had made to him not long ago. He had initially assumed it was that woman making excuses for her failed mission. But now it seemed clear that the woman had never deceived him. That Chuyu had truly grown powerful enough to strike terror into the very souls of gods and demons alike. Endless greed and fervor instantly consumed the last shred of reason within Shui Yang's heart. He knew perfectly well why that bastard was so powerful. The Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb. That bastard must be hiding the secret to the legendary Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb. If he could obtain that secret, he would no longer be the current lord of the Tianting Manor, forced to bow to others. He would become the sole ruler of the entire world. He suppressed the frenzied fervor that had long since boiled to its peak within his heart. He made his decision. No matter what it took, he would capture that bastard alive. The capital. Soul Binding Bureau headquarters. Within an office of simple elegance, Xia Hongye, clad in a specially tailored military uniform and bearing the stars of a general on his shoulders, radiated an aura of terrifying authority that could make the heavens tremble. He answered the phone with utmost respect. From the other end came a voice old and frail, as if it might cease at any moment. Ignore the people from the Tanchi organization. Keep them alive. They will serve to continually stir the terrifying ferocity hidden within that dragon soul. Remember, before the dragon soul's self-awareness is completely eroded, you absolutely must not kill that Chu Yu. Only the bloodline of the Chu family can truly suppress the dragon soul. When the time is ripe, bring that boy to me. At these words, a fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam of sharpness flashed in Xia Hongye's already profoundly deep eyes. Understood. He responded respectfully. A prolonged silence fell on the other end of the line. After what felt like an eternity, the frail, aged voice finally spoke again. Also, how is the investigation I asked you to conduct progressing? A deep, grave expression crossed Xia Hongye's face. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, the Hidden Dragon Hall does indeed show signs of resurgence. The voice on the other end instantly took on a hint of undisguised, chilling murderous intent. Then find every last one of them. And leave not a single one alive. Dianing. Pu Family Manor. A series of urgent ringing tones slowly roused Chuyu from his deep slumber. He slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Pu Daishue, exhausted to the point of unconsciousness, still bore a faint, utterly contented blush of happiness on her already stunningly beautiful face. Chuyu reached out and picked up the phone from the bedside table. The caller ID displayed Tang Cheng. He pressed the answer button without hesitation. A solemn female voice immediately came through the line. I've spoken with Shui Yangzi. He also looked into it for you through internal channels. That soul binding order belongs to Xia Hongye, the foremost of the 12 soul generals. This Xia Hongye is the most mysterious and powerful figure in the entire Soul Binding Bureau. It's said that even our bureau chief shows him considerable deference. You must not act rashly. Upon hearing this, Chuyu's already icy eyes flashed with a hint of cold amusement. Understood. He casually hung up the phone. Yet within his heart, a tempest of overwhelming turmoil surged. Huagua was indeed ailing. And it was gravely ill. Even the Soul Binding Bureau, that violent institution tasked with suppressing the nation's destiny, had rotted to such an extent within. The leader of the Soul Generals would actually collude with the Apocalypse Organization, a wicked group that everyone should strive to destroy. No wonder the entire Chu family was slaughtered overnight back then. No wonder, for the past 5 years, no matter how hard he investigated, he could find not a single trace of that bloody massacre. It turned out someone had been pulling the strings behind the scenes, using an invisible hand to bury all the truth beneath layers of concealment. At that very moment, a cold, solitary figure appeared silently at the doorway. It was Yu Tingfeng, who had returned to the estate at some unknown hour. She looked at the man whose eyes flickered with a heart-stopping, icy glint and spoke slowly. I've uncovered it too. That token truly belongs to Xia Hongye. What do you plan to do next? Chapter 190, The Master of the Mystic Hall. A profound, piercing gleam flashed through Chuyu's icy eyes. He slowly shook his head. Hold off on rash actions for now. Yu Tingfeng's handsome brows furrowed slightly at the words. Why? Now that we know the identity of the mastermind behind this, shouldn't we rush to the capital immediately and execute that traitor on the spot? Chiyu let out a sneer filled with contempt. The matter is likely not as straightforward as we imagine. He paused before continuing. Don't you find this situation a bit too convenient? We had only just obtained the soul binding order. Then immediately after, Tang Chan used that so-called Shui Yangzi to uncover the true identity of the token's owner. If someone isn't pulling the strings behind the scenes, would you believe it? A deep, solemn expression instantly clouded Yu Tingfeng's coldly beautiful face. She certainly didn't believe it. With Xia Hongye's towering status and influence, how could she possibly have carelessly left her personal token lying around? And even more astonishingly, it had been traced back to her with such alarming ease. There was definitely a trick involved. So you're saying, this is most likely a trap set for us by that Shui Yangzi? Shu Yu nodded slowly. We can't rule out that possibility. Of course, it could also be that Xia Hongye deliberately released it as bait. Her goal was to lure me to the capital. Yu Tingfeng's expression darkened further. Whichever scenario played out, neither bode well for them in their current predicament. What should we do now? A flash of icy, murderous intent, cold as endless frost, flickered in Shu Yu's eyes. No matter what schemes they're plotting behind the scenes, before absolute power, they are nothing but worthless trash. But before heading to the capital, we must first eliminate a major threat. Yu Tingfeng froze upon hearing this. You mean the Mystic Hall? Shu Yu nodded slowly. Exactly. The Mysteries Hall claims to know everything, to understand all things. Its intelligence network spans every corner of Huagua, indeed the entire world. Many of our previous operations were hampered by intelligence gaps. Therefore, we must first seize complete control of this power for ourselves. Only then can we truly seize the initiative. A brilliant light flared within Yu Tingfeng's cold, beautiful eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she spoke immediately. I understand. The headquarters of the Mystic Mechanics Hall is in Shangzhou. Upon hearing this, Shu Yu's eyes flashed with a resolute, fierce expression. Good. Then we'll head to Shangzhou. Yu Tingfeng slowly stepped before him, her clear, cold eyes meeting his in silent gaze for several seconds. Suddenly, an indescribable, profound shock spread across her coldly exquisite face. Your cultivation. She instinctively let out a gasp filled with utter disbelief. You've broken through again. Shu Yu froze upon hearing this. He instinctively probed the true qi within his body. Sure enough, he discovered that his true qi both in purity and potency was now several times stronger than before. His cultivation, which had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, now showed faint signs of breaking through to the golden core realm. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He couldn't spare another word of idle chatter with Yu Tingfeng. Turning on his heel, he charged back into that room, where a lingering trace of sensuality still hung in the air. On the bed, Pu Daixue lay fast asleep. Her exquisitely beautiful face still bore a trace of a blissfully contented smile. Shu Yu slowly approached the bedside, extending his right hand to gently rest upon her jade-like wrist. Moments later, the icy gaze in his eyes was instantly replaced by utter horror and disbelief. He discovered that the vicious curse within Pu Daixue, a congealed massive resentment from countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, had vanished by more than half, seemingly into thin air. Moreover, its effect proved tenfold more potent than the 7-star life-prolonging needle he had previously cast at great personal cost. At that very moment, Pu Daixue, lying on the bed, slowly opened her enchanting eyes, still tinged with a trace of sleepy drowsiness. Gazing at the man standing by the bed, her eyes filled with shock and awe, a blush of shy happiness instantly spread across her already stunningly beautiful face. Thank you. She spoke softly, her voice gentle enough to melt the hardest steel. But no sooner had she finished speaking, she caught sight of the cool, composed woman standing vividly at the doorway, observing the two of them with an amused expression. Pu Daixue's already flushed cheeks instantly turned crimson, as if they might bleed. Yu Tingfeng watched her mortified expression, as if she wished the ground would swallow her whole, and let out a light chuckle filled with amusement. She turned away slowly, tactfully giving the space to the long-separated lovers reunited. The room once again fell into an incredibly ambiguous silence. Pu Daixue bit her lip hard, her stunningly beautiful eyes sparkling with a deep affection that could melt anyone's soul. She slowly extended her jade-like arm, gently wrapping it around Shu Yu's neck. Why don't you make one more effort? Why not just lift all the remaining curses at once? Wouldn't that be better? That voice, filled with endless temptation and allure, slowly echoed in Shu Yu's ear. At her words, Shu Yu let out a playful chuckle. He slowly lowered his head and gently kissed the blushing, lovely face. Not impossible. But to completely lift all the remaining curses, I'm afraid it will take at least 5 or 6 days of non-stop, uninterrupted, in-depth discussions. Upon hearing this, Pu Daixue's already flushed face instantly paled with utter terror. She frantically shook her head like a rattle. No. I'd rather wait until later. Shu Yu watched her adorable, flustered expression and could no longer suppress the amusement bubbling up inside him. He slowly rose to his feet and tucked the blanket around her. You should rest well first. I have some matters to attend to outside. With that, he turned and left the room in quick strides. In the living room, Yu Tingfeng had already brewed a pot of fragrant tea and was waiting there quietly. Shu Yu walked slowly to the seat opposite her and sat down. Regarding the matter of reopening the Hidden Dragon Hall, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Yu Tingfeng slowly set down the teacup in her hand. A deep, helpless sigh drifted from her lips, casting a shadow of profound resignation across her coldly beautiful, exquisite features. She let out a sigh filled with endless melancholy. The Hidden Dragon Hall has been secluded from the world for over 20 years now. The elders who once followed your father have either fallen in battle or long since lost heart, laying down their arms to return to the fields. The current head of the Hidden Dragon Hall is Long Zhantian, the very man who once challenged your father for the position and lost. Do you truly believe he would willingly relinquish control of the entire Hidden Dragon Hall back into your hands? At these words, Shuyu's already icy eyes flashed with a cold disdain. Whether he will or won't is irrelevant. What matters is that the Hidden Dragon Hall was founded by my father. I will never allow this terrifying power capable of making the entire world tremble to remain dormant forever. Moreover, I now require this power to clear every obstacle from my path. He stared at Yu Tingfeng, speaking each word deliberately in a tone that brooked no argument. Tell me the exact location of the Mysteries Hall headquarters. I can go alone. Yu Tingfeng, upon hearing this, slowly shook his head. No. You won't be alone. Tang Cheng and Luoying, the two sisters, will accompany you. Chapter 191, Turbulence Aboard. At these words, a fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of doubt crossed Shuyu's icy eyes. What are they following me for? Yu Tingfeng slowly poured him a cup of fragrant tea. This is Shui Yang's arrangement. He said you'll be heading to the Mystic Hall next and will need people familiar with the martial arts world of Huagua by your side. Shuyu's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't believe that man, with his deep, calculating mind, would be so kind. Yu Tingfeng seemed to read his thoughts and continued speaking. Of course, this is also my suggestion. Shui Yangza is far too calculating. To this day, we still can't tell whether he's friend or foe. Having Tang Qing and the others stay by your side will allow us to use them to gain deeper insight into that man's true intentions. Upon hearing this, the last shred of doubt in Shuyu's mind vanished like smoke. He slowly nodded. I understand. Afternoon. Shuyu boarded the flight to Xiangzhou with Tang Cheng and Luoying, the two sisters. The aircraft swiftly ascended into the clouds. Leaning against the window, Shuyu watched the churning sea of clouds below. A profoundly solemn thought flickered across his deep, piercing eyes. The Hidden Dragon Hall comprised 36 halls. Each hall possessed its own unique strengths. The Mysteries Hall oversees intelligence gathering across the realm. The Yenluo Hall oversees assassination. The War God Hall oversees military campaigns. He must swiftly reclaim control over these 36 formidable forces, each capable of making the entire world tremble, and reunite them under his command. Only then would he gain the standing to truly challenge those colossal entities lurking in the shadows. And then there was the matter of grandfather's whereabouts. And the relationship between Xia Hongya, the chief soul general of the Soul Binding Bureau, and the master of the Apocalypse organization. He must uncover the truth about all these matters without delay. Just as he was lost in thought. Not far away, the dismissive whispers of two men drifted silently into his ears. Young Master Dong, look, that fellow is Chuyu, the one who's recently caused quite a stir in the martial arts world of Huagua. A middle-aged man in a gray robe, his temples visibly bulging, spoke respectfully in a low voice to the young man beside him, who wore a white training uniform. The youth named Dong Yiming merely shot Chuyu a dismissive glance upon hearing this. He's nothing but a mundane insect who stumbled upon a stroke of luck. How could he possibly be compared to a true prodigy like you, young Master Dong? The middle-aged man immediately offered a fawning compliment. Yet his heart brimmed with contempt. His young master was one of the 9 holy sons of the hidden world. Both in status and power, he was enough to make all so-called geniuses in this world pale in comparison. What was that Chuyu, after all? How dare he even be mentioned in the same breath as his young master? Chuyu had no intention of paying attention to such a clown. Yet the ensuing conversation between those two caused a sudden, intense spark of interest to flicker in his already icy eyes. Rest assured, young Master Dong. According to our intelligence, that ancient artifact will definitely surface this time. When the time comes, all you need to do is secure it. The position of the foremost figure among the younger generation will then be yours for the taking. An ancient artifact. A flicker of emotion stirred within Shuyu's heart. He slowly rose from his seat and walked toward the two men at a measured pace. The middle-aged man, who had been fawning over their young master in hushed conversation, saw Chuyu striding directly toward them. His already sullen face instantly twisted into a look of icy, menacing coldness. Dong Yiming didn't even lift an eyelid. It was as if he didn't even acknowledge the existence of this ignorant, worldly insect. But the very next second, when Chuyu came to a halt before them, an indescribable look of utter horror and disbelief spread across both their faces. How could this be? Their conversation had been shielded from all ears by their chi barrier. How had this guy overheard them? At that very moment, Tang Cheng and Luoying, the two sisters, had already hurried up to catch up. As they gazed upon the man whose eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any human emotion, an unmistakable look of panic and concern flashed across their two exquisitely beautiful faces. Mr. Chu, Tang Cheng cautiously inquired. What are you doing? She feared this murderous fiend, who could kill at the drop of a hat, might cause an irreparable disaster at this altitude of 10,000 meters. Chuyu, upon hearing this, let out a sneer filled with utter contempt. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the two men, whose faces had long since turned deathly pale with fear. Nothing. Just two clowns who enjoy gossiping behind people's backs. At those words, the middle-aged man's already pallid face instantly contorted with fury and humiliation. He abruptly rose from his seat. A bone-chilling, murderous intent erupted from his body like a raging storm. Kid, you're asking for death. Chapter 192, Bringing Shame Upon Oneself. The middle-aged man glared at Chu Yu. His already dark eyes were now completely consumed by a chilling, murderous intent. Kid, kneel down and apologize to young Master Dong immediately. Or die. The threat, cold and devoid of any human emotion, echoed slowly. Yet Dong Yiming, standing beside him, slowly extended his right hand to restrain him. Uncle Wu, it's unnecessary. He didn't even deign to look at Chu Yu directly. A look of haughty disdain and contempt spread across his exceptionally handsome face. How could a true dragon care about the provocation of an insignificant insect? To stoop to his level would only diminish one's own standing. Hearing this, Chu Yu couldn't help but laugh in anger. In all his years, he had never encountered such an arrogantly delusional fool. He couldn't be bothered to waste another word on these two fools, already beyond redemption. I'll say this one last time. Tell me what exactly you meant by that ancient artifact you mentioned earlier. A flash of terrifying, icy killing intent instantly flickered in Dong Yiming's eyes that had been filled with nothing but arrogance. Finally, he slowly turned his head, fixing his contemptuous gaze upon Chu Yu. As if he were observing an insect already dead. Tang Chang and Luoying, standing nearby, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Both women fixed their gaze intently on the white-robed youth, whose entire being radiated an overwhelmingly dangerous aura. Their internal chi had long since surged to its peak, silently poised. Should he dare make the slightest move? They would strike without hesitation. Dong Yiming looked at Chu Yu. A cruel, cold smile spread across his arrogant face. Kid, I'm giving you a chance right now. Vanish from my sight immediately. Then erase every single thing you just heard from your memory. Otherwise, the calamity you'll bring upon yourself and your entire family behind you will be beyond anything you could ever bear. In his heart, however, the resolve to kill Chu Yu had already taken root. The moment the plane touched down, he would ensure this reckless bastard vanished from this world forever. Chu Yu stared back at him, a hint of undisguised amusement flickering in his icy eyes. What if I refuse? At those words, the cruel sneer on Dong Yiming's face deepened. You'll find out. Once we're off the plane, you'll find out soon enough. Chu Yu nodded slowly. He fixed a deep, lingering gaze upon the fool who had long been sentenced to death in his heart. Then he turned and walked straight back to his seat. He didn't want to cause too much of a scene on this flight. Dong Yiming watched his departing figure. A cold, increasingly contemptuous sneer flickered in his haughty eyes. He had thought this so-called Chu Yu possessed some measure of courage. Turns out, he was nothing more than a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing this, the sisters Tang Qing and Luoying finally let out a slight sigh of relief. They hurried over to Chu Yu's side and slowly sat down beside him. At that very moment, Dong Yiming's cold voice, dripping with contempt, rang out once more. Uncle Wu. The middle-aged man named Uncle Wu immediately responded with a respectful tone. Young master, what are your orders? Dong Yiming slowly rose from his seat. Looking down from above at Chu Yu, who sat with eyes closed in meditation, he spoke in a tone as detached as a deity pronouncing judgment on mortal lives. Go. Break that bastard's legs. Make him kneel before me and kowtow an apology. He had made his decision. First, he would brutally torment this ignorant insect who didn't know his place. Then, like crushing an ant, he would effortlessly grind the man into nothingness. At these words, Wu Bo's already sullen face instantly twisted into a cruel, savage grin. Yes, young master. He slowly turned and walked step by step toward Chu Yu. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, sweeping out with overwhelming force. Under the crushing weight of that terrifying aura, the already stunningly beautiful faces of sisters Tang Qing and Luoying instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Instinctively, they both reached to intervene. But Chu Yu slowly opened his eyes. He gave them a look that said, calm down. Then, he slowly closed his eyes once more. It seemed as though he hadn't even noticed the terrifying presence advancing step by step toward him. Seeing this, Uncle Wu's rage instantly flared to an unparalleled peak. He let out a cold snort, filled with utter contempt. A mere mortal insect from the mundane world. How dare you act so insolently before us? To die by my hand is an honor you've earned over 8 lifetimes. Before the words had even faded, his body, already poised for action, surged upward like a cannonball. His right hand, already enveloped in a dense aura of martial energy, transformed into a terrifying claw capable of tearing through tigers and leopards. One punch, delivered with brutal force, slammed toward Chu Yu's head. Yet, that terrifying punch, powerful enough to shatter stone and split boulders, halted dead in its tracks just half an inch from Chu Yu. It was as if an invisible barrier had seized his entire force, holding it fast and preventing it from advancing any further. Wu Bo's already sullen face instantly contorted with utter horror and disbelief. He frantically channeled the gale force energy within his body, desperately trying to shatter this invisible barrier before him. Yet no matter how hard he tried, His terrifying iron fist, powerful enough to shatter a tank with ease, remained utterly unable to advance even an inch. Not far away, Dong Yiming watched the scene unfold, his handsome brows furrowing slightly. "Uncle Wu, what are you doing? Can't you even handle a mere mortal?" The cold, displeased words echoed slowly. At that very moment, the man who had kept his eyes tightly shut all along let out a snort filled with endless mockery. "With such meager strength, you dare to mimic others, strutting about like a peacock." He slowly raised his right hand. Then, under the gaze of the middle-aged man filled with boundless horror and terror, he gently struck out with his palm. The middle-aged man's entire right leg instantly emitted two bone-chilling cracks. He didn't even have time to utter a scream. His massive frame collapsed uncontrollably, crashing to his knees before Chuyu. The entire cabin plunged into a deathly silence. Dong Yiming's already haughty expression was instantly replaced by utter shock and disbelief. Chuyu slowly opened his eyes. Staring at the fool, now drained of all color from fear, he spoke in a cold, emotionless tone, enunciating each word deliberately. "Now, I give you 1 minute to answer my question. Otherwise, death." Chapter 193, The Fall of the Holy Sun. Time ticked away, second by second. The cabin fell so silent one could hear the sound of their own heartbeats. Dong Yiming's already pallid face was now utterly consumed by extreme terror and utter disbelief. He couldn't comprehend it. Wu Bo was a genuine martial arts grandmaster. Across the entire martial arts world of Huagua, he was a formidable powerhouse. Yet now, this terrifying presence that countless people looked up to in awe had been defeated. And defeated so decisively, so utterly. Not even a single hair on his opponent's body had been harmed. Fear. An unprecedented dread surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the last remnants of pride and reason within him. He felt it. He felt it clearly, a terrifying killing intent powerful enough to make gods and demons tremble, already locked onto him with deadly precision. Under the shadow of that terrifying intent, he felt as though his very soul was being torn apart from within. It was a torment 10,000 times more excruciating than Ling Qi. He did not want to die. He did not want to die yet. His face, already utterly twisted by endless terror, bore not a trace of the haughty arrogance it once held. "I'll talk." He scraped the words from between his teeth with every ounce of strength left in his body, each syllable trembling with endless terror. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Chuyu heard him, yet not a ripple stirred in his icy eyes. It was as if everything had unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Dong Yiming fought desperately to suppress the terror that had already flooded his heart, speaking rapidly in a voice thick with panic. "It's an ancient artifact. An ancient artifact has surfaced in Taihu Lake, Xiangzhou. According to reliable intelligence we've obtained, that artifact will fully emerge within 24 hours. Countless hidden masters from across Huagua, and indeed the entire world, are already rushing toward that location." Chuyu's eyebrows arched slightly. The exact location. Dong Yiming hesitated no longer, immediately revealing the precise coordinates where the ancient artifact was about to emerge, laying out every detail without reservation. After finishing, he collapsed heavily onto the cold floor as if drained of all strength. Gazing at the man whose eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any human emotion, he spoke in a trembling voice, his tone bordering on supplication. I've told you everything I know. Please, don't kill me. If you spare me, I swear I will never speak of today's events to anyone." Yet his heart was already utterly filled with a poisonous hatred and bitterness beyond measure. He swore, if he could leave this place alive today, he would mobilize the full might of his clan to tear this reckless bastard before him to pieces. He would make sure the other man would neither live nor die in peace. But, the very instant this thought arose in his mind, Chuyu's voice, cold and dripping with endless scorn, slowly echoed through the air. "Do you really think I'd believe the promises made by someone who wants to kill me?" Dong Yiming's eyes, already brimming with terror, instantly widened in shock. He opened his mouth to speak. But Chuyu, already impatient, slowly raised her right hand. The next second, accompanied by two incredibly dull thuds, Dong Yiming, already terrified out of his wits, and Wu Bo, whose legs had long been crippled, both had bodies already twisted with horror. Instantly, they exploded like two balloons filled to bursting. A torrent of flesh and blood instantly dyed the entire cabin a horrifying crimson. Sisters Tang Cheng and Luo Ying stared at the bloody scene before them. Their already pale, delicate faces drained of all color. In an instinctive reaction, they both let out a gasp of utter disbelief. You actually killed him." Luo Ying's voice, thick with horror, carried an unmistakable tremor. "Mr. Chu, you've caused a terrible disaster." Chuyu responded with a dismissive snort. "I merely killed two ignorant ants who didn't know when to quit. What kind of trouble could that possibly cause?" Tang Cheng watched his calm, nonchalant demeanor, and her heart instantly sank to the depths. She let out a sigh, filled with endless bitterness. "Mr. Chu, you are unaware. That Dong Yiming is the sacred son of the reclusive Dong family. This reclusive clan is a terrifying entity that has been passed down since ancient times. Their foundations run deep, their influence vast, even more terrifying than the official authorities, multiplied countless times over. You have now killed the Dong family's sacred son. This amounts to declaring an all-out, no-holds-barred war against the entire Dong clan. They will absolutely not let you off the hook. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu's already icy eyes flickered with a hint of cold amusement. So what? He's nothing more than the sacred son of a minor, secluded clan. Today, even if a god stood before me, if he dares to harbor murderous intent toward me, I shall slay him without hesitation. Those words, brimming with boundless arrogance and tyranny, echoed slowly through the air. Upon hearing these words, the two pairs of eyes already filled with terror were instantly replaced by utter shock and disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately followed the man who had already turned and walked away. 1 hour later. Xiangzhou, Taihu Lake. This place was once one of the most renowned tourist attractions in all of Huaguo. Yet now, the entire Taihu Lake scenic area was completely sealed off by countless armed military and police personnel, leaving no room for movement. Barrier after barrier, forged from steel, transformed the entire area within dozens of miles into a complete no-go zone. Yet, even so, countless tourists still gathered outside the barriers, their faces filled with curiosity. They pointed and whispered at Taihu Lake, now completely shrouded by an incredibly mysterious purple light barrier. What on earth is going on here? Why on earth did they seal it off like this? Look at that purple light in the lake. What on earth is it? Could it be some incredible treasure is about to emerge? A cacophony of whispers and murmurs rose and fell in waves. Amidst the throngs of ordinary tourists, countless martial arts masters with formidable auras and piercing gazes mingled. Gazing at the mysterious, majestic purple light barrier, their eyes filled with greed and fervor flashed with terrifying intensity. Inside the command center of Xiangzhou Town's Martial Arts Bureau, a middle-aged man clad in a specially tailored military uniform, his shoulders bearing the insignia of a general, stared intently at the massive electronic screen before him. Director, it's getting critical. The numbers outside are growing rapidly. Among them are even some ancient monsters who've been hidden away for years. Our men are about to be overwhelmed. A subordinate reported urgently, his face etched with anxiety. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's already grave expression instantly darkened with profound resignation. He let out a sigh filled with endless melancholy. Transmit my orders. Withdraw everyone immediately. This mess is no longer something our humble Xiangzhou Town Martial Bureau can meddle in. At that very moment, Chu Yu, accompanied by the sisters Tang Qing and Luo Ying, appeared silently at the already crowded shores of Lake Tai. He watched the purple light barrier spreading frantically from the lake bottom outward. A fleeting, imperceptible gleam of sharpness flashed in his already deep eyes. Beside him, Tang Qing's stunningly beautiful face twisted in shock upon seeing the mysterious, majestic purple light. That is. Chapter 194, The Blood Demon Alliance Leader. Tang Qing watched the purple light screen spreading outward at a visible speed. An unmistakable surge of excitement and fervor instantly lit up her already stunningly beautiful face. Mr. Chu, look quickly. That purple light is spreading faster and faster. This is the sign of an ancient artifact about to fully emerge into the world. Her voice carried an unmistakable urgency. We must hurry there immediately. If we arrive too late, we might not even get a taste of the broth. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu merely gave a non-committal hum. Yet his deep, piercing eyes remained utterly still. It seemed that even the ancient artifact capable of driving the entire world mad was, in his eyes, nothing more than an ordinary trinket. He slowly lifted his foot, leading the sisters Tang Qing and Luo Ying at a leisurely pace toward the already teeming shores of Lake Tai. The deeper they ventured, the more terrifying the strength of the martial artists surrounding them became. Tang Cheng and Luo Ying, whose already solemn and beautiful faces bore a heavy expression, grew increasingly tense. Mr. Chu, look over there. Over there, the one clad in black robes, radiating a chilling aura from head to toe that is the sect master of our Xiangzhou's Black Slaughter sect. His cultivation has long reached the realm of martial arts grandmaster. And over there, the Taoist holding the whisk, he's an elder of Qingcheng Mountain. His strength is equally unfathomable. Luo Ying pointed toward the terrifying figures not far away, whose auras were clearly several levels stronger than those around them. Her expression grave, she spoke up to warn them. Each of these individuals is a formidable tyrant who strikes fear into their domain. They're usually as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only by its head. Who would have thought that this time, for this ancient artifact, they'd all come out? Tang Cheng stared at those terrifying figures, powerhouses formidable enough to be considered regional tyrants even within the entire martial arts world of Huaguo, and felt her heart leap uncontrollably into her throat. She instinctively drew closer to Chu Yu's side. Mr. Chu, we must be even more cautious. There are simply too many people here. And nearly every single one is someone you don't want to mess with. If a conflict erupts, the consequences would be unimaginable. At her words, Chu Yu let out a dismissive snort. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at those so-called powerful figures who were revered like gods in the eyes of the mundane world. At that very moment, a cold voice, brimming with boundless arrogance and audacity, thundered like a sudden clap of lightning, exploding in everyone's ears. The Blood Demon Alliance has set its sights on the treasures of Lake Tai. Those who wish to live should get the hell out now. At these words, the faces that had been filled with greed and fervor were instantly replaced by utter shock and fury. They all whipped their heads around, fixing their hostile gazes on the source of the voice. But when they saw the young man in blood-red robes striding toward them with an air of arrogant superiority, the fury in their eyes instantly gave way to utter terror and dread. It's Wu Zhong, the leader of the Blood Demon Alliance. That merciless killer, that madman, how did he get here too? Quick, retreat. A wave of panic and dread instantly rippled through the crowd. Many martial artists, either weaker in strength or unwilling to provoke this madman, chose to avoid the confrontation at the very first opportunity. Of course. Many others, confident in their formidable strength or determined to claim that ancient artifact at all costs, remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. They stared at the young man in blood-red robes, his gaze haughty and arrogant, his eyes filled with gravity, yet flickering with an icy glint of profound apprehension. Wu Zhong, the leader of the Xiangzhou Blood Demon Alliance. Not only was he a terrifyingly powerful half-step divine realm expert himself. Moreover, relying on his older brother, Wu Hong, one of the 7 elders of the Wu sect headquarters, he had always acted with unrestrained arrogance and lawlessness. Whatever he coveted, whoever dared oppose him. Ultimately, none met a good end. He was a thoroughly madman, unforgiving and ruthless to the core. Wu Zhong surveyed those who still dared to stand before him. A cruel, savage grin instantly spread across his already haughty face. So it seems there are still those unafraid of death. He slowly raised his right hand. A terrifying crimson aura erupted from his palm, sweeping out with frenzied intensity. The next second, accompanied by a bone-chilling crack of shattered bones, those martial arts masters, unable to react in time, were instantly hurled backward like kites whose strings had snapped. Their bodies, already twisted with terror, exploded violently mid-air. The utterly bloody and brutal scene instantly made everyone present gasp in horror. Those who had clung to a sliver of hope now abandoned all hesitation. Like a surging tide, they scattered frantically in all directions. Wu Zhong watched their faces twisted with terror and dread. The cruel, savage grin on his own face grew ever more intense. Wherever he advanced, everyone trembled in terror and fled. Even those powerful figures from secluded sects themselves refused to provoke this bloodthirsty madman at this moment. They merely kept their distance from this harbinger of doom, silently awaiting the true emergence of that supreme treasure. Tang Chang and Luo Ying, the 2 sisters, were already pale with terror. Clutching Chu Yu's arms, one on each side, they tried to pull him away from this place of trouble. However, just then, the blood-stained youth, who had already passed by them, abruptly halted his steps. He slowly turned his head, fixing his eyes filled with greed and lechery upon the sisters Tang Ching and Luo Ying. Well. To encounter such exquisite twin sisters right here. As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand, reaching out to grab Luo Ying, whose pretty face had long since turned deathly pale from fear. Luo Ying's cultivation was already low, compounded by the terrifying aura emanating from the man. She felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed her body to the ground, leaving her utterly immobilized. She could only watch helplessly as that claw, filled with boundless malevolence, rapidly grew larger and larger within her pupils. Humiliation, rage, despair. A torrent of complex emotions surged through her, instantly engulfing the last shred of her sanity. Just as that terrifying claw, capable of tearing through tigers and leopards with ease, was about to touch her delicate cheek. A figure, not particularly tall, yet so imposing it could make the heavens themselves pale in comparison, silently stepped forward to shield her. Chapter 195, You Dare Touch My Woman? Luo Ying's beautiful eyes, already brimming with terror and despair, widened instantly. She stared blankly at the man shielding her, her heart which had sunk to the depths of despair suddenly surged with an uncontrollable, fierce beat. An unprecedented sense of security washed over her like a tidal wave, sweeping away the last remnants of fear and unease in her heart. At that very moment, Chu Yu's voice, filled with endless coldness and indifference, slowly echoed. You dare touch my woman. Before the words had even finished echoing, his right hand, which had somehow seized the other's wrist, tightened slightly. A sharp crack echoed. A bone-chilling crack of shattered bone instantly reverberated across the entire Taihu lakeshore. The blood-stained youth named Wu Zhong, whose face had already been twisted with cruelty and depravity, was now utterly consumed by extreme agony and utter disbelief. He hadn't even managed to utter a scream. His entire right arm was already being violently snapped clean off at the shoulder by a terrifying force utterly beyond resistance. The entire lakeside fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared fixedly at the man whose eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any human emotion, as though they were witnessing a monstrous spectacle. After a brief, frozen silence, the crowd erupted into an unprecedented uproar. I must be seeing things. That bastard actually crippled Wu Zhong's arm. Has he lost his mind? A torrent of disbelieving murmurs rose in waves, echoing through the air. Their faces were etched with utter horror and shock. But more than that, there was a palpable sense of schadenfreude. Wu Zhong, relying on his status and power, had committed countless heinous acts that had drawn the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Nearly half of those present had either suffered his oppression or that of his blood slaughter alliance. Now, witnessing this lofty tyrant suffer such a crushing defeat at the hands of an obscure young upstart, their hearts swelled with the most profound sense of satisfaction. Of course. Beyond the exhilaration, what filled their hearts more profoundly was a sigh brimming with regret. This young man had indeed vented their pent-up fury with a vengeance. He had also drawn upon himself a terrifying force capable of plunging him and his entire clan into utter ruin. He was as good as dead. Tang Cheng stared at the man whose entire being radiated an overwhelmingly dangerous aura, her heart instantly leaping into her throat. A sense of impending doom washed over her. She hurried to Chu Yu's side, her voice urgent as she whispered, "Mr. Chu, we must leave immediately. We can't afford to provoke Wu Zhong." However, Chu Yu seemed utterly oblivious to her warning. He didn't even bother to glance at the man whose face had long been utterly twisted by endless agony. His form swayed slightly. The next instant, he appeared silently before the blood-stained youth who was struggling to rise from the ground. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes filled with horror and disbelief, he delivered a vicious slap. Smack! The crisp, resounding slap echoed instantly across the entire landscape. The blood-stained youth named Wu Zhong hadn't even had time to utter a scream. His entire body flew backward violently, completely beyond his control. Dozens of teeth, stained crimson with blood, scattered across the ground like petals from a heavenly maiden's hand. Shiyu stared at the man, now thoroughly stunned by the blow, speaking in a cold, emotionless tone, enunciating each word deliberately. "You dare touch my people." Wu Zhong's already swollen face instantly contorted with fury and venom. He opened his mouth to speak. But what met him was another, even louder slap. From his already bloodied and mangled mouth, another spurt of crimson blood spewed forth. His dignity was utterly shattered. In that moment, he felt as though he had been stripped naked like a clown, now fixed in place by the piercing stares of countless onlookers, eyes brimming with scorn and contempt. "Kneel. Bow your head." Shuyu's voice, cold and filled with boundless arrogance and indifference, echoed slowly. At these words, the surrounding crowd once again fell into a deathly silence. They couldn't fathom it. Where on earth had this man come from? How dare he humiliate the Blood Demon Alliance's leader so brazenly? Was he truly fearless of death? Wu Zhong fixed his gaze on the man whose eyes were as cold as a god's. His own eyes, already filled with venomous hatred, were now completely overtaken by an utterly chilling, murderous intent. "Boy, do you know who I am? My elder brother is Wu Hong, one of the 7 elders of the martial sect headquarters. You dare treat me this way today? I swear, you won't find a place to hide, not in heaven nor on earth." The roar, brimming with endless venom and menace, slowly echoed through the air. However, upon hearing these words, Shuyu's already icy eyes showed not the slightest ripple. He merely stared back at the other with the gaze one might reserve for a corpse, utterly still. "I'll ask you one last time. Kneel or not kneel?" Wu Zhong watched his utterly unruffled demeanor, and the rage within him instantly flared to an unparalleled peak. "You just wait, boy. When my brother arrives, I'll make sure to." His words trailed off. Shuyu, already growing impatient, slowly raised his right hand. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes filled with horror and disbelief, he gently placed his hand on the other's neck. With a slight squeeze. With a sharp crack. The blood-stained youth named Wu Zhong, whose howl had been brimming with endless resentment and unwillingness, abruptly ceased. His eyes, bulging wide, still held a trace of utter terror and disbelief that hadn't quite faded away. He died with his eyes wide open. The surroundings plunged once more into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt that had shattered their very souls. He was dead. The leader of the Blood Demon Alliance, the younger brother of the martial sect's chief elder, was dead. And he had been killed as easily as crushing an ant. His neck snapped in public with effortless precision. After the brief deathly silence, the entire lakeside of Taihu Lake erupted like a massive bomb had been detonated, erupting into complete chaos. Luo Ying stared at the blood-soaked scene before her. Her already pale, delicate face drained of all color. She instinctively grabbed Tang Qing's arm beside her, her voice trembling uncontrollably as panic seized her. "Sister, is Mr. Chu, is he okay?" Tang Chan let out a sigh filled with endless bitterness. "Of course he is. And it's something truly terrible." Her face, too, was etched with gravity and worry. Yet within those beautiful eyes, already brimming with terror, there was not a trace of hesitation or retreat. "But rest assured. No matter what, we must protect Mr. Chu. If it comes to it, we'll reveal our identities as agents of the Soul Guarding Bureau." With that said, the two sisters, without a moment's further hesitation, strode swiftly to the side of the man standing there, his eyes cold and his hands clasped behind his back. Their resolute gazes spoke volumes. Chapter 196, The Clown. Shuyu watched the two women nervously shielding him from the front. A fleeting, barely perceptible trace of resignation flickered in his already icy eyes. "If I dared to kill him, I certainly fear no retaliation from those behind him." His voice held not a ripple of emotion. As if he were merely recounting a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing's heart, already hanging by a thread, instantly plummeted to the depths. "Mr. Chu, you are unaware. Wu Zhong's elder brother, Wu Hong, is one of the 7 elders of the Wu sect headquarters. His cultivation had long since reached the heavens and penetrated the earth. Within the entire martial arts world of Huagua, he stands among the very pinnacle of the elite few. Now you have killed his only younger brother. He will absolutely not let this rest. As she spoke, a sigh filled with endless bitterness escaped her heart. The name of the Soul Binding Bureau may be renowned, but when facing a colossus like the martial sovereign sect, an institution whose legacy stretched back to ancient times, especially when the opponent was a powerful, influential elder holding the reins of authority, even she had no certainty whatsoever that she could persuade him to back down. She could only hope this matter wouldn't escalate too far. At that very moment, several icy voices, brimming with boundless fury and accusation, suddenly erupted from the crowd, which had long since fallen into a deathly silence. Your Excellency, this is rather ruthless, don't you think? Several middle-aged men and women, all dressed in distinguished attire, slowly emerged from the crowd. They stared at the man standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold. His face, adorned with a hypocritical expression, was etched with utter falseness and contempt. Shu Yu, upon hearing this, was so enraged he laughed. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at those fools, whose minds were already beyond redemption. When that scum was freely injuring people here just now, where were you lot? Not a single word of protest. Now that he's dead, suddenly you all come crawling out of the woodwork. Truly laughable. Those words, brimming with endless scorn and contempt, echoed slowly through the air. The surrounding crowd responded with a chorus of approving murmurs. Exactly. When that madman Wu Zhong was slaughtering people here, where were you standing up for justice? Now that someone has rid us of this menace, you come out to accuse them? What kind of world is this? At these words, the faces of the middle-aged men and women already thick with hypocrisy were instantly replaced by expressions of utter shame, fury, and rage. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in a brocaded robe, let out a cold snort filled with contempt. Oomph. A bunch of ignorant ants who don't know their place. Master Wu Zhong possesses such noble status. For those lowly commoners to die by his hand is an honor they could only dream of in 1,000 lifetimes. This reckless brat dared to strike a deadly blow against Mr. Wu Zhong. He truly deserves to die 1,000 deaths. His voice brimmed with boundless arrogance and contempt. As if the innocent souls who perished by Wu Zhong's hand were, in his eyes, not even as worthy as ants. Yet his heart was utterly consumed by a burning greed that knew no bounds. Elder Wu Hong was a terrifying presence indeed. If they could seize this opportunity to climb the branches of the Wu family, or even the entire Wu sect, then they would truly ascend to the heavens in a single bound. As for this reckless young upstart before them, he was nothing more than a stepping stone they would sacrifice to secure their own glory and riches. Before the words had even faded, his body, already poised for action, surged upward like a cannonball. A terrifying aura, powerful enough to make even ordinary masters pale, erupted from his body like a raging storm. Yet, just as his face, twisted in a cruel, savage grin, was about to touch Shu Yu slowly raised his right hand. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes filled with horror and disbelief, he gently struck out with his palm. The middle-aged man, who had been wearing an arrogant expression, saw his face already twisted in a cruel grin instantly replaced by utter terror and disbelief. He didn't even have time to utter a scream. His massive, towering body exploded violently, beyond his control. A sky filled with flesh and blood instantly dyed the cold ground a shocking crimson. The remaining middle-aged men and women witnessed this, their faces already twisted with greed and fervor instantly replaced by utter shock and disbelief. How could this be? Brother Wong's strength, while not top tier, but he was a genuine, half-step divine realm powerhouse. Across the entire martial arts world of Huagua, he was a formidable powerhouse. Yet now, this terrifying presence, one that countless people looked up to in awe, had simply died. And he died so cleanly, so completely. Not even a single hair on his body was harmed. Fear. An unprecedented dread surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the last remnants of reason and greed within their hearts. Where on earth had this monster come from? And right before their eyes, filled with endless terror and horror, that man, whose gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any human emotion, slowly walked toward them. Seeing this, the others hesitated no longer. One by one, they let out a roar filled with terror and disbelief. All together now. Kill him. They frantically channeled their inner chi, charging with all their might toward the terrifying entity advancing step by step toward them. Yet, all of this was nothing but futile struggle. With several dull thuds, those middle-aged men and women who had been so fierce moments before instantly followed the same fate as the man in the brocade robe. The entire lakeshore of Taihu once again fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes fixed upon him with a gaze reserved for deities, a figure whose terrifying presence had already etched itself into their souls, an indelible mark that would endure for all eternity. Chapter 197, Martial Sect Elder. Shu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his feet surrounded by scattered flesh and shattered bones. His eyes, utterly devoid of emotion, swept slowly over every person present, frozen in terror. His cold, detached voice carried clearly to every ear. Is there anyone else who dares speak for them? As the words fell, the crowd around him recoiled like a startled herd of beasts, retreating several steps in unison, their movements beyond their control. Unmistakable terror and horror were etched across every face. They stared at the man, his expression impassive, as if he had merely crushed a few ants underfoot. Within their hearts, a tidal wave of terror had already surged. Who exactly was this man? With a mere flick of his wrist, he had slain several half-step divine realm experts without so much as a flicker of an eyelid. Such power, such composure utterly unheard of. In the corner of the crowd, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard stared at Chuyu's face, a face that looked far too young, and his already cloudy eyes suddenly widened in shock. His gaunt frame shook violently, trembling like a sieve. It's him! The Lord of the North, Chu Wudi. The exclamation, filled with boundless horror and disbelief, though faint, still thundered like a clap of lightning through the deathly silent crowd. Chu Wudi. That name carried a terrifying magic capable of making even souls tremble. Those martial artists who had been speculating about Chuyu's identity saw their already horrified faces drain of all color the instant they heard that name. It was him. It was him. Chu Wudi, the one who single-handedly dominated the entire northern frontier, hailed as the greatest prodigy to emerge from Huagua's martial arts world in nearly a century. No wonder. No wonder he dared to disregard the Blood Demon Alliance and the younger brother of the martial sect's elder. No wonder he dared to slaughter so ruthlessly and without restraint. Once this truth dawned on them, the last vestiges of greed and hope clinging to those powerful figures who had still harbored faint illusions about that ancient artifact were instantly replaced by utter terror and despair. What a joke! Stealing from this demon god was no different than willingly sticking one's neck under the guillotine. Of course. After a moment of shock, many eyes, filled with horror, flashed with a brief, malicious delight. Chu Wudi's power was indeed unfathomable. But today, he had been far too impulsive. After all, this was the heartland of Huagua, not the northern frontier where he could act with impunity. He had killed several prominent martial arts masters right before everyone's eyes. Once word of this spread, the higher-ups would absolutely not stand idly by. Moreover, he had slain the only younger brother of Elder Wu Hong. Given Elder Wu Hong's vindictive nature, coupled with the already hostile relationship between the martial sect and this northern lord, a truly spectacular show was bound to unfold next. Tang Qing gazed at the man whose expression remained as still as a deep well. A complex mix of emotions surfaced on her beautiful, worried face. She gently furrowed her brow, silently letting out a sigh filled with helplessness. Mr. Chu was still too impulsive. The very instant this thought arose in her mind, a terrifying roar, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent, suddenly rolled in from the far horizon. You insolent brat! How dare you kill my younger brother? The voice thundered like a bolt from the heavens, instantly reverberating across the entire world. A terrifying pressure, powerful enough to make the very heavens and earth change color, descended like an invisible tidal wave from the sky, crushing down upon the hearts of every person present. Hearing this, all present looked up in horror. There, a majestic figure clad in a gray robe stepped through the air. Within mere breaths, he appeared silently upon the already crowded shores of Lake Tai. The arrival was none other than Wu Hong, one of the 7 elders of the martial sect headquarters. As they gazed upon his face, utterly distorted by boundless killing intent, each heart skipped a beat. He had arrived. The main event had finally arrived. The Wu brothers have always been bound by deep affection. Now that Wu Zhong has met a tragic end, how could Elder Wu Hong possibly let this rest? This Chu Wudi may be formidable, but he remains too hot-headed and impetuous. Today, he likely cannot escape his fate. Countless voices, filled with schadenfreude, rose in a chorus of murmurs. To them, Chu Yu's fate was already sealed. Wu Hong stared at his brother's already cold corpse. The eyes that had once burned with boundless killing intent were now completely consumed by an extreme crimson. The Wu clan and this Chu invincible had long harbored an irreconcilable enmity. Now, this blood feud had been added to the mix. Old grudges and new hatred combined had long since reached a point where neither side would rest until the other was destroyed. You little bastard, come die! Wu Hong roared, his voice thick with venomous hatred. His body, already poised for action, surged forward as he prepared to unleash his deadliest strike to obliterate this reckless fool before him into dust. However, just as he was about to strike, a cold voice, tinged with mockery and amusement, suddenly rang out from the crowd not far away. Elder Wu, hold your horses. Before the words had fully faded, a Japanese man dressed in a black kimono, wearing wooden clogs and carrying a long samurai sword at his waist, slowly emerged from the crowd. Following behind him were 4 black-clad attendants, each exuding an equally terrifying aura. The lead Japanese man fixed his gaze upon the cold-eyed figure standing with hands clasped behind his back. A cruel, savage grin spread across his haughtily arrogant face. An opportunity as grand as slaying Chuyu, how could the Kirin society possibly be left out? The man was none other than Daisuke Akikawa, vice president of the Withered Lotus Society. He fixed his gaze on Wu Hong, slowly extending his right hand as he spoke in a tone that brooked no argument, his voice as cold as ice. I claim this man's life. Chapter 198, Enemies on All Sides. The Withered Lotus Society. These three characters thundered like a bolt of lightning, carrying endless bloodshed and slaughter, exploding violently within the depths of everyone's souls. It was an underground force entrenched in Japan, notorious for its slaughter and plunder. Their modus operandi was always ruthless and merciless, leaving no survivors. Across the entire international underworld, it was a terrifying presence that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard its name. Now, this very organization long placed on China's highest-level blacklist had dared to appear here, brazenly and openly. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back. Gazing at the Japanese man, his eyes haughty, his entire being radiating a cold, murderous intent. The terror in their eyes deepened, now flickering with an icy glint of utter dread. Luo Ying's already pallid, delicate face instantly drained of all color. She instinctively grabbed Tang Qing's arm beside her, her voice trembling uncontrollably as panic seized her. "Sister, what should we do now?" Upon hearing this, Tang Qing's already solemn face was instantly replaced by an unprecedented pallor. A sigh filled with endless bitterness escaped her heart. At this point, there was no turning back. From the moment Mr. Chu chose to stand up for the two sisters, they had been irrevocably bound to Chu Yu's fate. There was no other path but to live and die alongside him. At that very moment, Daisuke Akikawa's voice, cold as ice and filled with endless grimness and cruelty, slowly echoed out. "Chu Wudi. You slaughtered my Kurian society's 3 guardian protectors and 8 great Vajras. You have uprooted our Kurian association's influence in the north, which we painstakingly cultivated over decades. Now, your name has long been etched atop the first rank of the Great Eastern Empire's martial arts execution list. Today, you shall die without fail." Upon hearing this, Wu Hong's face already twisted with boundless venom suddenly flashed with an unmistakable look of wild delight. Excellent. With Daisuke Akikawa, the terrifying presence whose strength was equally unfathomable, assisting him from the sidelines. Today, that little bastard surnamed Chu would absolutely have no chance of escape. However, the very instant this thought arose in his mind, another furious roar, filled with boundless sorrow and overwhelming hatred, suddenly erupted from the crowd. "Chu Yu, you cold-blooded demon!" Hearing this, the crowd once again turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a middle-aged man clad in a brocaded robe, his expression utterly distorted by unbearable grief. He glared at the man beside him with venomous hatred, his own expression as still and unreadable as a deep well. Beside him stood an elegant woman, her sobs having long since shattered her heart. It's the second master of the Wu family, Wu Yanwei. I never imagined even he would come." A wave of incredulous gasps rippled through the crowd once more. Wu Yanwei stared at the man whose eyes held not a shred of human emotion. The endless venom that had filled his own eyes had now been replaced entirely by a blood-red fury. "First, you killed my elder brother, Wu Jingshan. Now you've killed my only son, Wu Jingyuan. If this vengeance remains unavenged, I, Wu Yanwei, swear I shall cease to be human." Beside him, the once elegant woman, now sobbing uncontrollably, fixed Chu Yu with a gaze so filled with hatred it seemed she wanted to devour his flesh and sleep on his skin. That overwhelming hatred, even from a distance, was enough to send a chill down the spine of everyone present. At that very moment, another voice, cold and filled with endless bitterness and venom, slowly echoed out. "And me, the Chang family of Suzhou." A middle-aged man with a sinister gaze slowly emerged from the crowd. "Chu Yu, you killed my beloved son. This is a blood feud that can never be forgiven. I had thought this life would hold no hope of avenging him for you. Yet today, I never imagined I would encounter you here. It seems even heaven itself deems you worthy of death 1,000 times over." The entire lakeside of Taihu Lake instantly fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes fixed upon the man, now surrounded on all sides without his knowing it, as though he were a monstrous apparition. The martial sect elder. The withered lotus society of Japan. The Wu clan of the aristocracy. The Chang clan of Suzhou. Each of these entities, individually, possessed power sufficient to make the entire world tremble with a single stump. Yet now, this Chu Wudi had managed to offend them all. How on earth did he manage it? At this moment, no one believed Chu Yu had even the slightest chance of survival. He was as good as dead. Luo Ying watched as those terrifying beings steadily closed in, step by step. Her heart, already sunk to the lowest depths, was instantly consumed by an unprecedented despair and terror. She whipped her head around to face Tang Qing beside her, whose face was equally drained of color. With a voice trembling on the edge of tears, she cried out urgently. "Sister, hurry! Call Director Shui." At those words, Tang Qing's beautiful eyes, already heavy with endless gravity and worry, flashed with an agonizing hesitation. But when she saw that figure standing tall and composed, hands behind his back, unflinching even in this dire predicament, the last shred of hesitation in her heart was instantly replaced by an unprecedented resolve. She swiftly pulled out her phone and dialed a number she had never once wished to call in her life. The situation had long since surpassed the limits of their control. Perhaps only Director Shui Yanzi, the all-powerful head of the Seoul Guarding Bureau, could personally intervene to save Mr. Chu. However, the very instant she connected the call, Chu Yu's voice, cold and filled with endless indifference and disdain, slowly echoed through the air. "Perfect timing. It saves me the trouble of visiting each of you personally. His gaze swept slowly across Wu Hong, Daisuke Akikawa, Wu Yanwei, and the others.
His deep, piercing eyes showed not a flicker of emotion, as if he were merely observing a group of clowns whose fates were already sealed.
Is there anyone else who wishes to seek revenge? Perfect. Come out together. I, Chuyu, will take them all on.
As the words fell, the entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. Everyone was rendered speechless and utterly stunned by his words, which had reached an unparalleled height of arrogance.
Chapter 199, Clueless About Death. After a brief, deathly silence, the shores of Taihu Lake erupted in an unprecedented uproar. He's mad. This guy must be insane. Does he truly believe he can take on every single powerful figure here by himself? Arrogant. Utterly, incomprehensibly arrogant. Countless murmurs of disbelief rose in waves, echoing through the air.
Their faces were etched with utter horror and shock. But more than that, their gazes were those reserved for fools. In their eyes, Chuyu was as good as dead today. At a time like this, instead of thinking how to grasp a sliver of hope, he was spouting off here. It was sheer stupidity. Of course. There were also many quick-witted individuals. After a moment of shock, their eyes, filled with terror, instantly flashed with extreme greed and fervor.
To them, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
An opportunity that could catapult them to the heavens, allowing them to climb onto the lofty branches of colossal entities like the martial sovereign and the Wu family. If only they could step forward at this moment and speak a few words on behalf of those truly influential figures.
Even merely gaining recognition would bring immeasurable benefits to them and their entire clan.
Among them, Hong Yuan, the head of a reclusive family from the Pearl River Delta region, was the first to leap out from the crowd. His face was plastered with a fawning smile. He was utterly convinced this decision would prove the wisest choice he'd ever made in his entire life. He first bowed deeply with utmost reverence toward the direction where Wu Hong, Daisuke Akikawa, and the others stood. Then, abruptly turning his head, he fixed his gaze upon Chuyu, a gaze brimming with boundless arrogance and contempt. He thrust his right hand forward, jabbing it toward Chuyu's nose, and bellowed in a voice brimming with unbridled arrogance and insolence. Where did this reckless bastard come from? How dare you act so insolently before Elder Wu and Mr. Akikawa? Kneel and kowtow at once. Sever your own arms. Perhaps then you might beg for the mercy of a whole corpse. However, before his words had even finished, a ghostly figure, swift beyond measure, had already materialized silently before him. Hong Yuan's face, already twisted with arrogance and a savage grin, was instantly replaced by utter terror and disbelief. He hadn't even had time to react. A hand pale and slender, yet terrifying enough to make the heavens themselves pale in comparison, had already settled silently upon his throat. With a slight squeeze, a sharp crack echoed. The shouts of the man in the brocade robe, Hong Yuan, filled with boundless arrogance and insolence, abruptly ceased. His eyes, bulging wide, still held a trace of terror and resentment that hadn't quite faded away. The entire lakeside of Taihu once again fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes fixed on the man with an icy gaze devoid of any human emotion, staring at him as if he were a demon incarnate. Tang Chang and Luo Ying, sisters whose already worry-filled faces instantly took on an expression of profound complexity, shock, and an unprecedented sense of security. This man, though seemingly cold and indifferent, yet, at the most critical moments, he would always use his shoulders not overly broad, but sturdy enough to shield them from every storm, creating a clear sky that blocked all the rain and wind. Those who had intended to step forward, waving banners and fawning with flattery, saw their faces already consumed by greed and fervor instantly replaced by utter terror and relief. Their backs were already soaked through with cold sweat. One middle-aged man, who had just chimed in with a few words of agreement, was now utterly terrified, his soul seemingly torn from his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he forced a smile uglier than a cry, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he stammered out a frantic explanation. Misunderstanding. Mr. Chu, I was just joking with you. However, what met him instead was a terrifying hand, already completely enveloped in boundless killing intent. Chuyu couldn't even be bothered to spare another glance at this hopelessly deluded fool. He merely flicked his hand out casually, expressionless. Smack! The middle-aged man, who had been wearing a fawning expression moments before, saw his massive head explode like an overripe watermelon. The viscous mixture of red and white splattered instantly, covering the faces and bodies of those nearby. Watching the headless corpse slowly collapse, everyone finally grasped a brutal truth. The man before them was not human. He was a madman through and through. A madman beyond any rational comprehension. The last one remaining, another sycophant seeking favor with the powerful, had a face already twisted by greed. Now, that expression was utterly replaced by extreme terror and despair. Without a moment's hesitation, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. He desperately banged his head against the ground before Chuyu. His voice, choked with endless sobs, pleaded for mercy and terror. Spare my life, Mr. Chu. Grandfather Chu, spare my life. It was I who failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. It was I who spoke nonsense. I beg you, treat me like a fart and let me go. Yet, Chuyu seemed utterly oblivious to his pleas.
He merely stared at the man with the gaze reserved for the dead. Seeing this, the man kneeling in supplication felt his heart already sunk to the lowest depths, suddenly consumed by a fury and madness unlike anything he had ever known. He knew he was doomed to die today. If that was the case, then even in death, he would tear a chunk of flesh from the man's body. "You little bastard, I'll fight you to the death." With a roar filled with boundless hatred, his body, which had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly shot forward like a venomous snake, lunging at the man mere inches away. But, just as his face, twisted with endless ferocity and madness, was about to touch the other man, a foot, seemingly poised in anticipation, landed silently upon his chest. The man didn't even have time to utter a scream. His entire body flew backward uncontrollably, exploding midair into a heartrendingly beautiful mist of blood. Chuyu slowly withdrew his right foot. Surveying the disheartened mob around him, his already icy eyes flashed with undisguised scorn and contempt. He slowly raised his right hand, lightly brushing the immaculate sleeve of his robe. A voice, filled with boundless arrogance and icy indifference, slowly echoed through the air. "If you wish to climb over my bones to kiss someone else's ass, then you'd better first weigh whether you have the ability to do so, and whether you can bear the price that must be paid." Chapter 200, No Escape. Those words, brimming with boundless arrogance and icy detachment, swept through the hearts of everyone present like a bitter wind from the nine hells, cold enough to freeze the very soul. The entire lakeside fell deathly silent. All eyes fixed on the man who stood like a peerless demon god, filled with boundless terror and dread. Earlier, the head of the Chang family from Suzhou Prefecture, who had also stepped forward seeking to trample Chuyu to seize power, had a face already twisted with venomous hatred. Now, that expression was utterly replaced by an unprecedented wave of regret and terror. His legs shook violently, beyond his control. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. He should never have acted so impulsively and stepped forward. He had believed that the law does not punish the many. He had assumed that with true heavyweights like Elder Wu Hong and Daisuke Akikawa taking the lead, this madman surnamed Chu would never dare commit such an outrageous act, slaughtering them all on the spot. But now it seemed he was wrong. And his mistake was utterly colossal. The man before him was not human at all. He was a complete and utter madman. A madman who defied all logic. Just as the extreme terror and regret within his heart threatened to devour his entire sanity. A piercing scream, filled with endless venom and madness, suddenly erupted from the crowd not far away. "Everyone, don't be afraid of him." The voice belonged to the elegant woman beside Wu Yanwei, a woman whose mind had long been clouded by boundless grief and overwhelming hatred. Her eyes, swollen and red from endless weeping, flickered with a near pathological madness and venom. He must be putting on a show. He just slaughtered several half-step divine realm experts one after another to show off his strength. By now, he must be spent, his strength nearly depleted. We all attack together. We'll tear this bastard who deserves 1,000 deaths to shreds." Her words, brimming with endless incitement, instantly ignited a new flame of greed in the eyes of many fence-sitters present, eyes that had already been filled with terror at Chuyu's presence. That's right. This Chu Wudi, though formidable. But in the end, he's still just one man. 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. Moreover, present at the scene were true divine realm powerhouses like Elder Wu Hong and Daisuke Akikawa, standing guard. Today, his death was inevitable. Once this truth dawned on them, the last vestiges of fear in the hearts of those who had been wavering about retreating were instantly replaced by an unprecedented greed and reckless hope. Upon hearing this, Wu Yanwei's eyes, already brimming with endless venom, instantly ignited with extreme ecstasy and savagery. He whipped his head around to face the 4 black-robed elders behind him, their auras steady and profound as mountains, and roared in a tone brooking no argument. "For elders, kill him." The 4 revered elders from the Wu family exchanged glances. A murderous intent, heavy and profound, instantly flickered in their otherwise still, well-like eyes. Each of the 4 possessed terrifying strength rivaling that of a half-step divine realm expert. Combined, they could even hold their own against a true divine realm powerhouse. Moreover, each bore a blood god pill, of forbidden elixir personally bestowed by the clan head, capable of unleashing their latent potential to its absolute limit within moments. In their eyes, joining forces to eliminate Chu Wudi, already a spent force, was nothing short of a sure thing. Kill. A unified battle cry erupted, filled with endless chill and icy menace. The 4 figures, ghostly and elusive, instantly transformed into terrifying streaks of light capable of tearing through the void. From 4 different directions, they shot toward the man standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent. However, facing that terrifying killing move, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth themselves dim in comparison, a cold, mocking curve of utter contempt instantly spread across Chuyu's utterly expressionless face. He couldn't even be bothered to spare another glance at these 4 fools, whose eyes had long been completely blinded by greed and stupidity. He merely delivered a casual punch, expressionless. That seemingly ordinary punch instantly caused the skies to darken and the earth to rumble. A terrifying fist force, powerful enough to make the sun and moon dim in comparison, surged forth like a bursting celestial river. It swept viciously toward the 4 ghostly figures, now mere inches away. Boom! The four Wu family elders, their faces still twisted in fury, their bodies poised for attack, were instantly hurled backward like four uncontrolled cannonballs. Before they could even utter a scream, before they could utter a sound, they all spat out mouthfuls of crimson blood. Their faces, once filled with boundless ferocity and arrogance, were instantly replaced by an unprecedented terror and utter disbelief. How could this be? How could this guy be this strong? Facing the terrifying killing move that followed immediately, the four Wu family elders, their hearts already shattered, hesitated not a moment longer. Unison, they each pulled a blood-red, eerie pill from their robes and swallowed it without a second thought. The instant they swallowed the pills, a terrifyingly violent aura erupted violently from within their bodies. However, just as their bodies, already utterly shattered by the overwhelming potency of the elixir, were about to mount a counterattack, a terrifying sword beam, swift beyond measure and seemingly divine, had already silently sliced through the necks of all four. Their four massive heads, already brimming with boundless ferocity and madness, instantly flew skyward. In their wide, bulging eyes lingered a trace of terror and resentment, too profound to fully dissipate before death. They died with eyes wide open. As the four headless bodies slowly collapsed, the entire world seemed to freeze in that moment. Those who had been poised to charge forward and claim their share, their faces, already twisted with greed and fervor, were instantly overtaken by utter terror and relief. Of course, there were also many genuine martial arts masters. After a brief shock, their eyes, filled with horror, instantly flashed with an incredibly mesmerizing fervor and excitement. This, they knew, was the mark of a true master. This was the pinnacle of martial arts they had pursued their entire lives. Luo Ying's already worry-filled, lovely face was now completely overtaken by an unprecedented adoration and admiration. She abruptly whipped her head around, clutching Tang Qing's arm beside her with all her strength. In a voice bordering on delirium, she blurted out frantically, "Sister! I think I've truly fallen for him." Wu Yanwei stared at the four corpses, already cold and lifeless. His face, already twisted with endless venom and ferocity, instantly drained of all color. His heart was utterly consumed by a fear and despair unlike anything he had ever known. It's over. Completely over. The Wu family had dispatched their four most elite revered elders on this mission, and now all four lay dead here. For the Wu family, already severely weakened by the death of their eldest brother, Wu Jingshan, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Without these four half-step divine realm powerhouses to anchor them, the Wu clan could forget about continuing to vie for that ancient artifact about to emerge. They might even be pushed out of the ranks of the elite clans altogether due to this catastrophic loss. Most critically, they themselves might well perish here today. After comprehending all the stakes involved, Wu Yanwei's heart, already sunk to the lowest depths, was instantly overwhelmed by an unprecedented wave of regret and terror. He hesitated no longer. He abruptly reached out his right hand, grabbed his wife who had been frozen in terror beside him, and turned to flee this place of endless dread and despair. Chapter 201, The Emergence of a Mysterious Treasure. However, just as Wu Yanwei was about to drag his terrified, speechless wife to safety, a figure appeared before the couple, seemingly frail, yet as immovable as a towering mountain. It stood silently in their path. Wu Yanwei's face, already etched with boundless terror and despair, instantly drained of all color. Beside him, the once elegant woman, now utterly consumed by a torrent of hatred, suddenly let out a shrill, piercing scream filled with endless venom and madness. "You little, give me back my son. Even as a ghost, I'll never let you off the hook." Upon hearing these words, Wu Yanwei's heart, already sunk to the lowest depths, was instantly consumed by an unprecedented surge of rage and agitation. This useless woman who only made things worse. At a time like this, she still dared to pour fuel on the fire. He even wished he could abandon this hopelessly ill fool right then and there, escaping alone to save himself. But when he saw that man, his gaze cold and devoid of any human emotion, the last shred of hope in his heart was instantly replaced by an unprecedented chill and despair. He knew escape was impossible. He forced down the endless terror churning like a storm within him. He forced a grimace that looked worse than a cry, his voice trembling with a thin veneer of bravado as he threatened. Shu Yu. I am the second master of the Wu family of Yinjing. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the Wu family will never let you off the hook." At that very moment, a cold voice, brimming with boundless arrogance and contempt, suddenly rang out from the crowd not far away. "Second young Master Wu, no need to panic." The speaker was none other than Wu Hong, the elder of the martial sect. He gazed at the man, already trapped like a turtle in a jar, and a cruel, predatory grin spread across his face, a grin brimming with endless murderous intent, like a cat toying with a mouse. "You two may leave without worry. With this elder here, that little bastard surnamed Chu won't be able to escape today, no matter how hard he tries." He was already overjoyed inside. Though the Wu family's strength had been severely weakened by Wu Jingshan's death, but they were still a force to be reckoned with. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. If they could seize this opportunity to extend a favor to the Wu family, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Wu clan's future plans in Yinjing. As for that foolhardy Chu Wudi, In his eyes, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion, certain death. He didn't even consider the man a worthy opponent. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope instantly reignited within Wu Yanwei's eyes, which had been filled with endless despair. He immediately shot a look of boundless gratitude toward Wu Hong's direction. Then, he abruptly turned his head, grabbed his wife who was still screaming and cursing wildly, and prepared to slip past Chuyu. However, just as the couple was about to brush past Chuyu, a hand pale and slender, yet terrifying enough to make the sun and moon pale in comparison, landed silently upon the couple's knees. Two sharp cracks echoed. Wu Yanwei and his wife, who had been standing moments before, instantly lost control and crashed heavily to their knees on the ground. Wu Hong witnessed this. His face, already brimming with boundless arrogance and a savage grin, was instantly replaced by an unprecedented chill and fury. This reckless little brat. How dare he humiliate him in front of so many people? He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. You insolent brat, how dare you? A terrifying roar erupted, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent. His body, already poised for action, shifted abruptly. He prepared to strike personally, to obliterate this arrogant fool who didn't know his place into dust right before his eyes. However, just as he was about to strike, Chuyu, however, had already casually flicked out 2 slaps with an expressionless face. Smack! Smack! The 2 massive heads of the Wu Yanwei couple, who had been kneeling on the ground, their faces frozen in terror and disbelief, exploded like overripe watermelons. The viscous mixture of red and white splattered instantly, covering the faces and heads of those nearby. After finishing all this, Chuyu couldn't even be bothered to glance at the 2 headless corpses as they slowly collapsed. His gaze settled slowly upon the head of the Chang family of Suzhou, who had long since been scared out of his wits. Before the man could utter a word of mercy, he flicked his finger. A terrifying burst of energy, swift beyond measure, instantly pierced the man's forehead. Until the very moment of death. In the wide, staring eyes of the Chang family head, a trace of extreme regret and unwillingness lingered, never fully dissipating. Chuyu slowly turned his head. His gaze, cold and utterly unruffled, settled upon Wu Hong, whose mind had long since been consumed by boundless rage. A voice, filled with endless indifference and contempt, slowly echoed. Now, it's your turn. At those words, Wu Hong's face, already twisted with savage fury, was instantly consumed by utter humiliation and madness. At that very moment, a voice, filled with endless chill and amusement, suddenly rang out from the crowd not far away. Elder Wu, why stoop to engaging with such a dying man? Wouldn't it be far more satisfying for us to join forces and send him on his way? The speaker was none other than Daisuke Akikawa, vice president of the Kurenai Society. At these words, a cold gleam filled with endless mockery and disdain flashed instantly across Chuyu's deep, piercing eyes. Perfect. It saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one myself. Bring out every last one of your withered Lotus Society's remaining, filthy rats. I, Chuyu, will take them all on. However, the very instant his words fell silent, a terrifying roar, powerful enough to make the very heavens and earth tremble violently, erupted from the center of Lake Tai. Immediately after, a dazzling purple pillar of light surged skyward from the lake's depths like an ancient dragon awakening, piercing through the clouds. An immense, primordial aura, vast and boundless, swept out like an invisible tidal wave, engulfing all directions. An ancient artifact was about to emerge into the world. Tang Ching, whose already solemn and worried face bore endless gravity, instantly revealed an unmistakable flash of anxiety. Mr. Chuyu merely snorted coldly in disdain at the address. He cast no further glance at Wu Hong and Shuichuan Daisuke, 2 mere puppets he had long since marked for death. His body flickered violently, transforming into a dazzling golden streak of light that shot toward the source of the purple glow. The powerful figures present, who had been determined to seize this ancient artifact, were momentarily stunned. Yet, their shock was fleeting. Soon, they too abandoned any concern for the grudges and rivalries between Chuyu, Wu Hong, and the others. Almost simultaneously, their bodies transformed into terrifying streaks of light in various hues, rushing headlong toward the center of Lake Tai. Tang Chang and Luoing exchanged a glance. Their beautiful faces, equally etched with profound gravity and worry, instantly flashed with an unwavering resolve. Just as they too prepared to set off, a voice, filled with boundless indifference and domineering coldness, suddenly exploded within the depths of their souls. You two wait for me outside. Chapter 202, 9 Palace Killing Array. That icy voice, brimming with endless indifference and domineering authority, instantly made the hearts of Tang Ching and Luoing, already heavy with worry and anxiety, jerk violently. Instinctively, they halted their steps, already halfway out the door. At that very moment, Chuyu, whose figure had already reached the core area of the purple light explosion, abruptly halted. A profoundly grave, icy glint flashed through his deep, utterly unruffled eyes. He sensed a terrifying energy, powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble in fear, gathering at an astonishingly rapid pace. What had been merely a dazzling purple light shooting skyward transformed, within mere breaths, into an eerie, pitch-black fog so thick one couldn't see their hand before their face. Within 100 meters, everything was completely enveloped by this purple mist, powerful enough to block all divine sense detection. An unprecedented, deadly sense of crisis surged violently through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately transmitted his voice once more toward the direction of Tang Qing and Luo Ying. Leave immediately. At those words, Luo Ying's already worry-etched face instantly drained of color, replaced by an unprecedented pallor. She instinctively grabbed Tang Qing's arm beside her, her voice trembling uncontrollably as panic seized her. Sister, what should we do now? Hearing this, Tang Qing's beautiful eyes, already heavy with endless gravity, flashed with an instant, agonizing hesitation. But when she recalled the man's earlier display of unfathomable, otherworldly abilities, the last shred of hesitation in her heart was instantly replaced by an unprecedented resolve. She knew that staying here would not only fail to assist Mr. Chu in any way, but would instead become his greatest liability. Without another moment's hesitation, she grabbed the utterly distraught Luo Ying beside her and turned to leave this place of turmoil, which had long since surpassed their ability to control. The very instant the sisters turned to leave, the solid ground along the already ravaged shores of Lake Tai suddenly began to crack apart inch by inch. The surrounding landscape transformed at a visible pace, shifting rapidly before their eyes. What had been merely the dusk of evening had, within mere breaths, transformed completely into pitch-black darkness so thick you couldn't see your hand before your face. An eerie, terrifying aura instantly enveloped every person present. Chuyu surveyed the surrounding scene, now utterly transformed beyond recognition. A fleeting, unmistakable flash of realization flickered across his already profoundly solemn eyes. So it was an array. No wonder he had felt that inexplicable pang of dread earlier. The very instant this thought arose in his mind, a terrifyingly brilliant swordlight suddenly flashed through the pitch-black void. Splatter, splatter, splatter. A series of incredibly dull, flesh-tearing sounds echoed in rapid succession. Several unlucky souls, unable to dodge in time, didn't even have a chance to scream. They were instantly cleaved in two at the waist by that terrifyingly swift swordlight. That dazzlingly terrifying swordlight, having slain those unfortunate souls, showed not the slightest diminution in its might. It slammed down onto the already ravaged ground. A thunderous boom echoed. A terrifying gash nearly 2 meters deep instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. The entire world seemed to freeze completely in that instant. Those who had narrowly escaped the blow, their faces, already twisted with greed and fervor, were now utterly consumed by unprecedented terror and horror. What on earth is happening? When the treasures of Lake Tai emerged before, such bizarre scenes never occurred. A trap. This must be a trap. A chorus of disbelieving murmurs rose up, wave after wave. At that very moment, in a corner of the crowd, a middle-aged man from the Kong family of Luzhou, having witnessed the terrifying transformation of the surrounding landscape, saw every trace of color drain from his already horrified face. It's an array formation. Here, someone has actually set up an ancient killing formation. His cry, filled with boundless horror and disbelief, though faint, still swept through the hearts of everyone present like a bitter wind from the 9 hells, cold enough to freeze the very soul. Only legendary cultivators know how to set up formations. But weren't cultivators completely wiped out hundreds of years ago? We're done for. An ancient killing formation of this caliber is beyond our ability to break. His howl, filled with boundless despair, instantly plunged every heart present already sunk to the depths into an unprecedented chill and terror that engulfed them completely. Yet, the very instant his words fell, out of the pitch-black void, thousands upon thousands of ancient weapons suddenly materialized, each gleaming with an endless, icy, and menacing cold light. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks. Every conceivable weapon was present. A murderous intent so overwhelming it could make the heavens themselves pale in comparison descended like an invisible tidal wave, crushing down upon the hearts of every person present. The middle-aged man from the Kong family of Luzhou, witnessing this, saw his face already etched with boundless despair instantly replaced by an unprecedented pallor. In a voice bordering on delirium, he screamed in terror. Weapon array. Someone has triggered the master switch of this ancient killing formation. This killing array will indiscriminately attack every living thing within its range. We're done for. Chapter 203, 10 Directions Annihilation Formation. The middle-aged man from the Kong family of Luzhou let out a howl filled with endless despair. In that instant, everyone present felt as though they had fallen into an ice cave. It's over. This time, they were likely to meet their end here for good. Yet, just as the hearts of everyone present, already sunk to the lowest depths, were about to be utterly submerged by an unprecedented despair and terror, a savage, maniacal laugh, brimming with boundless fervor and greed, erupted suddenly from the crowd not far away. Ha 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 ha! The voice belonged to Wu Hong, the martial sect elder. His eyes, already brimming with boundless killing intent, were now utterly consumed by an unprecedented fervor of greed and passion. Excellent! 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 What an ancient killing array! With such a terrifying formation guarding it, the value of this ancient treasure about to emerge will likely far exceed all our imaginations. He whipped his head around to glare at the white-haired elder behind him, who wore an equally grave expression. His voice was sharp and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. Such a heaven-defying opportunity rightfully belongs to our martial sect. Today, come what may, this ancient treasure must be secured for this elder. Upon hearing this, a flicker of agonizing hesitation instantly crossed the otherwise placid eyes of the white-haired elder from the martial sect. He knew full well what this ancient artifact, about to emerge from seclusion, truly signified. Yet to snatch it from the jaws of death within this ancient killing array, long lost to history for centuries. The difficulty and risk involved were equally immeasurable. Wu Hong, whose face had been consumed by endless greed and fervor, was instantly overtaken by an unprecedented chill and grimness. Elder Qian, do you have any means to break this formation? After a brief silence, the white-haired elder known as Elder Qian finally sighed helplessly. He knew he had no room to refuse. He slowly raised his head to survey the terrifying scene around him, where the heavens had shifted and the stars had moved. A flash of unmistakable horror flickered in his already heavy, cloudy eyes. If this old man sees correctly, this should be the legendary 10 Directions Annihilation Formation, long lost for hundreds of years. The moment these words left his lips, the already deathly pale faces of the surrounding experts, those with even a passing familiarity with formations, drained of all color. The 10 Directions Annihilation Formation. This was one of the 10 most formidable killing formations from the ancient era. It was said that once activated, all beings below the divine realm were as insignificant as ants. Even true land-dwelling immortals would face certain death if trapped within. Upon hearing this, Wu Hong's eyes, already brimming with endless greed, were instantly consumed by a frenzy of extreme delight and savagery. He fixed his gaze on the man whose eyes remained utterly impassive, his own voice a frenzied roar filled with boundless venom and delight. You little bastard, did you hear that? This is where you'll meet your end. Once this elder has claimed the divine treasure, I shall extract your very soul and subject it to eternal torment, burning it day and night with true fire, condemning you to an agony without end. He whipped his head around to face Elder Qian beside him, who wore an equally horrified expression. His voice was deep and commanding as he spoke. Elder Qian, I ask you one last time. Can you break this formation or not? At these words, a flicker of agonizing humiliation flashed across Elder Qian's already grave and solemn face. Yet, in the end, he nodded with immense difficulty. I report to Elder Wu Hong. Though I am not a cultivator myself. But in my youth, I once stumbled upon a fragment of an ancient diagram related to this 10 Directions Annihilation Formation within an ancient ruin. To completely decipher this array is beyond my capabilities. However, creating a safe passage to the array's core is not entirely impossible. It would simply require considerable time. Upon hearing this, Wu Hong's face, already twisted with boundless ferocity and arrogance, could no longer contain the wild elation surging within him. He suddenly let out a frenzied roar, filled with boundless dominance and authority. All of you, listen to this elder. From this moment on, spare no expense or cost to protect Elder Qian. Whoever dares to play any unwarranted tricks on this elder at this moment, beware. They will be executed without mercy. As his voice fell, filled with endless chill and icy menace, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, powerful enough to make the heavens themselves dim in comparison. The fence-sitters present, who had been preparing to reap the benefits of others' conflict, felt this terrifying pressure that made their very souls tremble violently. The last shred of hope in their hearts was instantly replaced by an unprecedented sense of dread and horror. Without a moment's hesitation, they all converged toward the direction of Elder Qian. Of course, many truly formidable powerhouses, after a brief weighing of pros and cons, ultimately chose to fight for themselves. They began exhausting every possible method, attempting to tear open a breach in this terrifying killing array that had long surpassed their comprehension through sheer brute force. In an instant, the entire lakeshore of Taihu Lake was engulfed by deafening, terrifying booms and streaks of light so fierce they seemed capable of tearing apart the void itself. However, at the very instant when every single person was fighting desperately for their lives, a figure appeared, slender yet immovable as a celestial deity, stirring silently. A cold gleam, brimming with endless scorn and contempt, flashed through Chuyu's deep, utterly unruffled eyes. A bunch of frog in the well fools, their eyes long since blinded by greed and stupidity, daring to covet what was already within his grasp. They were utterly clueless about their own mortality. He spared not another glance at these clowns, already marked for death in his eyes. Seizing the moment, he strolled leisurely toward the source of the purple light. His form was eerily unnatural. His pace was neither fast nor slow. Yet each step evaded the terrifying killing moves that would make even divine realm experts' scalps crawl with perfect precision. At that very moment, the void, already as black as ink, suddenly and without warning underwent a drastic transformation. In mere breaths, the ancient weapons filling the sky coalesced into a deathly storm so fierce it could dim the very sun and moon. Blades flew wildly. Flesh was torn to shreds. Countless unlucky souls, unable to dodge in time, didn't even have a chance to scream. They were instantly torn to shreds by the relentless, terrifying blades. Yet, facing that terrifying killing move capable of freezing the entire world in its tracks, Chuyu advanced forward with unwavering composure. His seemingly frail figure seemed to merge with the very landscape itself, rendering him utterly undetectable by the weapons, now whirling with frenzied, unbridled fury. In that instant, the eyes of all the survivors present, already brimming with endless terror, were instantly replaced by an unprecedented horror and utter disbelief. Wu Hong's face, already twisted with savage glee, drained of all color as if he'd seen a ghost. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. He whipped his head around, clutching the arm of Elder Qian, who stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. In a voice bordering on delirium, he screamed frantically. Elder Qian, what the hell is going on? How could that little bastard not be affected by the 10 directions annihilation array? At those words, Elder Qian's already clouded eyes, brimming with boundless horror, were instantly consumed by an unprecedented mix of terror and sudden realization. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he screamed in utter horror. The Gate of Life. He actually found the escape route of this ancient killing array. Quickly! Everyone, follow him! Chapter 204, The Earth Immortal Descends. The piercing shriek of Elder Qian, filled with boundless horror and disbelief, instantly jolted every person present into alertness. In their eyes, already brimming with endless despair, a glimmer of hope flared once more. Indeed. If this young man surnamed Chu could find a way out, then, as long as they followed closely behind him, they too could safely traverse this terrifying ancient killing array. However, the very instant this thought arose in their minds, Wu Hong's voice, filled with endless grimness and icy ferocity, suddenly roared out. Halt! His eyes, already brimming with boundless venom, fixed intently on the man about to vanish from sight. A look of unprecedented malice and cunning flashed across the man's face, already twisted to the extreme. As the saying goes, you can never truly know someone's heart. No one could guarantee that this ruthless little bastard wouldn't suddenly turn his blade on them and deliver a fatal blow once they followed. And besides, whether this so-called escape route was even real remained uncertain. Wu Hong had no intention of throwing himself into the fray blindly to test the waters for this damned little bastard. After weighing all the risks and rewards, Wu Hong's thoughts were truly vicious. He certainly wouldn't risk himself. He whipped his head around. He fixed his gaze on the terrified disciples of the martial sect standing behind him. He roared in a tone brooking no argument. You lot, follow him. At his command, the already deathly pale faces of those unfortunate disciples drained of all color. They too had considered everything Wu Hong had thought of. They, too, dared not follow blindly. But faced with Wu Hong's deathly threat, filled with endless coldness and menace, they had no room to refuse. Those disciples of the martial sect, their reason long since consumed by boundless terror and despair, exchanged glances. With immense difficulty, they finally dragged their feet, each step feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Gritting their teeth, they cautiously pursued the figure that was already fading into the distance. The moment they stepped onto the path Chu Yu had taken earlier, a sudden, violent change erupted. An ancient spear, gleaming with an endless, icy coldness, shot out without warning from the pitch-black void. The disciple of the martial sect leading the way didn't even have time to utter a scream. His body was instantly pierced by that terrifyingly swift streak of light. Immediately after, the death storm, already raging at its peak fury, swept madly toward the unlucky souls whose hearts had long since shattered, like sharks sensing the scent of blood. With several wet, squelching sounds, the bodies of those Wu Zong disciples, still frozen in despair yet poised for action, were instantly sliced apart like paper by the relentless, all-pervasive terror of the blades, scattering into a sky filled with fragments of flesh. Crimson blood and bleached bone fragments instantly littered the ground. The entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. Wu Hong stared at the faces of the disciples, already dead beyond any doubt. Their features, once twisted with endless ferocity and malice, were now replaced by an expression of utter, unprecedented horror. He whipped his head around, gripping the arm of Elder Qian who stood beside him, eyes wide in stunned silence with a deathly grip. His voice, choked with boundless fury and murderous intent, erupted in a furious roar. Elder Qian, what on earth is going on? At these words, Elder Qian's face, already etched with boundless horror, was instantly overtaken by an unprecedented mix of awkwardness and disbelief. His voice trembled as he stammered out. I must have seen wrong. The entrance to this 10 directions annihilation array is not fixed. It moves at high speed along a trajectory that defies any discernible pattern. Unless one can precisely calculate its trajectory, it is utterly impossible to pass through safely and unscathed. Upon hearing this, Wu Hong's heart, already sunk to the depths of despair, was instantly engulfed by an unprecedented chill and utter hopelessness. He instinctively lifted his head. He watched the figure that was about to fully approach the dazzling purple light. His eyes, already brimming with endless venom, were instantly clouded by extreme jealousy and madness. Almost instinctively, he let out a frenzied roar filled with boundless resentment and hysteria. Elder Qian, think of a way for this elder. We absolutely cannot let that little bastard snatch that ancient artifact. At this very moment, within the formation, Chu Yu felt the boundless, pure spiritual energy surging around him. Yet in his deep, piercing eyes, a fleeting, unmistakable softness flickered. He sighed softly in resignation. The spiritual energy here was truly too dense. If his sisters-in-law could cultivate here, they would likely succeed in establishing their foundations in no time. The very instant this thought arose in his mind, his right foot, poised to step into the dazzling purple light, abruptly halted. A terrifying killing intent unlike anything he had ever encountered locked onto him without warning. A previously unseen gravity instantly flickered across Chu Yu's deep, unruffled eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he whipped his head around and unleashed a punch without a second thought. The instant his fist descended, a sinister, pitch-black figure materialized silently where he had stood moments before. The eerie figure cloaked in black gazed at the man whose expression remained utterly impassive. Beneath the hood, a hoarse chuckle filled with endless amusement surfaced on his face. "Your reflexes aren't half bad." Chu Yu merely snorted coldly in disdain at the remark. He furrowed his brow, carefully sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the other. A flash of unmistakable astonishment instantly flickered across his deep, piercing eyes. Earth Immortal. The mysterious black-robed figure before him, whose allegiance remained unknown, was actually a genuine Earth Immortal level powerhouse. The mysterious cloaked figure regarded the man whose gaze remained utterly impassive, speaking in a tone thick with endless arrogance and contempt. "You insignificant insect, leave this place at once. The treasures here are not for you to covet. Or die." At these words, Chu Yu's impassive face instantly twisted into a cold, mocking sneer, brimming with endless scorn. "A mere second-rank Earth Immortal. And you dare to be so arrogant before me, Chu Yu?" The mysterious hooded figure, who had been wearing an air of arrogance, instantly saw his face hidden beneath the hood completely overtaken by an unprecedented mix of horror and disbelief. How could he possibly know his true cultivation level? An unprecedented, deadly sense of crisis surged violently through his heart and mind. Just as extreme vigilance and murderous intent threatened to devour his entire rationality, a voice, cold and filled with endless indifference and contempt, suddenly rang out once more. "Bring out the rest of your companions as well." The mysterious cloaked figure, already shaken to the core, flashed an unmistakable flicker of struggle across eyes already brimming with terror. But when he met the man's icy gaze, devoid of any human emotion, the last shred of hope in his heart was instantly replaced by an unprecedented chill and terror. He hesitated no longer. With immense difficulty, he turned his head to stare at the two empty spaces behind him, his voice trembling with unmasked terror as he cried out, "Come out!" The moment his words fell silent, a gray-robed elder with an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor and a voluptuous young woman in a red dress appeared silently before everyone. The moment the ethereal-looking elder in gray robes materialized, he fixed his gaze filled with boundless gravity and scrutiny upon the man standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold and detached. "Chu Wudi. It is indeed you." His voice, thick with icy coldness and endless menace, paused slightly. A flash of intense, greedy fervor instantly flickered across his murky, still eyes. "What secrets do you still conceal within you?" Chapter 205, Clueless About Death. Chu Yu stared at the gray-robed elder, whose eyes held an arrogant, otherworldly grace. A cold curve of endless mockery and disdain spread across his otherwise unreadable face. He scoffed, countering with a question instead of an answer. "And what are you?" At those words, the already icy, murky eyes of the ethereal-looking gray-robed elder were instantly replaced by an extreme coldness and furious rage. He was about to speak, but the voluptuous young woman in the red dress beside him suddenly giggled. Her eyes, brimming with endless allure, swept unabashedly over the man with the indifferent gaze and imposing stature. "Senior brother, why stoop to arguing with a dying man? You two should go handle the important matters. Leave this handsome young man to me. I'll take good care of him." As soon as she spoke these words, the ethereal-looking elder in gray robes and the mysterious black-clad figure, already shaken to the core, exchanged a glance. In the end, they chose to step aside with perfect understanding. The voluptuous young woman in the red dress, seeing this, instantly flashed a cruel, predatory grin across her already endlessly seductive face, a smile like a cat toying with a mouse. She advanced slowly. Fixing her gaze upon the man whose eyes held not a flicker of emotion, she spoke softly in a tone dripping with condescension and arrogance. "Young man, if you agree to be my dual cultivation vessel, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, death is all that awaits you." At these words, Chu Yu's already profoundly indifferent eyes flashed with an unprecedented coldness and disgust. He couldn't be bothered to spare this shameless woman another glance. He merely uttered 3 words with utter clarity, his expression unreadable. "Bus stop." The young woman in the red dress, who had been wearing an arrogant expression, heard those 3 words filled with endless humiliation and unbearable vulgarity. Her face, which had been radiating endless allure, was instantly replaced by a previously unseen, hideous, and twisted expression. You're asking for death." A frenzied scream erupted, brimming with boundless venom and murderous intent. She jerked her wrist violently. A purple soft sword, gleaming with an icy, menacing coldness, instantly materialized in her grasp. Her body, already poised for action, shifted abruptly, transforming into a dazzling purple streak of light that shot toward the man she had long since marked for death. However, facing that terrifying killing move, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison, Chu Yu didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He merely slashed through the air with a casual finger blade, expressionless. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The purple soft sword, which had been advancing with such fierce momentum, was suddenly and without warning cleaved clean in two by that seemingly ordinary yet terrifying fingerstrike. The young woman in the crimson skirt, whose face had been twisted in fury, saw this. Her eyes, already brimming with endless venom, suddenly flickered with an unprecedented flash of terror and disbelief. Her purple lightning soft sword was a genuine low-grade spirit artifact, capable of slicing hair and cutting through iron like mud. How could it be so utterly helpless? In that very instant when her mind faltered, a terrifying killing intent surged from the depths of her heart, powerful enough to freeze her very soul. She hesitated no longer. She let out a piercing scream filled with endless madness and refusal to accept defeat. "You little, go die for me!" A terrifying, ferocious power of a second-rank Earth immortal realm erupted violently from within her body. However, facing that terrifying killing move unleashed in a fit of rage, Shuyu remained utterly unflappable. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this fool, whose eyes had long been blinded by greed and stupidity. He merely raised his right hand slowly, his expression unreadable. A terrifying divine blade, entirely black and devoid of ornamentation, instantly materialized in his hand. The Kunwu divine blade, accompanied by a terrifying blade's cry so piercing it could dim the sun and moon. A dazzlingly brilliant blade aura flashed by. The red-robed woman, whose face had been twisted in fury and whose body had been poised for attack, froze rigid in place. The next second, that enormous head, already brimming with endless venom and madness, shot skyward. The mysterious cloaked figure, who had been preparing to watch the spectacle unfold, saw the face hidden beneath the hood instantly replaced by an unprecedented mix of fury and utter disbelief. "You dare, you bastard!" Shuyu, upon hearing this, abruptly turned his head. His icy gaze, utterly devoid of emotion, fixed upon the mysterious hooded figure, who was now completely thrown into disarray. He couldn't be bothered with further words. He merely swung his blade casually, expressionless. The mysterious cloaked figure, whose eyes were already brimming with boundless terror, saw the blade approach. In that instant, his gaze was utterly consumed by an unprecedented wave of despair and dread. There was no escape. He could only fight for his life. He violently ignited his life essence blood, attempting to exhaust Chuyu's strength so that the gray-robed elder beside him could seize the opportunity to blast this arrogant fool into oblivion on the spot. However, the very instant this thought flashed through his mind, the terrifying blade aura, already mere inches away, had silently sliced through his neck. His massive head, already brimming with endless ferocity and madness, instantly met the same fate as the young woman in red. The once haughty old man in grey robes, upon witnessing this horrifying scene that could shatter his very soul, saw every trace of color vanish from his already icy, grim face. Rage, confusion, fear. A whirlwind of conflicting emotions surged through his mind and head. Second-grade Earth immortal realm. A peak powerhouse of this caliber, whether in this secular world long since plunged into the age of decline, or within the secluded realms that had long since withdrawn from the world, were peerless beings as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Yet now, these two supreme beings capable of sweeping away all opposition, were utterly helpless before this mysterious man. He forced down the endless terror churning within him like a raging sea. Staring fixedly at the man whose gaze was as cold and indifferent as a peerless demon god, he screamed in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 206, True Form of the Nascent Soul. Shuyu observed the grey-robed elder, whose courage had long since shattered. Yet, upon that unflinching face, a cold, amused curve slowly emerged, brimming with endless amusement. He advanced toward the man at a measured pace, wielding the ancient divine blade whose brilliance could dim the sun and moon. His voice was icy, dripping with endless mockery and contempt. "Didn't you claim to know me well?" At those words, the ancient, ethereal-looking grey-robed elder's already horrified, cloudy eyes were instantly consumed by an unprecedented terror and utter disbelief. His instinct was to retreat explosively. But when he met the man's cold, indifferent gaze devoid of any human emotion, his already terrified soul trembled violently. Without warning, he was pinned to the spot by a terrifying pressure powerful enough to utterly annihilate his soul. He was utterly immobilized. Beads of cold sweat instantly soaked through the back of his already ethereal grey robe. He forced down the endless terror churning within him like a raging sea. Staring fixedly at the man whose gaze was as cold and indifferent as a peerless demon god, he screamed in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 206, True Form of the Nascent Soul. Shuyu observed the grey-robed elder, whose courage had long since shattered. Yet, upon that unflinching face, a cold, amused curve slowly emerged, brimming with endless amusement. He advanced toward the man at a measured pace, wielding the ancient divine blade whose brilliance could dim the sun and moon. His voice was icy, dripping with endless mockery and contempt. "Didn't you claim to know me well?" At those words, the ancient, ethereal-looking grey-robed elder's already horrified, cloudy eyes were instantly consumed by an unprecedented terror and utter disbelief. His instinct was to retreat explosively. But when he met the man's cold, indifferent gaze devoid of any human emotion, his already terrified soul trembled violently.
Without warning, he was pinned to the spot by a terrifying pressure powerful enough to utterly annihilate his soul. He was utterly immobilized. Beads of cold sweat instantly soaked through the back of his already ethereal gray robe. He forced down the endless terror churning within him like a raging sea. Staring fixedly at the man whose gaze was as cold and indifferent as a peerless demon god, he screamed in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably.
What do you want? Shuyu responded with a derisive snort. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this mere puppet, already marked for death. He merely spoke slowly, his voice filled with endless indifference and coldness. Answer me. The gray-robed elder, with his ethereal demeanor, heard the words. His face, already drenched in endless terror, instantly drained of all color. His mind raced. He frantically searched his mind for any trace of information connected to this mysterious man before him. Shu Wudi. 9 Nether Dragon Tomb. One by one, words steeped in endless mystery and taboo surged into his mind. The murky eyes of the gray-robed elder, already filled with boundless horror, were instantly replaced by an unprecedented, profound realization. He murmured to himself in a voice bordering on a dreamlike whisper. The secrets of the 9 Nether Dragon Tomb are truly too sinister. Yet immediately afterward, his cloudy eyes, already filled with boundless bewilderment, were once again completely shrouded by an unprecedented sense of doubt and confusion. No. He jerked his head up abruptly. He stared fixedly at the man whose gaze remained utterly impassive, screaming frantically in a voice thick with disbelief. You, Chuyu, were only tasked with guarding the secrets of the Dragon Tomb. You never even opened the Dragon Tomb. You could never have reached the realm of an earth immortal through this alone. The moment these words left his lips, a flash of unprecedented greed and fervor instantly flickered across those already clouded eyes, brimming with endless confusion. As if suddenly understanding something profound, he abruptly fixed his gaze, now brimming with boundless greed and covetousness, upon the ancient divine blade entirely black, simple, and unadorned. His heart, which had long sunk to the depths, was instantly reignited by an unprecedented surge of confidence and arrogance. Yes. It had to be. The reason this little bastard was so formidable. It must all be due to that ancient divine blade of unknown origin in his hand. After comprehending all the implications and stakes involved, the gray-robed elder, whose face had been frozen in terror, suddenly saw a cold, arrogant curve reappear on his already pallid features. He slowly raised his head. He looked at the man whose eyes held not a ripple of emotion, speaking in a tone dripping with condescension and pity. Boy. Surrender the divine blade in your hand. This old man might spare your life today. At these words, Chuyu's expressionless face instantly twisted into a cold, mocking sneer, brimming with endless scorn and contempt. He snorted derisively. You're overestimating yourself. The gray-robed elder, whose face had been filled with arrogance, saw his already grim expression instantly replaced by utter coldness and furious rage. A flash of unprecedented venom and murderous intent flickered in his murky, well-like eyes. Staring fixedly at the man whose gaze remained utterly impassive, he roared with a voice thick with boundless arrogance and contempt. You insolent brat! In the eyes of our ancient sex, you are not even an ant. As his voice fell, filled with endless chill and icy menace, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body, powerful enough to freeze the very heavens and earth. He hesitated not a moment longer. He let out a frenzied roar, filled with boundless fury and overwhelming killing intent. Die before me! He struck without mercy. His momentum was overwhelming. That terrifying strike, long transcending the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, instantly transformed into a dreadful streak of light capable of tearing through the void. It shot toward the man who had already been branded with the mark of death. His face, already etched with boundless arrogance, now twisted into a maniacal grin brimming with savage cruelty and endless ferocity. In his eyes, the arrogant fool before him was doomed to die today. As Chuyu watched that terrifying streak of light, bright enough to dim the sun and moon themselves, a previously unseen gravity flickered in his deep, unruffled eyes. This man was indeed the strongest opponent Chuyu had ever encountered. Alas, he still wasn't enough. He hesitated not a moment longer. He drew his sword again, expressionless. A casual strike. The gray-robed elder, whose face had been twisted in fury moments before, now gazed at the seemingly ordinary yet terrifying blade aura. His countenance, already brimming with boundless arrogance, instantly twisted into a cold, sneering curve filled with endless contempt and derision. However, the very instant this thought arose in his mind, a sudden, violent change occurred. The terrifying power capable of shattering the heavens and earth was utterly shattered the instant it touched that blade aura. Immediately afterward, the once haughty gray-robed elder, whose body had been poised for action, froze rigid. He instinctively lowered his head. He stared at his right arm, now utterly empty. His eyes, already filled with endless, icy darkness, were instantly replaced by an unprecedented horror and utter disbelief. His weapon, his entire arm, had been instantly shattered into nothingness by that seemingly ordinary yet terrifying blade aura. A terrifying sense of crisis, powerful enough to shatter his very soul, surged through his heart and mind. He jerked his head up. He stared fixedly at that man, whose gaze was as cold and indifferent as a peerless demon god, and screamed frantically in a voice bordering on delirium. No. This can't be. You're not a martial artist. It was as if he had recalled something utterly terrifying, something capable of shattering his very soul. His already clouded eyes, brimming with endless horror, were instantly consumed by an unprecedented despair and terror. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he screamed in utter horror. You're a cultivator. Martial artists temper their bodies. But cultivators refine their divine souls in purple palaces. They condense the legendary self-primordial infant, said to exist only in ancient myths. The already shattered old man in grey robes, whose face was already etched with endless terror, now lost all color. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage. How could such a monstrous, heaven-defying existence still exist in this world? All will to fight vanished from him. In an instant, the endless regret and terror within his heart consumed him completely. He hesitated not a moment longer. He violently ignited his lifeblood essence and retreated explosively without a second thought. However, the very instant his form began to waver, a figure appeared before him seemingly frail yet immovable as a celestial deity. The grey-robed elder, already trembling with fear, stared at the man who had somehow materialized before him. The face that had been etched with endless despair now drained of all color. Shuyu gazed at the grey-robed elder, now reduced to a pitiful, forlorn figure. A cold, mocking curve slowly spread across his own expressionless face, brimming with endless scorn and contempt. Did I give you permission to leave? Chapter 207, The Heavenly Shadow Cult. The grey-robed elder, already trembling with fear, gazed upon the man whose eyes were as cold and indifferent as a peerless demon god. The pallor on his own face was instantly consumed by an unprecedented wave of despair and terror. He knew today was likely the day he would finally meet his end here. An overwhelming urge to survive surged through his heart and mind. All hesitation vanished. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he screamed in sheer terror. I come from the ancient sect, the Heavenly Yin cult. If you dare kill me, you will be declaring war on the entire Tianyin sect. At these words, Shuyu's previously unreadable face instantly twisted into a cold, mocking sneer, brimming with endless scorn and contempt. He snorted derisively. The Tianyin sect. Is it that formidable? The grey-robed elder, who had been frozen in terror, heard these words. His cloudy eyes, already filled with boundless dread, were instantly replaced by an extreme coldness and furious rage. He was about to speak. A voice filled with boundless indifference and coldness abruptly cut him off. At worst, we'll just destroy it. The grey-robed elder, whose face had been twisted with fury, heard these words. His murky eyes, already filled with endless grimness, instantly lost all trace of human warmth. It's over. He knew. There was no hope of survival for him today, no matter what. Shuyu couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this clown, already branded with the mark of death. He merely swung his blade casually, expressionless, accompanied by a terrifying blade shrieking sound that could make the sun and moon dim in comparison. The massive head of the grey-robed elder, whose face had been frozen in despair, shot skyward in an instant, its eyes still wide open in death. Shuyu couldn't be bothered to glance at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground. He slowly turned his body. His deep, utterly unruffled gaze settled upon the dazzling purple light, radiant to the extreme. He hesitated not a moment longer. With the ease of a leisurely stroll, he stepped directly into it. The instant his form vanished completely into the dazzling purple light, a dazzling crystal roughly the size of a basketball instantly came into view. Shuyu stared at the terrifying crystal, its entire body shimmering with an endless, mysterious, and dreamlike purple light. A flash of unmistakable excitement flickered across his deep, piercing eyes. He slowly extended his right hand. He intended to seize this mysterious crystal of unknown origin and claim it for himself. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the purple crystal, a sudden, violent change occurred. With a sharp crack, the purple crystal, which had been radiating an intense brilliance, shattered into pieces without warning. Immediately afterward, a snow-white jade tablet, roughly the size of a fist, appeared silently before everyone's eyes. Shuyu, whose deep eyes had been brimming with boundless excitement, instantly flashed an unmistakable look of astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second thought, he firmly grasped the mysterious, pure white jade tablet in his hand. The very instant it touched his palm, an immense, overwhelmingly violent and terrifying energy erupted violently from the seemingly ordinary jade tablet. Had an ordinary person been in his place, a single blow like this would have been enough to shatter their body on the spot. Shuyu felt that terrifying energy, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. A fleeting, unmistakable look of bewilderment flashed across his deep, piercing eyes. Over the past few years, he had indeed encountered other ancient treasures. Yet the moment those so-called treasures manifested in this world, they all emitted an overwhelmingly pure and gentle spiritual energy. Never before had he encountered a terrifying existence like this mysterious jade tablet before him, brimming with boundless savagery and destructive energy. After a moment's contemplation, Shuyu shook his head in resignation. He couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. Without a second thought, he immediately stowed the snow-white jade tablet, brimming with boundless mystery, into his storage space. After completing all this, Shuyu lingered not a moment longer. He slowly turned his body. He prepared to depart this place. However, the very instant this thought arose in his mind, the terrifying ancient killing array that had trapped everyone here vanished without warning, dissipating into thin air. The surrounding landscape, which had been transformed beyond recognition, instantly reverted to the serene beauty of Lake Tai as it had been before. The terrifying ancient killing array that had enveloped everyone vanished from this world the moment it lost the energy support of that snow-white jade tablet. Silence. Dead silence. The powerful figures present, who had been desperately trying every possible method to tear open a breach in this terrifying killing array, all instinctively halted their actions. Every gaze converged on the array's core, now utterly deserted. There. Only a figure remains, seemingly frail, yet as immovable as a celestial deity. For a moment, a look of utter bewilderment and endless confusion spread across every face. They had no idea what had transpired within the formation. At that very moment, Wu Hong's frenzied roar, filled with boundless venom and greed, suddenly erupted. He was the first to react. He raised his hand abruptly. He pointed fiercely at the man whose eyes remained utterly impassive, his voice filled with endless resentment and unwillingness as he roared madly. The rare treasure. The rare treasure must have been snatched by that little bastard. The moment these words left his mouth, the various powerful figures present, who had been staring blankly moments before, instantly perked up. Their eyes, already brimming with endless confusion, were instantly consumed by an unprecedented fire of greed and fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, unison, they converged toward the man standing there, arms folded behind his back, his gaze indifferent. Kid, hand over that rare treasure. Such a heaven-defying opportunity is not something a mere brat like you can lay your hands on. That's right, boy. If you want to live, hand over that ancient artifact willingly. Otherwise, death is all that awaits you. In an instant, the entire lakeshore of Taihu Lake was engulfed by waves of endless greed and cold, frenzied howls. However, at that very moment, a terrifying figure, radiating overwhelming might, suddenly burst through the crowd. He slowly walked before everyone. His gaze, cold and filled with boundless authority and arrogance, fixed upon the man whose eyes held only indifference, utterly unruffled. In a voice brimming with unquestionable dominance, he spoke coldly. Boy, hand over the artifact. Or die. As his words, filled with endless chill and menace, fell, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd filled with utter horror and disbelief. Dan Taizhan. He's actually Dan Taizhan, the garrison commander of Xiangzhou. Chapter 208, The Imperial Guard. As that cry of utter horror and disbelief fell silent, the faces of the various powerful figures present, which had been filled with greed, instantly transformed. Their expressions, already burning with fervor, were now overlaid with an unprecedented mix of reverence and dread. Dan Taizhan, within the borders of Xiangzhou, equated to the heavens themselves. An unquestionable supreme being whom all must look up to. The imposing, brocade-clad elder, observing the surrounding opportunists now frozen in terror, saw his face already brimming with boundless arrogance suddenly curve into a cold smile filled with endless satisfaction and disdain. He slowly raised his head. His icy gaze, brimming with boundless authority and judgment, once again settled upon the man whose eyes held only impassive calm. This is an ancient treasure born within the lands of Xiangzhou. There is absolutely no reason for an outsider like you to take it away. His voice, thick with icy menace, paused briefly. In that instant, his murky, well-like eyes flashed with an unprecedented surge of domineering intent and murderous intent. I now command you in the name of the Imperial Guard. At any cost, bring this beast to me for immediate execution. The moment these words left his lips, the sisters Tang Cheng and Luo Ying, who had been watching from afar with worried expressions, instantly drained of all color from their already tense, beautiful faces. Their beautiful eyes, brimming with boundless terror, were instantly consumed by an unprecedented despair and dread. Guardian of the nation. The weight of those three words was overwhelming. Their status was so exalted, had even begun to subtly surpass that of the Soul Guarding Bureau. If the Soul Guarding Bureau was a specialized department tasked with handling all manner of supernatural incidents, then the Imperial Guard is akin to a disciplinary commission specifically tasked with overseeing the Soul Guarding Bureau. Not just them. Even their direct superior, Zhu Ke, one of the four great commanders of the Soul Guarding Bureau, had personally arrived. Would likely show this decisive and ruthless man some deference. And what's more, at this very moment, no fewer than 100 formidable peak-tier experts had gathered here. No matter how formidable Chu Yu might be, he was still alone. How could he possibly stand against so many? It's over. This time, it truly seemed to be the end. Just as the hearts of sisters Tang Cheng and Luo Ying, already sunk to the lowest depths, were about to be utterly submerged by an unprecedented wave of despair and terror, the powerful figures who had long coveted the ancient artifact in Chu Yu's grasp, having received Dan Taizhan's tacit approval, hesitated no longer. They exchanged glances. Unspoken, they began to advance slowly toward the man standing there, arms folded behind his back, his gaze cold and detached. A terrifying killing intent, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth themselves dim, erupted violently from within them. In an instant, the entire lakeshore of Taihu Lake was completely enveloped by waves of endless, bone-chilling, and icy terror. Luoying watched the terrifying crowd that had already completely surrounded Chuyu. A flicker of unprecedented struggle and hesitation suddenly flickered in her beautiful eyes, filled with endless despair. At that very moment, a seemingly ordinary yet noble young figure unexpectedly caught her eye. Seeing this, the flame of hope instantly reignited within Luo Ying's eyes that had been filled with nothing but endless despair. Lu Xiujin, the eldest son of the Lu family, one of Huagua's most prominent aristocratic clans, and her former university classmate. If he were to step forward, surely that ruthless and decisive Dan Taizhan would show him some measure of deference. With this thought in mind, Luo Ying hesitated no longer. She abruptly turned her head. Fixing her gaze on Tang Qing beside her, whose face had long since drained of color, she spoke in a voice thick with endless urgency and absolute certainty. "Sis, follow me." Before the words had even finished echoing, without a second thought, she seized Tang Qing's already icy cold, delicate hand and strode swiftly toward the young figure of noble birth. The young man in brocade robes, who had been wearing an amused expression, saw the two stunning figures approaching him. His eyes, already brimming with endless mockery, suddenly flashed with an unprecedented glint of greed and fervor. Especially when he beheld Tang Qing's face, a beauty so radiant it could make the sun and moon pale in comparison. His heart, already stirring with desire, could no longer contain the wild excitement surging within. He made a silent vow to himself. Today, no matter what, he would make these two peerless beauties his own. Luo Ying, of course, failed to notice the other's gaze, brimming with endless greed and lewdness. She strode swiftly before the youth in brocade robes. Her voice was heavy with urgency and pleading as she spoke. "Lu Xiujin, long time no see." At those words, a flicker of insincere, forced warmth flickered across the face of the youth named Lu Xiujin, a face already etched with endless arrogance. He looked at his former classmate, who was already drenched in sweat from anxiety, feigning surprise as he slowly spoke. "Luo Ying, it's actually you." His eyes, brimming with endless greed, roamed unabashedly over Tang Qing's curvaceous, voluptuous figure. He spoke softly, feigning gentlemanly manners. "May I ask what brings these two beauties here?" At those words, Luo Ying hesitated no longer. Without a moment's thought, she cut straight to the point with a deep voice. "Lu Xiujin, I'm begging you. Could you please intercede on behalf of my friend?" At those words, Lu Xiujin's face, already brimming with endless hypocrisy, instantly clouded over with an expression of profound hesitation and reluctance. But the moment his gaze met Tang Qing's icy, breathtakingly beautiful eyes, the last shred of hesitation in his heart was instantly replaced by an unprecedented wave of greed and possessiveness. He sighed helplessly. "All right. Since you asked, then I certainly can't stand idly by." His voice, brimming with endless hypocrisy, paused ever so slightly. In that instant, his eyes, brimming with endless greed, flashed with a cunning and smugness unlike anything seen before. "But getting me to intercede on that kid's behalf isn't entirely impossible. But at most, I can only spare his life. As for that ancient artifact he obtained from this formation, that must be surrendered." At these words, Tang Qingwen's already icy cold, exquisite face was instantly overtaken by an unprecedented surge of fury and disgust. Without a moment's hesitation, she snapped back. That artifact was obtained by Chuyu through his own abilities. Why should he surrender it? Her voice, brimming with icy fury, paused momentarily. A flash of unprecedented contempt and disdain flickered through her stunningly beautiful eyes, now brimming with boundless loathing. "And besides, if not for Chuyu, you lot would have perished long ago in that ancient killing array. Not only do you show no gratitude now, but you dare repay kindness with ingratitude. It's utterly shameless." At these words, a cold, mocking sneer filled with endless contempt instantly spread across Lu Xiujin's face, which was already stretched with endless hypocrisy. He snorted derisively. "No deal. I won't hand over the rare treasure. Then he won't even be able to save his own life." He slowly turned his head. His gaze, brimming with endless greed and amusement, once again settled upon those two exquisite faces, now consumed by boundless fury. "You'd better think this through." Chapter 209, No Other Choice. Tang Chang watched as the young man in brocade robes, already regarded by all as a sure thing, sought his inherently icy, flawlessly beautiful face instantly shrouded in an unprecedented weight of gravity and worry. She knew. Although Lu Xiujin's words had sounded noble and righteous, it was also the only way out of this desperate predicament. Chuyu was indeed formidable to a terrifying degree, far beyond anyone's reach. But those gathered here today were all elite warriors from across Xiangzhou. At least several hundred individuals. Among them stood terrifying figures like Dan Taizhan, who had long since ascended to the pinnacle of the martial world. 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. And what's more, Chuyu now faced hundreds of formidable peak-level warriors. This battle, there was no chance of victory. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ying sighed helplessly. She slowly turned her head. Her eyes, filled with endless pleading, once again fell upon the youth in brocade robes who already held certain victory in his grasp. Her voice was heavy with a tone bordering on supplication. Lu Xiaojin. As long as you can spare his life, I'll do anything. At these words, the face of Lu Xiaojin, already brimming with endless hypocrisy, instantly broke into a gentle smile, one filled with boundless smugness and amusement. He slowly turned his body. With the ease of a leisurely stroll, he walked directly before everyone. His gaze, brimming with boundless arrogance, settled slowly upon the man whose eyes held only cold indifference, utterly unruffled. In a tone dripping with condescension and pity, he spoke slowly. Young man. For Luo Ying's sake. If you're willing to heed my words, and voluntarily surrender that ancient artifact you obtained from this formation, I, Lu Xiaojin, can personally guarantee you leave here alive today. His voice, brimming with boundless arrogance and pride, paused ever so slightly. He slowly turned his head. His gaze, brimming with boundless indifference, settled upon the elder in brocade robes, a figure whose overwhelming presence remained utterly unruffled. In a tone laced with infinite politeness, he spoke coldly. Governor Dan Tai. This ancient artifact is truly extraordinary. This junior suggests that our Lu family and the Imperial Guard collaborate on its research. Once its specific purpose has been fully determined, we shall then deliberate on the final disposition of this artifact. What are your thoughts? At these words, a flicker of unmistakable gravity instantly crossed the murky, still waters of the ancient well that were the eyes of the elderly man in brocade robes named Dan Taizhan. He understood all too well. The so-called masters present had long been consumed by endless covetousness toward that ancient artifact. Even if he could forcibly seize the artifact today by virtue of his status as a member of the Imperial Guard, he would likely be unable to carry it away from this place unscathed. Moreover, the Lu family was, after all, a guardian clan. Their profound heritage is far beyond what a mere garrison commander from Xiangzhou could ever hope to challenge. Rather than completely severing ties with them, it would be wiser to grant them a favor. Such cooperation not only ensured that ancient artifact remained beyond the reach of covetous eyes, while also allowing him to secure a share of the spoils. Why not? After weighing all the pros and cons, the once haughty, brocade-clad elder hesitated no longer. Without a moment's thought, he gave a slight nod. Agreed. Shuyu watched the two men whose faces showed not a flicker of emotion, men who had already sealed off every possible escape route for him. Slowly, a cold, amused curve spread across his own lips, filled with endless amusement. He let out a derisive snort. He fixed his gaze, brimming with endless scorn, upon the brocade-clad youth who was already certain of victory. His voice dripped with contempt and icy disdain as he spoke slowly. You truly believe you can let me leave alive? At those words, the face of the brocade-clad youth named Lu Xiaojin, already brimming with boundless arrogance, was instantly replaced by an expression of utter coldness and furious rage. His eyes, brimming with endless ferocity, flashed with unprecedented venom and murderous intent. Glaring fixedly at the man whose gaze remained utterly impassive, he roared with a voice thick with boundless arrogance and contempt. Boy! Do you know who I am? Within the borders of Huagua, no one has ever dared to question a word spoken by Lu Xiaojin. Luo Ying watched this unfold, and the heart that had already sunk to the depths of despair was instantly consumed by an unprecedented wave of anxiety and terror. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second thought, she rushed forward and stood before the man who stood there, arms folded behind his back, his gaze cold and distant. Her voice was heavy with endless urgency and pleading as she spoke. Shu Yu. Just listen to him this once. Hand over the artifact first. Your life is at stake. The powerful figures present, who had long coveted Shu Yu, witnessed this utterly absurd scene. Their faces, already twisted by endless greed, instantly contorted into maniacal grins brimming with schadenfreude. In their eyes, this arrogant fool, who didn't know his place, faced the combined assault of so many top-tier powerhouses. Had absolutely no other choice. Chapter 210, A Deadly Trap. Shuyu watched the stunning campus beauty, her face already drained of color. Yet, across his own expressionless features, a cold curve slowly formed, one brimming with endless mockery and contempt. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this foolish woman, whose mind had long been clouded by pig fat. He slowly turned his head. His gaze, filled with endless coldness and menace, settled once more upon the young man in brocade robes who was already certain of victory. In a voice thick with utter indifference and icy detachment, he spoke slowly. What makes you think you could control my life and death? As his words, filled with endless chill and coldness, fell, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body, powerful enough to freeze the entire world in its tracks. The entire crowd gasped in shock. The powerful figures present, who had been wearing expressions of schadenfreude, all sucked in a sharp breath in unison. Their eyes, already brimming with endless greed, were instantly overtaken by an unprecedented mix of horror and disbelief. They never dreamed that this madman, already trapped in a 10-sided ambush, would dare to be so arrogant. The so-called dignitaries and nobles who had perished at his hands in the past were one thing. But now standing before him were hundreds of elite warriors from all corners of Shangzhou. Among them were even terrifying figures like Dan Taizhan and Lu Xiujin, whose status and power were nothing short of godlike. This brat. Does he truly not even know how to write the word death? Upon hearing those icy words, dripping with endless scorn and contempt, the face of the brocade-clad youth named Lu Xiujin, already brimming with boundless arrogance, instantly drained of all color. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and fury surged through his heart and mind. His eyes, already filled with endless coldness, instantly ignited with extreme venom and murderous intent. Glaring fixedly at the man whose expression remained utterly impassive, he roared with a voice thick with venom and refusal to accept defeat. "You little bastard! You're asking for death." The face of the elderly man in brocade robes, known as Dan Taizhan, which had always radiated boundless authority, instantly twisted into a grimace filled with icy, murderous intent. He hesitated no longer. He abruptly fixed his icy gaze, brimming with judgment and murderous intent, upon the opportunists around him who had long been itching to act. In a voice brimming with unquestionable authority and absolute dominance, he spoke coldly. "All of you, heed my command. Kill him for this garrison commander." The young man in brocade robes, Lu Xiujin, followed immediately with a frenzied roar filled with boundless venom and overwhelming murderous intent. "Whoever can kill him. Whoever does shall be a friend of the Lu family." The moment these words left his lips, instantly galvanized the hesitant powerhouses present. Their eyes, already brimming with boundless greed, were instantly consumed by an unprecedented fervor and madness. The Lu family. That was the guardian family that had stood tall in the martial arts world of Huagua for centuries. Its profound heritage, the sheer terror of their power, were far beyond what these so-called worldly powerhouses could ever fathom. If one could curry favor with such a colossal power, the benefits that could be reaped in the future would be truly boundless. The very instant this thought flickered through their minds, the voice of the brocade-clad elder named Dan Taizhan, filled with endless chill and icy resolve, suddenly rang out once more. "This garrison commander vows here. Whoever slays this beast on the spot today may come to the Imperial Guard and seek me out. This garrison commander will unconditionally intervene on their behalf once." As his voice, filled with endless chill and icy resolve, faded away, the fiery-eyed powerhouses present could no longer contain their ecstatic fervor. Their eyes, brimming with boundless greed, were now utterly consumed by a madness and savagery unlike anything they had ever known. Every single one of them bristled with battle fervor. Terrifying killing intent, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison, erupted violently from their bodies. In that instant, the entire lakeshore of Taihu Lake was enveloped in waves of terrifying killing intent, filled with endless chill and icy coldness. Lu Xiujin watched the man he had driven to the brink. On the face already twisted with boundless venom, a maniacal grin instantly spread, one brimming with arrogant, savage madness. In his eyes, the arrogant, ignorant insect before him was doomed to die today. Luoying watched as the masquerade of the young man in brocade robes was completely torn away. The beautiful face, already etched with endless anxiety, was instantly replaced by an unprecedented look of horror and utter disbelief. Her voice trembled uncontrollably as she screamed in terror. "Lu Xiujin, why did you do this?" At those words, a cold, mocking sneer filled with endless contempt instantly spread across Lu Xiujin's face, already brimming with arrogance. He snorted derisively. "Why? It's all because he didn't know when to back down." His eyes, brimming with endless greed, roamed unabashedly over the already curvaceous, voluptuous figures of the sisters, Tang Cheng and Luoying. He slowly turned his head. His gaze, brimming with endless lewdness and depravity, settled once more upon the two exquisite faces, now twisted with boundless fury. "If you truly wish to save him, it's not entirely impossible." His voice, dripping with endless hypocrisy, paused slightly. A flash of unprecedented cunning and smug satisfaction flickered across his eyes, now brimming with insatiable greed. "Go persuade him now. Make him voluntarily surrender that ancient artifact. Then kneel before me and kowtow an apology. Finally, you too shall accompany me for one night. Otherwise, he shall die." Chapter 211, No Mercy. Upon hearing those words, saturated with endless obscenity and filth, Tang Qing's already icy, exquisite face was instantly overtaken by an unprecedented rage and murderous intent. Her exquisite eyes, brimming with boundless loathing, were now utterly cloaked in extreme coldness and contempt. Luo Ying's lovely face, already etched with endless anxiety and pleading, instantly contorted with shock and disbelief unlike anything she had ever known. She never dreamed that her former classmate, once so perfect in her eyes, could be such a despicable, shameless scoundrel. The last shred of hope in her heart was instantly consumed by an unprecedented wave of regret and despair. The young man in brocade robes, named Lu Xiujin, gazed at the two exquisite faces now twisted with boundless fury and disgust. His own face, already brimming with arrogant disdain, instantly twisted into a maniacal grin filled with endless smugness and amusement. In his eyes, the two peerless beauties before him had become his possessions today. He slowly raised his head. He was about to speak again. However, the very instant this thought arose in his mind, a sudden, violent change erupted. A figure, seemingly slender yet swift as a startled bird, tore through the void without warning, silently materializing before him. A flash of unmistakable terror instantly flickered across the eyes of the brocade-clad youth named Lu Xiujin, eyes already brimming with boundless greed. Before he could even discern the intruder's features, a terrifying fist wind, powerful enough to utterly annihilate his soul and spirit, slammed into him. Lu Xiujin's already arrogantly held head was instantly smashed to pieces. Immediately after, his body, already poised for action, was instantly shattered into nothingness by that terrifying power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Blood and flesh fill the sky. Silence. A deathly silence. The greedy expressions on the faces of the powerful figures present froze as they instinctively halted their actions. Their eyes, already burning with endless fervor, were instantly replaced by an unprecedented mix of horror and disbelief. No one had seen clearly how that man, his gaze as cold and indifferent as a peerless demon god, had actually made his move. They only knew this. The eldest son of the Lu family, one of China's most prestigious clans, the future head of the Lu family, had been reduced to nothing but a pile of dust with a single punch right before their very eyes. Not a single shred of his body remained. A terrifying sense of crisis, powerful enough to utterly shatter their very souls, surged violently into everyone's hearts and minds. Shuyu gazed at the dazzling void, now utterly drenched in endless crimson. His expression remained utterly still, devoid of even the slightest hint of emotion. He slowly turned his body. His gaze, filled with endless coldness and icy sharpness, slowly settled upon the surrounding fence-sitters, who had long since fallen silent as if frozen by fear. In a voice thick with endless indifference and chill, he spoke slowly. "Who dares covet my friend?" Luoying gazed at that seemingly slender yet unshakable figure, as majestic as a celestial deity. Her heart, which had long sunk to the depths, began to race wildly without warning. At that very moment, the 8 Lu family retainers, who had been tasked with protecting Lu Xiujin's safety, finally snapped out of their paralyzing terror. They exchanged glances. The endless terror in their eyes was instantly replaced by an unprecedented madness and resolve. They knew Lu Xiujin was the future head of the Lu family. Now he lay dead before them. If they did not kill this arrogant madman on the spot today, only death awaited them. They hesitated not a moment longer. They let out a frenzied roar filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. "You little bastard! Come and get it!" As their voices fell, filled with endless chill and icy menace, 8 terrifying figures, long transcending the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, instantly transformed into 8 blinding streaks of light capable of tearing through the void. They shot toward the man they had already marked for death. Their momentum was overwhelming. Far away, the sisters Luoying and Tang Cheng, who had been gazing in rapt fascination, saw their already flushed, excited faces instantly clouded by an unprecedented wave of tension and worry. However, the very instant this thought arose in the minds of the sisters Tang Cheng and Luoying, Shuyu seemed utterly oblivious to the terrifying killing intent behind him, potent enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. He didn't even bother to glance at the 8 streaks of deathly light that had closed in to within inches. He merely waved casually toward the 2 women with an expressionless face. The gesture was as casual as swatting away 2 bothersome flies. A terrifying energy, immense yet infinitely gentle, erupted violently from his body. This force was supremely domineering, yet supremely gentle. Tang Cheng and Luoying, the sisters, felt only a flash before their eyes. They didn't even have time to utter a scream. Their bodies, already poised for action, were suddenly and without warning swept away by an irresistible force, a terrifying power akin to an ocean overturning, sending them flying a kilometer away. Only when their feet touched solid ground again did they snap back to reality, hearts pounding wildly. The force that had enveloped them vanished in an instant, leaving not a single scratch on their bodies. The moment Shuyu completed this action, those 8 terrifying streaks of light, bright enough to make the sun and moon pale in comparison, surged forward with a destructive aura capable of piercing through anything. The terrifying pressure solidified the air within a 100-mile radius into iron plates. The earth groaned under the crushing weight, cracking inch by inch. Shuyu gazed upon the 8 faces, now twisted beyond recognition with endless ferocity and cruelty. Yet, within his own unfathomably deep, utterly unruffled eyes, a flash of unmistakable mockery flickered. Like a dragon soaring through the heavens, looking down upon a few ants struggling and screaming. He hesitated no longer. He drew his blade once more, expressionless. No earth-shattering aura. No dazzlingly elaborate techniques. Just an utterly simple, utterly pure motion. A casual strike. Hum. Accompanied by a terrifying blade resonance that seemed to echo from primordial chaos, powerful enough to dim the very sun and moon. A blade aura erupted from the ancient divine blade, black as night, plain and unadorned. It appeared ordinary, even dull, yet possessed the power to tear through the void. The 8 Lu family warriors, their faces still twisted in savage fury, stared at that terrifying blade aura, which flickered like a dying candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Instantly, their features, already twisted with endless venom and hatred, twisted further into a cold, mocking sneer filled with utter contempt. Is that all? They sensed not even the slightest ripple of energy. Was this his final struggle? Ridiculous. It was truly laughable. However, the very instant this thought arose in their minds, a sudden, violent change erupted. That seemingly ordinary jet-black blade aura finally collided violently with the 8 world-shattering divine abilities. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. Not even the slightest sound was emitted. The terrifying power of those 8 world-shattering techniques, upon touching the blade aura, melted and evaporated instantly like ice under the scorching sun. They were utterly annihilated, reduced to nothingness that filled the sky. The entire process unfolded in an eerie silence. Immediately after, the 8 Lu family experts, who had been brimming with arrogance moments before, their bodies poised for action, suddenly froze stiff. As if time itself had been paused at that very moment. Instinctively, they bowed their heads. They stared at their own chests, now utterly hollow. There, a black line as thin as a strand of hair flashed by. Their eyes, already filled with endless, icy coldness, were instantly replaced by an unprecedented horror and utter disbelief. How could this be? Where is our protective aura? Where is our proud physical form? Why couldn't we muster even the slightest resistance? A terrifying sense of impending doom, one powerful enough to shatter their very souls and plunge them into the depths of hell, suddenly surged through their minds. They jerked their heads up. Staring fixedly at the man whose gaze was as cold and indifferent as that of a peerless demon god, they let out a frenzied, soul-shaking roar in a voice that sounded almost like a delirious whisper. No! How could this be possible? Who exactly is he? This was no foe the Lu family could ever hope to provoke. Shuyu couldn't even be bothered to spare another glance at these 8 clowns, already marked for death by him. His gaze seemed to have already pierced through these 8 bodies about to vanish. It fell upon a distant point, the depths of the brightly lit Lu family manor. It seemed as though these 8 formidable warriors, once feared throughout the land, had never truly registered in his mind. They were merely appetizers. Chapter 212, Settling All Accounts. Amidst the frenzied howls of the 8 Lu family warriors filled with boundless terror and unwillingness, their bodies, already poised for action, could no longer withstand the terrifying blade intent capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Silently, they were instantly shredded into nothingness. Not a single shred of flesh remained. It was as if these 8 individuals had never existed in this world at all. The elegantly dressed elder named Dan Taijian watched as the 8 Lu family retainers, their souls utterly annihilated in an instant, vanished. His face, already radiating boundless authority, suddenly darkened with an unprecedented gravity and icy coldness. He fixed his gaze on the man whose eyes were as indifferent as a peerless demon god, speaking slowly in a voice thick with endless chill and coldness. Boy! You are indeed formidable. But you should never, ever have. You should never have killed Lu Xiujin. Do you understand? What you've done today will ultimately bring upon you a catastrophe of unimaginable horror? At these words, a cold curve of endless scorn and contempt slowly spread across Chuyu's otherwise utterly expressionless face. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this foolish old fool who relied solely on his age. Seeing this, a flash of unmistakable fury flickered across Dan Taijian's murky, still eyes. He knew. Today's events left no room for compromise. He harbored not a shred of hesitation. He abruptly fixed his gaze filled with endless coldness and icy menace on the surrounding fence-sitters, who had long since fallen silent as if frozen by fear. His voice was icy, yet carried an undeniable commanding authority. I know what you fear. But have you ever considered? If you let him leave here alive today, what kind of terrifying annihilation awaits you all? And what's more, he has now completely alienated the entire Lu family. He is as good as dead. His voice, thick with endless chill and icy menace, paused slightly. In his murky eyes, already brimming with boundless authority, a flash of unprecedented resolve and madness suddenly flickered. This garrison commander makes another promise. Whoever can inflict a single wound upon this beast today shall henceforth gain the right to enter the southern domain sect for cultivation. If anyone can slay him outright on the spot, that person shall be directly admitted into my Imperial Guard, holding a 3rd-rank official position, and enjoy all the splendor and riches this world has to offer. The moment these words left his lips, the various formidable figures present, who had been frozen in horror moments before, could no longer suppress the greed burning within their hearts. Their eyes, already brimming with boundless terror, were now utterly consumed by an unprecedented fervor and madness. Southern Domain Sect. The Imperial Guard. These were terrifying entities that they, mere mortal martial artists, could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. Now, this colossal opportunity lay before them. How could they possibly let it slip away? People die for wealth. Birds die for food. And besides, they now had no other choice. The very instant this thought flashed through everyone's minds, Lu Dao, whose terrifying presence had long transcended the pinnacle of martial arts in this mortal realm, suddenly burst forth from the crowd. They exchanged glances. All hesitation vanished. They abruptly fixed their eyes, now brimming with boundless greed and madness, once more upon the man standing there, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent. In unison, they unleashed a frenzied roar brimming with endless coldness and overwhelming killing intent. Boy! Die! Yu gazed at the 6 faces, utterly consumed by boundless greed. Upon his own unflinching countenance, a cold, amused curve slowly emerged. He snorted derisively. Perfect. Using you lot to warm up won't be half bad. As his voice fell, filled with endless indifference and coldness. His body, solid as a boulder and utterly immovable, vanished without warning from where he stood. The 6 top-tier warriors, their faces still twisted in savage fury, saw their eyes already brimming with endless greed flicker with an unmistakable flash of terror. Before they could react, a figure, seemingly frail yet eerily ghostly, materialized silently before one of them. The unfortunate warrior's head, already held high in arrogance, was instantly smashed to pieces. Yu, having landed his strike, showed no sign of pausing. His toes lightly touched the ground. His seemingly frail body transformed once more into a terrifying streak of light capable of tearing through the void. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before another formidable opponent. One punch. Another punch. In the span of a single breath. Of the 6 once arrogant elite warriors, 5 were instantly obliterated by Yu's fists, reduced to nothing but dust. Not a single shred of their bodies remained. The sole survivor stared at the 5 headless corpses, utterly dead beyond any possibility of life. The face that had been filled with endless greed was now completely overtaken by an unprecedented horror and disbelief. A terrifying sense of impending doom, powerful enough to shatter his very soul, surged through him. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second thought, he dropped to his knees with a thud before the man whose gaze was as cold and indifferent as a peerless demon god. In a voice bordering on a wail, he screamed in terror. "Spare my life! Spare me, master! I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. I'll never do it again." Yu stared at the spineless coward, already scared out of his wits. His deep, unflinching eyes showed not a single trace of emotion. He delivered another punch, expressionless. A piercing scream, filled with endless despair and unwillingness, echoed through the air. The top-tier powerhouse, who had been filled with remorse moments before, his body poised for action, was instantly shattered into nothingness by that terrifying force capable of shattering the heavens and earth. This crushing victory sent shockwaves through every witness present. Even the fence-sitters who had been hesitating were utterly dissuaded from any lingering greed. They even instinctively took several quiet steps backward. They feared that standing too close might draw the wrath of that terrifying man, who seemed like a demon lord of unparalleled power. Yu slowly turned his body. His gaze, filled with endless chill and icy coldness, once again fell upon the surrounding fence-sitters who had long since fallen silent. In a voice thick with utter indifference and icy detachment, he spoke slowly. "Who else?" The moment these words left his lips, the already terrified powerhouses present instantly took a collective, frantic step backward. They feared that retreating too slowly might cause the terrifying man, who seemed like a demonic god of death from the underworld, to mistake their intentions. Upon witnessing this utterly shocking scene, the hearts of sisters Tang Qing and Luoying, which had been clutched in their throats, finally relaxed completely. They exchanged a glance. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second thought, they strode swiftly before the man standing there, arms folded, his gaze cold and distant. Their voices trembled with overwhelming emotion and lingering fear as they spoke in unison. "Yu, let's go now." She spoke again, her voice bordering on a plea. "Yu, hurry up and leave." Her voice was soft, filled with endless confusion. "Yu, why won't you leave?" Chapter 213, Cut the Grass and Uproot the Roots. Yu gazed at that exquisite face etched with endless confusion and bewilderment. Upon that unruffled countenance, a faint, icy curve slowly emerged, a curve brimming with boundless, chilling detachment. He slowly turned his head. His gaze, now filled with boundless indifference, settled once more upon the once beautiful face, now drained of color. His voice was thick with icy detachment as he spoke slowly. "Tang Chung. Have you ever heard of the phrase uproot the weeds to eliminate the roots?" As his words, filled with endless grimness and coldness, fell, the surrounding powerful figures, already cowed into silence, collectively sucked in a sharp breath. A bone-chilling terror, potent enough to shatter their very souls, surged from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingwen's already exquisitely beautiful face, etched with endless worry, was instantly replaced by an unprecedented look of horror and utter disbelief. Her stunningly beautiful eyes, already brimming with icy coldness, were now utterly enveloped by utter shock. She understood all too well. Yu's words contained a terrifying, murderous intent that reached the heavens. He intended to wipe out every single person who had coveted that strange treasure on his body today. Not a single one would be spared. An unprecedented wave of fear and dread surged through her heart. She knew Yu was indeed formidable to a terrifying degree, far beyond the reach of anyone else. But those gathered here today were all the top-tier powerhouses from across Xiangzhou. Among them were even terrifying entities like the martial ancestor and the Kuliang sect, whose lineages stretched back hundreds, even thousands of years. If Yu truly drove all these men to the brink of despair today, what awaited him would be the relentless, frenzied counterattack of these colossal forces. The consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Shuyu gazed at that face already etched with endless horror, yet utterly flawless in its beauty. Not a single ripple of emotion stirred across its surface. He offered no further explanation. He slowly turned away. His icy gaze, brimming with endless scorn and contempt, settled slowly upon Wu Bo, Dan Taizhan, and the others. In a tone thick with endless amusement, he spoke slowly. Stop sneaking around calling for reinforcements. I'm giving you a chance. Tell them. When the reinforcements you've called for will arrive. Shuyu knew all too well. The enmity between him, the martial sect, and the withered Lotus Society had long reached a terrifying point of no return. Add to that the ancient artifact he possessed, one powerful enough to drive anyone mad. These people would never let him go easily. Since that was the case, he might as well seize today's opportunity and settle these so-called grudges once and for all. Upon hearing those icy words, dripping with endless scorn and contempt, the face of the young man in brocade robes named Wu Bo, already brimming with boundless arrogance, was instantly replaced by an expression of utter coldness and furious rage. An unprecedented surge of humiliation and murderous intent erupted within him. He glared fixedly at the man whose eyes remained utterly impassive, his voice a frenzied roar filled with endless venom and resentment. You little bastard! What the hell do you think you are? You have no right to give orders to us of the martial sect. Do you really think, with your measly skills, you could possibly stand against our entire martial sect? As his voice fell, filled with endless chill and icy menace, the dozen or so martial sect masters behind him, who had been wearing haughty expressions moments before, showed not a shred of hesitation. Without a moment's thought, they all stepped forward in unison. A terrifying killing intent, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison, erupted violently from their bodies. Its momentum was overwhelming. The surrounding experts, who had been frozen in terror, witnessed this unimaginably terrifying spectacle. Instantly, their faces already twisted with endless dread twisted further into expressions of unprecedented schadenfreude. In their eyes, this arrogant fool who didn't know his place was doomed to die today. This brat. Does he truly not know the meaning of death? That was over a dozen top-tier martial sovereigns. Among them were even several venerable elders renowned for decades. No matter how strong he is, he absolutely cannot be a match for so many powerful opponents. If he doesn't leave now, it would truly be no different from courting death. Shuyu gazed at the dozen or so faces, each utterly enveloped in boundless killing intent. Yet upon his own expressionless countenance, a cold, mocking curve slowly emerged. He snorted derisively. A bunch of frogs in a well. Yet you dare speak of heaven and earth before me? The dozen or so martial sovereigns, who had been wearing expressions of arrogance moments before, instantly saw their already icy faces replaced by unprecedented fury and murderous intent upon hearing those cold words dripping with endless scorn and contempt. One fiery-tempered elder in brocade robes could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. He erupted in a frenzied roar, a scream brimming with boundless fury and overwhelming murderous intent. You little brat! Come to your death, old man! As his voice fell, filled with endless chill and icy menace, his body, already poised for action, instantly transformed into a terrifying streak of light capable of tearing through the void. Bearing power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth, it hurtled toward the man who had already been marked for death. However, the very instant this thought flashed through his mind, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. A figure, seemingly frail yet swift as a startled bird, materialized before him without warning. The once ferocious-looking elder in brocade robes, whose eyes had been filled with boundless venom, now flashed an unmistakable look of terror. Before he could even react, a fist, seemingly ordinary yet capable of piercing through anything, slammed toward him with terrifying power sufficient to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening arrow that could dim the very sun and moon. The once arrogant, brocade-clad elder, whose body had been poised for attack, was instantly obliterated into nothingness by that irresistible force as overwhelming as an ocean overturning. Flesh and blood scattered across the sky. Wu Bo, the young man in brocade robes, stared at the sect elder whose soul and body had been utterly annihilated in an instant. The face that had been filled with boundless arrogance was now replaced by an unprecedented look of horror and disbelief. He hesitated no longer. He abruptly fixed his gaze, now brimming with boundless venom and madness, upon the restless disciples surrounding him. With a voice thick with endless venom and unwillingness, he roared madly. All of you, attack! Kill him! Shuyu stared at the martial masters who had completely sealed off every possible retreat. In his deep, unruffled eyes, a flash of unmistakable coldness flickered. Boy! Do you want to become stronger? Strong enough to make this world tremble before you? Strong enough to make every god and Buddha in this world bow before you? I can teach you a supreme secret art. The soul refining technique. All you need to do is refine and devour the divine souls of these ants before your eyes. Your cultivation will achieve an unprecedented, terrifying leap in an instant. I guarantee it. Within 10 years, you shall ascend to immortality. Become the sole deity in this realm. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, it matters little. Hand over control of this body to me for now. I will act on your behalf. I promise.
They won't feel a shred of pain.
Chapter 214, Words of Insects.
As Chuyu listened to that ancient voice brimming with endless allure and world weariness, a cold curve filled with boundless mockery and disdain slowly emerged in his unfathomably deep, utterly unruffled eyes. He snorted derisively. At the end of the day, you still want to seize this fleshly body of mine. A mere fragment of a soul. Yet you dare speak of deities before me. You don't know when to quit. As his voice fell, filled with endless indifference and coldness, he hesitated not a moment longer. He completely ignored the ancient dragon soul, already sunk into endless stupor. He shot upward with a sudden burst of speed. His seemingly frail body tore through the void without warning, silently materializing before the dozen or so martial sovereigns who had been poised for action. His expression remained impassive as he drew his blade once more. A casual strike. Hum. Accompanied by a terrifying blade resonance that seemed to echo from primordial chaos, powerful enough to dim the very sun and moon. A seemingly ordinary yet terrifying blade aura, potent enough to tear apart the void, erupted violently from the pitch-black, unadorned Kunmo blade. The blade's momentum showed no sign of abating. Like a black tidal wave capable of obliterating heaven and earth, it swept madly in all directions. Those powerful figures standing too close didn't even have time to utter a scream. Their bodies, already poised for action, were instantly shredded into nothingness by that overwhelming, irresistible blade intent, a force as devastating as an ocean overturning. In an instant, dozens of opportunists who had been gloating moments before were cleaved clean in two. The entire lakeshore of Taihu Lake was enveloped in waves of endless, bone-chilling, and icy murderous intent. The ancient dragon soul, its expression still frozen in shock, finally snapped out of its terror. Its ancient voice, laden with timeless wisdom and alluring charm, now held not a trace of calm. Boy. We can make a deal. Recognize me as your master now. I promise. I will never bother you again. I can even find you a new body. Assist you in attaining eternal life. What do you say? Shiyu spoke slowly, his voice dripping with endless contempt and icy coldness, as he swung his blade relentlessly, slaughtering the terrified martial masters who had long since lost their nerve. A mere fragment of a soul. You are unworthy of my allegiance. The ancient dragon soul, once brimming with endless allure, heard those words dripping with mockery and contempt. Instantly, the voice steeped in timeless wisdom was replaced by a fury and murderous intent unlike anything it had ever known. It roared madly, its voice brimming with boundless arrogance and contempt. You little bastard. Do you even know who I am? I am the remnant soul of a true dragon. The most noble being in this universe. And you are but the most lowly of ants in this universe. I advise you not to refuse the wine offered and instead drink the punishment wine. Right this instant. Surrender the blood from your heart. Or else. Death. At these words, Shiyu's eyes already filled with an endless, icy depth revealed not a single trace of emotion. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this foolish, corrupted soul, whose mind had long been clouded by pig fat. He continued his frenzied slaughter, now reaching a fever pitch, his face utterly expressionless. In a mere span of seconds, the dozen or so martial sovereign-level experts, who had once been arrogant and unmatched, had all fallen beneath his seemingly ordinary yet world-shattering ancient divine blade. Not a single shred of their bodies remained intact. The powerful figures present, who had clung to a sliver of hope, witnessed the utterly blood-curdling scene before them. Instantly, the faces that had been twisted with boundless greed were replaced by an unprecedented look of horror and utter disbelief. A terrifying sense of impending doom, powerful enough to utterly annihilate their very souls, surged violently through every one of them. Their eyes, once ablaze with endless fervor, were now utterly consumed by extreme terror and regret. Every single one of them felt a chill run through their very bones. Shuyu had slaughtered the last of the martial sovereigns. He slowly turned his body. His gaze, filled with endless coldness and icy resolve, settled upon the young man in brocade robes, who had long since frozen into a state of utter paralysis. Gripping the ancient divine blade, still dripping crimson blood, he walked step by step toward the so-called prodigy of heaven, whose spirit had long since been shattered by terror. In a voice thick with endless scorn and contempt, he spoke slowly. Now, do you think? Who should be kneeling before whom? Wu Bo, the youth clad in brocade robes, stared at the man whose gaze was as cold and indifferent as a peerless demon god. The face that had once radiated boundless arrogance was now utterly consumed by extreme terror and furious rage. He knew. Today, he was utterly finished. Not only had the martial sect failed to seize that ancient artifact, but had also lost over a dozen martial masters powerful enough to found their own sects. As the leader of this operation, even if he somehow managed to return alive, he would certainly face a grim fate. Unless he could atone for his sins by personally slaying this arrogant fool before him, who knows nothing of his own limitations. At this thought, the eyes of the brocade-clad youth named Wubo, already brimming with endless venom, were instantly consumed by a madness and resolve unlike anything seen before. He let out a frenzied roar, filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. You little bastard! Die! His words, filled with endless coldness
and icy words fell. A terrifying pressure capable of freezing the very heavens and earth erupted violently from his body. His entire aura surged in that brief instant to a terrifying height beyond anyone's reach. Around his body, already poised for action, wisps of innate purple chi filled with boundless destruction and judgment materialized without warning. Its momentum was overwhelming. Far away, the sisters Tang Cheng and Luoying, who had been staring blankly moments before, saw their already flushed, excited faces instantly clouded by an unprecedented wave of tension and worry. Tang Cheng's stunningly beautiful eyes, brimming with icy coldness, were now utterly consumed by utter terror. Her voice trembled uncontrollably as she screamed in terror. Shu Yu! Be careful! Chapter 215, Consequences are yours. Shu Yu stared at the terrifying figure, now completely enveloped in boundless innate purple chi. His face remained utterly expressionless, devoid of even the slightest hint of emotion. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with boundless indifference and coldness. Earth Immortal Realm. So what? Upon hearing those words, dripping with endless scorn and contempt, the face of the brocade-clad youth named Wu Bo, already twisted with boundless madness, was instantly replaced by extreme fury and murderous intent. Feeling the terrifying, seemingly inexhaustible power surging within him, his eyes already brimming with endless venom were instantly ignited once more by an unprecedented arrogance and confidence. He was utterly convinced. As long as he could slay this arrogant fool before him on the spot, he could harness the supreme divine might of this innate purple chi to shatter the terrifying shackles that had long tormented him, thus stepping into the legendary realm of Earth Immortal. Become the true master of this world. He hesitated not a moment longer. He let out a frenzied roar filled with endless coldness and overwhelming killing intent. You little bastard! Die before this holy sun! As his voice fell, filled with boundless venom and icy coldness, his body, already poised for action, instantly transformed into a purple streak of light capable of tearing through the void. Carrying terror powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth, it shot toward the man who had long been marked for death by him. However, Shu Yu didn't even bother to glance at him again. He simply delivered another punch, expressionless. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying arrow that could make the very heavens and earth pale in comparison. The once dominant purple streak of light abruptly halted mid-air without warning. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, filled with endless horror and disbelief, it was instantly shattered into pieces. Not even a trace of purple mist remained. The massive head of the youth in brocade robes, Wu Bo, already swollen with boundless arrogance, was instantly shattered to pieces. Dead as a doornail. The surrounding powerful figures, who had been wearing expressions of schadenfreude moments before, all instinctively sucked in a cold breath upon witnessing this utterly shocking scene. A bone-chilling coldness, potent enough to utterly annihilate their very souls, surged from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. The entire lakeside of Taihu Lake instantly fell into a deathly silence. Every face bore an expression of unprecedented horror and utter disbelief. They never dreamed that the martial saint's son, formidable as he was and wielding innate purple chi, could not even withstand a seemingly ordinary punch from his opponent. This outcome had far exceeded their comprehension. Gulp! No one knew who was the first to snap out of the endless shock. He instinctively swallowed hard. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke in terror. How could this be? That's the holy son of the martial sect. He's destined to inherit the entire martial sect, a terrifying prospect. How could he just die like this? I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. As his voice, filled with endless horror and disbelief, faded away, the surrounding powerhouses, who had been frozen in stunned silence, instantly erupted once more into a chorus of frantic gasps, filled with boundless horror. Their eyes, already brimming with boundless terror, were now utterly consumed by utter shock. The legendary, the so-called 9 sacred sons, each a peerless prodigy among 10,000. Their power has long surpassed the pinnacle of this worldly martial arts. Having seen them today, they're not all that impressive after all. In my opinion, even if all 9 holy sons were to arrive, they still wouldn't stand a chance against this master. Upon seeing that headless corpse, utterly beyond any hope of life, the hearts of sisters Tang Cheng and Luoying, already hanging by a thread, finally settled completely. Their stunning eyes, already brimming with endless worry, were now utterly enveloped by an unprecedented surge of excitement and admiration. They exchanged a glance. In the depths of each other's eyes, they saw a resolve and determination they had never seen before. They understood perfectly well. A peerless prodigy like Shu Yu, who seemed like a peerless deity, would never be without women by his side. But they didn't care. Even if it meant sharing a husband with other women in the future, they would do so willingly. As long as they could stay by his side. That was enough. The leader of the Kurenai Kai, Kawashima Shuichi, upon seeing that headless corpse dead beyond any possibility of life, saw his face, already twisted with endless greed, instantly replaced by an unprecedented look of horror and utter disbelief. A terrifying sense of crisis, powerful enough to shatter his very soul, surged through him. He knew. Today, he had truly hit a brick wall. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second thought, he spun on his heel and bolted toward the distant, endless expanse of reed marshes. However, the very instant this thought flashed through his mind, a familiar voice, filled with endless indifference and coldness, boomed unexpectedly right beside his ear. Did I give you permission to leave? The body of the elderly man in brocade robes, known as Kawashima Shuichi, which had been poised to spring into action, instantly froze in place. He slowly turned his head. His gaze, filled with boundless terror and dread, settled slowly upon the man whose eyes were as cold and indifferent as those of a peerless demon god. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second thought, he dropped to his knees with a thud. In a voice thick with boundless humility and remorse, he cried out in terror. "Spare my life, honored elder. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I promise. The Withered Lotus Society will never trouble you again. Please, senior, consider that our Kirin association hails from the island nation. Spare us this once." At these words, a cold, mocking curve slowly spread across Chuyu's otherwise expressionless face. He snorted derisively. "You realize your mistake now? Too late." Upon hearing those words, filled with endless chill and icy menace, the face of the elderly man in brocade robes Kawashima Shuichi, which had already been twisted with boundless terror, was instantly replaced by utter horror and disbelief. He knew. There was no turning back from today's events. He jerked his head up. He fixed his gaze, now brimming with boundless venom and madness, once more upon the man whose eyes remained utterly impassive, not a ripple of emotion visible. He roared with a voice thick with endless venom and refusal to accept defeat. "Boy! Do you know the consequences of killing me? I am the leader of the Kurenai Society of the island nation. If you kill me today, it would be tantamount to the entire nation of Hua declaring war on our island nation. Such consequences. Can you bear the weight?" Tang Ching, who had been standing excitedly in the distance, heard that howl filled with boundless venom and madness. Instantly, her already utterly beautiful face, brimming with endless adoration, was once again completely overshadowed by an unprecedented wave of tension and worry. She understood perfectly well. Kawashima Shuichi's words were no exaggeration. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second thought, she strode swiftly to the man standing there, arms folded, his gaze distant and indifferent. Her voice was low, almost pleading. "Shu Yu, don't act impulsively. He's right. If you really kill him today, then things will truly spiral out of control." Shu Yu gazed at that exquisite face, etched with endless worry and lingering fear. Yet beneath its utterly unruffled surface, not a single trace of emotion could be discerned. He spoke slowly, his voice thick with utter contempt and icy detachment. "A mere Kulian sect. Dare to speak of consequences before me? Forget him. Even if your island nation's naval admiral were to arrive. If I wish to kill, I would kill." As his voice fell, filled with endless indifference and coldness, he hesitated not a moment longer. He abruptly raised the ancient divine blade in his hand, still dripping crimson blood. Step by step, he advanced toward the elderly man in brocade robes, who had long since frozen in utter terror. The dozen or so Kulan sect disciples, who had been wearing haughty expressions moments before, saw this terrifying scene unfold before them. Without a second thought, they all stepped forward in unison. However, before they could even assume their stances, a figure, seemingly frail yet swift as a startled bird, appeared silently before them. The elderly man in brocade robes, known as Kawashima Shuichi, whose eyes were already brimming with boundless venom, instantly flashed an unmistakable look of terror. He erupted in a frenzied roar, brimming with boundless rage and murderous intent. "Bastard! Use that move!" As his voice fell, filled with endless chill and coldness, several black-clad warriors, already prepared to die, tore open the front of their garments, exposing the bizarre tracheas they had modified beforehand. Immediately after, a terrifying poisonous gas, thick with an endless stench of blood and death, erupted violently from their bodies. The surrounding elite warriors, already frozen in horror, witnessed this utterly bizarre spectacle. Their faces, already twisted with boundless terror, instantly contorted once more with an unprecedented, unparalleled shock. Chapter 216, Internal Threat. The elderly man in brocade robes, known as Kawashima Shuichi, gazed at his loyal subordinates, who had long embraced a death wish. His face, already etched with boundless horror, now twisted into an expression of unprecedented venom and madness. He roared with a voice brimming with endless triumph and bitter resentment. "You brat! This soul-eating poison mist is the supreme secret technique passed down for over 1,000 years by our Kirin Association. In all the world, no one but our Withered Lotus sect. No one can counter it. You will die today without fail." As his voice fell, filled with endless chill and icy menace, he abruptly fixed his gaze, now brimming with boundless venom and madness, upon another group of subordinates who had long been poised for action. The black-clad warriors, who had been wearing expressions of arrogance, showed not a trace of hesitation. Without a moment's thought, they advanced in unison. Their seemingly ordinary arms transformed without warning into terrifying mechanical hands, each gleaming with the cold, metallic glint of steel. One by one, pitch-black barrels dark enough to make the heavens themselves pale burst forth from their mechanical hands with a thunderous roar. The exquisite faces of the Tang sisters, already etched with boundless terror, were instantly overtaken by an unprecedented wave of tension and worry. Without a moment's hesitation, they moved to intervene. However, the very instant this thought arose in their minds, a sudden change occurred. A protective aura so radiant it could dim the sun and moon erupted violently from the body of the man standing there, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent. The terrifying toxic gas, which had been unstoppable moments before, was instantly purified into nothingness upon contact with that golden protective aura. The dozen or so miniature grenades, which had been hurtling toward their targets, were suddenly and inexplicably flung backward. The faces of the islanders, which had been twisted in savage fury, were instantly replaced by utter terror and disbelief. They hesitated not a moment longer. Without a moment's thought, they simultaneously unleashed their full power. Yet, all of it proved utterly futile. Boom! Accompanied by terrifying booms so deafening they seemed to darken the very heavens and earth. The dozen or so black-clad warriors at the forefront didn't even have time to utter a scream. Their bodies, already poised for action, were instantly blown to pieces by the overwhelming, irresistible force of terror akin to the collapse of an ocean scattering flesh and blood across the sky. The remaining black-clad warriors who narrowly escaped death were instantly hurled backward by the terrifying shockwave. Each bore grievous wounds. They were utterly incapacitated. The elderly man in brocade robes, Kawashima Shuichi, stared at the man standing before him unscathed, resembling a peerless demon god. The face that had been filled with endless venom was instantly replaced by an unprecedented look of horror and utter disbelief. In a voice bordering on delirium, he screamed in terror. "No! This can't be! Why aren't you afraid of my soul-corroding poisonous mist?" At those words, Chuyu's deep, unruffled eyes slowly curved into a cold, mocking smile. He snorted derisively. "Want to know? Go ponder it at your leisure." As his voice fell, filled with endless indifference and coldness, he hesitated not a moment longer. He abruptly raised his foot, slamming it down with brutal force onto that enormous head, already filled with boundless terror. Snap! Accompanied by a bone-chilling crack, the massive head of the brocade-clad elder named Kawashima Shuichi, already brimming with boundless venom, was instantly crushed to dust beneath his foot. All around, once again, deathly silence descended. Chuyu slowly withdrew his foot. His body, as solid as a rock, trembled slightly without warning. He lingered no longer. He slowly turned his body. His gaze, filled with endless indifference, once again settled upon the sisters, who had long since frozen into a state of utter stupor. In a voice utterly devoid of emotion, he spoke slowly. "Let's go." With that, he silently vanished from the spot, taking Tang Ching and the other woman with him. Only when those three seemingly frail yet godlike figures vanished completely from everyone's sight, only then did the already terrified powerhouses present dare to gasp for breath in great, ragged gulps. Their eyes, already brimming with boundless terror, were now utterly consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The martial sect and the withered Lotus Society have truly hit a brick wall this time. These two major factions will absolutely not let this rest. Xiangzhou. Looks like the sky is about to change. Hurry! We must immediately relay everything that happened here today back to the clan, word for word. No matter what. Under no circumstances should we provoke this man. On the way back. Without warning, Chuyu's face turned an unnatural pallor. His body, which had been as solid as a rock, could no longer suppress the violent tremors that began to shake him. He knew, the demon within his heart and that damned dragon soul were stirring once more. Were it not for the need to divert part of his consciousness to suppress these two reckless, foolish entities, that elderly man in brocade robes named Dantai Zhan would never have left this place alive today. Tang Qing gazed at that pale face, already drenched in cold sweat. The exquisite features, once filled with boundless adoration, were instantly replaced by an unprecedented wave of worry and heartache. She hesitated not a moment longer. Without a second thought, she swiftly led Chuyu to the nearest inn. Chuyu slowly lowered his gaze, filled with endless indifference, onto that exquisitely beautiful face now etched with profound worry. His voice carried a hint of unmistakable weakness as he spoke slowly. "Remember, no matter what happens, don't let anyone disturb me." With that, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. The very instant this thought arose in his mind, that ancient voice, brimming with endless allure and world weariness, erupted without warning, booming directly within his mind. "Young man, have you made up your mind?" Chapter 217, Soulless Servant. As Chuyu listened to that ancient voice, brimming with endless allure and the weight of ages, a cold, mocking curve slowly spread across his already deathly pale face. He snorted derisively. "A mere fragment of a soul, and you dare speak of a deal before me?" Upon hearing those icy words dripping with scorn and contempt, the ancient dragon soul, steeped in boundless vicissitudes, saw its voice, once filled with endless allure, suddenly replaced by an unprecedented fury and murderous intent. It roared madly, its tone brimming with boundless arrogance and contempt. "You little bastard! This sovereign grants you one final chance. Right this instant.
Surrender control of this body to me temporarily. Otherwise, I shall strike while the iron is hot, and devour your divine soul right here and now. At these words, Chu Yu's profoundly deep eyes, devoid of even the slightest ripple, showed not a trace of unnecessary emotion. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this foolish, pig-greased remnant soul. He merely spoke slowly, his tone brimming with endless amusement. If you truly possess such power, why wait until now? A mere fragment of a soul, dare to bluff in my presence. As his words fell, laden with boundless indifference and icy detachment, a flash of unmistakable coldness instantly flickered across his already profoundly dark eyes, brimming with endless grimness. However, I can show you the way. Serve me. Serve as my servant. I might consider it. I'll spare your life. Chu Yu understood perfectly well. This mysterious ancient dragon soul was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. It likely concealed some earth-shattering secret powerful enough to drive everyone mad. To simply eradicate it on the spot, it would indeed be a pity. The ancient dragon soul, once brimming with boundless pride, had its voice, filled with endless vicissitudes, instantly replaced by utter fury and murderous intent upon hearing those cold words, dripping with endless amusement and disdain. It roared madly, its voice thick with endless venom and resentment. You little bastard. What the hell do you think you are? You're not worthy of me acknowledging you as my master. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare touch you? Chu Yu scoffed again at these words. If you dared, you would have struck long ago. Why wait until now? As his icy words, brimming with endless mockery and contempt, fell silent, he hesitated no longer. He violently stirred his already utterly weakened, terrifying divine soul. He sought to use it to instantly shatter the ancient dragon soul that had long since fused with his own being. The ancient dragon soul, which had been wearing an arrogant expression, instantly sensed a terror capable of utterly annihilating both its spirit and soul. Within its ancient voice, filled with endless vicissitudes, a previously unseen horror and utter disbelief completely replaced everything else. It did not want to die. It did not wish to fall back into that endless slumber. Without a moment's hesitation, without a moment's thought, it let out a terrified, almost wailing cry. No, I promise you, I promise. Is that not enough? An unprecedented surge of humiliation and murderous intent suddenly welled up in its heart. Oof, just a mortal. His lifespan would eventually come to an end. But it is an immortal being. As long as I can endure for now, there would be ample time later to slowly turn the tables. At this thought, that ancient dragon soul, brimming with endless vicissitudes, that ancient voice, saturated with boundless venom, was instantly replaced by an unprecedented humility and reverence. Master, to sign this master-servant contract, you must also offer a drop of your heart's blood into your divine court purple palace. At these words, a cold, mocking curve slowly spread across Chu Yu's already deathly pale face. He snorted derisively. At this very moment, you still dare to pull such cheap tricks in front of me. It seems, you still haven't figured it out. As his voice fell, filled with endless indifference and coldness, he prepared to summon his divine soul once more. The ancient dragon soul, which had clung to a sliver of hope, witnessed the utterly terrifying spectacle before it. In that instant, the ancient voice, laden with endless vicissitudes, was utterly consumed by extreme terror and regret. It dared not entertain the slightest hope anymore. Without a moment's hesitation, it forged a golden contract within Chu Yu's mind, one imbued with boundless antiquity and profound sorrow. Chu Yu examined it meticulously. After confirming that this master-servant contract contained no flaws whatsoever, he finally signed his name slowly. The instant his name touched the parchment, a terrifying wave of information, unprecedented in intensity, surged into the ancient dragon soul's mind. A peerless physique. This youngster's innate potential was none other than the legendary peerless talent. The ancient dragon soul, once filled with boundless venom and hatred. Upon learning this terrifying truth, one capable of driving all gods and Buddhas mad, saw its voice, once laden with endless vicissitudes, instantly replaced by an unprecedented mix of horror and utter disbelief. It let out a bitter laugh. No wonder the sovereign has suffered defeat at your hands time and again. So, you are this peerless prodigy, unmatched throughout the ages. As the golden contract, brimming with boundless antiquity and vicissitudes, fused completely into the divine souls of both, yet not a single trace of emotion flickered across Chu Yu's face, already as pale as paper. He spoke slowly, his voice thick with endless indifference and coldness. Now, tell me, what exactly is the Nine-Nether Dragon Tomb, and where is my grandfather? Chapter 218, Shangqing Sect. That ancient dragon soul, brimming with endless vicissitudes, fell into a rare, prolonged silence after hearing those words spoken with boundless indifference and coldness. After a long while, its voice, heavy with ancient sorrow and unyielding resentment, finally thundered once more within Chu Yu's mind. Master, To find the legendary 9-nether dragon tomb and unravel this earth-shaking secret, you must gather the 4 scattered key boxes and the 9 sacred seals from across the world. Only when both are gathered together will that ancient dragon tomb, long vanished into the mists of history, have any chance of reappearing in this world. At these words, not a single flicker of emotion stirred in Shu Yu's profoundly still eyes. He sensed the mysterious pact emanating from the depths of his soul. He knew, the ancient dragon did not lie. He merely spoke slowly, his voice brimming with endless indifference and coldness. Where is my grandfather? That ancient dragon's soul, steeped in endless vicissitudes. That hoarse voice brimming with timeless antiquity, yet now, unusually, it carried a trace of unmistakable bewilderment and confusion. Master, regarding your grandfather's whereabouts, I truly have no knowledge of it either. By all logic, nothing in this world could ever escape my perception. Yet your grandfather's existence seems like an unprecedented, immense variable. No matter how I analyze the situation, I cannot determine his precise whereabouts. A flash of unmistakable astonishment and disbelief flickered across Chu Yu's eyes that were already filled with boundless, profound indifference. He understood all too well, though this ancient dragon's soul was but a fragment, its peak strength likely far surpassed his own comprehension. Yet even with such formidable power, it still couldn't determine grandfather's whereabouts. How could this be possible? Could it be grandfather was hiding some earth-shattering secret so profound it could drive anyone mad? The very instant this thought flashed through his mind, that ancient voice, laden with endless vicissitudes, resounded once more within his mind without warning. Master, the terrifying energy contained within that strange treasure is rapidly dissipating at a visible rate. If you do not absorb it soon, it will likely be gone within an hour at most. This colossal opportunity will slip through your fingers forever. At these words, Shu Yu's face, already as pale as paper, was instantly overtaken by an unprecedented gravity and icy resolve. He hesitated not a moment longer. Without a second thought, he slowly pressed the mysterious jade tablet, imbued with an endless aura of antiquity and vicissitude, against his brow. In an instant, a terrifying torrent of information, like an overturned ocean, surged violently into his mind. Just as Chu Yu entered his cultivation state, 1,000 miles away, at the Lu residence, a middle-aged man in a black suit knelt on the ground, his face twisted with terror. Before him, a man in brocade robes, his features scholarly yet his eyes brimming with boundless authority and murderous intent, slumped in disbelief upon the dragon throne forged from pure gold. He was Lu Xiujin's biological father, the current head of the Lu family. Lu Bowen, what did you say? Xiujin, he's dead. The face of Lu Bowen, already radiating boundless authority, was instantly overtaken by utter fury and disbelief. A terrifying killing intent, powerful enough to make the very heavens and earth pale in comparison, erupted violently from within him. He let out a frenzied roar, filled with boundless venom and overwhelming murderous intent. Who dared to have the audacity, dare to lay a hand on my son, Lu Bowen's son? The black-clad subordinate kneeling on the ground, having sensed that terrifying killing intent potent enough to utterly annihilate his very soul, felt his already trembling body convulse violently once more. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he stammered in terror. The young master, the murderer of the young master. His name is Chu Yu, it is said. The young master. He was dismembered. Upon hearing those trembling words, saturated with boundless terror and horror, Lu Bowen's eyes, already brimming with endless venom, were instantly consumed by a madness and murderous intent unlike anything seen before. He let out a frenzied, bone-chilling howl, cold and ruthless. Chu Yu, good, well done. Chu Yu, I don't care who he is. I don't care what background he has. I, Lu Bowen, swear here, I will tear that boy to pieces. I swear I am no longer human. However, the very instant his words, brimming with endless venom and madness, fell silent, the black-clad subordinate kneeling on the ground trembled once more, his voice thick with endless terror and lingering dread. Master, this man is likely far more complex than you imagine. At these words, a cold, contemptuous curve slowly spread across Lu Bowen's face, already twisted with boundless madness. He snorted derisively. Oh, tell me more. The black-clad subordinate hesitated no longer. Without a moment's thought, he recounted everything that had transpired that day on the shores of Lake Tai, word for word. When Lu Bowen heard that even the arrogant martial sect's holy son had been killed with a single punch by this man, the face that had been filled with boundless arrogance was instantly replaced by an unprecedented look of horror and utter disbelief. A bone-chilling coldness, potent enough to shatter his very soul, surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He knew, he had ultimately underestimated the world. An overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair surged through his heart. He slowly closed his eyes. 2 streams of scalding tears, brimming with endless regret and unwillingness, silently slid down from the corners of his eyes,
filled with boundless venom. The very instant this thought arose in his mind, a voice, ancient and cold, yet filled with boundless authority, boomed through the hall without warning. Who dares say the prodigy of the Liu family has died in vain? As the words, filled with endless chill and overwhelming killing intent, fell, a white-haired matriarch, clad in a brocaded phoenix robe and holding a golden staff, appeared silently before everyone's eyes. She was the Liu family's greatest asset, the biological mother of Liu Bowen, Yun Jin. Upon catching sight of that familiar figure, like a lifeline, Liu Bowen's eyes, already brimming with boundless despair, were instantly ignited by an unprecedented surge of excitement and hope. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees with a thud. He screamed wildly in a voice filled with endless sorrow and regret. "Mother! You must avenge Xiujin!" Yun Jin gazed upon that aged face, etched with boundless sorrow. In those once imposing, now clouded eyes, not a single trace of emotion could be discerned. She spoke slowly, her voice thick with icy coldness. "Rise, the men of the Liu family. They bleed but never weep. He's nothing but a mere child. Kill him. So be it." Upon hearing those words, filled with endless indifference and coldness, Liu Bowen's face, already etched with profound sorrow, was instantly engulfed once more by a bitter, helpless despair unlike any he had ever known. He let out a bitter laugh. "Mother, you don't know. That little bastard named Chuyu is no good. Even Wu Bo, the holy son of the martial sect, and Kawashima Shuichi, the leader of the Kurenai society, met their ends at his hands. Our Liu family were likely no match for him at all." At these words, a cold, mocking curve slowly spread across Yun Jin's otherwise unreadable, aged face. She snorted derisively. "Our Liu family cannot defeat him. Does that mean our Yun family can't stand against him either?" Behind our Yun family stands an ancient sect that has endured for over 10,000 years, the Shangqing sect. As her words, brimming with boundless arrogance and icy detachment, fell silent, she hesitated not a moment longer. Without a second thought, she slowly drew a red phone from her bosom, its surface polished to a glossy sheen from constant use. She dialed a number she knew by heart. The instant the call connected, she spoke in a voice thick with endless chill and murderous intent. "Honor, it's your aunt. I don't care what you're doing right now. Get your ass over to Xiangzhou immediately. Your cousin, Shuo Jin, he was murdered." Chapter 219, Central Anger. On the other end of the line. Upon hearing those words uttered by an aged voice brimming with boundless coldness and murderous intent, the face of the man in brocade robes, Yun Han, which already radiated infinite authority, slowly contorted into a curve filled with endless impatience and icy detachment. His voice remained utterly unruffled as he spoke. "Aunt, I deeply regret Xiujin's death, but you must understand very well. Though our Yun family and your Liu family share a faint kinship, this connection has long since passed beyond the 5th degree of kinship. To have our Yun family stir up such a commotion over a worthless branch-line scion, that price is simply too great." Upon hearing those dismissive words, brimming with endless indifference and coldness, the ancient face of the white-haired matriarch named Yun Jin, a visage already radiating boundless authority, was instantly overtaken by utter fury and profound disappointment. She knew her nephew had always been the type to hold back until he saw the rabbit. Without sufficient reward, he would never act lightly. She hesitated no longer. Her voice was filled with an endless chill as she spoke in a grim tone. "You know about the extraordinary treasure that surfaced in Taihu Lake, Xiangzhou, that day?" On the other end of the line, Yun Han, whose face had been wearing impatience, heard the words precious treasure emerged. Instantly, a flash of unmistakable greed and fervor flickered across his already profoundly indifferent, deep eyes. He knew full well, the strange phenomenon that had occurred on Taihu Lake that day had already alarmed several ancient monsters stationed at the Central Command. Had that terrifying energy not arrived and vanished so swiftly, it would have already sparked chaos across the land. His voice was heavy with an unmistakable urgency. "That strange treasure, in whose hands is it now?" At those words, a cold, mocking curve slowly spread across Yun Jin's aged face, already etched with endless frost. She snorted derisively. "Far away, yet it is right before our eyes. That ancient artifact capable of driving all mad, it now rests in the hands of that little brat named Chuyu." Upon receiving this confirmation, one certain enough to drive him utterly mad, Yun Han's face, already radiating boundless authority, was instantly consumed by an unprecedented surge of excitement and greed. He knew his chance had come. If he could only get his hands on that ancient artifact, the status of the Yun family would ascend to a terrifying new level that would leave everyone gazing up in awe. He hesitated not a moment longer. Without a moment's thought, he spoke in a voice chilling with endless coldness and murderous intent. "Aunt, rest assured. The vengeance for Xiujin, this Yun Han will see it through. That little bastard named Chuyu not only maimed active duty personnel of the Imperial Guard and the Martial Affairs Bureau, but also wantonly slaughtered our island nation's friends visiting our country. She openly provoked a diplomatic conflict between our two nations.
She deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I'll head to the Central Command immediately. I'll see what kind of explanation the Martial Affairs Bureau and the authorities will give me. What kind of explanation will the Martial Affairs Bureau and the authorities give me? That little bastard. He's as good as dead. As his voice fell, filled with endless venom and icy coldness, he abruptly hung up the phone. At the same moment, Central Headquarters. Under the jurisdiction of the Town Martial Bureau Headquarters, a man clad in a black trench coat, his eyes cold and venomous like a snake, appeared silently before the office building, a structure that struck fear into the hearts of all petty criminals. He was the current head of the Yun family, Yun Han. He didn't even bother to glance at the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. He strode directly toward the heavy iron gate, its very presence radiating boundless authority and a chilling aura of lethality. The very instant this thought arose in his mind, a familiar figure, brimming with boundless venom and madness, suddenly blocked his path without warning. Master Yun, long time no see. Yun Han slowly raised his head. His gaze, filled with endless indifference, settled upon the aged face now utterly consumed by boundless hatred and madness. His voice was utterly unruffled as he spoke. Head of the Wu family. It's been a while. Upon hearing those icy words, utterly void of emotion, the face of the elderly man in brocade robes, Wu Peng, which was already twisted with boundless malice, instantly contorted once more. An unprecedented frenzy and murderous intent flared across his features. He roared with a voice thick with endless resentment and unwillingness. Thanks to you, I'm not dead yet. I wonder what brings the head of the Yun family to the Martial Arts Bureau today. At these words, a cold, amused curve slowly spread across Yun Han's deep, unruffled eyes. He snorted derisively. What else could it be? Naturally, it's about that little brat named Chuyu. Upon hearing the name Chuyu, a name that had long filled him with bone-deep hatred, Wu Peng's already murky eyes, brimming with endless venom, instantly ignited once more with extreme fury and murderous intent. He erupted in a frenzied roar, filled with endless coldness and menace. That little, where is he now? Yun Han stared at the aged face twisted by boundless madness. Yet, the expressionless visage revealed not a single trace of emotion. He spoke slowly, his voice dripping with endless scorn and contempt. Master Wu, I have long heard of the tragic death of your son. If you truly wish to avenge your son, then today, you and I might as well join forces this once. I guarantee, that little bastard will have no place to bury his remains. Upon hearing this, Wu Peng's murky eyes, already brimming with boundless venom, flashed with an unmistakable mix of astonishment and disbelief. He blurted out in terror, "Are you serious?" Yun Han, however, didn't even bother to glance at him again. With a blank expression, he recounted every single crime Chuyu had committed in Xiangzhou's Taihu Lake, leaving nothing out. After listening to that calm, icy narration filled with endless grimness, the face that had been brimming with endless venom was instantly replaced by an unprecedented frenzy of ecstasy and excitement. He knew, the blood feud for his son, today, finally held the promise of vengeance. Without a moment's hesitation, without a second thought, he followed closely behind Yun Han, striding purposefully toward the imposing office building that radiated boundless authority. Zhenwu Bureau, the highest conference room, a venerable elder, his shoulders bearing the stars of a general and his gaze commanding respect without a hint of anger, stared in utter shock at the encrypted document that had just been transmitted from Xiangzhou. He slammed his palm hard onto the 1,000-year-old golden thread Nanma desk before him. Damn it! Absolute nonsense! He roared with fury, his voice filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since such a bloodthirsty madman has roamed our Huagua territory? This boy is beyond the law. If we let him continue his rampage unchecked, where would the dignity of our Zhenwu Bureau lie? Where would the authority of our government stand? As his voice fell, filled with boundless fury and icy resolve, the dozen or so high-ranking officials of the Martial Bureau, each bearing the insignia of a general, whose faces were already etched with profound horror, were instantly enveloped once more by an unprecedented gravity and murderous intent. The most venerable elder among them slowly rose from his seat. His gaze, filled with endless, icy coldness, slowly swept over everyone present. In a tone brooking no argument, he spoke coldly. Transmit my orders. Dispatch all members of Dragon Unit and Phoenix Unit immediately to Xiangzhou, by any means necessary, at any cost. This beast must be apprehended on the spot. Bring him back alive, dead, or bring back his corpse. Chapter 220, The Martial Sovereign's Decree. The supreme directive from the Central Martial Bureau's headquarters thundered like a bolt capable of shaking the heavens and earth, instantly shattering the seemingly tranquil night sky across the entire nation of Hua. Countless terrifying forces, long concealed within the darkness, simultaneously fixed their eyes, filled with boundless greed and murderous intent, upon the man who had already been thrust into the eye of the storm. At that very moment, the martial sovereign, within that council chamber,
suffused with boundless authority and ancient aura. A deathly silence descended. Every face bore an expression of unprecedented horror and disbelief. The venerable elders seated at the head of the table, whose aged face had always radiated boundless authority, now bore an expression utterly consumed by extreme fury and murderous intent. He was the current chairman of the martial sovereign, Wei Ding. He slammed his palm down hard on the armrest before him, forged from pure millennial-old cold iron. A disgrace beyond measure. This is nothing short of the most shameful disgrace our martial sect has ever faced since its founding. His frenzied roar, filled with endless coldness and overwhelming killing intent, echoed through the air. The dozen or so senior martial sect elders, who had been frozen in shock moments before, instantly erupted once more in a chorus of howls filled with boundless venom and madness. Kill! He must die. If this brat doesn't die, how can our martial sect ever hold its ground in all of Xiangzhou again? Chairman, give the order. We'll risk our very lives for this. We'll tear that insolent little brat to pieces right here. Wei Ding listened to the frenzied shrieks filled with boundless venom and murderous intent. His face, already darkened to the extreme, showed not a single trace of emotion. He rose slowly from his seat. His gaze, filled with endless, icy coldness, slowly swept over everyone present. In a voice thick with icy detachment, he spoke slowly. Very well. Since all the elders have resolved to fight, then I shall see for myself. Which one of you dare to be the first to fight for our martial sect? His voice fell, filled with endless chill and icy resolve. The assembly hall, which had been filled with passionate fervor, suddenly fell into a deathly silence without warning. The dozen or so high-ranking martial sovereigns present, who had been brimming with excitement moments before, simultaneously lowered their massive heads that had once been filled with boundless arrogance. None dared to take on this hot potato, already branded with the mark of death. Wei Ding watched this utterly ironic scene unfold before him. His murky eyes, already brimming with boundless venom, were instantly replaced by a look of utter despair and madness. He erupted in a frenzied roar, filled with endless scorn and unwillingness. A bunch of useless trash. Nothing but a bunch of useless cowards who only know how to cheer from the sidelines. If my martial sect had relied on you worthless fools, we would have been uprooted long ago. The very instant this thought arose in his mind, a voice old, filled with boundless indifference and calm, resounded through the hall without warning. Chairman, calm down. Wei Ding slowly turned his head. His gaze, filled with an endless chill, settled steadily upon the familiar figure who had appeared silently in the hall at some unknown moment. Sun Bo Yuan, one of the 10 great war gods of the martial sect, and one of the most terrifying figures in the world today, deeply privy to the secrets of the Chu family. Wei Ding's aged face, already twisted with boundless fury, was instantly enveloped by an unprecedented gravity and icy coldness. He spoke slowly, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. What solution do you propose? Sun Bo Yuan's impassive face slowly twisted into a cold, amused curve. He snorted derisively. The solution is simple. Issue the martial sovereign's edict. Summon all martial arts alliances under heaven to jointly eliminate this beast. Upon hearing the 3 chilling words martial sovereign's edict, words long steeped in endless taboo and bloodshed, Wei Ding's already dark, menacing eyes suddenly contracted without warning. He knew. Sun Bo Yuan's words were no exaggeration. Killing Chu Yu was secondary. The primary concern was the earth-shattering secret hidden within that little bastard. Once the martial sovereign's decree was issued, this affair would truly escalate beyond control. At that point, those drawn by the news would likely extend far beyond mere martial alliances. Even those ancient sects long secluded from the world would likely be fully roused. The consequences of this would far exceed the control of their martial sect. Sun Bo Yuan gazed at the aged face, etched with profound gravity and lingering dread. Yet upon that unruffled countenance, not a single trace of unnecessary emotion could be discerned. He spoke slowly, his voice thick with endless indifference and coldness. Chairman, do you think, can Chu Yu's theft of the rare treasure still be concealed? At these words, the already deeply solemn, aged face of Wei Ding was instantly enveloped once more by an unprecedented wave of helplessness and bitterness. Sun Bo Yuan, observing this, scoffed again. Since there's no longer any possibility of concealing this matter, why not turn the tables and act boldly? We shall issue the martial sovereign's edict immediately. Drive that little bastard into a corner. When that time comes, our martial sect will be his only lifeline. Then, whether to kill or to flay, it will all be up to us to decide. After listening to that narration, filled with endless amusement and icy calm, Wei Ding's already murky eyes, brimming with boundless coldness, were instantly consumed by a new, unprecedented fire, one of madness and greed. He slowly curled his lips into a grin, revealing a savage grin brimming with endless ferocity and triumph. Excellent! How brilliantly counterintuitive! We'll do as you say. At the same time, inside the hotel,
Shuyu felt every fiber of his being utterly saturated by an unprecedented, colossal surge of energy. He even had the distinct feeling, even if he were to casually unleash a single punch now, it would likely be enough to shatter the skyscraper before him into dust. However, the very instant this thought arose in his mind, a sudden, drastic change occurred.